The story kicks off with a flood of system windows flashing across the public's view, each one warning people that bizarre, abnormal incidents are breaking out in different parts of the world. One alert says that fishermen out at sea found a monstrous abalone, so huge and unnatural that even 10 grown adults holding hands still couldn't wrap all the way around it. A lot of people immediately suspect nuclear wastewater had twisted it into something grotesque. Another notice talks about an ancient tree in a famous tourist spot that suddenly started growing out of control. Its roots stretched for kilometers like living veins under the earth, while deep cracks split the ground open as if something strange had awakened below. And the alerts just keep coming. Giant vines are dropping out of the sky like something straight out of a fantasy story, while subway tracks in several areas are being torn apart, leaving chaos, destruction, and even casualties behind. But almost nobody takes any of it seriously. To most people, it just sounds like the usual sensational nonsense. No more believable than that ridiculous zombie bite panic from years ago that turned out to be absolutely nothing. Over at the school gates, groups of students are already gathered around, chatting loudly and swapping gossip, clearly way more interested in local rumors and campus drama than the strange news unfolding outside their little world. Then in one moment, every wandering gaze and half-finished conversation snaps in the same direction. The person walking over is none other than the school's famous beauty, Chu Qingli. The crowd instantly starts buzzing, wondering if she's finally here to dump her boyfriend in their eyes. That relationship was never equal to begin with. It always looked more like pity than love. Chu Qingli had already locked in her future at Qingcheng University, while her boyfriend couldn't even get into a decent college. To everyone watching, the distance between them was already impossible to ignore, and with that cold gap hanging there, Chu Qingli walks right up to Fang Yi and calls his name, making him turn around with a faintly curious look. Her face is cold, without even the slightest softness, as she tells him she's thought it through carefully and that what they have between them just isn't realistic anymore. She says school love stories always seem to end the same way. Sooner or later, reality sets in, people wake up, and it becomes obvious that the two of them were never meant to keep walking the same path. She goes on to say that building a future together takes more than feelings and courage. It takes real compatibility, matching directions, and a future they can actually share. So in her mind, ending it now is the smartest decision. Deep down, she's already looking at him with contempt, convinced that no matter what he says next, nothing will change her mind. Fang Yi doesn't say a word, and the moment people see him staying silent, they immediately assume the breakup hit him so hard that his mind just went blank. After all, she's the school beauty, the girl everyone admired from a distance. So naturally, they expect him to throw away his pride, drop to his knees and beg for another chance. But as they look at him, all they feel is disdain, thinking he was never worthy of a rich, beautiful girl like her in the first place. Just a toad dreaming of a swan. But Fang Yi just looks at her calmly, steady as ever, without the slightest sign of panic, and simply agrees to the breakup as if it's something minor, something that should have happened a long time ago. That one easy answer leaves Chu Qingli and everyone around her completely stunned. For a second, it's like all their expressions freeze in place. Seeing there's nothing else worth saying, Fang Yi turns his back on her without hesitation and starts to walk off. But the second he does, Chu Qingli suddenly loses her composure and hurriedly calls out to stop him. Fang Yi stops, then slowly turns back. His eyes are sharp now, almost piercing, and in a flat, controlled voice, he asks her what exactly she wants. Her eyes flare with anger and bruised pride as she snaps that she doesn't care what he's thinking, and she doesn't care what kind of tricks he might be planning either. She makes one thing absolutely clear: she is never getting back together with him. Fang Yi looks at her for a moment, then coldly tells her not to think so highly of herself, reminding her that being the so-called school beauty doesn't make her nearly as important as she seems to believe. Words hit her right away. Her eyes widen, and almost at once, her face turns red with shock, embarrassment, and rising anger. The students around them are just as stunned, staring at Fang Yi like he's suddenly become a completely different person from the boy they thought they knew. What none of them realize is that Fang Yi already knows something far beyond their imagination, and he knows perfectly well that Chu Qingli and the others have no idea what's about to fall on this world. He knows the rules society worships right now. Money, grades, status, education, all of it will soon be burned to nothing. What they don't know is that Fang Yi came back from a future ruined by disaster, reborn in this timeline with all his memories still intact. And because of that, the Chu Qingli standing in front of him is no longer someone close to his heart, just a stranger from another life. Without looking back again, Fang Yi leaves the school behind and walks away. He has much bigger things to deal with now. School beauties, gossip, pride, reputation. None of that means anything to him anymore, because the entire order of the world is about to be ripped apart and rebuilt from the ground up. The real danger isn't some campus breakup at all. It's the terrifying crisis already hanging over all of humanity on Blue Star. And in truth, it all started the night before. when Fang Yi suddenly woke from sleep, and strange cracks appeared before his eyes, showing him flashes of the future that felt unreal, yet horrifyingly vivid at the same time. And then the system informed him that aura recovery had been detected. Full activation would arrive in exactly 364 days, 11 hours, and 59 minutes. And once that countdown reached 0, the world would transform into something humanity had never seen before. At that moment, Fang Yi is still half dazed, struggling to figure out whether what he's seeing is real, a dream, or something even stranger. Then several figures appear before him, and the system calmly tells him that from this point on, the rules of human society are destined to be rewritten. The age of cultivators is about to descend on the world, and from that day forward, strength, pure, undeniable power will become the standard everything is judged by. Wary but curious, Fang Yi slowly raises his hand and asks who or what is speaking to him out of the darkness. The very next second, a strange eerie light starts gathering in front of him, glowing with an otherworldly shine that suddenly makes the whole room feel cold and unreal. A system window appears and explains that it comes from the outer universe, built from top-tier algorithms fused with cosmic mysteries. Its purpose is to automatically generate cultivation techniques based on any spiritual material the host touches. And almost mockingly, the screen also shows that his current number of techniques is 0. Fang Yi carefully reaches out, and his eyes widen when his fingers pass straight through the system window like it's made of nothing but light. Then, without any warning at all, a terrifying monster bursts into view and lets out a deafening roar. Its presence so violent it seems to shake the air around him. Fang Yi freezes on the spot. His whole body stiffens. Fear flashes into his eyes, and a cold chill runs through him. Inside the monster's gaping jaws hangs a corpse, and the system coldly tells him that this is the fate waiting for him as an ordinary person, the same doomed end that will swallow billions across Blue Star. Fang Yi swallows hard, his throat completely dry, and no matter how he tries to steady himself, he can't push down the fear rising inside him. He presses a hand against his chest, like he's trying to calm his pounding heart, while worry and dread settle heavily in his eyes. As the shock lingers, Fang Yi falls into deep thought, and memories from his previous life begin surfacing one after another with painful clarity. In that past life, he was never anyone special. Just an ordinary man swept along by the chaos, struggling day after day to stay alive while clinging to the faint hope that he might somehow survive what was coming. But he saw his nation collapse with his own eyes. He saw people suffer through misery, and in the end, even he couldn't escape the jaws and claws of the mutated beasts. He remembers dying in absolute despair, his heart filled with rage, helplessness, and a hatred so deep that even in his final moments it still burned like a curse. A sharp light slowly returns to his eyes, now filled with resolve, as he realizes that maybe this is exactly why the system chose him and sent him back 1 full year before aura recovery begins. He slowly lifts his hand again, fully aware that at this moment, most of the world is still living in complete ignorance, with no clue that a massive and terrifying change is already closing in. Fang Yi reaches out to the fragments of the system and makes up his mind. Every anomaly born from the aura, he's going to seize it first and turn it into his own advantage before anyone else can react. And right then, the system begins initializing a brand new evaluation, as if the first real step toward rewriting his fate has finally begun. A bright, eager light rose in Fang Yi's eyes when the system told him the connection had been completed successfully, like some sealed door in his fate had finally swung open. A completely new road had opened up in front of him. From now on, anything in existence could become material. And the mission in front of him was as clear as it was heavy. Gather powerful techniques, claim extraordinary abilities, become a true cultivator, and one day save the world from the disaster ahead. All across the city, notices spread fast, warning people that humanity was now facing a crisis unlike anything it had ever seen. There were no old answers to fall back on, no past experience to copy. The only thing left was to adapt and survive on your own strength. Everyone who saw those warnings froze in confusion, except Fang Yi. His expression barely changed, because he already knew this terrifying future was real. When he turned on his phone, one fresh notification after another filled the screen. At a glance, he understood what the government was doing. It wasn't fully confirming the strange phenomena, but it wasn't denying them either. It was sticking to cautious reminders, quietly telling the public to get ready. Fang Yi knew exactly what that meant. This was Ye Jia Nation's restrained way of sounding the alarm, because reports that once would have been laughed off as myths could never spread this far unless something truly serious was happening. Trace of sadness passed through his eyes as old memories surfaced again. He knew this quiet, indirect approach was Ye Nation's way of keeping people calm and letting them hold on to trust instead of collapsing into panic. It was slow, difficult, and sometimes frustrating, but still far better than the riots, gunfire, and total chaos that had swallowed neighboring countries. Then he remembered what the system had told him earlier. Anything could be used as material. That meant the places where anomalies appeared were no longer just danger zones. They were his real chances, and he needed to move before anyone else did. His attention locked onto the phone screen. Eyes narrowing slightly, he began sorting through the flood of information for the first clue that actually mattered. There it was, sitting at the top of the trending list. Chingcheng University's UV index had reportedly hit a record not seen in 100 years. A heat warning had already been issued, telling incoming students to protect themselves, stay alert, and put on sunscreen before entering campus. The students reading it were more baffled than concerned. In their eyes, even top universities had started playing ridiculous marketing games. It had to be fake, probably just a paid trend, because heat on that level wouldn't just make people uncomfortable. It could kill someone on the spot. Fang Yi lifted his head and looked up at the sky. Thick clouds hung overhead, and there wasn't even a trace of harsh sunlight. Then he switched on a UV meter and saw the reading where he stood. 0. That left him puzzled for a second. Chingcheng University was only about a 15-minute drive away, so he couldn't understand how the weather there could be that different from what he was seeing here. Soon after, images started spreading online. A blazing, brutal sun hung over the university grounds, and students were told registration would continue as planned. But they were strongly warned to stay away from the north gate because of the terrifying UV levels, while the other entrances would stay open. When Fang Yi saw that, a faint smile tugged at his mouth. Though there was more certainty in it than amusement. He knew how this always went. When anomalies first appeared, most people brushed them off as publicity stunts, cheap marketing, or fake news. Only he understood what was really hiding underneath. And as that realization settled in, a glint of excitement rose in his eyes. His first real chance had finally arrived. Fang Yi quickly changed clothes and headed straight for Chingcheng University. Along the way, almost everyone had an umbrella up against the oppressive heat, and the temperature was so unnatural that even the leaves on the roadside trees had already shriveled and dropped. Once he arrived at Chingcheng University, he headed directly for the north gate. The one entrance people had avoided so desperately that it had become the emptiest place on campus. He already knew something was badly wrong there, and the uneasy feeling hanging around the gate only made that certainty stronger. Then glittering ash began drifting down from the sky, each fragment glowing strangely as it fell. The nearby students screamed and ran, terrified they'd be burned alive. But Fang Yi kept staring at those falling sparks without looking away. Instead of backing off, he calmly sat down right there and decided to touch one of them, like he was reaching out to the very start of a new fate. The instant his fingertip touched it, a fierce burst of light exploded from the ash, and the system immediately reported that it had detected an intense yang attribute of fluctuation and successfully unlocked its data template. That scorching energy rushed straight into Fang Yi's body, and the pain that followed was so violent, it felt like his flesh, bones, and blood were all being ripped apart from the inside. Then blazing light started pouring out of Fang Yi's body, wrapping him in a fierce golden glow that made him look less like a student and more like someone being reforged inside a furnace. The people nearby cried out and covered their eyes, afraid the light would blind them. No one understood what they were looking at, and for a moment some of them even wondered if the heat and panic had pushed them into seeing things. The yang energy kept burning through Fang Yi's clothes, and the pain was so intense that he clenched his teeth until his jaw started trembling. He grabbed the top of his head and nearly lost control, his whole body shaking as he had no idea whether the system had finished compiling or not. In that unbearable stretch of time, it truly felt like death was only a breath away. Then at last, the compilation finished, and Fang Yi successfully obtained a yang-attributed cultivation method, the golden sun breathing technique. Not long after that, Chingcheng University's official registration day arrived, and the campus was packed once again with noise, movement, and fresh new faces. Fang Yi's ex-girlfriend showed up at the registration area looking as striking as ever, and almost immediately a young man stepped forward with a flattering smile, offering to carry her suitcase. Before long, several more boys came over one after another, each trying to grab a chance to get close to her. But she turned every one of them away with the same cold indifference, making it clear she didn't need anyone's help. She turned her head and cast a glance at a nearby couple, a sneer pulling at her lips, her face carrying that same familiar arrogance and quiet contempt. But in the very next second, a brilliant golden flash suddenly lit up the area, startling her, and the students around her so badly that every eye snapped toward the source. A tense voice came over the loudspeaker, urgently ordering everyone to stay away from the north gate and keep their distance from the area immediately. Her expression turned serious right away. Curiosity mixed with unease, and she decided to go see for herself what was happening over there. At the north gate, a massive burst of golden energy lit up the whole area, turning the air harsh and blinding, as if a second sun had exploded right there on campus. Then from the swirling smoke and warped air, a dark figure slowly stepped out, carrying a heavy, oppressive presence that made everyone around tense up without even thinking. He drew in a deep breath, and as he did, his eyes flared with a fierce golden glow, sharp and powerful, like fire gathering behind them. A system screen popped up in front of him, informing him that he had successfully created a new technique and had been awarded 50 points. Fang Yi looked at the screen and frowned slightly. wondering what those points were even for and what kind of value they actually had. After a short pause, he decided it wasn't worth getting stuck on right now, though he could already tell those points would probably matter sooner or later. Time passed quietly, and before long night had fallen. Above everything hung a strangely eerie moon, casting an unsettling light across the campus below. Under that unusual moonlight, the young man began practicing his newly obtained breathing technique, carefully guiding every breath as he adjusted himself to the power now living inside him. When the next day came, the sun was hanging high in the sky again, and a new wave of energy seemed to spread subtly through the university grounds, making the whole campus feel just a little different. Some students suddenly noticed the sky dim for a brief second, and felt the temperature drop with it. That strange shift sent them rushing toward the north gate, and before long a large crowd had gathered there, all trying to see what kind of disturbance was happening. The university dean was furious, demanding to know why nobody had listened to the repeated warnings telling them to stay away from that area in the first place. Then a group forced its way through the crowd, and the students instinctively stepped aside to let them pass as they moved toward the center of the commotion. At the center stood a hooded figure with a stern, unreadable expression, coldly instructing the dean to seal off the north gate completely and not let anyone else come near it. At that exact moment, the system informed Fang Yi that he had successfully cleaned a polluted area, confirming that what happened there was far more important than it had first seemed. From that alone, he realized the government already knew about places like this, and he couldn't help wondering whether there were other people in the world just like him. Then, as the alert came down that no one was allowed to enter the area anymore, Fang Yi understood one thing clearly. The students saw groups of uniformed personnel moving through the area, and whispers spread almost instantly as everyone started wondering if the army had been sent in to take control. From the edge of a rooftop, Fang Yi looked down at the scene below and could clearly tell that the commotion at the north gate was pulling in more attention by the second. With his red eyes faintly glowing in the wind, Fang Yi decided this was the moment to leave. Without a pause, he leaped off the building and vanished from sight in one clean, decisive motion. Down below, the mysterious hooded figure moved slowly across the shattered ground, where the surface had already split open under the force of the violent energy that had erupted there earlier. She carefully surveyed the entire area, taking in every crack, every scorch mark, and every strange trace left behind. Her focus calm, but clearly serious. Then she lowered herself to one knee and placed a hand against the damaged ground, quietly checking whether any remnant of that unusual energy was still lingering there. A moment later, she picked up a broken chunk of the ground and examined it more closely. And after studying the residue inside it, the hooded figure came to one conclusion. This energy hadn't come from nature. It had been caused by a person. Just then, officials began pushing the students back and directing the crowd away from the area, while the hooded woman remained off to the side, silently watching it all unfold. In the middle of the restless crowd, Fang Yi's ex-girlfriend visibly stiffened when she heard that all this destruction and strange energy had apparently come from one person alone. And at that exact moment, she caught sight of a figure leaping away in the distance. For one brief second, an absurd thought flashed through her mind. Could that somehow have been her ex? But she immediately shut that idea down herself. With Fang Yi's grades and background, there was no way he could have entered this school, let alone shown up in the middle of something like this. Far away, back at Fang Yi's home, the last bit of daylight slowly faded, and evening quietly slipped into deep night around the apartment building. Lying on his bed, Fang Yi let out an irritated complaint that his whole body still felt unbearably hot, even after taking a cold shower to wash the heat off. With that lingering heat still burning under his skin, he was already starting to feel like there was no way he was getting real sleep that night. At the same time, another thought kept bothering him. After everything that happened that day, he couldn't help wondering whether someone had already noticed him or started suspecting something. He picked up his phone and noticed a popular story talking about a cultivation association. Seeing that name brought something back to him right away. In the past, most people had treated it like an internet joke, nothing more than some ridiculous online fantasy. And his thoughts shifted to the hooded figures at the university, and it didn't take long for him to suspect that those mysterious people were very likely members of that same association. Now, genuinely curious, he opened the article right away, wanting to read the full report carefully instead of brushing it off like everyone else. The article laid out the cultivation realms one by one, describing levels that ranged from ghost acts all the way to total transcendence, like it was revealing a hidden system the public had never been meant to know. In the comments, most people were still laughing and treating the whole thing like a joke. But Fang Yi stared at the screen in silence, seriously wondering if this announcement might actually be real. Fang Yi couldn't help thinking that in his previous life, when he was nothing more than an ordinary person, he had never known any of this hidden information existed. Sitting quietly on his bed, he thought about the Cultivation Association for a moment, then put it aside, and decided to try using his new technique again for himself. He slowly closed his eyes and steadied his breathing to begin training. Almost right away, Sweat started forming on his skin as powerful golden energy began circulating around him in waves. Before long, Fang Yi's body began to lift slightly into the air inside his room, suspended within a brilliant golden glow that lit up the space around him. A warm yet intense light fell across him as the principle of the first stage became clear. First, he had to strengthen his body so it could endure and contain the power of heaven and earth. Step by step, he brought that energy under control and even shaped the fierce golden force into the form of a divine axe, solid and imposing in front of him. His eyes lit up with excitement, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face as he felt real strength filling his body for the first time. At that moment, the system informed him that he had reached the Du Shui level, and with that breakthrough, it awarded him another 50 points. The moment he heard that, Fang Yi remembered the points he had earned earlier, and looked more closely at the new screen, which now said another path had opened up to him. The system then explained that those points could be used to implant compiled data into physical objects, turning ordinary items into carriers of cultivated power. Fang Yi thought carefully about that idea, and as he did, his gaze slowly shifted toward the mug sitting quietly on the nearby table. He raised a hand toward the mug, and golden power began gathering around his palm, flickering softly in the dim room. The system asked whether he wanted to spend 1 point to infuse the mug with the Yang attribute. Fang Yi immediately understood what that meant. This was basically a way to enchant an object and give it a special ability. He quickly grasped the deeper value of that function and thought that if he used it on a weapon instead, it could become a personal battle item made for the fights ahead. And the more he thought about what was coming, the more certain he became that having a weapon enhanced by power would be crucial if he wanted to survive. With that in mind, Fang Yi searched his shelf, found a small sword there, and decided to use it as the test subject for this new ability. He figured that if this experiment worked, then his next move would be to buy a real weapon and properly prepare for the day he'd have to face monsters again. But right then, in the middle of the quiet night, a strange sound from outside the building suddenly caught his attention and broke his concentration. Outside, hidden in the darkness, a shadowy creature with massive claws lurked near Fang Yi's apartment, silently staring at his window like a predator sizing up its prey. Its red eyes glowed eerily in the dark, and when it bared its sharp teeth, the creature looked even more sinister and inhuman under the weak night light. The thing looked like a giant demonic rabbit twisted into something unnatural, and it lowered its body as if it were about to launch itself straight at the building. But inside the apartment, Fang Yi still had no idea that danger had already reached his building and was getting closer by the second. Lying in bed, Fang Yi only felt restless and uncomfortable from the after effects of his new cultivation technique. Not realizing that wasn't the only reason he couldn't sleep. His red eyes narrowed slightly as he listened again, wondering where that strange noise was coming from. Something faint and scratchy, almost like a rat. At first he reasoned that it probably wasn't coming from inside his room or from the pipes, and guessed it might belong to some neighbor's pet nearby. As he slowly walked through the living room, he told himself that with his hearing improved the way it was now, it made sense that he could pick up sounds from nearby apartments much more clearly than before. Then he focused even harder and listened more carefully to the strange sound. But after only a moment, he realized something was wrong, and his whole body instantly went on alert. Fang Yi moved toward the door, and the moment he reached it, he came face to face with the terrifying creature standing right outside in the dark hallway. There in the narrow hall, the red-eyed beast stared straight at him with a savage glare, its body drawn tight and ready to strike at any second. Fang Yi jolted the moment he recognized it as a mutated beast, and in that instant, a horrifying memory from his past life surged back and sent a chill through his whole body. At the same time, a drone cut through the city night, its camera sweeping across the dark skyline and making one thing clear. Other people already knew danger was out there, moving through the shadows. On top of a high rise, a young woman clicked her tongue in annoyance and complained that they still hadn't caught the rabbit that had swallowed the rare fruit. A lollipop rested lazily in her mouth, and at first glance she looked almost too relaxed for the situation. But the confidence in the way she stood made it obvious she was taking this mission very seriously. Without wasting another second, she ordered her team to keep feeding her updates on the target's location. Her tone casual, but leaving no room for delay. Then, like gravity meant nothing to her at all, the mysterious girl stepped right off the rooftop and jumped down to chase it herself. She dropped at incredible speed, but her body stayed completely under control, slipping between the towering buildings like someone who had done this over and over again. Suddenly, she felt the mutated beast's presence more clearly, and the sharp change in its aura told her she was getting close fast. A faint glow rose in her eyes, and the moment she locked onto the creature's location, her whole expression sharpened for the fight ahead. The mysterious hunter slammed down onto a rooftop with perfect precision, her landing fierce, clean, and controlled from beginning to end. As she sprinted straight down the side of a building, an order came through telling her to pursue the target no matter what. And after hearing that, she only moved faster. With another flawless landing, the young woman pushed forward without the slightest pause. Leaping from rooftop to rooftop, she warned that the creature had eaten a special fruit and could evolve at any moment. At that same instant, a man still working late caught something streak past his window and froze on the spot. He rubbed his eyes and wondered if exhaustion was making him see things. But before he could think any further, his boss yelled at him for standing around doing nothing. Meanwhile, high above the city, the hunter stood like a shadow carved into the moonlight, poised near the 65th floor with a stillness that almost didn't look human. Back inside the apartment building, Fang Yi came face to face with the strange creature as it let out a harsh, vicious scream right in front of him. Golden light burned in Fang Yi's eyes, and he could feel it clearly now. His body wasn't the same as before, and that change gave him the confidence to face this monster head-on. The creature slashed at him with savage claws, but Fang Yi twisted aside with astonishing speed and dodged the attack cleanly. And in that instant, Fang Yi realized just how much his body had changed, because the beast's once deadly strikes now seemed to crawl through the air in slow motion. Golden sun energy gathered in his hand as he stared at the beast, wondering why a mutated creature had appeared this early, far sooner than it should have. Even so, memories from his previous life surged up inside him, and Fang Yi steadied himself instead of backing down. He knew this creature hadn't fully evolved yet, but he also knew the night made it more violent, more unstable, and far more dangerous than it would be during the day. So Fang Yi moved first without hesitation, because he knew that if he failed to stop it here, everyone in this building would die. In the middle of the clash, Fang Yi managed to catch the creature with a hand wrapped in concentrated energy, stopping its movement by force. Then, with shocking ferocity and zero hesitation, Fang Yi bit into the creature and fought it at point-blank range with raw desperation. He locked the monster down in a tight hold, and the golden light in his eyes turned cold and sharp, filled with total focus and killing intent. As he swung the creature through the air, Fang Yi noticed something important and realized the beast's tail seemed to be its weak point. The second he saw the opening, he grabbed the creature's tail with everything he had and refused to let go no matter how violently it thrashed. Then Fang Yi hurled the monster straight into the window, and the glass exploded on impact, sending shards everywhere. Golden light flared around his fist as Fang Yi pulled back and prepared to throw one heavy, decisive strike. In the next moment, he unleashed a beam of energy that ripped through the air and hit the creature head-on while it was still suspended there. The monster was swallowed instantly by the brilliant golden beam, its whole body vanishing inside that fierce light. But the creature suddenly lashed out with its claws and grabbed at the golden energy itself, trying to seize it and devour it. Fang Yi realized at once that the beast was trying to steal his yang power, and he pushed back with everything he had. At that moment, Fang Yi understood that the power of the sun was far too violent for this thing to endure, and that the rabbit was basically destroying itself by trying to absorb it. Not long after, a golden explosion burst across the monster's body, completely engulfing it when it failed to withstand that overwhelming force. In the neighboring building, a couple jolted awake from the noise, and the man frowned sleepily as he asked if that sound had just been thunder. He got out of bed and walked over to the window to check for himself. But when he looked outside, the night seemed completely normal. Back at the scene, Fang Yi dropped to the floor, breathing hard as the last traces of golden energy flickered and drifted around him. Staring at what was left, he thought the creature had acted like a starving ghost, crazily trying to swallow his power no matter the price. After the fight was over, one of the monster's eyes rolled across the floor and came to a stop, releasing a strange strand of black smoke into the air. Fang Yi fixed a serious, unblinking gaze on the remains of the creature he had just killed, staying on guard even now. Without any hesitation, he brought his foot down hard on the eye and crushed it completely, destroying the final remnant of the beast. That was when he understood it. This creature of the night had been frantically drawn to his opposite Yang-type power, almost as if instinct itself had driven it insane. Fang Yi knew very well that if he were still an ordinary person, this monster would have torn through the building and devoured everyone inside without much effort. And with that in mind, he became even more certain that he had to master more techniques as fast as possible if he wanted to survive the much greater dangers still waiting ahead. Meanwhile, under the pale moonlight, the mysterious girl kept leaping through the air like a true hunter tracking prey through the night, moving at incredible speed. She ran straight down the side of another building as if vertical walls meant nothing to her. But the instant she arrived at the scene, the hunter's eyes widened in open shock at what she found. Standing there silently in the middle of the night, she stared at the aftermath and wondered if someone else had really killed her target before she got there. Kneeling beside the remains, she quickly confirmed that the target had indeed been destroyed, then quietly said she would try to recover the night attribute from what was left. But the moment her hand touched the remains, she stiffened. A trace of golden energy was still lingering inside them. In the very next second, a fierce wave of heat and burning force slammed into her senses so sharply that she recoiled at once and pulled her hand back. The young woman instantly remembered the lingering energy she had sensed earlier at the university gate, and in that moment, she knew for certain this wasn't some random overlap. It was definitely no coincidence. Once that connection clicked into place, her expression turned serious. With a steady look in her eyes, she raised her communicator and switched it on without hesitation. She reported back to base that the target had already been taken out by a powerful new forerunner, someone with a rare and clearly unusual ability that couldn't be ignored. A voice came through the communicator at once, asking if this same unknown person was also the one who had cleansed the university gate and killed the mutated rabbit. Then a man's voice confirmed. They had no information on this mysterious individual at all, and because of that, the association needed to recruit him as soon as possible. The silver-haired girl calmly agreed. After that, she carefully gathered the small flame-like trace of energy and sealed it inside a container attached to her clothes. Her superior then gave her a new order, clear and direct. For now, she was to set aside all her other missions and focus entirely on finding this newly emerged forerunner. Hearing that, the mysterious hunter stayed perfectly calm and casually unwrapped the lollipop in her hand. Like this sudden change in orders barely affected her at all. She popped the candy into her mouth and replied in an easy, unhurried voice that she understood the assignment perfectly. But before she properly set out on the mission, the girl added that she needed to grab some milk tea first and relax a little before getting to work. On the other end of the communicator, a voice wondered out loud who this mysterious person could be. Someone capable of wielding such overwhelming and unusual power. The young woman agreed that the president had been right, and said she now wanted to see this powerful expert with her own eyes too. Fang Yi's new day began with the first light of sunrise. He slowly stretched his body, the morning air cool around him, already ready in his heart for another round of training. He knew waking up early was good for cultivation, so he didn't waste any time. He steadied himself and prepared to begin again. Fang Yi started using his breathing method, drawing in the golden energy carried by the morning sun, and as that warm power entered his body, his eyes gradually began glowing with a rich golden light. As the technique kept circulating, he stepped into the Ghost Axe realm and clearly felt the force of that cultivation method taking shape inside him. Then a sudden surge of energy burst through his body without warning, catching even him off guard and making him pause for a second. He quickly realized what was happening. His strength was rising again. Power flooded through every part of his body, and he immediately focused to steady it and bring it under control. Fang Yi slowly tightened his hand into a fist, clearly feeling that condensed energy gathering and stabilizing in his palm. When he summoned his key axe again, he noticed right away that it felt much lighter in his hand than before. He gripped the handle firmly, his posture drawing tight as he prepared to test what this new strength could really do. The young warrior lifted the golden axe high over his head, gathering force through his whole body as he prepared to bring it down in one heavy strike. And in that moment, he broke through into the two-star Ghost Axe realm, and the power bursting out of him was far stronger than before. His eyes looked like they were burning with golden fire now, a fierce sign of the new level he had just reached. After that breakthrough, Fang Yi could clearly feel the change in his body. He was stronger, tougher, and far more capable of enduring the pressure that came with cultivation. He had advanced this quickly because he was still drawing on the leftover energy from his earlier power-up, using that stored force to push himself forward in a short time. Even so, Fang Yi made up his mind that from here on he would cultivate more carefully, moving forward step by step instead of blindly chasing speed. But his rapidly growing strength was already drawing too much attention, which meant he needed to find a more secluded place where he could keep training in peace. Meanwhile, inside the association's office, a man suddenly sensed something unusual shift in the air around him. The disturbance in the sun-attributed energy didn't escape him for a second, and he immediately wondered if that troublesome new guy was making another scene already. Not long after, Fang Yi found a quiet, isolated spot by a river, a place where he could calmly continue setting his next plan in motion. A system screen appeared in front of him, and after reading it, he confirmed that he was ready to add a special property to his weapon. He remembered testing this process on another object before, but that item had been too weak and simply couldn't withstand the force being poured into it. This time, though, the new blade resonated smoothly with his energy and formed a solid connection with it. Soon after, a system message confirmed that the item encoding had succeeded. Excited by the success of his newly empowered weapon, Fang Yi immediately got into position to test just how terrifying its power really was. The result stunned even him. The sword released an astonishing amount of force, and a massive golden beam burst from the blade and shot straight into the sky. After the strike, the young warrior landed with his sword still wrapped in blazing energy, his whole body humming as that powerful force continued moving through him. That one swing had nearly started a fire, and seeing the aftermath made Fang Yi realize just how dangerous and destructive his strength had already become. The smoke from the attack was huge and impossible to miss, so he immediately knew someone might have seen it. He needed to leave, fast. Elsewhere, a girl was already racing at high speed toward the thick smoke he had left behind, rapidly closing the distance. As she ran, she complained in frustration that she had only stepped away for a moment, yet somehow still managed to miss everything important. Then all at once the young woman stopped in her tracks, her expression changing the moment she saw what was ahead. The river itself was boiling, hovering over the damaged area, The agent stared in disbelief and wondered what exactly that new guy had done to this place. She could already picture herself getting scolded later, because ever since this mysterious person showed up, nearly everything around her had started going wrong. Just then, a flash of golden light in the distance caught her eye, and her gaze sharpened immediately with fresh curiosity. What she sensed next genuinely shocked her. It shouldn't have been possible. His power had jumped from 1 star to 2 stars that quickly. And on top of that, he had even created a spirit weapon. The association only had 2 weapons like that in total. And even now, the method for creating them still wasn't fully understood or mastered. That made the girl deeply suspicious. And she couldn't stop wondering how someone working completely on his own could have gained this kind of power. Still, after thinking it through, she told herself she might be mistaken and decided to clean up the mess he had left behind first. Far away from all of that, Fang Yi thought about how his weapon now successfully carried the Yang attribute, but even with that achievement, one thought still stayed with him. Since the system could encode nearly anything, he decided not to stop there. He pushed the blade even further and started adding more traits into it. Then his phone suddenly buzzed. A message from a total stranger popped up, and that was when it hit him. He had completely forgotten to stay hidden. Now some unknown person was inviting him into a pioneers group. He was genuinely caught off guard when he learned that official members were supposed to be at least in the Ghost Axe realm. The stranger quickly explained the situation. A brand new pollution zone had just appeared, and they wanted him to join a group hunt there. After asking for the location, Fang Yi received a file in return. Inside was detailed information on the lava dragon of the Shadow River. The zone was filled with lava, and it carried the same Yang attribute as his own power. Fang Yi thought it over briefly, then accepted the invitation. Meanwhile, far away in Binmu district, a team had already gathered on site, waiting for Old Lee's friend to finally arrive. One of the members mentioned that the girl's map had been incredibly precise, which was why he had been able to find this place so easily. The blonde girl thanked everyone for coming, then calmly reminded them that if they wanted this to work, they would need to cooperate. She came from the Cultivation Association, and to be honest, she was a little disappointed. The pioneers who had shown up were not nearly as strong as she had hoped. What most people didn't know was that the Cultivation Association was actually tied to the government. It had taken a huge effort for her to get in, and her family had even called in favors to make it happen. That was exactly why she couldn't bear the idea of failing here. Right then, one of the explorers looked up, spotted the newcomer approaching, and immediately called out his name, Fang Yi. Fang Yi arrived with a powerful presence, his newly forged sword in hand, and introduced himself in a calm, confident voice. The agent visibly stiffened at the pressure coming off him, but when she focused on his aura more carefully, she realized it wasn't crushing at all. It felt warm, steady, and strangely reassuring. Now that everyone was finally here, the leader gave the signal, and the whole group began moving toward the cave entrance together. Fang Yi stepped to the front without hesitation and told the blonde agent to take care of the lighting from behind him. The team went deeper into the cave. One of them warned Fang Yi to watch the loose rocks overhead, while the others quietly found it strange that the place still wasn't as hot as they had expected. As he led the way, Fang Yi couldn't help thinking about how quickly these people had accepted him. In a time like this, that kind of trust and companionship felt unexpectedly real. Fang Yi kept moving forward, and before long the ground under his feet began to change color. That alone was enough to tell him danger was close. A moment later, they stepped into a massive open chamber and froze. Stretching across the cavern was a river of boiling lava. Before anyone could react, Fang Yi rushed straight toward it, making the blonde agent shout for him not to do anything reckless. To everyone's disbelief, he drove his sword straight into the lava. The explorers panicked instantly and cried out in alarm. A violent blast of fire exploded outward, throwing the whole team backward, while Fang Yi's system suddenly detected a worldwide anomaly and began analyzing the data pouring in. As Fang Yi forced his sword deeper into the lava, the system broke the anomaly apart and uncovered a new power called Inner Flame. It was a force with terrifying internal heat and explosive properties. At the same time, it derived a new move, the Scarlet Flame Sword Technique, which released that power the moment the blade was drawn, covering the sword in blazing fire and crackling lightning. No more hesitation left. Fang Yi tightened his grip on the sword. Both his eyes and the blade flared with burning power, as if this technique had been made specifically for his Tang sword. Down below, the other explorers were still sprawled on the ground where the blast had thrown them, and all they could do was stare in shock as Fang Yi stood completely unharmed inside a swirling vortex of fire. Only then did they realize his weapon was pulling in the power of the lava itself. Fang Yi then spent his script points and permanently engraved the Scarlet Flame attribute into the sword, leaving it blazing with a fierce new power. When the flames finally faded, his teammates assumed he had only gone through a small cultivation accident and had already recovered from it. The whole group lit up with excitement when they realized the cave's spiritual energy had stabilized. One person happily celebrated that he could finally absorb it without trouble. while another, just about to step onto the cultivation path, excitedly shouted Zhang Xiaoya's name. The blonde agent Zhang Xiaoya told them to take full advantage of the chance and cultivate while she kept watch. The team thanked her at once for giving them that opportunity, but that brief calm didn't last. Zhang Xiaoya suddenly sensed several figures approaching the entrance and quickly warned everyone that other pioneers had arrived. 3 heavily built men stepped into the cave. Leading them was a one-eyed man with an eye patch and glowing red eyes, who arrogantly declared that this resource-rich place belonged to them now. Zhang Xiaoya's heart dropped immediately. She recognized at once that all 3 of the newcomers had reached the 1-star Ghost Axe realm, far beyond what her current team could handle. Even so, Zhang Xiaoya kept herself calm and tried to reason with them. She politely pointed out that her group had arrived first, and even offered to let them join in. Her attempt at diplomacy was met with pure contempt. The eye-patch-wearing leader mocked her weak cultivation and told them to leave if they knew what was good for them. Zhang Xiaoya's expression turned cold. She understood better than anyone the brutal rule of the strong devouring the weak in this new age. But as a member of the Xia Nations Association, she also knew she couldn't just stand there and accept it. Just as the standoff was about to break into violence, Fang Yi stepped forward and placed himself between Zhang Xiaoya and the hostile leader, his sword already burning in his hand. He looked straight at the huge man and coldly asked if he really had nothing better to do than bully a young woman. The eye-patch-wearing leader froze, so stunned he couldn't answer right away. Without pausing for even a second, Fang Yi swung out a single, overwhelming slash that burst into a fiery explosion and sent all 3 attackers flying through the air. Even Fang Yi's own teammates were jolted out of meditation by the sheer force of that strike. He remembered all the tragedies caused by people who worshipped the law of the strong, and he understood one thing clearly: only absolute power could make men like that listen. To make that point even clearer, Fang Yi drove his blade into the ground right in front of the rival leader. Wrapped in a vast golden aura, he gave them one cold command: get lost. Terrified by that second display, the leader called Fang Yi a monster and screamed for his men to run, while Fang Yi simply stood there and watched them flee in panic. The moment the danger was gone, his teammates rushed over, all of them buzzing with excitement and disbelief at the strength Fang Yi had just shown. Fang Yi just smiled it off, like it was nothing worth talking about. Then he calmly told them they shouldn't stay here any longer and ought to leave before more trouble showed up. As they headed out, Zhang Xiaoya kept replaying everything in her head. The more she thought about the strength Fang Yi had shown, the more certain she became that what they had seen was only a small piece of what he was really capable of. By that point, she was already convinced he was an elite pioneer of the highest value, and that realization hit her hard. This wasn't some ordinary find. She knew she had to report it back to her organization immediately. The scene then cuts away from the mountain and over to the office of the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association, where the mood is far heavier than the bright daylight outside. There, a woman speaking with Zhang Xiaoya over the phone repeated the news in disbelief. She almost couldn't believe what she was hearing as she asked again if another high-attribute pioneer had really appeared. The office worker immediately got flustered after saying that out loud. Her face tightened when she realized she had spoken too openly, especially with an imposing man standing silently behind her, listening to every word. Trying to recover, she awkwardly confirmed the report, forced out a stiff response, and quickly ended the call before she let anything more slip. The young woman turned around and cheerfully asked her gray-haired superior if they had somehow gotten lucky enough to discover 2 high-attributed pioneers back-to-back, but his expression stayed grim. In a low, serious voice, he corrected her and said this had nothing to do with luck. In his eyes, every high-attribute individual was bound to grow into a new center of power, and dealing with people like that was not a blessing. It was a burden, and a heavy one at that. Under the broad, sunny sky, Fang Yi finally returned to the city. He looked calm on the outside, but his mind was already turning over everything that had happened. He tried to pass himself off as a cosplayer to avoid drawing attention, but it barely helped. With that overwhelming presence of his and a sword that looked all too real, people ended up staring at him even more. His casual walk through the city didn't last long. The moment he checked his phone, he saw that news of the cave incident had already spread online and was going viral at shocking speed. Seeing that, he clicked his tongue and blamed his own carelessness. He knew the eruption of his inner flame had been far too eye-catching for anyone nearby to miss. He quickly dismissed the idea that his teammates had betrayed him. There was no point wasting time on suspicion right now. Instead, his attention shifted to the much more urgent problem building inside his body. The massive surge of yang energy he had absorbed was already forcing him toward another breakthrough. Fast. There was no time to hesitate, so he immediately headed for the back mountain in search of a quiet place where he could advance without interruption. Only 5 minutes later, on that same mountain beneath the open sky, someone else happened to be nearby. That person was a silver-haired young woman named Su Qingying. On the surface, she worked in garden restoration, but behind that calm appearance was strength far beyond what her gentle profession suggested. While going about her work, Su Qingying suddenly felt a powerful presence erupt in the distance. It was so sudden and intense that her whole body tensed on instinct. She looked up and saw a burst of light blooming ahead like a miniature sun. In that instant she recognized it for what it was. A cultivator was breaking through into the 3-star Ghost Axe realm. The sheer scale of that energy made her stop cold. She had never imagined that a breakthrough at that level could release something so vast, so violent, and so monstrous. A sudden sense of duty mixed with a flash of recognition in the back of her mind, and Su Qingying's eyes sharpened immediately. Without wasting another second, she rushed straight toward the disturbance at full speed, silently vowing that this time, no matter what, she would catch the mysterious person behind it, high up on the mountain, far from the noise of the city. Fang Yi had already settled down and fully focused on breaking through, shutting everything else out. He drew in huge torrents of golden energy from every direction. The power spun wildly around him, then gradually gathered above his head into a radiant sphere that shone like a newborn sun. As he meditated in midair, the force building behind him condensed into a complex, star-shaped divine form. Golden arcs of energy crackled across his skin, his eyes burned with power, and every breath became part of the struggle to keep that violent surge under control. At last, all that raging power began to merge, layer by layer, until it formed a giant divine axe made of pure golden and pale blue energy, dazzling to look at and crackling with terrifying force. By then, Su Qingying had arrived. But the moment she saw the scene in front of her, she stopped dead. For a few seconds, she could only stare. The mysterious figure was already at the final stage, and the divine axe he had formed looked ready to come crashing down at any moment. What shook her most wasn't just the amount of spiritual energy, it was the control. Every movement was steady, precise, almost effortless. She couldn't understand how anyone could command that much power so flawlessly, and one stunned thought rose in her mind. Had this man been secretly cultivating for centuries? The sight struck her so deeply that it pulled up an old, painful memory she had never truly forgotten. Su Qingying suddenly remembered her own attempt to break through into Ghost Axe 2-star. Back then, the pressure from her divine axe had been unbearable. It pushed back against her, shattered her rhythm, and made her cough up blood on the spot. After that, she had spent a full week stuck in bed. She had always been called gifted, stronger than most, and yet she had still failed that badly. So looking at Fang Yi now, she simply couldn't understand how this monster of a man could endure a breakthrough even greater than hers, as if it were nothing. The closer she got, the more unreal the whole scene became. The air on the mountain was packed with spiritual energy, every movement of the axe was controlled with impossible precision, and even the force coming off it felt like it had been refined thousands of times over. There was no impurity, no instability, not a single bit of wasted power. At that point, Su Qingying couldn't even describe him as merely talented or monstrous anymore. In her eyes, he looked more like a god descending from the heavens than a human cultivator. She also noticed how calm he stayed through the entire process. Most pioneers, once they sensed a breakthrough coming, would rush through it in panic or excitement, afraid the chance might slip away. But this man moved with the quiet steadiness of someone who had already weathered countless storms. Every choice carried deep experience, and there was something about him that felt like an ancient master. Her thoughts were cut off in an instant when the giant, blazing divine axe finally began to move. She held her breath and watched as the overwhelming weapon shifted with clear intent, then swung out toward the east. At the very peak of his power, Fang Yi's eyes blazed with pure golden light, while thin cracks of raw energy spread across his face like glowing fractures barely containing what was inside him. He floated at the center of a blinding storm of golden force, his body surrounded by raging brilliance as he successfully brought that enormous mass of energy under control and forced it to evolve. Then a system window appeared before him, crisp and undeniable, confirming the result. He had officially stepped into the Ghost Axe realm, 2-star. Newly formed divine axe then slammed into the earth with unstoppable force, releasing all of its stored power in one massive shockwave that tore violently across the mountain. Su Qingying was hit head-on by that terrifying blast, and had to brace herself with everything she had just to stay on her feet against the sweeping wave of golden energy. The remaining force carved a massive path straight through the forest before gradually fading into silence. And by the time Su Qingying lifted her head again, the mysterious man was already gone without a trace. Breathing hard from the chase and the frustration of it all, Su Qingying could hardly believe she had missed him again, especially when she had reached the area in less than 30 seconds. A troubling thought soon crossed her mind. He must have realized someone was tracking him, and if he stayed this cautious, this elusive, and this hard to pin down, then her mission to recruit him into the association might be doomed from the start. Just as she was about to give up and pull back, she suddenly paused. An idea flashed through her mind. Instead of staring at the torn path left behind by the shockwave, she turned toward a giant old tree nearby, its trunk still faintly glowing with leftover golden light. That tiny detail gave her a new sense of certainty. Looking into the woods that seemed empty, she respectfully called out to him as senior, and asked if he was still somewhere nearby. From the deep shadows of the forest, Fang Yi finally stepped out. His hooded figure carried a quiet, almost chilling confidence. His red eyes were still faintly glowing, and the moment he looked at Su Qingying, he immediately understood that she was the one who had been investigating him these past few days. Now that she had been found out, Su Qingying forced herself to stay composed and introduced herself formally without backing away. She said she was the captain of the Firefly Squad under the Spiritual Practitioners Association of Jaya Nation, and also one of the nation's earliest pioneers. Then, on behalf of the association, she sincerely invited him to join them. She openly admitted that she had been following him for the past 2 days and said she hoped her methods hadn't made him think badly of her intentions. Through all of it, Fang Yi said nothing, and whatever expression lay beneath his hood remained impossible to read. Trying to strengthen her case, Su Qingying added that although the public still knew nothing about it, all of the association's official documents had already been fully prepared. But on the inside, she was extremely tense. Every word had to be chosen carefully, because she had no idea whether she was already offending him or testing the patience of someone far stronger than herself. She knew her tone had to stay soft, respectful, and controlled. But before she could continue with the speech she had prepared, Fang Yi cut straight through it with one simple question. "Why should I join?" The blunt question completely threw Su Qingying off. She froze for a moment, then started to stammer as panic rushed into her head. In that instant, she realized that polite slogans and empty promises would mean absolutely nothing to someone as sharp as him. So she chose the only thing she felt she could still offer him, the truth. Steadying herself, she explained the association's purpose as plainly as possible. Jia Nation wanted to gather the early pioneers, unite them, guide them onto a more organized path, and offer them stronger protection as the world continued to change. She admitted that everything was still chaotic and uncertain, and that to someone like him, an organized group could easily sound like a cage meant to restrain a free spirit. Even so, she asked him to look beyond that. A great return of spiritual energy was coming, and when it fully arrived, they would all need to stand together against the unknown enemies waiting in the future. After quietly listening to her sincere and passionate explanation, Fang Yi simply leaned back against a nearby tree. He looked tired, relaxed, and not especially moved. Then he gave her a plain answer. He was not willing to join. At least for now, he said, he still couldn't fully trust either her or the association behind her. Su Qingying was completely stunned by how directly he refused her. Her eyes widened as if she hadn't even seriously prepared herself for the chance that he would reject her that cleanly. Faced with that refusal, Su Qingying immediately grew anxious. In a hurry, she reached into her jacket and pulled out her identification card, as if that one item might still be enough to turn things around. Holding the card up where he could clearly see it, she quickly introduced herself again as Su Qingying and added that before the return of spiritual energy, she had once been a well-known athlete. There was an unmistakable plea in her voice as she asked him to believe her, hoping her former public identity might give him at least one reason to trust that she was sincere. Fang Yi paused at that, and his expression shifted ever so slightly as he thought over her words. Then he touched his chin and said that he now vaguely remembered who she was. A memory surfaced in Fang Yi's mind with surprising clarity, a framed photo of Su Qingying standing on a podium after taking second place in Jaya Nation's long-distance championship. In that moment, he understood that her natural athletic talent was exactly what had made her such a fast, sharp, and capable pioneer. But that brief softness in his expression faded almost immediately. His face hardened as a dark memory from his previous life rose without warning, bringing with it the image of a ruined city drowned in death, silence, and despair. He knew better than anyone that in the original timeline, Jia Nation's efforts, including everything the association had tried to build, had still ended in failure. Humanity had been driven to destruction all the same. Now that he had returned with the system, he understood that this time, he had to become part of the answer. Even so, joining the association now still wasn't the right choice for him. So Fang Yi put on a more thoughtful, measured look, turned back to the hopeful Su Qingying, and calmly confirmed that yes, he did remember her after all. He told her he would think about the offer she had made. And before Su Qingying could answer or press the matter any further, he suddenly leaped into the air and shot away at incredible speed, vanishing almost the instant he moved. Then, just as suddenly, he appeared right behind the startled Su Qingying, making her tense up at once. In a firm tone that left no room for argument, he gave her one condition. For now, she was to keep his whereabouts secret from everyone. At the same time, Fang Yi quietly noted her respectful attitude and guessed that the association was being extremely careful not to provoke powerful pioneers who had not joined them. He recognized that caution immediately as a weakness he could use. While Su Qingying, sensing there was still room to talk, quickly offered a compromise. She explained that the association had already picked up the energy released during his breakthrough, so she had no choice but to file a report. Still, she proposed sending one mixed with truth and falsehood, enough to protect his identity while still satisfying her superiors. Fang Yi considered that for a brief moment, then quietly nodded and agreed. Su Qingying tried to call out to Fang Yi the moment he accepted. But in the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared again, leaving nothing but empty air behind. She immediately ran down the mountain after him, moving as fast as she could through the rough terrain. But it was no use. There wasn't a trace of him anywhere. Tired, annoyed, and out of options, Su Qingying walked alone along a damp forest path, muttering under her breath in growing frustration about how many times she had already failed to catch him and how he was obviously avoiding her now. Letting out a weary sigh, she grumbled about the exhausting job of cleaning up and erasing the powerful energy traces he left behind after every incident. Her irritated thoughts were suddenly cut off by a voice in her earpiece, telling her to stop dwelling on that impossible-to-track pioneer and refocus on the mission already in front of her. Then the voice informed her in a serious tone that the strange creatures had appeared again. Su Qingying froze where she stood, her eyes widening as she asked, almost in disbelief, whether they had really come back. A terrifying memory instantly flashed through her mind. She saw herself trapped in the middle of a pack of wolf-like creatures, their mouths slick with blood and their red eyes glowing with savage hunger in the dark. She knew she would never forget those bloody, unnatural beasts for as long as she lived. The story then reveals what they truly were: cold, vicious, bloodthirsty monsters born from the contamination zones created by the return of spiritual energy. These creatures fed on the zones themselves, growing stronger and evolving into monsters that hunted and devoured humans. Some of them could even disguise themselves as natural disasters, hiding behind destruction while tearing apart entire regions and creating new contamination zones along the way. If no one stopped them, they would keep consuming the human world piece by piece until nothing was left. Not long after that, a heavy storm suddenly crashed down over the city with frightening force. At night, the sky was no longer lit by ordinary streetlights, but by relentless flashes of violent lightning splitting the darkness again and again. Rain came down in sheets, pounding against windows and streets, while red emergency alerts lit up people's phones one after another, warning of a severe thunderstorm and urging everyone to stay indoors. Another alert followed soon after, announcing that the Yuhuang Mountain area had been officially closed because of the growing risk of flooding and related danger. Standing by their windows, people stared out at the terrifying weather and remarked that they hadn't seen a storm this severe in years. Some even joked nervously that maybe some powerful being was up on the mountain going through a lightning tribulation. Hidden in a narrow, rain-soaked alley, Fang Yi watched the storm with a grim, focused look, one red eye glowing faintly in the dark. He could clearly feel the enormous thunder energy saturating the air, and he recognized at once how wild and violent it was. This was no ordinary storm. It was another anomaly, and all that terrifying power was gathering toward a single point. His gaze moved past the rows of buildings and distant city lights before locking onto a faraway mountain peak, where bolts of lightning were striking over and over without pause. In that instant, he knew he had found the true center of the storm. Without the slightest hesitation, Fang Yi rushed straight into the pouring rain, leaping across rooftops at explosive speed as he headed for the mountain through the storm. The moment Fang Yi reached the foot of Yuhuang Mountain, the system reacted immediately and confirmed that a contamination zone had been detected. He raised his eyes toward the peak, but instead of the familiar beauty the mountain usually had, he saw a grim, twisted landscape, with skeletal remains scattered among warped trees, as if death had already taken the whole place. At the same time, another system notice appeared, making things even worse by stating that the contamination level was unknown. Even so, Fang Yi didn't stop for a single moment. With a steady, determined look in his eyes, he stepped into the dark woods beneath the storm and moved deeper into the zone. As he pushed closer to the heart of the storm, a massive bolt of blue lightning suddenly slammed into the summit, lighting up the entire mountain in a harsh, blinding flash. That one strike was enough for Fang Yi to know he had found exactly what he came for. Inside the Spiritual Practitioners Association's command center, officials were already gathered in a tense emergency meeting. At the front of the room, a large screen showed a swirling vortex of blue energy hanging over the mountain peak. One official reported that the danger level on Mount Yuhuang was rising at an alarming rate, forcing them to seal the area and classify it as a new contamination zone. Hearing that, the association leader, his face grim and heavy, said the situation had become serious enough that he had no choice but to pull Su Qingying away from another important mission. He then asked her for a direct report. Su Qingying informed the room that climbing the mountain was currently impossible, because the thunder energy there had become dangerously unstable and could erupt at any moment. For that reason, the area had already been officially designated as an A-level contamination zone. She followed with even worse news based on the speed at which the energy was growing. The mountain would soon escalate into an S-level threat, forcing them to activate their highest emergency response plan. But even as she said that, she pointed out there was an even bigger problem underneath it all. According to the association's current data, none of the explorers they had available could safely approach the area. Su Qingying admitted it openly, not even she could handle it. A wave of shock spread through the room as the calculations made one thing painfully clear. Even for highly advanced explorers, this mission would amount to certain death. Faced with that impossible reality, a man in a security uniform immediately ordered the entire foot of Mount Yuhuang to be sealed off, with patrol teams sent out around the clock to stop anyone from attempting to climb it. The association leader gave a firm nod and agreed at once. In a hard voice, he declared that their only option for now was to contain the threat by sealing the mountain completely, and that no one was to go near it until the concentration of thunder energy finally dropped. But while the association judged Mount Yuhuang too dangerous for anyone to enter, Fang Yi was already deep inside the contamination zone, moving straight toward its heart. Massive bolts of blue lightning crashed down all around him, each one violent enough to rip through rock, earth, and trees in an instant. Even with the storm raging wildly around him, Fang Yi stood his ground without flinching, protected by the golden aura created by his breathing technique. Still, he knew that simply surviving inside the storm wasn't enough. If he wanted the purest and most concentrated thunder energy, then he had to climb all the way to the very center of it at the mountain's peak. That decision wasn't reckless. It came from the dark memories he carried from the past. He knew better than anyone that the creatures appearing now were only the beginning, and that far more terrifying monsters would emerge later. He understood with absolute clarity that his current fire-based abilities alone were not enough to face the disasters still waiting ahead. He needed to become stronger through his own body and strength, instead of continuing to rely too heavily on the power of his weapon. Standing in the middle of that violent lightning, Fang Yi realized this was a rare and nearly perfect chance to use the thunder energy itself to temper and strengthen his body. He knew very clearly that if he let this chance slip away and failed to grow stronger now, then the disasters ahead would almost certainly lead him to death. With golden light blazing in his eyes, Fang Yi drew his flaming sword, roared in open defiance at the storm above, and drove the blade straight into a massive bolt of blue lightning. The wild thunder energy exploded through his body in an instant, bringing pain so intense it felt like it might tear him apart from the inside, and yet Fang Yi's face never changed. He endured it with grim determination, refusing to bend. His whole body shook violently as the raging electricity ripped through him, every muscle locking up under the brutal force as if his flesh and bones were being pounded apart from the inside. In that moment, Fang Yi realized this thunder power was not some passive force of nature. It felt like divine punishment made real. A violent will that was actively resisting him and trying to crush him where he stood. The storm itself seemed enraged that he had stepped into its territory. Its madness rolled across the sky like something alive, as if it were screaming at him to retreat, give up, and stop this reckless act of defiance. Staring up into the chaos overhead, Fang Yi forced himself to think through the pain. How was he supposed to make a force this wild submit to him? Then an idea flashed through his mind. He steadied his breathing, calmed his heart, and recalled the system's rule. If he wanted to claim a power, he first had to make direct contact with its source. A blazing wave of golden aura burst from his body as he pushed the golden sun breathing technique to its limit. Refusing to let the storm drive him back, Fang Yi roared and surged forward, swinging his flaming sword to carve a burning path through the raging sea of blue lightning. The clash between his radiant golden power and the storm's savage thunder force set off a massive chaotic explosion that shook the whole mountain and sent violent currents tearing through the air. Blood slipped from the corner of Fang Yi's mouth under the crushing strain. But his eyes only burned brighter, filled with a fierce resolve and a stubborn refusal to fall. He knew better than anyone that this was a desperate gamble with no safe ending. If he wanted even a chance to survive what was coming in the future, then he had to push past his limit, stand at death's edge, and risk everything right now. At last, after forcing his way through that merciless torrent of thunder and pain, Fang Yi finally reached the mountain's peak. The moment he stepped into the very heart of the storm, he drove his sword into the ground with brutal force, splitting the rock beneath him. Here, the thunder power was far more terrifying than it had been below, a violent flood of raw energy so dense and oppressive that even breathing felt difficult. Standing there, Fang Yi could clearly feel the storm's full attention settle on him. It was no longer trying to drive him away, now it wanted him dead. As if responding to that challenge, the storm gathered all of its power into one terrifying strike and hurled a massive beam of white-hot lightning straight at him, a final blow so overwhelming it was clearly meant to erase him completely. Just as Fang Yi faced that ultimate strike head-on, the system suddenly activated. It detected an extremely powerful thunder attribute inside the attack and immediately began processing and analyzing it. Far below in the city, people stood by the windows of a tall building and stared at the distant mountain in shock. One man held up his phone to take a picture and muttered that he had never seen lightning that huge in his life. Another looked into the sky and half joked, half believed that maybe some god was undergoing a heavenly trial, even swearing he had seen the outline of a person inside the storm. At the mountain peak, the struggle ended in a blinding explosion of light that lit up the storm itself. Fang Yi had won, a system message appeared to confirm it, announcing that he had obtained refined divine thunder power and could now summon heavenly lightning to temper his body into something godlike. As an extra reward for surviving and succeeding, the system granted him 5 riding points. Now, floating in mid-air, surrounded by crackling blue lightning and the glow of his golden aura, Feng Yi quietly grasped the nature of his new power. Thunder was a top-tier attribute, terrifying in both offense and defense. Unlike his sun power, which leaned more toward protection and endurance, thunder could refine the body itself and turn it into a far more violent, concentrated form of energy. He quickly decided that from this moment on, thunder would become both his spear and his shield. And the more he understood it, the clearer it became that this power was not only about destruction. Hidden inside it was purification, rebirth, and the force of violent renewal. He could feel that new energy moving through him, sinking into his bones, muscles, and veins, strengthening his body piece by piece without bringing the pain he had expected. Then the system presented him with another choice, offering an upgrade called Punish Evil. It promised double critical damage and asked whether he wanted to spend riding points to unlock it now. After descending gently and landing without a sound, Feng Yi lowered his gaze and began thinking carefully about what to do with this newly gained power. His first instinct was to channel the thunder attribute straight into his Tang sword and strengthen the blade even further. But he didn't rush it. He paused and weighed the idea with unusual care. Doing that would definitely make the weapon stronger, but Feng Yi worried it might disrupt the purity of the sun attribute already stored inside it. He also understood that cramming too many different forces into one weapon could make it unstable, or worse, ruin it completely. Then, all at once, a sharper and much bolder idea came to him. Looking down at his own hand, Feng Yi made a different decision. Instead of placing the thunder attribute into the sword, he chose to implant it directly into his right hand. The system immediately responded, asking whether he wished to infuse the selected item with the thunder attribute. A confident, almost amused smirk spread across his face as he gave the command, without the slightest hesitation. In the very next instant, all the wild blue lightning still lingering in the air rushed toward his right hand in a violent stream, as if the entire storm had just been seized and claimed by him alone. By the next day, the immediate danger on the storm-shattered peak of Mount Yuhuang had already passed. Below a cliffside, Su Qingying stood beside an army officer named Han Li, and together they looked down at numerous body bags lined up in grim silence. Su Qingying reported that the contamination zone's energy had dropped in a strangely sudden way, falling from its highest danger level to a mild one in only 3 hours, though traces of electricity still lingered in the air. Han Li listened to her report, and almost immediately formed his conclusion. Someone had definitely been here. In his judgment, it had to be a seeker. Someone who hunted dangerous events like this instead of avoiding them. Su Qingying was visibly taken aback by that idea. She wondered out loud whether another seeker had really been involved, and more importantly, whether anyone could actually survive something like what had happened here. She crouched down and carefully searched the area for any clue that might have been left behind, but she couldn't sense anything useful. In the end, she could only guess that the heavy rain from the night before had washed away whatever traces had once been there. After piecing the timing together, she concluded that the seeker must have safely left the mountain at around 8 o'clock the night before. Han Li agreed with her estimate, noting that the strange event had first begun around 6 p.m. and that the army had sealed the mountain by 7 p.m., which meant the seeker must have climbed it before the lockdown began. He further pointed out that their instruments had predicted the threat would rise to S grade, yet after 8 p.m., the energy had suddenly started collapsing instead. Standing at the point where the lightning had once been strongest, Han Li gave his own theory. He believed the seeker had not only survived the storm, but most likely possessed a thunder-related ability and had turned a deadly disaster into an extraordinary opportunity. From that, he concluded that this mysterious person was the direct cause of the sudden change in the mountain's condition. Then, Han Li voiced his biggest concern. People like this were the most dangerous of all because no one yet knew whose side they would choose. Su Qingying agreed immediately, adding that if someone this powerful ever became a real threat, the disaster they could bring would be almost beyond imagination. That was exactly why they had to find this person as quickly as possible. Miles away from all of that, Feng Yi was sitting comfortably on his couch, completely unaware that a military operation was now starting to focus on him, when he suddenly let out a loud, unexpected sneeze. Back on the mountain, Han Li made his decision without delay. In a firm voice, he gave a direct order to his troops. Find this person immediately, no matter the cost. As soon as the order was given, he assigned the mysterious target a temporary code name of his own. From that point on, they would refer to him as the Tyrant. The investigation on Mount Yuhuang began at once. The army hoped the Spiritual Practitioners Association would be able to recruit the mysterious individual known as the Tyrant as soon as possible. Until then, they would keep every detail of the incident hidden from the public and quietly carry out a separate investigation of their own. On the rain-soaked peak, the association leader told Han Li that they already had a high-level pioneer trying to make contact with the unknown person. After saying that, he turned towards Su Qingying and ordered her to deliver her report directly to the major. Caught completely off guard by that sudden command, Su Qingying sucked in a sharp breath and visibly panicked for a brief second. Forced to think fast, she immediately began giving the half-true report she had already prepared in her mind. To make it believable, she tied the current mountain incident to the mysterious pioneer who had recently cleared the contamination zone at a local university. Inside, her nerves were in total chaos. She was terrified that one wrong word might expose her secret arrangement with Fang Yi. Even so, she forced herself to keep going, explaining that she had been trying to make contact with him but that he was extremely difficult to track down. She mentioned the corpse of the mutated rabbit he had killed and used that evidence to correctly identify his Yang Flame attribute. She finished by promising that she would do everything she could to get closer to him and learn how he had cleared the university's gate. All the while, she silently prayed that everything would go smoothly, knowing that mixing truth with lies was the only way to make the story believable. Han Li listened carefully to every word, his mind clearly turning over what it meant for a pioneer to possess a Yang Flame attribute. In the end, he seemed satisfied with her report. He thanked her for her hard work, and even praised her as a talented young pioneer. Su Qingying immediately straightened up, gave him a crisp salute, and replied that it was simply her duty. Once the meeting was over, Han Li remarked that they would release false reports blaming natural disasters in order to keep the truth from the public. He also made it clear that he did not agree with posting information about spiritual energy online, where dangerous people might make use of it. While the officials continued discussing the matter, Su Qingying quietly let out a long breath, deeply relieved that the difficult questioning was finally over. Back at home, Fang Yi used his golden sun breathing technique to dry his white hoodie with ease. Warm golden light spread through the fabric, making it glow softly before he lifted it in his hand. Perfectly dry, clean, and without a trace of the storm left on it. After pulling the hoodie back on, he lowered his eyes and carefully examined the changes that had taken place inside his body. Even after integrating the powerful thunder attribute, he could still clearly sense how much his condition had changed. The difference was obvious, deep, and impossible to mistake. He looked down at his right hand, where blue lightning now crackled softly across his skin. That hand had changed completely, becoming the strongest part of his body and gaining an enormous boost in power. As Feng Yi slowly flexed his fingers and watched small spheres of lightning gather and dance between them, he could already feel another breakthrough approaching. What surprised him most, though, was how the once savage thunder attribute had become as tame as a kitten after fusing into his body, letting him control it with effortless precision. He compared it to the unbearable pain he had gone through when he first awakened the Yang attribute, and the difference was impossible to miss. It made him wonder if these energies naturally became gentler once the fusion was complete. Then he remembered the system's note that this new power could deal double damage to strange and evil creatures, and that immediately caught his attention. He genuinely wanted to test it for himself. That train of thought was suddenly cut off by a sharp alert tone from the phone resting on the nearby table. Fang Yi reached over, picked it up, and narrowed his eyes slightly, wondering what problem had appeared this time. After the last incident, he had deliberately set up special news alerts on his phone. In times this chaotic, he knew the government would keep issuing emergency warnings to protect the public, and he had no intention of missing any sign of danger. But to a pioneer like him, those warnings meant more than simple notices to stay away. Every crisis hid an opportunity. Behind every life-threatening event, there was also a chance to grow stronger, even if claiming that chance meant walking straight into mortal danger. Thinking about his next move, Fang Yi lowered his gaze and focused on the major alert now glowing on his phone screen. The report said a massive explosion had just taken place inside a chemical plant, causing serious pollution in part of the city. Officially, the announcement claimed that no one had been injured and urged the public to remain calm. But to Fang Yi, something on that scale felt far too suspicious to accept at face value. He immediately checked the online forums, and the eyewitness accounts painted a much darker picture. People living nearby described a deeply unsettling feeling they couldn't really explain, something cold and wrong that made their skin crawl. One person asked if it had felt like some kind of evil aura, and another quickly replied that it was exactly that. Even with plenty of skeptical voices mixed in, the overall mood online was still full of dread, fear, and growing unease. The phrase cold and evil aura hit Fang Yi immediately. It felt disturbingly familiar, like something he had heard before in a much darker place. Then, without warning, a terrifying memory from his past life surged back into his mind, bringing with it the image of a bloody hand and a monstrous figure so horrifying that his expression hardened at once. He remembered hiding in sheer terror as a giant crimson demonic beast rampaged through everything around him, tearing destruction across the land while he could do nothing but survive and watch. That creature, a disgusting rat-like monster covered in multiple eyes, was not something he could ever mistake. It was a threat he knew all too well. Back in the present, Fang Yi's face turned completely serious, and the last trace of casual calm vanished from his eyes. He remembered exactly what kind of beings these creatures were. They had once been ordinary plants or animals, but after gaining self-awareness, they underwent strange mutations. Their power spiraled out of control, and they developed terrifying abilities made for hunting and slaughter. Worst of all, they loved to appear under the cover of night, when fear already ruled the dark. The moment he realized this new threat was at least 100 times more dangerous than the mutated rabbit he had dealt with before, Fang Yi knew he couldn't just stay home and ignore it. He clenched his fist, and fresh blue lightning crackled across his knuckles as he made up his mind. He would go out that very night and make sure these creatures had no chance to survive, evolve, or grow stronger. As he rose to his feet, thin strands of electricity curled around him, and his eyes sharpened with purpose. It was time to test his new 200% critical strike ability in a real fight. On a dark night, heavy with storm clouds, rain fell steadily over the empty city streets, covering the world in cold reflections and restless silence. As a traffic light shifted in the wet darkness, a blur suddenly cut across the road below. A squad of cloaked figures moved through the rain at astonishing speed, so fast they almost didn't look real. These were the members of the Destroyer Squad, and tonight they weren't patrolling. They were hunting. One of them reported back to headquarters that they were currently tracking Anomaly, file number 7, codenamed Candle Night. But the target had slipped away, and they had temporarily lost it. According to the existing file, the creature had the ability to merge into darkness, making it extremely difficult to track once it disappeared from sight. The squad member then added several new and unsettling details to the record. The anomaly apparently gave off a faint sizzling sound whenever it was nearby, and it had a clear habit of feeding on humans. As lightning tore across the clouds overhead, the squad landed on a rooftop and paused there to survey the city below. Their leader, a stern man with pale hair and a scar across his face, stared into the storm and understood immediately that this weather was perfect for the creature's hunt. With grim certainty, he said they could not allow that to happen under any circumstances. Miles away, inside a brightly lit command center buzzing with activity, an operator received the latest field update and quickly confirmed that the new data for File 7, Candle Night, had been officially submitted. The situation was already being treated as serious. An extermination request was filed immediately as a high-priority matter, with a strict goal of eliminating the threat within 12 hours. Headquarters responded just as quickly. The Destroyer Squad was ordered to continue pursuing the target, but the command also made it clear that the team's own survival remained the highest operational priority. Without wasting another second, the squad launched back into motion, leaping from building to building through the rain-soaked city as the chase resumed at full speed. Their leader paused only briefly to study a glowing holographic map of the city where red markers spread across the screen showed numerous active anomalies. He knew a 12-hour response window was far from ideal, but it was the best headquarters could manage. The nation was vast, anomalies were appearing everywhere, and even their advanced system and manpower were being stretched dangerously thin. Just as the Destroyer Squad reached the edge of the target's last known location, a fresh warning came in from headquarters. The operator informed them that the zone they were about to enter was currently under observation by agents from the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association. A photo of Su Chengying appeared on their screen as the operator explained that her team was stationed nearby to monitor pioneer activity in the area and could be contacted for support if needed. The Destroyer Squad leader acknowledged the message right away and asked headquarters to request her assistance, saying he had already heard of Su Chengying's impressive work. Elsewhere, when she received the notice, Su Chengying was caught off guard and mildly surprised to learn that her reputation had spread that far. Out in the rain, the Destroyer Squad stood waiting with grim patience, stormwater dripping from their cloaks as they held position in silence. Not long after, Su Chengying arrived with her own cloaked team and took position on a higher rooftop overlooking them. One hand resting on her hip, she looked down at the squad below with easy confidence and asked if they were the ones dragging her out here for overtime. The Destroyer Squad leader did not like her relaxed tone at all. With a stern look, he told her that the Candle Night anomaly hunted and ate people, and that this was far more serious than some simple overtime complaint. One of Su Chengying's teammates immediately fired back, asking if that was really how someone was supposed to ask for help. Su Chengying turned as if she were about to leave on the spot, lightly saying that the Destroyer Squad seemed so capable they probably didn't need any help after all. She announced that her team, the Ying Squad, would be taking their leave. As they started to move, her teammates muttered among themselves, one whispering nervously about their boss's savage temper, while another defended her, saying their missions were dangerous too, and they were not here to be talked down to. The Destroyer Squad leader panicked almost immediately and hurriedly called for her to wait. Swallowing his pride, he apologized for his harsh tone and sincerely asked for her help. He explained just how dangerous Candle Night really was and admitted that without Su Chengying's well-known tracking ability, his team would be at a serious disadvantage. More than that, he stressed that if they failed here, it would be the people of the city who paid the price, because the monster would keep killing without restraint. Once they finally agreed to cooperate, the two teams stood together on the rain-swept rooftop, silent and ready, their focus locked on the hunt ahead. Su Chengying narrowed her focus, and a glowing blue orb of energy slowly formed above her palm. After a brief pause, she announced that she had found the creature's location. The orb expanded outward in pulsing waves, and its energy spread through the area like a living map until the monster's hiding place was clearly revealed. Hidden in the dark, rain-soaked ruins of a chemical plant, the monstrous rat-like creature known as Candle Knight was crouched over something, feeding in silence. Its file had described its habits clearly. It preferred darkness, damp environments, and human flesh. Seeing it there only made that description feel horrifyingly real. The moment the target was confirmed, Su Qingying's expression sharpened, and she gave the order for the joint operation to begin. The creature's senses were terrifyingly sharp. It lifted its head at once, instantly aware that it was no longer alone. It sprang away in a blur just as an attack slammed into the ground where it had been crouching a heartbeat earlier. One member of the destroyer squad shouted that the target had detected them, and immediately ordered the team to close formation. The squad moved with breathtaking speed, their cloaks streaking through the rain as they rushed after the fleeing creature. In a matter of moments, they had surrounded the monster from every direction, and with their prey finally boxed in, they shouted in unison as they prepared to strike together. One of the destroyer squad members lunged forward first, his voice cutting through the rain as he shouted the order to attack. His blow landed hard and sent the creature flying backward, crashing violently into a heap of broken rubble with stone and filthy water spraying everywhere. But instead of weakening, the monster's body began mutating even further. Its back burst open with swelling red sores, and black spikes erupted outward in a grotesque transformation that spread in an instant. With a furious, ear-splitting shriek, the enraged Candle Knight lashed back at them, unleashing a swirling vortex of dark energy that twisted through the ruined plant like a living storm. Su Qingying's face changed on the spot, and she screamed at both teams at the top of her lungs, warning them to dodge the incoming sound wave before it slammed into them. But she was a split second too late. A brutal sonic shockwave burst out from the creature, smashing through the air like an invisible sledgehammer and hurling squad members backward in every direction. Destroyer squad leader was blown straight off the rooftop and sent crashing down onto the street below, where he hit the rain-slick pavement hard. One of his teammates immediately ran after him, panic written all over his face. Bruised and unsteady, the leader pushed himself back to his feet, clearly shaken but grateful to still be alive. Through gritted teeth, he admitted that if he had reacted even a moment later, that blast would have shattered his bones instantly. At that point, the threat was obvious. If this creature stayed loose in the city any longer, the damage would be catastrophic. Then things got even worse. Right in front of them, Candle Knight began mutating again. Its body twisted and expanded, huge bat-like wings ripping out from its back as it let out a savage roar, while a sickly green glow started building deep in its throat. A moment later, it spat out a stream of corrosive black matter that tore through the air with a hiss, spreading thick green poisonous smoke all around it. Just looking at it was enough to tell it was deadly, and it aimed that foul attack straight at the ground, trying to melt through the street so it could burrow underground and escape before the squads could trap it again. One of Su Qingying's teammates quickly warned her that the monster carried a corrosive dark-type ability, and anything touched by that substance would be destroyed. She admitted, tense but direct, that their squad had no power capable of countering it head-on. Even so, Su Qingying didn't lose her composure. She stayed calm, her eyes locked on the battlefield. In a steady voice, she told her team to stay sharp and avoid disrupting the destroyer squad's formation. Their role here, she reminded them, was to gather intel, study the enemy's abilities, and support the fight with strategy, not rush in blindly. At the same time, one of the destroyer squad members gripping a dagger spotted an opening and got ready to strike before the escaping creature could slip away again. Then suddenly, from deep inside the darkness, a pair of sinister red eyes lit up, cold and hungry. The winged Candle Knight exploded forward in a violent rush, barely slipping past an attack from a squad member who had leaped in from the side to cut it off. Furious that the creature had nearly slipped past them again, the destroyer squad leader roared at his team not to let it escape no matter what. The winged monster tore through the city at frightening speed, while the cloaked members of the Ying squad chased after it through the storm-dim streets. From a rooftop above the chase, Su Qingying watched with two of her teammates. Then her expression tightened. She sensed a sudden spike of spiritual energy coming from the creature's direction, and she immediately realized something was about to happen. Without wasting a second, she ordered her teammates to stay outside while she went in deeper alone. The chase eventually led them to a large abandoned factory, dark and silent, with a heaviness in the air that felt all wrong. Once inside, Su Qingying said she would scan the surrounding spiritual energy to get a clearer sense of what they were dealing with. The destroyer squad leader noticed the advanced watch on her wrist and gave it a curious look. Su Qingying confirmed that it was a new device developed by the association, then explained that according to its readings, the safe spiritual energy threshold for a squad like theirs was 50. Just a moment ago, Candle Knight had only registered at 48. Then, without warning, the device on her wrist began flashing wildly, and the number instantly shot past 80. Su Qingying's voice rose as she shouted that the energy level was surging out of control. That exact moment, a huge shadowy figure with glowing green eyes appeared silently high above them in the rafters, watching them like a predator that had been waiting there all along. That was when the truth hit. They had walked straight into a trap. Horror flashed across Su Qingying's face as she realized there was more than one creature hiding inside the factory. Then, from the darkness behind them, the grotesque face of a second monster slowly emerged, enormous and unnatural. The destroyer squad leader panicked immediately and shouted that they had to retreat. Taking charge right away, Su Qingying called for a tactical withdrawal toward the main entrance, hoping to force the hidden enemy to reveal itself completely. She fired off a blast of energy to tear open a path through the danger, yelling for everyone to move and follow her at once. But before they could break free, Su Qingying suddenly cried out and collapsed. Her body giving out as an unseen poisonous gas overwhelmed her senses and stole control from her limbs. When her vision finally steadied, Su Qingying found herself standing alone in the factory's vast green haze, swallowed up by an eerie darkness that felt almost alive around her. She called for her teammates, her voice echoing into the empty space. But nothing answered her back. She could still tell they were somewhere close, but the poison had dulled their senses so badly that they could no longer detect her presence. Little by little, the entire trap came together in her mind. Candle Night had lured them here on purpose, because this place was the territory of something far stronger, a giant serpent whose presence she had only barely sensed before. As if that realization had summoned it, the massive armored head of a shadow serpent slowly rose up in front of her, its green eyes glowing with cold hunger. In that instant, Su Qingying understood the difference between the two monsters. Candle Knight's darkness was only a crude dark attribute, but this serpent's black mist was true poison, and they had been breathing it in from the moment they stepped inside. The gas was silent, deadly, and cruel. It paralyzed its victims little by little while draining away their spiritual energy. Worst of all, the more they resisted, the faster they died, because every attempt to fight back burned through even more power. Su Qingying could already feel her own spiritual energy nearly depleted, and she knew that once it was gone, she would end up as just another corpse in this place. Her legs finally gave out, and she collapsed to the factory floor as the last of her strength drained away. Despair washed over her. But what truly frightened her wasn't just how powerful the creature was. It was how intelligent it was. This thing hadn't simply hunted them. It had played with them, slowly. She closed her eyes and asked herself whether this was really the end. But even as she lay there on the cold factory floor, defeated and fading, she suddenly saw a single narrow beam of light pierce down through the thick green darkness above. A faint spark of hope returned to her eyes. Fragile, but real. Then, without any warning, the factory ceiling exploded inward with a deafening crash, and a blinding wave of light came pouring into the darkness like morning breaking through a nightmare. Su Qingying's eyes widened as a figure descended through the shattered opening, framed by flying dust, debris, and light. It was Fang Yi. He dropped lightly into the rubble below, landing with effortless control, his hooded silhouette sharply outlined against the brilliant hole torn open in the ceiling above. Standing between Su Qingying and the massive serpent, Fang Yi took in the scene with a single glance and immediately recognized the beast as a dark attribute creature. The serpent didn't hesitate for even a second. It lunged straight at him, jaws wide, its giant fangs aiming to tear through him in one bite. At the same time, Candle Knight burst out from the shadows behind him and attacked from the rear, trying to pin him between the two monsters. Fang Yi slipped past the serpent's strike, then turned just in time to come face to face with the snarling rat-like beast. With both creatures closing in on him at once, Fang Yi instantly saw through the trap he had stepped into. Then he did something shocking enough to make anyone freeze. Fang Yi let Candle Knight sink its jaws into his shoulder. Blood splashed through the air, but his mind stayed completely calm, almost amused. He noted how clever their coordination was, one monster drawing the prey in, and the other moving in for the kill. Then he looked at the beast clamped onto him and mocked it, asking if it really liked biting people that much. The next second, he answered with his new power. Brilliant blue lightning erupted violently from his body as Fang Yi challenged the monster to get a taste of his thunder attribute. At the very same time, he thrust out his free hand and unleashed a massive beam of golden solar energy, firing it straight into the charging serpent head-on. Now wrapped in crackling lightning and freed from the stunned rat beast, Fang Yi turned his full attention to the serpent. Golden flames surged out from him in a fierce wave as he coldly challenged it to see how much fire it could really take. The giant serpent answered with a furious roar and lunged again. Its enormous mouth spread wide as it tried to swallow him whole. But Fang Yi moved with stunning agility, twisting clear of the attack and flipping through the air as his sword carved a glowing golden arc. When he landed, steady and controlled, he coolly told the monster to keep its eyes on his blade, the words carrying the weight of a direct challenge. For a brief second, the serpent seemed to pull back, instinctively wary of the glowing weapon and the killing intent behind it. Fang Yi caught that opening instantly. He launched himself forward and brought his sword crashing down across the serpent's face, the blade wrapped in the crackling blue force of his thunder power. The strike hit with tremendous force, enough that Fang Yi expected the creature's skull to cave in. But what happened next was far stranger. Instead of collapsing, the serpent's head split cleanly down the middle, and from inside it, a second identical head emerged, as if the first one had only been an outer shell. Fang Yi landed lightly on his feet. But even he couldn't hide the change in his eyes as he stared at that bizarre sight. In that instant, he realized this fight had just become far more troublesome than he expected. The split head finally peeled all the way open, shedding its ruined outer layer and revealing the real body underneath, already restored. Heavy pulses of green energy throbbed through its neck, and the moment Fang Yi saw that, he knew this fight was far from over. Then the giant serpent suddenly jerked, its whole body seizing in shock and pain as the thunder force left behind by Fang Yi's sword tore through it. It roared in fury. But the stronger the current surged, the more its dark energy was crushed beneath it. Watching the monster convulse, Fang Yi's lips lifted into a small, confident smile. By then, he already knew the advantage was his. The moment he sensed this serpent's dark aura, he realized it was even stronger than Candle Knight's. Only then did he reveal what he had really done. When he swung his sword earlier, he had deliberately held back the full force of his flames. Instead, he used the blade as a channel and drove the thunder power from his hand straight into the serpent's body through the strike. Comparing the two monsters in his head, Fang Yi became sure of one thing. This serpent was far more dangerous than Candle Knight, a more mature mutation and a much deadlier one. Then, without warning, a sharp pain suddenly stabbed through his shoulder, where the rat creature had bitten him earlier. He drew in a breath and looked down, only to see strange purple serpent scales spreading out from the wound. Fang Yi understood it immediately. Just like he suspected, this was an intelligent mutated species. The venom delivered through its partner's bite was meant to quietly paralyze prey and kill without noise. The wound burned with intense pain, but at the same time he could feel his Golden Sun breathing technique pushing back against the poison. His eyes sharpened. Luckily, he had the perfect answer for it. Yang Flame could burn away the poison, the Golden Sun technique could protect and restore his body, and Thunder Power could cleanse whatever traces were left behind. As those energies moved through him, Fang Yi suddenly realized how useful this combination had become. With Yang Flame and Thunder Power working together, any poison now sent a clear burst of pain through his body, almost like an automatic warning before the damage could spread too far. He knew he had gotten lucky. Against anyone else, the serpent's hidden venom would have been nearly impossible to handle, and for a creature to grow this large, it had probably survived by pulling off ambush after ambush. His thoughts drifted to the monster's lair, stacked with the skulls of its victims. With Candle Knight acting as the perfect lure, the two creatures had built a deadly trap, one capable of wiping out even top pioneers without leaving a trace. That explained why so many people had vanished here, but now that reign was over. As he watched the serpent's massive skeleton burn down into ash under his holy fire, Fang Yi knew its long terror had finally come to an end. Standing before the blazing flames, Fang Yi felt a deep sense of satisfaction. His inner fire had dealt serious damage, but the move that truly decided the battle was the triple critical strike from his new thunder power. At that moment he could feel it clearly. His combat strength had reached a solid level, enough for him to stand confidently, even among high-tier pioneers. He stood there quietly for a moment, watching the fire consume the last traces of the monster. Then, just as he was about to turn away, he suddenly paused and raised a hand, as if he had sensed something nearby. His eyes narrowed slightly. He wasn't the only one still here. Someone else was hiding nearby. He turned at once and spotted a figure stumbling out through the smoke, coughing through the drifting ash. It was Su Qingying. She stood there quietly, covered in soot, and clearly exhausted, but alive. As the smoke slowly began to clear, Fang Yi glanced over and saw the unconscious members of the other squad lying nearby, with Su Qingying sitting among them. He recognized her at once as the association agent and coolly told her there was no need to keep pretending. In the same calm tone, he even added that her act of playing dead still needed some work, catching her completely off guard. Flustered, Su Qingying quickly covered her face. Realizing this was the same powerful pioneer she had been tracking, she awkwardly tried to explain herself, saying she had only woken up because of the smell. Fang Yi, though, clearly wasn't buying it. He casually pointed out that while the rest of her squad had burned through all their spiritual energy, she had still managed to keep a small reserve for self-protection. If she had really been unconscious, he said, there was no way she could have noticed any smell at all. Caught on the spot, Su Qingying could only awkwardly thank him. Inside, she was stunned. He had seen right through her that easily. She really had left a little spiritual energy in reserve for self-defense. What she still couldn't understand was how he had managed to defeat both Candle Knight and the giant serpent by himself. Seeing how embarrassed she was, Fang Yi's tone softened a little. He told her she didn't need to keep covering her eyes. All he wanted was for her to answer honestly and keep his identity secret. Since she and her team were safe now, he said it was already late, and he would be leaving. Su Qingying quickly tried to stop him, but she was already too late. Saying that, explaining everything now would spoil the surprise. Fang Yi lightly leaped through the hole he had opened in the factory's ceiling and disappeared into the night sky. As he moved quickly across the rooftops, Fang Yi kept thinking back on the battle. He felt relieved that Su Qingying hadn't tried to absorb the monster's dark energy, especially after remembering that disgusting icy sensation. At the same time, he couldn't help wondering why he himself had been unable to absorb it. Maybe he thought the dark energy had already dispersed by then. Or maybe his body had rejected it on instinct. Either way, he decided he would figure it out later once he got home. Left alone in the massive abandoned factory, Su Qingying raised her eyes toward the moonlit hole in the ceiling where Fang Yi had vanished. She let out a soft sigh, disappointed that she still hadn't seen his face clearly, and quietly realized that he still didn't trust her, or the association behind her. But that quiet feeling didn't last long. Slipping right back into her role as squad leader, she walked over to the unconscious captain of the destroyer squad and slapped his face a few times, telling him to wake up. The man groaned and slowly opened his eyes, bruised, dazed, and completely disoriented. His first reaction was panic. He jolted upright and shouted that they had been ambushed, while Su Qingying simply stood there watching him calmly. Then he and the rest of his squad saw why she was so composed. Off in the distance, the giant serpent's massive skeleton was still smoking. They stared at it in total disbelief, unable to process what they were seeing. The leader immediately demanded to know what had happened and where that overwhelming yang energy had come from. Su Qingying calmly gave the report she had already prepared, explaining that a powerful pioneer had shown up and saved them. She went on to say that this person was most likely the target from her original mission, an extremely high-level individual with a yang attribute. Then she let that explanation hang there, quietly leaving them with the impression that his appearance had simply been a stroke of luck. The other squad members were completely stunned. One of them blurted out that it was unbelievable for a single person to defeat both monsters alone. Su Qingying added that she still hadn't managed to recruit him, and that he had even traced her movements back to her, making him seem even more mysterious. Turning back to the grim work in front of them, the destroyer squad leader asked where Candle Knight's body had gone. As he activated a green energy technique to start clearing the battlefield, he remarked that they needed to recover the remains for the association. As both squads began cleaning up the factory, the destroyer squad leader used a green orb of energy to gather the strange dark remains left behind after the battle. The moment he stepped forward, his foot came down on a piece of debris, and it suddenly burst apart in a flash of bright blue lightning. He jerked back with a shout, stung by the violent shock, while Su Qingying watched in surprise. That only made the mystery deeper. The remains, they now realized, belonged to Candle Knight, were still crackling with leftover electricity. The squad leader immediately turned to Su Qingying and questioned her report. She had said the pioneer had a yang attribute, but this terrifying electrical power pointed to something else entirely. The two squad leaders crouched beside the body and examined it more closely. Su Qingying was shaken by how pure and intense the thunder power still clinging to it was enough to prove it was a high-tier ability. That made the destroyer squad leader come to a new conclusion. Maybe two high-level pioneers had appeared that night, one who killed the serpent and another who dealt with Candle Knight, before the two of them left together. Su Qingying knew that guess was wrong, but she had no idea how to explain the truth, because what she remembered so clearly was that lone figure standing there with crackling blue lightning in one hand and blazing golden fire in the other. She knew no one would believe it. One top-level power alone was enough to make someone a genius. Two at once was so rare it was almost unheard of. And yet, the proof was right there in front of them. The giant serpent's burning skeleton carried the unmistakable mark of a Yang Flame Walker, while Candle Knight's electrified remains were the clear signature of a Thunder Tyrant. So the two squads could only stand there in stunned silence, staring at the aftermath and wondering what kind of terrifying monster this mysterious pioneer really was. As reinforcements from the association finally rushed in, Su Qingying felt a cold wave of relief move through her. More than anything, she was thankful she had left people stationed outside. If too much time had passed without any word from her, they would have reported her missing almost immediately, and deep down, she understood the grim reality. The rescue team surrounding the area now had probably been sent here expecting to collect bodies, not save survivors. Her two subordinates who had been knocked out by the serpent's venom slowly came to as well. The second they saw Su Qingying still standing there alive, both of them rushed over in a panic, their eyes red as they nearly burst into tears. For a brief moment, that raw relief loosened the tension hanging over the whole battlefield. Now that the threat was completely gone, the association team moved in without delay. The mood shifted almost at once. What had started as a desperate rescue was no longer about saving anyone. It had turned into a formal investigation, cold, methodical, and focused on figuring out exactly what had happened here. Using advanced scanning equipment, they began sweeping the battlefield with care. Every trace of lingering spiritual energy, every scar left in the ground, every broken pattern from the clash was recorded and analyzed in detail. Piece by piece, They tried to reconstruct the battle and build a full report to send back to headquarters. Before long, one of the specialists walked over to Su Qingying and the leader of the destroyer squad, his face grim and his findings already compiled. After comparing everything they had, from combat habits and energy signatures to the exact methods used to kill both monsters, he gave them the conclusion. There was a 99% chance that both creatures had been killed by the same person. The two squad leaders looked at each other and went silent. Neither of them spoke right away. First came the shock. Then something heavier settled in. Both of them understood exactly how frightening that conclusion really was. Around them, the other squad members broke into low, disbelieving whispers. It was almost too much to take in. The person who had saved them was a pioneer with not one, but two different high-tier powers, something none of them had ever imagined could exist in a single person. They all knew that either one of those monsters could have slaughtered every last one of them with ease. And yet this unknown powerhouse had cut them both down, and judging by the evidence, each one had been finished with a single crushing blow. The gap between their strength and his was so absurd, it barely felt real. The moment Su Qingying realized how serious this discovery was, she immediately contacted her superior. Her tone stayed steady, but the weight behind her words was unmistakable as she reported that the intel on her target had changed drastically. This was no longer a routine tracking mission. Everything was different now. Lifting her eyes toward the hole ripped through the ceiling, she gave her final confirmation. The mysterious pioneer from the university and the terrifying figure codenamed the Tyrant were not two different people at all. They were the same person. Back in his office, the association's superior listened to Su Qingying's report with remarkable calm. He didn't cut her off, and he didn't react impulsively. Only after quietly sorting through every detail did he issue a new order. Su Qingying was to suspend her mission for the time being. He explained it in a level, measured voice. That pioneer had saved her team, killed the monsters, and secured the area. None of that was the behavior of an enemy. Then he added that he and Han Li did not agree on this matter. For Su Qingying's safety, and to avoid leaving a bad impression on someone who might become an extremely powerful ally, she was to stop all contact with the Tyrant for now. Even with the call still ongoing, Su Qingying couldn't stop herself from adding one more important point. Though she accepted the order to pause the mission, she said she still had a theory she needed to report. It came from what she had sensed earlier, when she tracked the Tyrant to the back mountain and found him in the middle of advancing his power. That immediately caught her superior's attention. His tone sharpened as he told her to continue and explain everything clearly. He understood at once that what she said next could change their judgment all over again. Su Qingying then explained that during that earlier encounter, she had sensed an unbelievably powerful aura around the area where he was active. At the time, she had briefly wondered whether he might possess a spiritual weapon, but the idea had felt too far-fetched, so she didn't pursue it. But now that it was confirmed he had two high-tier powers, what once seemed unlikely suddenly felt much more possible. Frighteningly possible. That detail visibly surprised the association's superior. For the first time, a note of real disbelief entered his voice as he questioned whether the pioneer might actually possess a spiritual weapon. Even to him, that possibility sounded extraordinary. But after that first reaction, his skepticism quickly returned. Leaning back in his chair, he said it was still extremely unlikely. No matter how gifted someone was, a lone pioneer shouldn't realistically be able to obtain something that rare without outside help. On top of that, the team at the scene hadn't detected any third spiritual energy signature, which normally would have appeared if a spiritual weapon had been forged separately. Su Qingying corrected him right away, her voice firmer now as she pointed out the detail he was missing. The aura she had sensed during that first encounter hadn't felt foreign or separate at all. It was distinctly yang in nature, clear, pure, and directly connected to his own energy. That single point changed everything. The superior's eyes widened as the implication hit him all at once. If the weapon's attribute wasn't separate, but came directly from the user's own yang power, then this wasn't a simple case of someone wielding a spiritual weapon. It meant he was creating it himself, shaping it directly out of his own energy. From there, the conclusion became both unbelievable and terrifying. If he could create spiritual weapons with his own power, then he could only be a cultivator of the spirit creation realm. In theory, someone at that level really could accomplish something like this alone. But people at that level were so rare they had practically become myth. Names spoken more like legends than real living figures. Su Qingying was left completely stunned by the thought. She knew better than most how unbelievably rare cultivators of that realm truly were. In the entire world, barely more than 2 known figures existed at that level. Realizing that someone she had personally tracked might stand among them left her deeply shaken. Then, her superior considered an even more terrifying possibility, and his expression darkened. If this person truly possessed a third, separate attribute, the consequences would be enormous. It wouldn't just be a personal secret. It would shake the entire pioneer world and could overturn the current balance of power. According to everything known so far, different spiritual attributes naturally repel each other inside the human body. making stable coexistence nearly impossible. Up to this point, no pioneer had ever been definitively confirmed to possess three different spiritual attributes. Because of that, if the pioneer really did have a spiritual weapon, then maybe the absence of a third detectable energy signature was actually a blessing rather than a problem. As the call finally came to an end, the superior sat there in silence with one heavy thought on his mind. He could only hope that a pioneer this powerful would never become an enemy of humanity. Back at his apartment, Fang Yi stood under the stream of a hot shower, letting the water run over his shoulders as steam filled the small space around him. The heat slowly washed away the grime, blood, and exhaustion from the battle, but it did almost nothing to lighten the pressure in his mind. As he dried himself off, his thoughts naturally turned to the state of the world outside. He knew there was less than a year left before the full spiritual energy revival officially arrived, and yet even now, before that moment had truly begun, dangerous monsters and strange incidents were already appearing more and more often. The change was no longer subtle. It was speeding up. He casually used his yang attribute to dry his clothes, warm golden energy gathering over his hand and flowing through the fabric with effortless control. As he did, he found himself wondering how many pioneers like him had already awakened early and quietly started cultivating in the shadows, far from the public eye. His thoughts drifted back to the aggressive men he had run into at the lava river. That encounter had made one thing very clear. Once a person's body formed a connection with the spiritual world, their sensitivity to changes in the world naturally increased. Even without official recognition from the government, many self-trained pioneers had clearly already stepped into the one-star Ghost Axe realm on their own. The fact that the government, through people like Su Qingying, had already started reaching out to wild pioneers like him proved something important. For now, both sides were still in a cautious, relatively peaceful stage, testing each other, observing each other, and trying to figure out what kind of relationship might take shape later on. Standing quietly in his room, Fang Yi thought about Han Li and Su Qingying one after the other. After weighing everything he had seen so far, he arrived at a temporary conclusion. At least for the moment, the monster threat was still barely being contained, and open conflict between the different pioneer factions had not truly begun yet. But even as he finished getting dressed, that fragile sense of balance gave him no comfort at all. He knew too well that this peace was thin, unstable, and could break apart at any moment. The government had already established the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association, but it still hadn't publicly revealed its existence. Fang Yi understood that strategy perfectly. As people slowly started noticing more local disturbances and stranger incidents, the government was walking a razor-thin line, trying to protect humanity while also releasing subtle warnings early enough to prepare the public, all without causing mass panic. Even after his recent victories, his view of the bigger situation remained grim. He knew the real issue was the government's lack of confidence in openly ushering in a full cultivation era. With a population that massive, once the full truth came out, society could easily spiral into chaos, violence, and widespread death. In the current situation, even official pioneers wouldn't be enough to hold back the disorder that would follow. Internal unrest, fear-driven collapse, and the growing threat of monsters outside would all feed into each other and make everything worse. In the end, he had to admit the government's cautious restraint wasn't wrong. Once human panic was unleashed, it could become even more destructive than any beast. Still, none of that was what worried him most. What truly unsettled him was how fast the monsters were evolving. That development was moving much faster than he had expected, and the gap between his predictions and reality left him deeply uneasy. He mentally went back over the creatures he had just fought. They were a classic result of dark attribute contamination, more specifically connected to the shadow attribute, which itself was a branch of dark energy. According to his system, that power was a natural enemy of pioneers, and at least for now, something he couldn't absorb for his own use. What troubled him even more was their intelligence. These were not mindless beasts charging around on instinct. They had coordinated, laid traps, and deliberately targeted pioneers as prey, clearly recognizing them as a rich and desirable source of food. That level of cunning made them far more dangerous than ordinary monsters. Even so, Fang Yi knew these things were still nowhere near the true dark-type monsters he remembered from his previous life. Those horrors were on a completely different level, beings capable of wiping out entire nations on their own, and leaving destruction behind on a scale ordinary people could hardly imagine. Even with that comparison in mind, this close call was a harsh warning. If he hadn't happened to be there, Su Qingying and her whole squad would almost certainly have been wiped out without a single survivor. And yet, buried inside that grim certainty, a small spark of hope still rose in him as he remembered the wording used by the system. The fact that the dark attribute was only temporarily unabsorbable suggested that once certain conditions were met, he might one day be able to use that power himself, and if that ever became possible, it could turn into a critical advantage later on. He then reviewed his current abilities one by one. Right now, he possessed the golden sun breathing technique of the yang attribute, the divine thunder tempering of the thunder attribute, and the crimson flame blade technique. Any one of them would have been formidable on its own. Together, they formed a terrifying foundation. With such perfectly compatible high-tier techniques, and with his current strength as a 3-star Ghost Axe realm pioneer, Fang Yi knew there were very few people who could truly stand against him. And yet, even standing there with all that power in his hands, he felt no real comfort. Deep down, he knew with total clarity that it still wasn't enough. Just as his thoughts were sinking deeper into that realization, the sharp ring of his phone suddenly cut through the quiet room and snapped him out of it. He reached for it and glanced at the screen, then paused in surprise. It was his aunt calling. On the other end, his aunt first asked how he was doing in the usual warm, familiar way, then finally got to the real reason for the call. She told him his cousin was coming to the city to study, and because she was worried about the girl staying alone, she wanted to ask if the cousin could stay at his place for a few days instead of booking a hotel. The request caught Fang Yi completely off guard. His memory of this cousin was so vague, it almost felt blank, like she existed only as a distant outline from years ago. After thinking for a moment, all he could really remember was that she had been a quiet top student, the kind of person always buried in books and obsessed with studying. Beyond that, he couldn't even clearly recall what her face looked like. Even so, he agreed without much hesitation and told his aunt there was a spare room available. When he asked when his cousin would arrive, his aunt answered casually that she would just give the girl his address and let her head over on her own when the time came. Somewhere else, in a dark room, lit only by the pale glow of a computer monitor, a figure with long fingers typed rapidly across a keyboard. Those fingers were so slender and sharp they almost looked like claws. The blue-white light from the screen cut through the darkness and gave the whole room an eerie stillness. The person wore an oversized hoodie with a pair of bare ears sticking out beneath it, and had just finished a phone call with her mother. That mother was Fang Yi's aunt. During the call, she had been told to arrive at her cousin's place by tomorrow afternoon, and to bring some local specialty snacks along as well. She ended the conversation politely, saying it was no trouble at all, and that she still had other things to handle. On her screen was the chat window of a group called Spiritual Energy Revival, Martial Arts Vanguard Team. Under the username Feng He-ju, she had just posted a message saying she had arrived in the city and would be staying at her cousin's place for the time being. The message was short, but it clearly got the group's attention. After the call ended, she clicked her mouse again with practiced ease, and another window instantly popped open in front of her. It was a rumor alert about an internet-famous town people had started calling Death Town. According to the report, 3 more people had recently disappeared there because of something known as the Pork Beast Challenge. Beside the article was a gruesome, blood-splashed image that made the whole story feel even more disturbing. The light from the screen reflected sharply off her glasses as Feng He-ju narrowed her eyes and immediately recognized the place mentioned in the report. It was Yangwo Town. And right away, a clear spark of interest lit up in her expression, like she had just found something much too interesting to ignore. Her scrolling stopped cold when her mother stepped into the room and asked if she was done packing. Feng He-ju looked up and said everything was already ready, though she admitted she would honestly rather stay in a hotel than trouble her cousin. Her mother immediately shook her head. Staying with family was much safer than living alone somewhere else, she insisted. She trusted that cousin completely, and knowing Feng He-ju would be under his roof made her feel far more at ease. With a gentle but firm hand, her mother nudged her toward the door while giving a few last reminders. Don't cause trouble, and help out around the house whenever you can. Feng He-ju nodded obediently and assured her that she understood. The moment the door clicked shut behind her, Feng He-ju let out a quiet sigh, the kind people make when they're bracing themselves for something they can't avoid, and started mentally preparing for the visit ahead. In her eyes, this was just one more obstacle to get through. She pushed up her glasses, her gaze sharpening, and told herself that no matter what kind of person this cousin turned out to be, he couldn't possibly be harder to handle than a real monster. The next day, under a wide blue sky bright with clean morning light, a young woman with long dark hair and glasses slowly pulled her suitcase toward an apartment building, her quiet, tidy figure moving along the sunlit street. She lowered her eyes to her phone and checked the map again, making sure she had come to the right place and hadn't taken a wrong turn. Then she looked up at the building in front of her and softly told herself, this had to be it. A faint nervousness settling in as she prepared to meet the cousin she barely remembered. As Lin Yi stood outside the apartment building, Fang Yi just happened to come out with a bag in one hand. She quickly called out to him and, with a little uncertainty in her voice, asked if he was her cousin. He stopped on the spot, clearly caught off guard, then looked her over in surprise before asking if she was Lin Yi, wanting to make sure he had guessed right. Even though Fang Yi admitted to himself that he didn't recognize her at all, neither of them spoke for a second. A brief, awkward silence hung between them, light, but impossible to miss. Later, once they were inside the apartment, the two sat on the couch and went through the usual polite small talk. Fang Yi asked if she was in the city for a summer camp, and she confirmed that she was. He told her that if she needed anything while she was staying there, She could just ask, and she thanked him with practiced politeness. Once that short conversation was over, Fang Yi handed her the key to the room across from his, briefly told her which one was hers, and then turned and headed back to his own room, watching him go. Lin Yi quietly felt some of the tension leave her. At least from that first impression, her cousin seemed easy enough to live with, and more importantly, he didn't seem like the kind of person who would pry into her business. But Fang Yi was far from unaware. From the moment she sat down across from him, he had already picked up on a faint but distinctly unusual spiritual aura coming from her. For a second, he wondered if his perception was off, or if she was simply too inexperienced to fully hide her strength. Almost immediately, he began to suspect that she was a pioneer too. The aura around her was faint, but real, and that made him realize her story about coming for a summer camp was probably just cover for why she had actually come to the city. Meanwhile, inside her room, Lin Yi sat with her phone in hand, and what she did next quietly confirmed every one of Fang Yi's suspicions. She opened her chat with the martial arts vanguard team and reported that her cousin seemed nice, easygoing, and unlikely to interfere with her movements. Before long, the conversation shifted to recent events, especially the powerful pioneer who had appeared at the lava river. Lin Yi warned the others to be careful, reminding them that many truly strong people were still hiding in the shadows. After the group agreed to wait for her signal before making any move, she logged off. For now, she decided it would be safer not to cultivate at all, worried that even a small mistake might expose her secret to her cousin. 3 days passed in a blur. Before long, Fang Yi realized that having his cousin living under the same roof made cultivation far more inconvenient than he had expected. His meditation could be interrupted at almost any moment, including times when she casually stepped out of the bathroom with nothing on but a towel. On top of that, he kept worrying that the bright golden aura from his breathing technique was just too eye-catching, and far too hard to hide if she happened to see it at the wrong moment. But the hardest thing for him to deal with wasn't danger, and it wasn't suspicion either. It was her overwhelming kindness. One evening, she set a carefully prepared dinner in front of him with obvious pride. The dish is warm, fragrant, and unexpectedly good. He tried to insist that he would wash the dishes afterward, but Lin Yi refused right away, saying it was the least she could do while staying there, and that he should just leave it to her. Her flawless politeness and almost excessive neatness slowly started to feel a little strange to him, as if every move and every gesture had been carefully controlled. Even so, Fang Yi decided to go along with it for now. He figured that if he let her keep acting so considerate and helpful, she might gradually lower her guard around him without even noticing. As far as he was concerned, that was the only reliable way to find out what she was really doing here, and what kind of secret she was still hiding behind that well-behaved front. Their quiet dinner was suddenly interrupted when the phone beside her on the table began to vibrate, the sound sharp in the otherwise calm room. Both cousins glanced toward the message almost at the same time, and for a brief instant, surprise flashed across both their faces. Fang Yi immediately used the moment as an excuse to get up, saying he would head back to his room and leave her to talk in peace. Lin Yi could only answer softly as he walked away. Left alone at the table, she watched his back for a thoughtful moment, her eyes lingering with quiet caution before she finally turned back to her phone. Sitting on her bed, she accepted the call, and her expression turned serious almost immediately. As she listened, she repeated the key point out loud to confirm it. The great change of heaven and earth would happen again tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon. Then she firmly promised that she would be there on time. From his room, Fang Yi overheard the conversation easily. He heard her agree to meet at the entrance of Manhwa town. The name registered in his mind right away as that internet-famous town out in the suburbs, about an hour away by car. With his suspicions now basically confirmed, he focused fully on the room beyond the wall, his own spiritual energy quietly rising as he observed her movements. At that point, he was certain his cousin was also a pioneer. Even so, he remained completely confident that with her current level of strength, she would never be able to notice him spying from the other side. What really impressed him was her talent. She was still only a middle school student, yet she had already stepped into the 2-star Ghost Axe realm and was even close to another breakthrough. That was no small thing. He couldn't help wondering whether that frightening natural talent had something to do with her slightly unusual personality. But now, her real reason for coming to the city was obvious. The summer camp story had only been an excuse. She came because she knew the next great change of heaven and earth was coming, and she wanted to be as close to its center as possible. Fang Yi understood exactly what that meant, because every one of those great changes was also a chance to obtain a new technique and push his strength even higher. For a moment, he found himself wondering what kind of power might appear this time. But after only a second, he realized the exact nature of it barely mattered. A determined look settled in his eyes. Whatever power emerged when the moment came, he had already decided that he would take it for himself no matter what. Inside her room, Lin Yi suddenly paused in the middle of her preparations, a strange sensation brushing over her skin. Slowly, she lifted her head and looked around, unsure whether it was just her imagination or if someone had really been watching her. When she found nothing but the moonlit mountains outside the window, still and silent in the night, she gradually let the feeling go and resumed what she was doing, convincing herself she had simply been overthinking it. The next day, Yanghuo town was lively and full of noise, its streets packed with movement, while the layered mountains stood quietly in the distance behind it. At the entrance to town, Lin Yiyi met up with one of her friends from the pioneer group, the two of them falling into step naturally, like this had been arranged long before. That friend immediately started teasing her in a playful voice about her cousin, grinning as she asked whether he was at least handsome. Lin Yiyi answered without much emotion that he seemed like a decent person, but as far as looks went, he was really just an ordinary guy. Hearing that, her friend let out a disappointed sigh, clearly hoping for something a lot more interesting. Just then, another woman from their group arrived. She was a redhead in a purple dress, the kind of person who stood out the moment she appeared. With a lightly amused tone, she reminded the first girl that Lin Yiyi herself had always described herself as nothing special, just an ordinary person. Once the rest of their team had gathered too, the redhead's expression sharpened, and she announced that it was time to get to work. One of the male members looked around, then asked whether a certain person wasn't coming after all. The redhead confirmed that today it would be just the 6 of them, and added that the missing member had always been mysterious, rarely showing up in person, and never easy for anyone to predict. None of them realized Fang Yi was watching the whole thing from the balcony of a nearby cafe, sitting in the shade with his sword resting quietly beside him, his eyes tracking every move below. After watching them for a while, he noticed that his cousin's little squad was surprisingly restrained. They weren't loud or sloppy, like a lot of rookie teams. If anything, they were careful enough to disappear into the crowd. Even from that distance, he could still clearly read their strength. The weakest one among them had already reached the 2-star Ghost Axe level, while the man who spoke earlier was even stronger, firmly in the 3-star realm. He also caught them mentioning that their team was usually stronger than this, and that one especially powerful member was often absent. But while Fang Yi kept quietly observing, his attention gradually shifted away from them and toward the mountains towering over the town. His eyes narrowed a little as anticipation built in them. He could already feel it. The real event everyone came here for was about to begin somewhere in those mountains. High in the mountains, the great change of heaven and earth finally began to show itself. A giant green vine dropped down from the clouds, huge and unnatural, like the beanstalk from an old fairy tale had suddenly been forced into the real world. On the surface, this strange phenomenon didn't seem destructive, but to pioneers, it was an extremely important sign, one of the key clues to understanding the bizarre changes overtaking the world. Deep in the misty mountains, Lin Yiyi and her squad finally saw the unbelievable sight with their own eyes, and the moment they did, the air around them seemed to grow heavier. The red-haired leader lifted her head and stared up at it in open awe, then quietly confirmed that this was exactly what they had come looking for. For a moment, the whole group just stood there, frozen in disbelief at the sight of that massive, pulsing vine. But the wonder didn't last. Almost as fast as it came, awe turned into fear. One of the more adventurous girls in the squad suddenly went pale and urgently told everyone to stop, warning them in a strained voice that they absolutely could not go any farther. Her whole body was shaking, and it was obvious this wasn't some small fear she could brush off. She shakily explained that hearing about the vine and seeing it in person were two completely different things. The second she looked at it, a terrible feeling rose in her chest. Hearing that, the leader asked if the others had seen the rumors people had been discussing on their internal pioneer forums. The girl's fear came from a story she had heard before. She said she personally knew some of the pioneers from a team that had tried to touch the vine the last time it appeared. Those people had all been powerful, much stronger than she was. And yet, every single one of them died horribly. She went on to say that after those pioneers came here, they were all buried, and now their skeletons were rumored to be twisted deep inside the roots of a dark version of the vine, as if it had absorbed them forever. Terrified, she grabbed her head in panic, her breathing turning ragged as she confessed that she had a sickening feeling they would all end up the same way. And the instant those words left her mouth, the reality around the group seemed to warp, and suddenly they were no longer standing on a mountain path. Instead, it was like they were trapped inside a horrifying red cavern made of living flesh, its walls pulsing, while the ground beneath them writhed with grotesque organic tendrils. But that horrific image was only a terrifying premonition. Back on the misty mountain path, the squad's adventurous friend scammed in online romance out of 50 cents was still visibly shaken by the dread pressing down on her. She admitted that when she first came here, she was ready to take a pioneer's gamble and either come back rich or die trying. But the moment she actually saw the vine, an overwhelming fear swallowed her whole. Her instincts were screaming that this thing was some brand new, unknown high-level monster, a mutation far beyond anything she could handle. Tears welled up in her eyes as she admitted she wasn't ready to die in a place like this and wanted to back out while she still had the chance. The red-haired leader and Lin Yiyi looked at their panicked teammate with understanding, not blame. They admitted that the moment they saw the vine they had felt that same crushing oppressive presence too. Lin Yiyi explained it more carefully. To her, the feeling was like total emptiness hidden inside that wood-type vine. It was deeply unnatural. Like all the life inside, it had long since been erased, leaving behind only a hollow shell. That was why the fear came so naturally. After hearing that, the group reached a chilling conclusion. The vine was trying to devour their life force, just as their terrified friend looked ready to completely fall apart. Lin Yi reached out and grabbed her hand, her expression firm with steady resolve. She said this was the road of the martial pioneer, a path they had chosen for themselves, and it was a road that demanded they face danger like this head-on instead of turning away in fear. Unseen by the group, Fang Yi watched everything from a nearby cliff. Even he could clearly feel the heavy, suffocating death aura rolling off that giant vine wave after wave. He noted to himself that of all the world monsters he had encountered so far, aside from pure dark attribute creatures, this vine gave him the worst feeling of them all, he had to admit. It took real guts for that little squad to even think about cultivating somewhere this dangerous, but the closer he studied the monster, the more disturbing the contradiction became. It was clearly a plant, something that should represent life and growth, yet it felt completely lifeless. It wasn't truly alive at all. It felt more like a dead thing pretending to be alive, with no spiritual energy of its own. And from what he could sense, it was soaked in the blood, remains and lingering traces of the people it had killed before. Back with the squad, Lin Yi quickly took charge. Standing near the edge of a cliff, she spoke to her teammates with renewed focus and told them they didn't have much time to keep standing around hesitating. Now that they understood the danger more clearly, she proposed a different plan. Instead of rushing in recklessly, they would carefully sense the energy in the area and study the monster from a distance, learning what they could without getting close enough to trigger an attack. Lin Yi was confident in that decision. In her view, if they stayed back and only observed the monster's energy from afar, then the team should still be safe enough while getting something valuable out of the trip. She chose a spot high up in a tree, settled herself there, and began to meditate. As she entered that state, a blue spiritual barrier formed around her body and shimmered softly in the mountain air. From a distant cliff, Fang Yi watched them in silence. He was honestly impressed by how cautious they were, and noted that they had picked a distance that was both reasonably safe and still useful for cultivation. He quietly gave his top student cousin credit for choosing the right range, a position that was neither recklessly close nor timidly far. And as Lin Yi continued cultivating, the spiritual energy around her began to rise more and more. Fang Yi's eyes sharpened in surprise when he realized what was happening. Lin Yi was right on the verge of breaking through into the 3-star Ghost Axe realm, and even he was genuinely impressed. His cousin's talent was the real deal. Then, in a bright burst of blue light, she successfully broke through. Her teammates stared at her in open amazement, stunned that someone her age had already reached that level of strength. The huge surge of spiritual energy from that breakthrough didn't go unnoticed. Deep in the forest, the sleeping roots of the giant vine began to stir, twisting awake as a frightening green glow lit up inside them. The pioneers felt the ground start trembling under their feet, and one of the men turned back in alarm, his expression changing instantly. The whole group panicked as the monstrous vine began moving straight toward them, its tendrils violently tearing up through the earth. Even the team's leader was stunned, unable to understand how it had sensed them from that far away. The attack came fast and merciless. Savage green tendrils shot out of the ground and instantly trapped 2 of the male pioneers. The rest of the squad scattered in fear as one of their friends screamed for everyone to run, shouting that if they didn't escape right now, they would all die there. The team leader quickly realized what had caused the disaster. Lin Yi's breakthrough had created too much of a disturbance and drawn the monster's attention. As she yelled a warning, dark green tendrils began wrapping around Lin Yi's protective bubble, which was still shielding her while she remained vulnerable after the breakthrough. The leader knew they absolutely could not let themselves get caught. Once the vine fully wrapped around someone, its death aura would consume them in an instant. Under that crushing pressure, Lin Yi's energy barrier began to crack, thin fractures spreading across its surface one after another. Chaos broke out around them as the red-haired leader tried to drag her panicked friend to safety. The others cried out that they couldn't just leave Lin Yi behind, but the leader shot back desperately, asking what exactly she was supposed to do. Was she expected to burn through her own precious spiritual energy protecting Lin Yi, and basically die just so her teammate could level up? As the situation spiraled even further, the red-haired leader also had to deal with one of her male teammates, who coldly argued that they should abandon Lin Yi and save themselves. He said life and death were up to fate, and if they didn't leave now, then everyone would die with her. He reminded the leader that they were all just people brought together by chance, and accused her of being way too emotional. That cold, practical attitude only made the leader angrier, and the look in her eyes changed as her temper finally snapped. She shoved him aside and shouted that she was not abandoning her teammate, even if she had to stand against the rest of them alone. From his spot on the cliff, Fang Yi watched the desperate scene unfold below. He knew that his cousin, still just a student despite all her talent, was probably completely unaware of how serious her situation had become while she remained trapped in that weakened meditative state. The vine's power was overwhelmingly terrifying, and Fang Yi couldn't even be sure whether with his current strength he would be able to save her once he stepped in. But one thing was obvious. He had to move fast, because the tendrils were already starting to crush her barrier. He clenched his fist, and golden aura burst out around him. He had promised his aunt he would look after her daughter, and once Fang Yi gave his word, he had no intention of going back on it. The red-haired leader moved first, leaping straight through the attacking vines and forcing her way toward Lin Yi. She drove a fierce kick into one of the tendrils, and the impact was enough to snap it apart on the spot. But that small opening lasted only a heartbeat before the situation turned against her again. Dozens more vines burst out at once and coiled around her from every direction, binding her tight and trapping her completely before she could break free. The writhing vines were already closing in, ready to crush them for good, when Lin Yi's barrier finally gave out with a sharp, brittle snap. And before that monstrous plant could grab its next victims, Fang Yi stepped in without a second of hesitation. He shot into the air in one smooth motion, and with a single swing of his sword, two blazing golden arcs ripped forward, bright and sharp enough to tear open the darkness ahead. The rest of Lin Yi's squad could only watch in horror as her shield shattered. A few of them instinctively cried out her name, their voices full of panic because there was nothing they could do. Then, from above, a huge burst of fiery power crashed down in the shape of a descending phoenix, slamming into the tangled vines with explosive force and a wave of scorching light. Fang Yi dropped lightly into the space that had just been cleared, calm as ever, while a thin pillar of golden flame rose where he landed. He had arrived at the very last second, pulling both his cousin and her red-haired captain back from the edge of death. Wrapped in a dazzling golden glow, Fang Yi did not even need to make another move. His presence alone was enough to pin down the deathly vine. The surviving pioneers stared in stunned silence as the monster that had nearly killed them all suddenly stopped, then began shrinking back under the crushing pressure of that overwhelming yang energy. Tendrils recoiled from that fierce light, with a harsh hiss, pulling back as smoke rose off them. Bit by bit, their surfaces began to break down, as if the radiance itself were poison. As Fang Yi came down through the blinding light around him, the pioneers could only throw up their arms and shield their eyes, barely able to tell what they were looking at through the glare. The practical male pioneer, the one who had argued they should leave Lin Yi behind, was completely shaken and blurted out whether this newcomer was even a pioneer at all. The red-haired leader was just as stunned, but she understood one thing much more clearly. This was pure yang power. Only a high-level force like this could ever suppress a life-draining monster that terrifying. For the male pioneer, that was the moment his confidence started to crack. He had always seen himself as exceptionally gifted, having reached the 3-star Ghost Axe realm in an incredibly short time. Something only a handful of people in Xiaoguo could do. He knew that even Lin Yi, talented as she was, had only barely managed to keep up with him in cultivation and growth. And yet the mysterious man standing before them was clearly on a level he had never even imagined. He glanced down at his own trembling hands, then looked back up at the glowing figure on the cliff. In that instant, he felt small, ordinary, almost ridiculously insignificant. If pioneers like that really existed, then what were the rest of them supposed to be? The gap was not just wide. It was suffocating. This newcomer had not only surpassed him, but every one of them put together, through sheer overwhelming strength. And while Fang Yi stood there inside that burning golden light, his system activated, it detected the extreme wood attribute within the deathly vine and immediately began auto-writing, rapidly completing a brand new technique. A moment later, the system window revealed his new ability, Endless Vitality, a technique that could instantly draw in all nearby life force and use it to heal injuries at high speed. As the vine's power poured into him, green life-giving energy rolled around his body in waves. Even Fang Yi was genuinely impressed by how strong this wood attribute technique was. He quickly realized that as long as there was living matter nearby, he now had something close to a non-stop life absorption engine. As Fang Yi absorbed the last traces of the anomaly's power, his system also successfully pulled out the vine's core attribute. A notification appeared right away. Extracted attribute, Desolation. The system laid out its terrifying effect in plain terms. The ability to create a desolate aura that could wipe out all surrounding life in an instant. Standing calmly inside the swirling green energy, Fang Yi silently took in just how dangerous that new power really was. When he opened his eyes again, they were glowing the same vivid green as the desolate vine itself, cold, unnatural, and impossible to ignore. He stood there in the clearing, and now the place felt eerily dead, almost hollow, with a faint green aura still drifting around him. In that moment, he finally understood why the vine could only survive in a remote and dangerous place like this. If it had grown anywhere else, it would have drained every bit of life from the land for miles around. Quietly, he thought about how ruthless the desolation attribute truly was, a savage power that stayed alive by stealing the life force of everything nearby. Then a grateful voice called out from behind him, cutting through his thoughts. The red-haired leader walked toward him, clothes torn, body bruised, and breathing still uneven, but alive. With complete sincerity, she thanked him and said that without him, every last one of them would have died there. Then, a little awkwardly, she asked how they could ever repay him for saving their lives. Fang Yi just raised a hand and brushed it off, saying coolly that there was no need and that they would meet again someday. Then he turned and started to leave. Deep down, though, he never saw himself as some heroic savior. He knew perfectly well that he had only found this chance because their group had uncovered the information first. In his eyes, he was the one who had really gained something. And as for the selfishness and infighting he had just seen among those pioneers, he felt no particular concern at all. With one final leap, he launched himself into the air and left the stunned squad behind in the ruined clearing. He understood better than anyone that a person's true nature shows most clearly in a life-or-death moment, and a team already cracked like that would never truly be safe in the brutal new era ahead. Back in the empty clearing, scammed in online romance out of 50 cents, and the shaggy-haired man could only watch him disappear. Still pale from shock, the girl asked what they were supposed to do now. But the man answered with bitterness in his voice, throwing the blame back at her as he asked whether she regretted hesitating when it was time to save their teammates. Now that the immediate danger was gone, and Lin Yiyi had stepped into the third tier, the red-haired leader quickly realized that their best shot at surviving from here on out was to stay together instead of letting the team fall apart. Sometime later, Lin Yiyi slowly opened her eyes, and a brilliant blue light shone from them as she finally came out of her meditative state. Her teammates rushed over the moment they saw she was awake, clearly relieved. The male pioneer who had earlier suggested abandoning her immediately started praising their leader's judgment. But another teammate cut him off and said the real focus should be the mysterious man who had saved all of them. Still dazed and not fully aware of everything that had happened, Lin Yiyi asked what was going on. But when she noticed some of her teammates lying unconscious on the ground, she stood up at once, only to be hit by the fierce lingering heat of yang energy still clinging to a nearby tree. Even from several steps away, she could still feel that intense heat against her skin, like the power had only just passed through moments ago. At that point, the shaggy-haired man stepped forward and offered to explain everything that had happened while she was unconscious and defenseless. Later that same day, outside her cousin's apartment building, Lin Yiyi was still trying to sort through everything she had just experienced. It was hard for her to believe someone that powerful could really exist in the real world. Her teammates' words kept replaying in her head. He had called that mysterious pioneer a monster. He had described how the vines they could not even damage, no matter how hard they tried, were effortlessly forced back by that man's power, and how even that enormous beanstalk-like vine had withdrawn deep into the sky, no longer daring to come near them after he appeared. That was the kind of overwhelming presence the man who saved them carried. Lin Yiyi understood that even though he was long gone, the vine was still strangely quiet, which could only mean that some trace of his power was still hanging in the area. She opened the apartment door and froze for a moment when she saw Fang Yi there, greeting her like nothing unusual had happened all day. He looked at her with quiet concern and immediately noticed that her face was a little pale and that she seemed more tired than usual. Lin Yiyi quickly steadied herself and forced out a small smile, brushing off his concern by saying she was just tired from studying all day. Fang Yi accepted that answer without pressing her, simply telling her she had worked hard and should get some rest. He casually offered to order takeout for dinner, and after agreeing, she quietly went back to her room. The moment she stepped inside, she dropped onto the bed, all the strength draining out of her at once from pure exhaustion. She knew better than anyone that breakthroughs burn through an enormous amount of mental energy and demanded absolute focus. Right now, she felt even more drained than if she had gone a full month without sleep. Lying there with her phone in hand, scrolling absent-mindedly, she felt an odd mix of relief and fatigue. She was no longer an ordinary person. A few sleepless nights would not kill her now. And somewhere deep down, she had already accepted that this constant life and death struggle was simply part of a pioneer's fate in a world that had already started changing. Then she thought of Fang Yi and the calm, ordinary life he seemed to be living. And she quietly understood that kind of life was no longer possible for her anymore. Her thoughts were suddenly interrupted when a new message popped up in the Pioneer group chat. It came from Jialan, the mysterious and powerful member who was almost always absent and barely ever spoke. Jialan's message was short and direct. If there are any more traces of that strong man, please inform me. It was the first time Jialan had ever spoken in the group, and it instantly caught Lin Yiyi's full attention. She quickly replied that she would, then asked a question of her own. She wanted to know whether the man who saved them could be the same person connected to the Dark River Lava Dragon incident, and if that was true, why someone like him would choose to help them. The group chat lit up immediately with a post about the mysterious high-tier Yang attribute master. It described his sun-splitting slash in vivid detail, saying the witness had been driven out of the cave by a burst of white-hot light. The writer even stated with complete certainty that no other pioneer in Xiaoguo could match that level of power, and warned everyone that if they ever ran into him, they should stay as far away as possible. Meanwhile, Fang Yi was already out for the evening, riding his bicycle with a completely relaxed look on his face, as if nothing earlier had mattered at all. He was sure that after everything that had happened that day, Lin Yi would trust him even more than before, which would make it easier for him to come and go without drawing suspicion. Now that he could move more freely, Fang Yi immediately set his sights on a new goal. He needed to find a proper carrier for the desolation attribute he had just acquired. He already understood that this kind of power matched plants best, so without wasting any time, he pushed his bike forward into the deepening night and went searching. As he rode beneath the night sky, Fang Yi kept turning the problem over in his head, thinking about the best way to use this newly gained desolation attribute. Strong as it was, its core nature was still dangerous, built on decay, destruction, and the stripping away of life itself. That was exactly why he did not want to fuse it straight into his own body. He was worried it might bring harmful side effects, and more than that, he suspected its sinister nature could clash violently with the clean, purifying force of his thunder attribute. After thinking it through, he decided the safest option was to find an external carrier for it, something like the strange vine itself. In his view, that original vine monster had probably started as an ordinary plant, sensed the return of dense spiritual energy, and then evolved, eventually giving birth to the desolation attribute so it could draw in even more power. Once that thought clicked into place, the rest of the plan quickly followed. A faint, confident smile tugged at Fang Yi's lips. He already knew exactly where he needed to go. He followed a quiet road under the moonlight, guided by a roadside sign pointing toward the forest park ahead. Before long, he reached the large city park, parked his bicycle off to one side, and slipped silently into the deeper part of the woods. Under the bright, full moon, he moved through a patch of vivid flowers that seemed to shimmer softly in the dark. He knew what he was looking for now. He needed the perfect one, a plant that could resonate most strongly with his spiritual energy and show the clearest affinity for him. Fang Yi closed his eyes, steadied his breathing, and focused, slowly sending his own spiritual energy outward into the forest around him. A rich green aura flowed from his body, spreading layer by layer through the trees and grass, until it washed over the plants like a silent tide. Almost at once he felt the forest answer. Faint spiritual energy rose back from the plants in waves, as if the whole place were responding to his call. Even so, Fang Yi quickly realized that while the response was broad and lively, none of it was strong enough for what he truly needed. So he kept releasing more spiritual energy, searching deeper and waiting for a much stronger reply from the plant life around him. Then, all at once, he stopped in place. Something in one corner of the forest had caught his attention. There, tucked away in the tall grass, a single white flower swayed softly in the breeze, its center giving off a faint glow. It looked delicate, quiet, almost like it was calling out to him. Fang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly and wondered if this was the one he had been searching for. He walked over with unusual care, then slowly reached out one finger toward the little flower. The moment his fingertip touched it, the petals folded inward around him, and he could clearly feel the flower drinking in the spiritual energy flowing from his body. A moment later, it bloomed open again, almost cheerfully, like it had just eaten a satisfying meal and was already asking for more. Fang Yi knelt beside it with a small, amused smile. He could tell right away that its spirituality was unusually strong. Even though it was only a plant, it reacted to him like a greedy little puppy, eagerly swallowing his spiritual energy, then rubbing against his fingers for more. At that moment, he knew he had found exactly the carrier he was looking for. Out of the entire forest, this tiny flower had shown the strongest response to his aura, which made it the perfect vessel for the desolation attribute. Fang Yi looked at it and quietly told it that it had been chosen, then asked if it was ready. Without waiting for any answer, he released a swirling vortex of green spiritual energy and focused it all onto the small white flower. At once a system window appeared in front of him and asked for final confirmation. Do you want to forcibly implant the desolation attribute into this plant? With vivid green light glowing in his eyes, Fang Yi gave his approval. Brilliant light burst from his hand, and the flower began changing right in front of him, its petals unfolding into a larger, more intricate, and far more powerful shape. Then the implantation finished in a sudden flash of intense green light that briefly lit up the surrounding woods. Even Fang Yi was caught off guard for a second by the strength of that burst and the sheer force that came with it. The small, ordinary white flower had been completely transformed. Its petals had opened into a beautiful lotus-like bloom, while its leaves grew thicker, brighter, and fuller, all of it wrapped in a strong, eerie green aura. And almost immediately, the newly empowered flower began showing what it could do, not giving the surrounding area even a moment to recover. A massive wave of desolation energy burst out from it, and as its roots dug greedily into the soil, it started drawing more and more power from the earth below. The result was instant and terrifying. In just seconds, the once lush forest around Fang Yi lost all life. Trees withered where they stood, and the ground dried out and crumbled into lifeless dust. Fang Yi could not help being impressed by the pure, vicious force of the desolation attribute. In only a few brief moments, that spreading energy had already swallowed the entire stretch of forest around him, and it was still pushing outward at an alarming speed. As the flower's glow slowly dimmed, and its transformed body shrank back down, Fang Yi immediately understood he had to leave. If this went on any longer, the huge disturbance in spiritual energy would definitely draw the Spiritual Energy Association. Without hesitating, he bent down and pulled the glowing flower out of the ground, roots and all. He had already known this park was a risky place for an experiment like this. Being so close to the city center, it was almost certainly under constant surveillance by the association, who were already wary of how spiritual energy revival could turn even ordinary plants into dangerous threats. Fang Yi had noticed the unusually high number of security cameras as soon as he arrived, along with the fact that there were no other visitors anywhere in the park. As he walked away with his new prize in hand, he noticed something remarkable. Even after being uprooted, the flower was still absorbing spiritual energy from the air around it, staying alive and even thriving without its roots touching the ground. He looked at it more closely, and a smile of genuine surprise appeared on his face. What fascinated him was that its spirituality had not weakened at all after being pulled up, especially when just moments ago it had been nothing more than an ordinary wildflower. That realization led him to a deeper conclusion. By implanting the desolation attribute into it, he had awakened its dormant evolutionary potential and pushed it onto a path far beyond what it had ever been meant to become. Just as Fang Yi was about to leave the park completely, a harsh alarm suddenly rang out through the woods, followed by flashing red warning lights. Then a cold robotic voice issued an alert. Abnormal value exceeded. Fang Yi instantly understood that even though he had moved fast, he had still triggered the park's monitoring system. Knowing he had no time to waste, he grabbed the newly obtained desolation flower and quickly withdrew from the area. Miles away, inside a high-tech control room labeled Spiritual Energy Revival Plant Research Department, those same alarms were blaring just as loudly. Technicians rushed from station to station, shouting that the anomaly value was spiking out of control and demanding to know what had happened. The order came down immediately. All staff were to put on their protective bracelets, enter the park, and seal off the entire area at once so no one could get in or out. Not long after that, a team in full protective gear stepped into the now lifeless section of forest, moving carefully through the deadened landscape. One of the team members glanced at the reading on his wrist device and saw the number jump to a dangerous value of 30. Even through his mask, his voice tightened as he said the reading was terrifyingly high. For comparison, the anomaly at Qingqing University had only been between 8 and 10. While even the powerful Dark River Lava Dragon incident had peaked at just 25. Another member nervously added that before this incident, the park's spiritual energy value had never even gone above 10. As one researcher crouched down to collect a soil sample, another reported his findings in confusion. The air humidity, the surface temperature, and even the sunlight levels all looked completely normal. And yet every plant in the area seemed to have had its life drained away in an instant. The team leader decided they needed to move closer to the center to find out what kind of spiritual attribute had caused this phenomenon. But just as one member started forward, another researcher wearing glasses, clearly a senior figure, sharply ordered him to stop and not take another step. In a grave, authoritative voice, he warned them not to touch anything, identifying the lingering energy in the area as the desolation attribute. Then he asked the others if any of them knew about the vine that had recently descended from the sky. The younger researchers froze. After a moment, one of them finally found his voice, realizing with growing horror that the senior researcher was talking about the infamous devil-like vine that had already been classified as an A-level mutation. The senior researcher confirmed it without hesitation, standing before a ghostly projected image of the vine, with the trapped souls of its victims clustered horribly at its base. He explained where its terrifying power came from. The reason it was so deadly, the reason it had killed so many pioneers, was its innate desolation attribute. A parasitic and monstrous force that devoured the life force of everything around it, and turned all it touched into nourishment for itself. The young researcher who had nearly stepped into the dead zone clutched at his chest, sweating heavily and struggling to breathe as the meaning of those words finally hit him. With a shaken voice, he thanked his superior, realizing he had just been pulled back from certain death. The senior researcher then explained that any area around a plant awakened with the desolation attribute became a true dead zone, a place where anyone who entered would have their life force consumed almost immediately. He remembered reading about another plant like this somewhere in Xiaguo. A rotten ancient tree buried deep inside a forbidden zone in Wan City, a monstrous thing that could erase any living creature the moment it got too close. His eyes slowly swept across the dead, silent clearing, and his expression grew heavier with every second. Plant mutations in this new era were no small issue anymore. From everything they knew so far, desolation was the most terrifying attribute a plant could awaken. First, there had been that ancient tree. then the celestial vine, and now a third one had appeared right in front of them. He had barely finished his grim explanation when a firm hand suddenly landed on his shoulder, cutting him off in the middle of the sentence. The whole research team turned around in surprise and came face to face with Han Li, his expression hard and unreadable, with a full squad of soldiers standing behind him. Han Li had already been brought up to speed. Without wasting a second, he ordered every researcher there to put on the advanced protective suits his men had brought, then told them to follow him straight into the contaminated zone. With Han Li leading from the very front, the newly re-equipped research team moved out in a tight formation, and with Su Qingying joining them as well, they stepped steadily into the eerie dead zone without a hint of hesitation. But the deeper they went with their scanners, the stranger things became. They could not find any real source of the desolation energy at all, and even more confusing, the lingering aura was fading at an unnatural speed. In the few minutes since they had arrived, the level had already dropped to 25. That made no sense based on everything they knew, because the celestial vine was supposed to be capable of moving on its own. Han Li turned to Su Qingying and suggested that they stop relying only on the instruments and take a closer look at the area themselves. Su Qingying gave a quiet nod, her face tense and serious. While Han Li and Su Qingying began inspecting the scene firsthand, two other team members, wrapped in a faint blue glow, started tracking the lingering flow of spiritual energy left behind in the zone. Following those residual trails step by step, they discovered that every strand of energy from the outer edge of the dead zone eventually led back to a single point of origin. But the moment they got close, both of them stopped dead in their tracks, shock written all over their faces. At the same time, Han Li and Su Qingying realized the horrifying truth as well. The source of the desolation energy had already been dug out of the ground and taken away. One researcher inside a protective suit blurted out in disbelief that it should have been impossible. Han Li's eyes darkened immediately. If someone really had the ability to enter a desolation dead zone and steal its source, then that person was far too important to ignore. Su Qingying, though, seemed to be thinking along a different line. She raised a glowing datapad toward Han Li and explained that after running a large-scale data analysis, they had narrowed it down to one person whose recent movements matched both this case and another mutation incident from not long ago. On the screen was a clear photo of Fang Yi, with his name displayed unmistakably beneath it. Just then, Han Li told Su Qingying he would send over all of Fang Yi's information, confirming that Fang Yi was very likely the same pioneer she had already crossed paths with before. After that, he tipped his hat slightly and left the rest to her association to handle. Once everyone else had left, Su Qingying remained alone in the desolate forest, the cold air pressing in around her. She held the datapad in silence, her expression darkening as if several scattered clues had finally started connecting in her mind. 2 hours later, back in the quiet safety of his apartment, Fang Yi carefully placed his newly acquired desolation flower into a small flower pot, handling it with surprising patience. A faint smile touched his face. In both of his lives, this was the first time he had ever seriously raised a flower. In a good mood, he even gave it a name, the obedient little white flower, and told it that now that it carried the desolation attribute, it should cultivate well on its own and grow into a strong helper at his side. He knew exactly how useful its strange ability to drain life would be in battle. And with such a plain, harmless appearance, it was perfect camouflage too. Easy to keep nearby without attracting attention, especially from his cousin. As his fingertips brushed lightly across one soft petal, Fang Yi's thoughts deepened. In this dangerous new world, raw strength alone was never enough. Real victory depended on how many hidden cards a person held back, and how well they kept those cards concealed. The quiet rhythm of Fang Yi's evening was suddenly interrupted when the phone on the table began to buzz. He picked it up, then paused in surprise when he saw the caller ID. Wang Liang. He recognized the name instantly. It was his childhood friend, someone he had not seen a single time in the 3 full years since the other man left to join the army. For a brief moment, an old memory rose to the surface. Back in school, the two of them had been almost inseparable, the kind of friends who shared everything. That bond had only been broken when Wang Liang suddenly announced he was enlisting and left without much warning. Fang Yi accepted the call. On the other end, Wang Liang's voice sounded bright and familiar, carrying that same easy cheer as he asked if Fang Yi was back in town and invited him out for a drink at their old spot. The sudden invitation caught Fang Yi completely off guard. Wang Liang just laughed at his reaction and added that he had a big secret to tell him. Something shocking enough that Fang Yi had better prepare himself before hearing it. But underneath that warm, nostalgic invitation, the reunion was anything but simple. It had been arranged in advance as a trap, and that truth became obvious the moment the call ended and the scene shifted away from Wang Liang. He was sitting in a dim room, speaking to a stern-faced woman in a high-ranking military uniform. Her long red hair and scarred, intimidating features only made her presence feel sharper. Su Qingying was there too. Wang Liang respectfully reported that he had done exactly as ordered. Then, after a brief pause, he made one personal request. If Fang Yi turned out not to be the person they were looking for, They had to guarantee his safety. The red-haired officer tapped one finger against the table again and again, the sharp, steady rhythm making her impatience impossible to miss. When she finally answered, her voice was cold enough to freeze the room. She brushed Wang Liang's concern aside and ordered him to focus on the mission without doing anything extra. Then, with chilling indifference, she added that if Fang Yi turned out to be the wrong person, Wang Liang could simply treat it as his friend's punishment. Later, in a quiet bar filled with low music and dim yellow light, Fang Yi and Wang Liang raised their beer glasses and clinked them together. The two sat across from each other, drinking and talking through the 3 years they had spent apart. As Fang Yi listened to him, he could tell his old friend had changed a lot. Wang Liang seemed much more mature now, and from that alone, Fang Yi could already guess that life in the military had not been easy. Wang Liang spoke first about his own time in the army, casually sharing bits and pieces of what he had gone through before finally turning the question back to Fang Yi and asking how he had been living. Fang Yi kept his answer simple, and only said that he was doing fine and had gone to college. As he slowly drank his beer, Fang Yi's thoughts drifted back to his previous life. In that chaotic era, things had spiraled out of control so fast that he never got the chance to see Wang Liang again. He remembered thinking that Wang Liang, as a soldier thrown into that merciless world, had most likely died in some nameless battle no one would ever remember. And because of that, Fang Yi could not help wondering whether this second life might let him change his old friend's fate. After a while, Wang Liang shifted the conversation. The easy tone from earlier faded, replaced by something much heavier. Looking at Fang Yi, he asked whether he had seen anything strange lately, things like zombies, monsters, or creatures that seemed like they had stepped right out of a movie. Fang Yi became alert immediately. A military man knowing about the spiritual energy revival was not surprising by itself, but the directness of the question made it feel less like simple curiosity and more like a test. It was as if Wang Liang had come here to measure exactly how much he knew. Keeping his face blank, Fang Yi chose to play dumb and simply asked what Wang Liang was trying to say. Wang Liang let out a quiet sigh and said he was not trying to comfort him, but warn him. In a low voice, he told Fang Yi that before long, all the things people once cared about, education, wealth, status, reputation, would stop mattering. The whole order of the world was about to be overturned. Fang Yi listened without saying a word. His expression did not shift at all. He only looked down at the empty glass in front of him, calm and unreadable, as if silently weighing every word. He knew perfectly well that ordinary soldiers were bound by strict secrecy and were not allowed to leak anything about the spiritual energy revival. That alone confirmed what he had already suspected. The military had marked him as someone worth watching, and Wang Liang, his own childhood friend, had been sent here to sound him out. Seeing Fang Yi stay silent, Wang Liang tried to reassure him in a softer voice. He said there was no need to panic, and that as long as Fang Yi did not expose anything, he would be fine. But Fang Yi understood what was really hidden under those words. Even while pretending ignorance, Wang Liang was still trying to protect him. By risking military discipline, he was using this chance to give Fang Yi a sincere warning about the dangerous changes coming. Their conversation came to an abrupt stop when Wang Liang's phone suddenly began vibrating over and over, the urgency impossible to miss. He answered right away, and a furious voice on the other end barked an order for him to return to his unit immediately and report to the target location within 10 minutes. Wang Liang instinctively straightened like a soldier on parade and accepted the command without hesitation, while Fang Yi watched the whole thing in silence. The second the call ended, Wang Liang shot to his feet. He quickly apologized to Fang Yi, saying he had an urgent mission and could not stay any longer or even walk him home. Just as Wang Liang was about to leave, Fang Yi suddenly dropped the act. In a calm, direct voice, he asked whether the mission had something to do with the spiritual energy revival, then told Wang Liang to take him along. Wang Liang froze in place and slowly turned back, staring at Fang Yi with open shock and confusion all over his face. Fang Yi stood up and grabbed Wang Liang by the collar, his eyes steady and clear. He told Wang Liang to take him to meet his superiors, making it obvious that he had already seen through the real purpose of tonight's meeting. At the same time, he reassured his friend that even if he did not know exactly how much those people had already learned, he was sure of one thing: Wang Liang would never truly try to hurt him. He went on to say that what interested him most was whatever the military was dealing with right now, because it had to be connected to the huge changes sweeping across the world. Since the Spiritual Energy Association was already responsible for handling monsters, he wanted to know what part the military was playing in all of it. More than that, he wanted to see it for himself. Wang Liang agreed without another word, and the two of them headed together toward a huge military base hidden deep inside a mountain valley. The place was sealed off tight, lined with guards and heavy defenses, and above it hung a clear designation: Military Number 19 Spiritual Forbidden Zone. As they got closer, Fang Yi immediately felt the spiritual energy in the area pressing against his skin like something real and physical. It was so dense that he could tell at once it had already gone beyond an ordinary pollution zone. Before he had time to study it further, a squad of soldiers intercepted them. and one of them sharply ordered Wang Liang back to his assigned unit. After a brief but thorough identity check, the soldiers allowed Fang Yi into the base. From there, he was escorted deeper inside, through a brightly lit corridor, its cold walls and sterile glow making the whole place feel even more tense and secretive. Inside the base, Fang Yi and Wang Liang were brought into an enormous training ground that felt less like a normal combat facility and more like a hollowed-out cavern, vast, harsh, and oppressive under the lights. There, a large group of soldiers was already locked in a frantic life-or-death battle. Blue energy crackled across their bodies as they tried to contain a monstrous black creature covered in jagged spikes, its single glowing red eye burning with savage hostility. The beast hit back with terrifying force, unleashing a devastating red beam that tore straight through the soldiers' formation. Painful cries and alarmed shouts rang out immediately as several men were thrown into chaos by the sheer violence of the attack. From a raised platform above the battlefield, the stern red-haired officer watched everything with a sharp, merciless gaze. The moment Fang Yi looked over, he sensed something unusual and realized right away that the creature's strength came from a fusion of two different attributes. The officer confirmed it without hesitation, stating that the monster was a full blend of dark and flame attributes, which made it exceptionally violent, savage, and hard to control. She added that several of her soldiers had already been badly wounded by it. A caption identified her as Ji Ruoyan, a 3-star officer at the Ghost Axe realm. The second she noticed Wang Liang, she barked out his name, and he instantly snapped to attention. Anger flashed in her eyes as she demanded to know why he had brought an unauthorized outsider into a restricted zone. But before he could even begin to explain, she cut him off. Her expression eased only a little as she told him to forget the explanation for now. The situation was too urgent, and she needed him back in formation immediately. There was no room left for discussion. Then she shifted her gaze to Fang Yi and sized him up with a quick, measured look. At first glance, there was nothing especially remarkable about him. His spiritual energy only showed slight activity, nowhere near the overwhelming presence she had expected. For a brief moment she wondered whether he could really be the powerful pioneer they had been searching for. But the thought passed quickly. Right now, the battle in front of her mattered more. In a stern voice, she gave Fang Yi a clear warning. Since he was Wang Liang's friend, she would keep it brief, but he was now inside a restricted military zone, and from this point on, his life was his own responsibility. On top of that, everything he saw here was confidential, and he was forbidden from speaking about it afterward. Fang Yi simply replied that he understood. With that settled, Ji Ruoyan immediately resumed command. She lifted a massive energy cannon with practiced ease and shouted out the names of 2 soldiers, her voice cutting across the battlefield like a blade. The 2 men reacted at once and rushed forward without the slightest hesitation. Blue energy flared over their bodies as they closed in on the monster at close range, trying to pin it down. Ji Ruoyan took aim with the cannon and fired, sending a huge blast of concentrated energy roaring straight toward the creature with overwhelming force. The attack hit the monster head-on and erupted into a violent explosion that shook the training ground. But when the smoke and light cleared, it was obvious the creature had not gone down. Instead, it let out a furious roar, its shadowy body pulsing with an even more dangerous red glow. Its mouth stretched wider, exposing more savage fangs, and its whole presence turned darker and more unstable. It was clear Ji Ruoyan's attack had not weakened it at all. It had only pushed the mutation further and made the beast even more dangerous. The enraged monster swung out with one massive claw, and one soldier immediately shouted a desperate warning to the comrade closest to the strike. The other soldier managed to raise a defense in time and block the hit, but the impact was still so violent that it sent him flying backward through the air. Ji Ruoyan took control of the situation immediately, shouting for her team not to get careless and ordering everyone to widen the distance. She knew perfectly well that they had to kill the creature before it fully completed its evolution. Watching from the side, Fang Yi could not help feeling a trace of admiration. What he saw was not some scattered group of fighters, but a disciplined unit of comrades who trusted each other completely. Their coordination was tight, their movements were clean, and every person clearly knew their role. He understood that each individual mattered, and when they worked together like this, they could unleash a force far greater than any one of them alone. That thought was shattered almost immediately when Fang Yi felt the monster's power spike upward at a frightening speed, much faster than before. His expression changed on the spot, and he shouted for them to run, warning that in its current state, they were no longer a match for the creature. But his warning was swallowed by the chaos of battle. In the very next instant, the monster released a huge blast of dark purple energy that tore through the area and sent soldiers flying in every direction. Even then, Ji Ruoyan refused to pull back. Her eyes hardened as she ordered the squad to raise their alert level immediately and upgrade the mutation classification of the restricted area. With a furious shout, she gave the harsh order that no one was allowed to retreat. But by then, it was already too late. The monster's transformation was complete. It had become a towering demonic beast wrapped in black and crimson flames, its eyes glowing with pure viciousness. One terrified soldier blurted out the truth. The evil dog had fully fused with the dark attribute and completed its mutation. The creature's single eye, now glowing like a burning red orb, slowly shifted and locked onto a new target. Its gaze fixed directly on Wang Liang, who could only stand there staring back, his whole body frozen by sudden fear. The moment the monster prepared to strike, both Ji Ruoyan and Fang Yi reacted at once. In that same instant they both realized the same thing. Wang Liang was standing right at death's edge. Just as the fully evolved monster lunged forward in an explosive burst of power, one soldier was violently hurled backward by the shock of that surge, tossed aside like he weighed nothing. Ji Ruoyan immediately shouted for everyone's attention, announcing that the C-level evil dog had now fully mutated and must be reclassified as a B-level threat. That meant their entire battle plan had to change on the spot. The soldier, who had been smashed to the ground, coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he struggled to draw breath. Fang Yi rushed over without hesitation, caught the injured man, and steadied him as he asked if he was still all right. Through the pain, the wounded soldier forced out an explanation. He said he had been trying to channel spiritual energy into the monster's restraining collar, but the moment the creature evolved, the device exploded violently in response. Even while coughing up thick black fluid, the soldier still tried to act tough. He told Fang Yi not to worry about the officers of Restricted Area 19, clearly trying to stay brave no matter how badly he was hurt. Fang Yi could only stare at him with a dark expression, anger and frustration quietly building in his eyes. Realizing that her usual weapons had become useless against the newly evolved monster, Ji Ruoyan let the heavy energy cannon drop to the ground with a hard metallic thud. Then she stepped forward in front of her remaining soldiers, posture firm and resolve completely unshaken, and from there she gave one final order, desperate but absolute. No matter what it cost, even if it meant their lives. They could not allow this B-level mutation to break out of the restricted zone and escape. But just as Ji Ruoyan and her team were preparing to make their final stand, Fang Yi suddenly stepped forward and placed himself directly in front of her, blocking her path without a second of hesitation. Ji Ruoyan sharply demanded to know what he thought he was doing, but Fang Yi did not answer at all. His hand and eyes began glowing with a brilliant blue light, and arcs of raw lightning started snapping around him. Everyone there could see it instantly. He was about to enter the fight himself. Wrapped in violent blue lightning, Fang Yi looked at the monstrous creature with open contempt. His eyes shone with power as he coldly mocked it, questioning just how tough it thought it really was. Then he moved. Fang Yi charged straight at the mutated beast, his arm blazing like a bolt of blue energy as he drove directly for the creature's head. The instant the hit landed, a massive explosion of divine thunder erupted outward. The impact was overwhelming, and the monster was swallowed whole by the violent burst of lightning. The force of that single strike sent a brutal shockwave across the battlefield, blasting nearby soldiers off balance and throwing others backward. One stunned soldier could only mutter in disbelief. This was the same B-level monster their commander, Ji Ruoyan, had not been able to suppress alone, and yet Fang Yi had just overpowered it head-on. Just as shaken, Wang Lang turned toward Ji Ruoyan and asked if his friend really was the person they had suspected all along. With a grave look, she confirmed it. There was no doubt anymore. Fang Yi was the pioneer known as the Tyrant. Fang Yi stood calmly in front of the beast, his figure steady and unmoving. The monster was still burning, but the damage from that lightning strike was obvious, and its body clearly showed signs of serious injury. Seeing that it still had not been completely finished off, Fang Yi said plainly that he would have to end it himself. Then he told Ji Ruoyan and Wang Liang to move farther back for their own safety. Ji Ruoyan watched him in silence, her thoughts unsettled. Her entire squad had needed a carefully coordinated formation just to resist a B-level threat. Yet this man was now preparing to deal with it alone, as if that were the most natural thing in the world. She could not help wondering just how powerful Fang Yi really was, even by her standards. His thunder attribute was the most extreme and overwhelming force she had ever seen. She already understood that, right now, he stood among the top pioneers in the entire country. And with the full revival of spiritual energy still only beginning, she could not even imagine how terrifying his future might become. As Fang Yi slowly raised one hand and drew even more lightning into it, a rare flash of shock crossed Ji Ruoyan's face. She looked up and saw a massive storm of thunder energy forming above him, churning and growing at a frightening speed. The sight made her chest tighten. If Fang Yi kept evolving like this, just how far would that power go? Then, with one final step forward, Fang Yi unleashed the full force of his thunder attribute without holding back at all. Gigantic pillar of brilliant blue lightning exploded upward from where the monster stood, tearing through the battlefield in a blinding display of power. In that moment, the strength he released fully lived up to his title, the Tyrant. As the blinding light of the attack slowly faded, strands of leftover electricity still crackled in Fang Yi's eyes. But behind all that violent energy, his expression stayed calm, focused, and completely steady. The surviving soldiers could only stare in stunned fear. One of them muttered to another that just looking at it made his whole body shake. Through training and grit, he could endure the monster's corrosive dark power. But this thunder was something else. Pure destruction. Wild, absolute, and overwhelmingly terrifying. When the dust and sparks finally settled, Fang Yi casually turned and gave Wang Liang a thumbs up, saying like it was nothing that the threat had already been handled. Wang Liang rushed over right away, yelling in relief that Fang Yi had nearly scared him to death. Still shaken and overjoyed at the same time, Wang Liang laughed out loud and gave his friend a playful punch on the shoulder, saying he never would have guessed his old buddy had become this absurdly strong. But the lighter mood quickly gave way to something more serious. Wang Liang apologized, admitting that he had suspected Fang Yi might be a pioneer, but still had no choice except to follow orders. Fang Yi brushed it off easily, asking why Wang Liang was acting so stiff after only 3 years apart, and made it clear that he understood the situation. Their long-delayed reunion was cut short when Ji Ruoyan started walking toward them from across the battlefield. She stopped in front of Fang Yi and formally thanked him for stepping in to help, even offering him her hand as a sincere sign of respect. With a faint, easy smile, Fang Yi accepted her gratitude without the slightest arrogance. He shook her hand and said it was no trouble, since he had mainly stepped in to save his friend in the first place. Ji Ruoyan then introduced herself formally as the warden in charge of Forbidden Area 019. She explained that because Fang Yi had effectively saved the entire base, she would need to file a proper report, and asked whether he would be willing to leave his contact information. Fang Yi agreed without hesitation. Off to the side, Wang Liang could only watch in silent disbelief, because the whole scene felt strangely unreal. Seeing his famously tough commanding officer treat his childhood friend with that much respect was hard to process. Once the formalities were out of the way, Ji Ruoyan made a direct and serious offer. She told Fang Yi plainly that his strength already surpassed many of the military's own special pioneers, and on that basis, she formally invited him to join the army. At the same time, she admitted that an invitation from a single base warden like herself was probably not enough to truly move someone like him. Deep down, she was still trying to process the sheer scale of Fang Yi's strength. What shocked her most was that he was also a 3-star Ghost Axe realm cultivator, the same realm as her. And yet his combat power had already gone far beyond the normal limits of that level, to the point where he felt less like a man and more like a monster wearing human skin. Fang Yi calmly asked Ji Ruoyan if she truly meant she did not consider herself qualified to invite him. Carrying both the pressure of her superior's authority and the reality of what she had just seen, she answered honestly and admitted there was nothing to deny. She went on to explain that the order to involve him had come from High Command itself, and she was certain that sooner or later, people at that level would come in person to offer him a formal invitation. Fang Yi let out a small laugh and told her there was no need to be so stiff or formal. Resting a hand lightly on his chest, he said with genuine sincerity that he truly respected all of them. In his eyes, not everyone had the courage to put their life on the line for others. He admitted that this was the first time he had ever watched soldiers fight in real combat, and what he had seen had honestly moved him. Hearing that, Ji Ruoyan could only lower her tone and quietly thank him from the heart. Then Fang Yi made an offer of his own. He told her that if they ever ran into trouble in the future, they could call on him for help, just as the military had always stood up for ordinary people like him in the past. But he added one important condition. They could not interfere with his personal cultivation, and they could not restrict his freedom. His unexpected proposal clearly caught Ji Ruoyan off guard, leaving her standing there momentarily stunned. With their discussion finished, Fang Yi said it was getting late and that he should be going. Ji Ruoyan agreed, explaining that she and Wang Liang still had to deal with the mutated creature's body, and that she would arrange for someone to escort him back safely. Standing there and looking at the soldiers, Fang Yi finally understood the military's real role in this new era. He realized they were stationed in these dangerous, spiritually rich forbidden zones for 2 very clear reasons. One reason was to use that dense spiritual energy to train and strengthen themselves. But the more important one was this. They were a living line of defense between the ordinary human world and the strange monsters now lurking in the shadows. After Fang Yi left, Ji Ruoyan turned to Wang Liang and said that a simple word like impressive was no longer enough to describe his friend. She was certain that what they had seen today was only a tiny glimpse of Fang Yi's real strength. The fact that a pioneer could rise to such a terrifying level that quickly proved Fang Yi possessed astonishing insight. In her eyes, he was a rare mix of luck, courage, judgment, and raw talent, the exact kind of person destined for greatness. Seeing how much his commander respected Fang Yi, Wang Liang immediately lit up and suggested that if Ji Ruoyan did not think she was the right person to recruit him, then maybe she should let him do it instead, since he was Fang Yi's childhood friend. Ji Ruoyan, however, snapped him right back to reality with a sharp knock on the head, telling him to quit daydreaming, stop talking nonsense, and help clean up the mess. Wang Liang could only agree helplessly before getting dragged off to work. Later that same night, back at his apartment building, Fang Yi sat cross-legged on the rooftop in meditation, his body surrounded by a brilliant golden aura that lit up the darkness around him. His thoughts drifted back to the meeting with the military. He knew that even though the trip had exposed his identity to them, he had only revealed his thunder attribute and had successfully kept his other abilities hidden. Judging by the military's attitude and the respect they had shown him, Fang Yi concluded that this was probably a good result. He now understood that his rare thunder attribute was a natural counter to the dark monsters they were fighting, which made him an extremely valuable asset in their eyes. That meant they would most likely try to recruit him rather than threaten him, and that alone could open the fastest paths for him to grow stronger, along with access to the most advanced information available. At the same time, everything that happened today had also made the division of labor between the nation's two major pioneer forces much clearer to him. The military, represented by Ji Royan, were the Night Watchers, the hidden guardians standing against the darkest threats facing the nation. Meanwhile, the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association, represented by people like Su Qingying, was responsible for dealing with the dangers that slipped into the cities and for protecting civilian life as much as possible. Fang Yi also came to understand the government's broader two-part strategy. They were using the forbidden zones to contain the greatest dangers, while gradually releasing information to the public about the world's coming transformation. It was a careful, deliberate approach designed to buy time and keep society from collapsing into panic and chaos. As his meditation deepened, a bright orb of golden energy pulsed steadily within his core, glowing more and more intensely. At first, Fang Yi noted that even after absorbing the rich energy from the Forbidden Zone, he had not felt any immediate pressure to advance. But that calm did not last. Golden energy suddenly surged through his body, and cracks of power began spreading across his face. Even that short stay in such a spiritually dense place had filled him to the limit. Fang Yi recognized the signs instantly. He was standing right on the edge of another breakthrough. Meanwhile, down on the streets below, Lin Yi was walking home with groceries in hand, casually wondering whether Fang Yi had already made it back. She was thinking that if he was home already, she could let him try the meal she had made and see what he thought of her cooking. That ordinary little thought shattered in an instant when she suddenly looked up and saw a massive pillar of golden light erupt into the night sky from the direction of their apartment building. Her eyes widened at once, and she froze right there in the middle of the street. A reflection of a blazing divine axe appeared in her eye as she recognized the unmistakable pressure of a ghost axe realm breakthrough. But almost immediately, she realized she was wrong. The sheer scale of that power, manifesting as an enormous fiery divine axe across the sky, was far too terrifying to be any ordinary advancement. Lin Yi could only stare upward in disbelief, wondering if another absurdly powerful pioneer had made a move somewhere inside the city. Standing there on the street, Lin Yi kept staring at the sky, her face filled with disbelief. She recognized the immense pressure of the ghost axe realm, but this was beyond even that. It was a force so powerful it felt like reality itself was starting to warp. Then, as a giant divine hand made of pure golden energy began taking shape in the clouds above, she finally understood the terrifying truth. This was the power of the legendary spirit creation realm, and the thought that a pioneer with strength like that might be living right next to her sent a violent wave of shock and fear racing through her whole body. That enormous surge of energy did not go unnoticed. Miles away, inside a high-tech command center, red alarms suddenly blared as technicians scrambled into action. An urgent warning flashed across their screens. The anomaly value had reached a catastrophic 99, and its source had been pinpointed to the southeast side of the city. The official and Su Qingying both reacted on the spot, their faces tightening at the same time. The official immediately demanded a report on what was happening and ordered every nearby unit to move on the target area at once. Standing beside him, Su Qingying frowned hard, unable to figure out how something this massive had stayed hidden until now. A reading on this level, she realized, was strong enough to wipe out an entire city. In front of a holographic city map flashing with warning signals, several military leaders gathered for an emergency meeting. The whole room felt tense and heavy as they argued over two horrifying possibilities. Either a newly awakened godlike spirit creation pioneer had suddenly appeared, or the city itself was about to face a full-scale disaster. Then one grim officer cut in and coldly pointed out the worst possibility of all. It could be both. That only made the room even more tense. The senior official grabbed the line to headquarters and called in with panic rising in his voice, demanding every piece of advanced equipment they had. He stopped only just short of requesting large-scale strategic weapons. But before he could go any further, a subordinate rushed into the room, out of breath, and quickly reported that the highest-level alert had been cancelled. The anomaly had already been identified. It was not a monster, and it was not an outside attack. It was a pioneer in the middle of a promotion. Back on the rooftop, the blinding golden light slowly began to fade, and Fang Yi finally let out a long, quiet breath. The breakthrough was over. By Fang Yi's own casual judgment, he had officially stepped into the one-star spirit creation realm. For now, the biggest changes were obvious ones. His body felt lighter, cleaner, and quicker. But as for raw destructive power, he did not sense some huge leap just yet. That brief calm on the rooftop did not last long. his phone suddenly buzzed with a new message. It was from Wang Liang, and the message came with a clear warning. A new anomaly had appeared at Chingcheng University's playground. According to internal military intel, the place had already been confirmed as a pollution zone. What made it even worse was that this was the second time the same anomaly had shown up. Fang Yi quickly replied that he already knew about the earlier heat anomaly there. Wang Liang confirmed it was the same one returning, then jokingly told Fang Yi not to sell him out as the source. Fang Yi teased him right back and threatened to report him anyway, but Wang Liang soon dropped the joke. This time, he admitted he was genuinely worried about Fang Yi and told him to be extra careful. Fang Yi lowered his phone and went quiet, his expression turning more serious. Wang Liang's warning only pushed him further toward the plan he had already made. This was exactly why he stayed so careful around both the military and the association. The faster he became known, the more trouble would come with it. That was why he had deliberately kept both his powerful Yang Flame attribute and his Crimson Flame Blade technique hidden. Those were still his real trump cards. He sent Wang Liang one last reply, telling him not to worry and promising he would stay careful. He also added that he still had more cards left to play if things got bad. Right then, Lin Yi opened the apartment door and called out that she was home. When she saw Fang Yi already sitting on the couch, she asked if he had eaten and held out the takeout she had brought back. Still focused on the phone in his hand, Fang Yi only told her to leave it on the table. He said he would eat later. Lin Yi looked at him, and a worried, slightly irritated expression crossed her face. In her mind, she could not help thinking about what kind of person her cousin was. He was not bad at all. In fact, she thought he was decent in a lot of ways, but to her, he had one major flaw. He was just too lazy. From her point of view, Fang Yi looked perfectly happy spending all day at home with his phone, not even seriously going to college. The contrast felt almost ridiculous. While she and other pioneers were constantly out chasing opportunities, taking risks, and hiding their true identities, her cousin seemed to be drifting through life without any real direction. Worn out from the day, Lin Yi went back to her room and dropped onto her bed. Even then, one thing was already clear in her mind. The news about that shocking spirit creation pioneer who had appeared in their district tonight was going to spread fast. Quietly feeling a sense of responsibility, she made up her mind that when the time came, she would protect her clueless-looking cousin as a way of repaying him. But Fang Yi was not aimlessly scrolling through his phone at all. He was carefully going over the news Wang Liang had sent, which showed a raging fire sweeping across Chingcheng University's playground. Looking closer, he noticed that the first anomaly there had only been extreme heat, while this one had already turned into open flames. That immediately made him wonder if this might be another variation of the Yang attribute. The video showed the fire erupting with shocking speed, and the flames were burning with terrifying force. Online comments from witnesses were full of panic, with some people even asking whether special forces now had to be deployed just to handle what looked like a normal fire. The report also said that every nearby tree, flower bed, and landscaped area had already been burned clean, and the entire site was now under complete lockdown. Fang Yi noticed the video was short and cut off suddenly. But even that little bit of footage was enough to tell him this incident was far more dangerous than the earlier anomaly at the university. He started wondering what exactly made this new Yang-related phenomenon different from the last one. And before long, he came to a simple conclusion. If he wanted real answers, he had to see the place himself. But to get inside a sealed zone like that, he would need to call in his new military contact, Ji Royan. By the next day, a crowd of reporters had already gathered outside the sealed gates of Chingcheng University, only to be held back by a solid line of soldiers. Questions kept flying from every direction. Was it true there was a fire that could not be put out? And if this was really so serious, why had it still not appeared in the public news? As the reporters kept pressing the soldiers for answers, Ji Ruoyan arrived with Fang Yi right beside her. The crowd instantly turned to look. People stared at the pair, wondering who they were, especially after the soldiers opened the gates for them without a second of hesitation, and let them walk straight in. The reporters were left outside, completely baffled. None of them could understand how those two had gotten in so easily when everyone else had been blocked the entire time. Inside the restricted area, Fang Yi and Ji Royan looked over what was left of the university playground. Now it was nothing but blackened earth and smoldering ruins. Fang Yi commented on how badly the place had been destroyed and asked if this was the so-called sky fire he had heard about. Ji Royan confirmed that it was. She then explained just how terrifying sky fire really was. It could appear without any warning. Normal methods could not put it out, and in the end, the only thing anyone could do was let it burn until everything it wanted had turned to ash. To her, Skyfire was exactly the right name. After they finished taking an initial look around, Ji Royan told Fang Yi she needed to head to the principal's office for a moment, and asked if he could wait there on his own. Fang Yi told her to go ahead. He would be fine. Once he was alone, Fang Yi started walking slowly along the outer edge of the destroyed area, where yellow warning tape had already been set up all around it. He crouched down and reached for the scorched ground, carefully examining what the fire had left behind. It did not take long for him to notice that the earth had already gone cold. More importantly, there was no lingering spiritual residue from the sky fire at all. That left him a little disappointed. If there was no attribute residue, then there was nothing he could collect. His original plan, he realized, had been far too simple. Before he could think any further, a familiar voice suddenly called his name. Fang Yi looked up and saw Chu Qingli standing on a nearby set of steps with another girl beside her. Chu Qingli looked surprised to see him there and immediately asked what he was doing. The girl next to her, wearing glasses, reacted the moment she heard his name. She turned to Chu Qingli and asked if this was the ex-boyfriend she had mentioned before, the one who ended up going to a vocational college. Chu Qingli simply said yes. The friend then gave Chu Qingli a smug little pat on the shoulder and looked at Fang Yi with obvious disdain. She told him she understood he was probably here, because he still could not get over his ex. But now that the gap between their lives was so wide, he should stop humiliating himself and move on. Fang Yi just looked at her, genuinely confused. For a second, he could barely process what he was hearing. The idea that he was still hung up on Chu Qingli sounded ridiculous to him. Not far away, other students had already started whispering as they watched everything unfold. They wondered who this guy was standing near the campus beauty Chu Qingli, and quickly assumed he had to be another one of her hopeless admirers. Some pointed out that he did not even look like a student from their university, while others complained that campus security had somehow let an outsider get inside. Chu Qingli's friend with the glasses stepped forward again. This time much more aggressive. She told Fang Yi that Chu Qingli was now one of the school's top beauties, and he needed to think carefully about who he was and what he was doing. There were already countless men better than him chasing after her, she said, and he was nowhere near that level. Then she ordered him to leave immediately, saying this was not a place for someone like him. She even threatened to report him to the disciplinary office if he could not explain how he had gotten in. Meanwhile, Chu Qingli watched the whole thing with a complicated look. She remembered Fang Yi once saying he would not regret their breakup, yet now he had shown up right in front of her. Little by little, she started convincing herself that his old indifference must have been fake, that it had all just been an act to save face. The awkward scene was cut short when Ji Ruoyan came back and casually asked Fang Yi if the girl standing in front of him was his friend. The moment that imposing red-haired woman appeared, Chu Qingli visibly froze. Fang Yi answered in a cool, flat tone and shut the idea down immediately. He made it clear that they were only former high school classmates, nothing more, and could not really be called friends. Ji Ruoyan accepted that at once and simply repeated it. Just classmates. Then Ji Ruoyan slipped on a pair of sunglasses, and somehow her already intimidating presence became even colder and harder to approach. Both Chu Qingli and her friend grew visibly tense under the pressure coming off her. Neither of them could figure out who this woman was, or how someone like Fang Yi could possibly know a person with that kind of presence. Ji Ruoyan then turned back to Fang Yi and gave him an update. She said she had already spoken with the principal, and the Skyfire situation was more complicated than they first thought. The principal was personally on his way to take them to the exact spot where the fire had started, and since Fang Yi was now serving as a special military consultant, his presence would be necessary. Fang Yi accepted it without the slightest objection. Just then, a group of stern officials in suits arrived and immediately started telling people to clear out. They announced that the playground would remain sealed and that anyone unrelated to the matter had to move back at once. Chu Qingli suddenly sucked in a breath when she recognized the man leading the group. It was the university principal. The surrounding students were just as stunned. The principal was known for being extremely busy and notoriously difficult to meet, someone who almost never showed himself openly on campus. So when they realized he had come in person to meet Fang Yi and the mysterious red-haired woman, they were left speechless. But Chu Qingli's friend completely misunderstood the situation. She smirked to herself, convinced the principal had finally arrived to deal with Fang Yi and Ji Ruoyan for entering a place they had no business being. Chu Qingli, on the other hand, said nothing. Her face was full of uncertainty. But to the absolute shock of both Chu Qingli and her friend, the principal and the people with him did not walk toward Fang Yi and Ji Ruoyan like they were trespassers at all. Instead, the elderly principal went straight over to Fang Yi and warmly greeted him with a respectful handshake. He addressed Fang Yi as the consultant Ji Ruoyan had brought in and explained how worried he had been about the recent abnormalities at the school and the danger they posed to the students. He openly admitted how relieved he was that they had come to help solve the problem. Then, in an even more shocking move, the principal gave Fang Yi a slight bow and formally entrusted the entire playground matter to him. From where she stood, Chu Qingli could only stare with her eyes wide, unable to process what she was seeing. In that moment, everything she thought she knew about her ex-boyfriend broke apart. At the same time, the principal's security team moved quickly to lock down the surroundings, forming a human wall and loudly ordering every unrelated student and bystander to step back. As the crowd, including Chu Qingli, was forced farther away, confusion spread through everyone there. No one could understand why their respected principal was treating someone so young with that much courtesy, almost like deference. Lost in the crowd, Chu Qingli listened in silence as the opinions around her started shifting by the second. People were now guessing that Fang Yi must have some extraordinary hidden identity to be treated like this. Someone even brought up how, just moments earlier, he had been brushed off as nothing more than Chu Qingli's ex-boyfriend, or just another one of her pursuers. Then another voice in the crowd chimed in, half shocked and half mocking, pointing out just how completely the situation had turned around. In their eyes, the gap between them had flipped so hard that even if Chu Qingli started chasing Fang Yi now, she still might not earn so much as a glance from him. And then the harshest part of it all quietly sank in. People started realizing that from start to finish, Fang Yi had not looked at the campus beauty even once. He had not acknowledged her at all. She had been standing there the whole time, completely ignored, like she did not matter in the slightest. At Qingcheng University's North District, the principal personally led Fang Yi and Ji Ruoyan farther inside, straight toward the real source of the anomaly. As they walked, he explained how everything had happened, starting with the earlier Golden Sun incident, which he had once hoped would be the end of the school's trouble. But just a few nights ago, another disaster broke out when one of the playgrounds suddenly caught fire. The flames were so fierce and so unnatural that even the fire department could not put them out. Luckily, it happened late at night when no students were around, so the school was able to lock the area down in time. The principal kept talking, his face growing heavier with every word. One fire could have been written off as bad luck or some freak accident. But not long after that, 2 more playgrounds caught fire too. He said he had personally seen a crimson flame fall from the sky and hang there in midair, so strange and impossible that there was no doubt anymore. This was something supernatural. He went on to say that while the other fires had eventually burned out or been brought under control, one of them was still going. And as they got closer to that final spot, Fang Yi could already catch the sharp, suffocating smell of something still burning in the air. Before long, they arrived at a basketball court where a single hoop was still wrapped in raging, undying fire. The principal lowered his voice and confirmed that this was the original point of eruption, the one place where the flames simply would not go out. As the 3 of them stood there looking at it, Ji Ruoyan glanced at the device on her wrist. The reading showed 11. She explained to Fang Yi that it was a basic spiritual anomaly detector, something used in the field for quick judgment. Then she added that for ordinary civilians, any reading over 10 already qualified as a disaster-level threat and was enough to justify a full lockdown of the surrounding area. Then, without warning, the detector started flashing and beeping like crazy. In an instant, the number on the screen shot up, climbing all the way to 60. Ji Ruoyan cried out at the sudden spike, clearly alarmed by how absurd the number was. Real panic entered her voice as she warned the principal that if the energy kept rising at this rate, then the threat would not stay confined to the university much longer. It could spread outward and put the entire city in danger. She immediately said they had to summon an elite pioneer squad right away, if they wanted any chance of containing the anomaly before it got worse. But before anyone could act on that, Fang Yi moved first. Without a word, he suddenly vaulted over the chain-link fence, ignored every warning sign, and went straight toward the center of the fire. The flames swallowed him almost immediately, wrapping around his body in blazing light, while Ji Ruoyan and the principal stared on in complete shock. At that exact same moment, the number on Ji Ruoyan's detector surged again with another violent jump, and this time the display shot up to a staggering 110. She shouted that the anomaly had just been raised to S level, disbelief ringing in her voice. The principal went pale and asked in panic what they were supposed to do now that Fang Yi had already gone inside. Ji Ruoyan could only stare into the flames, stunned by what he had just done. Under her breath, she muttered that he had lost his mind. Not even the strongest soldiers from a forbidden zone would dare charge into a place like that alone. But inside the inferno, Fang Yi was completely unharmed. He stood there calmly in the middle of the flames, his figure steady and almost unreal against the fire raging all around him. He already knew the reason. Just like his Yang attribute had protected him from divine thunder before, it could now shield him from the burning force of this sky fire too. But almost right away, he ran into a serious problem. His power was protecting him. Yes, but that same protection was also stopping him from making direct contact with the source flame, and without touching it, he could not trigger the system to generate a new technique. Realizing his defense was helping him and getting in his way at the same time, Fang Yi knew he had to reach the core no matter what. As he watched the fire coil around the basketball hoop like a massive flaming dragon, he understood one thing clearly. If he wanted to claim it, he had to get to its heart. Without hesitating for even a second, Fang Yi steadied himself and got ready to face it head-on, just as the blazing dragon let out a roar and lunged straight at him. Then, in an insanely dangerous move, he deliberately shut off his Golden Sun protective aura, dropping his defense completely and leaving himself fully exposed. The instant that protection disappeared, the sky fire rushed over him like a storm and covered his entire body in raw, violent heat. Fang Yi clenched his teeth against the searing pain as the flames burned into him. But he still forced his arm forward, inch by inch, determined to touch the core no matter what it took. And the gamble worked. The moment his hand finally touched the source, the system activated and confirmed that it had detected an intense fluctuation of the Skyfire attribute. Even through the pain, a fierce grin spread across Fang Yi's face. He could feel just how terrifying the will behind this Skyfire was, and it shocked him to realize it felt even more overwhelming than the desolation attribute he had obtained not long ago. Even so, that only hardened his resolve. No matter the price, he was going to make this power his. The system immediately entered its final calculation stage and successfully began compiling the new data. A satisfied smile pulled across Fang Yi's face. He knew right away that he had succeeded. A brand new system window appeared in front of him and announced the reward. He had obtained the Skyfire attribute technique, the 9 Dragons Skyfire sealing art, a fearsome power meant to destroy evil and seal all demons, and as that knowledge poured into him, the wild flames that had been raging just moments ago started obeying his will, curling around his arm like a dragon that had finally been subdued. The system confirmed that the newly compiled technique had been fully unlocked and was ready to use immediately. As Fang Yi focused his mind and tightened his control, he moved to the final step. He began extracting the Skyfire attribute itself and absorbing its essence directly into his body. His eyes flared with a burning red light, and fiery markings slowly spread across his face, showing the power he had just taken for himself. With both hands forming a seal and red energy blazing in his eyes, Fang Yi prepared to unleash his new technique and called out the name of the 9 Dragons Skyfire sealing art. The moment Fang Yi released the technique, huge glowing red chains burst from his back and ripped violently into the surrounding sea of fire. Outside the fence, Ji Ruoyan and the principal could only stare. Ji Ruoyan recognized the energy almost at once and identified it as a sealing aura. She remembered seeing a high-level military pioneer seal, a forbidden land once before. The method here was different, but that same crushing, unmistakable feeling of powerful sealing energy was exactly the same. Then Fang Yi gave a single command for it to shrink, ordering the chains to pull inward. They tightened with overwhelming force, dragging all the wild Skyfire together and compressing it into one tightly bound sphere of blazing energy. Floating in midair, Fang Yi held the chained fire sphere before him. The sealing was complete. The sealed orb of fire then slowly drifted back down toward the basketball hoop. Fang Yi landed lightly and explained the situation to Ji Ruoyan and the principal. He said he had only sealed the Skyfire temporarily and warned them not to reopen the playground or let anyone near it for repairs. For now, that would at least keep the flames from spreading any farther. The principal quickly agreed and promised the court would stay sealed. Then, forcing himself to sound calm, he added that it was not too serious since the university still had 7 or 8 other courts anyway. Ji Ruoyan, however, did not respond right away. She only stood there watching Fang Yi in silence, her gaze sharp and unreadable, like she was reassessing everything she thought she knew about him. Clearly impressed, the principal remarked that Fang Yi could still joke around after doing something that extraordinary, and he offered any further assistance Fang Yi might need. But before the conversation could keep going, Ji Ruoyan cut in and said she needed to speak with Fang Yi privately. The principal immediately excused himself with a cheerful smile, leaving the two of them alone beside the sealed court. Once he was gone, Ji Ruoyan turned to Fang Yi and spoke in a direct, serious tone. She told him he had hidden his true depth extremely well. Fang Yi tried to brush it off casually, saying only that the Skyfire had been troublesome and unusually strong, but Ji Ruoyan saw through that excuse right away. With a sharp, steady look, she told him to stop playing dumb. She made it clear she was not talking about the fire. She was talking about him, his terrifying talent, his hidden strength, and just how much power he had been keeping out of sight. In the end, Ji Ruoyan let it go instead of pressing him further. She admitted that it was normal for pioneers to keep secrets, especially someone as powerful as Fang Yi. Hearing that, Fang Yi said nothing. He just kept listening with the same calm, unreadable expression. Then her tone shifted again, quieter now, more sincere, and much heavier. She told him that while she had no right to demand anything from him, she still hoped he would listen carefully. What she described was a bleak future, a world sliding into chaos, an era of violent upheaval, and a Shaguo that would desperately need top-tier talents like him if it wanted to survive what was coming. To make it absolutely clear, she told him that once the spiritual energy revival fully arrived, someone with his level of power would be as strategically important as a modern nuclear weapon. And because of that, she warned, every major force from the military's forbidden zones to the Spiritual Energy Association would eventually rush to recruit him. She told Fang Yi to be ready, because sooner or later, high-ranking figures would come to him in person, with invitations and shockingly generous terms. She also admitted she had selfish reasons for telling him this. If Fang Yi chose to stand on the military side with her, it would be a huge gain for them, and would mean gaining a powerful ally. That was why she wanted him thinking about his decision now, before those real offers started arriving. Fang Yi, however, went quiet for a moment before asking a question of his own. He wanted to know why Ji Ruoyan and even Wang Liang had both seemed so hesitant about recruiting him into their own forbidden zone, almost like they thought he belonged somewhere else. Still carrying herself like she was not truly qualified to speak for a place at that level, Ji Ruoyan explained that the reason was another legendary military region. One so overwhelmingly powerful and absurdly formidable that, in her eyes, Fang Yi fit there far better than in any ordinary forbidden zone under her command. A faint, knowing smile touched Fang Yi's lips as he looked at her and quietly asked if she meant one of those top-level units, the kind of force most ordinary people would never even hear about. She gave a small nod and said yes, that was exactly what she meant. But even as she said it, her voice dropped a little. Truthfully, she had barely ever seen those people herself. All she knew came from what she had heard. And lately, the stories were all the same. They had been moving non-stop, so intensely that even officers from other military regions were starting to feel the pressure their operations left behind. Then, like she had no interest in staying on that heavy subject any longer, she changed the topic and told him to stop standing around chatting. The principal had invited them to eat at the university cafeteria, so they should get going. Fang Yi walked beside her in silence, his face calm as ever, but in his heart he had already reached a conclusion. Even the nation's strongest forces were no longer standing as firmly as they looked. They were dealing with serious trouble too. His thoughts turned quickly as the meaning behind Ji Ruoyan's words sank in. If what she said was true, then it meant terrifying anomalies had already begun appearing in the dark, far beyond what the current pioneers could handle. The thought made his chest tighten. The ones fighting those creatures were probably cultivators in the spirit creation realm like him, and maybe even people who had stepped into levels far above anything he had imagined. A sharp urgency swept through him at once, cold and heavy beneath his steady expression. He could feel it more clearly now than ever before. The day full spiritual energy truly revived was coming fast, frighteningly fast, and everything he had prepared still felt nowhere near enough. Not long after, his thoughts pulled back from that distant pressure and settled on the problem right in front of him. How to make the most of the Skyfire attribute he had just gained. He turned it over carefully in his mind. This was no ordinary flame. It was violent, uneven, wild, and ravenous, a fire that devoured everything it touched and left nothing behind, and the more he thought about it, the clearer it became. Against anomalies that multiplied endlessly, regenerated over and over, or simply refused to die, this would be the perfect weapon. Then suddenly an idea flashed through his mind. The fierce domineering nature of Skyfire fit his Crimson Flame Blade technique almost too well. Fang Yi could already see it in his head. His sword wrapped in that savage new fire, every swing carrying far greater destructive force than before. Just thinking about it stirred his blood. If he could truly fuse the two together, his fighting style would rise to a whole new level, wanting to test that new power immediately. Fang Yi headed for the back mountain, the quiet, secluded place he always used when he needed space to train without holding back. But the moment he got there, he stopped. The path he knew so well had been sealed off, and a large warning sign stood in front of it, clearly stating that the mountain was dangerous and that entry was strictly forbidden. Fang Yi narrowed his eyes and wondered who would bother setting something like this up. There had never been monsters roaming around here before, so that excuse made no sense. And as for the military, he doubted they could have found his private training spot this quickly. After thinking it over, he soon landed on the most likely answer. The only group that knew his habits and would quietly do something like this for him was the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association. They had basically handed the place over to him without saying it outright, turning it into his own private training ground as a gesture of goodwill and a way to stay on his good side. A slight smile appeared on Fang Yi's face. Since they were being considerate, he would accept it just as gracefully. Before that thought could settle, his expression shifted. His sharpened senses had already picked up a presence that absolutely should not have been there. In that instant, Fang Yi realized someone or something had slipped onto the mountain and was now hiding somewhere in the stillness of the woods. He focused for a moment and caught a familiar trace in the air. The aura felt extremely close to the one he had sensed back at the factory, only this one was weaker, far less oppressive. Not far away, hidden among the thick trees and broken shadows, a monster crouched in silence. Its shape was roughly like a monkey's, but the body was twisted and unnatural, and its glowing red eyes were locked straight onto Fang Yi with a feral, unsettling stare. Fang Yi quickly realized this was no mindless beast. It knew how to hesitate, how to watch, how to measure his strength instead of rushing in blindly. That made it even more dangerous. Spiritual energy was already gathering along his sword, and as he raised the weapon slightly, he decided this was the perfect chance to show exactly what he could do. At that moment, a system window appeared before his eyes, asking whether he wanted to infuse the newly obtained Skyfire attribute into his Tang sword. The description was short, but it stood out immediately. Skyfire was a powerful light attribute, especially effective against evil and corrupted beings. Fang Yi's eyes sharpened, a fiery resolve rose in them, and without even a moment of hesitation, he accepted. The instant he made his choice, A towering column of endless, crackling flame burst from his sword. The fire surged upward with astonishing force, savage and fierce, yet perfectly controlled in his hand. Fang Yi looked at it with an excited smirk spreading across his face. He was already eager to see what would happen when the limitless power of Skyfire merged with his crimson flame blade technique. His gaze shifted to the mutant creature, and his intention became simple. This thing would be the first test subject for his new power. Without wasting another second, Fang Yi swung his blade and unleashed a massive firestorm at the monster. The attack exploding forward with violent momentum and overwhelming heat. The creature was caught completely off guard. Its red eyes widened in terror, and before it could even dodge properly, the storm of fire swallowed it whole. A harsh, desperate screech ripped out of its throat as it twisted in agony under the blazing force, standing calmly at the center of the flames he had released. Fang Yi watched the result closely. It did not take long for him to reach a startling conclusion. The power behind that strike was now at least twice what it had been before, maybe even 3 times as much. And more importantly, even with those violent flames all around him, he was not hurt in the slightest. He even reached out and lightly touched the blade still wrapped in living fire, only to find that it felt unexpectedly cool beneath his fingers. Then his expression changed again. He sensed that the creature had survived somehow and was already trying to escape deeper into the forest. A determined look settled into his eyes right away. Since it had endured that attack, he would chase it down and find out exactly what this intruder could do. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the same forest, a young woman with curly red hair was cheerfully live-streaming with her phone mounted on a selfie stick, completely unaware that danger was closing in around her. Facing her viewers with easy confidence, she insisted she was not lying at all. She was just unbelievably lucky, and somehow, incredible content always seemed to drop right into her hands. Her audience, of course, was not buying it. The comment section was full of doubt, and one viewer even challenged her to prove that ridiculous luck by going to Ching Cheng University and filming the mysterious Skyfire everyone had been talking about. Her playful expression vanished almost immediately. Right in the middle of the broadcast, her face stiffened, then shifted into pure shock. A second later, the reason was obvious. The monkey-like monster that had escaped from Fang Yi suddenly burst out of the woods and lunged at her without warning. The force of the impact knocked her phone right out of her hand. It slammed into the ground hard enough to crack the screen, but the live stream did not stop. The broken camera kept recording from where it landed. Through the shattered screen, her viewers could see the monster pinning her to the ground. But instead of understanding what was really happening, many of them assumed it was just another staged act, some cheap fake fight with bad effects and exaggerated acting. But for the streamer herself, the danger was real. Her whole body shook as she cried out in terror, only for the sound to be smothered when the monster forced her down and pressed one of its paws tightly over her mouth. The creature lowered its head and opened its huge, fang-filled mouth wide, ready to bite down and kill her in one brutal motion. But before those fangs could come down, a massive blast of fiery energy shaped like a dragon's head came roaring through the air and slammed into the monster, blasting it backward through the forest. The streamer looked up in stunned disbelief. She had been saved at the very last second. And on the other side of the cracked screen, her viewers were just as shocked, though not for the reason they should have been. Instead of realizing how close she had come to dying, they were busy marveling at what they thought were insanely realistic Fire Dragon special effects. The sudden fear, chaos, and impossible visuals sent the livestream's popularity soaring on the spot, and her viewer count shot past 13,000 in a rush. Still trembling, the streamer turned her head on instinct and looked over her shoulder, her voice shaking as she asked who was there. Panic still in every movement, she hurried across the ground and grabbed her fallen phone. Once she got back to her feet, she pointed the damaged camera toward the source of that fiery attack. The moment she saw it, her voice jumped with disbelief as she shouted to her viewers that she had caught it on camera. There really was someone standing inside the fire. The lens captured Fang Yi's dark silhouette standing motionless in the flames, completely unharmed, imposing enough to look almost unreal. In her terrified, overwhelmed, half-dazed state, the streamer could only reach one conclusion. The man who had saved her was no ordinary person at all. He was a true immortal. The video of Fang Yi saving the live streamer Malala spread across the internet almost instantly. In no time, it shot to the top of the trending charts and racked up more than 13.5 million views. And with every repost, the headlines grew more dramatic, calling him the mysterious man of Skyfire, the king of flames, and even an immortal who had descended to Earth to save the world. In an office somewhere else, a friend of Chu Qingli excitedly called her over to watch the video playing on her computer. She was glowing with excitement as she told Chu Qingli this proved powerful cultivators were real after all, and that the Skyfire incident at the university definitely had not been fake. Chu Qingli, on the other hand, dismissed it immediately. She told her friend not to believe something so ridiculous and insisted it was obviously staged, nothing more than acting, editing, and special effects. But the moment she looked more carefully at the figure on the screen, her doubtful expression froze, then slowly turned into visible shock. Her friend was still too excited to notice. She kept pointing at the screen and proudly saying she had been right all along. She even laughed and commented on how handsome the man in the video was before finally realizing Chu Qingli had gone quiet. But by then, Chu Qingli's heart was already in chaos. She kept forcing herself to believe the video had to be fake, that it simply could not be real, and that the figure inside the flames only happened to look like Fang Yi. She tried to reason it out, clinging hard to that denial. If that person were really Fang Yi, then flames like those should have reduced him to ashes long ago. But that excuse quickly started falling apart, and denial gave way to fear. What if it really was him? What if he truly had become that powerful? The thought made her stomach tighten. After everything that had happened between them, she could not help worrying that he might use that terrifying strength to get revenge for their breakup. Even so, her stubborn pride rose up just as fast, and she swore to herself that no matter what happened, she would never lower her head to him. Elsewhere, the red-haired leader of Lin Yi's pioneer squad was showing the same video to Lin Yi on her phone. Looking at the figure standing in the flames, the leader asked if the man seemed familiar, suggesting he might be the same person who had saved them from the monstrous vine before. Lin Yi agreed that the resemblance was real, but then she added something even more surprising. She had recently learned that a powerful master who had broken through to the spirit creation realm was living right in her neighborhood. As that thought settled in, she could not stop herself from wondering whether her quiet cousin and this astonishing pioneer might actually be one and the same. Somewhere else, Zhang Xiaoya and the male pioneer who had survived the lava cave incident with her were watching the viral video together. The man recognized Fang Yi's fighting stance right away and pointed out that his strength had clearly risen to an entirely different level from before. At the same time, Zhang Xiaoya noticed that the way he handled his blade was exactly the same as she remembered. That realization sent a lingering chill through both of them. They had truly been unbelievably lucky to once fight alongside someone that powerful. Fang Yi's public display of overwhelming power quickly reached the highest levels of the nation's two major organizations. Inside a sleek modern skyscraper, most likely the association's headquarters, the atmosphere had already grown tense. The crisis in the city was clearly getting worse, and the current pioneers were starting to struggle just to keep up with the chaos spreading around them. In a high-level meeting room, Su Qingying spoke to a group of officials with calm confidence. She told them the military had already been in close contact with Fang Yi, and she firmly believed that when the time came, he would agree to help. Meanwhile, in a military command center, Ji Ruoyan, Han Li, and several other officers were discussing the latest intelligence. They were stunned by how quickly Fang Yi had grown. Openly calling him a monster for reaching the spirit creation realm so fast, the discussion soon shifted to how many high-tier attributes he might possess, and one officer concluded the number had to be 3, maybe even more. In the end, they all reached the same uncomfortable conclusion. Trying to intimidate someone like Fang Yi had been a complete mistake, and now their only realistic option was to recruit him. Han Li lowered his voice and seriously asked if High Command had finally decided to meet Fang Yi face to face. Jialin gave a calm yes, but there was a trace of helplessness in her tone. The top brass still did not want to lower themselves. After all, every top-tier pioneer before this had come from the military's own ranks, and that pride was making the decision harder than it needed to be. Han Li then took over the conversation and quickly laid out the next step. He ordered his people to find out what kind of weapons, gear, or rare resources Fang Yi might need right now, and to quietly pass along information about suitable training grounds as a sign of goodwill. Then his face turned even more serious as he gave one last key order. The viral livestream video, along with all the rumors and online noise surrounding it, had to be handled and brought under control before it spread any further. By this point, almost the entire spiritual energy world in Xiaguo had started watching Fang Yi. Both Su Qingying and Jialin found themselves thinking about what was waiting ahead for him. Su Qingying looked troubled, as if she could already feel the enormous pressure gathering around his path, while Jialin wore only a faint, confident smile. Their thoughts were different, but both women, each standing at the head of a powerful force, were quietly waiting to see what this extraordinary young man would do next. Inside a quiet hospital room washed in pale light, the steady beeping of a heart monitor sounded especially clear, breaking the silence one measured note at a time. Seated beside the bed was a mysterious woman with long purple hair, calm and elegant, as she looked at the unseen patient and softly called that person teacher. Her voice was gentle, almost tender, as she said Xiaguo seemed to have finally found a new glimmer of hope. With someone as powerful as Fang Yi appearing at such a critical time, she whispered, the chances of her teacher waking up had become just a little better than before. A day later, back at the apartment, Fang Yi sat at the table eating breakfast. His face looked calm, but his mind was still going over everything that had happened the day before. As he ate, he thought about how the fight on the back mountain had somehow spread all over the internet overnight. All because one reckless live streamer had sneaked into the restricted area chasing views and excitement. Between bites, he casually checked what happened afterward and saw that the video had already been wiped from the internet while the streamer's account had been banned completely. He instantly guessed what had happened. Whether it was the military or the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association, someone with enough power had clearly stepped in and cleaned everything up fast. His thoughts had barely started to settle when his expression suddenly shifted. A small but unmistakable sense that something was wrong cut straight through his casual mood. He quickly realized what had been bothering him. Lin Yi had not come home the previous night, and she had not sent a single message either. Even if she had gone out on a mission, that kind of silence was unusual enough to make him frown. Quiet unease started spreading through him. He picked up his phone and called her, only to be met right away with an out-of-service message. That cold, mechanical response made the room feel even quieter. Now truly alarmed, Fang Yi stopped treating it like a minor issue. Something was clearly wrong, and without wasting another moment, he decided to go find her himself. At the same time, deep inside a dark forest covered in thick mist, Lin Yi and the red-haired leader of her pioneer squad were still trapped, wandering through the endless gloom with no clear way out. Breathing hard, the red-haired leader asked Lin Yi if she had any idea how long they had been stuck in that cursed place. Lin Yi gave a rough guess of around 10 hours, though even as she answered, she admitted she could barely keep track of time anymore inside that oppressive fog. The red-haired leader looked pale with exhaustion, her body bruised and worn down. She kept apologizing, clearly blaming herself for dragging Lin Yi into this nightmare. When they came here, she said, she thought they were only investigating some strange phenomenon, not walking straight into a death trap. As she spoke, she pressed a hand to her side and winced from the pain. Lin Yi firmly told her to stop apologizing. The real problem, she said, was that she herself was not strong enough. Regret would not help them now. She urged her leader to stay alert, stay calm, and preserve whatever little spiritual energy and stamina they still had left. Even while forcing herself to stay composed, Lin Yi could not help thinking back to that overwhelmingly powerful master she had once seen. In a moment like this, with death closing in from every side, she found herself wishing she had even a tiny fraction of that person's strength to save both of them. Their tense exchange was suddenly cut off when something stirred in the fog behind them. A massive shadowy monster slowly emerged from the gray mist, its red eyes glowing, its spiked outline menacing, and its very presence thick with danger. The creature burst out of the fog and slashed straight at the red-haired leader with its claws. Lin Yi reacted on pure instinct. She shoved her companion out of the attack's path and shouted a warning at the same time. In the next instant, she thrust out her hand and released a burst of bright blue spiritual energy. It condensed into a sharp blade of light that sliced through the air and cleanly took off the creature's head in a single strike. But even as they struggled back up, more of those shadowy, zombie-like figures began stumbling out of the fog one after another. The moment Lin Yi saw them clearly, horror crept into her chest. These were not normal monsters. They had to be the reanimated remains of other people who had been trapped here and died. After cutting down one of the creatures and watching it melt into a puddle of black mist, Lin Yi quickly explained what she had figured out. The real monster was not even trying to kill them outright yet. It was playing with them, turning dead victims into these grotesque puppets and sending them forward one by one. The red-haired leader grimly added that their attacks did almost nothing to the mist itself, while their spiritual energy was draining fast, and the true enemy was still hiding somewhere out of sight. Before long, they realized something even worse. They were trapped inside some kind of illusion or domain made by the monster. A swirling gray world where the enemy seemed nearly impossible to defeat. It was not in a hurry to finish them off. It was simply waiting for fear and exhaustion to wear them down until they could no longer resist. A bead of sweat slid down the red-haired leader's face as the full weight of their situation finally hit her, and for a brief moment, real fear showed through the cracks in her expression. Then, without warning, the sky above them split open. From that tear appeared a single enormous blood-red eye, staring down at them with terrifying malice. The sight was so sudden and so grotesque that the red-haired leader screamed Lin Yi's name on instinct. And that eye was not just watching them, it was a disgusting, pulsing mass of flesh that began to writhe, swell, and split right before their eyes, breaking apart into numerous smaller wet, slimy eyeballs that floated in the air. Driven by fear, anger, and pure desperation, the red-haired leader snapped. She rushed forward and wildly hacked at the flying eyeballs, chopping several of them apart in a frantic, almost reckless burst. Lin Yi felt the shift in the monster's energy almost immediately. Her face tightened as the atmosphere changed, and she urgently warned her leader not to act rashly. The hidden enemy was done toying with them. It was finally starting to lose patience. The giant main eye reacted at once, firing a concentrated blast of red energy straight at them. Lin Yi barely got a crystal barrier up in time, but the force crashing into it was terrifyingly heavy. The barrier shattered on impact, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Yi was separated and alone, swallowed by thick darkness with dozens of glowing red eyes surrounding her on every side. In that suffocating moment, she felt hope slipping away and could not stop herself from wondering if this was really how she was going to die. Trapped inside the monster's dark domain, Lin Yi felt shadowy tendrils slowly wrap around her and consume her body. She could no longer hear the red-haired leader's voice at all, and that silence made the truth painfully clear. The two of them had been dragged into the darkness and swallowed separately. A heavy wave of regret washed over her. Deep down, she blamed herself for being too confident and too careless, bitterly admitting that she had been wrong to think the two of them could handle a mission this dangerous on their own. As the darkness closed in and her resistance kept weakening, her thoughts drifted helplessly toward a future she would never get to see. She found herself wondering what the world would become once the full spiritual energy revival finally arrived. Despair filled her chest as she thought about that magnificent era to come, one she would never live to witness. Her hand reached weakly into the abyss while her body kept sinking deeper into that sea of glowing red eyes. Tears ran down Lin Yi's face as she finally closed her eyes. Her lashes trembled, and little by little, her whole body gave in as she quietly prepared for the end. Just when it seemed like all hope had disappeared, a massive explosion of brilliant blue light suddenly tore through the darkness with overwhelming force and ripped the domain apart. A figure burst through the shattered shadows, wrapped in an immense aura of crackling blue energy that lit up the entire space like lightning given human form. It was Fang Yi. Power shone in his eyes, and even in that urgent moment, he muttered to himself that he had almost come too late. There was relief in that thought, but only barely. Lin Yi stared at him in total shock, tears still clinging to her cheeks as recognition hit all at once. Her lips parted, and in complete disbelief, she gasped his name. The person who had saved her was actually her own cousin. Without pausing for even a second, Fang Yi raised his power and unleashed a violent blast of divine thunder, smashing straight through the monster's shadowy domain and shattering the false darkness that had trapped them. He landed lightly in the now cleared forest, one hand still crackling with leftover arcs of electricity. Both Lin Yi and her unconscious leader had been saved. Lin Yi could only stare at him, her mind thrown into chaos as the truth overturned everything she thought she knew. Her lazy, ordinary-looking cousin was actually an unbelievably powerful pioneer. But the battle was not over yet. From the shadows behind Fang Yi, the anomaly's true body finally revealed itself, a grotesque fleshy orb covered in eyes and radiating something deeply unnatural. Lin Yi snapped out of her daze and immediately shouted a warning, telling Fang Yi that the creature's real body was right behind him. Fang Yi, however, did not panic at all. Golden-red skyfire ignited in his hand, bright and fierce, while a confident smirk slowly spread across his face, as if the whole situation was already in his grasp. To him, this was not a crisis. It was the perfect chance to test how his newly acquired power would perform against a creature with a dark attribute. He moved instantly, leaping into action and unleashing his Crimson Flame blade technique with smooth, practiced force. But this time, the attack was nothing like before. Powered by Skyfire's inextinguishable force, the technique exploded outward and swallowed the monster whole in a raging sea of divine flames. The creature let out one last piercing scream of agony as the divine fire burned through it completely, erasing its resistance in one final burst of suffering. When the battle finally came to a stop, the red-haired leader slowly regained consciousness. Blinking in confusion, she found herself sitting safely on the ground beside Lin Yi, surrounded by a protective ring of flames. The fire looked terrifying, but somehow it was not hurting them at all. Dazed and frightened, she asked Lin Yi if they had died and been dragged down into hell together with the monster. Now, much calmer, Lin Yi gently reassured her and told her to look carefully. They were still alive. The leader, still struggling to process everything, repeated those words in disbelief, almost like saying them out loud might finally make them feel real. Then she asked the question weighing on her most: who had saved them? As the protective flames slowly faded, Fang Yi casually walked over to Lin Yi and her leader with a small, easy smile, as if what had just happened was nothing too serious. He told them the problem had already been handled, and then, noticing the time, casually remarked that they probably had not eaten breakfast yet. The red-haired leader stared at Fang Yi, and little by little, her eyes widened as recognition suddenly flashed across her face. The memory had clearly clicked into place. She sprang to her feet in one motion, her whole face lighting up with excitement and awe. Pointing straight at Fang Yi, she blurted out that he was the very same person who had saved them back in Yanghuo Town from the monstrous death vine. Fang Yi could only blink, a little surprised himself, thinking that he had been recognized much faster than he expected. Lin Yi was left completely stunned by this new revelation. Looking back and forth between the two of them, she asked in disbelief if her leader was really saying that the powerful fire attribute master who saved them from the vine was also her cousin. The red-haired leader turned right back to Lin Yi with equal shock and demanded to know how a supermaster like this could possibly be her cousin, especially when Lin Yi had always described him as nothing more than an ordinary person. Faced with both of their stunned looks, Fang Yi could only scratch the back of his head and give them an awkward, helpless smile. Still overflowing with excitement, the red-haired leader grabbed Lin Yi by the shoulders and reminded her, that this was the very man who had cut down the desolation vine with one unbelievable slash. Her voice was practically shaking from the excitement. Meanwhile, Lin Yi's thoughts were already racing as she tried to piece everything together. Bit by bit, the truth became impossible for Lin Yi to deny. Her cousin really was that high-level fire user. But the more she thought about it, the more confused she became, because she had just watched him use an incredibly pure and terrifyingly powerful thunder attribute to tear apart the monster's dark mist. Her mind spun faster and faster as the implications hit her. The sheer strength of both his fire and thunder abilities meant he was not just talented, he was a true super genius with dual high-grade attributes. Then, another even more shocking thought struck her. She remembered the overwhelming spiritual disturbance near her neighborhood before, the one that clearly signaled someone breaking through into the legendary spirit creation realm. Could that astonishing breakthrough have also been her cousin? Seeing how tangled their thoughts had become, Fang Yi finally stepped in and calmly confirmed that yes, it really had all been him. Then, without letting the shock drag on too long, he shifted the conversation and asked about the dark attribute anomaly instead. His tone grew more serious as he said they should have known a creature like that was not something to take lightly. Then he asked why only the two of them had come and where the rest of their teammates were. The red-haired leader told him the others had not been available. She explained that one teammate was sick at home, while another had been sent off on a tougher mission somewhere else. With a tired sigh, she added that their squad did not always move as a full unit every single time. Lin Yi then lowered her voice and admitted that the real mistake was hers. After her recent breakthrough, she said she had gotten carried away and reckless, wrongly thinking she was strong enough to handle the mission almost on her own. Fang Yi listened quietly, looking thoughtful instead of harsh. He remembered the tension and infighting he had seen in their team before, but now he noticed something different. The red-haired leader, who had once openly criticized her own teammates, was instinctively defending them in front of an outsider. That alone told him a lot about her character. And his sharp-minded cousin had probably sensed the instability inside the squad long before this. Now that his identity had been exposed to two people he truly felt he could trust, Fang Yi finally made up his mind and offered them a proposal. He looked at his cousin, then at her friend, and in an easy, direct tone, asked if the two of them wanted to team up with him. For a brief second, both women were so stunned they could not even speak. Then the red-haired leader burst with joy. She clasped her hands together, almost unable to hold it in, and excitedly shouted about how unbelievably lucky she was to get the chance to team up with a master this powerful, all thanks to Lin Yi's connection. Lin Yi, though, felt something deeper than simple excitement. In that moment, she realized that a pioneer as powerful as Fang Yi must have known her secret for a long time, and had probably been quietly watching over her the whole way. The thought hit her hard. On this dangerous and lonely road of cultivation, where every step came with uncertainty, she had unknowingly had a strong and reliable family member nearby the entire time, protecting her without asking for anything in return. That realization filled her with warmth, relief, and a deep sense of happiness. Before she could stop it, a single tear of gratitude slipped quietly down Lin Yi's cheek. She quickly wiped it away, then looked up and flashed Fang Yi a bright, genuinely happy smile, along with a playful peace sign. Laughing through the emotion, she thanked him sincerely and promised to make him 2 extra eggs for dinner. Just then, Lin Yi's phone buzzed with a new notification. She glanced at the screen and announced that Jialan, the mysterious and powerful member of their pioneer group, had just posted a brand new mission. The message was an alert for a high-risk collection mission in a place called the Boundless Dark Realm, and it clearly stated that the task was tied to the dark attribute. At the end of the post, Jialan added a stern warning, telling everyone to think very carefully before choosing to sign up. Fang Yi immediately asked if they knew anything about the place. Lin Yi explained that it was a border zone strictly forbidden by Xiaoguo, an area ordinary pioneers were absolutely not allowed to enter. She went on to explain that the dark attribute energy in that region was so dense and dangerous that most pioneers avoided it at all costs. In fact, many of the strange anomalies appearing throughout their city were actually caused by energy leaking out from that forbidden zone. The place was simply too dangerous. Even the government had never managed to explore it deeply because earlier attempts had ended in serious accidents and heavy losses. Instead of being intimidated, Fang Yi grew even more interested. He said they should try it and asked Lin Yi to message Jialan for more detailed information about the mission itself. Lin Yi immediately said that would probably be useless since Jialan was famously mysterious and rarely said more than a few words no matter the situation. Fang Yi quietly thought that over. Based on what he knew, if Jialan was openly posting a mission tied to a top-secret area under government control, then there were really only 2 possibilities. Either she was some extremely bold rogue acting against the authorities, or she held a very high-ranking position in the military or the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association. After thinking it through, he decided the second option was much more likely. Even though she doubted it would do much, Lin Yiyi still sent Jialan a message under her online handle, Feng Heju. In the message she said she was interested in joining the mission and asked for more specific details. To the surprise of both Lin Yiyi and the red-haired leader, Jialan actually replied with an unusual amount of detail. She explained that the mission was to collect something called a shizai flower. She warned them that while the rewards were much higher than normal, every danger inside the boundless dark realm was tied to the dark attribute, and the risk level was far beyond anything they had faced before. She also clearly advised all pioneers to form teams before attempting it. The two women stared at the reply in shock. This kind of detailed response was nothing like Jialan. Only a moment later, another message from Jialan came through, and this one was even more direct. She warned that the mission might involve an S-level anomaly and that the death rate would be extremely high, once again urging them to think carefully before committing. Then, right at the end, she added one last line that barely tried to hide its real meaning. If they had a strong and reliable pioneer to team up with, it still was not too late to sign up. Elsewhere, the mysterious purple-haired woman from the hospital, now clearly revealed to be Jialan, walked down a corridor with guards lined up on both sides. She lowered her eyes to the phone in her hand and quietly thought to herself that she had already done everything she could. From here on, it all depended on whether that person was willing to accept the challenge. Back in the park, Fang Yi gave a faint smirk, instantly understanding the meaning hidden beneath Jialan's words. He told Lin Yiyi that the message was not just a warning. It was a direct invitation. Then he put the subtext into plain words for them. I know who you are. I know someone of your level will be interested in this, and I'm openly daring you to come. At that point, Fang Yi was sure this entire mission posting had been aimed at him from the beginning. As he looked ahead and imagined the dark, barren landscape of the boundless dark realm, the whole thing started to feel strangely interesting. Far from backing away, he decided without much hesitation that he really would make the trip, using her online name Feng Heju. Lin Yi officially accepted the mission and sent Jialan a reply saying that her team had 3 people. The scene then shifted to a hospital waiting area, where Jialan was walking with 2 female assistants by her side. One of them voiced concern about the team that had just signed up, worried that 3 people was far too small a group for a mission this dangerous, but Jialan stayed calm and completely unmoved. She said that if Fang Yi was truly a pioneer Xiaoguo could place its trust in, then he would come. The assistant pressed further, uneasy about what would happen to the other pioneers if Fang Yi chose not to show up. Jialan's answer was simple and cold. If he did not come, then it only meant their fates were never meant to continue. As they kept walking, a faint smirk appeared on Jialan's lips. She asked her assistants if they really believed a mission to collect the shizai flower existed just to send powerful pioneers to their deaths. Then she explained that the true purpose of this extremely dangerous mission was actually the exact opposite of what it seemed on the surface. A vision revealed the flower's true nature. It bloomed from a dark, corrupted pool, nourished by the bodies and souls of fallen pioneers, beautiful and unsettling at the same time. Jialan said that obtaining this flower was a necessary step if the nation wanted to grow stronger, because it was the only way to save even more pioneers in the future. She went on to explain the real reason behind the mission. It was meant to protect Xiaoguo's future main force, represented by the new generation of pioneers like Fang Yi and his team, who could be seen traveling toward the mission on the subway. At the same time, it was also meant to restore the top-tier combat power the nation had already lost in battle. Soon, they arrived outside the hospital room of her teacher, the elderly man who still lay in a coma. Standing beside the bed and holding his hand, Jialan quietly repeated their goal to herself once again. No matter the cost, they had to obtain more shizai flowers. Then she revealed who he truly was, and why this mission carried so much weight. Her teacher was the only pioneer in all of Xiaoguo who had ever reached the legendary Endless Spirit Sea Realm, and the shizai flower was the one and only thing that could wake him from his coma. Jialan explained the strategic value of a figure like him with complete clarity. Once the full spiritual revival arrived, a powerhouse at the Endless Spirit Sea Realm would be no different from a modern nuclear weapon, making him the nation's greatest bargaining chip when dealing with other countries. From her point of view, sacrificing a few pioneers, or even entire squads, was a price worth paying if it meant bringing him back. One of her assistants, though, looked troubled and gently voiced concern for Jialan herself, saying that even if the mission was important, her health mattered too. That simple comment made the atmosphere around Jialan darken almost instantly. Jialan's face went cold as she slowly repeated the words, "My health is important?" Then all at once pain and rage broke through together. She shouted that yes, her life was important, but only because it had been bought with the lives of her fallen comrades, the people who died to save her. To her, still being alive was not a comfort. It was a debt. As those memories came flooding back, she clutched her head, suddenly hit by a sharp, intense pain that made it clear just how deep the trauma still ran. After a moment, she forced herself to calm down and apologized for losing control. One of the assistants, clearly worried, softly asked if her headaches were starting again. Jialan brushed the concern aside and said it was not time for her medicine yet. At that moment, an image of her old team in happier days flashed through her mind. She looked away with a tired, sorrowful expression and murmured that it was all in the past now. The story then slipped into one of Jialan's painful memories. In a dark, barren landscape filled with deathly silence, a desperate voice was shouting for the sword-wielding squad to retreat immediately. A younger Jialan knelt among the bodies of her fallen comrades, while her dying captain entrusted the mission of retrieving the Shizai flower to her. Trembling in despair, torn between thoughts of her teacher and the fate of her country, she finally understood with brutal clarity that the boundless dark realm was a place that showed absolutely no mercy. She cried out in refusal, her voice breaking as she insisted that she would not leave her captain behind. In his final moments, the captain placed his hand over hers and transferred his spiritual energy into her. As his life faded away, he told her he only hoped their strength would still be useful to her in the end, and begged her to survive and make it back alive. Back in the present, Jialan stood in the hospital and reflected on that tragic day. Then she revealed the cruel irony behind her team's sacrifice. They had given her their power so she could survive, but none of them knew that a Shizai flower became useless if it was touched by blood or if it was not harvested perfectly intact. In other words, even though they had succeeded in saving her life, the mission itself had already failed. Later, after a long and exhausting trip, Fang Yi's new team finally arrived at the empty outskirts of the boundless dark realm. Even the air there felt bleak and unnatural. As they came to a stop, the red-haired leader immediately complained out loud about how absurdly long the walk had been. The red-haired leader glanced up at the sky ahead, and still trying to catch her breath after the long trip, asked why they were not just flying there instead. With the level of strength they had now, it seemed like the obvious move to her. Lin Yi patiently explained that even for pioneers, long-distance flight was not something you could maintain so casually. Unless someone had truly massive spiritual energy reserves, trying to fly that far would drain them way too fast. Fang Yi said nothing. He simply kept walking in silence, his glowing red eyes fixed on the destination ahead, calm and focused in a way that made it clear his mind was already fully on whatever was waiting for them there. Before long, they finally reached the massive checkpoint at the entrance to the zone. The place was locked down hard with layers of barricades, tank traps, fencing, and armed personnel everywhere. And beyond all of that, a shimmering blue energy barrier stretched across the area like a sealed wall, cutting the forbidden land off from the outside world. Fang Yi looked ahead and quietly confirmed that this had to be the boundless dark realm. Even from here, and even through all those military defenses and energy restrictions, he could already feel traces of the dark attribute leaking through. The aura was cold, oppressive, and deeply unpleasant on an instinctive level. The moment Lin Yi and the red-haired leader felt it more clearly, both of them visibly tensed. In a strained voice, the red-haired leader said this presence felt 1,000 times more terrifying than the dark monster they had fought before. Fang Yi, however, stayed composed and simply told them to steady themselves. There was no point getting shaken before they had even stepped inside. Then he glanced around and pointed out that they were clearly not the only ones who had answered the call. Near the checkpoint, a large mixed crowd of pioneers had already gathered, standing in tense silence or speaking in low voices while waiting for the mission to start. Lin Yi guessed that those people were not there for the high reward alone. She explained that the dark attribute had long been known as one of the hardest and most dangerous forces for pioneers to deal with. It was ruthless by nature, corrosive, and deeply hostile to human life. But now, with more and more violent dark attribute anomalies showing up in cities, the situation had changed. Pioneers were starting to understand that they could not keep avoiding the source of the problem forever. A lot of the people standing there had probably come not just for profit, but because they knew the threat had to be confronted at the root. The red-haired leader immediately agreed, clearly feeling the same way. Fang Yi watched the two of them with a faint smile, visibly impressed by his cousin's clear-headed and practical judgment. All around them stood pioneers of every kind, each in different gear, each carrying their own distinct style, giving the checkpoint a restless, dangerous energy while everyone waited for the gates to open. As they stood there, Fang Yi explained why he had chosen to come on a mission this dangerous in the first place. He said he had already run into dark attribute creatures twice before. The first was that mutated rabbit, though calling it a rabbit barely felt right, since it looked more like some grotesque rat-like beast than anything natural. The second encounter had been even worse. It was the serpent and its rat-like partner, Candle Knight, an intelligent pair that worked together to lure, mislead, and trap pioneers with frightening coordination. That mission had nearly wiped out an entire squad from the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association. Then Fang Yi pointed out what mattered most. Like Lin Yi had already observed, these creatures did not seem to be entering the city by accident. They looked like they were deliberately finding clever ways around the military defenses set up around the urban borders. That meant they were probably using some unknown method to infiltrate populated areas, and by now it had happened far too many times to be written off as coincidence. For Fang Yi, that pattern alone was enough to make the whole situation impossible to ignore. The problem had already grown serious enough that if nobody stepped in to deal with the source, the cities would eventually be facing far more than scattered incidents. Sooner or later, they would be overwhelmed completely. That was why in Fang Yi's eyes there was no real choice left. No matter how dangerous it was, they had to come to the boundless dark realm and face whatever was hiding inside. At the checkpoint, a military officer stood watching the gathered pioneers while Su Qingying addressed a group in front of the energy barrier, briefing them on the situation before entry. Her expression was grim and focused, and every part of her posture showed she understood exactly how dangerous the mission ahead would be. But in the middle of that tense atmosphere, her concentration broke the moment she spotted a familiar group approaching from the side. The instant she recognized Fang Yi walking over with Lin Yiyi and the red-haired leader, Su Qingying nearly froze where she stood. Beside her, the green-haired Zhang Xiaoya was just as startled and immediately called out to her. But Su Qingying was already covering her mouth in alarm, too shocked to react naturally. Inwardly, she could only pray that the great master somehow would not notice her in the crowd. But that hope shattered almost at once. Fang Yi looked straight at her with a slightly puzzled expression and calmly called her out by name, identifying her on the spot as Captain Su. With no way around it now, Su Qingying could only walk over with her cloaked squad members. She had already received military information on Fang Yi's team, so there was no room left to pretend otherwise. The red-haired leader, still mischievous even in a place this tense, looked the beautiful silver-haired girl up and down and grinned as she asked Fang Yi if this was Lin Yi's future sister-in-law. That one teasing question instantly threw both Lin Yiyi and Su Qingying into visible panic. Su Qingying blushed hard and hurriedly waved both hands, flustered as she insisted it was a huge misunderstanding and absolutely not what it sounded like. Fang Yi, on the other hand, answered with complete calm and said no, she was not. He explained matter-of-factly that Su Qingying was Captain Su from the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association and that she helped him deal with miscellaneous matters from time to time. Somehow, that only made Su Qingying even more flustered, because being described that way irritated her even more than the romantic teasing did. Before the awkward exchange could go any further, it was suddenly cut off by a loud, arrogant voice slicing right through the scene. An imposing older man in heavy red armor stepped forward with two other armored pioneers at his side and sneered at them as a bunch of shameless brats. In a booming, condescending voice, he complained that the newer generation of pioneers kept getting younger and more disrespectful, to the point that they did not even know how to greet their elders. He scolded them for chatting so casually in a place this dangerous, then finished with a sarcastic remark that he hoped they would all be able to rely on each other once they were inside the boundless dark realm. The red-haired leader immediately bristled at his tone and looked ready to fire back. But Lin Yi quickly reached out and held her back, trying to stop the situation from getting worse. At the same time, Fang Yi calmly stepped forward and positioned himself between them, quietly signaling for his teammate to cool down. But the red-haired leader was not intimidated in the slightest. She jabbed a finger at the arrogant man and told him to mind his own business, then shot back that once they got inside, who ended up scared to death first was still anyone's guess. Her words made the man's face stiffen at once, his arrogant expression twisting into a cold, angry glare. Just then, the rising tension was broken by the sound of a vehicle approaching. The armored man smirked as soon as he saw it, clearly recognizing it as theirs. A large armored transport with flashing police lights rolled up to the checkpoint, and a moment later the rear doors swung open. Jialin stepped out from inside, and the moment she appeared, every pioneer there turned to look at her. A wave of surprise moved through the crowd as people recognized the infamous Jialin. She walked forward with calm authority. Guards positioned on both sides of her, while whispers spread among the gathered pioneers. A lot of them stared in awe, wondering what kind of status someone had to have to arrive with that kind of presence and that much obvious protection. Fang Yi watched her approach in silence and quickly understood why she was here. She was not just here to observe the mission, she was the one who would personally open the gate. Jialin stopped in front of the massive blue energy barrier, its surface crackling with power. Then she slowly raised one hand and began drawing pure energy into her palm until a glowing blue symbol took shape there, radiant and precise. With a strong push forward, she drove that symbol into the barrier. The enormous wall of energy immediately tore open, revealing a dark passage leading straight into the forbidden zone beyond. And just like that, the ES-class mission officially began. Standing before the dark portal, Jialin remained completely composed as red and black currents of energy whipped and coiled around the opening behind her. She announced that the pioneers could now enter, but before anyone moved, she gave them one final warning. The shizai flowers they had been sent to retrieve had to remain perfectly intact, and under no circumstances could they be touched by human blood. If the flowers failed to meet those conditions, then no reward would be given, no matter what risks people had taken. Once she made that clear, she gave the order for the mission to begin. With that, the crowd of pioneers started moving in groups. One after another, disappearing into the dark and unsettling portal. As they entered, one member of the arrogant armored group muttered bitterly to his leader, complaining that Jialan was basically sending them in to die while she stayed safely outside. Another teammate immediately told him to shut up, reminding him in a harsh whisper that if they died, at least the government would pay their families a large compensation. While Fang Yi's group watched the others go in, Su Qingying quietly started analyzing the strength of the teams gathered there for him. She identified the arrogant armored man as a one-star spirit creation cultivator, putting him at the same realm as Fang Yi. She also pointed out that several other dangerous figures were hiding their auras well enough that even she could not judge them clearly, while the rest were solid pioneers around the one-star or three-star ghost axe realm. In the end, she concluded that at least on the surface, the teams looked roughly balanced in strength. Fang Yi was a little surprised to hear that the arrogant man was also in the spirit creation realm, because earlier he had not sensed especially powerful spiritual energy from him. That only strengthened another conclusion in his mind. If so many elite teams had been drawn here at once, then this mission had to be far more difficult than it looked. Back outside the portal, one of Jialan's assistants gave her a final report from the tablet in her hands. She confirmed that a total of 37-star Ghost Axe Pioneers, 7 one-star Ghost Axe Pioneers, and 3 one-star Spirit Creation Pioneers had entered. The mission itself involved creatures ranging from B-class all the way up to S-class in threat level. Jialan listened calmly, then told her assistant to prepare the monitoring equipment, making it clear she had already expected what was coming. Inside the portal, the pioneers stepped into a deserted, dark, mist-soaked land, filled with dead trees and lifeless ground, as if the entire place had long since rotted from the inside out. The moment Fang Yi's group entered the boundless dark realm, black shadowy tendrils of energy began drifting and curling around them from every direction. Fang Yi immediately told everyone to stay close, explaining that the overwhelming dark attributes saturating the area would distort sight and perception so badly that they could easily get separated and lose track of one another. No sooner had he said that, than the red-haired leader suddenly bent over, hit by a wave of nausea so strong she dropped to her knees. Embarrassed and miserable, she apologized between heaves, admitting she could not stop herself from throwing up. Su Qingying calmly moved to her side and reassured her that the reaction was normal. In a steady voice, she explained that the horrible smell filling the area was a mix of rotting corpses and brain fluid, the kind of stench most people simply could not endure without reacting. Then she gestured toward another team not far away. They were crouched on the ground, retching too, proving that even pioneers of roughly similar strength were being affected the moment they entered this environment. Su Qingying continued, explaining that the dark attribute naturally countered pioneers and acted almost like a kind of contamination or pollution that constantly weakened them. She also warned that the anomalies inside this zone were far more aggressive than normal, which meant the danger here was not just in the environment. It was immediate. Fang Yi listened carefully, as Su Qingying laid out the known threats and the official classification system. She explained that B-class anomalies were already dangerous enough to threaten pioneers at the same level as themselves. A-class anomalies, meanwhile, were strong enough to draw in spirit creation realm cultivators and were the kind of threat associated with places like the boundless dark realm itself. And when it came to S-level monsters, Su Qingying's voice turned even graver. Those were true disaster-class horrors, the kind of existence that could contend even with beings in the legendary Endless Spirit Sea realm. Then she gave them the harshest warning. Yet, inside this zone, the dark attribute did not just surround the monsters, it empowered them. A creature that would only be considered B-level outside would be pushed up to at least A-level the moment it entered the boundless dark realm. The red-haired leader's eyes widened at that, clearly thrown by how bad the situation really was. Lin Yi, now visibly more concerned, turned to Su Qingying and asked if she and her team were somehow less affected by the dark pollution than everyone else. Su Qingying let out a small chuckle and explained that it was not because they were immune. It was because she and her team had dealt with similar monsters for so long that they had already adapted to this kind of filthy environment. The smell just did not hit them the same way it hit ordinary pioneers anymore. Then, in a calm, matter-of-fact tone, she added another detail. She had recently broken through into the 3-star Ghost Axe realm and was now working to evolve her water attribute into the much rarer ice attribute. Lin Yi then spoke more seriously to Su Qingying. Since they were now both in the same realm, she wanted to know if Su Qingying also felt her spiritual energy being heavily suppressed here, even more than on earlier missions. Su Qingying gave a grim nod right away and confirmed it. She added that many high-level masters had already died in this zone before, including one-star spirit creation elites from the military, so nobody here could afford even a second of carelessness. As they moved deeper into the bleak, abandoned landscape, Su Qingying naturally took the lead. After a while, she noticed they could no longer see the pioneer group that had been ahead of them, and she urged everyone to pick up the pace a little. Then she lowered her voice and gave an important instruction. From here on, they needed to speak less, save their strength, and keep their spiritual energy drawn inward, so the dense dark mist would have fewer chances to exploit any weakness. As he walked in silence, Fang Yi quietly checked his own condition. To his surprise, he did not feel the same sharp discomfort the others were describing. After thinking it over, he concluded it was probably because his strengthened yang and thunder attributes naturally repelled the dark attribute around him. Of course, there was another possibility too. After reaching the spirit creation realm, his overall spiritual power might simply have become strong enough to resist this level of pollution much more easily. Elsewhere in the boundless dark realm, the arrogant pioneer and his team were already locked in battle. With one heavy swing of his glowing green sword, their leader cleanly sliced through a monstrous beast's neck and took its head off with brutal ease. The man threw his head back and laughed arrogantly, openly mocking the so-called danger of the zone. His teammates immediately cheered him on, feeding his pride even more, and he loudly declared that they would be the ones to claim the Shizai flower. Swagger dripping from every word, he vowed to show the younger generation what real strength looked like. Back with Fang Yi's group, Lin Yi was still struggling with the environment. Small gagging sounds kept slipping from her throat as she tried to steady herself and keep moving through the oppressive dark mist. Fang Yi noticed her discomfort right away. Watching her force herself to endure it, he could not help thinking that even after everything she had been through and all the power she now had, in some ways, she was still just a kid. Without making a big deal out of it, he gently placed a hand against her back and sent a soft, steady wave of spiritual energy into her body to calm and support her. The effect was almost immediate. The nausea twisting Lin Yi's stomach, along with the deep, bone-chilling cold creeping through her body, faded in moments. In their place came a gentle warmth, the kind that felt like winter sunlight after being trapped too long in icy darkness. Lin Yi could not help marveling at how incredible the power of the spirit creation realm really was. In amazement, she commented on the warmth around her, assuming it had to be some especially rare and high-grade fire attribute. Then her thoughts briefly drifted to her own wood attribute, which absorbed energy slowly and steadily by nature, and to what Su Qingying had said earlier about evolving water into the much rarer ice attribute. Fang Yi calmly corrected her, explaining that what she was feeling was not a fire attribute at all, but the yang attribute. He even apologized lightly for never explaining that to her before. Then, almost casually, he revealed something even more shocking. He was the one behind both the incident at the North Gate and the blaze on the playground at Qingqing University. The red-haired leader froze in complete disbelief at that confession. Staring at him, she blurted out whether he was seriously admitting to having 3 separate high-grade attributes. Fang Yi explained that the 2 fire-related incidents were not actually the same thing, because there were subtle but important differences between the yang attribute and skyfire. At the same time, his thoughts briefly flickered to the desolation attribute, his 4th power. He decided at once to keep that one hidden. In a place like this, it was always smart to keep at least one trump card in reserve. Outwardly, he only gave a vague confirmation which naturally left the others even more stunned. Still shivering from the biting cold and the oppressive aura around them, the red-haired leader edged a little closer to Fang Yi. Somewhat awkwardly, she admitted that she had not reached the 3-star Ghost Axe realm yet, so her ability to sense attributes was still weak, but even so, she could tell his yang attribute would help a lot. Trying to sound obedient, she shyly asked if he could warm her up too, and promised she would behave herself. Fang Yi agreed without making a fuss and said he would help keep her warm for the day. Then he placed a hand on her shoulder and sent a gentle wave of nourishing energy into her body, drawing out a sharp little yelp the moment the warmth spread through her. As she breathed out a visible puff of warm air and let out a long sigh of pure relief, Zhang Xiaoya and the other member of Su Qingying's squad watched from the side with obvious curiosity, both clearly seeing just how effective Fang Yi's energy was. Noticing their reactions, Fang Yi generously offered to do the same for Su Qingying's team too. Su Qingying hesitated for a moment, but then admitted in a slightly awkward tone that the warmth did, in fact, feel very nice. Her 2 much more enthusiastic subordinates accepted almost immediately, with no convincing needed. With a few quick, easy pats, Fang Yi passed his protective yang energy into all 3 women. Each of them reacted with visible surprise as the warmth settled in, and the tension in their faces eased right away. Their gratitude was genuine, because in that hostile darkness, that simple comfort felt far more precious than it would have anywhere else. But that brief relief did not last. It was suddenly broken by the heavy sound of clawed footsteps crushing over the dead ground somewhere nearby, deep and deliberate in the fog. The moment his senses locked onto the disturbance, Fang Yi's expression hardened. In a sharp, low voice, he warned the whole group that a monster was coming. The next instant, a huge, shadowy, wolf-like creature burst from the mist and lunged straight at them. Su Qingying reacted on instinct, leaping forward and forming a long blade of blue energy to intercept it. But the beast moved with eerie speed and landed with a heavy thud directly behind the terrified red-haired leader, forcing Fang Yi to shout a warning at her. Wrapped in a menacing purple-black aura, the monster threw back its head and unleashed a furious roar that shook the air. Then it lowered itself and charged again. this time with brutal, killing intent. Su Qingying immediately identified it as a dangerous A-level monster. Declaring that she would handle it herself, she stepped forward and thrust out her hand, releasing a fierce burst of razor-sharp ice energy that struck the creature head-on. To everyone's surprise, the monster did not collapse or bleed. The instant the attack connected, its body simply vanished into nothingness as if it had never been there at all. Su Qingying stayed on guard, an ice crystal already forming in her hand for the next move, while Lin Yiyi stared and wondered out loud if the thing had actually disappeared. But Fang Yi saw through the trick immediately. His eyes, far sharper than the others, cut through the dark mist and exposed the truth. That wolf-like creature had only been a distraction. The real threat was a massive horde of zombie-like figures with glowing red eyes, shambling silently toward them from every direction. He instantly shouted for everyone to watch their feet. But the warning came a heartbeat too late. The ground beneath them suddenly burst open as countless shadowy hands and writhing tendrils shot upward, grabbing at their legs and pinning the entire group in place, just as the red-eyed horde closed in around them. Even with grasping hands all around him and bodies dragging at his legs, Fang Yi stayed completely calm. Drawing his sword in one smooth motion, he told the others to fall back and leave the rest to him. A brilliant fiery light flared in his eyes, and in the next moment, he released a massive explosive wave of pure fire that burst outward from him like a sudden sun igniting in the dark. The entire zombie horde was swallowed at once by the blazing inferno, leaving no room for escape. Their shadowy forms twisted and melted inside the flames as shrill cries rang out one after another, then gradually faded into the burning haze. Standing among the dimming embers, Fang Yi casually spun his sword once and said they were safe for the moment. Then, in the same calm tone, he explained that despite the illusion of a huge crowd surrounding them, there had actually only been two real monsters controlling all those puppet-like figures from the shadows. Su Qingying was visibly shocked by that realization, and said the monsters in this zone had already evolved enough to mimic human language, which made them far more dangerous than normal. Fang Yi grimly suggested that it was probably because they had devoured so many people and learned from their victims over time. The whole group was left stunned by the display of power they had just witnessed. Su Qingying then added that the boundless dark realm was so dangerous that even weak creatures could be pushed into a-level threats here, making direct battle impossible for anyone below the spirit creation realm. Elsewhere, at a separate observation point, the mysterious Jilan was silently watching the entire scene unfold. Even she looked impressed. She realized right away that Fang Yi had destroyed two A-level phantom beasts with a single strike. And inwardly, she admitted that even she would have needed to trade several rounds with them before ending the fight that cleanly. Now, fully aware of how dangerous this place really was, Lin Yiyi immediately said that if Su Qingying's explanation was right, then it was more important than ever for all of them to stay close together. She warned that the monsters could disguise themselves, mislead people, and strike the instant anyone let their guard down. Then she turned and urgently told the red-haired leader to stop sitting there and get up. But the red-haired leader was still shaken, and not because of the zombie horde. What had truly rattled her was the overwhelming force of Fang Yi's attack. She muttered that the aura from his flames had felt so terrifyingly heavy that it was even more suffocating than the monsters were. In her eyes, even the slightest touch from that fire probably would have killed her on the spot. Just then, a deep rumbling sound rolled across the empty landscape, low and heavy enough to make everyone instinctively lift their heads. Lin Yi frowned and asked if the others could hear it too, because what she was hearing sounded strangely like distant ocean waves crashing somewhere in the dark. A moment later, the ground started shaking violently beneath them, the tremors so strong the whole group staggered and nearly lost their footing. Off in the distance, they could see other pioneer teams running in full panic, their formations broken and their faces full of terror, as they fled through the dead forest. One man was screaming desperately at his companion to stop fighting and run. His voice cracked with fear as he shouted that the thing coming toward them was pure evil, that they were seeing ghosts and that staying to fight would only get them killed. Fang Yi, Su Qingying, and Lin Yiyi all watched the chaos with grim, tightening expressions. Then they saw it clearly. A massive swirling vortex made of pure dark energy was rolling across the land like a living disaster, packed with countless twisted shapes and glowing red eyes. It devoured everything in its path as it advanced, unstoppable and horrifying. And caught right in the middle of that catastrophe was the arrogant pioneer and his team, now facing what was unmistakably the legendary Dark Tide. As the terrifying Dark Tide surged across the land and swallowed pioneers whose screams rang out in horror, the arrogant pioneer still gave a scoffing laugh. He dismissed the threat with blatant pride, loudly declaring that just because the regular troops could not handle it, did not mean he could not. With a defiant roar, he raised his sword and summoned a huge barrier of green energy, arrogantly proclaiming that everything within this zone was his for the taking. And with that reckless confidence still burning across his face, he charged straight into the heart of the swirling red and black storm. The moment he stepped into the tide, all his confidence broke apart. Thick black tendrils came at him from every side, wrapping around him and locking him in a suffocating grip. A chill ran straight through him. Only then did he realize the monsters hiding inside were far more terrifying than he had imagined, not just above A level. Not even just above S level. Panic hit him instantly. He knew he couldn't let himself get caught, but by that point, it was already too late to run. He, along with many other pioneers, was swallowed by that overwhelming darkness. Their screams rang out as they were dragged down into the depths. From farther back where it was still barely safe, Fang Yi and the others could do nothing but watch the nightmare unfold. The red-haired leader stared ahead, visibly shaken, and muttered in disbelief, wondering if those people were already dead, and if any of them still had a way out. Beside him, Lin Yi quickly turned to Su Qingying and pressed her to explain what this so-called dark tide really was. With a grim look on her face, Su Qingying explained that this was the ultimate form of the dark attribute, a corrupted tide that devoured everything in its path, even other monsters. There was fear in her voice, but confusion too. Their mission was supposed to have been arranged specifically to avoid the day of the tide, and now that this was happening right in front of them, she could only fear that every pioneer who had gone ahead was already gone. Lin Yi suddenly remembered seeing the dark tide mentioned on pioneer forums, where people described it as a disaster capable of wiping out an entire city. Her face tightened with fear, and she immediately told Fang Yi they needed to retreat while they still could. But Fang Yi stayed completely calm. He told everyone not to panic, then raised a huge protective barrier around the group, golden spiritual energy pouring out as blue lightning crackled across its surface. In a steady voice, he explained that this spiritual shield naturally countered dark energy. And if things really got desperate, they could all pour their power into the barrier together, hold it in place, and survive the tide head-on. Su Qingying looked at him in shock, and immediately asked what exactly he was planning to do. She warned him that the dark tide was not ordinary dark energy, but a terrifying concentration of the dark attribute itself. Even if all of them combined their strength, they still wouldn't be able to stop it. She reminded him that even that spirit creation realm pioneer had been swallowed without putting up any real resistance. Fang Yi didn't look troubled at all. Golden flames burst across his sword, while blue lightning flared wildly in his other hand. Then, with complete confidence, he said he was going in to destroy it. Before anyone could respond, he kicked off the ground and shot forward like a streak of fire and thunder, heading straight for the towering wall of darkness. His teammates could only stare after him in shock, while Su Qingying wondered if he really meant to destroy the dark tide itself. He drove straight into the center of the storm, his light carving open a path through the violent swirling chaos like a blade cutting through endless night. At the very heart of the tide, Fang Yi floated in complete calm, completely untouched. A golden aura shielded him while monstrous dark energy churned and shrieked all around him. His eyes settled on the tiny red wisps, flickering inside the storm like little flames, and a faint smirk appeared on his lips. One of his suspicions had just been confirmed. Suspended in the center of the dark tide, Fang Yi found himself surrounded by a grotesque horde of monsters, their twisted bodies covered in countless eyes as they writhed through the darkness. And the more closely he looked, the clearer the truth became. These weren't just A-level monsters being controlled by dark energy. They were evolved composites. Upgraded forms created by forcing countless smaller monsters together into something far more horrifying. In that instant, Fang Yi understood what the tide really was. It was like a living incubator, endlessly refining its creatures from B level to A level, and then from A level to S level. By his judgment, this entire event had already reached at least an SSS class threat level. That alone explained how it had swallowed even spirit creation realm pioneers so easily without giving them any real chance to fight back. Then one of the monsters suddenly lunged out of the darkness and rushed straight at Fang Yi. Golden fire flashed in his eyes. With one clean swing of his flaming sword, he unleashed the crimson flame blade and effortlessly cut down the charging A-level composite beast. He couldn't help noticing just how much stronger he had become. Now that he had reached the spirit creation realm and combined it with his Skyfire-enhanced sword, a creature that once would have dragged him into a brutal fight could now be killed in an instant. As his gaze moved through the storm around him, something nearby suddenly caught his eye. It was that arrogant pioneer. He was still alive, but the tide's dark energy was steadily eating away at him. He hadn't passed out yet, and he was still struggling desperately against the corruption spreading through his body. Fang Yi saw right away that the man was still responsive, which meant his spiritual energy had not been completely drained yet. His foundation was nowhere near as stable as Fang Yi's, but as a true spirit creation realm pioneer, he still had one slim chance to survive. After only a brief pause, Fang Yi gathered divine thunder into his hand. A huge burst of purifying lightning exploded from him and slammed straight into the dark mass trapping the arrogant pioneer. The man was blasted clear out of the tide, thrown through the air before crashing hard onto the ground. He was unconscious, but at least he was finally free from the corruption gripping him. Standing over the fallen rival with his sword still burning in his hand, Fang Yi calmly judged that the man could still be saved. but only by the thinnest margin. But that small win didn't last long. The dark energy around him started twisting and gathering again, and the monsters he had just cut down began reforming right in front of his eyes. He watched a massive, many-eyed creature regenerate out of the surrounding darkness, and immediately understood the real problem. The tide could keep reproducing its minions endlessly, and for a moment he couldn't help wondering if this terrifying power of regeneration was what defined monsters beyond the S-level threshold. Facing that endlessly reviving horde, Fang Yi quickly gave up on his original plan and settled on something far more dangerous. Even so, a confident smirk still rose on his face. He was ready to try a different approach. Without the slightest hesitation, he deliberately withdrew his protective spiritual aura and left his entire body exposed to the crushing power of the dark tide. The instant that protection vanished, his system reacted and detected the extreme dark attribute surrounding him, but almost immediately it returned a failure. The attribute was too unusual, too complex, and couldn't be extracted for now. Fang Yi felt disappointed but not surprised. Even after stepping into the spirit creation realm, the dark attribute was still beyond his reach. If anything, that only confirmed what he had already started to suspect. This power was fundamentally different from every other attribute he had encountered. As his options narrowed by the second, panic still never showed on his face. Instead, a determined smile slowly appeared. Since he couldn't destroy the tide outright, and couldn't absorb its power either, then there was only one thing left to do. He would have to find another way to deal with it. As the monsters began closing in again, he briefly regretted not bringing Little Flower, the Desolation Flower, with him. Its life-draining power would have been the perfect answer to something like this. For one short moment, he wondered what choices he still had left. Then his eyes widened slightly. A sudden realization hit him. The answer had been right in front of him the entire time. Outside the tide, the rest of the team stayed inside the golden barrier, staring nervously into the darkness. Still rattled, the red-haired leader asked Su Qingying if she had ever seen anything like this before. With a tense expression, she could only admit that she hadn't. Then, all at once, the violent chaos of the dark tide went still. Instead of raging wildly, it pressed silently against their protective shield. And somehow, that unnatural silence felt even worse than the storm. That eerie calm only made everyone more uneasy. Lin Yiyi admitted with a trembling voice that even when they had faced the monstrous desolation vine, she had never felt this afraid. Her worry for Fang Yi weighed so heavily on her that she could barely think. Su Qingying tried to calm her down. She pointed out that Fang Yi's barrier was still holding, even if it was flickering under the pressure. Taking Lin Yiyi's hands, she told her they should focus their own spiritual energy into the shield and help reinforce it. Then, with grim honesty, she added that if someone as strong as Fang Yi really fell here, then their own fate would be sealed soon after anyway. Su Qingying kept trying to steady everyone's nerves. She reminded them that Fang Yi was a spirit creation realm cultivator who wielded several terrifyingly powerful attributes, and she strongly suspected that his real strength went even deeper than anything they had seen so far. Someone at his level simply wasn't a person pioneers like them could save, no matter how much they worried. Her calm tone, and even that slight touch of humor, slowly eased Lin Yiyi's nerves, and Lin Yiyi softly thanked her. Su Qingying just smiled and admitted that her own teammates often said she was too serious. Then she gently asked Lin Yiyi if she felt a little better now. Their tense waiting was suddenly shattered when a towering pillar of pure fire erupted from deep inside the dark tide, instantly forcing the oppressive darkness back. From the blazing center of that inferno, Fang Yi unleashed his ultimate technique, the Nine Dragons Skyfire sealing art. He rose out of the flames like a god of war, his entire body shining with a fierce mix of blue and golden energy. Outside, his teammates could only stare in awe. The red-haired leader excitedly pointed him out to the stunned Lin Yiyi, while Su Qingying stood there in open disbelief, unable to process the sheer scale of the power unfolding in front of them. The technique took form as 9 colossal fire dragons, twisting and circling through the sky with overwhelming majesty, their combined light swallowing the darkness of the dark tide whole. Elsewhere, Jialan, who had been quietly watching the mission from afar, was nearly thrown off balance by the immense wave of spiritual pressure that suddenly erupted outward. She recognized that power instantly as the legendary Skyfire attribute, and she immediately realized the technique itself was a sealing art of terrifying power. In utter disbelief, she watched the 9 dragons converge and compress the city-destroying dark tide into a single unstable orb of blazing energy. She could hardly believe he might actually have sealed the entire event, but Fang Yi still wasn't done. After sealing the tide, he gathered divine thunder into both hands and released it as a massive vortex of crackling blue energy, spiraling violently around the sealed sphere of fire. With a roar that shook the air itself, Fang Yi called out the name of his fused technique, the 9 Dragons' Edict, and the force in his voice made the whole battlefield tremble. In the next instant, those 2 overwhelming powers, fire and thunder, slammed into each other head-on. The collision exploded outward with terrifying force, blasting through everything around them and shaking the very foundation of the extreme dark zone. Then Fang Yi gave one final command to Seal. Bringing his hands together, he forced that raging chaotic power to collapse inward under his control. The violent vortex of fire and lightning compressed tighter and tighter, shrinking into a smaller, steadier sphere until it finally settled into a glowing orb, bright, stable, and packed with perfectly contained power. After that unbelievable display of strength, the arrogant pioneer lay unconscious on the ground, like a hollow shell of the man he had been before. Fang Yi glanced at him and figured that, for now at least, the danger had passed. In the end, he had even saved someone by accident, which left him quietly wondering what he was supposed to do with the man now. Lin Yi hurried straight to Fang Yi, relief written all over her face now that she could see he was safe with her own eyes. Nearby, Su Qingying stood beside the unconscious pioneer and calmly said her team could take care of the injured man from here. A little later, Su Qingying walked over and asked Fang Yi why he still didn't look the least bit pleased, even after sealing something as terrifying and high-level as that dark attribute phenomenon. But inwardly, she was stunned. He had actually done exactly what he said he would do and crushed the dark tide itself. To her, that made him a truly frightening force. Fang Yi quickly told them this was no time to relax, and that they needed to move immediately. He explained that the seal he placed was only temporary, and the dense dark attribute energy still lingering in the area remained extremely dangerous. They had to find the Shizai flower before the seal weakened and broke. Su Qingying understood at once and nodded, saying her team would carry the unconscious man back to the association for treatment, while several of her teammates lifted him onto their shoulders. Before long, the group stopped at the edge of a cliff and looked out over the silent, empty land ahead. Su Qingying's heart sank as she realized none of the other pioneers who had gone ahead were coming back. There wasn't a single trace left behind. The only conclusion she could make was that they had all been devoured by the dark attribute. The red-haired leader bitterly mourned the fact that people who had been alive just moments earlier had disappeared without leaving anything behind. Fang Yi, on the other hand, quietly thought that maybe he really was cold-blooded, because what he felt most was relief. At least he hadn't been forced to stand there and watch them die one after another. As they approached a sinister dark pool that gave off an oppressive presence, Fang Yi immediately took charge. He told Lin Yi and the others to keep moving with Su Qingying's team, explaining that this pool had now become the most dangerous spot in the area and that it would be safer if he stayed behind to cover them. The others accepted that without argument and carefully moved on. Once he was alone on the rocky ledge, with the air around him tense and strangely quiet, a system window suddenly appeared in front of Fang Yi and informed him that it had detected a new and intense fluctuation of the dark attribute nearby. Almost immediately, a violent vortex of purple-black energy burst up from the ground around him, twisting like a living storm. The system confirmed the detection had succeeded and announced that it was activating its highest level of computing power to write a brand new technique. An unseen force lifted Fang Yi into the air. His arms spread outward as towering pillars of pure dark energy surged up around him from every direction. Then the system declared that the writing process was complete. Fang Yi's eyes snapped open at once, now glowing with a cold purple light that carried the essence of the power he had just gained. A new system window appeared and confirmed what he had obtained. It was a dark attribute technique called the Boundless Dark Realm. The system explained that this ability allowed him to create a sealed domain of dark mist, and inside that enclosed space, spiritual energy would be heavily suppressed. Fang Yi immediately grasped what that meant and realized this dark world was a special domain completely under his control. He saw the value of it at once. The corrosive nature of this new power wouldn't just drain an enemy's spiritual energy, it would also slow their recovery, giving him a huge advantage in battle. In his mind, he could almost see himself standing above a sea of desperate hands reaching up from below. And that image made one thing clear. If he combined this suppressive power with his other attributes, his combat strength would become even more terrifying. With that thought, his confidence only grew. Even if something stranger and stronger than the dark tide appeared again, he believed he would still be able to destroy it. As the last traces of purple energy slowly settled, Su Qingying, still struggling to believe what she was sensing, asked Fang Yi whether he could feel the dark mist gathering around them again. Then her eyes widened sharply as the full scale of that spiritual fluctuation finally hit her, leaving her visibly shaken. She stared at Fang Yi while the leftover energy swirled around him, unable to understand how he could be going through another breakthrough without any of the usual dramatic signs, like changes in heaven and earth. Then the truth hit her all at once. Fang Yi had not just sealed the S-class dark tide, he had absorbed its power. To her, the very idea sounded absurd, impossible, and completely beyond common sense. Ever since the earliest days of spiritual revival, all pioneers had known one thing for certain. The dark attribute was the most terrifying of all powers, born from the negative emotions, resentment, and buried evil inside living beings. And because of that, absorbing dark attribute power had long been strictly forbidden by the government. A flashback revealed a failed official experiment where researchers once tried to purify dark attribute energy and paid a devastating price for it. In the end, it was classified as a uniquely dangerous monster-type power. Dark monsters could range anywhere from D-class to S-class, but even the weakest among them had been enough to overwhelm early pioneers. And the Dark Tide, an absolute S-class threat, could devour even spirit creation realm cultivators with frightening ease. Another flashback showed the tragic fate of a 3-star Ghost Axe pioneer who, before the ban was ever established, had tried to absorb the energy of nothing more than a sea-level monster. The backlash drove him completely insane. His skin began to rot, his mind gave way, and in the end, he was locked away in a psychiatric hospital where he remained to this day. Back in the present, the violent dark energy gradually died down and flowed back into Fang Yi's body. He let out a slow, quiet breath as the disturbance finally came to an end. Then he calmly spoke into the mist-covered emptiness, telling whoever had been watching them all this time to come out already. His red eyes swept across the area with a sharp, certain look, as if he had known from the beginning that someone was there. From within the drifting mist, Jialin finally stepped out. Looking straight at Fang Yi, she confirmed that if her judgment was right, he was the one who had sealed the dark tide by himself. Su Qingying froze at Jialin's sudden appearance and gasped out her name in disbelief. Jialin slowly descended and landed in front of Fang Yi, then asked him directly what exactly he had just been doing, questioning whether he had been absorbing the dark attribute. Fang Yi didn't hesitate. He calmly confirmed that he had. That blunt answer sent another shock through Su Qingying. Then, in one swift motion, Jialin pulled out a pistol and aimed it straight at Fang Yi's head. The red-haired leader shouted Jialin's name on the spot and demanded to know what she thought she was doing, while she and the terrified Lin Yi could only stand there, staring at the scene in fear and confusion. Su Qingying reacted instantly and threw herself between Jialin and Fang Yi, raising her arm to block the gun. She confronted Jialin in open anger, reminding her that if she remembered right, Fang Yi was the military's top priority recruitment target. Then she pushed even harder, pointing out that the association had wanted to recruit him too before the military stepped in and demanded to know why Jialin was showing this kind of hostility now, ignoring Su Qingying's attempt to shield him. Fang Yi calmly rested a hand on her shoulder and addressed Jialin himself. He said the whole situation felt strange. Wasn't this mission supposed to be about finding the Shizai flower? But from the way she was acting, it almost seemed like she cared less about completing the mission than she did about the fact that they had survived at all. Jialin didn't say a word. Her expression barely changed as she kept the weapon aimed at him, the cold light along the barrel glinting through the mist. The red-haired leader, though, was done staying quiet. Anger burst out of her as she shouted at Jialin, reminding her that their squad had always trusted her. Then she demanded to know why Jialin had done nothing when they were facing the dark tide. Without Fang Yi, every one of them would have died there. She pointed at Lin Yi in fury, and said the girl was still just a child, accusing Jialin of standing there and watching them face death, only to turn around now and threaten the very person who had saved them. Then, without warning, Jialin lowered the weapon. A faint smirk touched the corner of her lips. She brushed the whole confrontation aside, like it had been nothing more than a joke, and remarked that Fang Yi seemed to be very well liked by his teammates. After that, she calmly congratulated him and announced that he had passed the test. That sudden shift in attitude left both the red-haired leader and Su Qingying completely stunned, unable to make sense of what she had just said. Fang Yi, however, understood almost right away. Looking at her, he asked if this had been her real purpose from the beginning, to test him. Jialin confirmed that he was right. Because his talent and strength were so extraordinary, she hadn't wanted to rely on dry, impersonal data alone. She wanted to see for herself what kind of person Fang Yi really was beneath all that power. Then she responded to the red-haired leader's earlier accusation and explained why she had not stepped in. In this new world, pioneers were forced to live by brutal rules, whether they accepted that or not. She said this was the fate all of them shared. A life where fortune and disaster could switch places in an instant. Even so, she told them they were fortunate to have someone powerful and trustworthy standing in front of them, protecting them. She asked if they had noticed that ever since the dark tide was defeated, not a single other monster had dared come near them. According to her, the creatures in the area had already been frightened off by the power Fang Yi displayed. Fang Yi listened with a grim look and agreed with her. Then he added that the dark tide itself followed the same rule. It preyed on the weak and feared the strong. Now that the test was over, Jialin offered to personally lead them to the Shizai flower, saying she knew this region far better than any of them. As the group followed her, Su Qingying leaned in toward Fang Yi and quietly whispered that she felt there was something mentally wrong with Jialin. Then she revealed an important detail. Jialin's own squad had once encountered the dark tide before, and she had been the only survivor. Fang Yi quietly took that in and began piecing together a much clearer picture of her state of mind. He realized that her rigid obedience to missions and rules was what made her seem so cold and detached. At the same time, losing her teammates had likely left deep scars, pushing her toward a kind of post-traumatic self-destructive tendency. Even so, he could tell that some other powerful belief was still driving her forward, and that seeing him seal the dark tide had only shaken her composure for a moment. With that understanding in mind, Fang Yi showed the faintest smile and told his teammates that they should all try to be considerate toward this wounded person. The red-haired leader immediately asked whether Jialan was actually hurt. Watching her carefully, Fang Yi calmly said that she was. He explained to the others that Jialan's spiritual barrier had been badly damaged. In his judgment, even though she still had the power of a 2-star spirit creation realm cultivator, her protective aura had already dropped by at least 2 levels. The crumbling state of her spiritual energy only confirmed it further and made it clear that she had suffered a serious internal injury. She even stumbled a little as she walked, and that tiny misstep made it impossible to miss just how weakened she really was. Noticing the concern in everyone's eyes, Jialan glanced back over her shoulder and thanked them in a quiet voice. Even then, she brushed it off and insisted her injury was nothing serious, nothing that would slow her down. With Jialan leading the way, the group moved deeper into a barren, mist-covered wasteland scattered with dead trees, broken bones, and the remains of fallen creatures. It was a bleak, silent place known as the chaotic burial mounds. As they walked, Fang Yi suddenly caught something subtle in the stillness around them. Something wrong. His eyes shifted, and before long, he spotted the half-buried skeleton of a fallen pioneer hidden beneath the dirt. At last, Jialan came to a stop and said they had arrived. In a small clearing ahead, a single shizai flower stood glowing softly on its own, its petals giving off an ethereal purple light through the mist. As Jialan started walking toward the flower, Fang Yi kept his eyes on her. His instincts were already telling him that something about this didn't feel right. In the very next instant, that suspicion was confirmed. Vicious, shadowy monsters with glowing red eyes burst up from the earth and surrounded the flower, as if they had been waiting there all along to guard it. But the sudden appearance of those monsters didn't stop Jialan at all. Instead, her face turned strangely fixated, almost obsessively so. She slowly reached out a hand and whispered that she could finally see it again, her expression darkening like she had slipped into some waking trance. Fang Yi's eyes sharpened immediately. The second he understood what was happening, his expression turned serious. He knew right away that Jialan was no longer in her right mind. Without hesitating for even a moment, he summoned a sphere of golden-red flame into his palm and shouted a command meant to snap her spirit awake. Then he hurled the blazing fireball straight at the entranced Jialan, not to hurt her, but to force her out of that dangerous state before it was too late. The fireball shot toward her at high speed. At the last possible second, Jialan snapped out of her trance and recognized the incoming attack for what it was, an extremely rare and powerful Yang attribute technique. Even injured, she moved with surprising speed. She knocked the blast aside with her arm, and the impact sent a heavy shockwave rolling across the clearing. A tense silence followed. Jialan and Fang Yi stood facing each other, neither of them making the first move, while golden energy kept crackling restlessly around his hand. Now fully awake, Jialan looked visibly shaken. The sight of the flower had dragged up an old painful memory, and ghost-like images of her fallen companions flashed through her mind. Bitterly, she wondered if even all her preparations still hadn't been enough. Seeing that she had come back to herself, Lin Yi and Su Qingying hurried over at once. Lin Yi anxiously asked if she was all right, while Su Qingying, more cautious, pointed out that Jialan was being heavily affected by the dark attribute and said it would be safer if they all stayed together from now on. Ignoring their concern, Fang Yi stepped forward with calm confidence. When it came to the shizai flower, he said it would be enough for him to go alone. He had clearly decided to handle this himself. Then he walked calmly into the empty clearing. Steady step after steady step, heading straight for the softly glowing flower ahead. Suddenly, the ground beneath them began to shake violently. A massive, hideous wolf-like monster with glowing red eyes burst out of the earth in a spray of dirt and stone, lunging forward with savage force. Its jaws split wide open, revealing a horrifying storm of smaller screaming faces and dark red energy churning inside its mouth as it let out a roar full of hunger and malice. Fang Yi didn't flinch. Blue energy crackled across his fingertips as he calmly spoke a single word. Divine thunder. Several massive bolts of lightning exploded from his hand and tore straight through the monster's body. The creature howled in pain as electricity ripped through its flesh. But even after taking the blow head-on, it still refused to go down. Fang Yi watched it closely and quickly understood what he was dealing with. This fox demon had clearly devoured countless other monsters and mutated into something this twisted and powerful, making it yet another S-class threat. Knowing the seal on the dark tide was only temporary and that every second mattered now, Fang Yi understood he had to end this fast, but when he sensed the monster's abnormal vitality, a confident smirk slowly formed on his face. If it wasn't going to die easily, then it was the perfect test subject for his new power. With that thought, he gathered the ominous purple energy of the dark attribute into his hand. Still wearing that calm, confident look, Fang Yi unleashed his newly acquired technique, the boundless dark realm, directly on the S-class fox monster. A massive storm of swirling purple energy erupted outward from him and instantly trapped the startled beast inside. That raging power quickly compressed and solidified into a huge dark purple sphere, sealing both Fang Yi and the monster inside its enclosed space. Inside that newly formed world, shadowy purple tendrils whipped in from every direction and wrapped tightly around the EOS-class beast like living chains. The monster thrashed wildly and let out pained whimpers as its enormous body started shrinking under the crushing pressure of Fang Yi's domain. Then a system window appeared and confirmed just how terrifying the technique really was. Under the effect of the boundless dark realm, the S-class anomaly had been forcibly downgraded by 2 entire levels, all the way down to a B-class threat. Standing in front of the weakened creature, Fang Yi calmly remarked that an S-class anomaly like this must have had a very unstable foundation if it could be downgraded so easily. Now that the monster had been reduced to something manageable, his sword burst into blazing golden-red fire once again. He declared that the battle was over, and with that, he brought down a single massive slash of fire, engulfing the creature completely and destroying it in one overwhelming strike. Outside the sphere, Su Qingying and Lin Yiyi stared at the enormous orb of dark energy in front of them. Su Qingying found it strange. Even though it was clearly dark attribute power, it felt different from the kind she knew. Lin Yiyi immediately agreed, saying it didn't have that usual disgusting heaviness or bone-deep chill she expected from it. Jialan gave them the answer. She explained that what they were seeing was Fang Yi's personal domain, a space he had created on his own after mastering the dark attribute without any teacher to guide him. As she said that, Jialan couldn't help thinking about just how incredible that really was. Creating a domain was an extremely difficult ability, something far beyond what ordinary pioneers could ever hope to achieve. Before this, the only person she had ever known who could form a spatial domain through spiritual power was her teacher. Other than him, she guessed there were no more than 3 people in the entire world who could do the same. Then a painful memory rose up in her mind. She saw a vision of a massive disaster once spreading across an entire city, and remembered how her teacher had tried to stop it with his own domain, only to fail in the end. Their thoughts were cut short when the purple sphere vanished, revealing Fang Yi standing alone in the clearing, as if the battle had ended in the blink of an eye. Jialan and Su Qingying could only stare, stunned by how quickly he had finished it. With an easy wave of his hand and a reassuring smile, Fang Yi told them that the chaotic burial mounds shouldn't be giving them any more trouble for the time being. With the surrounding area finally secure, Fang Yi calmly turned and walked toward the softly glowing shizai flower. He carefully cupped his hands around the plant and gently pulled it from the ground with its roots intact, making sure not to damage it. Holding the glowing flower in his hands, he gave it a quick look and concluded that this should be enough to complete the mission. Jialan watched him with a tense, nervous expression, as if the mission had only just reached its most important moment. Fang Yi came back to the group and handed the flower to Jialan, who quietly remarked on how small it was. He then confirmed that the mission was complete and urged everyone to leave immediately, explaining that the sealed dark tide was unlike ordinary monsters and could become a major problem again at any moment. He added that they still had to deal with the unconscious arrogant pioneer and the rest of that man's team as well. At that, the tension finally drained from Jialan's face, replaced by genuine gratitude. Holding the glowing flower carefully in her hands, she thanked Fang Yi from the heart and admitted that it was only because of his overwhelming strength that they had succeeded. Then she turned and thanked the others as well, announcing that it was time for all of them to leave. As the group started moving away, Jialan paused for a moment and looked back at Fang Yi to thank him one more time. Then she finally revealed why this mission mattered so much. Elder Wu, the Xia nation's only Jinggang realm pioneer, was on the verge of death, and the shizai flower was the only medicine that could save him. With a small but deeply grateful smile, she told Fang Yi that he had just saved the life of the nation's strongest protector. Fang Yi listened closely, his expression turning thoughtful as he took in that important piece of information, quietly repeating the name of that legendary Jinggang realm to himself. When the group finally stepped out through the dark portal of the extreme dark zone, they were greeted by a sky filled with swirling red clouds overhead. The red-haired leader threw both fists into the air and shouted in overwhelming relief that they could finally see the light again and had made it out alive. Beside her, Lin Yiyi nodded right away, deeply thankful to be standing under daylight once more. The moment they returned, the large crowd of officials, who had been waiting in tense silence, broke into loud cheers. Relief swept through the entire scene as people celebrated the successful retrieval of the shizai flower, with some openly admitting that when Jialan first reported it, they could barely believe it was even possible. As the team moved ahead through the path, the crowd quickly opened for them. The red-haired leader looked around in surprise at just how many people had gathered, and somewhere in that crowd, someone couldn't help asking out loud who it was that had actually brought the flower back. Then, Lin Yiyi suddenly paused, her expression shifting the moment she saw what was waiting directly in front of them. Parked right in their path was a massive armored military vehicle, with elite soldiers standing in rigid formation on both sides. The red-haired leader recognized it instantly, along with the unmistakable emblem of the legendary Star God War Zone, the strongest and most famous military force in all of Zaya. The realization hit her at once, followed immediately by embarrassment. Jialan belonged to that unit, which meant yelling at her earlier suddenly felt like a terrible idea. Star God War Zone was the #1 military district in the entire nation. Ever since the spiritual revival began, its unique advantages had allowed it to claim the most resource-rich forbidden zones, turning those deadly areas into priceless grounds for cultivation and military growth. As the group got closer, one of the officials carefully took the shizai flower, now sealed inside a glowing blue container, and respectfully handed it over to the high-ranking officer waiting nearby. That officer turned out to be Han Li, and the small, satisfied smile on his face made it clear just how important this delivery really was. Then came a stunning sight no one expected. Han Li, along with every soldier behind him, snapped to attention and gave Fang Yi a sharp formal salute. It was such a solemn display of respect that even Fang Yi looked caught off guard. Han Li then turned to Jialan and told her he would personally deliver the shizai flower to the hospital right away, assuring her that she could finally put her mind at ease. Jialan gave a slight nod and said she would follow shortly after. With the precious cargo secured at last, the armored vehicle roared to life and sped off without a second of delay. Once the urgent situation had settled, Jialan turned back to Fang Yi. He asked her directly if she was from the Star God War Zone, and she calmly confirmed it. Then she added that news of his incredible strength had already spread across her entire military district. With a confident, knowing look, she told him it wouldn't be long before he became someone the whole nation knew. Jialan continued with complete honesty, openly admitting that Fang Yi's personal strength was already enough to overwhelm even the most elite squads in her war zone on his own. Then she formally invited him to join the Star God War Zone, pointing to his near-limitless potential and promising him access to the best cultivation resources the military had to offer. She also assured him that the rewards for this mission, for both his team and Su Qingying's squad, would be delivered soon. Fang Yi listened with a faint smile, though it was obvious he was still thinking it over. Then Jialan's tone grew noticeably more serious as she began explaining the real danger facing the world. With everything changing so quickly, she told him, the nation's most urgent threat now came from dark attribute anomalies. A grim image of an entire city being swallowed by a massive cloud of purple-black energy seemed to give shape to her warning. She said the number of these anomalies was rising at an alarming rate, and their influence would keep spreading like a malignant tumor, ready to trigger catastrophe at any moment. Because the danger was that great, she explained, they had no choice but to establish forbidden zones and place organizations like the Spiritual Energy Association in charge of guarding them under the strictest control. She made it clear she wasn't saying all this to pressure him into joining the military. Rather, she believed someone as exceptional and powerful as Fang Yi had earned the right to know the truth about the world they were living in. Understanding the sincerity behind her words, Fang Yi smiled and gave her a calm answer. He said he understood, and if he ran into anomalies again in the future, he wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. On that point, he told her she could rest easy. At those words, the stern exhaustion on Jialan's face finally softened into a real smile of relief. Formally introducing herself again, she said it was a pleasure to truly meet him, and then she offered him a small dark token. Fang Yi took it, and saw that it was a black tablet engraved with a dragon emblem, and the words Star God War Zone. Jialan explained that this token would give him unrestricted access to any forbidden zone for cultivation, and that the gates of the Star God War Zone itself would always remain open to him. Then she made one last request and asked whether he would like to come meet Elder Wu. Fang Yi asked if she meant the Jinggang Realm Pioneer. Jialan explained that Elder Wu was her teacher, and she felt Fang Yi should meet him. Still, she added that this was only a personal wish because she genuinely wanted to be his friend. Fang Yi accepted both the invitation and the token, then calmly slipped it into his pocket. He agreed to go with her, saying in an easy tone that it was always good to have more friends. Then, as a gift to mark their new friendship, he raised a hand crackling with blue lightning and told her he had something for her first. Jialan looked confused, but Fang Yi explained that he believed he could clear out the remaining dark attribute, poison still lingering in her body. Before she could say anything else, he released a surge of blue lightning that instantly spread around her, leaving her startled in place. As that energy moved through her body, she was stunned to realize that this thunder attribute carried a healing effect. The cold, deep pain that had been lingering inside her gave way to a warm numbness, and she quickly felt the discomfort fading away completely. Deep inside her body, the old damage left behind by the dark attribute began to heal as the energy purified her from within. To her, it felt like being reborn, as that rare and powerful thunder attribute washed every last trace of poison from her system. When it was over, Fang Yi asked Jialan how she felt, a few sparks of lightning still flickering around her. She answered without hesitation that she felt great. and that the remaining dark energy inside her had been completely cleared out. Nearby, Su Qingying watched as paramedics worked on the unconscious arrogant pioneer, quietly wondering whether someone hurt that badly could even still be saved. Then she turned and noticed that Fang Yi and Jialan were still there, which already surprised her. But what caught her eye even more was how different Jialan's aura felt now. The weakness and damage she had shown before seemed to be completely gone. Jialan explained that Fang Yi had used his rare and pure thunder attribute to completely cleanse the dark attribute poison from her body. Su Qingying was openly stunned by that revelation, and finally understood what Fang Yi's power really was. It wasn't just meant to destroy enemies. It could save lives too. She pointed at him in disbelief, and Fang Yi simply looked back at her and asked what exactly she was staring at. At that moment, a brilliant idea suddenly hit Su Qingying, and she immediately waved the paramedics over. She hurried over to Fang Yi and proposed a partnership. If his spiritual power could be combined with their advanced medical equipment, she explained, then they might be able to save many more pioneers suffering from dark attribute corruption. To show how serious she was, she bowed deeply and earnestly asked him to demonstrate his power one more time. Fang Yi didn't answer right away. He fell quiet for a moment, thinking it over. In the end, Fang Yi agreed. He released a carefully controlled burst of blue lightning from his hand and calmly asked if that was enough of a demonstration for them. After seeing that pure thunder energy up close, one of the paramedics excitedly confirmed that it really could work. A thunder attribute at that level, he said, was indeed capable of resisting and countering dark attribute corruption. Jialan added that when Fang Yi treated her earlier, the power had been sent directly into her body and destroyed the corruption from the inside. Su Qingying immediately suggested that maybe all they had to do was let Fang Yi and the patient hold hands. But the paramedic quickly explained that not every cultivator, not even one in the spirit creation realm, could necessarily withstand such pure and intense energy. Then, while Su Qingying was still holding on to that hopeful smile, he added that even though Jialan's injuries had been serious, they were still minor compared to the condition of the other patient. He estimated that healing the arrogant pioneer would require at least 10 times more spiritual energy. Even then, he said, simply saving the man's life would already be a major success, while a full recovery was probably out of reach. Fang Yi agreed to try the procedure and asked the paramedics how he should transfer his spiritual energy. They quickly guided him toward the waiting ambulance. Inside, one of the paramedics instructed him to place his hand into a special device and steadily release his spiritual energy into it. And Fang Yi agreed without hesitation. From a distance, Lin Yiyi watched everything play out, while thinking to herself that she never would have guessed Jialan was such a high-ranking member of the elite Star God War Zone. What amazed her even more was that her cousin was so powerful that even this legendary military force was trying to recruit him. She thought back to how the usually cold and distant Jialan had personally asked to become Fang Yi's friend, and had even handed over her own personal token. After some time passed, Fang Yi turned toward Lin Yiyi and the red-haired leader and checked on how the two of them were doing. Lin Yiyi replied that she and the red-haired leader were both feeling fine now. Then she explained that the two of them had already decided to head out for more training and start taking missions on their own. They felt they couldn't keep relying on Fang Yi forever and needed to grow stronger through their own efforts. Having just finished transferring his energy, Fang Yi nodded and agreed with their decision. All he did was remind them to be careful out there. As he watched them, a faint proud smile appeared on his face, and he quietly thought that his cousin had really grown up. Su Qingying and her team also started getting ready to leave. She waved goodbye and told Fang Yi and Jialan that they would see each other again on the next mission. After that, Jialan turned to Fang Yi and said it was time for them to go visit Elder Wu. As the ambulance carrying Su Qingying's team drove off, her voice could still be heard complaining in frustrated protest that the military's Star God War Zone had stolen such a powerful person away from them. Her teammates could only laugh awkwardly and try to calm her down as the vehicle kept rolling off into the distance. One last thought made the deeper problem inside the Spiritual Energy Association impossible to ignore. The whole organization was far too chaotic, and even its strongest elite squads had no real willingness to work together. Fang Yi and Jialan arrived at a large modern hospital that served as the highest security ward inside the Star God War Zone's medical base. Looking over the heavily guarded facility, Fang Yi asked if this was where Elder Wu was being kept. Inside the hospital room, the two of them stood quietly at the bedside where Elder Wu lay unconscious, surrounded by softly humming machines and flickering monitors on every side. Fang Yi looked at the scene and couldn't help saying how strange it felt. The legendary powerhouse of the Jinggang realm, the kind of person people spoke of like a myth, was really just a withered old man lying silent in a hospital bed. He looked more closely at the elder's condition. Red veins spread across the old man's face and neck like cracks under the skin, and every breath he took depended on the respirator beside him. Jialan explained in a low voice that his condition had been much worse before, to the point where he had almost looked like a corpse. She added that even after using the precious shizai flower on him, he still hadn't regained consciousness. Fang Yi's expression grew more serious as he wondered what kind of disaster could have reduced someone as powerful as Elder Wu to a state like this. Jialan then began recounting the battle that had left her teacher in a coma. She described how a massive dark attribute anomaly had appeared above the capital, and how Elder Wu had stepped forward alone to seal it before it could swallow the whole city. In the flashback, the rest of her squad could be seen desperately pouring their own spiritual energy into him, trying to support that final stand. What they had faced, she explained, was far beyond an ordinary S-level threat. Hanging over the ruined city had been a monstrous dragon-like shape made entirely of dark energy. So vast it made the whole sky feel like it was caving in. Jialin kept speaking, her tone growing heavier as she explained just how terrifying that moment had been. If the anomaly had fully descended, it wouldn't have just destroyed the capital. The surrounding cities would have gone with it, and the entire nation would have fallen into chaos. In that desperate final battle, Elder Wu had used his own personal domain to forcibly seal the S-level anomaly. But the disaster turned out to be even worse than any of them had imagined. That overwhelming dark attribute power rebounded into his body and corrupted him from the inside. Jialin grimly concluded that if her teacher hadn't been a master of the Jingang realm, he would have been burned to ash on the spot. Back in the present, Fang Yi lowered his eyes to the comatose hero with a new sense of respect. To stand alone and stop the destruction of an entire city, Elder Wu truly deserved to be called a great pioneer. As Fang Yi looked at the unconscious Elder Wu, his thoughts drifted back to his past life. He remembered how so many pioneers had sacrificed everything so he could become the last surviving human. Then a quiet realization crossed his mind. In his original timeline, Elder Wu had most likely already died by now. A new determination rose in Fang Yi's chest, and without hesitating, he reached a hand toward the elder. Jialin was caught off guard by the sudden move and immediately shouted, demanding to know what he was doing to her teacher. Fang Yi calmly told her not to panic. He explained that although the Shizai flower was already working, he wanted to try removing some of the stubborn dark attribute power still left inside Elder Wu's body. He placed his hand against the elder's chest, and a forceful stream of blue lightning immediately began flowing into the old man's body. Fang Yi explained that it should help him wake up faster. Jialin stared in shock and blurted out that the power he was trying to cleanse had come from an S-level disaster. After hesitating for a brief moment, she finally gave in and told Fang Yi to go ahead. Maybe, just maybe, he really was the miracle they had been waiting for. Before long, the whole room was filled with the sharp crackling of Fang Yi's power as he steadily poured more and more energy into the elder's body. Jialin warned him to be extremely careful, explaining that the dark attribute left inside her teacher was even more terrifying than the dark tide itself. She added that without the Shizai flower, Elder Wu's recovery never would have reached even this point. With a serious look on his face, Fang Yi said he understood perfectly. He could clearly feel how terrifying the darkness inside Elder Wu's body really was. Even though the Shizai flower had already weakened and purified part of it, the remaining dark energy still carried an immense oppressive force. Then, all at once, a violent burst of dark energy exploded out from the hospital bed and blasted both Fang Yi and Jialin backward. Jialin shouted for Fang Yi to be careful and steady his mind immediately, because the dark energy had already begun affecting his consciousness. In response, a brilliant golden aura burst around Fang Yi as he instantly raised his own spiritual protection against the invading force. His eyes lit up with golden light. But then he suddenly realized something. The dark energy had already dragged his consciousness into a vision from the past. He found himself standing alone on an abandoned street in a ruined city, lifting his head toward the massive, terrifying red eye of the anomaly that had once swallowed the entire sky. Inside that mental world, the giant red eye hovered over the wrecked city and asked Fang Yi who he was. Fang Yi quickly understood what had happened. By touching the dark attribute residue left inside Elder Wu's body, his spirit had been pulled into this dangerous illusion. Completely unfazed, Fang Yi answered with calm confidence that his identity didn't matter, because he was simply the one who had come to destroy it. As blue lightning gathered into his glowing hand, he judged that this anomaly wasn't nearly as strong as it looked. In response, the giant eye shot a massive razor-sharp red spike straight at him, moving so fast that even Fang Yi was caught off guard for a split second. Fang Yi reacted at once and activated his golden sun breathing technique, his eyes blazing with golden power as he prepared to defend himself. He moved swiftly through the ruined street, dodging the barrage of red spikes that came raining down from the sky one after another. Then the anomaly released strange red-black lightning tendrils. Fang Yi immediately noticed that this bizarre lightning was every bit as powerful as the divine thunder he had absorbed on Yuhuang Mountain. Then the anomaly revealed its true form. It shifted into an enormous swarm of countless insect-like creatures made entirely of dark attribute energy, circling around a central red eye. Fang Yi immediately realized that every one of those creatures was as strong as the monsters from the dark tide, and there were tens of millions of them. In the next instant, the whole swarm came crashing down on him like a monstrous vortex, blotting out everything around him with sheer weight and terror. Facing that overwhelming threat, Fang Yi calmly summoned his flaming sword into his hand. Looking at the monstrous swarm rushing toward him, he declared that there was only one thing left to do now: wipe out every last one of these pests. With a determined shout, Fang Yi charged forward and unleashed a massive blazing slash that tore a brilliant path straight through the center of the swarm. That overwhelming strike cut the creature's central eye cleanly in half. As he sized up the enemy, Fang Yi identified it as an S-level collective anomaly. Even so, he guessed its current strength had already been greatly reduced, either because this was only an illusion, or because the shizai flower used on Elder Wu had already purified part of its power. The two severed halves of the swarm crashed toward the ruined city below and exploded violently the moment they hit the ground. Fang Yi landed steadily on a rooftop and looked over the aftermath below. He estimated that the anomaly's current strength was only around A-level, and for a brief moment, he felt real awe at the thought that this was the city-destroying disaster Elder Wu had once faced entirely on his own. Fang Yi realized the danger was even greater than he first thought. Dark swirling energy gathered into his palm, and without hesitation, he unleashed his own dark attribute technique, the Boundless Dark Realm. A massive vortex of pure darkness erupted from him and began swallowing up the insect-like anomaly. The creature was visibly shaken, as if it had realized the one standing before it was no ordinary human. With a confident smirk, Fang Yi simply answered, "Guess so." Then he shouted a command to open, and his dark vortex completely absorbed whatever remained of the S-level anomaly. As the last traces of its energy faded away, a final warning echoed through the emptiness like a dying whisper. "We will be back soon," floating inside a sphere of his own dark energy. Fang Yi thought that final message had to be a leftover fragment of the anomaly's consciousness. But one word immediately stuck with him: "we." That was enough to make him wonder if other disasters like this were already out there, just waiting for the right moment to appear. As the illusory world around him let out a deafening roar and began breaking apart piece by piece, he decided it would be smarter to leave now and think through the meaning of that warning later. His mind snaps back to reality in a violent, breath-catching jolt, like he's been ripped out of a nightmare and slammed straight back into his own body. Not wasting a single moment, he drives his hand into Elder Wu's body and starts pulling out the corrupted dark attribute energy that has been buried inside him for far too long. A thick mass of dark purple energy is dragged out from the Elder's chest by force, crackling wildly as Fang Yi's blue lightning coils around it and tears it free little by little. To keep that dangerous power from slipping loose, Fang Yi instantly uses his 9 Dragons Skyfire sealing art, trapping it inside a blazing sphere wrapped tight in red chains that burn like molten fire. Holding the sealed orb in his hand, he explains to the stunned Jialan that this is the dark attribute remnant left inside Elder Wu's body. After a short pause, his tone turns heavy as he says this must be the last fragment of the anomaly that once nearly wiped out the city. He goes on to say that while the sealed dark energy is still terrifying, its influence has already been weakened a great deal by the shizai flower and by Elder Wu's own seal. Looking at the old man with genuine respect, he says Elder Wu truly deserves the title of the nation's #1 pioneer for using his own body to hold back something this horrifying. Fang Yi knows very well that anyone else would have died countless times over long before reaching this point. As Jialan studies her teacher more closely, she notices the red veins on his face have already faded, and even his breathing now sounds deeper, steadier, and far more peaceful than before. With obvious relief, she tells Fang Yi that he really did save Elder Wu's life, but Fang Yi answers quietly, without taking all the credit. He explains that if the shizai flower had not weakened the corruption first, there is no way he could have removed such a stubborn dark attribute so cleanly. Jialan nods at that, saying the flower may have preserved the elder's life, but it was Fang Yi's strength that finally gave him a real chance to fully recover. Then, with one last burst of force, Fang Yi closes his fist and crushes the sealed orb completely, grinding the dark energy down until nothing is left but drifting dust. He says the remnant is useless now and can no longer threaten anyone. But then his face turns serious, and he tells Jialan there is still one more thing she needs to hear. Before vanishing in the mental illusion, the dark attribute remnant warned him that one day it would return. From that alone, he knows they have to stay prepared at all times, because no matter what comes next, they cannot let an old man who barely survived a life-and-death ordeal be forced back onto the front lines again. Jialan quietly says she understands, because this is not the first time she has heard whispers like that. When Fang Yi asks what she means, she explains that the military's monitoring departments and the association have been gathering data on spiritual energy changes across different regions for a long time now. And from that data, she says, a disturbing rumor started to spread. With Xiaoguo's current level of strength, they might not even make it through the first year after the full revival of spiritual energy. Even then, she adds with a faint, bitter smile, almost no one wanted to believe it. Fang Yi remarks that tracking spiritual energy fluctuations sounds far too official to be dismissed as ordinary rumor. Jialan looks at him then and asks him directly whether he believes that rumor might actually be true. A faint shadow crosses Fang Yi's face as he wonders if his rebirth has already started changing the future in ways even he cannot see. In his original timeline, he remembers surviving for 3 full years after the spiritual energy revival, and by then, the whole planet had already been pushed to the brink, with destruction spreading everywhere he looked. He pulls himself back to the present, gently places a reassuring hand on Jialan's shoulder, and tells her not to overthink it for now. Elder Wu, he says, should wake up soon. Then he looks at her with a firm, serious expression and makes her a solemn promise. If that disaster really returns, he will stand with them and fight at their side. Deep down, he already knows the final battle against that great catastrophe is coming sooner or later, and no one will be able to keep avoiding it forever. With fierce determination burning in his eyes, he declares that this time, no matter what it takes, he will change everything. Later that same night, Fang Yi is back in his apartment, where the stillness of the room feels almost unreal after everything that happened earlier. He sits cross-legged on the couch and enters meditation, surrounded by the slow swirl of his newly gained dark attribute. As his breathing settles, he thinks back on his recent battles and realizes that after facing 2 S-level anomalies in a row, he is already close to breaking through into the 2-star spirit creation realm. Even so, he knows the full revival of spiritual energy is coming much too fast. And even with this new dark attribute, his current strength is still far from enough. His thoughts drift back to the anomaly he faced inside the mental illusion, and a chill runs through him as he remembers that even in a weakened state, its true power was already terrifying beyond measure. His thoughts are suddenly cut off when his eyes fall on the potted plant he left on the table earlier, the obedient little white flower, quietly sitting there like it has been waiting for him the whole time. He speaks to the faintly glowing flower in a tone that is half gentle and half apologetic, telling it that it really is not easy to carry around everywhere, and admitting that it was his own fault for not bringing it along on the last mission. Smiling to himself, he picks up the pot, and the little flower seems to brighten right away in response. With a bit of regret, he tells it he should have let it level up sooner, then casually decides to take it out for a walk. Fang Yi heads toward the back mountain, his own private training ground. Walking the narrow path under the moonlight, he cannot help thinking the association's plant research department must be incredibly capable. Even though this area was damaged before, the forest has already begun recovering in such a short time, a clear sign that nature's self-healing ability has grown much stronger in this new era. After finding a suitable spot deep in the woods, he kneels down and carefully takes the flower out of its pot, getting ready to place it into the rich dark soil. At the same time, he makes a mental note to thank Su Qingying and her team later for helping secure such a convenient training ground for him. As he prepares to plant it, he holds the flower in both hands and gently warns his new companion to take it slow and absorb only a little at a time. In an almost teasing tone, he reminds it that if it gets too greedy, not even every forest on the planet would be enough to fill its appetite. The instant it touches the soil, the obedient little white flower roots itself in place at once, as if it has been eagerly waiting for this exact moment. Then in the very next instant, a massive vortex of green, life-draining energy erupts from the plant and races through the forest at frightening speed, devouring the vitality of every nearby tree within reach. A few moments later, Fang Yi stands there with his arms crossed in a stretch of woodland that has already turned gray, dead and empty, calmly deciding that the flower has had enough for now. With a small, satisfied smile, he bends down and gently pulls the glowing flower back out of the ground, roots and all, then tells his companion it is time to move on and find somewhere else to feed. Holding the plant in his hand, Fang Yi watches it bloom with fresh power and starts wondering where it would rank among all the evolved plant-type spirits now roaming the world. After giving it some thought, he decides that with its terrifying desolation attribute, it has to be at least an A-level threat. As he keeps walking along the dark ridge, he starts to notice how unnaturally quiet the forest has become, and it quickly hits him that every animal nearby must have fled in fear from the flower's presence. That heavy silence is suddenly ripped apart by a savage howl that tears through the night and echoes across the entire mountain. Fang Yi's expression hardens instantly, because he knows that sound the moment he hears it. It is a wolf's howl, and definitely not from any ordinary wolf. On a nearby cliff beneath a blood-red moon, a pack of monstrous wolves has gathered, their crimson eyes glowing as their bodies twist, swell, and mutate right in front of him. The moment Fang Yi sees it, he realizes with alarm that the whole pack is in the middle of a dangerous evolution. Standing before the gathered wolves, Fang Yi quickly picks out the largest beast on the cliff as the Wolf King, and from the aura pouring off it, he can tell its evolution is already nearly complete. Another thunderous howl shakes the night air, and with it, the Wolf King finishes transforming. Its massive body now shines with a sinister green energy that feels poisonous and deeply unnatural. Holding his potted flower in one hand, Fang Yi is clearly taken aback by the immense spiritual pressure rolling off the creature, and he realizes with a jolt that it is only one step away from reaching the level of an A-rank anomaly. The newly evolved wolf pack moves in fast, surrounding him from every direction and sealing off every obvious path of escape. In that same instant, Fang Yi realizes the Wolf King has awakened a new, powerful poison attribute from its original wood attribute. most likely after absorbing lingering dark attribute energy from the area and mutating under its influence. Even with that danger right in front of him, Fang Yi stays completely calm, dismissing the whole threat in his heart as nothing more than A-level strength, something he can still handle. He calmly removes the obedient little white flower from its pot and speaks to it almost like a partner, telling it that it is time for the two of them to deal with this problem. Then he kneels and plants the flower in the ground, thinking that while the anomaly itself is only A-level, the sheer number of wolves makes this situation troublesome. More importantly, the city is just down the mountain, and if this pack breaks through and charges downhill, the result will be a disaster. Just as the Wolf King lunges in, Fang Yi calmly gives the order for the flower to begin, and brilliant green energy instantly pours out of the plant. At the same time, he decides to use this moment to test its combat ability, curious to see just how much destruction it can unleash on its own. A massive beam of green, life-draining energy suddenly blasts straight into the night sky, so bright and violent that it can be seen even far down the mountain, where another group of pioneers is already watching. This newly arrived squad stares at the scene with growing concern. One of the men says the Wolf King has successfully evolved, and that the aura coming from it is incredibly strong. He immediately asks for the contamination level, and the cloaked figure beside him answers in a low voice that it has already reached 90%. Both of them are visibly shaken by that dangerously high reading, and their expressions turn grim on the spot. The blonde-haired squad leader tenses immediately as he realizes the danger is still rising. In his judgment, the Wolf King's wood attribute has already reached at least the 3-star Ghost Axe realm and may even be closing in on the Spirit Creation realm, while the rest of the wolf pack is clearly strong enough to become a major threat on its own as well. He can already tell his team does not have nearly enough people to contain something on this scale. With a grim look, he admits that even he himself only recently stepped into the 3-star Ghost Axe realm. Then his eyes suddenly catch that enormous green beam in the distance, and in the middle of it he clearly feels the presence of the dark attribute. In that instant, it finally clicks. He shouts to his team that this is why the contamination level has climbed so high. The Wolf King, he realizes, has evolved dual attributes, something so rare that even veteran pioneers might go their whole lives without seeing it. At that exact moment, the reading on the squad leader's watch jumps again, the display flashing wildly as it spikes all the way to 100%. The leader clenches his teeth, knowing they have to stop the wolf pack's evolution before everything below the mountain is lost. Those beasts were already vicious enough before, and with this new power, they will only become even more savage and harder to control. Realizing the situation is beyond what his team can safely handle on their own, he makes the call to contact the Spiritual Energy Association for immediate backup. Just then, the ground under their feet starts shaking violently, the tremor rolling through the mountain without any warning. One of his men blurts out in panic, asking if it is an earthquake, but the leader knows right away the wolf's evolution should not be causing something on this scale. A cold weight settles in his chest as he realizes with growing dread that an entirely different anomaly has appeared. His watch confirms that fear in the worst way possible. The contamination level does not just rise, it explodes, shooting up to an absurd, almost impossible 1,000. Pioneers stare in open fear as a massive eruption of green desolation energy bursts from the mountaintop like a living disaster. The green-haired pioneer recognizes that power immediately, and all he can do is wonder in disbelief why something like that would suddenly appear here of all places. As that life-draining wave sweeps toward them, the entire squad panics. One of the men cries out in fear, asking if this is the giant vine from the sky that disappeared before. His voice is full of disbelief and frustration as he blurts out that there was no warning at all. The squad leader instantly shouts for everyone to fall back, ordering his team to retreat at once and start evacuating all nearby residents without delay. And yet, just as suddenly as it appeared, that huge wave of desolation energy stops in place, as though some invisible force has frozen it in mid-surge. One of the men calls out to the leader, pointing in confusion as he says the energy has stopped moving. The whole squad can only watch as the massive vortex of green power starts pulling back and sinking into the mountain again. For a brief moment, panic gives way to uncertainty. They start wondering if the danger has really passed. One asks whether they should still file a report, while another hesitantly suggests moving up the mountain to investigate. Up on the mountaintop where Fang Yi planted his flower, the ground is now covered in a sprawling web of thick green roots, twisting across the earth like veins. From those roots, dozens upon dozens of glowing white flowers begin to sprout, their pale light flickering in the dark. Then in the next heartbeat, they burst with a massive surge of green energy, blooming together into a huge radiant flower-like structure that takes over the entire area. That surging power shifts again, scattering outward into a vast sea of white petals that spreads over the mountaintop and blankets everything in sight. The Wolf King lets out a furious howl as those soft, harmless-looking petals suddenly reveal what they really are, sharpening into deadly edges that slice through the air at terrifying speed. Fang Yi stands calmly inside that storm of swirling petals, completely at ease in the middle of the chaos, and begins explaining just how frightening his flower's power truly is. This sea of spiritual flowers, he says, will keep regenerating and multiplying without end, absorbing the enemy, wearing it down, and purifying it over and over until there is nothing left. Standing atop the massive root system of his flower, Fang Yi watches the wolf pack start collapsing under its power. Then he looks toward the Wolf King and coolly taunts it, asking how the rest of its pack is supposed to survive without the same kind of spiritual protection it has. The smaller wolves are quickly seized by vines covered in white flowers, pinned down and wrapped so tightly they cannot even struggle free. Their life force is drained away at a terrifying speed until nothing is left but bare skeletons, and before long, even those crumble into dust. After devouring the life force of the entire pack, both the flower and the countless petals surrounding it slowly begin to change color, deepening into an ominous red that feels far more dangerous than before. In one last desperate attempt to fight back, the Wolf King gathers up every bit of energy it has left, and fires a powerful green blast from its mouth, throwing everything into that single attack. But the red flower responds with effortless ease, raising a protective barrier that catches the full force of the blast and absorbs it completely without showing the slightest strain. Hidden among the swirling red petals and twisting vines, Fang Yi tells the beast in a calm, almost indifferent voice that an attack like that is completely useless. He explains that the desolation attribute of his spiritual flower has already rooted itself deep inside the mountain. The sea of flowers draws power from the mountain, he says, and then turns that same power back into the mountain, creating a self-sustaining cycle that feeds itself endlessly and never stops. Now, much more intelligent after completing its evolution, the Wolf King seems to fully understand how hopeless its situation has become. Even so stubborn and ferocious to the very end, it still refuses to back down. Locking onto the central red flower as the true core of all the power around it, the Wolf King makes its choice and charges straight at it with everything it has left. Fang Yi watches the beast rush in and lets out a faint, amused smile. In a mocking tone, he asks his little flower what it plans to do now that its core has been found. As if answering him on the spot, the central red flower suddenly swells to an enormous size, its presence surging upward before it lunges forward to meet the charging Wolf King head-on. In one swift motion, it spreads open its massive petals and traps the beast completely inside, sealing it away like prey swallowed whole. The Wolf King howls in agony as the desolation attribute starts tearing away its life force, the pain so intense that even its furious cries begin to sound desperate. The giant red flower keeps absorbing the Wolf King without pause, devouring its green energy bit by bit as the desolation attribute consumes everything it can. Watching closely, Fang Yi's expression slowly turns serious, because even he did not expect his flower to allow the dark attribute into it, instead of rejecting it outright. Before long, the Wolf King is completely swallowed by the flower's pulsing red petals, its huge body vanishing entirely into that living mass of devouring power. Fang Yi is genuinely stunned by what he is seeing. Deep down, he marvels at how terrifying the desolation attribute has become in the flower's hands. He never expected that after he implanted the attribute, it would go on to develop and shape its own technique without any direct guidance from him. As the giant flower slowly shrinks back down, Fang Yi finally understands just how frightening this new ability really is. Once an enemy is trapped inside that sea of flowers, escape is not even an option anymore. Then the flower spits out the Wolf King's clean white skeleton, stripped so completely that not a trace of flesh remains. Seeing that, Fang Yi concludes that even if the spiritual flowers themselves are destroyed, they can simply regenerate again and again, using their desolation power to strip any enemy down to bare bones. Standing in front of the massive red flower, now surrounded by a whole field of smaller crimson blossoms, Fang Yi decides this newly born technique deserves a name. After a brief pause, he calls it Endless Spirit Sea. A system window appears before him, confirming his judgment and announcing that the spiritual flower has successfully created a desolation-attributed technique of its own, Endless Spirit Sea. With the battle finally over, the flower slowly closes its petals again, its entire body glowing brightly from within, as if some new change is beginning to build inside it. Fang Yi watches in silence, a little worn out from the fight, as a single red petal drifts softly through the air and brushes against his cheek. Then the flower suddenly erupts with a tremendous burst of energy, and Fang Yi's eyes widen at once as he realizes his little flower is about to evolve too. Far away, inside a high-tech control room, alarms start blaring as an analyst urgently reports the appearance of an A-level anomaly. He explains that their instruments are picking up two completely different spiritual powers in the same location. Just as the Wolf King was evolving and generating a dark attribute, another separate and highly concentrated desolation attribute appeared there as well. Standing beside Su Qingying, the association's superior immediately demands the exact location, his voice turning sharp as the seriousness of the report sinks in. A technician quickly points to the map and explains that the signal is coming from an area that had previously been under Su Qingying's team's responsibility. The superior frowns at once and questions whether the destroyer squad had not already been sent there to deal with the wolf pack. Before he can even finish that thought, an incoming call from the squad on the ground cuts him off. The squad leader reports that a powerful wave of desolation energy suddenly appeared and wiped out the entire A-level wolf pack. But he also adds that the desolation power then pulled back into the mountain, and since then, a large number of strange flower-type anomalies have appeared there. The pioneers stand facing the mountain, now glowing red beneath a vast sea of flowers, and none of them can move any closer without feeling an overwhelming sense of danger forcing them back. The association superior keeps speaking with the squad leader as the situation grows more serious by the second. The leader warns that if this new and still unidentified anomaly erupts outward, it will be even more terrifying than the celestial vine ever was. He urgently asks for support, admitting that even with all the pioneers already gathered there, they probably still would not be able to handle any sudden change. After a brief pause, the superior agrees and decides to dispatch 2 elite teams immediately. Su Qingying, however, seems to be thinking something else. She turns toward her superior with a knowing look, and calmly says she has a strong feeling that the source of that desolation power is Fang Yi. She cuts into the call and points out that Fang Yi's home is in that exact area. Then, with complete confidence, she says that wherever Fang Yi is, he will protect everyone there. As she says it, an image seems to form in the mind's eye. Fang Yi hanging high above the city in a blazing aura, his whole figure wrapped in fire like a guardian descending from the heavens. Back on the mountain, the entire landscape has already transformed, swallowed up by a vast sea of red flowers spreading across the ground in every direction. Fang Yi stands before his obedient little white flower, which has now grown to an enormous size. Watching it closely, he confirms what he had already guessed. After devouring the Wolf King, the flower is now right on the edge of awakening a second attribute. The giant red flower slowly opens, and from deep within its center, a brilliant golden light begins to shine, bright and intense like a newborn flame. Fang Yi's eyes narrow slightly as he realizes what that new power is. The flower has awakened a fire attribute, something even he had not fully expected. He reaches out and places a hand on the massive plant, marveling that its way of evolving is absurdly simple. It just swallows enemies whole and turns them directly into strength. Once the evolution settles down, the huge flower gradually shrinks again until it returns to its original handheld size, though its petals are now a deep, heavy red. A system window appears in front of him, confirming that the spiritual flower has successfully completed its evolution. It is now classified as an A-level anomaly called the Desolate Fire Spirit Flower, with both desolation and fire attributes. The notification goes on to say that the flower has a powerful hunger for spiritual energy and can be nurtured inside the boundless dark realm. Fang Yi reads that line twice, briefly caught off guard by the mention of the boundless dark realm, before a new idea suddenly flashes through his mind. He quickly realizes that he can place the flower inside his own personal dark domain. In his understanding, that domain holds a large number of dark attribute anomalies, and offers exactly the kind of environment this flower could use to grow stronger. And once that thought appears, another follows right behind it. If the spiritual flower keeps feeding on the energy inside, then it might even evolve a third attribute, one tied to darkness itself. But just as he lifts the orb of his dark domain into his hand, the sky above suddenly begins to shift, and a massive storm starts gathering overhead at an alarming speed. Golden light flashes through his eyes as it hits him. Another breakthrough is coming. This time, he is about to step into the 2-star spirit creation realm. He immediately sits down to cultivate, and in the next instant, a massive pillar of golden divine energy descends from the heavens and swallows him whole. As he meditates inside that overwhelming light, he feels his power becoming smoother and easier to control, while the spiritual energy of the world starts merging with his body as naturally as if it had always belonged there. Elsewhere in the mountains, a muscular man with spiky hair senses that immense breakthrough energy from far away. He follows the light like a hunter tracking prey, and when he arrives, he is stunned by the source of such extraordinary power. He is instantly thrilled, recognizing what he believes to be the legendary divine blade, and with growing excitement, he realizes he has found a cultivator who has reached the 2-star spirit creation realm. While watching a video of Fang Yi's earlier battle, the man stands there wrapped in his own blazing aura. With open arrogance, he declares that he will crush this new fire attribute pioneer and prove to everyone that he is the true number one. Back where he is cultivating, Fang Yi's sharpened senses pick up a new presence hiding nearby. Without the slightest panic, he raises his voice and coldly demands to know who is there. The mysterious man does not answer with words. Instead, he hurls a massive fireball straight at Fang Yi, shouting as he attacks, and asking if Fang Yi is a fire attribute pioneer. Completely unfazed, Fang Yi gathers dark energy in front of him and casually swallows the attack with his own vortex. A faint smile touches his face, clearly satisfied as he realizes he has finally forced this hidden enemy out into the open. Fang Yi recalls that he had already sensed the man hiding nearby for quite a while, and the idiot had not even bothered to properly conceal his spiritual energy. He quickly judges the newcomer to be a wild pioneer, the kind who belongs to no organization and lives only to challenge others. From the aura coming off him, Fang Yi can tell he has only just broken through into the spirit creation realm. The muscular man finally reveals himself and drops in front of Fang Yi in a burst of heat, his body wrapped in a fierce fire aura. He looks Fang Yi over with open interest and remarks that he is surprisingly interesting, adding that he can feel a strong spiritual pressure from him. Then he introduces himself as Jiang Lu and aggressively demands to know how Fang Yi managed to avoid that fire attack just now. Fang Yi says nothing. He just stands there, silently looking his new opponent over from head to toe, with a cocky grin. Jiang Lu says he forgot to introduce himself properly. He repeats his name and boasts that Fang Yi is going to remember it very soon. The moment he finishes speaking, he charges forward without a second of hesitation, flames wrapping around his body as he rushes in head-on. In response, Fang Yi calmly raises one hand, lifts two fingers toward the sky, and says just two simple words in an even tone. Divine thunder. At once, a massive bolt of brilliant blue lightning crashes down from the heavens, roaring through the night as it strikes straight toward the charging Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu is caught completely off guard. His eyes widen as he stares at it in shock, unable to understand what kind of power this is. The divine thunder slams into him head-on with terrifying force, swallowing his entire body in a violent explosion of blue light. A painful cough tears out of him, and smoke spills from his mouth after taking the full force of that overwhelming strike. He struggles to push himself back up, his body scorched and still crawling with blue electricity. His mind is spinning as he tries to understand what just happened, unable to grasp how his opponent could be using a thunder attribute when he was supposed to be a fire pioneer. He grits his teeth so hard they nearly crack, while his whole body keeps trembling uncontrollably from the lingering shock of the lightning. Fang Yi stands over the fallen Jiang Lu, who has dropped to his hands and knees, and is now so thoroughly overwhelmed that he can barely move. Then Fang Yi grabs him by the hair and brutally slams his head into the ground, shattering the rock beneath him with one heavy, merciless impact. Blue lightning still crackles all around Fang Yi, fierce and unstable in the night air, and with open mockery in his voice, Fang Yi tells him to say his name again, adding that he did not quite catch it the first time. Jiang Lu can do nothing but stare in silent shock, his face pressed against the broken earth. His mind is full of disbelief as he wonders how he could have been beaten so easily and so completely. He had only just reached the one-star spirit creation realm, and he always believed he was the fastest cultivator among everyone he knew. He cannot understand how he lost like this, especially when he never even got the chance to use his ultimate move. His thoughts flash back to the days when people praised and admired him, when his rare and powerful fire attribute made him feel untouchable. He truly believed that sooner or later, everyone would have no choice but to bow before him. A small, dismissive sound slips from Fang Yi's lips as he sends another surge of electricity through Jiang Lu's body, making him scream in pain on the spot. And still, Jiang Lu's mind stays stuck on the same impossible question: how can this man have a thunder attribute when he was supposed to be using fire? Fang Yi looks down at him with one eye glowing blue, disappointment plain on his face, as he says he honestly expected this opponent to be much stronger. With a cold, condescending smile, Fang Yi mocks the arrogance of the younger generation while pinning Jiang Lu helplessly to the ground with raw electrical force. Jiang Lu grits his teeth through the pain and humiliation, his thoughts racing. He realizes that even though Fang Yi is clearly only at the two-star spirit creation realm, the spiritual pressure coming off him feels vastly greater than his own, by at least 2 full realms. Then an even more terrifying realization crashes into him. No, it feels closer to the gap of 3 entire realms. Convinced that death is right in front of him, Jiang Lu falls into despair, thinking that this really is the end, that the great Jiang Lu, at least in his own mind, is actually going to die here. Lying there in terror, Jiang Lu finally breaks and begs Fang Yi not to kill him. Fang Yi stares down at him for a moment with a cold, unreadable expression, then silently loosens his hold and lets him go. In a low voice, he warns him that a pioneer's power is not something to be thrown around carelessly at other people. Then, with quiet disdain, he tells him that if he really has that much free time, he would be better off using it to clear out the newly emerging anomalies. After giving him one last dismissive look, Fang Yi turns and walks off without another word, leaving Jiang Lu sprawled on the ground, humiliated and completely lost. Jiang Lu watches his back fade into the distance, his thoughts in total chaos as he tries to make sense of Fang Yi's overwhelming spiritual pressure. He cannot tell whether that crushing gap exists because Fang Yi is some unbelievable genius, or because he himself is far weaker than he ever wanted to admit. Later, inside a luxury apartment, a worn-out and emotionally drained Jiang Lu pushes open the door and walks into a room where 2 men have already been waiting for him. The moment one of them sees him, he greets him and after a brief pause, awkwardly jokes about his new hairstyle. The other man, with striking red hair and a much sharper temper, starts scolding him the second he steps inside. He reminds Jiang Lu that he already warned him before, over and over, not to go around picking fights so recklessly. The red-haired man keeps laying into him, saying Jianglu's aggressive attitude is way too dangerous, especially now, when the spiritual energy revival has not even officially begun yet. Acting like this, he warns, is only going to bring trouble straight to his door. But to his friend's surprise, Jianglu does not argue back or flare up this time. He just drops onto the sofa like a man whose spirit has been completely crushed. Thrown off by that reaction, one of the men stares at him and asks what happened, wondering if this silent, defeated mess is really the same battle-crazy Jianglu they know. The red-haired man frowns and asks him directly what exactly happened out there. He reminds Jianglu that he went out specifically to challenge the Divine Blade user, and Jianglu, still sunk in misery, quietly admits that it was over in an instant. His other friend immediately grabs him by the shoulders and tells him to stop mumbling and explain what that is supposed to mean. With tears already welling up, Jianglu finally breaks and blurts out that he was the one who got taken down in an instant. Both of his friends freeze in disbelief. Half frantic and half broken, Jianglu says he wishes he had realized sooner that something was wrong and backed off, because then at least he would not be drowning in this kind of shame. The man on the sofa can only ask in confusion how the Divine Blade could possibly be that strong when Jianglu himself is a rare genius who reached the spirit creation realm in just a few short months. Jianglu then relives the fight in painful detail, remembering how his strongest move, Meteor Flame, was crushed in a single instant by the other man's terrifying thunder attack. His friends try to make sense of a defeat that ridiculous. The man on the sofa wonders if Jianglu challenged the wrong person, arguing that with Jianglu's pure firepower and spirit creation realm cultivation, it should be nearly impossible for anyone to beat him that easily. The red-haired man offers another guess, suggesting that maybe this person was not actually a pioneer at all, and that their first judgment of his identity and strength was simply wrong. Jianglu explodes at that and immediately rejects both ideas, shouting that there is no way he got it wrong, and that the place they fought was absolutely his opponent's own territory. He insists they cannot understand, because they were not there to feel it themselves. In a shaken voice, he calls the man a monster, and recalls that terrifying thunder, saying it was so violent and overwhelming it felt like it was going to split his head open. Both of his friends fall silent as Jianglu says his instincts are telling him he found the right person after all. Then he gives them his most terrifying conclusion. His opponent is a top-tier pioneer with both fire and thunder powers, and somehow that thunder is many times stronger than Jianglu's own fire. He believes the man was deliberately hiding his true strength, and from what he felt, he guesses that person must be at least at the 3-star spirit creation realm. His friends are stunned by that judgment. The red-haired man cannot help thinking how absurd it would be for a wild pioneer that young to reach that level, and he slowly realizes that if Jianglu is telling the truth, then this mysterious man is going to become a nightmare for every other pioneer who crosses his path. After sitting in silence for a while, Jianglu slowly lifts his head again, a new determination in his eyes, and asks his friends whether he should try becoming that man's apprentice. The question leaves both of them completely speechless. Meanwhile, back in his apartment, Fang Yi sits in meditation while a swirling golden aura circles around him like a living current of light. Before long, he starts to find it strange that the clear feeling of standing right on the edge of breaking through into the 2-star spirit creation realm has suddenly vanished without warning. He opens his glowing fiery eyes and quickly realizes the problem is not coming from his own body at all, but from some outside change affecting the environment around him. A moment later, he figures it out. The spiritual energy in the air has become unstable and chaotic, making it impossible for him to gather it properly and complete the breakthrough. That only confirms the fear already forming in his mind. Thinking back to the government's secret monitoring of spiritual energy and those rumors about an approaching disaster, he cannot help wondering if something truly terrible is about to begin. Looking out over the city, he sees a massive electrical storm brewing in the sky. The sight tells him everything at once. The full spiritual energy revival is starting ahead of schedule, and it is beginning right here in his city. He immediately tries calling Jialan, wanting to know what the military has already found, but no matter what he does, the call will not connect. His face darkens as he considers the worst possibility that they may already have been forced into silence, which would mean the situation is even worse than he hoped. Just then, his phone suddenly rings and the incoming call is from Su Qingying. He answers through a burst of static, and on the other end, a panicked Su Qingying tells him the situation has changed drastically and that she needs his help immediately. As Fang Yi asks whether the terrible signal is being caused by monsters appearing inside the city, a monstrous bat-like creature with glowing red eyes suddenly slams into his window, sending cracks racing across the glass. Through the broken static of the call, Su Qingying confirms that the situation is enormous and tells him that she is already inside the city herself. Then, with one final explosive crash, the dark energy-wrapped creature smashes through the window completely and lunges straight at Fang Yi, who is still sitting there. Fang Yi does not look impressed in the slightest. In a calm, almost bored voice, he remarks that the creature is badly overestimating its own strength. In the same instant, Fang Yi summons a blade of pure blue lightning into his hand. The the sharp glow crackling violently around his fingers. He rises into the air and sends that lightning blade straight through the charging beast, piercing its body cleanly and destroying it in a sudden flash of brilliant light. The noise immediately sends Lin Yi rushing out of her room, shouting a warning to her cousin about the bat-like monster that just appeared. But she stops cold the moment she sees the shattered window and Fang Yi standing there calmly in the fading arcs of lightning. Stunned, she asks him what is going on. Looking out through the broken window, Fang Yi explains that while monsters usually appear at random, it is deeply troubling that they are now spawning directly inside their home, and not just one of them either. He says he believes the situation is still manageable for now. Then the two of them look out at the massive electrical storm spreading across the city, and Fang Yi quietly says this may be the start of a major disaster. What troubles him most is how abnormal all of this feels. A 2-star Ghost Axe Realm monster would normally stay hidden in the dark and wait for a better opportunity, not boldly charge into a pioneer's home in the middle of the city like this. Realizing a hard fight is coming, he tells Lin Yi to contact every pioneer she knows and gather them all at the apartment as fast as possible. She agrees immediately without a second of hesitation. Fang Yi then steps onto the ledge of the broken window and tells his cousin that since she is already close to her own breakthrough, he is trusting her with the safety of their home while he is away. He tells her clearly to guard the window and hold the apartment until he gets back. Elsewhere across the chaotic city, Su Qingying and her squad stand on a rooftop, while the violent storm overhead is already wreaking havoc on all of their communications. One of her teammates, Zhang Xiaya, looks at the failing equipment and wonders out loud whether their devices are just broken, though the tension in her voice makes it clear she already knows that is not the real problem. Su Qingying's face tightens as she says that if a real disaster has truly begun, then they may have no choice but to fight through it with only their own strength. Together, they look up at the enormous swirling vortex overhead, and even as she watches it twist across the sky, she can only hope this is still some kind of false alarm. Without hesitating, she steps fully into the role of captain, raises her communicator, and starts checking the status of every patrol unit. Her voice stays steady as she orders every team in the area to remain at the highest level of alert. But before she can finish giving those commands, Su Qingying, Zhang Xiaya, and the other squad member all lift their heads at the same time, their expressions locking up in pure shock and instinctive fear. A massive swarm of those dark bat-like monsters comes pouring down from the vortex above, and someone instantly shouts a warning that a large anomaly group has appeared. In that moment, it becomes clear the invasion has begun. All across the city, red alerts begin broadcasting emergency warnings about the heaviest rainstorm seen in 50 years, urging every citizen again and again to stay indoors and not go outside. The streets fill almost immediately with fear, confusion, and spreading panic as people stare up at the darkened sky, unable to understand what they are seeing and wondering if the world is ending. At the same time, Jiang Lu and his red-haired friend speed through the rain-soaked streets on their motorcycles, their tires slicing across the wet road. The friend yells over the storm that something about this feels seriously wrong and asks whether they should stay or leave, but Jiang Lu says nothing, his face dark and uneasy. Then, without warning, a monstrous bat-like creature wrapped in dark red energy dives straight down from the sky toward them like a spear. Jiang Lu reacts instantly, shouting in anger that the thing must be looking to die as he throws up a hand and summons a blazing fireball. He fires a fierce blast of flame straight at the monster, while his friend stares in confusion and blurts out that creatures like this should normally avoid pioneers as strong as Jiang Lu. So why would it attack them at all? To their horror, the creature bursts right back out of the flames with a shrill screech, completely unharmed. In that instant, Jiang Lu realizes with panic that it did not fail to burn. It regenerated the damage immediately. Shaken by how powerful the monsters appearing all over the city seemed to be, Jiang Lu makes a fast decision and says they need to head home right away. The scene shifts back several hours earlier to a high-tech control room inside the Spiritual Energy Association. There, Su Qingying and her superior are in the middle of a meeting when one official suggests that if they want results, they need their most capable people to establish contact with Fang Yi. Just as the superior turns towards Su Qingying to speak, a sudden alarm cuts through the room and interrupts the meeting on the spot. A special warning flashes across the main screen, announcing that an A-level anomaly is expected to arrive in the city center within 24 hours, while large numbers of bat-like anomalies have already started gathering in the outer suburbs. The association superior questions whether it is really an A-level anomaly, and Su Qingying, visibly alarmed, immediately says they need to dispatch a team at once and that she will go personally. The scene snaps back to the present, where the leader of the destroyer squad stares upward in terror at a gigantic version of the bat monster descending toward him. In a panic, he shouts into his communicator, correcting the earlier report, and warning that the anomaly is not A-level at all, it is S-level. The creature's enormous shadowy body keeps descending, growing more oppressive with every second, its glowing red eyes fixed below with the cold intent to wipe everything out. The scene then shifts again to a quiet military district, where sleek futuristic hallways stretch ahead in eerie silence, almost unnaturally still compared to the chaos everywhere else. Outside, though, that silence has already been shattered by war. A huge swarm of glowing red bat-like anomalies is swarming a military warship, and the vessel answers with massive blasts of energy in a desperate effort to hold them back. At the center of that raging swarm, Jialan fights fiercely, moving like a storm as powerful energy whips lash out from her hands and tear through wave after wave of the dark creatures. For one brief moment, Jialan pauses in the middle of battle and looks up, watching the endless stream of monsters keep pouring in with no sign of slowing down. She knows her unique ability lets her shape and reinforce her spiritual power however she needs, but no matter how many dark attribute bats she cuts down, more keep coming. It no longer feels like a random attack. It feels like a deliberate effort to keep her and her soldiers away from something important. Just then, a young blonde man wrapped in crackling yellow lightning drops down beside her, his arrival flashing across the battlefield like a strike from the sky. Even in the middle of the chaos, he gives her a quick smile and openly praises her strength, clearly impressed by what he just saw. Then his tone turns serious as he explains how bad things have become. He says the entire military district is being held by only a small number of high-level officers and asks for her orders. Jialan tells him their communications are being jammed so badly that contacting anyone outside the district has become impossible. She assumes the same thing must already be happening in the other military districts as well. As she stares up at the sky turning black beneath the swarm, Jialan silently makes a difficult decision. Then she raises her voice and gives the order, telling 2 squads to stay behind and defend the restricted zone no matter what happens. She declares that everyone else will follow her and force a path through the enemy lines so they can try to reconnect with the other military forces. And with that, she, the blonde lightning user, and the soldiers under her command throw themselves back into the fight, ready to cut their way out. But as they push toward the city, Jialan suddenly realizes something horrifying. Looking out over the urban skyline, now buried under a blood-red swarm, she finally sees the truth. The anomaly's real target was never just the military zone. From the start, it was the entire city. Elsewhere, under the pouring rain, frightened civilians scrambled desperately for shelter. At a bus stop, the live streamer scammed in online romance out of 50 cents waits beside a man. But unlike everyone else around her, she looks more excited than afraid. With eager eyes, she tells the man that this strange, oppressive rain is the perfect chance to make a stream that could blow up in popularity. With a determined smile, she adds that sometimes you have to take a risk if you want footage no one will believe. But that excitement lasts only a second before it twists straight into horror. In the very next instant, a shadowy, bat-like monster lunges out of the darkness and devours the man right in front of her, leaving scammed in online romance out of 50 cents screaming in shock. The whole street explodes into chaos as a huge swarm of those creatures descends from above. Scammed in online romance out of 50 cents turns and runs for her life, hearing terrified voices all around her shouting that the bats are draining people's blood. One of the creatures quickly catches up to her and attacks, and she lets out a desperate scream, certain this is the moment she is about to die. But just before it can strike, a bright blue blade of energy tears through the air and slices it apart in an instant, killing the creature and saving her life. A figure wrapped in blue lightning lands gracefully behind her, the crackling energy around that person briefly lighting up the rain-dark street. The one who saved her is Su Qingying, standing there with 2 cloaked members of her squad. She reaches out a hand to the terrified scammed in online romance out of 50 cents and tells her that her teammates will escort her home safely. As the 2 squad members start helping the shaken girl away, one of them warns Su Qingying that the number of sea mystic level bat anomalies is rising fast, and worse, they seem to be evolving. Su Qingying's expression hardens instantly, as she says that if they already know these creatures evolve by feeding on humans, then they need to move faster and get every civilian they can to safety immediately. She gives one last order, telling her teammates to regroup with her here later, because this area currently has the highest concentration of anomalies. They acknowledge the command and lead scammed in online romance out of 50 cents away, leaving Su Qingying standing alone before the deepening blood-red swarm. High above the city, Fang Yi cuts through the storm and lands on a rooftop, where he comes face to face with a gigantic multi-eyed form of the bat anomaly. Looking down at the endless swarm below, he is startled to realize that the entire group has already evolved, and their combined power is now pushing close to the 3-star Ghost Axe realm. Facing that growing threat, he raises one hand and summons a brilliant blazing sword made of golden fire, its light carving through the darkness around him. Then with a single powerful swing, he unleashes a huge wave of flames that tears across the swarm and instantly burns down a massive number of the creatures. Even so, as he watches the battlefield with one eye glowing red, he quickly realizes this fight is nowhere near over. He understands immediately that this anomaly is different from ordinary enemies. The bat swarm seems almost impossible to kill, healing and multiplying again and again, which makes simple attacks nearly useless. Looking farther out, he sees that swarms of these dark attribute creatures have already appeared in every crowded part of the city. It feels like countless identical disaster zones have erupted all at once, and he knows there is no time to search through all that chaos for the association members. Looking out over the city now buried beneath swirling dark mist and blood-red movement, Fang Yi comes to a hard conclusion. There is no faster option left. He will have to clear the swarms one by one. In a split-second decision, Fang Yi changed tactics. He raised his hand and unleashed his ultimate technique, the boundless dark realm. A massive dark green vortex erupted around him, twisting like a living storm, and with an icy voice, he declared that every last anomaly here would be fed to his spiritual flower. As the vortex started devouring the swarm piece by piece, Fang Yi's mind flashed back to the people waiting behind him. He pictured the pioneers gathered at his home, Lin Yiyi, Su Qingying, Zhang Xiaoya, and the rest. There was no room to hesitate now. With Cousin's ability and the others guarding the place, his home should be safe for the time being, but he understood one thing better than anyone. If this disaster kept growing, that nightmare would become real, and once it did, almost no one would make it out alive. 10 minutes later, Su Qingying was still fighting alone on a rooftop, completely surrounded by a never-ending tide of savage anomalies. She gritted her teeth as the swarm kept pressing in. No matter how many she cut down, more rushed in to replace them right away. Her spiritual power was recovering far too slowly, and deep down she knew the truth. If this dragged on much longer, she would be completely drained. Even in the middle of that desperate fight, her thoughts briefly drifted to her two teammates. All she could do was hope they were still safe, while escorting the civilian through the chaos below. Then a terrified scream for help ripped through the storm, sharp enough to make her snap her head up. The moment she looked into the sky, she saw it, a huge mass of red anomalies rushing together at terrifying speed, compressing into one dense, horrifying cluster as a single monstrous shape started to form. The instant she realized things were getting even worse, Su Qingying launched herself off the rooftop and sprinted up the side of a nearby building. She knew exactly what was happening. If the anomalies kept evolving like this, they would soon enter the spirit creation realm. Her team was already stretched to the limit trying to save civilians, and they had no strength left to handle something on that level, especially now that the creatures had started attacking buildings directly. Without wasting a moment, she thrust out her hand and fired several fierce blasts of blue energy into the bat-like swarm, trying to rip open a path before the writhing mass could finish gathering. But there were simply too many of them. The creatures swarmed over her from every side, crushed her momentum, and slammed into her hard enough to send her falling straight out of the sky. As she dropped through the rain and darkness, one terrifying realization hit her all at once. Looking at the enormous vortex of dark energy and crackling lightning twisting above the city, she finally understood what the swarm had been trying to do all along. This was never just random destruction. An anomaly king was about to be born. By now, the entire city was falling apart. Beneath the relentless rain, countless shadowy bat-like creatures flooded through the streets and filled the sky like a living black tide. The scale of the disaster was so overwhelming, it felt like no one, not the military, not even the Spiritual Energy Association could stop the city from being swallowed whole. And in the middle of all that chaos, the pioneers were still fighting with everything they had. Report after report came in, each one worse than the last, saying that pioneer teams were either sacrificing themselves just to hold the line, or being wiped out entirely. Su Qingying kept fighting on her own, her protective barrier trembling as it held back the endless horde closing in from every direction. Then a new alert came through, and the classification alone sent a chill through everyone who heard it. The S-level anomaly had now been confirmed as an anomaly king. Inside the association's command center, the mood had turned completely grim. The officials stood frozen as reports of catastrophic casualties kept pouring in. The monsters' sheer numbers, combined with their terrifying regeneration, were crushing every defensive line they had. And worse than that, there was no longer enough time to call for reinforcements from other regions. One subordinate, pale and visibly shaken, reported that the entire city had already been sealed off by a massive wall of black fog. It wrapped around everything like a prison, cutting off any last chance of rescue from the outside. Only then did the full truth really sink in. They were completely isolated. Facing what might be the city's final hour, the association superior stood beside his men and spoke with grim resolve. As pioneers, he said, they would stay with the city until the end, and if the monsters wanted to take this place, they would have to walk over their corpses first. With his expression set like iron, he gave one final order: send the last code to headquarters immediately. If they failed to stop the disaster here, then headquarters had to launch a destruction strike at once, no matter the cost, to prevent the dark attribute from spreading any farther. Meanwhile, Su Qingying never stopped fighting. But under the swarm's non-stop assault, her protective barrier was starting to crack, and she could feel the last of her spiritual power slipping away. She was almost at her limit. Pulling together every bit of strength she still had, she forced herself to focus, gathered what little energy remained, and hurled one last massive blast at the swirling vortex of monsters overhead. But the attack was deflected with shocking ease. Like all the power she had poured into that strike, meant absolutely nothing. In the storm-dark sky, the evolved creature's form became clearer, and it let out a shriek so sharp it seemed to split the rain itself. As its true aura spread out, Su Qingying's eyes widened. The monster had already reached the terrifying level of a 3-star spirit creation realm. It shot straight at her barrier and with one brutal hit shattered the entire defense in an instant. Forced back and nearly out of strength, Su Qingying bit down hard in despair. Her spiritual energy was almost gone, and for the first time, that crushing sense of helplessness settled deep in her chest. The creature's overwhelming power ripped completely through Su Qingying's barrier, smashing the last of her defense into fragments. Already injured and unable to steady herself, she tumbled through the air in a miserable arc while the massive creature came down after her like a predator moving in for the kill. With painful clarity, she realized this might really be the end. Even so, she still forced herself to gather the last traces of power left inside her, for one final, desperate strike, refusing to give up, even with death rushing straight at her. But just as she was about to attack, a brilliant streak of fire suddenly flashed past her, cutting through the darkness so fast it was almost impossible to follow, and then slammed into the monster with violent force, stopping its advance right there in midair. Through the fading flames and scattering sparks, Su Qingying stared in shock as Fang Yi appeared in front of her, his sword still burning with fierce light. He turned toward the monster without the slightest hesitation, and his eyes shone with overwhelming power, one blazing fiery orange, the other crackling electric blue, both bright enough to pierce straight through the storm. In a cold, steady voice, he declared that his power was divine thunder. Then he surged forward, pouring both fire and lightning into his blade until the sword itself looked ready to split heaven and earth. He met the creature head-on in midair, and with a single devastating swing carrying unstoppable force, he split the enormous monster clean in half. The severed halves exploded one after another in blazing bursts of fire, lighting up the rain-soaked city sky with a violent brilliance that almost didn't feel real. Once the clash was over, Fang Yi and Su Qingying both dropped back down, landing on a rain-slick road shining under the storm. Fang Yi calmly apologized for taking so long to find her, explaining that too many identical swarms had spread across the city. Still breathing hard, Su Qingying warned him not to let his guard down. These creatures, she reminded him, could revive. Almost the moment she said it, the monster's scattered remains started pulling back together in the sky, slowly reforming before their eyes. Fang Yi simply looked up and answered in an even voice that he already knew. Facing the regenerating swarm without a trace of panic, Fang Yi told Su Qingying not to worry. He always finished what he started. Purple dark attribute energy rapidly condensed in his hand, growing denser and heavier with every second, before he unleashed the boundless dark realm once again. A terrifying vortex burst outward and began absorbing the enemy, and Fang Yi declared with absolute certainty that he always kept his word. Watching that overwhelming scene unfold right in front of her, Su Qingying felt hope rise back up inside her. Only then did she realize she had nearly forgotten something important. The city still had a peerless pioneer like Fang Yi standing in it. The massive purple vortex spread wildly across the street and up into the sky, swallowing the entire bat-like swarm as if the night itself were being dragged into its center. Then, with nothing more than a single command from Fang Yi, the huge vortex suddenly compressed inward, crushing the countless monsters tighter and tighter, until they were forced into one stable orb of pure dark energy. Only after the swarm had been dealt with, did Fang Yi turn to Su Qingying and ask if she was all right. She thanked him for saving her life and said she was fine for now, adding that she had medicine on her that could help her recover. But the moment Fang Yi noticed the condition of her injuries, his expression visibly turned more serious. He placed a hand on her shoulder, and in the very next instant, blue lightning surged around her body, making her cry out in startled surprise. Fang Yi calmly explained that he had already cleansed the dark attribute invading her system, then told her to hurry and bandage the wound. Su Qingying was stunned by just how powerful his thunder attribute was. She could clearly feel that the pain from her wound had already eased, and the injury itself was healing faster than it ever had, even compared to the Association's most advanced medicine. At the same time, back in the Association's command center, one operator suddenly shouted in excitement that the number of monster groups seemed to be dropping. One of the superiors immediately corrected him in a grim voice. Every rescue pioneer team, he said, had already come under attack and lost contact. The number of monsters outside the city had not gone down at all. The truth was far worse. The swarms inside the city were gathering together because the Anomaly King was just about to appear. A faint ache passed through his chest when he thought about seeing his parents one last time. But deep down, he already knew that chance was gone. So he buried that pain, accepted the reality in front of him, and decided that all he could do now was see his final duty through to the end. As the two of them looked up at the enormous green vortex churning across the sky, Fang Yi asked Su Qingying if the Association had any real information on what they were facing. In a low, grave voice, she told him it was a super S-class anomaly, one that meant to devour the entire city, and that its power was already on par with the terrifying monster the Star God Warzone had once been forced to seal away. Her face grew even darker as she explained that a disaster on this scale had a name. It was called a cataclysm. The swarms flooding the city were not the true disaster at all. They were only the first sign, the opening warning of something far more horrifying still on the way. She went on to say that, deep inside that swarm, an unimaginably powerful spirit was being born right now. And if that birth was allowed to finish, then the city's fate was already decided. Everything here would be erased. Then Su Qingying told Fang Yi what the association had managed to piece together from its research and battlefield records. Normally, monsters of the same type devoured each other to evolve, growing stronger through brutal self-consumption. But dark attribute anomalies did not work the same way. Once one of them fully evolved into what was known as an anomaly king, it gained a terrifying kind of authority. That power could forcibly suppress every other anomaly of the same type, and drag them all into absolute obedience under its will. She turned to Fang Yi, worry written all over her face. His strength was incredible. She could not deny that, but the harsh truth was still the same. He had not yet reached the legendary Jinggang realm. She reminded him that even the nation's strongest pioneer had ended up bedridden after sealing a disaster like this. Her voice tightened, almost pleading, as she told him they could not afford to lose another genius like him. She begged him to break through the monster blockade, leave the city while he still could, and inform the military that this place had to be abandoned before everything was lost. Before she could finish that desperate plea, Fang Yi gently tapped her on the head, stopping her in the softest way possible. There was even the faintest trace of playfulness in his voice when he asked if she had already forgotten what she learned back in school. Then that lightness vanished. His expression turned firm, steady, and impossible to shake as he said that this city was his home. No matter what it cost, no matter how much he had to give up, he would protect it. Su Qingying could only look at him in silence, completely at a loss for words in front of that kind of resolve. For a moment, even the storm and chaos around them seemed to fade next to the certainty in his eyes. Without another word, Fang Yi turned and walked off through the rain, then leaped in one clean motion onto the roof of a tall building, where he stood alone before the massive green vortex, facing the place where the Anomaly King was slowly and horribly forcing its way into the world. Wrapped in a brilliant golden aura, Fang Yi looked up with a grim expression and said it really did seem like the whole city was being offered up as a sacrifice for this king's birth. And as those words left his mouth, the power of the golden sun flared around him in blazing waves. Then he glanced back at Su Qingying, who had followed him up, and asked to borrow her wrist device. He said he needed it both to track the anomalies more clearly and to make contact with the association's command center. Su Qingying handed it over without hesitation. Holding the device in one hand and his blazing sword in the other, Fang Yi lifted his eyes to the storm above and said he had to go up there himself and destroy the creature before it could fully take shape. He stood beneath the storm like a drawn blade, every muscle tight, while far above him the monstrous Anomaly King kept forcing itself out of the swirling vortex hanging over the city. Back in the association's command center, the suffocating tension broke all at once when an operator shouted that they had reconnected with the signal of a missing pioneer. It was Su Qingying's signal, and for a brief moment, the entire room just froze. A second later, that shock only deepened. The operators saw her tracker moving at incredible speed, heading straight for the very center of the storm, the most dangerous point in the whole city. They immediately shouted for her to turn back, because everyone there knew the same thing. Charging in alone was basically suicide. One official grabbed a communicator at once and desperately tried to reach her, raising his voice as he ordered her to stop immediately and hold her position until reinforcements from headquarters and the military could arrive. On the rooftop, Fang Yi held Su Qingying's wrist device in his hand while it crackled with bursts of static, the sharp, unstable sound cutting through the rain-soaked air. After fumbling with it just long enough to figure out how it worked, he spoke into the communicator and calmly asked whether the people on the other end could hear him clearly. The official in the command center was stunned and immediately demanded to know who he was and where Su Qingying had gone. Fang Yi ignored every question. Taking control of the exchange without hesitation, he told the official he needed everyone in the command center to cooperate with him because he was on his way to destroy the Anomaly King at the heart of the storm. As Fang Yi flew toward the massive vortex with wind and rain tearing around him, he kept speaking in that same commanding tone. He told the speechless official that if they truly did not want to see the city destroyed, then they would start working with him right now. He demanded that every communication channel they had and every piece of information available be used to support him. The command center fell silent for a brief, stunned moment, and then the official made his decision. With sudden force and urgency, he barked out orders for everyone to stop what they were doing and connect all available resources to the unknown pioneer immediately. He ordered his teams to bring every satellite radar online, feed the man constant battlefield updates, and assign one operator to stay as his direct contact at all times. The assigned operator moved at once and started reporting immediately, explaining that satellite images showed an enormous number of anomalies gathered around the king, spinning in a violent circular formation like a living typhoon of darkness. He quickly added that the concentration of anomalies along the northern route looked a little lower, making it one possible way in. Even so, he recommended approaching from the southeast instead, since that direction appeared to avoid the thickest and most dangerous swarms. As the stream of information kept coming through the communicator, Fang Yi continued flying deeper into the storm without slowing down for even a second. Then the operator suddenly shouted a warning. Fang Yi had been detected by two powerful anomalies, one ranked A and the other S, and both were estimated to have strength on the level of the two-star spirit creation realm. Panic crept into the operator's voice as he urgently told Fang Yi to pull away immediately. The official stared at the monitors with a grim expression, already knowing the truth in his heart. Retreat was no longer an option. The unknown pioneer had gone too far in to turn back now. At that exact moment, a massive shockwave slammed into the command center building, shaking the entire room and throwing the staff into chaos as alarms blared and frightened cries broke out on every side. High above the city, Fang Yi moved with effortless precision and cut one of the powerful bat-like anomalies clean in half with a single swing of his flaming sword. His eyes burned with blazing power as he looked forward and asked with complete calm, and back in the command center, the operators could only stare in stunned disbelief. The lead official blurted out that the anomaly's source signal had vanished. The moment he understood what that meant, shock crossed his face. This pioneer had just killed a dark attribute S-level anomaly with a single strike. One of his subordinates, almost shouting from excitement, immediately said this had to be the legendary pioneer known as the Tyrant. In an instant, the whole command center erupted into cheers. The fear that had been crushing everyone just moments earlier gave way to wild relief, and for the first time in a long while, they felt like they might actually survive this. Meanwhile, Fang Yi was far calmer than the people watching him. Even while flying through the storm, he was already breaking down the battle in his head. He understood that after enchanting his sword, the flames covering the blade could now directly suppress the dark attribute, which greatly slowed the anomaly's regeneration. But when the creature he had just cut down began reforming again from scattered dark energy, he immediately saw the limit of his current power. It still was not enough to erase that regeneration completely. With faint annoyance, he realized that if he had broken through just a little earlier, one strike would have been enough to finish it for good. Realizing brute force alone would not solve this, Fang Yi clenched his fists and drew both fire and thunder energy together inside his body. He switched tactics on the spot. If one strike could not fully destroy them, then speed and relentless pressure would have to make up the difference. With that, he unleashed a storm of rapid slashes, tearing the reforming monster apart again and again, though he could not help noting in irritation that the endless number of these creatures was going to become a serious problem. Then, without any warning, a strange green orb of swirling energy appeared high in the sky, instantly drawing the attention of the dark creatures around it, and one after another. They began flying down toward it, as if called by something unseen. On the ground below, a group of cloaked pioneers looked up in confusion. One of them could not help asking what was going on, because the bat-like creatures that had been attacking so fiercely had suddenly stopped in the middle of their assault. Standing among them, the association superior looked up with a grim face and said this was bad, very bad. He knew there was only one reason the swarms would suddenly break off their attack. The anomaly king was calling them back, and if that was happening now, then its arrival was close. The remaining military forces and pioneer teams could only watch as the swarms gathered overhead into a gigantic blood-red cloud above the city. Everyone understood the same desperate truth. Their only chance left was to stop those swarms before they could be fully recalled and fused into the king's birth. Outside the city, where the encirclement battle was still raging, Jialan stood at a high vantage point and unleashed a powerful blast of energy into the mass of dark creatures below, the attack cutting brightly through the chaos. Her subordinate, the blonde lightning user, hurried over with a grim expression and asked how much longer it would take before they could finally break into the city. Without taking her eyes off the battlefield, Jialan answered that, according to their instruments, it would take at least another half-hour. The moment he heard that estimate, her subordinate fell into despair, because in another half-hour the anomaly king would most likely have fully hatched, and the city would be beyond saving. Jialan could only keep watching the huge blood-red swarm in the distance as she explained that they had no other option. The number of creatures was more than 10 times their original estimate, a threat equal to 10 S-class anomalies gathered in one place. Even with the military's heavy firepower and powerful weapons, they still could not fully wipe out those endlessly regenerating creatures. No matter how much force they poured into the battlefield, the dark swarm kept coming back, as if the city had already been sealed inside a living nightmare. Jialan kept her eyes locked on the battlefield, and the worry in them only grew heavier. If they failed here, she knew the disaster would not end with just one city. The spreading dark attribute would swallow the nearby cities too. With tension in her voice, she asked if they still did not have enough people to break through the blockade. Her subordinate answered with frustration and bitterness that they were hopelessly outnumbered. What angered him even more was that some pioneers were still standing back and watching from afar, acting like this catastrophe had nothing to do with them, not even realizing that the darkness would reach them eventually too. Then, all at once, Jialan's expression changed. Her eyes narrowed sharply as she caught something unusual, moving high in the sky. Her subordinate immediately asked what she had seen. The two of them looked up together and watched the bat-like swarms inside the city begin drawing together in long streams, rushing toward the place where the Anomaly King was being born. At that exact moment, a brilliant point of golden light burst from the very center of the massive vortex. It shone so fiercely it cut through the blood-dark sky like a signal fire. The subordinate recognized that energy instantly and asked in disbelief if that blazing light could really be Fang Yi. He turned to her, stunned and unsure, and called her name like he needed her to confirm that his eyes were not playing tricks on him. Jialan answered with a small, newly confident smile and simply said it was nothing. But the calm in her voice only made it more obvious that she already understood exactly what that light meant. Then she immediately took command, raising her voice and ordering all forces to increase firepower and keep pushing ahead without worrying about supplies. No matter the cost, they had to get into the city. The Star God War Zone, she declared, would never abandon a city to die. As her forces surged forward under that order, a lone figure wrapped in fire rose straight into the heart of the storm, glowing like a living beacon in the endless dark, and giving everyone who saw it a reason to keep fighting. Jialan and the still stunned Su Qingying could only stare at the vast sea of fire Fang Yi had created. The sight was so overwhelming that for a moment it barely even looked human, as if a piece of the sun itself had fallen into the storm. From the relative safety of a shattered apartment window, Lin Yi recognized her cousin's blade technique right away and shouted in excitement. Beside her, the red-haired leader could only stare in open amazement, clearly shaken by the scale of what Fang Yi was doing. High above the ruined city, the remaining bat-like swarms changed course and converged on Fang Yi from every direction, as if the entire dark sky had turned against him and was trying to bury him before he could go any farther. Fang Yi looked at the countless creatures rushing his way and did not look impressed in the slightest. In a calm, almost dismissive voice, he remarked that they had all gathered together just to stop him. A determined light flashed across his face. Instead of fearing that response, he said this was exactly what he wanted, and then he swung his enormous blazing sword with everything he had. The strike detonated into a colossal explosion of fire that spread across the sky in every direction, and in one blazing sweep, it tore open a massive path through the endless horde, ripping the black swarm apart. As firelight burned in his eyes, Fang Yi suddenly felt something shift inside him, and a sharp realization flashed through his mind. That familiar feeling had returned. He was back at the edge of a breakthrough. It was the same intense state he had lost earlier, and now it was surging back more clearly than before. He understood what it meant immediately. Even though the spiritual energy in the air was still thin and unstable, he had finally found the right moment to break through again. A confident smile touched his face. Since the chance had come back to him in the middle of battle, he decided he would not wait for it to happen on its own. He would force it forward. He raised one hand, and a swirling vortex of purple energy burst into existence as he unleashed the boundless dark realm. It opened across the sky like a massive dark eye, with Fang Yi himself shining at its center, like a star burning inside the void. Stretching his hand toward that vast darkness, he called for his spiritual flower to appear and answer him. A glowing red orb formed in front of him, bright and ominous, while fine cracks rapidly spread across its surface like something powerful was about to break out from within. From inside that orb, the massive red desolate fire spirit flower emerged, crackling with dark energy and radiating a savage predatory presence. The instant it appeared, it lunged at the swarms and began draining their life force as Fang Yi ordered it to devour them and drive his breakthrough forward. Newly summoned desolate fire spirit flower did not hesitate for even a moment. The second it entered the battle, it moved exactly according to Fang Yi's will. The huge red flower erupted with violent power, sending wave after wave of dark tendrils toward the bat-like creatures filling the sky. Those tendrils pierced through the monsters with terrifying ease, as if their bodies offered no resistance at all, and the flower immediately started consuming them one after another, using the dark energy torn from their bodies to feed Fang Yi's breakthrough and push his power to the next level. Once the swarms in that area had been cleared out, Fang Yi slowly descended and landed in the center of the now enormous red flower, standing there like it was a throne in the middle of battle. From there he looked up at the vast green and red vortex in the sky, where the Anomaly King was still taking shape. His eyes deepened to a darker red as he observed that, although the creature's giant form could already be seen, it still felt strangely unreal, almost like a reflection trembling on water instead of a fully solid body. Even so, a confident smirk slowly formed on his face. In that unstable, half-hidden presence, he had still managed to sense something crucial, the creature's true core. He could even hear it beating, low, heavy, and powerful. It sounded like distant war drums rolling through the storm and shaking the air around him. Fang Yi understood at once that this king carried an especially dangerous power. It could awaken the darkest, most twisted desires buried in people's hearts, turning it into something far worse than simple destruction. A fierce red light flashed in his eyes as he realized something else. The king was still holding part of itself back and deliberately hiding it, most likely because its evolution was not fully complete yet. Standing atop his flower in the middle of the storm, Fang Yi asked it directly whether it had already found the Anomaly King's exact location. The flower seemed to answer immediately, as if confirming that it had. In the next instant, it sent the detected location straight to the device fastened to Fang Yi's wrist. The device lit up with a sharp red glow and projected a beam into the sky, clearly marking the hidden core of the Anomaly King inside the swirling vortex above. Now that the target had been locked in, golden light began to fill Fang Yi's eyes as he pushed his golden sun-breathing technique to its absolute limit. A tremendous explosion of pure golden energy burst out from his body and surged upward like a rising sun tearing into the heavens, carrying enough force to completely destroy the dark creatures if the strike landed cleanly. Far below, among the broken remains of the city, Jiang Lu and his companions could only stare at the sky in disbelief. They wondered what kind of power could create a light like that, and first guessed it had to be some form of fire attribute. But one of them quickly realized ordinary fire could never be this overwhelming, and it definitely could not suppress dark power so completely. That left only one answer: it had to be a high-tier Yang attribute, the natural enemy of darkness itself. Meanwhile, inside the association's command center, the suffocating tension was broken by sudden shouts of joy. An operator reported that the number of monsters was dropping rapidly and that the containment field was shrinking fast. The officials stared at their monitors in stunned disbelief, barely able to process how quickly the whole situation had started turning around. Outside the trapped city, a military convoy was forced to halt. A subordinate hurriedly reported to Jialan that all the swarms blocking their path were turning back toward the city at once, as if they had just received a new order from something above them. From where she stood, Jialan looked toward the massive golden radiance blazing over the city and understood right away what Fang Yi was trying to do. He was attacking the Anomaly King's core directly. Her blonde subordinate stepped up beside her and confirmed that the overwhelming power filling the sky belonged to the tyrant. He recognized it as the purest and most refined Yang attribute he had ever seen. Jialan, however, did not look relieved. She admitted that she was worried about Fang Yi facing an enemy on that level all by himself. Her subordinate, burning with urgency, said they needed to enter the city immediately and support him. But Jialan suddenly stopped him and shouted for him to look at the sky. The expression on her face was pure shock, stripped clean of all calm and certainty. Inside the giant vortex, a strange green spiked sphere had appeared, like some enormous twisted virus pulsing inside the storm. The instant Jialan saw it, horror flashed across her face. The Anomaly King was starting to hatch ahead of time. Down in the streets below, other pioneers saw the terrifying change too. One man stared at the pulsing green mass and recognized it as the source of all this evil. Grief and fury rose in him as he thought about the friends they had already lost, and together with the others, he swore they would kill every last monster. At the same time, inside a damaged building, Lin Yi, the red-haired leader, and another pioneer watched the crisis unfold through broken walls and shattered windows. Lin Yi insisted they could not just sit there and wait to die. They had to do something to help her cousin. She understood it clearly now. The birth of the Anomaly King would demand the entire city as a sacrifice. Elsewhere, in the ruined city, Su Qingying used her power to treat an injured pioneer, showing that the desperate struggle was still raging everywhere at once. Even while Fang Yi fought in the sky, the people below were still battling, still bleeding, and still trying to keep each other alive. Lin Yi quickly gathered the other pioneers hiding inside the damaged building. Her voice was tight but steady as she reminded them that the creatures trying to stop her cousin were the same monsters that had already hurt their families, destroyed their homes, and taken people they cared about. And the moment those words left her mouth, a sudden idea flashed through her mind, like a spark in the middle of the chaos. She remembered the enormous flower Fang Yi had summoned earlier, the one devouring the bat-like swarms high above the city. Then it clicked. Its power felt strikingly similar to the desolation attribute of the ghost vine. The realization hit her hard, leading her to a shocking conclusion. Her cousin also possessed the power of the desolation attribute. That thought in place, Lin Yi immediately proposed a bold plan. She told everyone to pour their spiritual power into the network of vines created by Fang Yi's flower, feeding it with their energy, so it could grow even stronger for the final battle ahead. The other pioneers did not hesitate for even a second. One after another, they raised their hands and released their spiritual power, sending streams of energy surging toward the great flower in the sky. Down on the ground, the association's superior noticed those trails of blue energy rising into the air, like rivers of light cutting through the ruined city. At first, he thought other pioneers might be gathering their strength for a direct strike against the monster itself. But he dismissed that idea immediately, knowing full well that from that distance, their individual power was nowhere near enough to reach it effectively. Then he understood what they were really doing. They were not attacking the monster directly at all. They were sending their spiritual energy into the plant. Fang Yi had summoned, using it as the channel for their final support. Moved by their courage, the superior declared that he would join them too. With a fierce shout, he released a powerful surge of blue energy from his own body and sent it streaming upward into the sky. All across the city, the remaining pioneers saw what was happening and followed his lead without hesitation. They steadied themselves, focused their wills, and poured out their spiritual power together, creating a vast tide of energy rising toward the heavens to support the battle above. While treating an injured pioneer, Su Qingying suddenly felt the enormous shift in spiritual power spreading across the city like a shockwave. When she looked up, she saw Fang Yi's spiritual flower glowing brilliantly, now wrapped in the combined power of the pioneers still fighting throughout the city. Realizing this was humanity's final stand, she gathered what little strength she still had left and sent it upward to join the others, adding even more power to the flower so it could deliver one final, overwhelming strike against the Anomaly King's core. Monster let out one last scream of pain as the attack finally hit its target. In that same instant, Fang Yi followed through without pause, delivering a clean, decisive slash straight through its body. After that massive clash, Fang Yi remained suspended in the air and lifted a hand to wipe the blood from his face. Then an urgent voice burst through the communicator, warning him that every bat swarm from outside the city was now converging on his position. The numbers were staggering. Tens of thousands of B-level, A-level, and even S-level monsters were rushing toward him together, forming what looked like an endless tide of red and black swallowing the sky. Fang Yi did not look shaken in the slightest. He simply raised his eyes to the pulsing green cocoon of the Anomaly King, and coldly said that no matter how many minions it sent, he would kill every last one. Then he openly mocked the creature, asking if it was trying to hatch early because it was afraid of him. The taunt worked. The Anomaly King finally began to emerge for real, and a monstrous shadow-green claw tore through the cocoon as its full body slowly started taking shape above the city. Golden flames wrapped around Fang Yi's hand as he watched the scene with a grave, focused expression, fully aware that his true enemy was finally showing itself. Now, fully formed, the Anomaly King appeared as a terrifying beast crowned by a single menacing green eye. It released one final horrifying scream that shook the air, announcing the beginning of the true final battle. The fully born Anomaly King twisted and circled through the sky, forming a dreadful vortex of dark green power and living shadow, with a bright green orb of terrifying energy burning at its very center. The instant its full power appeared, the entire city shook. The ground split beneath the streets as a violent earthquake tore through the ruins, sending the surviving pioneers stumbling and scrambling in panic. Despair spread among them as they realized the king was so powerful it could wipe them out simply by existing. Outside the city, Jialin and her subordinate watched the terrifying scene unfold with grim expressions, knowing that whatever hope remained was now resting on Fang Yi alone. Deep in the ruined city, Su Qingying also lifted her eyes toward the sky. Worry and hope sat side by side on her face as she silently prayed that Fang Yi would succeed. Inside the apartment building turned temporary shelter, Lin Yi clenched her fists tight, her face tense and determined as she held onto that same desperate hope, floating high above the city and wrapped in bright golden light. Fang Yi faced the monster head-on. Without a trace of fear, he named it for what it was, the king of the dark anomalies and the true source of the city's suffering. As his spiritual flower blazed around him with fierce fire, he made his reason for fighting perfectly clear. He said he had grown up in this city, that he loved the life he had here, and that this place was worth protecting with everything he had. In answer, the Anomaly King threw back its head and let out a furious scream so savage it seemed to shake the heavens themselves. With burning red eyes locked on the monster, Fang Yi gave it one final message. For the sake of his home, it had to die. Then their two immense powers slammed into each other, exploding into a violent storm of red, green, and golden light, as the fate of the entire city hung in the balance. The clash between Fang Yi and the Anomaly King created a colossal explosion so bright it lit up the whole sky like a second sun. When the blinding light finally faded, Fang Yi found himself floating inside a strange dark void. In front of him hung the giant green eye of the Anomaly King, staring without blinking. Its voice echoed straight into his mind, mocking him for daring to challenge it while he was still only at the one-star spirit creation realm. Before Fang Yi could even answer, the Anomaly King opened its huge, shadowy mouth, and a powerful vortex instantly formed inside it. Fang Yi sensed the danger at once, but the pull was too strong. Even as he braced himself, he could not stop the force dragging him inward. As he was pulled into the creature's mouth, Fang Yi quickly realized this Anomaly King was unlike anything he had faced before. Even after taking the full force of his attack, it still had enough strength left to swallow him whole. He landed inside the monster's revolting interior, a grotesque cavern of pink flesh, pulsing tissue, and thick purple digestive fluid clinging to every surface. He immediately understood that the liquid was not just fiercely corrosive, but also saturated with an enormous concentration of dark attribute power. He knew any ordinary pioneer would have been dissolved almost instantly in a place like this. At the same time, he found it strange that such an evolved intelligent creature would make the mistake of swallowing him alive. A determined look settled over his face as he realized the monster might have just made a fatal mistake. If it was not afraid of being attacked from the inside, then it was badly underestimating him. And Fang Yi knew better than anyone that a creature's insides were usually its weakest point. To test that thought, he gathered fire into his hand, clenched his fist, and slammed it hard into the fleshy floor beneath him. At once, the inner walls of the beast sizzled and burned from the impact, the flesh writhing violently under the damage. Fang Yi quickly judged the situation and noted that although the corrosive fluid was weakening his power to some extent, he could still inflict serious damage from the inside. That was enough. As long as his attacks were working, this fight could still be won. With his confidence returning, he called for his desolate fire spirit flower to assist him. To his surprise, he realized the Anomaly King's swallowing attack had not only dragged him in, but had pulled his spiritual flower inside with him too. That turned out to be a stroke of luck. The flower was already heavily empowered, having absorbed the dark energy of the bat swarms along with the combined spiritual power of the pioneers across the city. But when Fang Yi held the bright red flower in his hand, he noticed something unusual. It seemed strangely hesitant. Frowning slightly, he asked what was wrong, wondering if it had started rejecting the Anomaly King's dark attribute. To his surprise, the Desolation attribute flower, which normally fed on dark energy without restraint, seemed to be repelled by the Anomaly King's unique power. Fang Yi had not expected that at all, because his original plan was to use the flower's life-draining ability to hollow the monster out from the inside. Realizing he would have to change tactics, he gripped the flower in one hand and drove his other fist into the fleshy walls of the monster's stomach once again. After that fierce clash, the Anomaly King's form suddenly broke apart and dissolved. But the victory only lasted for a moment. Almost right away, its shattered presence began pulling itself back together in the sky, twisting once more into a colossal vortex as it summoned every remaining bat-like swarm back to its side. Down below, Lin Yi and the red-haired leader could only stare up in confusion and fear. The leader asked what in the world was happening, but Lin Yi could only shake her head. She had no answer. The only thing she could think about was where Fang Yi was now. Elsewhere in the chaos, Su Qingying was still directing the evacuation of civilians. She kept her voice steady as she urged everyone to move in an orderly line, promising them that the pioneers would protect them for as long as they possibly could. But when someone anxiously asked where Fang Yi was, the calm on her face broke at once. Panic flashed in her eyes as she explained that he was still fighting the Anomaly King from inside its body. At that moment, the military finally arrived in force under Jielin's command. An officer quickly reported that both the swarms and the Anomaly King had started attacking the city in a chaotic, unpredictable pattern, then immediately ordered a rapid evacuation to cut down casualties as much as possible. Jialin stood on top of a military vehicle, issuing firm, precise orders to the soldiers around her. Yet even while keeping everything under control, she could not stop herself from looking up at the horrifying creature in the sky. Dread written clearly across her face. High above them all, the Anomaly King started drawing the swarms back into itself, pulling them one after another into its spinning form as it tried to restore the power it had just lost inside the monster's stomach. Fang Yi felt that change immediately and froze for a second, realizing at once that the creature was far from finished and still had enough strength left to turn the battle back around. As the monster's digestion intensified and that corrosive force pressed in on him from every direction, Fang Yi felt his own strength beginning to wear away. Even his body seemed to be slowly breaking down under the crushing weight of that terrible energy. Then he noticed the dark energy around him, starting to thin out and shift in a strange way, and for one brief moment, he closed his eyes. When Fang Yi opened them again, the stomach and all that flesh around him were gone. He was no longer inside the monster at all. Instead, he found himself standing alone in the ruins of a completely destroyed city. Broken skyscrapers leaned around him like graves beneath a dark, threatening sky, and the sudden change made him wonder where he was and what had just happened. Standing in that ruined city of illusion, Fang Yi's expression hardened at once. Then, from the darkness between the wrecked towers behind him, a huge, shadowy beast with glowing red eyes slowly stepped out. The creature did not hesitate. The instant it appeared, it lunged forward and slammed a massive punch down at Fang Yi with crushing force. Fang Yi sharpened his senses and quickly realized something deeply unsettling. His spiritual power was gone. Not weakened, not sealed, completely absent. The beast gave him no time to think, driving its enormous fist down at him again with enough force to flatten the ground. Fang Yi moved at the very last instant, leaping aside and narrowly slipping past the blow. The impact shattered the earth where he had been standing just a second earlier. He landed steadily on a broken slab of rubble, and immediately noticed something important. Even without spiritual power, his body still felt strong, solid, and sharpened by long training. And in that moment, the truth of the situation started to take shape in his mind. This was an illusion created by the Anomaly King. A trap meant to make him believe he had somehow returned to the powerless life he once lived before becoming a pioneer. The beast tried to crush him again with a huge downward stomp, but Fang Yi reacted instantly and sprang out of the way once more, escaping by the thinnest margin. As he landed, one crucial conclusion finally snapped into place. The Anomaly King was not actually strong enough to erase his power completely. Its influence was interfering with his mind, but it was not truly greater than his own strength, which meant his abilities were not really gone. He just had to break through the mental block the illusion was forcing onto him. Fang Yi understood that every illusion had a flaw, and that flaw would always be tied to the Anomaly King's own weakness, the part of itself it would reveal without even realizing it. Before he could think any further, the beast suddenly moved with blinding speed and trapped him in its huge hand. The monster lifted him close to its snarling face, and its voice rolled through that false world as it told the foolish human that once he had entered this place, he would never leave alive. Caught in the monster's grip, Fang Yi looked like he had nowhere left to go. And yet, a confident smirk slowly appeared on his lips, because in that very moment, he realized he had found the key to breaking the illusion. The Anomaly King's false form began merging with the world around him and with the fear it was trying to force into him, showing him a grotesque, mocking smile like it had already won. Then the creature opened its huge jaws and coldly declared that everything was over, that this was the unavoidable fate waiting not just for him, but for all of humanity, to crush his will completely. It showed him a horrifying vision of his fallen companions, Jialan, Su Qingying, and the others, lying lifeless before him. And through that cruel image, it revealed what it truly believed: humans were nothing more than food for its evolution. Fang Yi acted like the vision had shaken him and stayed silent for a brief moment. Then he slowly lifted his head, and a small defiant smile appeared on his face. In a calm voice, with no fear in it at all, he asked the monster if that was really what it believed. And in the very next instant, Fang Yi unleashed his real power. A brilliant golden surge exploded from his body as he declared that the monster was nothing more than a puppet pretending to be terror itself. Then he went even further, saying the creature clearly did not understand the truth of what he was or why he even existed. Golden figures of countless people appeared around him, shining like living memories, as Fang Yi revealed that he had been reborn for one reason only: to protect his home and every person he held dear. That overwhelming golden radiance swallowed the shadowy beast whole, and the force of it erupted into a massive explosion that shattered the illusion from the inside out. A wave of pure fire tore through the collapsing mental space, and its blazing reflection flashed across a single burning eye before everything finally broke apart. Freed from the illusion and back in the real world, Fang Yi emerged changed. His hair burned like living fire, blue lightning crackled around his body, and with absolute focus, he called for the system to begin. Floating in the storm-filled sky, Fang Yi was now surrounded by a massive hand-shaped manifestation of pure golden energy, fully prepared to bring this battle to an end. At that moment, a system window appeared before him, confirming that he had met all the requirements for a breakthrough, and asking whether he wished to advance into the two-star spirit creation realm. With power roaring through him like a flood, Fang Yi accepted the breakthrough into the two-star spirit creation realm. Then he declared himself the king of anomalies and charged forward in an explosion of golden light. In that surge of transformation, Fang Yi realized that because of the Anomaly King, he had gained an entirely new understanding of his own strength and of his own existence. Without hesitating for even a second, he drew on that immense new power and unleashed a devastating slash meant to split apart everything in front of him. In his new form, with golden flame-like hair and blue lightning coiling around him, Fang Yi declared that his rebirth existed to change the fate of the world, and that he was the chosen avenger. Back in the real world, the Anomaly King let out a mocking laugh, sneering at Fang Yi for being nothing more than a two-star cultivator. Fang Yi did not react at all. Without wasting even a heartbeat, he moved immediately and prepared for the monster's next attack. He twisted through the air with sharp, fluid precision and neatly avoided a powerful strike from the towering, shadowy creature. The Anomaly King loomed over him, its dark body swallowing the sky as it told him there was no way out and that he would soon become food for its growth. But even as it spoke, the monster's expression suddenly shifted into confusion, as if it could no longer understand what was happening to the battle. Fang Yi answered that confusion with a confident smirk, already knowing deep down that his plan was unfolding exactly the way he intended. Out of nowhere, blue lightning erupts from deep inside the Anomaly King's body. The massive creature jerks in midair and writhes in pain, letting out a furious howl at the foul-smelling human who somehow managed to injure it, completely unable to understand what this strange, terrifying power inside it even is. Pushing himself to the very edge, Fang Yi forces his body steady and readies one last blow. In a grim, unwavering voice, he declares that this monster will be sealed here and now, then calls forth the full power of 9 dragons' skyfire to burn away every trace of evil. As the flames explode around him, 9 colossal fire dragons burst into being one after another, roaring as they coil across the sky like living suns. Then all 9 surge forward together and slam straight into the Anomaly King's core, making the monster cry out in horror as it realizes this is far beyond the power any one-star cultivator should have. The instant the strike connects, a blinding explosion swallows the sky over the city. Down below, the pioneers can only look up in stunned silence, watching Fang Yi's overwhelming power finally wipe out the anomaly that had nearly driven the entire city into ruin. The Anomaly King lets out one final scream, sharp with pain and fear, as Fang Yi's power tears its very existence apart. That last cry hangs in the air like the dying echo of a nightmare finally coming to an end. At last, the final traces of the Anomaly King disappear from the sky. The darkness breaks away, and above the city, all that remains is a clear blue day, as if the disaster has finally released its grip on the world. High above the battlefield, a huge vortex of purple energy still lingers in the air, the last remnant of that dark attribute. It slowly twists inward and starts to be absorbed, as though the sky itself is being cleansed of the final stain left by the battle. Fang Yi's body has already returned to normal, but he still stands there with his blazing sword in hand, calm and unmoving. In front of him, the swirling purple energy is pulled together little by little, compressed into a dense sphere spinning with an unsettling force. He watches the whole thing with a calm but hardened expression, his face giving away nothing after such a brutal fight. Only the red glow in his eyes shows that not even for a second has his focus slipped. Then Fang Yi opens the boundless dark realm, forming a massive vortex that devours everything the battle left behind. All the scattered, chaotic energy in the sky is dragged inward, leaving no chance for the remnants of the disaster to spread any further. Down on the streets, the surviving pioneers and soldiers stare up at the now peaceful sky in disbelief. One of them murmurs, almost afraid to believe it, that maybe the nightmare is finally over, and another lets out a shaky breath and says, yes, the battle has really ended. Standing on top of a military vehicle, Zhao Lan is met by an overwhelming roar of cheers from the survivors around her. The whole crowd erupts with raw, exhausted joy, shouting that the city has been saved and that somehow, against all odds, they made it through alive. As the first light of dawn begins to spread across the horizon, Zhao Lan's blonde subordinate asks if she plans to go look for Fang Yi. Zhao Lan turns toward the rising sun and gives a soft smile, her tired face gentler now, before saying that from here on out, each of them has their own duty to carry. She says their job now is not to go chasing after heroes, it is to help ordinary people take their lives back. The city has to be rebuilt, order has to return, and the wounds left behind by this disaster have to be healed one step at a time. Below them, the survivors cling to one another in the pale morning light. Some are laughing, some are crying, and some just collapse into relieved embraces. After everything they went through, those tears and cheers say more than words ever could. Miles away, the staff of the Spiritual Energy Association are celebrating too. Their faces are full of disbelief and relief, overjoyed that they were able to play a part in stopping the Anomaly King, like people who have only just woken up from one long terrible dream. They gather by a window and look outside in quiet reflection as their emotions slowly begin to settle. More than anything, they feel grateful that Fang Yi showed up when he did and struck down the king, because without him, they know they would have been left to bear the humiliation and guilt of the city's collapse. Elsewhere, Su Qingying stands beside one of her superiors from the association, watching paramedics rush injured pioneers away on stretchers. With worry tightening her voice, she asks if those pioneers are still alive. Her superior gently rests a hand on Su Qingying's shoulder and tells her not to worry. Their medical centers were not destroyed in the disaster, so the wounded can still be treated, and for everyone who made it out alive there is still hope. Su Qingying knows very well that without Fang Yi, none of them would even have had the chance to save the injured. As she watches the aftermath unfold, she cannot help wondering again who he really is, and just how frightening his true strength has become, especially when he keeps doing what everyone else thought was impossible. Her superior gives a grave nod and says that after what they all witnessed, one thing is obvious: Fang Yi has already stepped into the 2-star spirit creation realm. He is certain headquarters will move quickly after this, and that someone else will probably reach Fang Yi before they do, while Su Qingying quietly thinks about just how far he has come. There was once a time when Su Qingying believed she could still stand beside him and compete with him, but after seeing all of this with her own eyes, she has no choice but to admit that Fang Yi has completely surpassed her and has become one of the most extraordinary geniuses in all of Xiaguo. The superior recalls the golden light that lit up the sky, and the 9 fire dragons that sealed the anomaly, a scene witnessed by countless people across the city. He knows something on that scale will trigger endless discussion and shockwaves everywhere, so they cannot afford to move slowly now. Still trying to understand what he means, Su Qingying looks at him in confusion and asks what exactly he is talking about. She can feel the weight behind his words, but she still has not caught up to the conclusion he already has. Superior proposes giving Fang Yi a new title, the Sealer. To him, it fits perfectly. a name born directly from the unbelievable sight of Fang Yi sealing the disaster with his own hands. After the battle, Lin Yi and the red-haired leader race through the shattered streets, their footsteps ringing over broken concrete and scattered debris. Lin Yi anxiously calls for her friend to slow down, then blurts out in panic that she has no idea where Fang Yi could be, while the red-haired leader keeps trying to calm her and tell her not to assume the worst. Then all at once, Lin Yi spots something in the distance through the wreckage. She freezes on the spot, her breath catching for a moment like she cannot trust what she is seeing. In the very next second, relief rushes over her so fast it almost breaks her. Tears fill her eyes, and with her voice trembling from joy and release, she cries out Fang Yi's name. There he is, standing quietly among the ruins, as if all the chaos around him has already faded away. Sword still in hand, Fang Yi stands upright in the rubble, calm and steady, like the last flame still burning after the storm. When they rush over to him, Fang Yi looks at them and, in a low, tired voice, asks why they came looking for him. Even after everything that just happened, his tone still carries that same familiar steadiness. Lin Yi runs straight to him and hurriedly asks if he is all right after the battle. She tells him she knew he would need them, but Fang Yi stays quiet for a moment, clearly worn down to the bone, before finally saying he is fine and softly praising her for doing a good job. A moment later, he reaches out and drapes an arm around both Lin Yi and the red-haired leader, finally letting himself lean on them for support. Deep down, he admits just how brutal that fight really was, knowing he poured every bit of power from his recent breakthrough into that final attack without holding anything back. Even in that condition, Fang Yi feels a faint bit of embarrassment seeing them worry over him so much. He is used to carrying everything by himself, so being cared for this openly leaves him feeling a little awkward. Hearing that, Lin Yi suddenly picks up on something important. Her expression changes at once, like one small detail in his words has finally clicked into place. He blurts out in shock, asking if he really broke through into the two-star spirit creation realm. The speed of his growth and the sheer scale of his talent leave her completely stunned, and the red-haired leader is just as shaken, realizing that this terrifying big shot has broken through again. Meanwhile, news of the battle spreads at an incredible speed. Online forums erupt with talk about the man who saved the city, the pioneer now being called the Sealer, as people ask who this mysterious figure really is, and whether he is basically a god for taking down the Anomaly King with one overwhelming slash when even the association and the military failed. Some start guessing that he must belong to some hidden organization, while others believe he might be a secret weapon personally cultivated by Xiaoguo itself. Somewhere else, Jiang Lu's red-haired friend points excitedly at a computer screen, convinced that the man in the video is the same person who once defeated Jiang Lu. His voice is full of certainty, like he has finally connected the legend on the screen to the fighter they already know. Jiang Lu watches the footage with bright, restless excitement in his eyes. Instead of feeling bitter, he says that losing to someone this powerful is actually an honor, as if that old defeat has suddenly taken on a whole new meaning. He jumps out of his chair in one burst of energy and loudly declares that he is going to find this man no matter what. More than that, he says he wants to ask Fang Yi to accept him as a student. His friend quickly tries to stop him, reminding him that Fang Yi is definitely going to be the center of attention now. With so many people searching for him at once, this is probably the worst possible time to go charging in blindly. The story then pulls away from the recovering city and shifts to the great capital of Xiaoguo. The mood changes immediately, moving from the warmth of survival to something colder, darker, and far more secretive. Inside a hidden, shadowy room, several figures sit gathered around a glowing table. They have come together to discuss the recent events, and the dim light only makes their presence feel even more dangerous and unsettling. One man casually blows out a stream of smoke and says, with open disappointment, that he never got to watch the military and the association tear each other apart in the middle of the disaster. His tone is light, but the malice underneath it is impossible to miss. Another member coldly suggests that they just find a pawn, or maybe an assassin, to deal with this newly emerged powerhouse. To him, getting rid of Fang Yi sounds like nothing more than the obvious next move. But a mysterious woman with long razor-sharp nails dismisses the idea immediately. In her eyes, a crude and simple method like that is nowhere near worthy of the so-called chosen one, the savior of the world people are suddenly talking about. She lifts a photograph of Fang Yi between her fingers and looks at it with open contempt. In a mocking voice, she repeats his new title, the Sealer, like even the name itself amuses her. Then, in one swift and merciless motion, she drives a sharp nail straight through the photo at Fang Yi's neck. The paper tears instantly beneath her fingers, and the gesture carries a threat uglier than any words could. She calmly says there is no need to rush, her voice almost lazy against the violence of what she just did. As she speaks, the photo in her hand suddenly catches fire, burning away inside a strange purple flame. She declares that anyone who dares stand in their way will be destroyed without exception. Around her, the purple flames twist into the shape of sinister eyes, turning her warning into something that feels alive and unmistakably threatening. Later, As Fang Yi and Lin Yi rest in their apartment after the exhausting battle, the fragile quiet they fought so hard to reach is suddenly broken by a knock at the door. Both of them jolt at once, pulled out of that brief calm by the unexpected sound. When Fang Yi opens the door, he finds Su Qingying standing there with one of the association's superiors beside her. Their unexpected arrival instantly gives the quiet apartment a more formal, serious feel. Su Qingying is holding several large gift boxes in both hands, clearly having come prepared. Beside her, the superior offers heartfelt thanks on behalf of the Spiritual Energy Association, openly admitting that they made a grave mistake during the US-class anomaly invasion and that without Fang Yi stepping in, the consequences would have been catastrophic, while Su Qingying, unable to hide it at all, excitedly thinks of him as an even bigger figure than before. Fang Yi brushes it aside as if it is nothing and calmly says there is no need for that. Then he steps back and politely invites both of them inside. After bringing them in, Fang Yi pours water for everyone, and the group settles around the table. Lin Yi comes over to join them too, making the small apartment feel a little crowded, but also strangely warm. As he looks around the modest apartment, the association superior cannot help thinking that they really should arrange a much better place for Fang Yi. For someone who now carries this much importance, this home feels far too ordinary. Once the small courtesies are over, the superior quickly gets to the real reason they came. He explains that the association has another matter to discuss: their plan to publicly push the title of the sealer, and Fang Yi, clearly interested by the sudden turn in tone, asks him to explain exactly what he means. Superior brings up a map marking the powerful pioneers who have appeared across every major city, explaining that all of them are already well-known figures whose names carry real weight. Then he contrasts that with the recent ES-class anomaly, calling it the most terrifying disaster they have faced so far. He goes on to say that they want to use the name the Sealer as a symbol to help establish Tai Tai City as a key strategic city. In their eyes, this title could become more than just a nickname. It could become the city's banner. Fang Yi listens quietly as the proposal continues, his expression giving away nothing. Then the superior makes the main point clear. After what happened during the disaster, they have decided that their city needs a truly powerful pioneer at its center, someone whose very presence can hold everything together. Su Qingying adds that anomalies are only going to appear more often from here on out, not less. Because of that, they can never allow Tai Tai City to come that close to being abandoned again. When Fang Yi asks what she means by an abandoned city, Su Qingying answers him plainly. If he had not shown up when he did, everyone in the city would have died, and the city itself would have ended up as nothing more than an empty ruin. Hearing that, Fang Yi turns toward Lin Yi and says he understands now. He admits that his understanding of the world is still incomplete, though he gently reassures her and the others that there is no need to be too pessimistic about what lies ahead. At that moment, Fang Yi realizes something he had overlooked for a long time. By focusing almost entirely on his own training and growth, he had neglected the larger future and development of the city around him. As he looks out toward the city, he starts seeing it more clearly than before. Tai Tai City may once have counted as a major city, but compared with the true top-tier centers, its status and influence still fall well short. He recalls that among the more than 100 cities, the top 3 are Dushen, Tian, and Kang, while several other major hubs also hold enormous importance. Thinking it through, he realizes that this disaster, terrible as it was, might also become a rare chance for Tai Tai City to rise and gain greater significance. The superior nods and confirms that this is exactly how things stand now. Cities are being judged more and more by both the number and strength of their pioneers, and the higher a city's rating climbs, the more resources, protection, and attention it receives. He finishes by saying that people need more than simple safety. They need a symbol of hope they can believe in. So the association plans to protect Fang Yi's real identity while building a mysterious public image around the sealer, letting people imagine, discuss, and slowly raise his legend on their own. After a brief pause, Fang Yi agrees. He understands that keeping some mystery around himself is much wiser than laying everything out in the open. In a world like this, being fully known can be more dangerous than being misunderstood. Lin Yi agrees too, adding that human imagination can sometimes feel even scarier than reality. Fang Yi calmly says he has no objection to the association's plan, especially since it protects both him and the people close to him, and he says he hopes this can become a strong, long-term partnership. With that, Fang Yi reaches his hand across the table to make it official. The simple move catches both the association's superior and Su Qingying slightly by surprise, as if neither of them expected him to accept so directly. A moment later, Fang Yi and the superior clasp hands firmly, sealing their new partnership. The mood in the room shifts right away, growing more solemn and more meaningful than it was before. The superior then formally welcomes him with visible respect, finally addressing him by his new title, the Sealer. The name lands quietly, but it carries weight, like the start of a whole new chapter. Over the next several days, with the association and the military working in full cooperation, Tai Tai City begins to recover at a remarkable speed. Reconstruction moves forward in an orderly way. The injured are rescued and treated step by step, and in the shadow of that disaster, a new order across the world seems to be taking shape even faster than before. The scene then shifts to the sleek, modern headquarters of the Spiritual Association in Dushen City, where news of Fang Yi's actions has already reached the highest levels. Even this far from the battlefield, the impact of what he did is impossible to ignore. Several officials discuss whether the sealer is truly the same pioneer who resolved the U.S. class anomaly in Tai City. Inside one office, a group of men studies the reports, with one saying that Fang Yi is already the most outstanding figure among the newest generation of pioneers, while another adds that his high-grade Yang attribute alone makes him a chosen individual and a natural enemy of the dark attribute. Then one official points to a monitor showing footage of Fang Yi and reveals that the data suggests he has more than just a single high-grade attribute. He reminds the others about the viral Skyfire/video, which clearly pointed to a high-grade fire attribute, and about the military codename, the Tyrant, which came from his high-grade thunder attribute. The others visibly stiffen at that conclusion, their faces tightening with disbelief. But the bespectacled man insists that something even harder to believe about Fang Yi still remains to be uncovered. Before he can say more, the discussion is interrupted by a woman with wavy blue hair and glasses who steps into the room and asks if they are talking about the sealer. The moment she enters, the mood in the room changes. She confidently asks to see all the data they have on him. The men recognize her immediately and respond without hesitation, quickly pulling up Fang Yi's full file on the main screen for her to review. As she studies the information in silence, she thinks to herself that with more and more pioneers continuing to emerge, and with someone like Fang Yi suddenly stepping out in front, it is only a matter of time before many people start challenging his position and authority. Power like that never stays uncontested for long. A determined gleam flashes across her lenses, as she quietly admits that even she wants to see his strength with her own eyes. In her mind, she is already certain that she and the sealer will probably cross paths very soon. The scene changes again, this time to a modern library in Kong City, where readers sit in silence beneath bright lights. The atmosphere is calm, orderly, and restrained, a sharp contrast to the violence still unfolding elsewhere in the world. At one of the desks, Fang Yi's ex-girlfriend, Chu Qingli, is focused on her laptop when a young man nervously walks up to her. The way he approaches, all careful steps and tense posture, makes it obvious he had to work up a lot of courage just to come over. Blushing awkwardly, the young man stammers as he tries to ask for her contact information. But before he can even finish, Chu Qingli coldly cuts him off and reminds him that this is a library, and that he is bothering everyone around them. Embarrassed and deflated, the young man quickly backs away, while Chu Qingli turns right back to her work without giving him another glance. Inwardly, she dismisses him as dull and insignificant, thinking people like him have no idea how drastically the world around them is changing. Her thoughts drift to her own recent transformation, and she remembers how everything changed after an exam. That was when she unexpectedly awakened spiritual power and became a one-star Ghost Realm pioneer. She knows very well that becoming a pioneer is incredibly rare, something most people will never experience in their lives. In her eyes, that means she now belongs to a select few. A faint smile touches her face, as she convinces herself that this new power is the reason she survived the recent disaster in Tai City. At the same time, she inwardly scoffs at the thought of ordinary people trying to face anomalies with nothing but courage. Her mind then drifts towards certain men she has already decided are beneath her. In this dangerous new era, she wonders with open contempt what people like them could possibly accomplish. Then a sudden memory flashes through her mind, showing Fang Yi telling another girl that he and Chu Qingli were nothing more than classmates. That moment still stings her pride more than she wants to admit. Chu Qingli grimaces and tells herself that the old Fang Yi would have died quickly when the monsters invaded. She cannot understand how she ever managed to connect a useless man like him with a dazzling, unbelievably gifted sealer. On her laptop screen, she stares at an article about the sealer and silently compares the two men in her mind. To her, the sealer is 10,000 times better than her ex-boyfriend in every way. With a self-satisfied look, she decides that only a strong and handsome pioneer on that level could ever deserve to stand beside her. In her heart, that conclusion feels completely natural. Meanwhile, in a much lighter mood, Fang Yi flips through a real estate brochure. After everything he has gone through, even a normal task like this feels strangely refreshing. He and his cousin Lin Yi, both dressed in stylish new outfits, stand ready to head out for the day. Fang Yi announces that they are finally taking a proper break from training so they can go look for a new house. Lin Yi playfully asks if they really are not going to train at all today, sounding half joking and half serious. Fang Yi explains that training and rest have to stay balanced, then adds that the association's suggestion to improve their living conditions was actually a pretty sensible one. Lin Yi then remembers that the idea originally came from Su Qingying. Su Qingying had told her pretty directly that their current place needed an upgrade, and she had even said she would go house hunting with them herself. The thought leaves Lin Yi both thrilled and a little stunned, amazed that Su Qingying has access to that kind of money and influence. To her, casually offering them 2 high-end houses sounds almost unreal. As Fang Yi and Lin Yiyi enjoy their rare day off and continue looking at houses, something strange starts drifting through the air nearby. A foul green vapor slowly floats over, instantly ruining the relaxed mood. Lin Yiyi wrinkles her nose and asks Fang Yi if he can smell that awful stench too. Fang Yi immediately frowns and says yes. The smell is so bad it reminds him of a sewer. Fang Yi's face drops all at once, turning cold and sharp. In that instant, he understands the nasty stench isn't some coincidence. Someone has been following them on purpose. At the exact same time, he and Lin Yiyi both react. They spin around without hesitation, and the easy mood from a moment ago disappears completely, replaced by pure alertness. Out of the drifting green mist, 3 hard-faced men slowly emerge. Leading them is a big bald brute with a metal pipe in his hand. With a sneer, he calls Fang Yi the sealer and mocks him for only figuring it out now, after he and his little group had already been lured straight into a trap. The bald man openly looks down on Fang Yi, treating him like some overhyped pretty boy with no real strength to back up his name. Beside him, one man releases even more of that strange gas, while another laughs and says Tai Tai City must really be full of trash if they picked a kid like Fang Yi to be captain, not even trying to hide their greed. The 3 of them rush forward and demand that Fang Yi hand over every resource and benefit he got from the city. They shout it out shamelessly, like robbing someone in broad daylight is the most normal thing in the world. Lin Yiyi makes the first move. She bursts forward with impressive speed, throws out both hands, and fires off a blast of blue energy. But the man with the axe reacts just as fast, vaulting clean over her attack, like he's done it plenty of times before. The second he lands, spiritual power pours straight into his oversized weapon. The heavy axe starts glowing with a dangerous light, its blade humming like it just became far more lethal. As soon as the glowing axe comes down, Lin Yiyi throws up a barrier in front of herself. The blow slams into it with brutal force, and she grunts as the pressure crashes through her arms and forces her to brace. At the same time, the bald leader charges Fang Yi and swings the metal pipe straight at him. Lin Yiyi instantly warns her cousin that these men are pioneers too, and that they can use spiritual power. But Fang Yi doesn't even blink. He just catches the weapon with one bare hand and stops it cold, like it weighs absolutely nothing. The bald man can only stare. He freezes on the spot, completely unable to believe that a full-force strike was shut down that easily. Fang Yi looks at him with clear contempt, and a burst of flame suddenly blooms around his hand. In a cold, mocking voice, he asks what kind of stinking fish and rotten shrimp think they can rob him in the middle of the street. Before the man can even react, Fang Yi moves. He throws a punch without the slightest pause, his fist wrapped in blazing fire, and drives it straight into the bald leader's face. The hit sends the man flying backward. He screams in pain and disbelief, unable to accept that he got dropped so fast and so cleanly. Nearby, the accomplice with the gas tank just stares in shock. He cannot understand why Fang Yi is still perfectly fine. In his mind, that special universal permeating potion should have already eaten through Fang Yi's defenses and left him unable to move. Fang Yi only looks back at them, calm and completely unimpressed, while flames still dance across his hand. The green gas turns out to be a potion refined from the sweat of a wood attribute pioneer, designed to corrode a target's spiritual barrier and leave them exposed. The trade-off is the smell. It's foul enough to linger stubbornly in the air. Humiliated and furious, the bald man scrambles back up and yells that he was just careless for a second. He insists they're all in the spirit creation realm anyway, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Then charges Fang Yi again with a violent purple aura bursting around his body. Fang Yi gives a faint smirk the moment he reads the man's power. At a glance, he recognizes it as a mix of mutated earth and wood attributes. With dry contempt, he remarks that a dirty ability like that really does suit people who use dirty methods. Inside, he's completely at ease. Tricks like this might work on an ordinary spiritual barrier, but against him, they're barely worth taking seriously. Meanwhile, the man with the axe launches himself into the air again and comes straight at Lin Yiyi. The attack is fast, fierce, and clearly meant to crush her in a single blow, but Lin Yiyi reacts instantly. With perfect timing, she drives a kick straight into his groin, and the man lets out a miserable cry as all that momentum dies in one painfully humiliating second. Lin Yiyi lands lightly after the hit, while Fang Yi watches with a quiet, thoughtful look. He doesn't want to cause too much of a scene out in public, but by now, having his normal day ruined like this is genuinely getting on his nerves. Then he slowly takes off his sunglasses, and the mood around him changes immediately. His face goes completely serious. His red eyes begin to glow with a frightening intensity. After telling Lin Yiyi to step aside, Fang Yi finally lets his real power out. A huge wave of brilliant golden energy explodes from his body in an instant. The force alone blasts the attackers backward and makes the air around them shudder violently. Fang Yi stands in the middle of it like the core of a newborn sun. Golden light floods the entire area, so intense and overwhelming that the stunned men can barely keep their eyes open. That golden power keeps spreading without stopping, swallowing up the space around the three attackers. In moments, they're completely trapped inside that expanding field of burning light. Wrapped in those blazing sacred flames, the three men scream as pain rips through their bodies. Panicked, they cry out and ask what kind of terrifying fire this is. Only then do they finally understand the sealer's real power, and they desperately beg for the agony to stop. Just when Fang Yi is about to push his power even further and end this for good, Su Qingying suddenly rushes in, her voice cuts straight through the chaos as she shouts for him not to kill them, catching Fang Yi off guard. Seeing the three wrecked men collapsed across the street, Su Qingying lets out a relieved breath and explains that they're important targets already under the association's watch. Fang Yi glances at her and asks if she plans to take them away for official processing. Su Qingying nods right away and says yes. The association has already started registering all pioneers, and troublemakers like these, especially repeat offenders, are now under close watch. Standing over the beaten men, Fang Yi coldly tells them they got lucky today. He says he hates being disturbed, and if they ever bother him again, it won't end this simply. That earns him an annoyed sidelong look from Su Qingying. As paramedics arrive and start loading the injured men onto stretchers, Su Qingying tears into them without holding back. She tells them that if this had happened just 2 days earlier, the association would never have stepped in, and they would have deserved to die right where they fell. She reminds them that the sealer spared their lives for the association's sake, then grimly tells them to think carefully about the punishment waiting for them. Arms crossed, she watches the ambulance drive off and mutters in irritation about the idiots who actually dared challenge the #1 pioneer. Still looking a little uneasy, Lin Yi quietly asks what kind of punishment those men will get. Su Qingying explains that all three already have criminal records, so even though they're in the spirit creation realm, they'll be sentenced to life in prison, stripped of both freedom and civil rights, and made to serve as pioneers behind bars for the rest of their lives. After hearing that, Fang Yi goes quiet for a moment. Then he says the method actually isn't bad. To him, it sounds practical, and it seems effective for dealing with dangerous pioneers. Su Qingying then turns to Fang Yi with an exasperated look and calls him the association's precious sweet bun and the future of Shaguo. She complains that even after all the effort they put into promoting him, clueless idiots still keep coming to provoke him, and it seriously makes her wonder if their publicity has been way too restrained. She goes on to say that it's the association's job to recruit strong pioneers like him and help them keep growing. Her tone turns completely firm as she says they cannot let brainless troublemakers ruin the good relationship they've only just started building with Fang Yi. Then her whole mood flips in an instant. Su Qingying brightens right up and flashes a cheerful smile, excitedly telling Fang Yi and Lin Yi that she's taking them to pick out a new villa and a new car. Standing in front of a tall, sleek apartment building, Su Qingying says they need to make an example out of those attackers so nobody else gets the same idea. Then she lays out 2 housing options, a top-floor penthouse in the city center, and a private 3-story villa in the mountains that would be perfect for both living and training. Holding up a golden model of the villa, Su Qingying explains that both places are fully furnished and ready to move into right away. Lin Yi looks them over and honestly admits that both choices are really appealing. After listening quietly, Fang Yi lifts 2 fingers with a faint, confident smile. In the calmest tone possible, he says he'll take both. That answer leaves both Lin Yi and Su Qingying staring at him, speechless. Fang Yi playfully asks if that's allowed, saying he trusts Su Qingying's sincerity. She gets flustered for a second, but then quickly agrees with obvious delight and assures him it's no problem at all. After that, the 3 of them head together to a luxury car dealership. On the way, Su Qingying explains that the association has an ongoing partnership with the showroom, so they can choose any car they want. As they look around the cars, some people nearby can't help glancing toward Lin Yi and whispering to each other. They quietly admire her fair skin and elegant looks, clearly struck by how eye-catching she is. Outside the dealership, a few men watch the group from a distance and size them up in silence. To them, Fang Yi is the one who stands out the most. Even dressed plainly, he gives off the feeling that he might be the son of some powerful family. Inside the showroom, one of Chu Qingli's friends happens to be there too. Seeing the scene, the people around her start guessing that Fang Yi must be buying a car for his girlfriend. The moment Chu Qingli's friend gets a proper look at him, her expression changes on the spot. She clearly never expected to run into Fang Yi here of all places. She quickly realizes exactly who he is. Chu Qingli's ex-boyfriend, and the same young man the university principal had personally come out to greet before. That detail makes the whole situation feel even stranger. Her mind jumps back to the argument she had with him earlier, and irritation rises almost immediately. Seeing Fang Yi shopping for a car with another girl only makes that feeling worse. Trying not to draw attention, she quietly pulls out her phone and starts secretly recording Fang Yi, Lin Yi, and Su Qingying while they stand near a sports car. Her eyes stay locked on them, full of restless curiosity. Not long after, Her phone buzzes as she sends the photo she just took to Chu Qingli. The message goes out right away, carrying the beginning of a new round of trouble. Excited by what she just found, she quickly messages her friend that she spotted Chu Qingli's ex-boyfriend at a VIP dealership. And with obvious satisfaction, she adds that he looks like he's buying a car for a beautiful girl. Chu Qingli answers almost right away, but her reply is cold and flat. She just says, "So what?" like none of it means anything to her. But sitting there in the lecture hall, Chu Qingli is clearly more bothered than she wants to show. A hint of irritation settles on her face, as she wonders where Fang Yi suddenly got that kind of money. Then she sneers to herself and assumes he must have survived the disaster by pure luck and ended up under the care of someone rich. A cold, self-satisfied smile slowly forms on her lips. In her eyes, the distance between her and Fang Yi has already grown so wide that there's no way he could ever catch up. She walks through the lecture hall with a calm, proud expression. She tells herself that once she rises to the top of the pioneer world, things like this won't even be worth noticing. To her, Fang Yi is just a vulgar fool, not someone worth a second thought. After picking their new place, Fang Yi and Lin Yiyi arrive at the modern villa together. The second she sees it up close, Lin Yiyi lights up, runs up the stairs, and shouts in disbelief that they really do have a villa of their own now. Inside the elegant living room, she spins in place and stares all around in open amazement, taking in the polished floors and luxurious furniture. Fang Yi walks in behind her carrying their bags and teasingly tells her to wipe her drool, reminding her with a smile that they still have the penthouse in the city too. Too excited to stand still, Lin Yiyi announces that she's going upstairs to check everything out right now. Then she dashes up the grand staircase at full speed, while Fang Yi watches from below with a helpless little smile, clearly amused by how childlike she's being. As he watches her disappear upstairs, Fang Yi's thoughts slowly turn serious. He realizes she's finally acting the way someone her age should, and that small, lively moment pulls up an old memory from his past life, one tied to a fallen pioneer. Before his rebirth, he never saw his cousin again. So the only conclusion he can make is that she became a trusted pioneer and later died in the line of duty. The thought settles heavily in his chest. This time, no matter what happens, he swears he won't let her die again. Just then, his phone starts ringing and cuts straight through his thoughts. Fang Yi glances at the screen and sees the name, Zhao Lun. Fang Yi picks up, and Zhao Lan's voice comes through with easy confidence as she congratulates him on becoming Captain Fang. Then, in the same breath, she teasingly mentions that she already heard the association recently gifted him 2 houses. Leaning back on the sofa, Fang Yi answers with a lazy smirk that this is a very good habit, and one they should absolutely keep up. His tone is casual, but the joke lands perfectly. Zhao Lan tells him not to bother flattering her. She knows someone as strong as Fang Yi doesn't really care about things like that. Still, she admits that when it comes to improving someone's living conditions, there isn't a more practical reward right now. Then she adds that once the first spirit fruits born from the spiritual energy revival are ready, she'll make sure some are sent to him too. Deep down, Zhao Lan understands this new world far better than most people do. She knows there is already a huge divide between ordinary people and pioneers, a gap created by strength alone. And beyond that, there's an even greater gap between normal pioneers and someone at Fang Yi's level. Then she finally gets to the real reason for the call. Resting one hand on a top-secret folder in front of her, Zhao Lan tells Fang Yi that she has an internal mission and hopes he'll agree to join it. Her voice turns noticeably more serious. Fang Yi understands right away that this is what the call was really about. So without wasting time, he tells her to explain the mission. Zhao Lan asks if he knows Tianbao Building in Kang City. Fang Yi immediately recalls that it's the largest shopping mall in the city and one of the most recognizable landmarks there. Zhao Lan confirms that he's right, but then explains that the place was recently sealed off after a monster invasion caused a huge number of deaths and triggered intense public outrage. What used to be one of the city's busiest centers has now become a source of fear. Then, in a low and grave voice, she reveals the worst part. The building has now become a true ghost building. It isn't just dangerous anymore. It's turned into a real anomaly zone. Soon, Kang City becomes the center of attention as the massive Tianbao building looms over the area like a dark monument. It was once the city's most famous landmark and the busiest place in the entire district. Lately, after repeated strange tremors and other terrifying incidents, the building has become a place everyone fears. Wrapped in a swirling mass of dark red and purple energy, it has grown so dangerous that the Kang City Spiritual Association had no choice but to seal off the entire area. Fang Yi heads to Kang City to take part in the mission. When he arrives at the meeting point, he raises a hand toward the people waiting there and calmly introduces himself as the one who accepted the assignment. 4 other people are already gathered there. Fang Yi remembers Zhao Lan's warning not to reveal his real identity or true level of power yet. So from the beginning, he decides to stay quiet and keep a low profile. Without saying much, Fang Yi quietly looks over his temporary teammates one by one. His gaze moves calmly across the group as he starts sizing them up. It doesn't take him long to notice that this team is made up of very different kinds of people. Their temperaments, their bearing, even their equipment don't match. The whole group feels more like a forced mix than a polished unit. Just from their clothing and posture alone, Fang Yi guesses that two of them are military, even without introductions. The disciplined details give them away. The other two, a stern gray-haired man and a woman with short purple hair, introduce themselves as members of the Kang City Spiritual Association. They explain that Zhao Lan already spoke to them ahead of time, and that all of them will be working together on this mission. Not long after that, the group gets into an armored vehicle and heads toward the sealed building. Outside, heavy rain pounds down the entire way, turning the trip into a grim ride through the storm. Inside the vehicle, the atmosphere is tense and awkward. The brown-haired man drives in silence, while the blonde girl sitting beside him looks visibly nervous, her unease obvious even without her saying a word. Eventually, unable to stand the silence anymore, she speaks up. Since none of them really knows what the others can do yet, she says they should at least agree to support each other once they enter the danger zone. Her tone is careful, but sincere. The back seat feels even more uncomfortable. Fang Yi sits there casually beside the stern man and the short-haired woman, while the two of them keep their arms crossed and stubbornly stay silent. Resting his chin on one hand, Fang Yi quietly judges the team. To him, the lineup feels messy, and the overall quality of Kang City's association members doesn't leave much of an impression. The stern man in the back seat throws Fang Yi a sharp, suspicious look. His eyes stay on the young newcomer, and the doubt in them is obvious. He leans closer and quietly asks the short-haired woman whether this young guy really is the expert Zhao Lan said she was sending. To him, Fang Yi looks way too thin and ordinary, more like a student than some hidden powerhouse. He also notices that Fang Yi isn't wearing any official device, and that his aura is hidden so completely that no one can read his level at all. Instead of reassuring him, that only makes him more suspicious, but the short-haired woman keeps staring at Fang Yi with a stunned look on her face. Unlike the man beside her, she isn't just doubtful. Her shock is clearly starting to build. In her mind, old rumors start surfacing one after another. Stories about a legendary figure wrapped in flames. A godlike being who stopped a natural disaster alone. She wonders if this student-looking young man could actually be the sealer, but when she looks at his age and ordinary appearance, the idea still feels almost impossible. The short-haired woman with purple hair keeps staring at Fang Yi, more intrigued by the second as the pieces begin to fit together in her mind. This young man matches the description of the legendary figure said to possess 3 rare high-level powers and to have sealed the King of Anomalies. By now, she's almost certain the quiet person sitting beside her is the sealer himself. Meanwhile, back at the Star God Warzone office, a phone suddenly starts ringing. The sharp sound cuts straight through the tense atmosphere in the room. Zhao Lan answers, and terrible news hits her immediately. Tianbao building has fully fallen. Contact with everyone inside has been lost. The anomaly level has surged to 12,000. And according to the grim report on the other end, there are already 53 confirmed deaths. Zhao Lan's expression tightens at once. She realizes the situation is getting worse, even faster than they predicted. The speed of the collapse is clearly beyond their earlier estimates. Even so, she firmly says the person she sent, Fang Yi, will be fine. No matter what's happening inside that building, her trust in him doesn't waver for a second. Then she ends the call in a firm, unquestionable tone, saying that since the mission has already been handed over to them, there's no need for any more questions. Her decision is final. Back in Kang City, Tianbao building stands wrapped in a horrifying swirl of red and purple energy. The whole structure looks like it's been swallowed by a living nightmare. The armored vehicle finally pulls in, and the team steps out into a heavy, unnatural rain that falls thick and dark like blood. The second they leave the vehicle, the oppressive atmosphere crashes down on all of them. Fang Yi studies the area with a grave look and quickly judges that the situation is worse than expected. Just from what he can sense already, the creatures inside seem much stronger than the enemies he's faced before. The whole group lifts their heads toward the towering skyscraper. Dark stains smear the outside of the building, and when Fang Yi points them out, the others feel a chill run through them as they realize the entire side is splashed with massive amounts of blood. The short-haired woman tells Fang Yi that the building has 40 floors and is the tallest structure in the city. She adds that even though many people were evacuated, the narrow interior layout made the operation extremely difficult and chaotic. The moment he hears that, Fang Yi understands the problem. Some civilians must have refused to cooperate before the lockdown fully took effect, which means a considerable number of ordinary people are still trapped somewhere inside. Fang Yi asks if there's any way to contact the people still inside. The brown-haired driver tells him no. Ever since the anomaly first began, no information has come out at all. Then he adds that he personally took part in the operation on the second day of the lockdown. The driver recalls it with visible dread from the very start, he says. The whole building looked like a dead zone, like it had rotted for decades in the span of a few moments. And the worst part was what came from above. Mangled body parts kept dropping from the windows, some already torn open and half-eaten by monsters before they even hit the ground. He goes on in a strained voice saying that in less than a week, the dark aura around the building has only grown heavier. Day by day it feels thicker and more oppressive, like the entire place is sinking deeper into something monstrous. Hearing that, Fang Yi turns toward the group with a sharp look that instantly chills the air. He realizes at once that with no contact from anyone inside, the reported death toll of 53 is nothing but a rough estimate based on the body parts found outside. Coldly, he rebukes the Kang City Spiritual Association for taking the situation far too lightly, leaving the driver sweating as he nervously stammers that they really had no other choice. Fang Yi quietly turns that over and quickly sees the grim truth. The association's numbers are almost certainly far below the real count. For ordinary people, an anomaly on this scale is basically a living apocalypse. And once they're trapped inside a sealed place like this, they're nothing more than helpless sheep with nowhere left to run. Not wanting to waste another second, Fang Yi orders the team to enter the building immediately. In a firm voice, he explains that some anomalies grow stronger by feeding on humans, so the higher the death toll climbs, the more dangerous the monsters inside will become. But the second Fang Yi takes charge, the gray-haired man pushes back without hesitation and reaches out to stop him with a hand on his shoulder. Even while admitting the military told them to follow Fang Yi's lead, he insists Fang Yi explain the plan first before dragging all of them into what sounds like a suicide charge. Fang Yi turns his head and looks at him with cold impatience. "What plan is there to discuss?" he asks, when they know almost nothing about what's happening inside. To him, the answer is obvious. They go in first, and they see it for themselves. The gray-haired man still doesn't buy it and keeps pressing the issue. He argues that everyone there has experience dealing with anomalies, and as the acting commander, Fang Yi should at least understand the abilities of the people under him. Then he starts criticizing him more openly, pointing out that Fang Yi hasn't even joined the official organization and has no formal training at all. Before the argument can get any worse, the short-haired woman with purple hair suddenly steps forward. Her face is tight with anger, and the way she cuts in instantly snaps the tension in half. She moves between them and sharply tells the gray-haired man to shut up, reminding him that they are already out of time. Then she adds that Fang Yi only took this mission because Zhao Lan personally recommended him, so questioning Fang Yi now is no different from openly questioning a high-ranking officer. Fang Yi watches the whole exchange in silence, and doesn't say a word while the others argue around him. But inwardly, he looks down on it. For a team about to enter a life-and-death mission, internal conflict is the worst possible mistake. Without wasting another breath on it, Fang Yi turns and walks straight toward the dark entrance. In a cold voice, he tells them that if they don't want to come in, they can stay outside. That blunt resolve is enough to make the rest of the team, even the hesitant ones, hurry after him. The group steps into Tianbao Building and is greeted by a scene that feels ruined and deeply wrong at the same time. Wrecked cars are crushed where they shouldn't be. Garbage is strewn everywhere, and even in all that destruction, the blonde girl is the first to notice that something here feels unnaturally off. For all the devastation around them, there isn't a single sound. The silence is so complete, so unnatural, that it presses against their nerves harder than any scream could. Then, without warning, a dark shape drops from the ceiling high above. It moves so fast and so suddenly that it looks like a living shadow peeling itself out of the darkness. A split second later, the gray-haired man senses something and instinctively looks up. Confusion flashes across his face. He knows something is there, but he's already too late to react properly. Before he can do anything, a horrifying monster with glowing green eyes comes diving down from the darkness overhead, shrieking as it launches its ambush. The attack is direct and savage, aimed straight at him before the team can even get into position. Fang Yi moves first, faster than anyone can even shout a warning. In the same motion, a sword appears in his hand, and the blade erupts with fierce, blazing fire. With one clean, ruthless swing, Fang Yi sends a wave of flame straight at the descending creature. His expression never changes. Calm, cold, and completely focused. The monster doesn't even get the chance to resist. In less than a heartbeat, it's split apart by a flash of light and slashing sword energy, its attack ending before it ever really starts. Fang Yi lands smoothly, steady as ever, with the flaming sword still burning bright in his hand. Behind him, the monster's body is already breaking apart, completely destroyed before the others have even fully processed what they just saw. The gray-haired man and the short-haired woman with purple hair can only stare. They can barely believe the fight is already over. To them, the whole clash lasted no longer than a blink. The woman keeps staring at the massive blade of fire in Fang Yi's hand, her eyes wide. She can't stop wondering where he got a weapon that terrifying, or if the weapon itself is only a small part of what makes him so frightening. Ignoring the stunned looks around him, Fang Yi crouches beside the remains of the creature. His focus shifts immediately from combat to analysis, calm and efficient. He picks up a piece of the corpse, studies it closely, then rises to his feet again. From its twisted shape he judges that the monster looks like some grotesque mix of a bird and a gecko, and from how badly its body has mutated, he grimly concludes that it has already devoured a large number of humans. The short-haired woman with purple hair steps closer to get a better look, and the moment she does, something flashes across her face. A terrible realization hits her. What they're looking at is even worse than she thought. She identifies the dead creature as an A+ grade anomaly, and that alone sends a wave of fear through the team. But what truly shakes them is not just the monster's rank. It's the fact that Fang Yi killed it instantly, when a creature like that would normally require a full squad of elite pioneers to bring down. As the smoke and scorched residue around the dead anomaly slowly clear, the purple-haired woman and the gray-haired man remain rooted where they stand. The shock on their faces only deepens as the reality of Fang Yi's strength starts to sink in. The woman immediately realizes Fang Yi's power is far beyond the one-star spirit creation realm. And beside her, the gray-haired man breaks into a cold sweat as an even harsher truth hits him. If Fang Yi had wanted to, killing him earlier would have been effortless. The brown-haired man finally admits, looking embarrassed, that he was wrong about Fang Yi. He says he never imagined this young man could really be the legendary sealer, because in his mind, the sealer had always been some old master who never let go of his sword. With his back still to them, and the blade in his hand still wrapped in fire, Fang Yi explains that after advancing, he fused his spiritual power with his sword and turned it into a spirit weapon he can summon and shape whenever he wants. Even then, he says it modestly, as if it's not some impossible technique unique to him alone. Now that the team's earlier suspicion has turned into a mix of trust, awe, and fear, Fang Yi tells them to move faster. And as they follow him deeper into the darkness, the purple-haired woman quietly admits with real relief that she's glad Fang Yi is on their side. To light the way ahead, Fang Yi raises one hand and summons a sphere of fire that burns steadily above his palm. Its glow washes over the walls as he leads the team into a long, narrow hallway swallowed by darkness. He carries that flame like a torch, using it to cut through the gloom while the others follow carefully behind him. And with every step they take, the oppressive silence only seems to grow heavier. Before long, they reach a staircase soaked in blood that the sight alone makes the air turn cold. Looking at the sheer amount of gore covering the steps and walls, Fang Yi grimly realizes the truth is far worse than the official report. In his judgment, the dead number at least 500, not just 53. At that moment, Fang Yi's expression sharpens again. His glowing red eyes narrow as he senses something deeply wrong ahead, and his whole body goes alert in an instant. The group moves into what looks like a supermarket area, where the brown-haired association member and the purple-haired woman nervously scan their surroundings. The floor is smeared with blood and littered with trash, but there are no bodies anywhere. That absence forces the woman to wonder out loud if the monsters consumed the victims so completely that nothing was left behind. Hidden from their sight, a sinister shadow creature with glowing green eyes crouches in the darkness and gets ready to strike. It waits there in silence, like a trap just about to spring. Fang Yi senses the danger first and immediately warns everyone to watch their backs. The purple-haired woman spins around in terror, screaming the moment she sees the monster leaping out of the darkness at them. Fang Yi reacts without even pausing and hurls his flaming sword past his teammates with astonishing speed. The blade rips through the air like a streak of fire. The sword catches the shadow monster in midair and cleanly takes off its head in a single devastating strike. Black blood bursts outward along with sparks and flame as the creature is cut down instantly. As the burning corpse slams to the floor, the brown-haired association member stammers in fear. Only now does he realize another monster had been hiding right beside them the whole time. Fang Yi stands calmly in the middle of the dying flames and turns toward his teammates with a serious, almost severe expression. He asks if they really didn't notice anything strange, making the gap between his awareness and theirs painfully clear. Glancing at the fire still flickering in his hand, Fang Yi keeps analyzing the situation out loud. He tells the gray-haired man that while the two monsters they've killed so far were both powerful, there simply weren't enough of them to trap and wipe out the earlier rescue team by themselves. Then a possibility hits him, sudden and deeply unsettling. Fang Yi suggests that the place they're standing in might not actually be the real Tianbao building at all. The team freezes in the dark, blood-smeared hallway and stares at him in confusion. For a second, the silence around them feels even colder than before. Gray-haired man and the blonde girl both ask what he means, still unable to follow his conclusion. Their voices are filled with the same mix of confusion and unease. Fang Yi explains that even though the hallway is drenched in blood, the smell is all wrong. The strongest scent in the air comes from dark attribute energy and from the monsters themselves, but there's no matching stench of rotting corpses anywhere nearby. Once that thought clicks into place, Fang Yi decides he has to verify it right away. Guessing isn't enough anymore. He needs to test whether this whole environment is fake. The purple-haired woman watches nervously, her chest tightening as Fang Yi prepares to use a powerful technique. Even before he makes a move, she can already feel the air around him beginning to change. She gives a small nod and quietly agrees. The whole place feels unnaturally empty to her, like nothing truly alive has ever existed here in the first place. Fang Yi quickly pieces it together and guesses that this entire area is only a hollow imitation, a blank copy stitched together by the monster. He slowly lifts one hand, and a tremendous wave of purple energy begins pouring from his palm. If his judgment is right, he says, then this whole place has already been stripped down to nothing but an empty shell. A massive sphere of black energy gathers in his hand, the boundless dark realm, and the sight of that dark attribute power leaves his teammates visibly stunned. Then a system window suddenly pops up and confirms his suspicion. It detects a similar dark power called the Inner Dark World and asks whether he wants to view the details. The system explains that the Inner Dark World is a special space created by splitting the dark attribute, a nest-like domain that invades the original area and replaces it. It goes on to reveal that if they want to reach the true Inner Dark World, they first have to find the door that forms it and keeps it in place. Fang Yi understands immediately. He tells the others that if they want to enter the real Tianbao building, they first need to locate that door, and the same rule must have applied to the people who tried to escape earlier. He explains that everyone trapped inside was affected by the dark attribute and dragged into hallucinations. Most likely, they mistook the windows for an exit. He guides the dark energy with one hand. Fang Yi coldly concludes that this is exactly why the people who tried to flee through the windows all ended up dead. The purple-haired woman finally understands, and the color drains from her face. Realizing the victims were deceived by the dark attribute right up until the end, she hurriedly asks Fang Yi if their next step is to search for that door. But before they can act, the situation gets worse in an instant. Fang Yi's system suddenly warns him that the hostile Inner Dark World has sensed his presence and has now fully manifested. The appearance is so abrupt that even Fang Yi is caught off guard. And in that same moment, an enormous blast of purple energy comes crashing down from above, pressing the whole team under its weight. The brown-haired association member and the blonde girl collapse immediately under the crushing pressure. Clutching their heads in agony, they cry out that their spiritual defenses are being torn apart. Fang Yi's eyes flare with overwhelming power, one glowing red and the other shining gold as he stares straight into the descending energy. In the next instant, he summons a barrier and spreads out a powerful dome of golden light, shielding his teammates from the assault. Inside that barrier, the blonde girl and the brown-haired association member gasp desperately for breath, relief washing over their faces as the unbearable pain finally starts to fade. They lift their heads and stare at Fang Yi in shock. While they were nearly crushed by that dark energy, the sealer is standing there completely untouched. At that moment, they both understand the truth. That dark power could have killed them without even touching them directly. And without Fang Yi, there was no way they were getting out alive. Then suddenly, Fang Yi locks his gaze onto a single point in the empty air. His sword erupts in fierce flames as he says he's found it. Without a second's hesitation, he unleashes Fire Dragon, drawing his blade and slashing violently at the unseen point, while shouting that the entrance is right there. The impact is so violent that the surrounding space cracks apart like shattered glass. The gray-haired man and the purple-haired woman can only stand there and watch in shock as the hallway splits apart and collapses right in front of them. Fang Yi steps onto the newly revealed ground ahead, his face cold and his focus heavy. As the fake scene peels away, it reveals a massive, horrifying gateway wrapped in dark green mist and twisting shadows, the real entrance to the Inner Dark World. Fang Yi takes the lead, his flaming sword casting light through the dark, and orders everyone to stay close behind him. As they push deeper into the real building, Fang Yi keeps a golden barrier around the team, protecting them from the disgusting red flesh-like veins spread all across the walls. Blonde girl suddenly turns sick and covers her mouth, saying the smell in the air is horrible. Fang Yi stares ahead with a grim expression and says the stench is unmistakable. It's the smell of blood and corpses, their own people. Not long after that, the group comes across a horrifying sight. The floor is covered with the bodies of the missing pioneers, proof that they were trapped here and slaughtered inside this dark space. Before anyone can fully process it, the group is suddenly ambushed as a swarm of shadowy, bat-like creatures pours down from the ceiling and surrounds them. Looking up, the team sees a terrifying mass of monsters swirling overhead, closing in from every side and sealing them in. Then, from the center of that swarm, a gigantic A+ grade demon-like monster with glowing red eyes dives straight down at them. The gray-haired man and the brown-haired association member freeze in shock, shouting that it's insane to run into another high-level dark monster this fast. Fang Yi doesn't hesitate for even a second. He summons his blazing sword at once, then he hurls it forward, and the blade tears straight through the descending monster's chest in an eruption of fire. The monster lets out a pained roar, but Fang Yi is already moving, charging in to finish it. He drives his sword into the ground and clamps his hand tightly around the hilt. Then, in a blur of unbelievably fast motion, Fang Yi unleashes a storm of flaming slashes across both the swarm and the giant monster. He lands with effortless control, and a huge explosion of holy fire erupts around him, swallowing and burning everything in its path. The blonde girl and the purple-haired woman throw up their arms to shield their faces from the searing heat, stunned as they watch the dark monsters melt away the instant they touch his flames. Only then does it really hit them. Ever since this mission started, they've barely had to do anything at all. Meanwhile, Fang Yi walks through the burning aftermath, his sword glowing red like molten lava. Then he slowly reaches one hand down toward the floor, where the bodies of the earlier victims still lie. Using his fire with surprising care, Fang Yi gently cremates the innocent dead, giving them the dignity of a proper burial instead of leaving them behind in this corrupted place. The brown-haired association member and the blonde girl watch the flames with deep awe, saying Fang Yi truly deserves the title of sealer. Fang Yi turns back to the group and begins giving orders. Now that they're inside the building, he tells them, it's time for them to do their part. He instructs them to search the first floor for survivors while he heads upstairs to deal with the remaining monsters. The others, including the gray-haired man and the purple-haired woman, immediately stand ready to obey. Whatever doubt they had before is now completely gone, replaced by respect. Fang Yi keeps sweeping through the building floor by floor. By the time he reaches the 10th floor, he's already fighting through a swarm of flying shadow creatures, swinging his flaming sword to keep them from surrounding him. Even in the middle of the fight, he studies them and realizes these enemies have evolved to at least the one-star spirit creation realm. Even so, he cuts through them with ease, noting that while they've grown stronger, their actual abilities haven't changed that much. Fang Yi leads the team up the escalator toward the 15th floor, his sword dragging behind him and leaving a long trail of fire to light the dim passage. With every step higher, the air grows heavier, pressing down on their chests like an invisible weight. The blonde girl winces and says the freezing dark power is starting to seep through even her barrier. Then they reach a hallway packed with bodies, and the sight alone makes the already suffocating atmosphere feel even colder. The gray-haired man suddenly notices something wrong with the corpses. He quickly warns everyone that something is moving inside them, and that the remains are corrosive. In a tense voice, he tells the team not to breathe in the spores no matter what. A single drop of thick liquid falls from above and lands in the puddle below with a sharp, eerie plink. In that unnatural silence, even a sound that small feels like the start of something much worse. Then, in the next instant, a massive spike-like shadow rises violently behind Fang Yi and the brown-haired association member. The hidden monster finally shows itself, towering over them in a twisted, terrifying shape that makes the whole corridor feel even tighter. It's a horrifying creature covered in eyes, all of them staring down from above with a sick, hungry intelligence. Then it throws back its head and roars, unleashing a relentless storm of energy spikes that tears through the air. Fang Yi doesn't show even a trace of fear. Instead, he smiles, and there's almost a note of excitement in his voice when he says things are finally starting to get interesting. Fang Yi spins his sword at blinding speed, and the motion instantly forms a burning shield of fire around him. One after another, the incoming energy spikes slam into the flaming barrier, only to be knocked away in bursts of sparks. The monster drops lower and charges in for a direct attack, but Fang Yi is already ready to meet it head-on. In that brief clash, he realizes the creature still isn't fighting seriously. It's stalling, buying time so it can keep evolving. Without hesitation, Fang Yi hurls his flaming sword forward with crushing force. The attack catches the monster off guard, and the instant the blade hits, a violent explosion fills the corridor with blazing light. Fang Yi reaches a hand toward the burning aftermath, almost looking disappointed. He tells the defeated monster he gave it too much credit, because he was expecting at least something on the level of a 3-star spirit creation opponent. The gray-haired man stays fully alert and sharply turns the moment he hears a faint sound nearby. At the same time, Fang Yi lifts his gaze toward the source and calmly asks, who's hiding there? Looking inside, Fang Yi asks if they're survivors. A young man hiding nervously behind the door stammers in fear and disbelief, asking if they're the forerunners sent to save them. The team soon finds 5 people still alive inside what looks like a hidden storage room, belonging to a luxury brand store. The survivors are packed tightly together in the dark, pale and trembling, with terror written all over their faces. Fang Yi quickly understands they must have hidden in this room to avoid the attack outside, and judging by the way they look, they've likely been trapped here for a long time, barely daring to make a sound. Seeing how terrified they are, Fang Yi softens his expression and gives them a gentle smile meant to calm them down. He reassures them that things are under control now and tells them clearly that they came here to rescue them. The brown-haired association member steps forward with a warm smile and introduces the group as members of the Kang City Spirit Association. He tells the survivors the monsters outside have already been dealt with and urges them to come out quickly while it's safe. The young male survivor stares at Fang Yi with wide eyes, clearly struggling to take it in. His lips tremble as he stammers, unable to believe that rescue really made it here. And he suddenly blurts out in shock, asking if Fang Yi really killed all those terrifying monsters with a single slash. His voice is full of disbelief, like he's talking about some legend, not something a real person could do. Meanwhile, outside Tianbao Building, the monitoring team continues watching the situation closely. The whole structure is still wrapped in ominous red energy, But even through the tension, everyone at the monitors can tell something is different this time. They track Fang Yi's spiritual energy floor by floor, picking up the fire from his spirit weapon everywhere he goes. Then an analyst suddenly shouts that the latest reading has already reached the 40th floor, and the whole room freezes. In stunned disbelief, they report that the sealer cleared Tianbao building from bottom to top in just 9 minutes and 56 seconds. Right away, they realize this news is going to shake the entire pioneer world in Kang City. But before the room can fully celebrate, a red alarm suddenly blares through the station. One of the staff members warns them it still isn't over, because an S-class monster eruption has just been detected on the very top floor. Back on the top level, Fang Yi stands in the middle of shattered rubble and slowly lifts his eyes. His expression turns serious. The air around him goes still and tense, like the entire floor is holding its breath before the real battle begins. He realizes immediately that he's found the main target. Looming high above him is a massive skeletal creature wrapped in glowing green energy and black feathers, and Fang Yi identifies the terrifying thing at once as the anomaly king of this place, the Bone Bird. Without wasting a second, Fang Yi charges straight at the enormous anomaly king. He leaps into the air with sword in hand, closing the distance in a flash with a direct, fearless attack. As he rushes in, he analyzes the creature in an instant and notices something strange. The worms crawling across its body aren't parasites at all. They're actually part of its main body, fused into that grotesque form. With one powerful swing, Fang Yi unleashes a golden slash that tears across the air with terrifying force. But the Bone Bird raises its thick cage-like bones and blocks the attack head-on, stopping the blow before it can break through. For the briefest second, a flicker of surprise crosses Fang Yi's face when his strike is stopped. It lasts only an instant, but it's enough to show that this monster is at least worth noticing. The monster fixes him with its glowing green eyes and glares down at him with cold hostility. The look in those eyes is vicious and predatory, full of the confidence of something that still thinks it can win. Down below, his teammates can only watch in despair as the fight unfolds. Seeing even the powerful sealer meet resistance from the Anomaly King leaves them painfully aware of how small and helpless they are, with no real way to support him. Fang Yi lets out a quiet sound of annoyance. It's small, but the irritation in it is unmistakable. Having tested the creature enough, he decides the fight has already dragged on long enough. He stops holding back, and his presence alone makes it clear that he's about to end this for real. He calls down divine thunder, and crackling blue lightning instantly coils around his sword. The blade hums with violent energy as snapping electricity fills the air around him. Then he swings again with thunder surging through the blade. This time, the attack cuts through the bone defenses that stopped him before with shocking ease, like they were never strong enough to matter. The Bone Bird roars in pain and fury, but Fang Yi, wrapped in flickering blue lightning, only tells it coldly to stop making so much noise. His calm contempt hits even harder than the attack. Then he unleashes a massive vertical slash of blue energy that tears straight through the monster's giant body. The strike is clean, brutal, and overwhelming, splitting through it with unstoppable force. Staring coldly at the creature, Fang Yi remarks that even though this monster turned the building into a feeding ground, it's still much weaker than the Bat Anomaly King he fought before. To him, the whole battle is already starting to feel disappointingly one-sided. Fang Yi moves again at incredible speed, vanishing and reappearing around the monster as he unleashes a rapid flurry of slashes. Only after the barrage is finished does he land lightly back on the ground, steady and fully in control. The gray-haired man and the blonde girl stare in complete shock as they watch the fight. They realize Fang Yi isn't just resisting the monster or even matching it. He's completely overwhelming the Anomaly King by himself. The purple-haired woman watches even more carefully, and soon something chilling clicks into place. Every single cut Fang Yi makes is perfectly measured and deliberate, like he's dissecting the monster piece by piece with terrifying precision. Fang Yi quickly realizes he hasn't even needed to strike the Bone Bird's skull directly. As he effortlessly evades its attacks, he understands the creature can barely fight back at all, because the gap between them has already become overwhelming. Right then, he concludes that he has grown even stronger than the Anomaly King itself. The monstrous bird lets out a desperate broken roar as it struggles to recover. The sound is ragged now, carrying more panic than menace. Fang Yi looks at it coldly, one glowing red eye burning with ruthless intent, and asks if it really thinks it can still heal. Then he mocks it again, asking if it honestly believes he's just been playing around this whole time. A huge amount of spiritual energy begins gathering around him at once. Bright blue lightning crackles wildly through the air, making the entire top floor tremble under the pressure of the power he's drawing in. Once the energy is fully charged, Fang Yi bends his knees and launches himself high into the air. He rises through the storm of lightning like a spear aimed straight into the sky. Then he drives that power directly into Tianbao building, releasing a massive pillar of lightning that blasts through the structure from top to bottom. The blinding strike rips into the dark red sky above and lights the whole area in a violent burst of blue-white radiance. The unleashed energy begins swirling into a giant vortex overhead, sweeping outward as it purges the darkness around it. Layer by layer, the corrupt atmosphere is stripped away by the force of his attack. At last, the attack comes to an end, and the dark clouds above split apart. Golden light from the setting sun pours through the broken sky, warm and clear, showing that the suffocating darkness has finally been wiped away. Outside the building, the association's monitors can only stare in stunned disbelief as the Anomaly King's energy signature disappears completely. In that moment, they realize Fang Yi is operating on a level far beyond anything they know, and they can't help wondering if this is the true gap between ordinary talent and a top-tier genius. They reveal that this S-class invasion has officially been classified as the King's Sacrifice Hell, and every detail of how it was resolved has been sealed away in top-secret files. But even among the stunned observers, one thing is already clear. What Fang Yi did here is something nobody else could possibly replicate. Fang Yi drops onto the shattered rubble without a stumble, while the last of the dust slowly drifts down around him. The brutal collision is finally over, and there he stands in the thinning haze, calm and completely untouched by the wreckage around him. He turns to the purple-haired woman and the gray-haired man, then tells them in a steady voice that the bone bird is dead. With the Anomaly King gone, he says, they can finally reconnect with the outside world. Purple-haired woman immediately raises her communicator and identifies herself as Song Yu, her tone turning sharp and professional. She reports that the incident has been resolved and confirms that with the sealer's help, the mission was completed smoothly and much faster than anyone expected. While she continues her report, Fang Yi quietly starts heading for the exit. Like a victory of this scale means almost nothing to him. Song Yue adds that she expects the Kang City Spirit Association to show proper cooperation and gratitude for the help he gave them today. Then Song Yue's face suddenly shifts. Shock flashes through her eyes at whatever comes through the communicator. She immediately asks about the newly elected Kang City captain, her voice rising in anger, as she demands to know why he is only arriving now, after everything is already finished. A streak of light rips across the skyline and shoots straight toward them. On the other end, the voice hurriedly explains that the captain heard the sealer was here, and even though they tried to stop him, he was too arrogant to listen. Song Yue instantly flares up. She snaps that this mission was assigned to the military zone, which means controlling the Tai captain was their responsibility. Then she declares that Fang Yi needs to be sent away immediately, already recognizing the new captain's arrival for exactly what it is, a direct provocation. Fang Yi keeps walking down the stairs like none of this concerns him at all. Song Yue coldly states that the sealer is the most important captain recommended by their zone, then warns that anyone stupid enough to provoke him will have to face the consequences themselves. Fang Yi steps out of Tianbao building, clearly ready to leave now that the fight inside is over. The crisis has already been handled, and he has no reason to stay a second longer. Then he slows ever so slightly. A faint look of confusion crosses his face as he senses something rushing down from above at incredible speed. The presence is sharp, reckless, and impossible to miss. A figure suddenly drops out of the sky like a meteor, diving straight toward him with explosive force. The pressure alone tears through the air and sends debris flying before the impact even reaches the ground. The man crashes down hard, gripping an energy weapon that hums with open hostility. He introduces himself as Yue Fengjiang, the new captain of Kang City, and immediately demands to know if Fang Yi is the sealer from Tai City. Fang Yi does not give ground by even a single step. He just stares back coldly. Yue Fengjiang moves closer and sizes him up at close range, wrongly deciding that Fang Yi must be a wind attribute pioneer. Still, he can tell Fang Yi is hiding his true strength, and guesses he is at least in the spirit creation realm. Without wasting another word, Yue Fengjiang shifts his energy weapon and turns it into a sharp claw-like form. The instant it changes, he lunges in and attacks. Fang Yi draws his flaming sword in one clean motion, and the clash begins on the spot. Fire and raw force slam into each other as the two launch into a fast, violent exchange across the ruined street. The captain suddenly leaps high into the air and brings down a crushing blow, trying to finish Fang Yi in a single strike. Fang Yi is forced to dodge aside as Yue Fengjiang slams into the street below, cracking the ground on impact. From the very beginning, Yue Fengjiang looks down on Fang Yi, convinced he is dealing with nothing more than some arrogant brat. In his eyes, this fight is the perfect chance to build his own reputation and tighten his family's grip over Kang City even further. On the surface, he laughs like he's being generous. He even thanks Fang Yi for resolving the crisis, but in the very next breath, he accuses him of crossing the line, smugly lecturing him about rules, rank, and seniority. Fang Yi is completely unmoved by the speech. In a cold, flat voice, he says he only came because the military asked for support, and when he arrived, there wasn't a captain anywhere in sight. Then he directly asks what this newly appointed captain actually wants. Yue Fengjiang gives him a smug little smile and claims he's a man of taste with no bad intentions. But the greed beneath the act shows itself almost immediately when he reveals why he stopped Fang Yi in the first place. He wants to borrow Fang Yi's sword. As the words leave his mouth, dark energy starts gathering in his hands. The aura around him thickens with hostility, making it obvious this was never a polite request. Wrapped in a purple and white aura, Yue Fengjiang openly threatens him. If Fang Yi refuses, he says, then he will never leave Kang City alive. Fang Yi stays calm the entire time. Not even the slightest trace of panic appears on his face. Instead, he smiles, like the whole demand sounds ridiculous to him. Across from him, Yue Fengjiang stares back with a twisted excitement in his eyes, clearly enjoying the thought of pushing this even further. Fang Yi decides the talking has gone on long enough. He releases his full presence, draws his sword all the way out, and flames erupt around him in a violent burst that instantly changes the air between them. Yue Fengjiang visibly stiffens at the sudden surge in Fang Yi's power. The pressure alone is enough to wipe that smug expression off his face for a moment. With his eyes glowing and his aura blazing around him, Fang Yi mocks Yue Fengjiang's shameless talk about borrowing his weapon. In a cold, cutting voice, he says he'll borrow Yue Fengjiang's whole family instead, making it painfully clear he's about to beat him without mercy. Fang Yi makes the first move with a heavy slash of fire. The blazing arc rips through the air and crosses the space between them in an instant. Yue Fengjiang narrowly slips past it with astonishing speed, barely avoiding the flames. But instead of fear, a grin spreads across his face, and he says with growing excitement that now the fight is finally getting interesting. Nearby, Song Yue quickly realizes the clash has cut off their signal again. She urgently tells her team they need to leave at once, report everything to the military and their superiors, and get the survivors to safety before this gets even worse. Surrounded by roaring flames, Fang Yi warns them sternly without even turning around. He tells them they have 10 minutes to get away, darkly hinting that if they stay any longer, they may end up watching a captain die. The brown-haired association member instinctively tries to say something, but Song Yue immediately clamps a hand over his mouth. She shouts that she understands, then drags him away without hesitation, determined to get everyone out before the battle turns even deadlier. As the group runs off, Song Yue curses Yue Fengjiang under her breath. Furious that he is stirring up trouble right after being elected, her teammates grimly agree that it might actually be good for their arrogant captain to get taught a painful lesson by the sealer. Once the others are gone, Fang Yi fixes Yue Fengjiang with a cold stare and raises one hand. In the next instant, he fires a powerful thunderbolt straight at him. Yue Fengjiang blocks the lightning with his weapon, but the force behind it still drives him backward. Even so, he shouts back at Fang Yi that if he really intends to kill him, then he should stop holding back and fight with his full strength. Fang Yi answers without saying a word. Instead, he brings down a crushing attack loaded with terrifying weight, and violent shockwaves burst through everything around them. A massive explosion erupts behind Yue Fengjiang, blowing apart the nearby buildings in an instant. Fire and debris surge upward, turning the ruined street into a chaotic field of destruction. Yue Fengjiang is forced to slide backward just to steady himself, his boots scraping hard against the ground. When he finally regains his balance, he can't help but think that the feeling behind that strike was genuinely terrifying. Sweat starts running down his face as he looks at Fang Yi again. A growing sense of alarm settles in as he realizes Fang Yi's yang power is not just overwhelming, but violently explosive in a way that's incredibly hard to defend against. For the first time since the fight began, the arrogant captain has to admit it to himself. He's afraid. Across from him, Fang Yi stands inside the raging flames like a dark silhouette with glowing red eyes, then gives a faint smirk at Yue Fengjiang's earlier challenge about using his full power. He coolly replies that if he really fought with 100% of his strength, Yue Fengjiang probably would not even last 10 minutes. His voice stays calm, but the contempt in it cuts harder than a direct insult. Yue Fengjiang only smiles back, forcing his confidence to hold. Even now, his pride refuses to crack all the way. Then he bursts into manic laughter, convincing himself that the real power must be in the sword, not Fang Yi. In his mind, it has to be some newly developed secret weapon from the Spirit Association, and Fang Yi is just lucky enough to be the one carrying it. Fang Yi does not bother answering. He only looks at Yue Fengjiang with a cold, unimpressed stare, as if the man's delusion is too foolish to even deserve a response. In Yue Fengjiang's imagination, he pictures the weapon sealed inside a containment tube, like some terrifying classified prototype. The thought only makes him more jealous that something so valuable ended up in the hands of a kid like Fang Yi. He presses a hand to his chest and decides that coming to this city was worth it after all. Because in his eyes, he has just found a priceless treasure waiting to be taken, completely swallowed by greed. Yue Fengjiang tears off his shirt as purple energy surges across his body. He arrogantly calls Feng Yi nothing more than a two-star cultivator, demands the blade, and openly threatens to kill him for it, shouting that Feng Yi still hasn't shown enough strength to truly impress him. Meanwhile, back at Tai Spirit Association headquarters, the mood is tense and heavy. A superior slams both hands onto the table in fury after hearing that the Kang City captain has started a fight with their own captain, Fang Yi. Su Qingying looks deeply worried as the superior breaks into a sweat, finally realizing how serious this has become. She points out that the sealer was invited by the Star God Warzone, which means this is no longer some simple personal conflict, but a clash tied directly to high-level military politics. The superior suddenly freezes when his assistant leans in and whispers a new update. Staring in disbelief, he asks the assistant to repeat the ridiculous news, like he can't trust what he just heard. The assistant explains that they already reached out to Kang City, but the response they got back was unbelievably arrogant. The other side said that if the fight is not stopped within 10 minutes, things will become irreversible, clearly assuming Fang Yi is the one about to lose. In their eyes, Kang City ranks third among the cities, so their captain simply cannot be defeated. The Tai officials are stunned, and just as insulted. The contempt in that reply is impossible to miss. Kang City is openly looking down on them. Superior slams his fist onto the desk again, his face darkening as he curses the Kang City officials for being complete idiots. He realizes they think sealing a top-level monster is some simple routine job and that they have no idea what kind of person Fang Yi really is. The assistant quickly adds that the Kang City captain is rumored to have only recently reached the 3-star rank. On top of that, he comes from a massive family with resources that seem almost endless, which is exactly why he has grown so arrogant and untouchable. The superior turns toward the window and lets out a cold scoff at the mention of a mere 3-star. With a grave look on his face, he says Fang Yi holds multiple top-level powers, and his real combat strength has long gone far beyond the realm written on paper. Then he reaches a grim conclusion. Since Kang City never went through the King's Sacrifice hell themselves, they have no clue what Fang Yi's title really means. In his view, their captain is not just going to lose this fight, he may end up dead. Back in the fight, Fang Yi pulls his arm back and readies a devastating punch. His glowing red eye burns with a ruthless light, making the pressure around him feel even heavier. The punch smashes straight across Yue Fengjiang's face with brutal force. Blood and broken teeth burst into the air at once, and the arrogant captain's defense collapses in one humiliating instant. The fight climbs even higher and carries on in the sky above the city. Flames, shockwaves, and streaks of energy rip through the night, like a full-scale disaster unfolding right over the world below. As the clash drags on, Yue Fengjiang grows more and more confused. No matter how he attacks, his power cannot seem to break through Feng Yi's flames, and he cannot understand why that fire blade feels so endless, like it can never be worn down. And the longer they fight, the worse it gets. Yue Fengjiang is horrified to realize that the moment his spiritual power touches Fang Yi's flames, it starts disappearing, as if everything he releases is being swallowed by some vast sea. Under Fang Yi's relentless pressure and non-stop assault, he starts to feel completely overwhelmed. Then, without warning, Fang Yi appears right beside Yue Fengjiang's face. In a cold voice, barely above a whisper, he tells him they have arrived. Yue Fengjiang jerks his head to the side in shock. And right there beside them, he sees the Kang City Spirit Association building. The realization hits immediately. Fang Yi has dragged the battle all the way back to his own territory. Fang Yi hovers over him, his presence so heavy it feels terrifying. Then he tells Yue Fengjiang that out of respect for Kang City and the military, he is willing to give him one last chance. But before Yue Fengjiang can even respond, Fang Yi drives a brutal kick into him and sends him hurtling downward. And he is not stopping there. Right after that, Fang Yi unleashes a huge barrage of fire slashes toward the building below. He shouts that he is worried some people might still be hiding inside, so he decided to make sure his arrival cannot be ignored. The words sound mocking, but the warning behind them is deadly real. Yue Fengjiang is caught in the middle of the blast, and his face twists with shock and pain. The arrogance he wore so easily before starts burning away, replaced by raw fear. The explosion that follows is massive, bright enough to light up the whole skyline. Down on the streets, people stop where they are and look up in confusion, wondering if some giant fire just broke out in the middle of Kang City. Panic starts spreading through the crowd as the temperature suddenly spikes. A man in glasses points frantically at the sky and shouts that there are actually 2 people fighting above the city. High overhead, Fang Yi stands wrapped in blazing golden fire, ready to clash again with Yue Fengjiang, whose body is covered in dark purple energy. On the ground, one civilian suddenly recognizes those flames from the news and excitedly tells the people around him that the rumors about the spiritual energy revival must have been real the whole time. Fang Yi looks down at his opponent with an icy, emotionless stare. He checks the time and calmly tells Yue Fengjiang that he only has 5 minutes left. Then he throws the man's own words back at him and asks if he did not want to see 100% of his power. Beaten down, furious, and too shaken to answer properly, Yue Fengjiang can only let out a low growl. It comes out thick with humiliation and helpless rage. Fang Yi drops from the sky like a falling meteor, swinging his flaming sword on the way down. As a massive slash of fire explodes out from the blade, he mocks Yue Fengjiang and asks how he can already look this pathetic when Fang Yi is only using 30% of his strength. Yue Fengjiang's face turns to pure shock. He cannot understand how this is still not Fang Yi's full power, because in his mind, there is no way a mere 2-star cultivator should be this monstrously strong. That is when real fear finally takes hold. As he watches the attack rushing straight toward him, Yue Fengjiang feels his instincts scream louder than his pride for the very first time. The massive beam of fire slams into him head-on and blasts him across the sky. Wrapped in scorching flames, he is sent flying like a shattered projectile. Meanwhile, far away at Spirit Association headquarters in Shen City, the Situation Room has already fallen into chaos. Staff rush back and forth in alarm as fresh reports keep pouring in. An operator reports a huge energy spike somewhere in the country. The map is immediately enlarged and locked onto Kang City, where the readings show energy levels rising rapidly right around the Spirit Association building. The superior with glasses stares at the screen in confusion and points out that the energy signature is not dark attribute, meaning this is not a monster invasion. He immediately demands to know what is happening over there. Then a subordinate rushes in with a shocking report. The new Kang City captain, Divine Blade, is fighting the Tai City captain, the Sealer. And it gets even worse when the report explains that Divine Blade tried to steal the Sealer's weapon after Fang Yi helped save the city, and attacked with clear intent to kill when Fang Yi refused. The superior explodes in rage, shouting that Kang City must have a death wish. He orders his staff to warn Kang City immediately and force them to stop the fight at once, threatening to remove every senior official in the Kang City Spirit Association if they fail to act. Then he declares that someone needs to be sent there right now to take control of this incident. At that moment, the doors to the conference room swing open. A lone figure appears in the entrance and instantly draws every eye in the room. The blue-haired woman steps inside and volunteers for the mission without a second of hesitation. She is Gu Yuro, a headquarters forerunner of the Spirit Association, known by the codename Sea Mystic. Somewhere else in the city, a young girl standing by a window excitedly calls out to her mother that she can see a shooting star. The bright light from the battle shines clearly in her wide, innocent eyes. Her mother reacts immediately, yanking her daughter back to protect her. She stares out in horror as a huge burst of light flashes across the glass walls of the nearby skyscrapers, then urgently tells the family to run. Inside the apartment, the family starts hurriedly packing bags with shaking hands. The father makes the call right away and says Kang City is no longer safe, and they need to leave for Shen City immediately. As they take one last look out the window at the smoke rising over the city, the mother breaks down in tears. The father does his best to steady the family, promising they will find a way out as they leave behind their home and everything familiar. Back in the sky a minute earlier, Yue Fengjiang screams in agony as a massive wave of fire swallows him whole. Trapped inside the burning blaze, he struggles desperately against the unbearable heat. He finally bursts out of the flames battered, shirtless, and badly wounded, then roars a furious threat at Fang Yi. He warns that his powerful Yue family will never let this go, and that they will come after him for what happened here. Fang Yi stays calm in the sky, not paying those threats any attention at all, while Yue Fengjiang keeps screaming that the Kang City Spirit Association will never let him escape. Down below, inside the glass-walled headquarters, a group of officials watches the battle in growing panic. Looking at the brightness and force of the attacks, they realize their captain cannot hold on much longer and start shouting for someone to save him. They desperately yell for the Tai City captain to stop his attack immediately. But Fang Yi gives them nothing except a silent, icy look. The annoyance on his face makes it clear their words mean absolutely nothing to him. Looking down at the officials gathered inside the building, Fang Yi listens as they loudly declare that Yue Fengjiang is their captain, and that attacking him is the same as provoking their entire association. The more they shout, the more obvious their cowardice becomes. One of the officials slams his fist against the glass wall and angrily shouts that they will never accept this. The words sound bold, but the panic behind them is impossible to hide. Fang Yi looks at them with glowing red eyes, completely unimpressed, even standing in front of someone far stronger than they are. The Kang City Spirit Association still chooses arrogance over common sense, and to him, that only makes them look more ridiculous. A huge spiral of fire rises around Fang Yi as he coldly mocks them. He suggests that they ignored the other captains because they assumed their own captain was stronger than everyone else, or maybe because they simply did not want to get involved until the danger reached their own doorstep. Having decided they need to be taught a lesson, Fang Yi swings and sends a massive fire slash straight at the Spirit Association building. The attack tears downward with merciless speed. Inside, the officials duck and scramble for cover in terror as the holy flames smash through the windows and sweep into the office. Fire tears across the room, burning through everything in its path and proving beyond doubt that their threats carry no weight in front of him. Fang Yi turns away from the destruction with open disgust in his eyes. Floating above the battered Yue Fengjiang, he coldly mocks him and asks if he really thought he could take that sword from Fang Yi's hand with strength that pitiful. The battle reaches its cruelest point as Yue Fengjiang, who was so arrogant just moments ago, is left bleeding, exhausted, and gasping for air. His whole body trembles under the strain, and it is obvious he is nearly at his limit. High in the sky, Fang Yi coldly asks Yue Fengjiang if he can endure what comes next. Then, like a meteor falling from the heavens, he hurls his flaming sword straight down at him with unstoppable force. Instead of dodging, Yue Fengjiang actually grins, his eyes shining with pure greed as he charges straight at the falling blade. While rushing in, he mockingly curses the local association for being useless, convinced that only someone like him deserves to claim a treasure this powerful. His face twists into something wild, almost insane, as he screams at the top of his lungs that this treasure belongs to him and him alone. By that point, reason is already gone. All that's left is obsession. Fang Yi watches him in silence, one glowing red eye fixed on him with cold, merciless calm. Deep down, he thinks he will never understand pioneers like this, people who were given power to protect humanity, only to use it to rob, kill, and take what was never theirs. To Fang Yi, people like that are nothing more than criminals hiding behind status and strength. Worse than that, he sees them as one of the reasons humanity keeps getting pushed closer and closer to ruin. With one last icy look, Fang Yi makes up his mind to end this for good. At the same time, Yue Fengjiang keeps charging forward in a fever of excitement, completely blind to the fact that he is running straight into his own death. The instant Yue Fengjiang reaches out and tries to grab the weapon, a massive explosion goes off. A giant sphere of fire engulfs the entire area in one terrifying flash, blasting heat and light across the ruined skyline. Standing calmly inside the roaring flames, Fang Yi reveals in an almost casual tone that he forgot to mention one thing. His Tang sword is not an ordinary spirit weapon at all. It is a special weapon he forged with his own hands, and it recognizes only one master. The shockwave sends the officials of the Kang City Spirit Association stumbling and screaming as they run for their lives. All around them, the building starts coming apart under the pressure, glass bursting, concrete cracking, and panic spreading everywhere at once. As they stare at the inferno in disbelief, confusion takes over their faces. The only thing they can think of is the report saying the sealer was just at the 2-star spirit creation realm, while Yue Fengjiang was supposed to be a full realm above him. The leader of the Kang City Spirit Association stands there shaking uncontrollably, his face pale with fear. In that moment, it hits him with crushing clarity that the information they trusted was wrong from the very start. He knows better than anyone that Yue Fengjiang was the city's only 3-star spirit creation expert, a celebrated genius backed by enormous family resources. He was already close to the Jinggang realm and was even seen as one of the top 5 captains in the whole country. And yet, even with all that talent, status, and support behind him, he was still no match for Fang Yi. As the dust slowly settles, Fang Yi descends lightly onto the rubble, calm and steady, as if that violent battle barely cost him anything. He stands there in silence, burning sword still in hand, and the pressure coming off him makes everything painfully clear. Fang Yi has already moved far beyond the level of an ordinary city captain. If he truly wanted to, he now has the terrifying power to wipe out an entire city by himself. Wang Zhong, the leader of the Kang City Spirit Association, is trembling so badly he can barely stay on his feet. Looking at the destruction around him, he wonders in horror if Fang Yi really plans to bury the entire Kang City Spirit Association along with their defeated captain. Overcome with fear, Wang Zhong collapses to the ground beside his terrified subordinates and begs the Tai City captain for mercy, shouting that this whole thing was their fault. Just then, the distant sound of an approaching helicopter cuts through the burning silence. That sudden mechanical roar breaks the suffocating tension and makes everyone look up at once. Inside the cockpit, the pilot quickly reports to his superior that there is an extremely pure and overwhelmingly strong Yang attribute source up ahead. At the same time, he notes in surprise that the flames around the Spirit Association seem to be weakening little by little. Standing at the open side door of the helicopter, Gu Yuro gathers a massive amount of blue water energy in her hands. Feeling the heat even from this distance, she narrows her eyes and wonders whether the fire below is really dying out, or if something even more dangerous is still hiding inside it. Afraid they may have arrived too late, Gu Yuro stops hesitating and releases her power. Streams of blue energy pour down from the sky like rain, washing over the burning ruins as she tries to put out the remaining flames. Looking down at the destruction below, even Gu Yuro has to admit how frightening Fang Yi's strength is. To herself, she thinks it is truly astonishing that one person came this close to wiping out the third largest city through sheer power alone. She quickly realizes that Fang Yi's strength has already reached the level of a true national-class pioneer. But as her rain keeps falling, she notices something even more important. Her water is only able to extinguish the flames because Fang Yi has already chosen to hold back. In other words, he showed mercy. If he had not pulled his power back on his own, her water alone would never have been enough to suppress those flames. On the ground, Wang Zhong looks up in sudden delight and shouts toward Fang Yi that headquarters has arrived to save them. His voice is filled with desperate hope, like a man who has finally found a lifeline. Fang Yi does not respond at all. He just stands there in silence, expression unreadable, and lifts his eyes toward the newcomer in the sky. From the helicopter above, Gu Yuro quietly stares back at him. As a water attribute pioneer herself, she can immediately sense just how astonishingly pure and dense the power around Fang Yi really is. The more carefully she feels it, the more certain she becomes that Fang Yi's pure energy far surpasses anything Yue Fengjiang ever had. The gap between them is not small. It's overwhelming. In her judgment, that alone puts Fang Yi among the strongest pioneers she has ever personally encountered. It is the kind of power that stays with you the moment you feel it. Then Gu Yuro's expression shifts, and a flicker of surprise passes through her eyes when she notices something specific. Her attention leaves the ruined battlefield and locks onto the weapon in Fang Yi's hand. She studies the flaming Tang sword in Fang Yi's grip with a sharp, trained gaze. From the purity of its power and the astonishing level of fusion inside the weapon, she immediately understands one thing. The Tai City Spirit Association does not have the technology needed to create a spirit weapon this advanced. As Fang Yi calmly sheathes the sword and draws the flames back into his body, like they naturally belong there, Gu Yuro arrives at the only conclusion that makes sense. That spirit weapon was not given to him by anyone. Fang Yi made it himself. Now that the helicopter is overhead, Wang Zhong suddenly finds a little courage and points a trembling finger at Fang Yi. In a shaky but self-righteous voice, he demands to know whether the sealer really needed to be this ruthless and asks how Fang Yi plans to explain himself now that headquarters has arrived in person. Fang Yi turns his eyes on him with terrifying intensity, and the pressure alone nearly makes Wang Zhong stop breathing. In a cold voice, he reminds the official that he already gave them a full 10 minutes to settle the matter, yet during all that time, they failed to offer even a single explanation. And Fang Yi turns away like Wang Zhong is not even worth another look. In his eyes, their silence already said everything. It meant they had silently agreed that their own captain deserved to die. Without warning, Fang Yi releases a massive wave of fiery energy that whips around the terrified officials and traps them in scorching heat. In a voice that allows no defiance, he warns them that if they dare speak to him with that same disrespect again, he will kill every last one of them along with their fallen captain. At that exact moment, Gu Yuro descends from the sky wrapped in swirling blue water energy, her entrance sharp and commanding. Calling out to the Tai City captain, she orders him to stop this aggressive behavior at once. Fang Yi slowly turns his head in silence to face the new arrival. His expression stays calm, but his eyes make it clear that he is judging her the moment she lands. Wang Zhong is suddenly overjoyed. Convinced Fang Yi has finally crossed a line he cannot escape. In his mind, no matter how strong the sealer may be, there is no way he can kill a city captain and walk away without consequences. If something like that were allowed, then every captain in the country would be living under threat. Gu Yuro lands firmly and introduces herself without wasting a second. In a stern voice, she asks how the Spirit Association is supposed to manage its regional branches at all if chaos on this scale is allowed to happen unchecked. Hearing that, Wang Zhong's face twists into a wicked, relieved smile. He eagerly assumes she has come to take his side and waits for her to punish Fang Yi for destroying their headquarters. But to the complete shock of everyone there, Gu Yuro does not move against Fang Yi at all. Instead, she steps forward respectfully and admits that this entire incident was a failure of duty on the Spirit Association's side. She lowers her head in apology and sincerely promises Fang Yi that headquarters will give him a proper explanation for everything that happened here. Her tone is serious, with no room for misunderstanding. Fang Yi's expression softens just a little, and the faintest smile touches his face. He simply lets out a quiet hum in acknowledgement, accepting her apology without saying anything more. Wang Zhong freezes where he stands, his face going blank with disbelief. Only now does it fully sink in that headquarters has chosen Fang Yi's side, not his and not Kang City's. He keeps trembling, unable to make sense of what he is seeing. Everything is unfolding in a way that completely shatters the authority and certainty he thought he had. He watches in stunned silence as Gu Yuro bows to Fang Yi. And only then does he understand what that gesture really means. This is headquarters' respectful way of dealing with the sealer. In other words, they plan to support him, compensate him, and avoid turning this into an even bigger conflict. Wang Zhong is horrified, and he cannot stop asking himself if this is really how it ends. His captain was burned alive right in front of him, yet headquarters is not treating Fang Yi like the guilty party, and they are not putting the blame on him the way Wang Zhong expected. Fang Yi remains calm, because the opinion of the local association means nothing to him. In his eyes, Yue Fengjiang tried to kill him for his weapon and repaid help with greed and hostility, so the man's death was completely deserved. Gu Yuro then turns away from Fang Yi and walks toward the frightened local officials. With every step she takes, her expression grows colder. She sharply asks why none of them stepped in to stop the fight and calls them a pack of arrogant fools. Then she demands to know who is in charge of the Kang City Spirit Association, and Wang Zhong nervously raises his hand like a man walking toward his sentence. Wang Zhong forces an ugly, trembling smile onto his face as Gu Yuro gives her orders. She tells them they have 3 days to stabilize public opinion in Kang City and come up with a believable explanation to cover up news of the battle. Then her face turns completely icy as she delivers the real punishment. Once those 3 days are over, every one of them will be removed from their posts, and headquarters will send an entirely new group to take over Kang City. The officials stand there stunned. All color drained from their faces as the reality finally sinks in. Gu Yuro gives them one last warning. If they fail to carry out those orders properly, they will face the consequences in full, and there will be no mercy. Watching from a short distance away, Fang Yi shows a rare hint of surprise. Even he did not expect Spirit Association headquarters to go so far as to remove the entire Kang City staff just to make their position toward him absolutely clear. After dealing with the officials, Gu Yuro walks back over to Fang Yi. In a calm but serious voice, she explains that this time, headquarters needed to make its stance unmistakable, with no room left for anyone to misunderstand it. She says it plainly. Anyone who dares provoke the sealer again will end up just like Yue Fengjiang in the Kang City Spirit Association. Then she asks whether Fang Yi is satisfied with how headquarters handled everything, and promises that something like this will never happen again. Fang Yi answers in a relaxed tone, saying that anyone who challenges him is basically challenging headquarters as well. He adds that he does not really care what happens to those officials, but there is something else he wants to know. With supernatural events getting harder and harder to hide, how does she plan to deal with public opinion? Gu Yuro immediately understands what he is really asking. She starts talking about the growing doubt over whether news of spiritual energy revival can still be contained in the major cities, explaining that supernatural incidents are happening more and more often now, and anomaly-related disasters are breaking out almost everywhere. She admits that plenty of ordinary people have already started suspecting the truth. Even so, the government still cannot reveal everything yet, because the timing is not right. If the truth came out now, she warns, the whole world would change overnight. Society would fall into chaos, and the fragile order they have been fighting to preserve would start collapsing from the inside. She makes it clear just how delicate the situation is, and quietly hints that if Fang Yi had not saved Tai City, the consequences might not have stopped with one city. They could have spread much farther than that. Hearing that, Fang Yi thinks back over everything that happened in his recent battles. He begins to realize that the era of spiritual energy recovery may have truly started the moment the Anomaly King was destroyed, and he cannot help thinking that without sacrifices from powerful people like Elder Wu, this new age might have arrived even earlier, when humanity would have been even less prepared to face it. At that point, Fang Yi finally understands the government's reasoning. In the end, limited chaos among a small group of pioneers is still far better than letting panic swallow society all at once. In his mind, he sees the powerful figures standing at the front of this changing world, people like Jialan and Su Qingying. He understands that if the country wants ordinary people to keep living under the appearance of peace, then it needs top-tier pioneers like them, standing in front of every crisis, holding the line. Fang Yi lowers his eyes to the ruined city around him, and finally understands why Xiaoguo is so strict about controlling public opinion. Looking at the wreckage, the logic behind that caution is impossible to ignore. By controlling information tightly, they can stop weaker pioneers from recklessly stirring up trouble, and keep mass panic from spreading through the general public. That buys ordinary people more time to slowly adjust to the new era. Even so, Fang Yi can already see the weakness in that plan. It only works as long as enough powerful pioneers are willing to cooperate. A faint smirk touches Fang Yi's face as that thought settles in. He can already feel how urgent things are becoming, and the pressure of what is coming is no longer something anyone can pretend to ignore. As Fang Yi gets ready to leave, he quietly admits to himself that while his current strength was enough to deal with the disaster in Tai City, it still is not enough for what lies ahead. Compared to the future he can already feel approaching, this victory feels less like an ending and more like a warning. Before he can follow that thought any further, Gu Yuro speaks up and cuts in. With clear respect in her voice, she tells him that a special plane has already been arranged to take him back to Tai City, but asks him to give her a moment first because she has a personal request. Adjusting her glasses with a soft smile, Gu Yuro openly shares her sincere admiration. She tells Fang Yi that she truly envies Tai City for having someone so young who not only has the terrifying power to destroy a city, but also has the restraint and character to keep that power under control. Fang Yi looks at her with mild interest, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Then he tells her there is no need to be so formal with him. Gu Yuro then reaches out her hand in a warm, straightforward gesture. Speaking not as sea mystic, but simply as Gu Yuro. She asks if she can be friends with him. The sincerity in that request genuinely catches Fang Yi off guard. For a brief moment, even he does not know how to respond. At the Star God Warzone headquarters, Jialin listens in silence as her blonde subordinate reports everything that happened in Kang City, and the more she hears, the darker her expression becomes. Jialin suddenly slams her hand down on the desk, her voice sharp with anger as she calls the whole situation absurd. She does not hold back at all, cursing the Kang City Spirit Association as a bunch of idiots who created trouble after being saved. Her eyes shift to a chart showing the strategic rankings of the cities. Looking at it, she notes that Kang City, currently ranked 3rd, is already starting to slip. She predicts that if this keeps going, Kang City will soon fall out of the rankings completely, and concludes that Spirit Association headquarters needs to take control there immediately. Jialin's blonde subordinate comments that headquarters handled this matter pretty well, especially Gu Yuro. He notes that Sea Mystic may already be trying to pull Fang Yi over to their side. Jialin gives a cold little nod and says that whatever reward they offer the sealer, it has to be better than anything the association can provide. Without any hesitation, she decides to double the original reward promised for Fang Yi's help in Kang City. The subordinate then openly praises Fang Yi's strength, saying that the balance he shows between ruthlessness and control is exactly what makes him fit to stand as a city leader. In his eyes, Fang Yi has already shown the kind of presence ordinary people simply cannot imitate. After that, he proposes a very specific reward, one he believes suits Fang Yi far better than money or ordinary resources ever could. From the sound of his voice, it is obvious he has thought this through carefully. He places a folder labeled Top Secret Restricted Area onto the desk in front of Jialin. The moment it lands on the table, the atmosphere in the room quietly changes. Jialin goes silent for a moment, immediately understanding how serious that suggestion really is. Her expression turns thoughtful as she weighs what it would mean. She dryly remarks that if she did not already know how much he admired Fang Yi, she might think he was deliberately trying to make things hard for him. The place he suggested is not something people bring up lightly. The subordinate only smiles and calmly says that crisis and opportunity always come together. In his view, Fang Yi is the only one truly worthy of entering a place like that to train and grow stronger. He adds that another genius from their war zone is already training there too. Then he explains that in the future, things even more terrifying than the king's sacrifice hell will appear, and if they want to face that unknown future, Fang Yi needs to become stronger as quickly as possible. Jialin slowly agrees and pulls the documents closer, her gaze growing deeper as she looks them over. She even wonders for a moment whether their restricted area might still be too simple for someone like Fang Yi. Right then, the door suddenly bursts open, and a staff member rushes into the room in a panic, loudly calling out for Jialin. The interruption cuts straight through the heavy discussion. Breathing hard, the staff member delivers a piece of shocking news that leaves both Jialin and her subordinate stunned. Elder Wu has awakened, and the very first thing he wants is to speak with her. Several hours later, back in Tai Tai City, warm sunlight spills over Fang Yi's new luxury villa. After all the destruction and tension in Kang City, the quiet scene almost feels unreal. Inside the villa, Fang Yi sits casually on the couch while checking his phone. The calm, ordinary silence around him feels like a complete contrast to the chaos he had just walked through. Then a bank notification suddenly pops up on the screen, telling him that 10 million yuan has been transferred into his account. He quickly figures this is most likely the reward Jialin promised him earlier. Just then, Lin Yi walks in and happily welcomes her cousin home. At the same time, she tells him she already saw everything about the Kang City incident spreading across the forums. Fang Yi lightly reassures Lin Yi and tells her not to worry so much, but she still looks uneasy. The internet is already full of wild rumors claiming that he brutally killed Kang City's captain, Divine Blade. Fang Yi says those rumors are obviously exaggerated, then flicks her forehead in a familiar teasing way. He tells her to stop wasting time reading forums all day and focus properly on her training instead. After that, Fang Yi gets to his feet and says he is going to train for a while. Calmly, he adds that he wants to try for another breakthrough. Lin Yi stares at him in shock, almost thinking she heard him wrong. She asks if he is moving too fast, because he only just advanced not long ago, and now he is already talking about reaching the 3-star spirit creation realm. Fang Yi just laughs and says nothing is certain yet. After he leaves, Lin Yi stays standing there alone, hands clasped together, worry written all over her face. Deep down, she can tell her cousin is carrying something heavy inside, even if he refuses to put it into words. Upstairs, Fang Yi sits cross-legged on his bed as dark energy slowly swirls around him in heavy currents. The room grows quiet and oppressive as his power starts drawing inward. In his hand, he holds a sphere of golden energy containing the purest dark attribute taken from the Bone Bird, the anomaly king he defeated. Even compressed down like this, the energy still gives off a chilling kind of purity. Fang Yi decides to merge that energy into his boundless dark realm and push the technique to a higher level. The moment he activates it, the spirit of the bone bird appears, as if the lingering will inside that power has just been awakened. A system window instantly appears in front of him and asks whether he wants to embed the dark attribute. The prompt glows quietly in the dim room. Fang Yi accepts without any hesitation, and a golden sphere of energy immediately blooms around him as the fusion begins. Power ripples through the room in silent waves. The system soon confirms that the fusion succeeded, and that his boundless dark realm has been upgraded. From now on, any enemy pulled into his dark domain will not only face the realm itself, but also the bone bird and the other anomalies sealed inside it. Fang Yi remains suspended in deep meditation, his body floating slightly as power glows around him. The energy moving through him feels denser now, and far more dangerous than before. Inside his mind, he starts seeing the shapes of the countless monsters he has absorbed. Their silhouettes gather in the darkness like a silent army, all of them now existing as part of the power growing inside him. He starts wondering if that means these beings can now fight for him directly. And in that instant, it hits him, just like the Anomaly King once did. He now has the power to command these anomalies himself. The moment that realization settles in, Fang Yi releases all of his strength. A gigantic golden avatar wrapped in fire rises into the sky. Many arms spread wide, towering over the sea of dark energy below. At once, a golden system notification appears. It tells him he has met the conditions for another breakthrough, and asks whether he wants to advance into the 3-star spirit creation realm. The force of Fang Yi's cultivation spills out over the city and takes visible form, creating a massive golden image of a fire god in the sky. People all across the city stop and stare upward in shock. One photographer excitedly points at it and says that figure is the immortal who saved them from the bat monsters, convinced their savior has appeared once again. Inside the villa, the power gathering around him can no longer be contained. A blinding burst of golden light erupts from Fang Yi's bed and floods the entire room. At the same time, inside Fang Yi's spiritual world, everything shifts into a dark purple void. Out of that darkness rise the spirits of the powerful monsters he once defeated and absorbed, including the enormous bone bird and the giant serpent, each one towering over him. Fang Yi looks at these reborn monsters with quiet confidence. To him they now resemble servants kneeling before their king, and their existence only makes his boundless dark realm even more terrifying. He sits upon a throne forged from dark energy, looking down as that monstrous army lowers itself before him and accepts him as its ruler. A system window appears and confirms his progress, announcing that the boundless dark realm has evolved and that he has gained a new ability. The system explains the new skill: anomaly warfare. Once Fang Yi drags an enemy into his dark world, he can summon these monsters out to fight for him, but there is a limit. The stronger the target, the more spiritual energy he will need to maintain those summons. Fang Yi holds a swirling sphere of dark energy containing the bone bird's essence. A faint smirk touches his face as he welcomes the newcomer into his boundless dark realm, praising the purity of the bird's spirit and saying it will greatly strengthen his own power. He tells the spirits to serve him well, and promises that as long as they do, he will not treat them badly. As he looks over this new army, Fang Yi realizes something else. If he wants to use this power the right way, then he will need to raise his spiritual energy even further. Back in the real world, the surge of power reaches its peak. A huge beam of golden light blasts up from the city, pierces the clouds, and lights up the sky, announcing his successful breakthrough to everyone below. Fang Yi floats above his bed, wrapped in a golden aura. The system confirms that he has successfully broken through to the 3-star spirit creation realm. As he feels the change settle into his body, he realizes all of his abilities now fit him perfectly, as though they have truly become part of him. His power feels cleaner, purer, and when he opens his eyes, they shine with a sharp red glow. He quickly notices one major change. The discomfort he always felt when using the dark attribute is now completely gone. Fang Yi steps down from the bed. Faint traces of golden energy, still glowing under his feet. Standing quietly in his room, he gathers flames into his palm and studies them with a confident look. He decides the only way to truly understand these new powers is to test them in real combat. Later, at the headquarters of the Star God War Zone, Elder Wu, now fully recovered, stands beside a huge window with Jialan as the two of them look out over the city. They talk about Fang Yi's shocking growth, noting that he has risen in rank yet again in an unbelievably short time. Elder Wu asks how long it has been since Fang Yi got the Shizai flower to save his life, and Jialan tells him it has only been half a month. Jialan cannot help thinking to herself that in a little over 10 days, Fang Yi has already done things most pioneers could never accomplish in an entire lifetime. Elder Wu admits that Fang Yi not only saved his life, but also helped preserve the future of Xiaoguo's pioneers. Then, with surprising humility, he confesses that even he, a Jinggang realm pioneer, cannot control the dark attribute as completely as Fang Yi can. Staring at their reflection in the glass, Elder Wu counts Fang Yi's achievements one by one, eliminating the anomaly kings of 2 cities, resolving major disasters, and breaking through twice in only a few days. With open admiration, he says he truly wants to meet this heaven-favored genius for himself. Meanwhile, at the Tai City Spirit Association, Su Qingying and the others are alerted to a massive wave of energy coming from Fang Yi's new home. Su Qingying is stunned when she realizes he has advanced again. The surge released by the sealer Fang Yi is even greater than the one that appeared when the Anomaly King descended. The staff at the association immediately launch an emergency response plan to make sure Fang Yi's breakthrough is not disturbed. Later on, Su Qingying looks down at her phone and thinks about how much Fang Yi has changed everything. Ever since the disaster, he has earned overwhelming respect. And now even ordinary people feel safer just knowing his spiritual power is there guarding them. She scrolls through the online discussions and quietly joins in from an anonymous account, telling people just how powerful the sealer really is. She even mocks the pioneers from Kang City for looking down on him before, and brings up how their captain ended up completely humiliated. The thought satisfies her. The stronger Fang Yi's reputation becomes, the less trouble he should have to deal with later. At the same time, in an office in Kong City, Chu Qingli sits in front of a computer with an irritated look on her face. She bitterly complains that cultivation is way too difficult, and that she has been stuck forever trying to break into the 2-star Ghost Axe realm. She searches for information about the sealer on the Pioneer Network, only to find that no one answers her messages. That only makes her more annoyed, and she curses the other pioneers as a bunch of mediocre fools. Deep down, she resentfully thinks the real problem is that she just does not know the sealer well enough. She even starts wishing she could meet him face to face, completely confident in her own beauty. But even then, a thought still nags at her. In this new era, her current status and position may no longer be enough to catch his attention. Looking out over the damaged city, she reads online that Kang City has completely offended the sealer, and is no longer a place worth staying in. The moment she sees that, she decides she needs to return to Tai City as soon as possible. With determination in her eyes, Chu Qingli turns and walks out, resolved to grab whatever future and opportunity she still can. Sunlight falls across the modern house as Lin Yi asks her cousin if he has finally finished breaking through. Inside, the two of them sit across from each other at a large dining table. Lin Yi asks whether he feels any different now, and Fang Yi casually replies that it is nothing too special. Other than his spiritual energy moving more smoothly, and his overall efficiency doubling, he says there are no dramatic changes for now. But in his heart, Fang Yi suspects the real transformation will only come once he reaches the legendary Jinggang realm. Lin Yi then holds up her phone and shows him a message. She explains that Jialan asked whether she wanted to go to Tianhai Forest, because New World anomalies seem to have appeared there. Fang Yi says he received the same invitation. He guesses the Star God Warzone is trying to make up for what happened in Kang City. Since both of them were invited, he decides they should go together, and Lin Yi immediately cheers with delight. Not long after that, they arrive at Tianhai Forest. It sits on the border of the Star God Warzone's territory, with warning signs posted everywhere forbidding entry. The forest used to be ordinary, but over the last 5 years it has grown wildly out of control. The spiritual energy inside is incredibly dense, causing plants and animals to mutate at a very high rate. It is both an ideal training ground and a place full of unknown danger, which is why it remains under military control. Under the bright sunlight filtering through the forest, Fang Yi and Lin Yi are greeted by a familiar face. The purple-haired woman from the Kang City mission waves at them and warmly welcomes the captain from Tai City. She asks whether he still remembers her, then explains that she is stationed here right now. She adds that Jialan specifically told her to receive them and brief them on the current situation. She tells them that not long before they arrived, a strange new change appeared in the forest. A mutated flame emerged, but unlike the dark attribute, this fire feels deeply gloomy and cannot be extinguished. Fang Yi guesses that it may be some new and unknown type of fire attribute. The purple-haired woman agrees that it is possible and offers to go with them for safety. Fang Yi, however, turns to Lin Yi for her opinion, clearly implying that they may not need a guide at all. Lin Yi agrees without hesitation. The purple-haired woman accepts their choice and says she will stay behind and wait for them, though she still warns them to be extra careful. As she watches the two of them, she realizes all of her attention had been on the sealer, and she had barely even noticed the girl beside him. Then she suddenly feels just how strong Lin Yi's spiritual energy really is, and it shocks her. It may even be stronger than her own. As Fang Yi and Lin Yi head deeper into the forest, she watches them go with a faint smile, wondering what kind of luck or destiny could make them both this absurdly gifted. The two of them step onto the scorched ground, hearing the dry earth crack under their feet as they enter the affected zone. Then they stop in front of a horrifying sight, an entire forest burning beneath a strange, violent blaze that stretches up toward the sky. Fang Yi looks ahead and asks if this is the place. Fang Yi slowly reaches out and carefully probes the energy in front of him. The second it brushes against his senses, his face changes. The death aura raging inside it is unbelievably violent, and the cold, murky energy hidden within feels just as overwhelming as the dark tide itself. He instantly remembers the warning. This strange fire cannot be put out, and once it catches, it only keeps spreading. Fang Yi doesn't waste a moment. He activates the golden sun breathing technique, and a fierce burst of golden power erupts from his body as he urgently tells Lin Yi to get back. Almost as soon as his power rises, the surroundings react like a living thing. From deep inside the burning forest, dark tendrils suddenly lash out, cutting through the flames with murderous speed as they rush straight toward them. As Fang Yi blocks the attack, he quickly realizes these flames are far more dangerous than normal fire. They are not just burning whatever they touch. They seem to crave human spiritual power, as if they want to consume cultivators from the inside. The dark energy slams directly into his own power, and the resistance is harsh and violent. Fang Yi narrows his eyes when he notices that even his supreme yang attribute is not suppressing it as easily as he expected. That only makes this strange fire even more troublesome. Fang Yi immediately raises a golden barrier around Lin Yi, enclosing her in a warm, protective glow. He tells her the source of the black fire is somewhere up ahead. Since her spiritual power is wood attributed, she is naturally at a disadvantage against fire, so she has to stay inside his protection, no matter what. Lin Yi nods at once and says she understands. With danger closing in from every direction, Fang Yi calls out his spirit sword. The blade appears in his hand with a sharp hum, shining brightly as he lowers his stance and prepares to cut away through the burning forest. Then he swings with one heavy slash. He cuts straight through the blackened trees ahead. The trunk split apart in an instant, sliced clean through even with those violent dark flames still wrapped around them. Fang Yi and Lin Yi move through the path he just opened. Flames roar on both sides like living walls, but under his protection, they pass down the burning corridor without being touched. The farther they go, the thicker the death energy becomes. The air turns colder and heavier, pressing down on them like an invisible weight until even breathing starts to feel grim. At last, they reach the edge of a cliff and look down. Beneath them is a huge black pit, deep and unsettling, with glowing red veins running through it like blood pulsing beneath cracked flesh. Then Fang Yi notices something dripping from the rocks above. His eyes begin to glow red and he fixes his gaze on it, studying the substance closely. It only takes him a moment to recognize it. It is magma, thick, scorching, and packed with unstable heat, slowly seeping from the stone like the earth itself is breathing. Only then do they fully understand where they are. They have reached the very heart of the anomaly, standing above a lava-filled pit where heat, darkness, and death energy have all fused into one terrifying source. A system window suddenly appears in front of Fang Yi. It tells him that a major change in heaven and earth has been detected. The system identifies the power as the Twilight Fire attribute and announces that it will automatically begin gathering data to create a brand new technique. Fang Yi does not pull back. He reaches his hand straight into the flowing magma, and the moment he touches that strange source of power, another system window appears, informing him that he has obtained the Twilight God domain. The system immediately explains what this new power does. It can absorb nearby attribute energies and refine them, then use those surrounding forces to strengthen Fang Yi's own Yang attribute even further. Floating above the pit in midair and wrapped inside a sphere of blazing fire, Fang Yi is bathed in red, black, and gold light. Against the boiling heat below, he almost doesn't look real. As he senses the nature of this power, Fang Yi wonders if it is related to the fire attribute tied to his desolation flower. The feeling is familiar, but at the same time deeper and far more specialized than he expected. The system quickly adds another explanation. This power was specifically formed to amplify his main Yang power. In other words, it is not just another element. It exists to push his core strength even higher. All of a sudden, a horrifying red aura bursts out around him and twists into the shape of a demonic face. At the same time, the system alerts him that he has gained a new ability called Death Brand, while warning him that it is a special and extremely dangerous power. Fang Yi's expression shifts in confusion when the system states that this ability grants infinite death. Then the system explains further in chilling detail. If Fang Yi is killed, the brand will be placed on the killer, trapping that person in an endless cycle of death. Yellow spring flames will burn them forever. Death collapse will tear their body apart piece by piece, and a vision of hell will rise around them as evil spirits welcome them into the grave. Hearing that, Fang Yi does not get excited. Instead, his expression turns serious. He can tell right away that this ability is terrifyingly powerful, but something about it feels too extreme, too sinister, and not suited for him to use right now. After a brief pause, he gives the system a clear command. The Death Brand ability will be stored for later, but he will not learn it or activate it now. With that dangerous ability set aside, Fang Yi turns his attention back to the Twilight Fire itself. As he absorbs it, red and black energy begins spiraling together, condensing into a swirling orb that slowly settles once the process is complete. Watching from a safe distance, Lin Yi is completely stunned. Even from where she stands, those flames feel like something out of a nightmare. Yet Fang Yi is handling them with shocking ease, as if even this hellish power cannot truly threaten him. As Fang Yi stands within the newly obtained twilight fire, surrounded by that strange and ominous glow, Lin Yi quietly realizes that he has gained yet another power. Right before her eyes, the gap between him and everyone else seems to widen again. Then Fang Yi's expression suddenly changes, and a sharp smile appears on his face. One of his eyes glows red as he warns Lin Yi to stay focused, telling her that something else is already nearby and closing in fast. A massive shadowy creature with glowing red eyes suddenly emerges from the smoke behind Lin Yi. She freezes on the spot, and the first thing she can force out is a trembling question, asking if that thing is a dragon. Fang Yi moves instantly, dropping down between his cousin and the monster without the slightest hesitation. Power gathers in his glowing hand as he calmly corrects her. That is not a dragon, it is a mutated lizard. The creature finally reveals itself completely. A gigantic demonic lizard with wings, a twisted body, and a savage presence thick with mutation and death. Fang Yi looks at it with clear disgust, and coldly mocks it as nothing more than a slightly larger four-legged bug. But instead of backing away, Fang Yi's interest only grows right there on the spot. He decides this creature is the perfect test subject for his newly acquired Twilight Fire domain in real combat. The huge demonic lizard does not wait for him to make the first move. It throws open its jaws and blasts a violent stream of lava straight at Fang Yi, the attack roaring forward with brutal heat and destructive force. Fang Yi reacts the instant it moves. His eyes flash red as he leaps into the air to avoid the attack, and at the same time, a blade of fire extends from his hand, sharp and blazing like a weapon forged from living flame. The fierce swing, he sends out a golden slash that crashes head-on into the monster's dark energy. The impact is so violent that it produces a massive shockwave, blasting heat, dust, and scattered fire in every direction. The collision is so overwhelming that the ground beneath them splits apart. Cracks race across the earth, and red energy bursts from those openings as if the volcanic pit itself is being forced awake. In the very next instant, a blinding burst of light erupts. The already unstable power inside the volcanic pit loses balance completely, and the compressed energy detonates with terrifying force. The explosion tears through the forest like a full volcanic eruption. Fire, ash, and shattered earth burst outward in a horrifying wave, making the whole area look like the mountain itself has exploded. At the forest's edge, the purple-haired woman Song Yue and Wang Liang are all thrown backward by the shockwave. Wang Liang panics and shouts that they need backup immediately, his voice cracking as he realizes just how bad the situation has become. At the same time, a monitoring station lights up with a flashing red warning screen. The staff are alerted that a new mutated lifeform has appeared inside Tianhai Forest. The readings show a 1000% spike in spiritual energy, and the threat is immediately classified as S-level. Back at Stargod Warzone headquarters, Jialin and Elder Wu receive the report right away. Jialin finds it strange that the forest's energy had remained stable until now, only to spiral out of control the moment the sealer entered to train. Elder Wu, already suited up in combat armor, says that while he trusts Fang Yi's strength, they should still go confirm the situation for safety. Neither of them wastes another second. Elder Wu and Jialin shoot into the sky at astonishing speed, streaking across it like two beams of light as they rush toward Tianhai Forest. As they get closer, Wang Lang and Song Yue are already fleeing the danger zone as fast as they can. In the middle of their retreat, both of them look up and spot two brilliant trails of light slicing across the sky above. They recognize who it is immediately. Relief floods their faces, and they shout out that Officer Jialan and Elder Wu have arrived. Elder Wu descends first, dropping like a meteor from the heavens. The impact is so heavy that the ground beneath him shatters the moment he lands, sending broken stone and dust exploding outward. As the dust begins to clear, Elder Wu is revealed standing at the center of the impact, wrapped in a dense yellow aura. His posture is steady, his expression calm, and he looks completely prepared to face an S-level threat head-on. Song Yu rushes forward, unable to hide her shock at the speed and presence of the man in front of her. She cannot help wondering if this is what the true power of a Jinggang realm pioneer looks like. In her mind, she compares him to Fang Yi. The sealer often brings huge, explosive visual impact, but Elder Wu feels completely different, restrained, heavy, and terrifyingly solid. Only a few seconds later, they reach the exact source of the disturbance. Jialin lands gracefully beside him, quickly scans the area, and confirms in a serious voice that the target is right in front of them. Elder Wu steps forward with a grave look on his face. He raises his armored hand toward the solid rock barrier blocking the path ahead, as if weighing it first and deciding exactly how much force it deserves. Then, with what looks like a simple swing of his arm, he unleashes a terrifying burst of force. The rock wall cannot hold for even a moment. It shatters on the spot, exploding into fragments as the path ahead is blown wide open. With the path now broken open, Elder Wu gives a firm order to move in. He goes first without a second thought, Jialan right behind him, while Song Yue and the other soldiers follow as the team pushes deeper into the danger zone. Deep inside the pit, Lin Yi throws up her arms to shield herself from the violent waves of energy still tearing through the air. Fighting against the pressure, she calls out to her cousin in a worried voice, asking if Fang Yi is all right. As the dust slowly thins out, Fang Yi comes into view, standing there completely calm with his flaming sword still in one hand. Behind him lies the massive corpse of the mutated lizard, motionless and crushed by his power. He tells Lin Yi he is fine, then adds evenly that it looks like someone has come looking for them. Fang Yi turns toward the entrance, one eye glowing red as he senses several powerful figures closing in from outside. In the next moment, he quietly suppresses part of his aura, and the dark energy around him fades away, as if it had never existed. Elder Wu steps out from the tunnel first, the yellow aura around him slowly fading as he comes to a stop. Then he and Fang Yi face each other in silence, and the first meeting between two generations of top-level power carries a natural weight of its own. In the end, Elder Wu is the one who speaks first. Looking straight at Fang Yi, he recognizes him as the man who saved his life, and respectfully addresses him as the sealer. A moment later, Song Yu and the others arrive from behind, their faces tense and full of shock as they take in the wrecked battlefield. Between the scorched land and the giant corpse sprawled nearby, the whole scene leaves them visibly rattled. Elder Wu pays no attention to any of them. From the moment he arrives, his focus stays entirely on Fang Yi, as if everyone else has faded into the background. Then his eyes shift to the giant carcass of the S-level mutated lizard nearby, and even he cannot hide his surprise. He asks whether the sealer truly reached this level of strength on his own. As he studies the corpse more closely, Elder Wu realizes the creature had already been on the verge of a perfect evolution. Once it completed that final step and became a true dragon, its power would have been comparable to the legendary Jinggang realm. As he continues examining the body, Elder Wu is even more stunned to realize that Fang Yi killed a monster like this with a single slash. Then he senses the lingering twilight fire aura on Fang Yi, and notes that it feels similar to the half-dragon's power, yet much purer and far more complete. At that point, a thought crosses his mind. Maybe the warning signal they received was never picking up the monster at all. Maybe it was Fang Yi's power. Jialan steps forward too, staring at the dead beast in open disbelief. Even with the danger already over, the sight still feels unreal to her. She asks in shock if he solved the problem again, still unable to believe he handled it without even waiting for reinforcements. And the more she thinks about it, the colder she feels. If that half-dragon had really broken through, it would have gained Jinggang realm-level power. And since they failed to detect it ahead of time, she can barely imagine the disaster that would have followed if the sealer had not been here. Fang Yi turns back to Elder Wu with an easy smile and says he is glad to see the senior hero fully recovered. Elder Wu laughs out loud and jokes that now that such a powerful successor has appeared, maybe he can finally retire in peace. After that light comment, Elder Wu's tone turns serious. He asks Fang Yi to keep the true nature of this creature a secret from anyone outside Tianhai Forest, including the Spirit Association. Fang Yi understands right away and answers with a faint smile, making it clear that no more explanation is needed. As they continue talking, Fang Yi quietly reflects on what Tianhai Forest really is. He realizes it is not just a convenient training ground, but a hotspot for spiritual change where dangerous things can appear without warning. In fact, he suspects whatever emerges here may be even more dangerous than the dark anomalies inside the extreme dark zone. With that in mind, he finally understands the burden carried by the Star God War Zone and agrees with how they have chosen to handle this place. As he walks away from the corpse, Fang Yi keeps analyzing the twilight fire he just obtained. The more he studies it, the more clearly he feels that its core nature is devouring, and that immediately makes him think of the legendary beast Teoti. That thought leads him to wonder whether the hidden secret of Tianhai Forest might be tied to a creature like that. Maybe long ago, a Teoti really did exist here and left part of its nature behind. Elder Wu then reaches out a hand toward Fang Yi in thanks, saying it seems Fang Yi already understood why this matter has to stay secret. There is obvious appreciation in his voice, along with the respect of one expert recognizing another. As the group gradually gathers back together, Elder Wu says they should not pin their hopes on the birth of high-level anomalies, and they should not burden ordinary people with unnecessary fear and pressure. Fang Yi nods, fully understanding what he means. Just then, a strong gust of wind suddenly sweeps through the forest, stirring ash, leaves, and lingering heat all at once. In an instant, the whole atmosphere changes. Fang Yi's expression sharpens right away when he catches a distinct aura hidden in that wind. He lifts his head slightly, realizing the breeze is carrying something far stranger than ordinary spiritual energy. That aura washes over the entire group like a wave. Lin Yi closes her eyes for a moment and smiles, saying the feeling is incredibly fresh and strangely comforting, like the air itself has suddenly come alive. Jialan reacts very differently. Her eyes widen at once as she senses just how intense that spiritual power is. At the same time, High above the forest, a figure streaks through the trees at astonishing speed. Staring upward in disbelief, Jolin blurts out that this monster, a word reserved for true geniuses, could not possibly have already broken through to the Jingang realm. The speeding figure suddenly comes to a stop and finally reveals himself. He is a handsome young man with long blue hair, piercing blue eyes, and a confident smirk that makes him look calm, but dangerously sure of himself. High above the bamboo canopy, Bai Su, the wood attribute a pioneer and ace of the Star God Warzone, descends with effortless grace. In a movement so light it almost looks unreal, he steps onto a single falling leaf in midair before drifting lower. The pioneers on the ground immediately look up in excitement, and their spirits rise at once. Feeling the powerful aura coming from him, they start speculating that he may have already stepped into the legendary Jingang realm, believing their war zone has finally gained a true supreme expert. Fang Yi, however, watches with a much sharper eye, one of his eyes faintly glowing red. After sensing Bai Su's spiritual power for himself, he realizes it is not exactly what the others think. Bai Su lands lightly and calmly addresses Elder Wu and Jialan, saying that he has finished his training period. There is no arrogance in his voice, but the confidence in it is impossible to miss. Then he sweeps those glowing blue eyes across the group, taking in everyone present. When his gaze finally stops on Fang Yi, he pauses and asks who this unfamiliar person is. Elder Wu introduces Bai Su as the ace of their war zone and explains that he had been in seclusion while trying to break through to the next level. Bai Su greets them simply, but makes it clear that he has only reached the half-step Jingang stage and has not completed the true breakthrough. Fang Yi smiles with easy confidence and introduces himself in return as the captain of Tai Tai City and the Sealer. His tone stays calm, but his presence alone gives those words weight. As Fang Yi studies the green energy around Bai Su, he notices it feels different from what he usually senses in other people. Bai Su's power is clean, steady, and unusually comfortable to be near. From that alone, Fang Yi judges that their strength is probably on a similar level, which only confirms how difficult it truly is to step fully into the Jingang realm. Bai Su shows a trace of skepticism when he hears Fang Yi's title, clearly unsure what to make of it. But Elder Wu immediately corrects him, explaining that Fang Yi not only saved his life, but also resolved the Tai Tai City disaster and has already become a vital partner. His voice turns stern as he tells Bai Su to show proper respect. Bai Su is visibly surprised to hear that so much has happened while he was cut off from the outside world. Elder Wu then explains to Fang Yi that Bai Su is a rare prodigy who awakened early and was raised with the nation's best resources, allowing his growth speed to rival Fang Yi's own. That is also why he spent so long in isolation, and knows very little about recent events. Elder Wu goes on to explain the harsh truth of this new world. Human cultivation, he says, goes against the natural order itself, which is why mankind evolves more slowly than the monsters and creatures they are forced to fight. He reveals that even though pioneers may seem numerous on the surface, truly top-level power is still incredibly rare. Right now, only 5 people in the entire world have reached the peak 3-star spirit creation level known as the Jingang realm. Fang Yi listens quietly as Elder Wu admits that hidden talents may still exist somewhere, just as Fang Yi once did. Even so, the gap between this stage and the next is unimaginably vast. Elder Wu describes the Jingang realm as a sheer cliff that most pioneers will never be able to climb in their lifetime. Many do not just fail there, they die trying to break through. But he also says that once someone truly crosses that threshold, the transformation is complete. Their body changes on a fundamental level, becoming almost like the immortals described in old legends. Then Elder Wu turns toward Bai Su, clear pride showing in his eyes. With a smile, he says that reaching the half-step Jingang stage with such calm and pure energy is already an extraordinary accomplishment, one worthy of real praise. Fang Yi says nothing for the moment. He simply watches the exchange in silence, observing both Elder Wu and Bai Su with steady interest. Then Bai Su suddenly steps closer to Fang Yi and fixes him with an intense look. He reveals that while he was in seclusion, he felt the shockwave from Fang Yi's breakthrough. According to him, that burst of energy became the final push that helped him reach his current state. Because of that strange connection, he says, he has wanted to test himself against Fang Yi ever since. 2 powerful pioneers face each other head-on, and their auras rise without restraint. Around Fang Yi coils the image of a golden fire dragon, while Bai Su answers with a green dragon shaped from nature itself. Bai Su remarks that even though they look completely different on the surface, he can feel that deep down, they are the same kind of people. Fang Yi lets out a confident laugh and accepts the challenge without hesitation. Golden energy begins to glow around him as he agrees to the fight with the kind of excitement only a true powerhouse could have. Seeing that a battle is about to break out, Elder Wu steps in immediately and takes the role of referee. He orders everyone else to fall back to a safe distance and warns the 2 of them not to go too far or seriously injure each other. Fang Yi and Bai Su lock eyes, and the air between them turns hot with invisible pressure. Their gazes alone seem to spark as both men prepare to make the first move. Then, in less than a heartbeat, their powers slam together and explode. The collision unleashes a massive blast that rips through the forest, shaking the surrounding land, and sending spiritual force surging in every direction. Song Yu watches in total shock, hardly able to believe she is seeing a clash between two monsters like this with her own eyes. Beside her, Jialan says nothing, but the look on her face shows she is taking in every detail. Elder Wu watches just as closely, his eyes fixed on the duel as he wonders who will come out on top, the rapidly rising star of Tai Tai City, or the longtime ace of the Star God Warzone. With the duel now fully underway, Baisu brings his hands together and starts gathering his spiritual energy. His expression sharpens as he prepares to unleash his signature technique. As a wood attribute pioneer, Baisu controls the power of nature with frightening ease. The ground trembles under that pressure, and in the very next moment, huge green vines burst out like a living tide, rushing in from every direction to swallow Fang Yi. Fang Yi reacts instantly. Blue spiritual energy gathers into his hands in a dense, focused surge, and his body shifts at once, ready to meet Bai Su's opening attack head-on. Moving at blinding speed, Fang Yi slips through the wildly twisting vines as if he is dancing through chaos. Sharp bursts of energy flash out one after another, cutting them apart, while he quickly realizes that Bai Su is not just using a technique, he is turning the entire forest into a weapon. But the assault does not stop there. More vines crawl out from the shadows and lunge at Fang Yi, trying to pin him in place. Seeing that, he only grins and says that with this much wood around, Bai Su has practically handed him the perfect fuel for a fire. With that, Fang Yi summons his sword. Flames ignite around his hand first, then race along the blade, throwing hot light across the battlefield. Then he swings hard, releasing a huge slash of fire that rips straight through the massive roots in front of him. Fang Yi fully expects the flames to catch and spread, turning Bai Su's own attack back against him. But instead, the severed vines suddenly glow green. The damage seals up almost immediately, healing before the flames can really take hold or spread any farther. Fang Yi's expression tightens right away. The moment his fire fails to produce the result he expected, he knows this fight is going to be far more troublesome than it first looked. Standing in front of that thick wall of writhing vines, he looks at Bai Su and asks directly if his plants are actually immune to fire. After all, by nature, wood should be weak against flame. Bai Su places a hand on the massive trunk beside him and calmly explains that, under normal circumstances, that would be true. But his plant army is different. These plants have already evolved beyond ordinary fire suppression. Across from him, Fang Yi stares back coldly, one red eye glowing even brighter. Before Fang Yi can say anything else, the ground beneath him suddenly explodes again. Fresh vines erupt upward without warning, their timing so viciously fast that they leave him almost no room to react. In an instant, the enormous roots swarm over him, wrapping around his body and sealing him inside a giant sphere of wood. Trapped in total darkness, Fang Yi hears Bai Su calmly ask from outside how he likes the move, adding that if they were real enemies, escaping this cage would have been impossible. Inside the sealed wooden prison, Fang Yi does not panic for even a second. He stays perfectly calm, his red eye glowing through the darkness as he quietly studies the structure around him and judges the situation. He reaches out and presses a hand against the inner wall of the cage, his fingertips faintly glowing with energy. Right away, he senses that the wood energy inside it is exceptionally pure, but the longer he stays in contact, the more clearly he feels a corrosive toxin biting into his skin. Outside, Bai Su watches with complete confidence and warns Fang Yi not to keep touching the wood for too long. He explains that the giant tree naturally carries toxins, and now that it has been infused with his spiritual power, the poison has become far more deadly than before. Instead of backing off, Fang Yi smiles. Golden light begins burning in his eyes as he questions Bai Su's confidence and decides that rather than avoid the poison, he wants to test just how strong it really is. Then, without warning, a blinding light starts pouring through the cracks in the giant wooden sphere. It grows sharper and brighter with every second, like something inside is about to tear its way out. Bai Su's calm expression breaks instantly. The confidence disappears from his face, replaced by raw shock as he feels an overwhelming surge of power rising from inside the prison. In the next instant, a gigantic pillar of golden fire explodes into the sky. It blasts the wooden sphere apart from the inside, completely shattering the prison and lighting up the night with blazing gold. Bai Su stares at the scene in open horror, sweat running down his face as that terrifying heat crashes over him. Even from a distance, the fire feels hot enough to scorch the air in his lungs. He can barely believe what he is seeing. By all logic, this should have been impossible. His spiritually strengthened plants were supposed to be completely resistant to burning, but as the flames devour his creation anyway, Bai Su's shock starts turning into something closer to dread. He realizes this is no ordinary fire and cannot help wondering what kind of terrifying power Fang Yi is actually using. Fang Yi does not let that opening go to waste. Taking advantage of Bai Su's distraction, he drops from above in a sudden attack and coolly tells him that losing focus in battle is a mistake. Bai Su reacts at the last possible moment. His eyes widen as he throws himself aside in a blur of green energy, barely dodging Fang Yi's flaming sword as it crashes down where he was just standing. When he lands, Bai Su is visibly shaken. He cannot understand how Fang Yi, who is still only at the 3-star spirit creation realm, can display combat power that is not inferior to his at all. Fang Yi lands heavily on the scorched ground, fierce waves of fire rolling around him. The battlefield glows red and gold, making him look even more dangerous standing in the middle of the flames. Looking over the burning surroundings, Bai Su suddenly understands what Fang Yi had planned from the start. He realizes Fang Yi anticipated that he would keep drawing on the forest's energy, and deliberately force the battle into a state where that advantage would disappear. Standing amid the spreading destruction, Bai Su accuses Fang Yi of setting the forest on fire on purpose, just to strip away his home field advantage. His voice carries both anger and a grudging trace of admiration. Fang Yi answers with an easy, dangerous smile, and openly admits that he did exactly that. He says Bai Su is too strong to fight carelessly, so of course he had to think a few steps ahead. He goes on to explain that if he had not done this, Bai Su would have been able to keep drawing almost endless strength from the forest around them. And the longer the fight dragged on, the harder he would have been to defeat. Bai Su lowers his head, his body trembling with anger and frustration. For someone praised as a genius everywhere he goes, being pushed into a corner on his own ground is a humiliation he can barely endure. But after that flash of anger, his expression twists into fierce, almost crazed determination. He refuses to accept defeat, repeating to himself that as a half-step Jinggang powerhouse, there is no way he can lose here. Laughing wildly, Bai Su challenges Fang Yi to survive what comes next. Then he slams both hands into the ground, and massive jagged roots erupt upward in violent waves, splitting and tearing the earth apart around them. Fang Yi watches the change with a serious face, his smile now gone. The moment those roots burst out, he can clearly feel that the danger level of Bai Su's attack has risen sharply. The instant they see that reckless surge of power, Elder Wu and Jialan rush forward in alarm. They shout at Bai Su and ask if he has gone mad, warning him that trying to recreate the forest with his own body as the source will drain his spiritual power dry. But Bai Su ignores every warning from his seniors. He keeps forcing his power higher and higher, pushing himself to the absolute limit, until enormous roots start bursting even from the cliffside. His face twists with strain as he roars, veins standing out while his eyes blaze with intense green light. It is obvious he is dragging far more power out of himself than his body was ever meant to handle comfortably. Elder Wu and Jialan can only watch as panic starts building in them. Elder Wu shouts Bai Su's name, already fearing the price this desperate move is about to demand. With a furious cry, Bai Su finally releases the technique he has been forcing into shape, recreating heaven and earth itself through sheer wood-attributed power. A gigantic avatar made of vines takes shape, towering over the battlefield, and the gust from its birth alone blasts Fang Yi backward. The sheer pressure makes the entire area feel like nature itself has stood up to crush him. Even so, Fang Yi does not lose focus. He gathers a fireball in one hand while carefully sensing the astonishing density of wood energy packed inside Bai Su's technique. Instead of retreating, Fang Yi charges straight into the incoming sea of vines. Without even looking back, he tells the worried people behind him that the match is not over yet, and that he will handle it himself. Elder Wu can only stare in silence. For the first time in several moments, even he cannot step in, and is forced to simply watch how this clash plays out. Then all at once, one of Fang Yi's eyes ignites with a golden flame. The change is immediate and unmistakable, clearly signaling that the nature of his power has shifted again. With that change, he starts carving through the dense plants with wave after wave of blazing fire. Every slash tears open the advancing mass, scattering burning fragments in all directions. High above the battlefield, Fang Yi raises his power and condenses it into a massive sword of energy. The moment Bai Su looks up and sees that giant blade forming overhead, he realizes he has left himself exposed. Fang Yi brings the enormous blade crashing down in a devastating slash. Bai Su barely dodges in time, and the attack tears through the towering vines behind him with overwhelming force. But the burden of this battle has finally pushed Bai Su to his limit. The moment he lands, he covers his mouth and coughs up blood, the backlash from forcing his power too far finally showing on his body. Even like that, Bai Su still refuses to give in. A wild light flashes in his eyes as he clasps his hands together again and shouts that he can still fight, that he will recreate the entire forest again if he has to. Looking down at him, Fang Yi gives only a faint, almost mocking smile. In a calm voice that cuts deeper than anger, he asks if this is really all the strength Bai Su has. Without giving Bai Su even a second to answer, Fang Yi disappears from where he stands and closes the gap in a flash. In the next instant, he is already airborne, driving forward with a heavy, explosive punch aimed straight at Bai Su. Bai Su reacts on instinct alone. He throws both arms up in front of himself and desperately pulls green spiritual power together. A thick emerald barrier blooms around him at the last possible second, barely enough to shield him from the blow. The impact goes off like a bomb. A huge explosion bursts outward, shaking the ground under everyone's feet and throwing dust and spiritual force high into the air. Song Yue can only stare, stunned by how violent that collision really is. What shocks her even more is what that impact says about the fight itself. Bai Su has actually been pushed this far, but beside her, Lin Yi does not look nervous at all. She simply watches with a small, confident smile, like this outcome is exactly what she expected. Through the drifting smoke, Lin Yi watches Fang Yi descend slowly and steadily, and inwardly, she cannot help mocking that so-called genius. In her eyes, Fang Yi has not even shown his full strength yet, and he still has not seriously used his other attributes. Losing this badly to a version of him that is still holding back feels almost embarrassing. Elder Wu and Jialan watch with grim, complicated looks on their faces. Elder Wu quietly notes that Bai Su's mentality has already cracked under the pressure and admits that the gap between him and the sealer is simply too wide. Jialan adds that Bai Su has always been a pure battle fanatic, someone who lives for fighting, and he has never tasted a defeat like this before. Looking down at Bai Su kneeling weakly in the dust, Fang Yi thinks the match is finally over. Blood runs from the corner of Bai Su's mouth, and in a low, hoarse voice he murmurs a thank you, sounding for a brief moment like he has finally accepted both the lesson and the loss. But that brief calm shatters instantly. Bai Su suddenly jerks his head up and screams that he can still keep going. Green energy bursts wildly around his body as he refuses to surrender, shouting that his spiritual power has not been exhausted yet. Fang Yi stays where he is and lets out a quiet sigh. Looking at Bai Su's stubborn refusal to stop, he thinks to himself that it is finally time to end this match properly. Bai Su brings his hands together once more, every bit of his focus tightening into a single desperate point. His posture stiffens, and the spiritual power still left in his body begins gathering with dangerous intensity. In a strained voice, he commands all living things to answer his call. At once, several glowing green avatars of himself appear suspended in the air around him, each one pulsing with power as they prepare for one last desperate attack. Instead of rushing in, Fang Yi carefully studies what is in front of him. He admits to himself that Bai Su's ability to create these clones proves he really is a top-tier pioneer, and easily the strongest opponent Fang Yi has faced so far. Even this fight has already forced Fang Yi to spend a serious amount of energy. Even so, when the green clones dive down together, Fang Yi does not give ground at all. He plants himself firmly, moves with terrifying speed, and unleashes a storm of blazing slashes, cutting through the incoming figures one after another and destroying them almost the instant they reach him. The fire spreads wider and wider until it becomes a massive blaze that swallows the illusions whole. Bai Su is left briefly disoriented, unable to track Fang Yi through the light and heat, only to realize far too late that Fang Yi has already slipped right up beside him. Fang Yi strikes from that blind spot without warning, launching a sudden attack that catches the wood attribute of Pioneer completely off guard. The timing is so sharp and clean that Bai Su has no chance to put up a real defense. In the next moment, Bai Su is swallowed by a vortex of golden fire. The violent spiral locks around him so tightly that he seems frozen in place, his whole body going stiff with shock, as if even moving has become impossible. Sweat runs down Bai Su's face as he stares upward in disbelief. In that overwhelming heat and pressure, he finally sees the true gap between their power, and that realization hits harder than any strike. Above him, Fang Yi stands on the head of a massive dragon made of golden fire, its presence both majestic and crushing. Pointing his sword down at Bai Su, he calmly asks if they can finally end this match now. Elder Wu watches that astonishing scene in silence, already knowing Bai Su's defeat is no longer in doubt. All he can do is marvel once again at how the sealer keeps exceeding every expectation placed on him. Jialan lets out a breath and says that while she did expect Bai Su to lose in the end, she never imagined the defeat would be this one-sided. Behind her, Lin Yi only smiles and lightly says that she already knew this was exactly how it would turn out. Song Yue and Wang Liang both agree that, honestly, the result is not all that surprising. After all, Fang Yi is the man who resolved two anomaly disasters by himself, so even defeating Bai Su fits the pattern of what he has already shown. The duel finally comes to a close as Fang Yi lands back on the ground with calm, controlled movements. Across from him, Bai Su is still standing but only barely, breathing hard as the weight of defeat settles over him. Bai Su stares at the man who beat him and mutters under his breath in disbelief. He cannot tell whether Fang Yi is merely half-step Jinggang, or whether calling him a monster would actually be closer to the truth. A bitter look passes over Bai Su's face as he finally admits, at least to himself, that compared to Fang Yi, this really is all the strength he has. The thought clearly cuts his pride deeper than his injuries ever could. After a long breath, Bai Su clasps his hands and bows respectfully to Fang Yi, genuinely humbled by the result. He thanks the sealer for the lesson, but then abruptly apologizes too, saying he has urgent business to deal with and must leave at once. Before anyone can stop him or even ask another question, Bai Su turns into a streak of green light and shoots off into the distance. Jialan calls after him, but his voice drifts back through the air, saying that he is returning to seclusion to continue training. Jialan turns to Elder Wu in obvious frustration and says the war zone still needs Bai Su right now. Elder Wu, however, watches that disappearing streak of light with calm understanding and says that this is the first time that proud genius has ever felt frustration this deeply, so they should let him go. Only then does Elder Wu turn his eyes back to Fang Yi, who is casually putting out the flames still lingering around his hand. Even after a battle that fierce, Fang Yi still looks remarkably composed. Elder Wu walks over and makes a serious proposal. He asks Fang Yi whether he would consider staying with the Star God War Zone, suggesting that he could hold an official position there, while still continuing to serve as the captain of Tai Tai City. Then Elder Wu reveals what he truly means, his expression turning even more solemn. What he wants is not just Fang Yi's help for a while. He wants Fang Yi to become his successor. Fang Yi is clearly caught off guard by how direct and serious the offer is. For the first time in a while, genuine surprise flickers across his face. Elder Wu keeps going without pause, explaining that the Star God War Zone holds the second best cultivation resources in all of Xia. This is not just an empty invitation. It is an offer backed by enormous real value. He goes on to describe Shen City, the true center of power and the largest city in the nation. According to him, the people standing at the top in Shen City are the absolute peak among pioneers, the ones who truly shape the future of the country. Elder Wu promises that if Fang Yi accepts this path, he will eventually be brought into that highest circle. In other words, this is not just an invitation to join a faction. It is an invitation to step into the very core of national power. Even so, Fang Yi politely refuses. His red eyes glow faintly as he thanks Elder Wu for the respect behind the offer, but clearly says he has no intention of making plans like that. He explains that he is not even truly part of the Spirit Association and only accepted the title of captain to protect his hometown. More than anything, he says firmly that he does not want to belong to any single group. Song Yue and Wang Liang are both stunned when they hear that answer. They can barely believe anyone could reject an offer like this so calmly, as if turning it down were nothing unusual at all. Elder Wu, however, takes Fang Yi's refusal without any anger or disappointment. He understands very well that the strongest pioneers are often the least willing to be tied down by rules, obligations, or the structure of any organization. Instead of pressing the matter any further, Elder Wu offers something simpler and wiser: friendship. He tells Fang Yi that even if he does not join them, he is still free to ask for anything he needs, choosing a bond of mutual support over formal allegiance. Fang Yi then says that he and Jialan will stay in the forest a while longer to continue training on their own. His tone makes it clear he has already decided exactly how he wants to use the rest of this opportunity. Just then, the sky begins darkening rapidly, as heavy storm clouds gather overhead. Elder Wu lifts his head and notes that the forest is rich in elemental energy, and that a thunderstorm is about to break over the area. He quickly realizes that the violent battle they just witnessed must have stirred up the natural energy of the forest, causing the thunder attribute to grow especially intense. And that thought reminds him of something else. Fang Yi did not even use his thunder power during the match. Laughing out loud, Elder Wu once again praises Fang Yi's terrifying potential. Then he immediately orders everyone else to withdraw from the forest and leave the area to Fang Yi, making sure no one interferes with his next stage of training. As he watches Fang Yi, Elder Wu thinks to himself that as long as Fang Yi remains a pioneer of Xia, that alone is already one of the greatest blessings the nation could hope for. Fang Yi smiles faintly, understanding right away that Elder Wu has already seen through his intentions. There is no need for any more explanation between them. As he leaps into the air, Fang Yi reflects that the Star God War Zone will not try to force him because his strength has already become too great. In that moment, he understands very clearly that true power is what gives him the greatest freedom of all. Blue lightning begins to flicker in Fang Yi's eyes as he senses the storm building above him. Almost immediately, the thunder in the sky seems to answer that awareness. Floating high in the air, Fang Yi opens himself to the lightning without fear. He activates his divine thunder technique, and a huge web of electricity spreads around his body as he begins a new round of training in the heart of the storm. In Tianhai Forest, beneath a sky growing darker by the second, Fang Yi flies straight into the raging storm of lightning. His figure rises into the chaos as if he is entering a battlefield made entirely of thunder. On the ground below, Bai Su, still trying to recover from the humiliation of that fight, raises a protective barrier and looks up in disbelief. To him it seems insane that someone with such a powerful fire attribute would dare reach for an equally pure thunder power. Bai Su knows exactly how dangerous that is. Two extreme powers at that level should collide violently and end in self-destruction. Even pioneers with dual attributes usually have one dominant force and one supporting one. Never two pure opposing extremes this terrifying. As Bai Su watches Fang Yi get completely swallowed by violent lightning, disbelief floods his mind. He cannot help wondering if the sealer really does not understand something as basic as the clash between conflicting elemental powers. Then, without any warning, a massive bolt of lightning rips down from the sky and strikes Fang Yi head-on. The flash is so fierce it looks like it tears the storm itself apart, and yet Fang Yi is not hurt at all. Instead, the corners of his mouth lift into a confident smile. Blue electric light flares in his eye as he calmly absorbs the thunder's power, as if that lightning came not to destroy him, but to nourish him. From a safe distance, Song Yue panics and calls out to Elder Wu and Jialin, demanding to know why they are not stopping him. She warns that thunder power this violent is far too dangerous for any living being to approach. But to her surprise, neither Elder Wu nor Jialin looks concerned in the slightest. Jialin turns to the others and calmly reveals the truth. Fang Yi is not in danger because he also possesses a top-tier thunder attribute. Then she drops the real shocker. The pioneer known as the Tyrant and the Sealer are actually the same person. Song Yue and Wang Liang are left completely frozen by that revelation. Song Yue thinks that while dual attributes are not unheard of, Fang Yi's level of mastery is beyond absurd. At that point, calling him a monster no longer feels like an exaggeration at all. Seeing their reaction, Jialin gives a faint smile and admits that she felt exactly the same the first time she learned the truth. Even now, just thinking back on it still feels unreal. She reflects that everyone has been so focused on Fang Yi as the Sealer that they nearly forgot something just as terrifying. He is also the Tyrant, one of the most gifted geniuses of his generation. At the center of the storm, Fang Yi steadily reigns in the berserk current swirling around him. In his mind, the logic is simple. The stronger the lightning, the more power he can absorb, and the more thoroughly he can temper and strengthen his body. Wrapped in a raging whirlwind of crackling electricity, Fang Yi throws his voice up toward the heavens and demands more. He shouts that he still needs more spiritual power, far more before he will ever be satisfied. Suspended inside that violent storm of lightning, Fang Yi uses divine thunder to temper every inch of himself. He is no longer just enduring the lightning now. He is forging himself inside it. He feels that immense force rush through his bones, muscles, meridians, and flesh, refining everything it touches. The sensation is painful and exhilarating at the same time, like being torn apart and rebuilt in a single breath. As the tempering continues, the different attributes within Fang Yi, fire, yang, and even dark, begin settling into one another with greater balance. The forces that once clashed inside him now start harmonizing far more naturally. One system notification after another appears, confirming the changes happening inside him. Every attribute has been tempered, and every one of them has grown more refined than before. At last, a final message appears, announcing that the divine thunder tempering is complete. It states that his body and spiritual power now fuse together more smoothly, and even the energy he previously spent has already been restored. A confident smile spreads across Fang Yi's face as he feels the change for himself. In that moment, the sensation is so overwhelming that it feels like he has been reborn all over again. To test this newly tempered power, Fang Yi casually flicks a bolt of thunder toward a distant mountain. The strike lands with terrifying force and instantly blows the peak apart in a roaring explosion. Looking at that shattered mountain in the distance, Fang Yi quickly realizes that the thunder inside this forest is no ordinary force. There is something unusually pure and unusually powerful about it. From the ground below, Bai Su watches in open awe. He knows the spiritual stones in the forest are nourished by this same thunder power. Yet Fang Yi just destroyed a mountain with a single strike. And even more frightening, Bai Su can clearly sense that Fang Yi did not use even a third of his full strength. That realization leaves Bai Su badly shaken. As far as he knows, no other pioneer could possibly do something like that from such a distance. As the storm gradually starts to calm, Bai Su watches Fang Yi descend from the sky. Just from the way the atmosphere changes, he knows this round of training has come to an end. His eyes harden with determination as he tells himself that one day, he and the Sealer will fight again. This defeat has not broken that desire. It has only planted the seed for a future rematch. Nearby, Elder Wu watches everything with a smile touched by both admiration and amazement. This young man, he thinks, really never stops surprising him. His desire to bring Fang Yi into the Star God War Zone grows even stronger than before. The more he thinks about Fang Yi's achievements and that terrifying rate of growth, the more he feels the young man's talent is practically limitless. In Elder Wu's heart, one thought becomes clearer and clearer. If someone like Fang Yi could truly become his successor, then he would have no regrets left in this life. As the storm fully dies down, Elder Wu laughs out loud, while Jialin calmly points out a simple truth. The Star God War Zone needs the Sealer's support far more than the Sealer would ever need theirs. Elder Wu then turns to Jialin and comments on how much she has grown as well, which only makes him feel even more confident about the future. Slightly flustered by the praise, Jialin asks if he truly means it. Then Elder Wu's attention shifts again. When he notices Lin Yi meditating peacefully nearby, a new idea comes to him at once. If Fang Yi will not join them, maybe they can invite her instead. With his training finished, Fang Yi lands gently near his cousin. Lin Yi is still seated there, quietly absorbing the rich spiritual energy left behind by the storm, his red eyes faintly glowing. Fang Yi tells her this is a rare chance and urges her to make full use of it. His tone is calm, but the encouragement in it is unmistakable. At that moment, Fang Yi notices that Elder Wu and Jilan still have not left. Their continued presence tells him right away that they still have something else they want to say, so Fang Yi asks them directly why they are still here. Elder Wu answers that he has one more proposal to make, and this time it will ask nothing at all from Fang Yi himself. He then formally invites Lin Yi to train at the Star God War Zone. And as those words fall, the green spiritual energy around Lin Yi begins surging more noticeably, as if even her aura is reacting to the moment. Fang Yi considers the offer in silence for a moment. He knows it is an incredible opportunity for his cousin. But even so, he cannot help wondering what Lin Yi herself truly wants. Having heard the entire conversation clearly, Lin Yi slowly opens her eyes and ends her meditation. Her expression stays calm, but there is a quiet firmness in it now. Fang Yi turns back to Elder Wu and sincerely thanks him for the invitation. He explains that as her guardian, it would be hard for him to reject such a good opportunity on her behalf. But at the same time, he has no right to make that choice for her. Just then, Lin Yi rises to her feet. After Fang Yi asks if she has finished her training, she looks straight at Elder Wu and plainly says that she will not go. Meeting the elder's gaze directly, she thanks him respectfully for the generous offer. But even so, she repeats in a firm, steady voice that she does not want to accept it. Elder Wu is surprised by the answer, but he stays calm and open-minded. Instead of forcing the issue, he simply asks her why she is refusing. Lin Yi explains that her way of thinking might sound a little childish. She says that if her reason were only that she did not want her cousin to be used, then that kind of thinking would actually be disrespectful. But as a pioneer, she says, she has pride of her own. Looking at them with determined eyes, she says she wants to earn everything she deserves through her own ability, not receive it because of Fang Yi's name or influence. Fang Yi goes speechless for a brief moment, clearly caught off guard. For the first time, he realizes his cousin really has started to grow up. Far from being offended, Elder Wu bursts out laughing and gives her a thumbs up. He apologizes for thinking too one-sidedly, then tells her they will keep watching her growth and encourages her to do her best. A bright, genuinely happy smile appears on Lin Yi's face, full of energy. She promises that she will not waste that encouragement. Later that night, the scene shifts back to Fang Yi's villa, where everything is quiet and still after the chaos in the forest. As he and Lin Yi walk upstairs together, Fang Yi thinks over everything he has gained recently. In his mind, the problem of spiritual energy reserves is basically settled for now, and what he needs next is to figure out how to fully develop and use his new Twilight Fire attribute. At the same time, his thoughts drift to the far more troublesome Death Brand ability he acquired. That power feels less like a reward and more like a problem he will eventually have to understand and resolve. When they reach the upper floor, Lin Yi suddenly stops and points ahead in confusion. She asks her cousin why someone is squatting right in front of their door. At those words, the person lifts her head, revealing that it is Su Qingying. Looking tired and a little stiff, she stretches her body and tells them they have finally come back. Caught off guard by the sight of her, Fang Yi looks genuinely surprised and asks Su Qingying why she is here this late at night. Su Qingying speaks in a low, steady voice and says a major disaster has erupted along the border. The captain of Yue City fought her way all the way to the Tai City Spirit Association just to ask for emergency support in person, because the situation has already gone far beyond anything they can normally handle. Fang Yi immediately asks where the captain is now. His voice stays calm and direct, but it is obvious he wants to hear the rest from her firsthand without losing even a moment. Su Qingying tells him the captain was already badly injured by the time she arrived, and she is now being treated at their medical facility. Her condition is serious, but at least she made it back alive. She continues, explaining that the captain forced herself to survive what happened in Yue City for one reason alone: to deliver a warning. With every other option gone, she came here specifically to seek out the sealer, convinced that only someone at his level might still be able to change the outcome. At the Tai Spirit Association Medical Center, Fang Yi and Su Qingying head inside to meet the injured captain face to face, both of them already knowing that whatever they are about to hear will not be simple. In the quiet hospital corridor, a young woman with short, messy dark hair suddenly turns when someone calls her name. Fresh bandages wrap around her face and arms, and even through the exhaustion in her eyes, there is still a sharp flash of alertness. It is Su Qingying who has come with Fang Yi. The moment the young woman sees her, relief shows clearly on her face. But when her eyes shift to Fang Yi, she pauses and asks, a little puzzled, who the man beside her is. Without hesitation, Su Qingying introduces him as the captain of Tai Tai City and the sealer himself. Then she turns and formally introduces the injured young woman as Chen Ruo, the captain of Yue City. The instant she hears that, Chen Ruo steps forward at once, greets Fang Yi, and grabs both of his hands in desperation, begging him to help. Her voice shakes as she explains that the anomaly in Yue City is far more dangerous than the official report claimed, well beyond A+ rank, and that she has heard he has handled disasters like this before. Fang Yi does not answer right away. He just looks at her in silence, his expression calm and unreadable, as though he is measuring every word, every wound and every trace of panic on her face. Realizing she has gone too far, Chen Ruo quickly lets go and apologizes, saying she is simply too desperate to stay composed. She explains that the anomaly was first classified as only B level, yet one pioneer after another vanished without a trace. Her entire team was lost. The reinforcements disappeared too, and even her own powerful sister is now missing. Fang Yi listens closely, and with each sentence his expression grows more serious. Inwardly, he finds it hard to believe that something marked as a B-level anomaly could cause this many disappearances, especially in a border city where even regular pioneer standards should already be above average. He looks at the shaken captain and asks one sharp, direct question. The pioneers who vanished, including her sister, are they truly missing, or are they already dead? Chen Ruo opens her mouth, but in the end, she cannot give him an answer. Su Qingying gently tells her to calm down and speak slowly, then helps her sit before urging her to continue. Chen Ruo, clearly frustrated, says she really does not know what happened, because she has been completely unable to contact any of them. Holding her aching head, Chen Ruo insists that her sister is different. She says the two of them share a special bond, and because of that, she can still faintly but clearly sense that her sister is alive somewhere. After saying that, she suddenly goes still, as if a buried thought has finally pushed through the panic and exhaustion, and her expression changes when she remembers something important. She quickly tells Fang Yi that she almost forgot the most important thing. She brought him a gift, both as thanks and as an offering in exchange for his help. With hurried, slightly trembling hands, she takes a small dark brown box out of her bag and offers it to him with both hands, quietly pleading that she truly has no other road left. Fang Yi takes the box and immediately senses that whatever is inside has been sealed with great care. Even so, something still leaks through. Beneath the layers of restraint, he feels a familiar Yang-attributed energy coming from within, warm and sharp enough to catch his attention at once. He asks what it is, and why it had to be sealed in the first place. The moment she sees the change in his expression, hope lights up in Chen Ruo's eyes. For the first time since meeting him, she starts to believe her gamble might actually pay off. Chen Ruo explains that the gift is a spirit crystal formed from a mountain in Yue City after a massive eruption of Yang energy. It contains an enormous amount of spiritual power, and has long been considered one of Yue City's rarest and most valuable treasures. She opens the box, revealing a glowing yellow crystal inside. Then she explains that they once hoped to use it to cultivate a Yang-attributed pioneer, but no one in the city could absorb its power. Some people were even burned the moment they tried to touch it. Standing beside Fang Yi, Su Qingying stares at the crystal in open shock. Even for her, seeing a real spirit crystal with her own eyes is enough to make her pause and catch her breath. She quickly explains that spirit crystals are extraordinarily rare and valuable. For pioneers who have not awakened a specific attribute yet, absorbing one can trigger that awakening, which is exactly why treasures like this are so fiercely sought after wherever they appear. With a small, confident smile, Fang Yi closes his hand around the crystal and absorbs its golden glow straight into his body as if it were nothing. He tells Chen Ruo they have a deal, then asks if they should leave right now. Chen Ruo stares for a second, clearly startled by how easily he handled it. But the relief on her face is even stronger as she hurriedly says there is no problem at all. Later, the group rides by car along the winding mountain road toward Yue City, the vehicle cutting through the dim landscape while the mood inside grows heavier with every mile. Inside the car, Fang Yi asks Chen Ruo to describe the anomaly from the very beginning. She steadies herself and explains that it all started when strange tombstones began appearing in the mountains out of nowhere. The villagers who found them first said they could hear disturbing sounds coming from inside the tombstones, like something was moving within. But when pioneers were sent to investigate, the tombstones showed no obvious abnormal signs at all. They sealed off the area just to be safe. But that same night, a skeletal arm suddenly burst out from one of the tombstones and dragged a villager straight inside before anyone could even react. Just as Chen Ruo finishes that part of the story, the car comes to a stop beneath pounding rain, the sound hammering against the roof and making the whole moment feel even heavier. They arrive at a village now surrounded on all sides by a vast field of gray tombstones stretching through the rain and mist. In a low voice, Chen Ruo tells Fang Yi, "This is the place," then asks what he thinks. Fang Yi quietly looks over the eerie scene in front of him. But the thing that stands out most is how wrong it feels. In spite of the terrifying sight, he cannot sense any obvious abnormal aura at all, and that only makes it more disturbing. As they move deeper into the tombstone field, the graves giving off a faint purple glow in the wet darkness, Chenruo explains that more and more of them have been appearing all across Yue City with no pattern anyone can predict. At completely random moments, skeletal arms reach out from the graves and drag living people inside. Chenruo glances around, then suddenly goes pale. In less than a day, the number of tombstones has risen dramatically again. Forcing herself to stay focused, she tells Fang Yi and Su Qingying to keep following her to where the others are gathered. As they keep walking, Fang Yi thinks about how strange this whole situation is. The anomaly's energy is unbelievably faint, so faint that it almost feels like it is being hidden on purpose. He wonders whether that weakness is meant to lower people's guard, or if there is some deeper reason behind it. The more he considers it, the more it feels like these disappearances are not random attacks at all, but part of a ritual. Resting one hand on a tombstone, Fang Yi suddenly comes to a conclusion. He explains that anomalies are not always mindless monsters. Some of them can carry out sacrifices to awaken or revive something far larger and far more terrifying. He recalls what happened in Tai Tai, where bat-like anomalies slaughtered local residents to bring forth their anomaly king, using death and fear as part of the summoning itself. Hearing that, Chenruo stops in her tracks. Horror spreads across her face as she asks in a strained voice whether the disaster in Yue City could also be some kind of sacrifice. Now visibly panicking, Chenruo explains that the people in the nearby mountain villages are extremely traditional and refused every evacuation order. Even worse, they are planning to hold a ceremony of their own the very next day. Before anyone can answer, she suddenly cries out that it is happening again, her voice sharp with alarm as she points straight ahead. A skeletal purple hand explodes out of the ground, right in front of Fang Yi, dirt and broken stone flying into the air as it lunges at him without warning. Fang Yi shifts aside with effortless ease, avoiding the attack in one clean motion. As he watches it, he calmly notes that the creature's strength is nothing impressive, and really is only around the reported B level. Without a second of hesitation, he summons his flaming sword. Its heat flares, bright even in the rain, and with one swift strike, he cuts the skeletal arm clean in half. But before the severed limb even finishes falling, another skeletal hand bursts violently from the ground and clamps around his glowing blade, stopping it with eerie precision. Fang Yi does not flinch. He simply watches with a sharp, focused gaze, studying the reaction as if this is exactly what he had been waiting to confirm. That skeletal hand is connected to something much worse. A far larger monstrous skeleton with multiple limbs, tearing its way up from underground in a violent eruption of dirt and grave dust. All around them, more skeletal creatures start bursting out of the ground, one after another, quickly closing in on Su Qingying and Chenruo from every side. Chenruo cries out in stunned disbelief, unable to understand why these things show no fear at all toward Fang Yi's overwhelming yang attribute. In just a few breaths, the entire area is overrun by a massive horde of glowing purple skeletons, their numbers rising so fast that the whole grave field seems to awaken around them. Instead of looking troubled, Fang Yi's lips curl into the faintest smile. He thinks his theory is starting to prove true, though he still needs one last confirmation, and quietly remarks that this mission has suddenly become much more interesting than he expected. Right in the middle of the chaos, Chenruo lifts her flute and plays straight through the storm of bones around her. With every sharp note, bursts of green spiritual energy tear outward, slicing through the skeletons and blowing them apart one after another. Through clenched teeth, Chenruo says these skeletons are not especially high level. But what makes them terrifying is how relentless they are. They feel no pain, they do not hesitate, and they just keep rushing forward like a tide that never stops. Then her heart sinks. There are far more of them than before, so many that wiping them all out feels impossible. The hope in her eyes starts to fade as she cannot help wondering whether even the sealer might be helpless against something like this. Seeing her struggle and the fear rising on her face, Su Qingying sweeps several skeletons away with one clean kick and tells her not to give up. Her voice is firm and steady, cutting through the panic at once. Then, all of a sudden, a huge burst of hellish red flames erupts around Su Qingying and reduces the skeletons crowding her to ash. She stares at the blazing fire in shock, wondering what kind of terrifying power this is. At the very center of the battlefield, Fang Yi releases his twilight fire domain. He rises into the air above a massive red sphere of energy, hanging there like the calm center of a storm, while blazing power pours out around him. Below him, the ground vanishes beneath a rolling sea of fire spreading in every direction. The skeletal horde is swallowed almost instantly, their bodies collapsing and disappearing as if they were never there to begin with. As this new power fully unfolds, a system notification appears, saying a special death attribute has been detected. It then explains that his domain is continuously absorbing that unusual attribute and converting it into nourishment for his own yang attribute, steadily strengthening it. A second later, one final notification flashes before him, confirming that the enhancement is complete. The message is brief, but the change in power is immediate. Su Qingying and Chen Ruo can only stand there and watch as a huge burst of fire sweeps across the battlefield and erases the last of the skeletons. When the final wave disappears, all that remains is heat, smoke, and stunned silence. Chen Ruo is clearly shaken, but just as clearly impressed. She admits that Fang Yi's reputation as the sealer is completely deserved. Relief finally washes over her, and for the first time, she truly feels that Yue City might still be saved. After apologizing for how she acted earlier, she says she will take them to meet the rest of her team. Chen Ruo leads them back to a camp, now serving as the temporary base of the Yue City Spirit Association. As soon as she arrives, a group of tired, battered pioneers looks up and calls out to their captain, relief plain on every face. Chen Ruo quickly introduces Fang Yi and Su Qingying, telling them she managed to bring back reinforcements. Then she makes it clear exactly who came with her, the famous sealer himself, along with the captain of the Tai Tai Association. Her three teammates, Chen Feng, Chen Xing and Chen Shi, all stare at Fang Yi in disbelief. It is hard for them to accept that someone this young could really be the legendary pioneer who once resolved a disaster all by himself. One of them says in a low, uneasy voice that his age may not be the issue, but what is happening in Yue City is completely different. Whatever they are facing now is not something ordinary strength can solve so easily. The mood turns sharp when Chen Feng angrily scolds Chen Ruo for coming back, and even bringing outsiders here just to die with them. He shouts that almost no one is left. The city is about to be swallowed whole, and they were tricked from the very beginning, lured here only to become sacrifices. As Chen Ruo tries to explain that her team has already suffered enough, and that she had no other choice, Fang Yi says nothing. He just watches them quietly, taking in every trace of fear, anger, and exhaustion on their faces. Then Fang Yi finally speaks. His expression does not waver as he says that he accepted this request, so he will do what he came here to do. His voice is steady and absolute when he declares that he will solve the problem in this place himself. Meanwhile, Chen Shi explains to the furious Chen Feng that their city is remote and isolated, and because of that, many local customs have remained deeply traditional. When the people run into troubles they cannot solve, they do what they have always done for generations. They pray to the gods for help. From a clifftop, Fang Yi looks down toward a village wrapped in strange purple mist drifting up from the tombstones below. Watching the eerie scene in silence, he wonders whether the people there are preparing some large ceremony to ask for blessings. As he turns over those old customs and rituals in his mind, Fang Yi starts to suspect they are not just background to this disaster. The more he thinks about it, the more likely it seems that the village's beliefs and the strange anomaly are connected. All at once, a strange wind cuts through the forest, hissing through the trees, and turning the whole atmosphere cold. Chen Feng and Chen Shi both stiffen on instinct. Following the wind, they soon reach a clearing and find a large crowd of villagers already gathered there. Packed tightly together, the people stand in tense silence, clearly preparing for some kind of ritual. The moment Chen Ruo sees it, she realizes the ceremony is about to start, and worry rushes across her face. She says that if the tomb anomaly erupts again in the middle of all these people, it will turn into a complete disaster. Fang Yi, though, looks more interested than alarmed. With a calm, confident smirk, he asks who wants to watch the whole thing up close, then starts walking straight toward the crowd without a second of hesitation. Before long, the group arrives at Yueyuan Square, where a huge bonfire burns fiercely at the center. Firelight flickers over the stone ground and across the anxious faces of the villagers gathered around it. The villagers are completely desperate, crying out for their god to look upon their suffering. One man, his voice breaking with grief, offers up his own life and begs for his children to be spared instead. All around the square, people kneel low and press themselves toward the ground, their foreheads nearly touching the stone as they beg again and again for the heavenly God's mercy. Fear, desperation, and trembling faith fill the whole place. Then, without warning, the bonfire goes out. The stone platform beneath it splits apart with a violent crack, and long fractures race across the square, like something underneath is forcing its way up. That is when the real horror starts. Skeletal hands begin clawing their way out from behind the tombstones, and someone in the crowd screams that the monsters from the tombs are coming out again. Out of the swirling purple mist, several skeletons slowly rise into view, red eyes glowing with a sinister light. They just stand there, staring at the terrified villagers like predators deciding where to strike first. Panic explodes across the square. An old man shakes so badly he can barely get the words out, insisting this must be some kind of test from their god, while the rest of the villagers break and run in every direction. A mother pulls her crying child tightly against her chest, her face drained of color. Through tears, the child looks up and asks in a trembling voice whether their god is still going to save them. Then the chaos gets even worse as the skeletons suddenly charge into the crowd. The villagers scatter in total fear, stumbling over one another and screaming for help as the whole square collapses into madness. In the middle of that panic, one skeleton slams into the mother and throws her away, separating her from her child in an instant. The little girl can only stare in horror, crying out for her mother through broken sobs. And just as the child is left standing there alone, an even larger ghostly skeleton slowly rises out of the mist behind her. Its towering shape feels far more terrifying than the others, like death itself stepping through the fog. The creature stretches out its bony hand toward the crying little girl. The motion is slow, but there is no escaping it, and the shadow of that hand falls over her as she freezes in terror. But before those fingers can even brush her, the creature is blown apart in a flash of golden light. The strike comes so fast and so hard that it is over, before anyone fully understands what happened. Right after that, a huge wave of holy fire tears across the square, sweeping through the attacking skeletons and burning them down where they stand. In a heartbeat, the entire place turns into a blazing sea of sacred-looking flames. The surviving villagers gradually stop running, too stunned to go any farther. One by one, they turn back toward the burning square, struggling to believe what they are seeing. The fear drains from their faces and is replaced by pure awe when they recognize the flames. Some start shouting that it is heavenly fire, and in an instant their despair flips into wild joy as they throw up their arms and cry out in worship. As the flames keep raging across the shattered square, Fang Yi descends and lands on the broken stone platform at the center. Framed by fire and smoke, his arrival makes the entire scene go even quieter. Standing against the firelight, Fang Yi looks over the stunned crowd and tells them they do not need to keep praying anymore. His voice is calm, but it carries across the square with unmistakable force. Then, with a cold and serious expression, he gives them the truth without softening a single word. There are no gods in this world, and no god is coming to save them. For a brief moment, the villagers fall completely silent. Still kneeling on the ground, they can only stare at him, trying to process what he just said, but they misunderstand him completely. Tears of joy spill down their faces as they start shouting that a god has descended and defeated the disaster for them. Right away, they begin begging this new god to save them from the other monsters too. Watching their reaction, Fang Yi can only let out a quiet sigh. They have misunderstood him so completely that even he has no idea where to start fixing it. Standing in the middle of the flames, Fang Yi slowly raises one hand, his eyes glowing with power. The firelight plays across his face, making him look even more unreal to the kneeling crowd below. Then he activates his Twilight Fire domain once more. In an instant, a huge swirling red sphere appears in the sky, spinning like a vortex, and pulling in all the deathly energy, and shattered skeleton remains scattered across the ground. After that, Fang Yi turns to the stunned villagers and makes himself perfectly clear. He tells them he is not a god at all, but a pioneer captain from Tai Tai City, a man known by one title alone, the Sealer. The villagers and Chen Ruo's team can only stand there staring at the terrifying red sphere hanging overhead, their faces locked in shock. The sight is so strange and so overwhelming that for a moment nobody can even find the words. Still shaken by what he just saw, Chen Feng asks in disbelief what Fang Yi is even doing. Already fed up with her teammates' doubts, Chen Ruo snaps back that she told them from the start Fang Yi was never some ordinary pioneer. She goes on to remind them that Fang Yi is the very man who resolved the disasters in both Tai Tai City and Kang City on his own. Even the highest-ranking authorities treat him like an honored guest, and to her, that alone should tell them exactly what kind of person they are dealing with. After clearing away the immediate threat, Fang Yi shoots into the sky like a blazing golden comet and heads straight for the main village. In the distance, it is still buried beneath thick purple mist, with countless skeletons moving below like a waking nightmare. At that very moment, a system notification appears before him, confirming that the Twilight Fire domain has absorbed a massive amount of the Death attribute. Because of that, his own Yang attribute has grown even stronger, clearly more powerful than before. Looking down from above at the sea of skeletons crawling through the village, Fang Yi narrows his eyes and quietly gathers his strength. He is already getting ready to use the power he just gained. He summons his blazing sword again, and this time the flames along the blade burn brighter and fiercer than ever. The whole weapon hums with heat, as if it too has sharpened after that surge in power. With one powerful swing, he sends out an enormous wave of fire and declares that he will free Yue City once and for all. His voice cuts through the chaos with absolute certainty. The flames, now mixed with a strange purple hue drawn from the absorbed energy, roar through the village like a storm. They sweep across the streets and the tombs alike, burning through everything in their path with terrifying speed. From a safe distance, a group of survivors watches the scene in stunned disbelief before suddenly breaking into cheers. Through tears, they cry out that the tombstones and skeletons are gone, celebrating that heaven has not abandoned their city after all. Once the attack is over, Su Qingying quickly checks the readings on her device and reports that the anomaly levels in the Anding district have returned to normal. Her voice stays steady, but the relief underneath it is obvious. Standing beside her, Chen Ruo confirms that the Baimu district has been cleared as well. She explains that only the Jinming district is left now, and that area has always had the strongest concentration of the anomaly's power. But just as they are about to move again, Su Qingying's expression suddenly changes. The relief drains from her face and sharp shock takes its place. She urgently asks whether none of them have noticed that something is seriously wrong. The tension in her voice makes everyone turn their attention back toward the village at once. Pointing toward the village, she explains that the pillars of purple light have not disappeared at all. If anything, there are more of them now, which means the situation has not improved in the slightest and may actually be getting worse. Chen Ruo also cries out in alarm as she confirms that a massive surge of energy is erupting from the Jinming district. She can clearly feel the anomaly's power gathering and compressing into a single point. Right in front of them, a horrifying change begins. A swirling vortex of dark green and purple energy twists through the mist, slowly taking on the outline of something huge. Then, out of that rolling mist, a giant skeletal being finally emerges, a newly born anomaly king with empty eye sockets glowing a menacing green. And even in front of that crushing presence, Fang Yi does not back away. He stays right where he is, calm and completely fearless. As Fang Yi faces the new threat, two system windows appear one after another before him. The first says an unknown power has been detected and is being analyzed. Then the second delivers the result and identifies that strange force as the death attribute. The enormous anomaly king, wrapped in layers of green and black energy, glares down at Fang Yi from above. Its size is so overwhelming that it dwarfs the entire village below, turning the scene into something almost apocalyptic. Floating in midair inside his golden aura, Fang Yi stares right back without blinking. As he measures the monster, he senses something deeply strange from it, heavy and hostile in a way far worse than anything he has faced before. Watching from farther back, Chen Ruo and Su Qingying are both left speechless. Chen Ruo finally stammers out, "What kind of creature this thing even is?" saying its bizarre energy feels even more oppressive than the S-class disaster in Tai City. In that moment, the whole group realizes this new anomaly king must be the true source behind those pillars of light. Su Qingying suddenly shouts for everyone to be careful, warning them that the creature is about to attack. Her voice cuts sharply through the stunned silence. The anomaly king releases its power at once, sending out a swarm of shadowy black tendrils rushing forward like a living flood. They twist through the air in violent waves, fast and vicious. That strange energy crashes over Fang Yi in an instant, and even he is visibly shaken by what it does. The impact comes so suddenly that his expression changes for the first time. He feels a sickening force invade his body, something foul and oppressive, that seems to reach straight into his thoughts, like his brain itself is being poisoned just by the creature's presence. In that instant, Fang Yi realizes with real alarm that this is a fully evolved anomaly king. The death aura pouring off it is far more complete and far more terrifying than anything he has encountered before. Then the black tendrils come crashing down toward Fang Yi from every direction, trying to bury him under their sheer numbers. They close around him like a net meant to swallow him whole. His expression hardens at once, and his red eye burns with sharp focus as he prepares to strike back. The momentary shock is gone, replaced by cold concentration. He moves with astonishing speed, swinging his flaming sword through the air and cutting apart the shadowy arms one after another. Every strike is clean, forceful, and bright against the darkness. Even while fighting, Fang Yi is already working through the battle in his head. Yang power should naturally suppress dark and deathly forces, which means his flames ought to be highly effective here. But what troubles him is that, even with that advantage, his powerful Yang energy still is not completely shutting down the enemy's attacks. Just as Fang Yi cuts through one wave of tendrils, the anomaly king's power surges again with even greater force. At the same time, the surviving villagers in the distance begin chanting and praying once more, desperately calling for their god to descend and save them. Then the anomaly king releases its full power. The pressure in the air spikes so violently that the entire battlefield seems to shake under it. From outside that storm of power, Su Qingying can only watch with wide, disbelieving eyes. The shock on her face only grows as the situation turns more dangerous by the second. Inside the violent storm of energy, strange green tendrils suddenly erupt and wrap tightly around Fang Yi's body, locking him in place. The moment she sees him bound like that, Su Qingying screams his name, no longer able to hide her panic. A moment later, Fang Yi's sword slips from his hand, drops to the ground below, and shatters apart. The sound is brief, but to everyone watching, it feels devastating. Far away in Tai City, Lin Yiyi is suddenly hit by a wave of dread so intense that she instinctively cries out for her cousin. It is as if, even from that distance, she can somehow feel his pain reaching her. Pacing anxiously through a forest, Lin Yiyi tries to steady her breathing and tell herself she is only overthinking it. She cannot understand why she feels this afraid when, on the surface, this should have been just another mission for Fang Yi. She keeps reminding herself how strong Fang Yi is, how many impossible situations he has already survived. And yet that heavy feeling of worry refuses to leave. Regret starts creeping in, and she finds herself wishing she had ignored his advice and gone with him anyway. As she keeps staring at her phone, That unease only gets worse. Then suddenly, her phone rings. The screen lights up with an incoming call, and the name that appears is Jialan. When Lin Yi answers, Jialan's voice is serious, heavier than usual, as she delivers the bad news. They have received word that Yue City is now completely surrounded by a massive sea of tombs, and an official lockdown order has already been issued. Then she bluntly tells Lin Yi that Fang Yi is in danger. As those words hang in the air, a large convoy of military vehicles races through the mountain roads, clearly moving fast for a major emergency operation. The report that Fang Yi may have died sends a shockwave through the Tai Spirit Association. Officials who had only recently started to feel hopeful are suddenly crushed by despair again. Gathered around a table, they ask in disbelief whether their greatest hero, the sealer himself, has really fallen. Some even start wondering whether humanity's fight means anything at all, if someone as powerful as Fang Yi can still be brought down. At the Spirit Association headquarters, a high-level meeting is already in progress. One senior official speaks with visible regret about what happened in Yue City and says that the appearance of an anomaly king from what began as a B-level threat confirms an important theory. Those kings must be destroyed before they are allowed to fully evolve. Before he can go any further, Gu Yuro cuts him off without warning. Rising from her seat, she coldly asks whether this is really the time to be calmly discussing theories. Without a moment of hesitation, she states that she will go to Yue City herself. Another official immediately tries to stop her, reminding her how important she is to Shen City and insisting that the military has already taken control of the situation. Gu Yuro turns her gaze away, her thoughts darkening as she considers the price of their current strategy. First, they had nearly lost Elder Wu, and now it feels like they are prepared to sacrifice Fang Yi too. Her frustration finally spills over, and blue energy begins to glow around her body. She angrily confronts the official, accusing them of being willing to abandon an entire city, just because the battle has become too difficult. Shocked by the force of her outburst, the man demands to know what exactly she means. He shoots back that Fang Yi went to Yue City by his own choice. In this brutal new era, he says, one wrong move is enough to get someone killed. And it should not surprise anyone that even a hero like Fang Yi might die. That is when Gu Yuro's anger fully erupts. Her blue aura surges outward as she glares at the officials and demands to know what the point of fighting even is, if all they are going to do is sit back and wait to die. She throws Shen City back in his face and asks, anger plain in her voice, why Elder Wu would have risked his life back then if their real answer now is to abandon any city that cannot be saved easily. To her, that is not strategy, it is cowardice pretending to be reason. Ignoring the voices calling after her, she brushes past the officials, trying to stop her and talk her down. Their words do nothing, and she does not slow for even a second. With open disgust, she calls them a pack of fools in her heart. She is sure of one thing. She has seen the sealer's real strength with her own eyes, and she refuses to believe someone like Fang Yi could go down that easily. Out on the outskirts of Yue City, a massive military convoy has already formed a blockade. Vehicles line the roads in layers, lights flashing through the gloom, while the whole area feels tight with the pressure of an approaching catastrophe. Inside one of the command vehicles, Elder Wu watches the battlefield feed on a monitor, his expression grave. He explains that this new anomaly king carries a mutated form of the dark attribute, a strange power they are now identifying as the death attribute. Seated inside the vehicle with Jialan and Lin Yi, Elder Wu gives his judgment in a low voice. He believes Fang Yi was most likely defeated because he ran into some unavoidable rule, some fatal law imposed by the monster that raw strength alone could not escape. Elder Wu and Jialan step out of the vehicle and are immediately met by waiting soldiers. One of them quickly reports that none of their military units have been able to break through the outer zone at all. Jialan tells the soldier to explain everything clearly from the start. Her tone stays sharp and controlled, but the urgency underneath it is impossible to miss. The soldier reports that even after deploying all available forces, every push forward has failed. Yue City, he says, is now buried under an overwhelming number of tombstones, so dense that the entire place has turned into one enormous grave field. Whenever they send troops in, an equal number of tombstones rise up in response and attack them directly. Then he delivers the worst part with grim finality. Every frontline soldier they sent forward has already been dragged into the graves. The soldier adds that the anomaly king's influence is still spreading outward from the city even now. Hearing that, Lin Yi starts trembling uncontrollably, fear tightening across her face. With a dark expression, the soldier says the odds of restoring Yue City to normal are effectively zero. Then he asks Elder Wu whether they should issue a retreat order before the spread reaches any farther. He goes on to say that the Anomaly King appears immune to every power they have used against it. Worse still, it has already captured all the pioneers stationed at the front, including Fang Yi himself. The moment she hears that, Lin Yi lets out a sharp cry and refuses to accept it. The words hit her like a blade, and disbelief flashes across her face almost at the same instant as panic. She turns to Elder Wu and Jialan, thanks them for everything they have done, and then firmly says she will go back to Yue City alone. She makes it clear she will not drag anyone else into what she believes may be a suicide mission. Deep inside UA City's anomaly zone, the land has already changed beyond recognition into a silent, terrifying graveyard. The whole place is soaked in eerie green light, making everything feel cold, dead, and cut off from the living world. Then the ground starts to shake, and massive tombstones burst violently out of the earth, one after another. Carved into those newly risen stones are two names that land like a curse: Su Qinying and Chen Ruo. Above that ghostly graveyard, the Anomaly King manipulates the thick death energy like a weaver working threads. The power twists and braids through the air with sinister precision. As the energy keeps gathering, it condenses into the shape of a stone coffin, standing upright in the middle of the graveyard. It looks ancient, oppressive, and deeply unnatural, like a tomb prepared for something that should never come back. Inside that coffin, Fang Yi hangs motionless, trapped in place. From the outside, it looks like all strength has already drained out of him. Clusters of ghostly green centipedes crawl across his body, wrapping around him layer after layer. They bind him there with slow, horrifying persistence, as if they are determined to keep him sealed forever. He looks completely lifeless inside that monster-made tomb, sealed away like a corpse being offered to death itself. His eyes are hollow and dark, making it seem, at least on the surface, that the sealer has truly died. But in the deepest part of that death-like silence, a system notification suddenly lights up. The Death Brand ability Fang Yi obtained earlier has now activated successfully, and the system confirms that he has gained a new power: infinite death. Not long after that, the system announces that the Death Brand trial has officially ended. The message is simple, but it carries the weight of something enormous having just been completed. Fang Yi is completely exhausted, but he is awake. Letting out a long, strained breath, he thinks to himself that the Death Brand trial was far more brutal than he ever expected. He raises his eyes toward the giant green skull-like face of the Anomaly King looming above him, and notices with dry irony that the King of Death feels a lot less threatening now. Even so, with power glowing in his eyes, he admits to himself that he never wants to go through a rebirth trial like that again. Just before he was sealed inside the coffin, Fang Yi understood what had happened. The Anomaly King had hit him with an unavoidable death ability, a fatal rule that could not be dodged or blocked by normal means. Faced with certain death, he made a desperate gamble. He chose to implant the dangerous Deathbrand skill into his own body by hand, the same ability he had obtained earlier from the magma, but hesitated to learn because of how risky it was. The system immediately confirmed that the implantation had begun and started the learning process. From that point on, there was no turning back. Then a violent burst of red agony exploded out from Fang Yi's body as the skill fused into him. The pain was overwhelming, like something alive was being carved directly into his soul. While the system prepared to activate the skill completely, that terrible energy compressed tighter and tighter around him. Every second felt like he was being crushed from the inside out. At the same time, Fang Yi could only stand there in front of the Anomaly King, unable to escape, while the monster calmly prepared to kill him. It was a brutal moment, helpless and balanced right on the edge of death. Then the system informed Fang Yi that the Anomaly King's inevitable death rule had started taking effect. The warning came with cold precision, leaving no room for hope. In the very next instant, Fang Yi really did die. His eyes rolled back, his body went limp, and every sign of life vanished. The system confirmed his death and announced that step 1 of the ability was complete. But because Fang Yi was killed by the monster while carrying the brand, the system immediately identified the killer and declared that the Death Brand had been planted into the body of the King of Death itself, completing step 2. As Fang Yi's lifeless body fell, wrapped in the monster's dark and deadly power, the system entered its final phase. It activated the death trial while he was already dead, and that is exactly how he was later able to come back to life, and why even now the exhaustion in his body runs so deep. Now, standing inside the coffin's eerie green glow, Fang Yi has successfully endured the entire process. He is drained to the bone, but he made it through death and returned. The system explains that the death trial he just passed was actually a triple trial meant to determine whether the user was worthy. To obtain the Death Brand's 3 abilities, Fang Yi had to survive 3 separate ordeals, each one more terrifying than the last. The first was the fire attributed trial, Mystery Yellow Spring, where he was burned without end by hellish flames. Every moment felt like being thrown alive into a furnace from the underworld. The second was the poisoned attribute trial, Death Collapse, where his body was cursed to rot, crack, and break apart again and again without ever being allowed real release. It was slow, merciless torment. And the last was the Earth Attribute trial, Hell Evil Scene, where the gates of hell opened wide and tried to drag him into a burial ground filled with evil spirits. That final descent felt like being swallowed by endless graves. Looking back on it all, Fang Yi thinks the pain was so intense that it became hard to tell what was real anymore. It felt like being trapped in an endless cycle of dying over and over, with no clear beginning and no end. But after pushing through that brutal test with nothing but effort and willpower, he has finally mastered the skill. His eyes open with a sharp red glow as he decides, with quiet certainty, that now the real battle can begin. He looks up with a cold, focused expression and realizes that he is now resisting the Anomaly King's inevitable death rule. The very power that should have guaranteed his end is no longer absolute against him. Blue lightning suddenly starts gathering in his hand, crackling harder and harder as it builds. The disturbance is so sharp and unnatural that even the Anomaly King senses it immediately. The massive skeleton lowers its gaze in visible confusion, staring at the coffin as if it cannot understand where that sudden surge of power is coming from. For the first time, the monster seems unsure. Then, without warning, a tremendous blast of blue lightning erupts from inside the stone prison. The force tears straight through the coffin in a violent explosion of light and debris. Fang Yi smashes through the stone slab and breaks free, dropping heavily to the ground below. The impact is brutal, but it is the kind of pain only the living can feel. Through the thick green mist, the monster stares down at him without moving. It watches its prisoner escape from the tomb that should have held him forever. Fang Yi slowly steps out through the smoke and shattered debris, one hand partly covering his face as he gasps for breath. He is drained and clearly paying the price of resurrection, but he is alive, free, and back on his feet. The Anomaly King is left in pure shock. It cannot understand how the human it had already killed for certain is now standing in front of it again, alive and ready to fight once more. As Fang Yi faces it once again, the system reveals that the King of Death has already noticed his resurrection. The giant skeleton reacts immediately, gathering its dreadful power without hesitation as it moves to crush this revived threat before it can rise any further. It gives Fang Yi no time at all to recover. The Anomaly King attacks again at once, unleashing a relentless barrage of massive green energy blasts from high above, each one crashing down like judgment. The attack slams into the ground with terrifying force and erupts into a huge explosion of green energy, swallowing the exact spot where Fang Yi had been standing. In an instant, the whole area disappears beneath violent light, smoke, and destruction. But when the dust finally starts to clear, Fang Yi is still there, crouched low on the shattered ground without a scratch on him. A grin spreads across his face as he finally understands the truth. The monster's attacks do not work on him anymore. The system immediately confirms that Fang Yi has successfully escaped the inevitable death rule. He rises and stands tall before the giant skeleton, his cape snapping in the wind, while the Anomaly King looks down at him in growing confusion and unmistakable fear. Fang Yi lifts his head and looks up with a terrifying expression. One eye glows a sharp red, blood runs from the corner of his mouth, and yet he smiles with complete confidence, like the fight has only now started to get interesting. At that moment, the Anomaly King is struck by a danger it has never felt before. Its empty eye sockets widen slightly as it realizes, too late, that the hunter has become the one being hunted. Far beyond Yue City's barrier, the mountains have been twisted by the disaster too. The slopes are covered in glowing green tombstones, each one giving off a thick, suffocating aura of death into the dark air. Elder Wu, Lin Yiyi, and Jialan stand on a cliff overlooking the disaster zone below. As Lin Yiyi feels that overwhelming death energy rising from the city, her chest tightens and she cannot stop herself from anxiously calling out for her cousin. Jialan decides they cannot afford to wait any longer. Telling the others not to worry, she raises her hands and summons purple flames that coil around her palms, ready to blast through the tombstones, break the barrier, and force a path to Fang Yi. But before she can fire, a massive surge of blue water tears across the air and cuts her off. The force is sudden and overwhelming, instantly interrupting her attack. A woman descends from the sky wrapped in spiraling water energy, her arrival sharp and commanding. It is Gu Yuro, and the moment she lands, she declares without hesitation that she is here to fight alongside them. Jialan looks up in clear surprise and recognizes her at once. She blurts out that it is the sea mystic from headquarters, unable to hide her shock at seeing Gu Yuro here in person. Gu Yuro shouts that she is joining the battle, and both women move immediately. Combining Gu Yuro's crashing blue water with Jialan's blazing purple fire, they unleash a huge joint attack straight at the barrier of tombstones. The combined strike detonates in a chain of massive explosions that tear through the darkness and light up the entire area. Fire, water, and shattered stone burst outward in a violent storm. When the blast finally settles, two soldiers buried under the rubble begin to stir. Weak and confused, they open their eyes and wonder in a daze what just happened. The anomaly reacts instantly to the intrusion. The ground shakes violently, and enormous green tombstones burst up from the earth like jagged spikes, sealing off the area again in a heartbeat. Gu Yuro, Jialan, and Lin Yi end up back-to-back, completely surrounded by a ring of towering tombstones. Jialan clicks her tongue in annoyance and says the trap is activated again. She warns the other two to be extremely careful, explaining that this anomaly can drag any living person directly into the tombstones. Her voice is tight, because she knows exactly how dangerous that power is. Then, without warning, skeletal hands burst out from both the ground and the stone surfaces around them. The whole grave field suddenly feels alive in the worst possible way. A swarm of skeletons drops from above next, diving through the air and attacking the three women all at once. Their numbers are overwhelming, and they come down like starving beasts. And yet, right in the middle of that charge, the skeletons suddenly stop. Their bodies start trembling, and they look terrified, like they have sensed something far more frightening than the enemy standing in front of them. Instead of attacking, the skeletons panic and hurl themselves back into the ground and the tombstones, scrambling desperately to hide. It is not a retreat so much as blind fear taking over. Gu Yuro and Lin Yiyi stare at the scene in total confusion, unable to understand why the monsters would suddenly run like that. The change is so abrupt it almost feels unreal. The group carefully moves through the battlefield, which has gone eerily quiet, wondering why the Anomaly King suddenly pulled all of its forces back. None of them can tell what it is planning now. Then a heavy military boot drops to the ground with a dull thud. The sound cuts through the silence and makes everyone turn at once. It is Elder Wu, carrying two unconscious soldiers over his shoulders, as if he pulled them straight out of the jaws of the disaster. He tells the group this may actually be a good sign. The Anomaly King has withdrawn its power, which means the people buried alive may still have a chance to be saved. Elder Wu looks out over the field, where many soldiers now lie unconscious but alive instead of dead. From that alone, he reaches a firm conclusion. The sealer has not fallen. In fact, Fang Yi must be causing such serious trouble inside the anomaly that the king had no choice but to pull back its power just to defend itself. Back inside the battlefield, the smoke slowly parts, and Fang Yi's sharp red eyes appear through the haze with chilling calm. His gaze is steady, clear, and very much alive. He stands completely unharmed at the center of the ruined battlefield, as if the last attack meant nothing at all. At that moment, the system updates his status and displays a new number, Death Count 2. The system explains that because the King of Death used its own power to kill Fang Yi, it has now been dragged into a cycle of death itself. As punishment, the monster's strength has already been reduced by 10%. Fang Yi quietly thinks over what that means, noting that being targeted by the King of Death would normally guarantee certain death. He understands now that this inevitable death rule is exactly what makes the creature so dangerous and so hard to fight. Then a dark, satisfied smile curls across Fang Yi's face as he realizes he has completely turned the situation around. The inevitable death rule that once belonged only to the monster is now going to come back and haunt it instead. High above, the creature stares down in shock, unable to understand why the human it killed is still alive. Panicking now, the Anomaly King attacks again. From inside its giant ribcage, it fires a storm of green energy beams, each one screaming down through the air with desperate violence. The beams rain down on Fang Yi in a merciless barrage, but he does not even try to dodge. He simply stands there and lets the attack come, as if he is daring the monster to keep going. The assault hits head-on with full force, creating another massive explosion of green energy that completely engulfs Fang Yi. For a moment he vanishes inside the blast. The monster grins, convinced it has finally done it. But before it can celebrate, the system appears again. The death count rises to 3, and the system announces that because the king has killed Fang Yi again, its power has now been weakened by another 30%, and its body is starting to collapse. At once the monster's body begins to break apart from the backlash. Cracks spread across its face, and pieces of bone split loose and fall from its massive frame. Then, through the fading smoke, Fang Yi slowly walks forward. His body restores itself as he moves, whole and unharmed, as if the explosion did nothing except buy him one more step. The monster stares in absolute horror, its green eyes widening with raw fear as the truth finally sinks in. Every attack it uses against Fang Yi is only destroying itself. With a crooked smirk, Fang Yi wipes the blood from his mouth and mocks the creature without mercy. He is fully ready to keep repeating this deadly cycle until the monster is worn down and erased for good. Focusing his mind, Fang Yi gathers his power and fires a massive beam of energy straight at the monster. The attack tears through the air in one bright, violent line, but the monster lifts one hand and casually knocks the beam aside, deflecting it with almost effortless force. Even weakened, it is still monstrously strong. At that exact moment, a system notice appears and announces that a new mark has been activated. Instantly, red hellfire erupts across the monster's body, burning through and mixing with its eerie green aura. The monster glances down at its own arm in baffled confusion, unable to understand when or how that fire latched onto it. For the first time, it looks thrown off balance. The moment that opening appears, Fang Yi leaps high into the air and draws his sword. The blade is blazing with intense fire, its heat flaring so violently that it lights up the space around him. As Fang Yi closes in, the system confirms that the monster has been afflicted with a hellfire-burning debuff. From this point on, it will keep taking damage without pause as the flames continue eating through it. The monster glares down at Fang Yi with its glowing green eyes, furious at being forced back and wounded like this. Rage pours off it just as heavily as the death energy. Fang Yi brings his blade down with all his strength and unleashes his heavenly fire slash. The strike is fierce, direct, and packed with the kind of force meant to split the battlefield in two. The monster throws up its huge hand and blocks the slash head-on, and the collision erupts into a violent clash of power. Fire and death energy crash into each other in a storm that shakes everything around them. The strike hits with horrifying force, and the damage is instant. The monster's massive body jerks from the impact, and a shock runs across the battlefield for everyone to see. A system notice appears right away, cold and exact. The death count has climbed to 4, and the monster's total strength has now been cut down by a brutal 45%. As the violent energy of the battle keeps twisting through the air, another system window suddenly opens. The next stage has begun. The death collapse mark. The effect kicks in immediately, fast and merciless. Cracks spread across Fang Yi's body like shattered glass, making it painfully obvious that the cycle of death has started again. Even after taking that much damage, the monster still refuses to go down. It surges forward, grabs Fang Yi, and crushes him in its grip with savage force. Then it yanks him closer, dragging him right in front of its face, towering over him, as if it wants to break his spirit before it breaks his body. But Fang Yi doesn't show an ounce of fear. He meets that stare with a calm, taunting smile, and even with blood running down his face, he looks completely at ease as he coolly tells the monster to look at itself. The monster pauses. For just a second, it looks visibly shaken, unable to understand how someone already standing on the edge of death can still smile like that. Then suddenly, flames explode around Fang Yi in a violent burst of heat and light, and yet all he gives is a faint smirk, standing in the middle of the blaze without a single trace of harm. The fire races straight onto the monster's hand, and it can only stare as its bones begin to blacken, split apart, and crumble into ash right in front of it. The system confirms another terrifying update. The death count has now reached 5, and the monster's power has been crushed even further, dropping by a total of 60%. Another notice flashes across the air, announcing that the Hell Evil Scene mark has activated, speeding up the destruction of the monster's body with ruthless force. Monster throws back its head and roars, furious and disbelieving. But no matter how violently it thrashes, it still can't stop its own body from falling apart. Outside the barrier, the giant tombstones around the city start splitting, tilting, and collapsing one after another. Like the unnatural structure behind the whole disaster is finally giving out. Wang Lan stares in disbelief as it hits him all at once. The anomaly itself is breaking down, and the entire cursed domain is collapsing with it. High overhead, the thick black clouds begin to break apart, and long-buried light spills through at last. Lin Yi looks up and smiles, relief washing over her the moment she realizes her cousin is still alive. Elder Wu instantly activates his armor and wastes no time. He orders the team to enter the city, rescue every survivor they can, and evacuate the injured as quickly as possible. Now that the mission is clear, Elder Wu, Wang Lan, Gu Yuro, and Lin Yi shoot forward without hesitation and head straight into the city. Deep inside the shattered remains of the anomaly, a hand suddenly bursts up through the ground, clawing through the debris as someone fights to get out. At last, Su Qingying pulls herself free. She drags in breath, her whole body shaking from exhaustion, while fear and leftover shock still linger across her face. Still on her knees and struggling to steady her breathing, she tries to understand what just happened, forcing her scattered thoughts back together piece by piece. She remembers her life force being drained away little by little, along with that suffocating feeling of being trapped inside a green, hellish void somewhere within that giant skeleton. But then she realizes it had all ended just as suddenly as it began, as if some unseen power had shattered that nightmare and let her come back alive. Her eyes snap to a nearby tombstone, and in that instant, she knows what she has to do. Panicked, she rushes over and starts digging frantically at the grave, marked with Chen Ruo's name, calling out to her the entire time. Su Qingying tears through the dirt and finally finds Chen Ruo beneath it. Unconscious but alive, relief floods through her when she sees Chen Ruo is really here, unlike Chen Ruo's sister, whose body had once disappeared without a trace. Then Su Qingying suddenly stops and looks up, her expression shifting as she feels something enormous changing in the air around her. She stares upward in shock as the swirling green vortex above begins to split open, cracks spreading across it like a fragile shell finally breaking apart. A moment later, the monster's enormous skull drops from above and slams into the ground with a thunderous crash that shakes the ruins. And even in that ruined, collapsed state, the monster still refuses to admit defeat. It glares upward in blazing hatred and declares itself the noble king of death, demanding to know what Fang Yi even is to stand against it. More than anything, it burns with rage that a mere human would dare look down on it. Then, out of the surrounding darkness, Fang Yi's undead army appears. Countless shadow spirits emerge in silence, their crimson eyes glowing through the gloom as they fix their gaze on the monster. The system delivers another merciless update. The Hell Evil Scene mark has now weakened the monster by a crushing total of 80%. The monster goes stiff. More cracks spread across its face as the truth finally hits it. It doesn't have any real power left anymore. Its destruction speeds up all at once. The system bar surges straight to 100%, and the monster's green soul shatters into nothing. System confirms the final outcome. The monster's power has been completely stripped away, and that very power now belongs to Fang Yi. Fang Yi slowly opens his eyes, and the red is gone. In its place is a strange purple glow, mystical and overwhelming, distant but impossible to ignore. And the system coldly announces the result for all to hear. The old king has fallen, and a new king has risen. Fang Yi stands victorious atop a high cliff, wrapped in swirling purple energy. The newly claimed power of death coils around him like a living storm, while behind him, the dark clouds split open and golden sunlight pours down on the new king. Then Fang Yi slowly descends from the churning purple energy above. Divine light washes over him as the clouds continue to part, making it clear that this long nightmare is finally ending. Down below, the survivors can only stare in stunned silence. Su Qingying helps support the injured Chen Ruo, while Gu Yuro adjusts her glasses with trembling fingers, still shaken by everything she just saw. She can't understand how Fang Yi managed to survive the Anomaly King's inescapable death rule, let alone summon those hellish spirits that rose up and swallowed the monster whole. Elder Wu looks up at Fang Yi, awe in his eyes, and a heavy thought settling in his chest. Fang Yi's true strength may be far beyond anything any of them had imagined. Fang Yi has done the impossible. Since he couldn't escape the rule of death, he broke it apart instead and seized the very power that controls life and death. Gu Yuro turns to Elder Wu and asks in a shaken voice whether a human being should really be able to wield power on a level like this. As she stares at Fang Yi, she suddenly thinks she sees the ghostly skeletal face of the King of Death overlapping his own. Panic rises instantly, and she wonders if the Anomaly King has awakened inside him. But Wang Lan steps forward with a calm, confident smile and tells Gu Yuro not to panic and to take a closer look at the battlefield. Across the barren ruins, something incredible is happening. The shadow spirits, Fang Yi summoned, aren't attacking anyone at all. Instead, the people believed to be dead are slowly sitting back up, completely unharmed. The power of death itself is now being used to save them. Amid the scattered rubble, the villagers find Chen Xing. He's bruised, battered, and barely conscious, but he is unmistakably still alive. As Chen Xing slowly wakes up, still dazed and out of it, he weakly asks if he wasn't already dead, making it clear that he really has somehow been brought back. All across Yue City, the surviving villagers lift their eyes toward Fang Yi's floating figure, staring up at him like they're looking at something no longer bound by human understanding. Some people in the crowd stare at the dark aura around Fang Yi and, with fear in their voices, call him a god of death. But others immediately push back, saying no. He's the sealer, the one who saved them when nobody else could. Then all at once, the little girl Fang Yi saved earlier speaks up over the noise, blurting out that sealer sounds way too ugly and doesn't fit him at all. With a bright, innocent smile, she remembers the golden flames that protected her before. To her, Fang Yi isn't some cold title or distant legend. He's their god, the one who drove out the evil and gave them hope again. High in the night sky, Fang Yi decides it's time to end this once and for all. He slowly lifts one hand, and above him, a huge, jagged scythe of dark purple energy begins to take shape. His expression turns cold, serious, with one eye still glowing that ominous red. Fang Yi says in a low, final voice that everything ends here. In the very next instant, he brings that massive weapon down, unleashing a colossal arc of purple light that rips across the sky with overwhelming force. Down on the ground, Yue City's pioneers, including Feng Chen, look up in total shock, eyes wide as they watch that unbelievable power unfold above them. Fang Yi's strike tears forward and cuts straight through the dark barrier that had sealed off the city for so long, splitting it apart in one clean, terrifying blow. And it doesn't stop there. The slash drives straight into the swarm of red ghostly spirits in the air, shredding through them and dragging them along with a force none of them can resist. In the middle of that violent storm where red and black energy churn together and light and shadow twist through the air like they're tearing the sky apart, Fang Yi gives a calm, absolute order, commanding the spirits to return to where they belong and bring this unnatural chaos to an end. Then he shifts the power inside his body and calls on his Yang attribute for a large-scale purification. Stretching out his hand, he releases a blinding wave of golden light that sweeps across the battlefield and wipes away the last of the death energy. The survivors can only stare as that brilliant gold radiance tears through the darkness and lights up the night sky like a second sun rising over the ruins. When the technique finally ends and the last traces of corruption disappear, Fang Yi quietly lets out a breath, relieved that the fight is finally, truly over. Nearby, Chen Ruo breaks down crying and throws herself into Feng Chen's arms, overwhelmed by the simple fact that the two of them actually made it out alive. But Fang Yi knows the fight against the King of Death drained an enormous amount of spiritual power from him, and he can't help worrying about what side effects the death brand he absorbed might still be hiding. After the battle, Fang Yi slowly descends from the sky, dropping through the fading light before landing softly among the shattered ruins below. Before he can even steady himself, Lin Yiyi rushes straight at him and crashes into him with a fierce hug, crying out for her brother in pure relief and catching him completely off guard. He gently comforts his cousin, patting her softly on the head as she blurts out that she really thought he had died. Fang Yi just gives a faint smile and tells her it's all right now. The worst is over. Just then, Fang Yi's eyes catch on someone nearby, and his expression shifts slightly when he notices a figure standing not far away. He turns and sees Su Qingying smiling at him, open and sincere, as she thanks him from the heart. Fang Yi looks a little puzzled by the sudden gratitude. Then Su Qingying looks past him toward the survivors, where Yue City Captain Chen Ruo is sitting on the ground, crying in relief as she clings tightly to her teammate. Watching that scene, Fang Yi smiles quietly and asks if Chen Ruo's sister is still alive. Inwardly, he thinks that after so much death and so much bad luck, being able to save her is at least one piece of good news. But away from that emotional reunion, the mood among the leaders is much heavier. Elder Wu receives the final damage report, and the weight of what's left behind settles over everyone at once. What they see is grim. Body bags and coffins line up in painful silence. According to the report, nearly half of Yue City's population is gone, most of them ordinary civilians. Out of the 1,500 pioneers who came to help, 50 are confirmed dead, 30 are missing, and more than 1,000 are injured. Elder Wu lowers his eyes, his expression grave, and speaks about the urgent need to rebuild the city and properly compensate the victims' families. Behind him, Gu Yuro adds that Shen City will also send support to help Yue City recover. Wang Lan looks down, guilt and frustration written all over her face. She asks her teacher whether they can finally make the truth about spiritual energy recovery public, saying it feels unbearable to keep so many secrets when they still couldn't save everyone. Elder Wu looks at her, kind but firm, and explains that a decision that big is far beyond the authority of any of them. He tells her ordinary people aren't nearly as fragile as she thinks. In fact, many of them have already begun figuring out the truth for themselves and are quietly preparing for what's coming. Then he places a steady hand on her shoulder and gently reminds her that she doesn't have to carry the weight of the whole world alone. Gu Yuru gives a small smile and says she originally came here just to meet the sealer. But looking at things now, it seems her help isn't needed after all. The leaders watch as Fang Yi is surrounded by cheering pioneers, and in that moment, they all understand the same thing. This battle has turned him into a central figure for the entire nation. The crowd starts chanting Fang Yi's name again and again, calling him their god and thanking him with raw emotion for saving them when all hope seemed gone. And already, the impact of this battle is spreading far beyond Yue City. Elder Wu understands that once word gets out that Jia Nation's pioneer, the Sealer, defeated the Anomaly King, every other country will take it as a warning. Spies from multiple nations immediately start scrambling for information, growing more frustrated by the minute because they still know almost nothing about Fang Yi's real abilities. Elder Wu knows that once the truth of the Yue City incident is revealed, the whole world will believe Jia Nation became the first country to understand the king's deadly rule through Fang Yi, something no one else has managed to do. And because of that fear and uncertainty, no other nation will dare move recklessly against Jia Nation. Fang Yi's victory has earned his country a massive strategic advantage. Elder Wu turns to his team and orders them to return at once and study every bit of data gathered from the scene. Then he reminds them firmly that the road ahead is still long, and they can't rely on the sealer to solve every crisis for them. Wang Lan and Gu Yuro smile and agree with their teacher. Gu Yuro says with confidence that people like them don't get to retire, and that whatever comes next, the Shen City team will handle it. Later, back at his villa in Tai Tai City, Fang Yi finally gets a chance to relax a little, lying in a large bathtub and casually scrolling through his phone in the quiet aftermath. His thoughts drift back to the battle. After the area was cleared, the officials found a dark attribute spirit crystal left behind by the King of Death and handed it to him as a gift of thanks. With his phone in one hand, Fang Yi quietly goes over everything he gained from the fight. He also remembers the Yang attribute spirit crystal Chen Ruo gave him earlier. Soon, two glowing crystals appear before him, the purple dark crystal and the golden Yang crystal. Looking at them, he realizes he now holds two top-tier attribute crystals at the same time. Fang Yi rises from the water and makes up his mind right away. Light and dark attributes normally clash, but since the system recognized him as the new King of Death, he figures absorbing the dark energy shouldn't be a problem. Without another second of hesitation, he presses the purple crystal to his chest and lets the dark energy inside pour out and swirl around his body. A system window appears instantly, confirming that a dark attribute has been detected and identifying the spirit crystal. Then it announces that an ultimate calculation is beginning and starts generating a brand new technique. Not long after, the process finishes, and the system announces the creation of a new dark attribute technique called Death Walk. The moment Fang Yi activates it, purple shadows spread across his body, and the system explains that this skill lets him move by teleporting directly through darkness itself. Fang Yi thinks to himself that, fancy name aside, it's basically teleportation, just with a much darker, cooler style. To test it out, Fang Yi vanishes from the second-floor balcony in an instant, then appears on the floor below, as smoothly as if he had just stepped through the air. He gives a satisfied nod, immediately realizing that a skill like this, one that combines mobility and evasion, would be incredibly useful in a real fight. Fang Yi then looks inward and carefully checks the state of his own body. It doesn't take long for him to notice that after surviving the Death Brand trial, something at his core has changed. His body can now absorb dark attribute energy directly, almost as if it had always been built for it. He summons his skeletal avatar, and right away, he can feel how much sharper his control over dark spiritual power has become. After taking in the Anomaly King Spirit Crystal, Fang Yi knows one thing for sure. He is now only a single step away from entering the legendary Jingang realm. His eyes drift toward a nearby cabinet where a soft golden glow is quietly spilling out. Resting inside is the Yang Attribute Spirit Crystal, the reward Chen Ruo had promised him. That brings a faintly amused look to Fang Yi's face. After the battle, the city officials thought it was far too casual for Chen Ruo to hand over something that valuable in private. So they ended up arranging a huge formal ceremony just to present it to him properly, and he even heard they put up a statue in his honor afterward. Letting that thought pass, Fang Yi reaches out and takes the golden crystal into his hand. Even to him, holding two top-tier spirit crystals at once feels like absurdly good luck. He slowly raises it to eye level and watches the pure yang energy moving inside. It swirls like liquid sunlight, bright and steady, overflowing with fierce vitality. The instant he pours his own power into it, fiery red energy erupts around his body in a violent spiral. The whole room turns scorching hot, and the air grows heavy with a burning pressure. The system activates again at once, immediately picking up the crystal's powerful yang energy. Just like before with the dark crystal, it announces that an ultimate calculation is underway to create a brand new technique from this power. Fang Yi concentrates fully on refining the crystal and guiding the process forward. After a tense pause, the system finally gives its answer. The new technique has been successfully formed. Then, without any warning at all, a blinding wave of golden light bursts out from Fang Yi's body. It spreads in every direction, shining with an intensity that rivals the sun. The system announces the name of his new Yang attributed technique. Sun God, surrounded by roaring, swirling flames. Fang Yi releases the full force of this newborn power and feels its terrifying heat rising all around him. The system explains that Sun God lets him summon a solar avatar capable of burning through anything in its way. At the same time, a radiant golden mark appears on Fang Yi's forehead, glowing with a divine brilliance. High above the city, a massive golden bird made entirely of blazing fire suddenly appears in the night sky. Its light spreads in all directions, pushing back the darkness below. Down on the streets, a reporter hurriedly covers the unbelievable sight, while online comments flood in by the second. Some people joke that the light is so strong they are getting blinded from cities far away. The reporter tries to reassure everyone, saying their guardian, the sealer, is probably just getting even stronger. Online, others guess that the godlike figure who saved them before is now facing yet another terrifying trial. Over on a Pioneer forum, users quickly confirm that the event is happening in Tai City. A lot of them recognize that familiar yang energy right away and start guessing that the sealer has awakened another new power. Elsewhere, deep inside a forest glowing with strange spiritual light, a small group of pioneers is resting. Among them is Fang Yi's ex-girlfriend, Chu Qingli. One of the male pioneers excitedly praises the sealer for being completely overwhelming and for humiliating Country B. He angrily brings up the so-called Great Prophet from Country B, the one who had boldly claimed that Jia Nation would not even survive the first year after spiritual energy recovery began. Chu Qingli looks uneasy and quietly asks whether that prophecy might still come true. The male pioneer immediately bristles and shuts the idea down with obvious irritation. But even with his confidence, Chu Qingli lowers her gaze and stays uneasy. In the back of her mind, she knows too many dangerous and unsettling things really have been happening across Jia Nation lately. The atmosphere around the group quickly turns cold. Before long, several people start directing their frustration straight at Chu Qingli, and the male pioneer openly mocks her weak cultivation. Another man lets out a sneer and asks if she is some kind of traitor. Then he cruelly mocks her for still being stuck at one-star Ghost Axe realm. With obvious satisfaction, he points out that she used to be a rich young miss, but in this new world, she is nothing more than trash in everyone's eyes. Chu Qingli folds her arms tightly and forces herself to keep her pride intact. She fires back that their strength means nothing compared to the sealers, and unless they can become as powerful as him first, they have no right to laugh at her. The male pioneer bursts out laughing and mockingly asks if she seriously thinks she could team up with the sealer. The three men laugh at her together and remind her that the sealer is known for acting alone. Then, without the slightest hesitation, they coldly tell her she is no longer part of their team. As the men turn and start walking away, Chu Qingli reaches out in desperation and shouts after them. If they are throwing her out, then they at least need to give her the share of the reward she earned. The leader glances back with a greedy, contemptuous smile and coldly tells her she should be thankful they are not asking her to pay them instead. Then, without another word, he releases a blast of wind energy. It slams into Chu Qingli and sends her flying backward as he yells for her to get lost and disappear. Chu Qingli trembles on the ground, her whole body aching, her chest tight with humiliation and anger. In silence, she swears to herself that they will pay for this. At the same time, social media is drowning in fear and panic, as a great prophet from Country B publicly predicts that Jia Nation will be destroyed within a year. Inside the Tai Tai Spirit Association office, a superior discusses the situation with Fang Yi and explains that these spreading rumors are already seriously damaging the morale of local pioneers. Su Qingying explains that Country B is clearly using psychological warfare. They are trying to shake people's confidence and weaken them before any real fight even begins. The superior adds that news of Fang Yi's strength has already spread far and wide. And that is exactly why Country B has started acting this aggressively. There are even rumors that they secretly manipulated events behind the scenes and nearly triggered a catastrophe in another city. The superior admits the whole incident was deeply strange. Every sign at first pointed to the disaster happening in Country B, but in the end, it nearly wiped out their own elite forces instead. To push back against the rising panic and steady public morale, the association decides that Fang Yi needs to make a public statement himself. Standing in front of a computer, Fang Yi calmly sets his hand on the keyboard and sends out his message with one decisive keystroke. On his verified profile, Sealer 5, he posts a single short sentence, brief, sharp, and impossible to ignore. The apocalypse won't catch up to my speed of breaking through. The internet explodes instantly. Comments flood every platform as survivors come forward to confirm that they saw Fang Yi kill the King of Death with their own eyes. Once that spreads, people start openly mocking Country B's prophecy. In Fang Yi's eyes, the fastest and most effective way to shut them all up is simple. State one undeniable truth as plainly as possible. His strength speaks for itself. All across the nation, pioneers stare at their screens in shock as they realize Fang Yi is breaking through again. Cheers erupt for the god of great Xia, because even if the hell that prophet warned about really comes to their land, they believe Fang Yi will be there to stop it. Meanwhile, over at the enemy's headquarters, inside Country B's information center, the entire place has already fallen into chaos. Staff members scramble in a panic, bitterly complaining about the sealer and the terrifying scale of his power. Even now, they still have not been able to uncover any real personal information about him. Country B's pioneer network data expert finally loses his temper completely. He screams at his team for failing to trace even one person and threatens to fire every last one of them. Back at the Tai Tai Spirit Association, things have mostly calmed down. Fang Yi tells the superior that his statement should be enough to settle things for now, and the superior lets out a relieved laugh and thanks him. But then an assistant suddenly rushes in holding a tablet, panic written all over his face. He reports that a new restricted zone has appeared in Western Jia Nation after two extremely powerful attributes collided, and the military has already sealed the area. Fang Yi immediately asks what attributes are involved in this newly formed restricted area. The assistant explains that it was caused by a clash between Yang attribute and Dark attribute. Since those two opposing forces are colliding so violently, the area is unbelievably dangerous, but it could also be hiding enormous opportunities. He adds that Sea Mystic and Gu Yuro from headquarters specifically sent this notice to Fang Yi, inviting him to head there the next morning. Fang Yi agrees without a second thought, tightening his fist. He thinks to himself that this is the perfect chance to test the limits of his two new abilities in a real battlefield. Not long after that, in the barren and desolate lands of Western Jia Nation, a convoy of military vehicles steadily advances toward a swirling vortex known as the Black Sun Pool. One of the armored vehicles slowly rolls to a stop. Then Fang Yi and Jialin step out into the rough, unstable air, and the moment they appear, every eye turns their way. Fang Yi quickly realizes why so many people were stationed here to monitor the area. Up ahead, the black wind and rain curtain forms a natural barrier, and until that thing is broken through, no one can enter the zone safely. He stands calmly in front of the storm, his face unreadable as he studies the magnificent but chaotic clash of Yang and Dark attributes raging inside it. Beside him, someone from the team speaks up in a serious voice and asks if he is ready. Staring straight at that towering tornado of dark energy, Fang Yi quietly steadies himself, then he prepares to face this new and dangerous test head-on. Outside the black wind and rain curtain, with the restricted zone hidden behind that massive dark tornado, Wang Lan steps forward and introduces a newly arrived group to everyone else. She explains that these newcomers are elite pioneers sent from headquarters in Shen City and Haishi City, all of them specially chosen for a mission like this. She goes on to say that these arrivals are top-tier geniuses on the same level as Fang Yi. Every one of them has already reached the 3-star spirit creation realm, and all are expected to break into the Jinggang realm before long. Behind her, the new team members step forward one by one, each carrying intense spiritual pressure. A blue-haired man introduces himself as Wang Zhong, the new captain of Haishi City and a 3-star water attribute pioneer. Next to him stands Song Yiming, a spiky-haired elite from Shen City with powerful dual wind and fire abilities. Wang Zhong then politely apologizes for their late arrival. Wang Lan then addresses the entire group and reminds them of the rules inside the restricted zone. She tells them to rely on their own strength to break through the dark curtain and make their way inside. Fang Yi says nothing. His red eyes give off a faint glow as he notices the 2 new captains openly watching him and sizing him up. Song Yiming lets out a dismissive snort, clearly unimpressed with Fang Yi at first sight and not even trying to hide it. Wanting to prove himself, he steps forward right away and declares that he will go first. With one sharp motion, he pulls the large blade from his back, ready to show everyone exactly what he can do. As he gathers his energy, he admits to himself that Fang Yi is half the reason he came on this mission in the first place. He had heard about the sealer's rare yang attribute, and he wanted to see for himself how his own strength measured up against that legend. Flames erupt from Song Yiming's body as he leaps into the air and activates both attributes at once. Blue wind energy coils around his blazing fire sword while he boasts that his fire attribute is the purest of them all, and his wind power drives that destruction to the absolute limit. Then, with one huge swing, he sends a roaring wave of wind and fire crashing straight into the dark barrier ahead. Watching closely, Wang Lan remarks that Song Yiming really is a genius. Someone who has already pushed both of his attributes close to their limit. Song Yiming lands as the force of his attack tears open a path through the energy in front of him. He scoffs proudly and says the dark barrier is nothing but a cheap imitation of bad weather, and far too easy for him to break. After seeing that, Wang Zhong decides it is his turn to move. He activates his spiritual power and summons a sharp blue water construct, its cold surface gleaming as it forms in his hand. Then he charges straight into the dark storm, creating a protective umbrella of water around himself, and forcing his way through the brutal environment with that defensive technique. Inside the twisting darkness, the water shield gives off a bright blue glow that stands out sharply against the black storm all around him. Wang Zhong immediately feels the terrifying pressure of the dark climate crushing in from every side. A chill runs through him as he realizes that if he had entered a place like this, right after first reaching the 3-star spirit creation realm, he might not have made it out alive. He looks up in disbelief, struggling to understand how the yang attribute and the dark attribute could really exist together in one place without tearing everything apart. Ahead of him, a huge vortex of conflicting energy churns across the sky, swallowing light and shadow into one violent, unstable spiral. Nearby, Song Yiming holds a trace of dark energy in his hand and notes that it feels deathly cold, like something the human body naturally rejects. To him, just enduring that force up close is already impressive enough. Wang Zhong starts to worry, and guesses that Fang Yi may only be handling the pressure this well because his fire attribute is naturally closer to yang than theirs is. In a serious voice, he comments that simply getting through the curtain is already much harder than it looked from the outside. At that exact moment, Fang Yi suddenly releases a burst of golden flame and cuts forward with a blazing slash, cleaving straight through the darkness around them. The force behind it is so overwhelming that Wang Zhong and Song Yiming both have to leap away just to avoid getting caught in its path. Wang Zhong watches that golden figure streak past, and the moment he recognizes that pure, unmistakable yang attributed power, his body starts trembling on its own. In one smooth motion, Fang Yi tears through the final layer of the barrier and opens a massive gap filled with blinding light. Then he casually comes to a stop beside Jialin and greets the others like nothing unusual just happened, calmly saying they have all been waiting a long time. Even standing still, the pressure coming off him feels crushing. Song Yiming and Wang Zhong can only stare in stunned silence. They are completely shaken that the sealer passed through that deadly barrier as easily as if it was never there at all, unable to hold back anymore. Wang Zhong asks Fang Yi how he is keeping the black wind and rain curtain split open like that. Holding a sphere of golden energy in one hand, Fang Yi calmly explains that the method is actually simple. As long as your yang attribute is stronger than the surrounding dark attribute, you can suppress the darkness. He admits it burns through a huge amount of spiritual power, but says it can be maintained as long as the user has enough reserves. Song Yiming is immediately annoyed that Fang Yi would call something so outrageous simple. At the same time, Wang Zhong cannot help wondering whether Fang Yi is even truly in the same realm as the rest of them. Wang Lan just smiles and tells him he will get used to it, because every genius pioneer reacts the same way the first time they see Fang Yi in action. Fang Yi only smiles back, completely unfazed by their shock, and the disbelief still hanging in the air. Then, without warning, the system sends him an alert. A source of pollution and an A-level dark anomaly have just appeared nearby. At the same time, the ground under their feet starts shaking violently. Song Yiming's eyes light up at once. He says that if it is only an A-level dark attribute anomaly, then he wants to test himself against it personally. With Fang Yi in the lead, the whole group immediately rushes toward the source of the disturbance. Up ahead, 3 mysterious figures slowly emerge from the mouth of a cave, walking out without the slightest sign of fear. Fang Yi narrows his eyes immediately and knows at once from their presence and the way they carry themselves that these people are from Country B. Wang Lan and Song Yiming are both stunned to find other people already inside the area. While Jilan quickly realizes these strangers are the ones who killed the anomaly first, she immediately shouts that no other pioneers were cleared to enter today, which means these people have to be stowaways. Then Jialan demands to know exactly who they are. The three intruders stand there boldly, not showing a hint of unease. One is a blond man in a purple shirt, another is a muscular man with long black hair, and the third hides beneath a hood. With open arrogance, the blond man smiles and introduces them as pioneers from Country B who came here to train. Song Yiming is furious on the spot. He shouts that this is Jia Nation's territory, and they have no right to enter a restricted zone here without permission. Wang Lan immediately backs him up and orders the intruders to leave at once. But the three outsiders do not budge. Instead, they coldly reply that the times have already changed. Then the blond man arrogantly declares that if the people of Xia do not want to claim the resources here, his group will gladly take them instead. In his eyes, that is only natural because he believes they are stronger than Fang Yi's team. Hearing that, Fang Yi steps forward without the slightest rush and calmly asks the intruders if they really believe opportunities belong only to the strong. The blond man answers with a smug smile, clearly convinced that his country sent their elite team here for exactly this reason: to provoke a clash and take the advantage for themselves. Fang Yi looks at him and gives him a cold, unsettling smile. His red eye glows like a warning in the dark as he tells them plainly that if strength is really the only rule here, then they can get lost. While Fang Yi faces them down, Jilan quickly tries to report the situation back to headquarters. But before she can finish, the enemy suddenly makes the first move without any warning. The blond man throws out a surge of eerie green energy and sneers that they were offered a polite way out. Since they refused it, there is no need to keep acting civilized anymore. Song Yiming and Wang Lan both react in shock, immediately realizing what they are looking at. The enemy is using a rare and extremely dangerous dark attribute, something far worse than an ordinary opponent. Blond man throws his head back and laughs, openly declaring that a place overflowing with dark attribute power is the perfect battlefield for someone like him. Jialan studies that foul, sickening energy for a split second and realizes what it is. Alarmed, she identifies it as a nether poison attribute, a mutated power born from rotting corpses and dense death energy. Panic spreads through the team when she suddenly shouts that the enemy's attack has already destroyed all of their communication devices. Just like that, they are completely cut off from the outside. Fang Yi's expression hardens immediately as the truth becomes clear. These intruders never came here to negotiate. From the start, they planned to kill every last one of them. Song Yiming refuses to wait another second and charges forward with his flaming sword in hand. He shouts that if they cannot absorb dark energy, then they will just burn it away and destroy it. Wang Lan tries to stop him, but Song Yiming ignores her completely. With an angry roar, Song Yiming hurls a massive fireball at the enemy, sending blazing heat crashing through the dark air. But it does not go the way he expected. The green nether poison energy swallows the fire, twists it out of shape, and then detonates the fireball in midair, sending a brutal shockwave crashing right back at him. Even so, Song Yiming forces himself to stay on his feet. His eyes widen as he stares at the failed attack, too stunned to believe what just happened. That explosion immediately sets off an even more dangerous counterattack. A heavy tide of green energy surges toward the Izaya team, and Jialan shouts a desperate warning as the deadly mist rushes in. The green energy closes in from every side. At the last possible moment, Wang Lan reacts and throws up a massive blue water barrier, desperately shielding the group from the toxic assault. Inside the barrier, everyone else is tense and bracing for the worst. Fang Yi, though, stays completely calm. His red eye glows steadily as he watches the enemy's power, with a cold, focused stare, not showing the slightest hint of fear. The fight escalates fast as the blond man from Country B presses forward and starts hammering directly at Wang Lan's water barrier. Then a huge shadowy claw suddenly rips through the shield and tears it open with terrifying force. Fang Yi steps forward at once and orders the others to move and spread out. At the same instant, he releases a powerful slash of golden energy that tears through the dark mist, splits the pressure apart, and forces the enemy backward. The blond man is visibly thrown off, clearly not expecting his attack to be shut down that cleanly and that quickly. He recovers in an instant and rises into the air, mocking Fang Yi as nothing more than a fire attribute pioneer from Xia Nation. Then, with open contempt, he adds that Fang Yi's teammates look even more useless. Then, without any warning, dark green vines burst out from the shadows and whip around Jialan, Wang Lan, and Song Yiming, trapping all three inside a spreading corrosive mist that eats away at both flesh and spiritual power. Wang Lan shouts a warning to Fang Yi, telling him that this enemy has been hiding his real strength the entire time and is at least at the second level of the Jinggang realm. Seeing the Yeshayat team pinned down so easily, the blond man throws his head back and laughs wildly, full of confidence and cruelty. Meanwhile, far outside the restricted zone, the military personnel can do nothing but watch as the massive black wind and rain curtain closes again, sealing Fang Yi's team inside the deadly zone. One of Wang Lan's subordinates anxiously studies a recording of the blonde man on a laptop and grimly remarks that the rumors were true after all. Someone from Country B really has mastered a branch of the dark attribute. After analyzing the footage, he concludes that while the enemy has not fully mastered pure dark power, he does possess a lethal sub-attribute capable of inflicting wounds that simply will not heal. The blonde man shamelessly gloats that Fang Yi's companions have already been poisoned and will soon rot to death, and that all of their spiritual power will eventually become nourishment for him. Then he demands that Fang Yi return with him to mighty Country B and become part of him, speaking as if Fang Yi no longer has the right to say no. Trapped and furious, Wang Lan screams at Fang Yi to stop holding back and fight back already. At that moment, golden flames erupt from Fang Yi's body and force the darkness around him to retreat. Looking straight at the enemy with open mockery, he asks whether the man still has not realized one very important thing about how their powers match up. Then Fang Yi activates his bonfire domain, creating a massive sphere of blazing golden light that expands outward and forcefully suppresses the nether poison around them. He calmly asks the blonde man if he is surprised that the poison has no effect on him at all. The blonde man can only stare back, completely confused and unable to make sense of it. With a confident smile, Fang Yi unleashes a massive stream of fire. But instead of aiming at the leader, he sends it straight toward the two subordinates below. The blonde man's face twists with fury as he sees his defense being torn apart and realizes that Fang Yi's real targets are his men. Fang Yi rises into the air and taunts him from above, asking with obvious contempt if he is really not going to save them. The blonde man snarls that Fang Yi is arrogant, then gathers a huge sphere of concentrated poison mist and shouts that as long as Fang Yi is still human, there is no way he can escape that power. Fang Yi ignores the threat completely and charges straight into the attack, his flaming sword carving a fierce line across the sky as he advances without the slightest hesitation. But the moment Fang Yi closes the distance, the blonde man's face changes from rage to shock. At last, he realizes what Fang Yi's power really is. It is the Yang attribute, the natural counter to everything he has. Fang Yi raises his flaming sword high overhead and coldly announces the name of his move, Skyfire Slash. Then, with one clean and devastating swing, Fang Yi cuts straight through both the enemy's defense and his body, slicing the blonde man in half in a single strike. Overwhelmed by disbelief, the blonde man cannot understand how a human could possibly wield a power so close to that of an anomaly king. His body starts coming apart in midair, leaving him broken, confused, and completely defeated by what he just witnessed. Song Yiming and Wang Lan can do nothing but stare in absolute shock, their faces frozen by the sheer absurdity of Fang Yi's strength. The blonde man coughs up blood, but even in that condition, he stubbornly refuses to die. Using the dense dark energy saturating the area, green vines pull his two severed halves back together. He madly shouts that as long as the dark attribute here stays this rich, Fang Yi will never be able to kill him. Fang Yi floats there in the air with a bored, almost disappointed look on his face, quietly judging that this nether poison attribute is far too weak, and that even its regenerative ability is pitifully low. In Fang Yi's eyes, this opponent is so underwhelming that he decides the man is not even worth using his ultimate move on. All of a sudden, the blonde man looks down at his own hands, and his face twists in confusion. Something is terribly wrong. His regeneration has stopped, and the flesh that should be repairing itself stays broken and motionless. A sharp, desperate scream rips out of him. Panic cracks through his voice as he demands to know why his body is no longer healing, why the power he trusted so completely has suddenly failed him. Fang Yi calmly snaps his fingers, that small crisp sound cutting straight through the chaos with chilling certainty. In the very next instant, the energy Fang Yi had secretly planted behind him detonates. Golden light erupts like a miniature sun, tearing the man apart so completely that nothing is left behind except destruction and ash. Fang Yi lands lightly on the ground as if the fight cost him nothing at all. Then he turns and walks away from the blackened remains with cold indifference, and somehow that calm makes the whole scene feel even more overwhelming. He raises a hand toward Wang Lan and Song Yiming, and crackling blue lightning immediately coils around their bodies with precise control, locking onto the green poison-like marks still spread across their skin. In an even voice, Fang Yi explains that he is stripping away the dark attribute contaminating them. The two pioneers can only stare at him, clearly shaken by both the method and how effortlessly he is doing it. Then he reaches over and taps Jialin on the shoulder, purifying her just as easily. Still trying to process everything she just saw, she voices her disbelief, stunned that Fang Yi killed a Jinggang realm pioneer that cleanly and with so little trouble. As the dust settles, Fang Yi quietly replays the fight in his head. He concludes that the blonde man probably did not reach the Jinggang realm through any normal path because his spiritual power felt muddy and impure from the start. At the same time, Fang Yi finds it even stranger that the enemy side seemed to know almost nothing about someone like him. Jialan admits she is confused too. But then she recalls an old internal rumor. Years ago, Elder Wu supposedly used his own body to block a bizarre disaster that had been meant for Country B, stopping it at a terrible personal cost. The more they think about it, the more it seems possible that the long rivalry between the two nations never really eased, and that Elder Wu, because of what he once did and what he stood for, likely became a marked target in Country B's eyes a long time ago. The heavy mood finally loosens a little when Song Yiming suddenly blurts out in excitement that from now on, he is going to hang a portrait of the sealer right next to his bed so he can look at it every day and push himself harder. Wang Lan turns to him with a straight face and asks if the Yang attribute completely fried his brain. Fang Yi, however, simply turns away from the group and tells them that even though he removed the dark attribute from their bodies, they are still in no condition to enter the true core of the restricted zone. He tells Jialin to take the others back, or at the very least keep them training only in the outer area. As he says that, he walks forward alone into the swirling wind and dust without looking back, leaving the team standing there in silence. With his eyes glowing a deep, radiant gold, Fang Yi finally reveals what he really wants. He wants to see the true face of this restricted zone's core with his own eyes. Alone. He stands before a monstrous storm of blue lightning and dark energy, vast enough to twist the sky itself. Power cracks across the heavens as he prepares to step into a deadly center no one else there could even hope to reach. As Fang Yi walks deeper into the storm-filled heart of the restricted zone, Jialin, Song Yiming, and Wang Lan can only stand back and watch his figure disappear further into the chaos. Song Yiming stares after him in total disbelief, so stunned by Fang Yi's courage that for a moment, he cannot even find the words. After a long pause, Wang Lan turns to Jialin and quietly asks what their chances really would have been if they had come here alone, without Fang Yi. Jialin gives a bitter, self-mocking smile and admits that she once believed she was the strongest candidate to inherit Elder Wu's position. But ever since the sealer appeared, she has already accepted that she can only stand in second place. Song Yiming and Wang Lan are both visibly stunned. Neither of them expected their proud, fiercely competitive leader to say something like that so calmly, and the shift in her attitude feels almost unreal. Without warning, the dark energy high above them suddenly starts crackling and churning violently, as if the entire sky is being ripped open. Song Yiming panics instantly and shouts out in alarm, demanding to know what is happening now. The moment she senses the danger, Jialan's expression changes and she screams at her teammates to dodge immediately. The defensive barrier rises just in time, shimmering into place a heartbeat, before a massive wave of dark energy erupts outward in a gigantic explosion that swallows the surrounding area. Even with their defense up, Jialin, Song Yiming, and Wang Lan are blown away like leaves in a storm, their bodies sent helplessly through the air by the sheer force of the blast. When the explosion rips across the land, it carves huge burning trails through the earth, leaving scars stretched all across the battlefield. Bruised, disoriented, and sprawled across the scorched ground, the three pioneers finally understand with chilling clarity that this devastating force is the true face of the restricted zone's core. Slowly, they lift their heads and stare in awe at the scene in front of them. A landscape shaped like a giant burning eye, eerily identical to the satellite images they saw before entering. Jialin points through the storm ahead and says Fang Yi is still out there, floating right at the center of that terrifying maelstrom. Fang Yi hangs in midair, his body seeming to bridge two extremes. Behind him, golden fire wings blaze wide, while jagged spikes of dark purple energy twist and surge around him like living weapons. He lowers his eyes to the sphere of dark power gathered in his hand, and for the first time, his expression turns uncertain as he senses a strange, unfamiliar reaction starting inside it. Very quickly, Fang Yi realizes the two opposing attributes, Yang and Dark, are not just clashing. They are slowly beginning to fuse into an entirely new kind of spiritual power. The two forces spiral together in a chaotic, unstable vortex, purple and gold grinding against each other in violent waves. At that moment, the system alerts Fang Yi that it has detected a major change in heaven and earth caused by the collision of the Yang and Dark attributes. The reaction grows even more intense, and Fang Yi's body almost looks split in half, with one side turning into a skeletal shadow while the other burns with pure golden light. Then the system announces the birth of a completely new and previously unknown attribute, Turbid Yang. Fang Yi steadies the fused power in his hand, and once it finally stabilizes, the system immediately begins gathering and analyzing data to build a brand new technique from this unprecedented energy. Fang Yi narrows his focus and draws the swirling vortex of purple-black energy toward himself, guiding it into his head and absorbing the newborn attribute directly into his body. His eyes suddenly blaze with a blinding white radiance. The system confirms that he has obtained a new technique, the Spirit Turbid Eye technique, a power capable of governing endless transformations and touching both illusion and reality. At the same time, all the dark energy filling the crater suddenly vanishes, drained away in an instant, as if the vortex swallowed the entire abyss dry. Watching from far away, Song Yiming is completely dumbfounded. In shock, he mutters to himself, wondering if the dark attribute really fused with the yang attribute just to create some kind of monster. Jialun, however, quickly notices that something in the atmosphere has changed. Frowning, she asks the others if they can feel it too. The three of them soon realize that although this new spiritual power looks frightening and oppressive on the surface, the instinctive revulsion and fear that normally came with the dark attribute are completely gone, leaving behind a force that feels strangely pure instead of corrupt. Wang Lan immediately suggests they should try cultivating with this energy, sensing that even a small amount of it could bring huge benefits. Jialun agrees right away, and the three pioneers sit down inside protective spheres to meditate, each of them eager to absorb even the slightest trace of this rare high-level power. Meanwhile, outside the restricted zone, the military observers are left deeply confused. The massive energy readings have suddenly stabilized, yet every signal from Country B's intruders has disappeared without a trace. Before long, the soldiers reach the same conclusion. The sealer must have already wiped out the enemy forces inside. Thinking back on all the rumors surrounding Fang Yi's ruthless methods, they decide Country B's intruders simply met the end they deserved. The soldiers hurry to contact headquarters, relieved that they managed to preserve video evidence of Country B's actions. In the diplomatic conflict that is clearly coming, that footage could become a powerful bargaining chip. Far away, inside the highest military intelligence office of Country B, a group of men in black suits stands in rigid silence, too nervous to even breathe loudly. Then a blond man with a mustache slams his fist down hard and demands to know what happened to their strongest pioneer. He roars at his subordinates, his voice echoing through the room as he demands to know how their agent could just disappear without a trace, as if a living person had been erased out of thin air. Standing in complete contrast to the panic around him, a man with long, wavy gray hair calmly suggests that their missing agents are most likely already dead. The way he says it is so steady that it makes the conclusion feel even colder. With a dark, unreadable expression, he admits that their side took heavy losses this time and that Xiaoguo thoroughly outplayed them, a fact that clearly leaves a bitter taste in his mouth. Country B's leader slams both fists onto the table so hard the whole room seems to shake. Then he erupts, screaming in disbelief over how their strongest force could lose so absurdly to Xiaoguo. Furious, he threatens the gray-haired man on the spot, demanding that he recover every benefit they meant to take from Xiaoguo, and warning that if they fail again, he will cut off all funding to their organization. The gray-haired man slowly lifts his eyes and stares back with a frighteningly sharp, icy gaze. Without bowing his head even slightly, he tells the leader that they will repay this grudge in full and make Xiaoguo return that debt with interest. Then a burst of green spiritual energy explodes out of his body, flooding the room with such crushing pressure that the nearby guards instinctively recoil. Rising to his feet, he coldly says that while he is indeed a proud citizen of Country B, he is not some dog to be ordered around like the bodyguards standing nearby. He states plainly that he despises threats, and he hopes the leader remembers that. The leader and his guards can only stand there, frozen between anger and fear, as the powerful pioneer turns his back on them and walks away without the slightest hesitation. As the gray-haired man leaves, the leader shouts after him in humiliation and fury, yelling that he will contact Xiaoguo's leaders immediately and demanding that the pioneers teach them a lesson they will never forget. Walking through a dim, silent hallway, the gray-haired man asks for the latest investigation results. Three cloaked figures follow close behind him like shadows, and one of them reports that they were unable to enter Xiaoguo's restricted zone and completely failed to locate the second young master. The subordinate goes on to explain that the tracking instrument implanted in the target's body was most likely destroyed, though they still cannot completely rule out the possibility that the massive energy fluctuations in the area interfered with the signal. The moment he hears that, the gray-haired man's face twists with naked hatred. In that instant, he finally accepts that the loss is real, and silently swears that Xiaoguo will pay for it. Meanwhile, deep inside the core of the restricted zone, Fang Yi floats alone in the violent center of the storm, surrounded by unstable power and an eerie silence. The system starts feeding him detailed information about his new ability, the Spirit Turbid Eye technique. It describes it as a terrifying illusion art, capable of dragging any living creature into a realm of despair, so deep they may never escape. And according to the system, the most frightening part is that Fang Yi does not even need to move once the technique is triggered. His enemies can be trapped in endless hallucinations until they die without ever understanding what happened. Fang Yi descends and lands, quietly thinking to himself that a power this convenient almost feels too perfect, like it has to come with some hidden price. The moment his feet touch the ground, a sharp pain rips through his body without warning, locking him in place as the spiritual energy inside him starts fluctuating violently. He drops to one knee immediately and coughs hard. his whole body straining to contain the newly formed power as every breath turns rough under the crushing pressure. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Fang Yi lets out a low remark about just how tyrannical and overbearing this dark power really is. Dark purple energy surges around him in unstable waves, and Fang Yi quickly realizes that even though he successfully created a brand new attribute, that power is still resisting him from within and causing a severe backlash. And yet, even with that pain tearing through him, a twisted smile slowly spreads across Fang Yi's face. Instead of being intimidated, he finds the whole thing genuinely exciting, admitting to himself that it has been a long time since he faced a challenge this difficult and this interesting. Inside a meeting room belonging to the Country B Pioneer League, the members are in the middle of a tense discussion about their recent failure. One says he still finds it hard to believe their so-called ultimate weapon was crushed by Xiaoguo, while another wonders whether the defeat may have come from hidden side effects in the experiment itself. Before the discussion can go any further, the gray-haired pioneer leader suddenly strides into the room, bringing with him a terrifying pressure that instantly silences everyone there. Without any hesitation, he releases his power. Dark, ghost-like shadows lunge at the members like living nightmares as he sneers that now that everything has already gone wrong, everyone suddenly seems to have such clever opinions. Then he points at one terrified subordinate and coldly orders that person to serve as bait in the next experiment, like he is assigning some trivial errand instead of a death sentence. The subordinate immediately drops into desperate pleading and begs for mercy, but the leader ignores every word. With total contempt, he declares that the previous leader was nothing more than a useless straw bag who deserved no respect. His voice turns even colder as he vows that he will personally give Xiaoguo a proper display of power and make them understand exactly what they have provoked. Inside the Blue Star United Supreme Council Hall, the atmosphere is heavy and tense, with anger and suspicion hanging over the chamber like a storm ready to break. A representative rises and angrily declares that Xiaoguo has gone too far this time, his accusation ringing sharply through the hall. The envoy from the E-Federation follows with a formal condemnation, accusing Xiaoguo of killing important pioneers from another nation. He argues that with a global disaster threatening all humanity, countries should not be wiping out each other's elite forces like this. Then, without warning, loud laughter suddenly echoes through the chamber, and a voice openly shouts, "Killed well," leaving the representative stunned on the spot. Elder Wu, commander of Xiaoguo, walks into the hall in full combat armor, and his presence instantly takes over the entire room. He sweeps a mocking glance across the representatives and casually tells his men to replace their drinks with chrysanthemum tea, saying they clearly need something to cool down and calm that fire inside them. The gray-haired pioneer leader is briefly startled to see Elder Wu show up in person, but he quickly buries that reaction and skips straight past any formalities, demanding an explanation for why his country's powerful pioneer died inside Xiaoguo's borders. As he stares at Elder Wu, suspicion flashes through his eyes, and he cannot help wondering how Elder Wu managed to recover so completely. Elder Wu lets his golden aura flare outward and gives a scornful scoff, asking whether the gray-haired leader really thinks he has the right, or even the worth, to stand there and demand an explanation from him. Then he accuses Country B's pioneers of striking first and says they are shamelessly pretending to be victims while acting as the real aggressors from start to finish. The gray-haired leader asks for proof. But beneath that outward calm, fear is already starting to gnaw at him. If Elder Wu truly has returned to his peak condition, then their plans may already be coming apart. Elder Wu calmly lifts a remote control and says that if proof is what the man wants, then proof is exactly what he is about to get, right in front of everyone. On the screen behind him, a video starts playing, clearly showing the blonde leader and his team, and proving that Country B's pioneers illegally crossed the border to steal resources. Elder Wu narrates in an even cutting tone that the intruders destroyed their own recording equipment afterward, but were ultimately killed in self-defense by Xiaoguo's pioneers. He ends by declaring that those arrogant invaders deserve to die. The audience is visibly shaken by the solid, unmistakable evidence of Country B's treachery, and the mood in the hall shifts all at once. Elder Wu fixes the gray-haired leader with a hard stare and coldly quotes that those who commit injustice bring about their own destruction. He warns the entire hall that if any other nation dares come to steal Xiaoguo's resources, they will meet the exact same end. Humiliated and enraged, the gray-haired leader secretly gathers green energy in his hand beneath everyone's gaze, preparing a sneak attack. In the next instant, he violently hurls 3 blades of green spiritual energy straight at Elder Wu, each one sharp and fast enough to kill. But Elder Wu responds with effortless ease, summoning a golden barrier that instantly reflects the attack and sends the green energy flying right back to its source. Reflected force slams into the gray-haired leader head-on and blasts him backward through the air with brutal force. Elder Wu bursts into hearty laughter, openly mocking the sneak attack as nothing more than a petty trick, not even worth taking seriously. The gray-haired leader crashes onto the stairs and his subordinates rush to him in a panic. all of their earlier arrogance gone in an instant. Elder Wu watches the scene with deep satisfaction, and as he does, his thoughts drift to Fang Yi and how many more miracles that sealer may still create for Xiagua. Back at the restricted area, a massive vortex of dark energy continues to churn and roar like a living disaster. Jialin, Wang Lan, and Song Yiming stand right at the edge of it, staring into the chaos with tense, fixed expressions. Jialin looks deeply troubled, her eyes full of worry as she fears that even someone like the sealer may have run into real danger inside that terrifying storm. Deep within the eye of the storm, where the pressure is at its absolute worst, Fang Yi stands there alone, surrounded by unstable power on every side. Then, all at once, his eyes erupt with blazing golden light as the energy inside him surges to its limit and reaches a critical breaking point. He throws his head back and lets out a raw scream as a huge wave of golden power explodes out of him, blasting in every direction and making the entire space tremble under the force. As the violent surge finally starts to calm, it compresses into a dark purple aura that wraps tightly around his body. The system confirms that the spirit turbidite technique has been fully absorbed, and from now on, his body will no longer reject the dark attribute. Fang Yi lifts a hand to his eye, a faint confident smile forming on his face as he decides to try out this new technique for himself. The instant he activates it, reality cracks apart into countless purple fragments, and a chaotic, otherworldly dimension opens up around him. Fang Yi slowly looks around, and for a brief second, his expression tightens as a flash of caution passes through his eyes at the strange world taking shape before him. It does not take him long to notice that the floating shards contain scenes of monsters he fought before. Right away, he realizes these illusions are being pulled straight from his own memories, and that only makes this power feel even more dangerous and intriguing. He quietly reflects that those life-or-death battles, the ones that forced him to grow stronger, one step at a time, would have been a living hell for almost anyone else. As he walks forward along a path split between freezing ice and burning lava, a new idea suddenly comes to him. If he combined this technique with the 3 hellish trials of the Death Brand, the result would be even more terrifying than either one on its own. To test that thought, Fang Yi raises his hand and summons spirits of blue energy and fiery orange energy, bringing both forces into existence right in front of him. The two opposing energies immediately start twisting around each other, spinning faster and faster until they turn into a violent, unstable vortex crackling with pressure. Then, without warning, the system reports a huge overflow of spiritual power and announces that Fang Yi is on the verge of breaking into the legendary Jinggang realm. Fang Yi stomps down hard, and the ground under him bursts apart at once, splitting open beneath the pressure of his rising power. A confident smile spreads across his face as he accepts the sudden breakthrough without the slightest hesitation, almost like he had been waiting for this moment the whole time. Then a massive bolt of blue lightning suddenly tears down from above, ripping through the dimension with blinding force. Out of that overwhelming light, a gigantic, golden-armored avatar slowly takes shape, towering over everything like a divine executioner born from the tribulation itself. Fang Yi does not back off for even a moment. He shoots into the air and charges straight at the enormous figure head-on. His strike crashes directly into the golden avatar, and the collision erupts into a blinding explosion that shakes the entire dimension from one end to the other. Outside, Jialin and Song Yiming both sense the terrifying surge of energy. Jialin's eyes widen at once, and she blurts out in shock that Fang Yi is about to break through to the Jinggang realm. The clash inside the core explodes outward in a storm of golden light and blue lightning, turning the entire storm zone into a dazzling and violent sea of power. When the blast finally fades, Fang Yi is still suspended in the air with crackling energy wrapped around him. He looks calm, almost casual, but there is a trace of confusion on his face as he wonders if that was really all the trial had. A predatory smile slowly forms across his face, and his red eye begins to glow with an eerie light. Realizing the trial may not be enough to stop him, he decides that now it is his turn to strike back. The golden avatar smashes down with crushing force, but Fang Yi refuses to give way. He plants his feet, raises a barrier in front of himself, and unleashes his limitless dark world at full power. With a determined shout echoing through the shattered dimension, he activates his divine thunder tempering technique and drives his power even higher, channeling that enormous force through his body. Fang Yi fires back with a fierce counterattack, unleashing a massive blast of blue lightning straight at the golden avatar. The lightning lands dead on target, setting off a gigantic explosion that rips through the dimension and sends violent cracks spreading across the surrounding space. The system confirms that the breakthrough is fully in motion as Fang Yi absorbs a torrent of golden and purple lightning into his body. In that instant, he successfully steps into the first level of the Jinggang realm, wrapped in a golden aura. Fang Yi slowly descends from the sky, clearly a little surprised that he managed to break through to the Jinggang realm right here of all places. He gathers an enormous amount of power into one hand, his eyes glowing red, and with one simple swing, he releases a devastating force that instantly blows the surrounding rocks into fragments. The pressure is so overwhelming that Jialin and Song Yiming can barely keep their footing, with the sheer weight of Feng Yi's spiritual power bearing down on them even from a distance. Storm born from his breakthrough tears through the area, hurling dust, stones and shattered debris wildly in every direction, and even flinging an armored vehicle into the water like it was nothing more than a toy caught in a flood. An observer watching the situation stares at the readings in disbelief as the energy data instantly blasts past the maximum measurable limit, making him realize that a major breakthrough must have just happened. As they watch the golden glow burning on the horizon, the team finally understands that the sealer has truly advanced into the Jingang realm. Standing at the edge of the massive crater, Jialan says in shock that the spiritual energy inside the restricted area has been almost completely drained. Feng Yi absorbed nearly all of it, leaving only the tiniest bit behind. Wang Lan, still visibly stunned, says Feng Yi is like a bottomless pit when it comes to absorbing energy. Even so, he admits it is far better for the sealer to take that power than to let the enemies from Country B steal it. The three pioneers then move together and land near the center of the phenomenon, heading in to see Feng Yi for themselves. But the moment they draw closer, Song Yiming is completely shaken by the terrifying presence that suddenly presses down on him. Then, from inside the blinding light, Feng Yi walks toward them one step at a time, releasing an aura so heavy and overwhelming that it feels like an entire mountain is crashing down onto their shoulders. Even under that suffocating pressure, Wang Lan still grins, pulls out his phone, and snaps a photo, already planning to use it as wallpaper to bless his own future breakthrough. Beside him, Song Yiming breaks out in a nervous sweat, wondering just how monstrously strong Feng Yi has become now. Feng Yi steps out of the golden light, looking perfectly calm and composed. He casually greets the group like he did not just trigger a massive energy storm and turn the whole area upside down. Jialan looks at him with deep admiration and quietly thinks that if he once felt like a sharp sword, then now he has become something even greater, a divine sword radiating both terrifying power and majesty. The group can only stare in amazement, thinking about how hard it is for any pioneer to cross that half-step gap into the Jingang realm. Yet Feng Yi managed to reach this level in such a short time. Jialan smiles faintly to herself, thinking that Feng Yi has given her an enormous surprise, and that his very existence is a true blessing for Xiaguo. As she watches his back, she starts imagining the future he might reach, believing that before long he will shine at the very highest level, standing shoulder to shoulder with her teacher, Elder Wu, or maybe even surpassing him completely. Meanwhile, news of the event explodes across the internet. Reports quickly confirm that the sealer has broken through once again in Xiaguo's western region. Comments flood in non-stop as people realize that an S-level restricted area was practically drained dry by him alone. Citizens celebrate wildly at the thought of their nation gaining another Jingang realm expert, and praise for their hero fills the discussion from every direction. Far away, inside a dark room, a hand slowly reaches out and touches a screen showing the crater, while a voice mutters with heavy hatred and curses the sealer's name through clenched teeth. The gray-haired pioneer leader warns the shadowed figures around him that if Feng Yi is allowed to keep growing at this rate, Xiaguo will become fully united and all of their plans will fall apart. His voice turns even colder as he declares that the time has finally come for them to make their move. He angrily recalls how the sealer ruined their operation in Tai Tai City and saved that place from destruction, then vows that this time, none of their targets will be allowed to escape alive. A woman with long, sharp nails steps forward and reveals two photos of Feng Yi. She explains that her followers hacked into the Pioneer mobile database and pulled out those images in order to trace his true identity. The gray-haired Pioneer leader takes the tablet with a wicked grin and tells her he does not care what methods they use, as long as they get the job done. Clearly pleased with their cooperation, he says he is looking forward to finally uncovering the sealer's true face. At 3 in the morning, while the whole city is still half asleep and silent, a massive red beam suddenly rips down from the sky and slams into the top of a high-rise, lighting up the darkness like a warning signal. Up on the rooftop, Zhonglu slowly finishes his cultivation, red fire aura swirling around his body and rolling waves. Feeling that power settle inside him, he looks completely satisfied with the results. Then he breaks into triumphant laughter, unable to hold back his excitement after finally reaching the 2-star spirit creation realm. Full of confidence, Zhonglu quickly strikes a pose for a selfie, already eager to see how people online are reacting and how many are worshipping the huge phenomenon he just caused. Just as he is about to enjoy the attention, one notification suddenly grabs his eye and pulls all of his focus away. He opens it and finds a news report about the sealer breaking through inside a restricted area, along with the huge uproar and heated debate it has already sparked across the internet. The moment he reads it, Zhonglu flushes with amazement. He can barely believe it as he realizes Feng Yi has grown stronger again and widened the gap even further. That news lights a fire in him. He punches the air and tells himself that if a genius like the sealer is still pushing forward that hard, then he has no right to be proud of such a small breakthrough. Staring at Feng Yi's image on the screen, Zhonglu feels his motivation surge. In that moment, he convinces himself that one day he really can follow in Feng Yi's footsteps. The next morning, Jiang Lu walks through the streets of Tai Tai City, with excitement written all over his face, shouting at the top of his lungs that he has finally returned, like he is announcing his comeback to the entire city. Still riding that energy, he keeps walking and accidentally bumps into a woman in high heels, making both of them stop in place. But instead of apologizing, Jiang Lu turns around with an annoyed look and snaps at her, asking if her mother never taught her the basic manners to say sorry after bumping into someone. The woman stays perfectly calm. With smooth, measured grace, she adjusts her sunglasses and politely apologizes, her tone so even that it almost makes Jiang Lu look like the unreasonable one. But behind those dark lenses, a complex purple pattern quietly flickers to life in her eye. A strange wave of psychic force washes over Jiang Lu before he even has time to notice. Before he can react, the hypnosis takes hold completely. His eyes go dull, then begin glowing with a faint purple light as his will is swallowed up and he falls totally under her control. A sinister smile curls across the woman's lips. Looking at the dazed Jiang Lu, she calmly tells him to follow her and says that someone has been waiting to meet him. Now stripped of his own will, Jiang Lu asks in a blank, obedient voice where they are going, but his feet keep moving after her without even a hint of resistance. As she adjusts the brim of her hat, she quietly whispers the name of the organization she serves, the Heaven's Choice Cult. In her mind, she sees their base, a dark and ominous cathedral radiating cold authority, a place she worships with absolute devotion as sacred ground. Her expression gradually turns serious, the calm from before giving way to cold purpose and firm resolve. As she leads her captive through a narrow, shadowy alley, cloaked figures leap silently across the rooftops above, escorting them from the darkness. Deep down, she reminds herself of her mission: infiltrate Tai Tai City successfully and do not disappoint the leader she reverently calls father. The woman makes a silent vow that Fang Yi's home ground will become their next territory, fully convinced that the Heaven's Choice cult will soon spread its light across the entire nation. Jiang Lu wakes up in a dark and terrifying place, only to learn that he has been brought to the repentance room inside the Tai Tai City headquarters of the Heaven's Choice cult. He screams in agony as the torture continues, his voice breaking while he desperately cries out that he truly does not know the person they keep questioning him about. Then horror hits him. He realizes he cannot even control his own mouth. Thinking back to the woman on the street, he understands that he was hypnotized and already brainwashed. These cruel people are trying to force information out of him about the man he hopes will one day become his master, Fang Yi. And in the middle of all that pain, Jiang Lu finds one small piece of comfort. He honestly knows almost nothing, which means there is very little he can actually give away. Elsewhere, inside a grand hall drowned in oppressive silence, a subordinate reports to a woman dressed like a nun and respectfully asks whether the prisoner has said anything useful yet. The woman keeps praying as she answers that although she forced him to talk, the boy seems far too ignorant to offer anything of real value. Hearing that, the subordinate grows uneasy and questions whether Jiang Lu is even worth using as bait in the first place. He openly worries that someone like the sealer may not come in person to save a person who seems this unimportant. The woman answers without a moment of hesitation. She says she will intensify the torture, fully determined to complete the mission Father gave her no matter what it takes. At the Tai Tai Spirit Association office, Fang Yi and Su Qingying sit across from two unfamiliar visitors. Su Qingying gets straight to the point and asks if they came to Tai Tai City looking for help to find Jiang Lu. One of the men, who is Jiang Lu's friend, quickly explains that Jiang Lu came to the city hoping to find the sealer and ask to become his disciple, but vanished not long after arriving. The red-haired man adds that they later received a tip saying Jiang Lu had been taken by a mysterious group called the Heaven's Choice Cult. The moment those words come out, both Su Qingying and Fang Yi visibly react. Su Qingying recognizes the name right away and identifies it as an evil cult backed behind the scenes by pioneer forces. The red-haired man honestly admits that his side has no confidence in taking on such a dangerous organization by themselves, which is why they came all this way to ask Fang Yi for help. Su Qingying explains more about the enemy. She says they oppose the Spirit Association and specialize in spiritual and mental attacks. On the surface, they hide behind the image of an ordinary church to blend in with the public, but their real headquarters is in Chuanxi City, where they already have nearly 1 million believers under their influence. She goes on to say that even though the local Spirit Association has tried more than once to suppress them, the cult is incredibly slippery and hard to pin down. Fang Yi's expression hardens at once. If their real headquarters is in Chuanxi City, then their appearance here means they have already infiltrated Tai Tai City. Su Qingying quickly adds that she needs to inform the association immediately so a citywide search can begin. A sharp smile appears on Fang Yi's face as the pieces fall into place. The cult slipped into the city without being noticed, then kidnapped the very person who came looking for him. That means Jiang Lu was never their real target. They came for him. Fang Yi falls silent and thinks it through. If an elusive organization like this was willing to come thousands of miles just to target him, then they would never leave obvious traces behind if they meant to stay hidden. Then his expression turns even more serious. He starts to suspect that the idea of them merely infiltrating Tai Tai City might itself be a false trail. Su Qingying and the red-haired man both look at him in surprise. Fang Yi asks them to confirm whether Chuanxi City is currently the place in Xiaguo with the fewest spiritual anomalies. Su Qingying confirms that it is. She explains that the city is so widely known as a peaceful retirement destination for the elderly that many people living there do not even realize how much the world has already changed. Fang Yi quickly works through the enemy's strategy and theorizes that the cult likely plans to create scattered weak points in Tai Tai City first, then use those openings to slowly spread and seize control bit by bit. And in that entire plan, he realizes that his own existence is the biggest obstacle standing in their way. Suddenly, Fang Yi rises from his seat and reaches a conclusion. Zhang Lu has most likely already been transferred to the cult's headquarters in Chuanxi City. Instead of sitting around and waiting for the enemy to make the next move, he decides to take the initiative himself and tells Zhang Lu's friend to book the earliest possible tickets to Chuanxi City so they can confront the cult head-on. Two men agree on the spot, their faces lighting up as they eagerly declare that they are more than willing to follow Lord Sealer without hesitation. Fang Yi then turns to Su Qingying and tells her to contact her superiors immediately, and at the same time push anti-cult warnings across the city so the people stay alert and safe while he is away. Su Qingying answers with cheerful confidence and says she will take care of it right away. As he prepares to leave, Fang Yi silently reaches one conclusion. This cult cannot be allowed to keep existing. It has to be wiped out as soon as possible. He admits to himself that he is genuinely surprised such a powerful organization stayed out of his notice for this long, and then he suddenly remembers that his aunt is currently living out her retirement in that very city. Meanwhile, back at the Heaven's Choice cult headquarters in Chuanxi City, a subordinate steps forward and approaches the leader with careful respect, reporting that the sealer and his companions are already on their way and are flying toward the city at this very moment. The leader, dressed in spotless white religious robes, reveals a sinister smile. She sounds almost amused that such useless bait actually worked, and even more pleased that Fang Yi is walking straight into her territory on his own. She slowly tightens her fist, crushing the energy gathered inside it, and decides that since such an important guest is coming, they need to prepare a proper welcome. Summoning a glowing white clock into her hand, she studies it with a wicked grin and wonders whether even a powerful heretic like Fang Yi can be broken down and turned into a useful tool for her church. She coldly remarks that heretics are always stubborn by nature. Standing nearby, the subordinate reassures the leader that she has no reason to worry. The woman answers with a sinister smile. Then she turns away, and thick waves of dark purple energy begin pouring out of her body. As she declares that there is only one fate waiting for heretics, their bodies will be burned away and destroyed completely. At Chuanxi Airport, which feels far more peaceful than expected, Fang Yi finds it genuinely surprising that flights within Xiaguo are still running after everything that has changed in the world. As they move through the terminal, one of his companions explains that flights have become rarer and rarer these days, and if the Spirit Association had not stepped in to secure tickets, they probably would not have made it here in time. Later, after arriving at a quiet wooded area, Zhang Lu's friend asks Lord Sealer where they should go next. Fang Yi calmly tells them, there is no need to go anywhere. All they have to do is wait. The two companions glance at each other in confusion, clearly thrown off by that answer when they had been ready to keep moving. Fang Yi raises one finger and signals for silence. His eyes sharpen as he tells them to listen carefully, because he has already sensed the enemy nearby. He calmly says their hosts have arrived. The moment those words leave his mouth, cloaked figures begin emerging from the seemingly empty air around them. The enemies hover in the air under dark hoods, their faces wrapped in bandages, with only exposed eyes glowing in eerie purple spirals that seem to pull people in just by looking at them. Fang Yi immediately warns his companions to stay sharp. He reminds them that the Heaven's Choice cult specializes in mental attacks and orders them not to look directly into the enemy's eyes no matter what happens. The red-haired man and Zhang Lu's friend answer at once and instinctively shift into fighting stances, doing everything they can to stay focused. But while Fang Yi keeps his attention on the cloaked minions ahead, a figure silently slips out of the purple mist behind him. It is the mysterious woman again, now floating close and draping herself over his shoulders as she leans to his ear and teasingly asks why, if he warned his friends not to look, he has not bothered to close his own eyes. The woman instantly releases her spirit creation realm power. Her eyes flare with intense purple light as she activates a technique called disarming charm. In a mocking voice, she asks if he wanted to keep her beauty all to himself, all while trying to invade and control his mind. But Fang Yi remains completely unaffected. A terrifying red light slowly begins to glow from his eye, and a dangerous smile spreads across his face as he asks whether she really thought a trick like that would work on him. The woman's confident expression vanishes in an instant, replaced by pure shock. A massive, horrifying red eye opens behind Fang Yi in the spiritual realm, instantly crushing the woman's purple energy under its pressure. Fang Yi tells her that since she was brave enough to come close first, she deserves a little reward. Then he adds that illusion-type pioneers like her are actually pretty interesting to him. Inside the spiritual realm formed by their clash, Fang Yi unleashes his mental power completely and activates the spirit turbideye technique without holding back. The woman from the Heaven's Choice cult recoils in terror, stunned beyond belief that the sealer can actually use illusion arts, something none of their reports ever mentioned. Even so, she quickly forces herself to settle down and lets out a disdainful scoff, declaring that illusion techniques are the greatest strength of her cult. She reaches into her clothing and pulls out a pocket watch glowing with a strange purple light, then sneers that Fang Yi is beneath her and boasts about the power her father personally granted her. Inside her own illusion, she sees herself slicing Fang Yi cleanly in half, and for a brief second she believes she has already won. But when the vision clears, Fang Yi is still standing there completely unharmed, wearing nothing but a smug, knowing smile. He calmly tells her to keep going if she wants. That casual challenge leaves the woman visibly shaken and deeply unsettled. Now it is Fang Yi's turn, saying that such a lively opponent makes the perfect test subject. He causes a massive sphere of red energy packed with dark spirits to materialize right in front of her. She is swallowed whole by Fang Yi's power and starts screaming as the illusion turns terrifyingly real, while her own mental techniques begin failing one after another under the pressure. Chains burst out of the surrounding darkness and lock her in place, crucifying her above a roaring inferno as the heat and terror keep closing in together. Panicked and desperate, she screams that she is a chosen child of her god, completely unable to accept being crushed in such a humiliating way. She remains trapped in that nightmare world, surrounded by darkness on all sides and by countless hostile red eyes staring at her without mercy. Little by little, her confidence collapses completely, and under that crushing pressure, even her mind begins to splinter apart. The illusion devours her sense of reality until she falls into total panic, forgetting even who she is as monstrous shadows close in on her from every direction. Fang Yi descends before her like a judge delivering the final sentence, his presence so overwhelming that it crushes the little resistance she had left. In that moment, the woman realizes her own skills are far too weak, and that if she keeps resisting, she will absolutely die. With his red eye glowing ominously, Fang Yi coldly demands that she tell him everything she knows about the Heaven's Choice cult's ultimate objective. And trembling uncontrollably, the woman reveals that father said the sealer had to be removed before their grand plan could be completed. Fang Yi presses her harder, demanding details about the plan itself, along with father's whereabouts and Jiang Lu's location. Barely able to get the words out, she stammers that they are at the altar, but before she can say anything more, terror suddenly twists across her face. At that exact moment, a restriction buried deep inside her mind is triggered. Before she can say another word, a lethal force erupts from within her and kills her on the spot, cutting off everything she was about to reveal. Her body goes limp and drops lifelessly in front of Fang Yi, all signs of struggle ending in an instant. Back in reality, the illusion quickly breaks apart and fades away. Fang Yi looks down at the corpse and immediately realizes that she triggered a forbidden restriction left by father. From that alone, he deduces that any follower who tries to reveal truly sensitive information is executed from within. The forest grows quiet again. Fang Yi walks forward through the aftermath of the battle, where his companions lie defeated on the ground around him. Sensing a hidden gaze fixed on him, Fang Yi calmly calls out into the darkness and asks the unseen observer if they were the one who just silenced their own subordinate. Cult's minions burst out of the shadows one after another, moving fast and hard as eerie purple energy coils around the strange clock-like devices in their hands, filling the air with a sinister glow. They shout that they will capture Fang Yi and use him to make their cult's name shake the entire land. Then, in the very next moment, they close in from every direction and threaten to kill his companions on the spot if he dares resist or refuses to surrender. Fang Yi lets out a cold, dismissive scoff, then raises his hand and summons a blade made of pure fire, its burning edge roaring to life with heat fierce enough to warp the air around it. Just as he is about to strike, the strange glow in his eyes sharpens, calmly sweeping across every enemy in front of him as he sizes them up with frightening precision. On the surface, their power looks impressive enough, but Fang Yi sees through it almost instantly. Their foundations are unstable, their aura is scattered, and all that apparent strength is nothing but hollow force with no real substance behind it. The result clearly disappoints him. Tightening his grip on the flaming sword, Fang Yi's expression turns even colder, like these opponents are not even worth the trouble. Then, with one huge slash blazing down like heavenly judgment, Fang Yi tears straight through their defenses in a flood of fire. As the attack rips through them, he coldly remarks that their actual combat ability is laughably pathetic. The cultists are blown away by the overwhelming flames, their screams echoing through the area as they tumble helplessly through the air, completely crushed and defeated in a single exchange. Fang Yi steps over one of the fallen cultists and looks down at him, his terrifying red eye still glowing, pressing down on the man with a weight that feels even heavier than the flames. Under that gaze, the cultist starts trembling uncontrollably, finally understanding just how monstrous the gap between them really is. Every trace of his earlier arrogance disappears, replaced by raw instinctive fear. At that moment, another terrified subordinate slowly walks forward, his hands shaking as he presents a strange oval mirror wrapped in flickering purple energy, as if even he is afraid of the thing he is carrying. Fang Yi turns his eyes toward it with a hint of curiosity. The moment he focuses, he senses a presence hidden inside, and soon a dark silhouette begins to emerge from the mirror's murky glow. Then a voice drifts out from within the mirror and addresses the sealer directly, speaking in a calm, composed tone as it claims this whole matter is just a misunderstanding. The voice goes on to insist that the heavenly chosen cult exists for one noble purpose alone: saving humanity. It even proudly boasts that they have already resolved 3 spiritual anomalies in Chuanxi City, as if that alone proves their righteousness. Growing more arrogant by the second, the leader declares that compared to the cult's so-called sacred mission, the Spirit Association is useless, incompetent, and far beneath them in both vision and action. Fang Yi lets out a mocking laugh, clearly unimpressed by the whole act. He bluntly tells her not to get drunk on her own propaganda or start believing the lies she feeds other people. In a calm, almost casual tone, Fang Yi tears her argument apart piece by piece. He points out that Chuanxi City has long been classified as a secure zone with no record of beast-related disasters, which means the so-called anomalies they claim to solve were never real in the first place. From there, Fang Yi lays their scheme bare without hesitation. In his eyes, the cult creates fake crises, plays savior to frighten civilians, and uses that fear to gather followers and wealth for their own cultivation. To him, the entire operation is filthy, shameless, and utterly despicable. Hearing that, the woman inside the mirror lets out a low, condescending laugh, the kind dripping with disdain instead of amusement. Then she reveals a glimpse of her real power, taking what looked like an ordinary pocket watch and turning it into a vessel overflowing with thick, sinister dark energy. Her voice sharpens with fury as she declares that Fang Yi completely misunderstands their noble cause. In her eyes, pioneers like him, who keep risking their lives for the Spirit Association, are nothing but hopeless fools who have been brainwashed beyond saving. She sneers at the very idea of protecting ordinary weak people, questioning what sense there is in preserving burdens who contribute nothing. To her, they should simply be abandoned and left to die, while the strong pioneers rise up and rule. Her face twists more and more with fanatic obsession until she is nearly shouting, screaming that they are walking a glorious road of evolution and that history itself will prove them right. Fang Yi remains completely unmoved. Blue lightning begins crackling along his flaming sword, weaving violently through the fire, and in the next instant he surges forward so fast he becomes little more than a blinding streak. The cultist holding the mirror lets out a terrified scream and nearly drops it on the spot, while the leader watching through the connection can only stare in visible shock at Fang Yi's sudden charge. With an expression as cold as winter steel, Fang Yi says that if she truly believes the weak deserve to die first, then she should lead by example and be the first one sent on her way. Without wasting another motion, he swings. His blade turns into a savage blur of fire and lightning as it cuts toward both the cultist and the mirror in one merciless strike. The leader watches in utter disbelief as Fang Yi's attack seems to cut through reality itself. The mirror explodes apart. The connection is severed on the spot, and even the sacred link she relied on is torn open like fragile glass. She screams in outrage and disbelief, unable to understand how Fang Yi managed to break something they regarded as holy and untouchable. The woman jerks back on instinct as the fire slash seems to pass dangerously close to her, and for one brief second, even she is shaken by the feeling of imminent death. Then, still reeling, she realizes the attack was not truly physical at all, but an incredibly powerful illusion. Even so, the shock does not fade. She thinks with alarm that she had nearly been pulled completely into Fang Yi's illusion, and only luck spared her because her real body was not there in person. Inside her mind, the cult leader had already lived through a horrifying scene where an enormous red-eyed Fang Yi dragged her into his mental domain and cut off her head without mercy. And even though it was an illusion, the damage is not entirely fake. A real wound appears on her forehead in the form of a purple energy crack, clear proof that Fang Yi's strange power can cross the line between mind and reality. Back in the forest, one surviving cultist still holds up a mirror reflecting his leader's shocked face. After a brief silence, the woman remarks that Fang Yi's methods are quite interesting, though her tone carries both caution and reluctant attention. Once she regains her composure, she slowly smirks and tells Fang Yi that he really is very strong. Then, with her voice smoothing out, she asks whether the two of them should sit down and talk. Fang Yi notices immediately that the mark on her forehead is not blood. It looks more like corruption, tainted by some dark attribute. From that, he concludes that his illusion still was not strong enough to fully trap her from such a distance, while her real body remained elsewhere. So he gives her a direct ultimatum. She and the heavenly chosen cult must leave Chuanxi City within 3 days. The warning is clear, and Fang Yi already knows that if she refuses, then in 3 days he will make his move himself. Blue electric energy crackles in Fang Yi's hand as he demands that they release the person they captured. At the same time, he stays realistic. He knows this cult will not back off so easily. So for now he decides to watch the situation carefully and respond as it develops. The woman smiles and accepts the terms with surprising ease, saying that the Heaven's Chosen cult will withdraw from Chuanji City. She adds that, as long as she is allowed to leave safely, his companion will be returned in 3 days. Inside the mirror, the image shifts to the cult's base, where two cultists drag an unconscious Zhang Lu forward and throw him hard onto the floor without the slightest care. After seeing that, Fang Yi calmly accepts her conditions, his face steady and unreadable, like he is already thinking several steps ahead. With the agreement reached, the purple portal snaps shut with violent force. As dark energy surges and twists, the cult leader gives Fang Yi one final farewell before the connection collapses completely. The severed connection triggers a brutal backlash that instantly swallows up the remaining minions. They cry out desperately for their father to save them, but the dark energy devours them anyway, while Fang Yi quietly shields himself behind a barrier of light and watches it all end. When the battle is finally over, the aftermath proves too much for one of the men there. The mental pressure shatters his composure, and he starts screaming in pure terror. Fang Yi then turns his attention to Zhang Lu's friends, who are still rattled and frozen by everything they have just seen. To snap one of them out of his panic, Fang Yi walks over and slaps him clean across the face, jolting him out of that stunned, half-broken state. Keeping his voice calm and steady, Fang Yi explains the situation to them. He assures them that Yang Lu is not the cult's main target, which means there is a strong chance he will be returned safely in 3 days. He tells them to come with him to the Chuanxi City Spirit Association and wait there for now. Then, with both hands casually tucked into his pockets, Fang Yi turns and prepares to leave the scene behind. As the three of them walk away, exhausted, shaken, and still trying to process the nightmare they just lived through, Fang Yi glances at his phone. After a brief pause, he decides it is safer to wait until everything is truly settled before contacting his aunt in the city. Not long after, they arrive at the towering Chuanxi City Spirit Association building, its imposing structure rising in front of them like a final refuge after all the chaos they just survived. Inside a tense conference room, Fang Yi meets face-to-face with the local Spirit Association officials. The branch leader, already briefed by Su Qingying, offers full cooperation right away. But Fang Yi calmly refuses any direct combat support, saying with firm confidence that he alone is enough to handle this so-called father. Even so, he raises a hand toward Yang Lu's friends and makes one practical request. Since they are independent pioneers who got dragged into this mess, he asks the association to keep them safe and look after them for the time being. The branch leader agrees almost instantly, relieved to be useful in some way. But before the room can settle, the door suddenly slams open and a staff member rushes in, out of breath, shouting for his boss to check the Pioneer Forum immediately. The staff member hurries straight over to Fang Yi in visible panic, his face pale and his voice shaking as he bows again and again, desperately begging the sealer not to take what he is about to see too personally. He hurriedly explains that people online are deliberately stirring up hostility toward Fang Yi, fanning negative emotions and pushing the crowd to turn against him. Fang Yi barely reacts on the surface. He simply extends his hand and asks to see the phone himself. On the screen, post after post flashes past in an ugly flood of hate. They say the sealer is unfit to lead the pioneers, accuse him of killing innocent people, and paint him as arrogant and cruel. But in the middle of all that noise, one detail jumps out right away. Every one of those hateful posts comes from IP addresses inside Chuanxi City. Inside the Spirit Association, the atmosphere turns chaotic in an instant. Phones start ringing, voices overlap, and the whole office feels like it has been shoved into sudden disorder. Local superior is already on the phone, barking orders to block all local IP addresses from posting any further. Even as he speaks, dread settles across his face. He realizes the Heaven's Chosen cult has to be eliminated immediately, or this situation will grow into a full-blown disaster for the entire city. At the same time, deep inside the cult's headquarters, the cult leader stands before her followers in a dark cathedral-like hall, preaching from the shadows like she is delivering some sacred revelation. She claims she has seen a future where the chosen ones are trapped inside a cage of fire. Twisting the truth with practiced ease, she tells them the lightning and flames they encountered were not judgment at all, but cruel oppression from their enemies. Floating high above her kneeling followers, she keeps up the act, deliberately painting Fang Yi as the villain. She accuses the sealer of murdering their people in cold blood and declares that this evil obstacle must be removed no matter the cost. Then the cult's propaganda machine fully kicks into motion. A giant hologram appears on the side of a skyscraper, showing a manipulated video of Fang Yi attacking someone, carefully edited to make him look like a monster. Down below, the crowd erupts in cheers, welcoming the cult's so-called justice. The propaganda takes hold fast. Before long, the streets are packed with a massive protest, citizens waving banners that praise the cult as the savior of the world, while accusing the Spirit Association of throwing the city to demons. The furious crowd surges all the way to the front of the Spirit Association building, shouting that harming the cult is the same as harming Chuanxi City itself, their anger growing louder with every chant. High above the chaos, Fang Yi stands beside a window and looks down at the brainwashed citizens below. His expression is cold and unreadable, but the silence around him feels heavier than open anger ever could. Inside the office, the mood is grim to the point of suffocation. The branch leader sits there with his head buried in his hands, bitterly admitting that the association has now lost nearly all public support. After letting out a long breath, he walks over to Fang Yi and helplessly explains that as pioneers, they are not allowed to use force against ordinary civilians, no matter how badly the situation gets. Fang Yi cuts him off before he can go any further, bluntly telling the official not to worry. His tone is flat, almost dismissive, as he adds that he never expected much from them in the first place. By this point, Fang Yi already sees the cult's plan clearly. They are using the people of Chuanxi City as both weapons and hostages, trying to tie his hands with public outrage. Even so, in his eyes, these are still nothing more than cheap, petty tricks. Elsewhere, the leader of the Heavenly Chosen Church grins beneath her hood, her face hidden but her mockery impossible to miss as she taunts the sealer and asks whether he likes the gift she prepared for him. She smugly declares that every citizen has already become one of her puppets. If Fang Yi wants to destroy the cult, then he would have to destroy the whole city first. Satisfied with that advantage, she decides to retreat and orders her subordinates to withdraw while returning the trash they captured. One of her subordinates sneers and, under the guise of mercy, hurls a body down toward the furious crowd below like he is tossing away something worthless. Before the crowd can even fully react, a violent explosion rips through the Spirit Association building, shaking the entire structure and blasting the windows apart in every direction. A blinding burst of golden light erupts from inside, so sudden and so bright that the mob below screams and throws up their arms, shielding their eyes from the overwhelming glare. The church leader turns back in confusion, and for the first time, her confidence visibly falters as she realizes something completely unexpected is unfolding behind her. There, outside the skyscraper, Fang Yi floats in midair wrapped in a terrifying aura of golden flames burning like judgment itself. His voice is ice cold as he reminds them that he already warned them. If they failed to leave within 3 days, they would face the consequences. The cultists can only stare up in shock, their faces going stiff with disbelief as they wonder whether he truly is not afraid of turning the whole scene into a massacre. At that moment, it becomes painfully obvious that the cult leader made a serious miscalculation. With violent energy twisting around her, she screams in frustration and blurts out that she should have killed the hostage earlier while she had the chance. Then she glares at Fang Yi and demands to know whether he truly does not care about all the lives surrounding them. Fang Yi answers with a mocking calm sharper than anger. He tells the cult leader there is one thing she still does not understand, then swings his sword down and reveals that his technique was built specifically to counter dark attribute anomalies. The woman is left stunned as the enormous fire slash crashes down and hits her subordinate directly, shattering her expectations in a single instant. Then, moving on pure speed, Fang Yi vanishes from sight and appears behind her in the very next breath, catching her completely off guard before she can adjust. Without giving her a second to recover, he brings his sword down hard, forcing her to hastily throw up a magical barrier just to withstand the crushing weight of the blow. Locked in that brief but deadly stalemate, Fang Yi stares straight into her eyes, his own glowing with a cold red light. A dangerous smile slowly appears on his face as he asks a chilling question and calmly concludes that she is not human at all. The moment he says it, her expression changes. A crack splits open across her forehead, glowing with strange purple light, and she admits with reluctant admiration that she is impressed. He figured it out so quickly. The crack spreads wider and wider until it reveals a grotesque purple eye hidden beneath the skin. She stares back at him and admits that truly nothing escapes his sharp vision, openly exposing the fact that she is no longer human. The monster inside her calmly admits that it has been a very long time since it last ran into a situation like this, as if Fang Yi has finally forced it to take things seriously. Then the creature inside the cult leader's body digs its fingers into its own face and tears at the skin, exposing a monstrous form underneath, layered with multiple eyes and shaped into something no human body should ever contain. Standing across from that horrifying sight, Fang Yi does not move at all. His expression stays calm, steady, and completely fearless, as if even this twisted reveal is not enough to shake him. In the next instant, the enemy explodes outward into a gigantic mass of jagged purple shadow. At the same time, a system notification appears before Fang Yi, warning him that dark intelligence has been detected. The system immediately explains that this thing is a self-aware sub-attribute known as grafting, a dangerous existence with intelligence of its own. It has no true physical body. Instead, it survives by stealing hosts and grafting itself onto different pioneers, feeding on them and growing stronger every time. That is how it took over the leader of the heavenly chosen church and turned her into its vessel. A brief flashback flickers by, showing the destruction of the heavenly chosen church headquarters, the entire building collapsing into flames and ruin under the chaos it unleashed. Back in the present, the giant shadow monster looms over Fang Yi like a living nightmare. It tells him that his body is perfect, rich with powerful spiritual energy, and greedily demands that he hand it over. The monster then calls out to its remaining followers, coldly declaring that the time has come for them to finally be used. Once, the cultists let out agonized screams as their life force is violently ripped from them. Purple streams of energy burst from their mouths and eyes, torn free in a brutal display with no trace of mercy. That stolen energy whirls through the air and rushes toward the monster, gathering above it and condensing into a massive sphere of dark power, dense and ominous enough to make the air itself feel heavy. Once the sphere is complete, the monster unleashes all that gathered power in one devastating beam, firing it straight at Fang Yi with overwhelming force. Fang Yi does not step back even once. Facing the incoming destruction head-on, he raises his sword already wrapped in blazing fire and swings without the slightest hesitation. The blade rips through the darkness with unstoppable force, cleaving the massive sphere in two, in a single swing and shearing off one of the monster's huge arms. Like its body was never as solid as it wanted everyone to believe. The creature just stares at its severed arm, frozen for a moment, like its mind still hasn't caught up. Then, in a warped voice full of disbelief, it mutters that the pain is far worse and far sharper than it ever imagined. With the flaming sword still burning in his hand, Fang Yi walks straight toward the wounded monster without slowing down once. His voice stays calm, but absolute, as he says this much damage still isn't enough, and he plans to wipe the creature out completely. As he moves in, Fang Yi quickly figures out what this dark intelligence has really been doing. It was hiding its true nature the whole time, wearing a human identity and using that stolen face to slowly build an entire faction for itself. Fang Yi lifts a hand slightly, his eyes sharpening as he measures the threat again. To himself, he realizes taking this thing down may be even more troublesome than killing the last anomaly king. Then, all of a sudden, a gigantic claw made of crackling blue lightning drops from the sky, tearing through the air with terrifying speed and crushing force. From a nearby building, the branch leader and another pioneer watch in horror. In that instant, they understand the truth. This dark attribute hasn't just grown intelligent. It can even graft itself onto pioneers. Knowing how dangerous that is, they immediately decide headquarters has to be warned. The massive lightning hand slams down with overwhelming force and clamps around the shadow monster, locking it in place as violent currents explode across its body. Fang Yi slowly closes his fist, controlling the giant energy hand as casually as if crushing the monster is nothing more than a simple decision. But even inside that crushing grip, the monster curls its mouth into a nasty grin. In a shrill, ugly voice, it mocks Fang Yi, shouting that no matter how special he is, he'll still end up as just another body for it to wear. The next second, dark energy surges toward Fang Yi and starts swallowing him whole. The monster sounds almost delighted as it tells him not to be afraid, promising it will take very good care of his body. A gigantic sphere of darkness suddenly blooms over the city, spreading across the sky like a living nightmare. And right at its center, a bright golden light still burns stubbornly, while wild, maniacal laughter echoes in every direction. But inside that raging darkness, Fang Yi actually smiles. Instead of panicking, he calmly admits that this dark intelligence really is powerful, far more interesting than the enemies he usually faces. As the darkness closes in and tries to consume him completely, Fang Yi can feel its suppression pressing down from every side. Even though his yang attribute naturally restrains it, he still has to admit this creature's ability to hold him back is impressively strong. Then Fang Yi's face goes completely still. In the middle of the shadow storm, his red eye begins to glow with an ominous light as he tells the monster, there is still one thing it doesn't know about him. Behind him, a massive red demonic face made of energy slowly rises into view, towering over the darkness with an unnatural presence. In a chilling voice, Fang Yi declares that he cannot be killed, and the monster instantly screams in confusion, demanding to know what he just said. The purple sphere of energy suddenly starts churning violently, its balance breaking apart as the situation flips, and the monster begins losing its grip on the fight. Outside, panic spreads fast. The red-haired man shouts in disbelief, asking if the sealer was really swallowed whole. Beside him, Jiang Lu's friend holds the injured Jiang Lu tightly and stares up in fear, while the woman forces herself to stay hopeful, insisting Fang Yi can survive, even as she admits this dark intelligence is nothing like any enemy they've seen before. Branch leader raises his voice and cuts straight through the panic, shouting that they have no choice but to trust Fang Yi. And right in the middle of all that confusion, Jiang Lu finally wakes up groggily and asks in a dazed voice, "What's happening?" His first clear thought is fear. Looking around in alarm, he blurts out the question he's most afraid to ask, wanting to know if his master has already been defeated. But inside that chaotic purple space, Fang Yi is neither dead nor cornered. He's still alive, perfectly calm, walking through the violent storm like it can't truly lay a hand on him. He looks around at the warped space and quickly realizes what this place really is. He wasn't just swallowed by darkness, he's inside the dark intelligence's body itself. A system window appears in front of him, confirming that everything went exactly according to plan. His death count rises to 1 and activates his death brand, because he let himself be devoured on purpose. The system places a debuff on the enemy, cutting the dark intelligence's abilities by 20%. Fang Yi lowers his gaze to his own hand, a faint frown touching his face. Even though he's clearly inside a spiritual space, he realizes he isn't here in spirit form, which makes the whole situation even stranger. Then his glowing red eye catches something beneath him, and his attention immediately shifts downward toward a faint stir of movement in the dark. There, floating in the black void around him, Fang Yi sees glowing blue ghostly figures drifting in silence like lost souls abandoned in the dark. Fang Yi steps toward one of them, his expression tightening as he recognizes the outline and starts to understand what he's really looking at. He asks if she is the pioneer the monster grafted most recently, the same woman who once led the heavenly chosen church. The blue spirit says nothing. She only hovers there in silence, her face heavy with sorrow and exhaustion. Then, all at once, the female spirit and the other blue ghosts around her slowly drop to their knees, bowing before Fang Yi in a silent plea that says more than words ever could. Fang Yi looks down at them, his red eyes narrowing as the meaning becomes clear. Without anyone speaking, he already understands what they want from him. In a low voice, he asks if they're begging him to set them free, to finally release them from the monster that has kept them trapped for so long. After taking in the scene, Fang Yi comes to a grim realization. These pioneers died long ago. What remains before him now are only traces of their soul breaths, still bound inside the monster's body. Fang Yi summons his sword again, fully accepting the cruel truth in front of him. These trapped souls and the monster now share the same life force, which means if he destroys the dark intelligence, whatever is left of them will be destroyed too. He quietly gathers his strength and makes his choice. If there is any mercy left to give them, then burning everything away with the pure world divine fire is the only release he can offer. With no hesitation left in his heart, Fang Yi swings the massive blade with everything he has, pouring all of his resolve into that strike. The fiery slash tears straight through the darkness, clean and absolute, splitting the enormous shadow entity in half as the burning blade rips across its core. As that purifying fire sweeps through the space, the spirit of the female pioneer begins to fade. For the first time, peace settles over her face, and then she quietly disappears at last. The dark intelligence screams in agony. But even then it refuses to give in. Its body twists and mutates into a jagged, spiked mass of shadow as it roars that Fang Yi's resistance means nothing and threatens to tear his limbs off one by one. Another system window appears, calmly confirming that contact with such an enormous dark attribute has successfully triggered the Hell Evil scene mark. The system announces that the monster's power is being drained at a horrifying rate. First, its strength falls by 50%, and then, almost immediately, the weakening surges to 80% as the Hell Evil scene spreads over the enemy. No longer able to hold its old shape together, the monster collapses into a chaotic sphere covered in writhing red eyes, its once threatening form breaking down into something unstable and desperate. The system declares that the weakening has now reached a critical 99%, reduced to almost nothing. The creature can do little more than tremble helplessly under Fang Yi's cold, glowing stare. Fang Yi stretches out a hand toward the ruined creature and coldly orders it to hand over its power. The dark intelligence can only stare back in shock and fear, finally understanding that this fight is over and that it has been completely crushed. With one final command to break, Fang Yi unleashes a tremendous burst of light that rips through the darkness and tears the entire dimension apart, while the monster screams in despair as everything around it starts collapsing. The whole dark dimension shatters, and that collapse erupts outward into a massive explosion of fire above the city, lighting up the sky like the end of a nightmare. Down below, the branch leader and Zhang Lu brace themselves against the violent shockwave, raising their arms to shield their bodies as they stare upward and wonder if Fang Yi has finally destroyed the dark intelligence. Zhang Lu keeps his eyes locked on the sky, too stunned to speak. In that moment, he's completely overwhelmed by the sheer level of power Fang Yi is showing them. High above the city, Fang Yi releases his power and summons a blazing sun that lights up the entire sky, its radiant brilliance burning away the last remaining traces of dark energy. With the evil completely erased, Fang Yi slowly descends through the fading light, calm and composed, his cape drifting behind him as the entire city looks up in silence. A faint hint of satisfaction passes across Fang Yi's face as he raises his hand and draws out a thin strand of dark purple energy. Holding it in front of his eyes, he quietly studies the strange new power he has just claimed. The system quickly confirms that the dark intelligence has been completely erased. At the same time, it reports that Fang Yi's body shows no rejection toward the dark attribute. and that both his illusion abilities and domain techniques have grown noticeably stronger because of it. Then, unexpectedly, a large red spirit flower suddenly pokes out from Fang Yi's clothes, swaying eagerly like it has been waiting for this exact moment. Its intent is obvious. It wants the dark energy in his hand, and Fang Yi can't hide his surprise when he realizes the little flower has evolved enough to express what it wants. Without hesitating for even a second, the red flower lunges forward and greedily sucks the dark purple energy out of Fang Yi's palm, devouring it with a hunger that feels both fierce and oddly childlike. After feeding, the flower settles lightly into his palm and softly thanks him. Fang Yi lowers his eyes, listens for a moment, and then notes with some surprise that the spirit flower's voice is unmistakably female. Wrapped in a warm, gentle glow, Fang Yi looks at the spirit flower with clear affection in his eyes. He realizes it has been quietly growing stronger ever since he entered the Jingang realm, especially after absorbing so much dark spiritual energy over time. A moment later, the flower suddenly shrinks back down and slips into Fang Yi's clothes, falling asleep like it exhausted itself all at once. Fang Yi lets out a small smirk, remarks that it seems even sleepier now, and decides he can study it more carefully later. By now, the whole city is washed in the bright light of morning. The darkness of the night is finally gone, and the streets glow beneath a calm, open sky. Branch leader, Jiang Lu, the red-haired man, and Jiang Lu's friend all gather together with relieved smiles. The tension finally leaves their bodies as they celebrate the city being saved, speaking with open amazement about how Fang Yi actually destroyed a sentient dark attribute. Smiling brightly, Jiang Lu openly says how satisfied he feels after seeing Fang Yi save the whole city with his own eyes. For him, that alone is enough. In that moment, he feels like he has no regrets at all. But without any warning, a sinister purple aura begins to coil and twist behind Jiang Lu. Quiet and deadly, like something that had been hiding there just waiting for the right moment to strike. Then, from high in the sky, a deadly beam of dark purple energy shoots straight down at him with terrifying speed, aiming to kill him before anyone can react. Just before the attack can hit, a powerful blast of golden energy cuts across and intercepts it head-on, triggering a massive explosion that shakes the ground and leaves Jiang Lu frozen where he stands. Confused, shaken, and still struggling to process how close he just came to dying. Jiang Lu stares blankly and asks in a trembling voice what just happened. At that moment, Fang Yi lands calmly on the street, his hands still wrapped in blazing golden flames. He barely needs to say anything. It's already obvious that he was the one who caught the ambush and blocked it in time. The branch leader quickly rushes over to Fang Yi with a huge, grateful smile on his face. The relief in him is so obvious he almost looks ready to collapse as he thanks Fang Yi for saving them. He keeps thanking Fang Yi over and over while Jiang Lu stands safely behind him, still too stunned to speak. Around them, the concrete is split and cracked from the intercepted strike, making it painfully clear how terrifying Fang Yi's counterattack really was. Jiang Lu stares at Fang Yi with wide, shining eyes, then blurts out with complete sincerity that Fang Yi is the greatest idol he has ever had. With the crisis seemingly behind them, the branch leader warmly shakes Fang Yi's hand to say goodbye, while Jiang Lu and his friends stand nearby, deeply grateful that the evil cult has finally been wiped out. Fang Yi, however, doesn't match their relaxed mood. His face stays serious as he warns them that destroying the cult is not enough, and that from this point on, they still need to stay alert. He explains that even if the city looks peaceful on the surface, its location is rich in natural resources and spiritual conditions. Because of that, a large-scale spiritual mutation isn't just possible, it's inevitable. The moment those words leave his mouth, the branch leader freezes in place, and the relief on his face drains away almost instantly. Cold sweat starts forming on the branch leader's face as he hurriedly assures Fang Yi that they are always prepared, insisting that the restricted zones are patrolled every single day without fail. But before any of them can steady themselves, the branch leader, Jiang Lu, and Jiang Lu's friend are all left stunned when Fang Yi reveals that a trace of the dark attribute had nearly grafted itself onto Jiang Lu's body without anyone noticing. And before they can fully absorb that shock, Fang Yi simply turns around, already moving on to the next issue. He walks off calmly and tells the branch leader to take him to the city's restricted mountain area immediately, because he believes the coming spiritual mutation is already close. As he walks, Fang Yi checks his phone with a serious look and quietly decides to postpone visiting his aunt, choosing instead to deal with the danger in front of him first. Not long after, an official SUV tears up a dirt road winding through the mountain forest, its tires kicking up dust as it pushes deeper into the highlands. Inside the vehicle, the branch leader drives while trying to lighten the mood, cheerfully asking Fang Yi if he wants to see pandas or eat hot pot after they finish the mission. Sitting in the passenger seat with his eyes closed, Fang Yi politely turns him down and reminds him that their focus needs to stay on official business for now. Even so, Fang Yi can't help reflecting on how relaxed the locals seem. At the same time, he quietly wonders whether all this dense spiritual energy might someday cause even pandas to mutate into terrifying beasts. Then suddenly, a sharp flash of energy cuts across Fang Yi's forehead as his senses kick in. His eye glows red at once, signaling that he's picked up something unusual. He turns to the window and looks toward a dark mountain peak in the distance. A confident smile slowly spreads across his face as he confirms he has found the exact location of the anomaly. Without hesitating, Fang Yi throws open the door of the moving SUV and jumps out, startling the branch leader as he orders him to lock down the mountain highway immediately. Fang Yi dives down the steep cliffside with his red eyes fixed ahead, and as he descends, he firmly orders the branch leader not to follow him no matter what. Left behind on his own, the branch leader parks the car and walks to the cliff's edge, scratching his head in confusion as he wonders what Fang Yi sensed, because he himself felt absolutely nothing. Meanwhile, Fang Yi shoots straight into the shadowy forest below, dropping fast through the trees with clean, controlled movements. As he descends, his eye glows red and blue electricity starts crackling around his hand. He can feel an immense power nearby, and he notes that the resonance from that lightning aura is getting stronger and stronger the closer he gets to the peak. With practiced control and effortless agility, Fang Yi lands lightly on a huge tree branch, settling onto it as naturally as if he had stepped onto solid ground. The moment he straightens up, intense blue lightning surges up his arm and wraps around his entire body, making him look like a figure forged from stormlight. That raw power crackles loudly as it races down the giant tree trunk, spreading a deep blue glow through the surrounding woods and making the whole forest tremble under its light. Fang Yi lifts his eyes and finally sees it, a massive, terrifying vortex of purple and pink lightning swirling overhead like a violent wound torn open in the sky. The system immediately confirms what he's looking at, identifying it as a massive thunder attribute boundary. Narrowing his eyes, Fang Yi slowly raises his glowing hand toward the violently churning sky, calmly measuring the force gathering above him. Then he unleashes his divine thunder tempering technique, firing a colossal blast of blue lightning upward with explosive force and perfect precision. His blue energy slams hard into the descending purple storm clouds, and the collision sets off a spectacular explosion that lights up the heavens and shakes the entire mountain. But in the very next instant, Fang Yi's expression sharpens. He immediately notices a dangerous, unnatural change taking shape in the atmosphere. The purple storm clouds begin spinning together even more violently, tightening and compressing with an intensity that feels ominous even to him. Then the system issues a critical warning as a gigantic spear-like bolt of purple energy plunges down from the sky. It identifies the attack as the legendary divine punishment thunder, an unstoppable force of destruction. Fang Yi reacts instantly, slamming his hand onto the tree branch beneath him and channeling blue lightning into the wood to ground his body. Crouching low with fierce resolve, Fang Yi grits his teeth and shouts his command. Instead of dodging the devastating heavenly thunder, he chooses to pull that terrifying power straight into his own body. The apocalyptic purple lightning comes crashing down from the heavens like divine judgment itself, slamming straight into the huge surge of blue lightning erupting from the forest below, where Fang Yi holds his ground and refuses to give even a single step. The instant Fang Yi's blue energy collides with the descending purple thunder, the impact erupts into a blinding flash so fierce it seems to swallow the entire mountain in raw, violent light. That brutal clash surges upward into a towering pillar of light, shaking the whole forest as it rises. And right in the middle of it, Fang Yi stays rooted in place, meeting that crushing force head-on. Inside the storm of chaotic energy, Fang Yi's system detects an enormous concentration of thunder power and immediately starts processing it at high speed. A moment later, it confirms the absorption is working. The system announces that Fang Yi has gained a powerful new skill, one that lets him call down thunder to strike his enemies and absorb that same force to push beyond the normal limits of his own body. Fang Yi quietly repeats those words to himself, breaking his limits. Then he looks up at the raging storm with calm eyes, because better than anyone, he knows every skill usually comes with a ceiling. And breaking through that ceiling normally takes extremely specific conditions and a massive amount of spiritual power. Even then, most attempts end in failure long before success. Even so, a confident smile slowly appears on Fang Yi's face as he reaches out and grabs a crackling cluster of purple lightning with his bare hand. Quickly realizes what makes this new skill so extraordinary. It ignores the usual rules completely. Standing there unharmed in the middle of that violent purple lightning, Fang Yi understands that heavenly thunder itself can now become fuel for his own growth. He also knows thunder is no ordinary force. It's a natural power that even most cultivators can't withstand, which makes it a terrifying weapon in battle. The thought leaves him genuinely pleased to have gained such a deadly trump card on what should have been an ordinary mountain. Then, just as his thoughts settle, a sharp warning cuts through his focus. He suddenly senses an intense and unusual wave of energy coming from the mountain peak above. Now that the thunder energy no longer rejects him, Fang Yi wraps himself in crackling purple lightning and shoots toward the source at once, moving through the air like a thunderbolt himself. He lands in a clearing where pink and purple energy keeps slamming into the earth in violent pulses. The moment he arrives, the system detects a descending entity and identifies it with one strange word: throne. As Fang Yi steps closer to the eerie glow, the system continues explaining, "This is a thunder throne." And right before his eyes, a throne made entirely of pure purple energy slowly reveals itself. The system tells him these thrones contain ancient spiritual power and descend into the world in search of suitable masters. Hearing that, Fang Yi's curiosity rises immediately. Without wasting any time, Fang Yi walks straight toward the glowing throne and reaches out, intending to touch it and examine the newly descended thunder throne for himself. But the instant his fingers touch the purple structure, a sudden burst of force knocks his hand away, rejecting him with surprising strength. A system alert appears at once, informing him that the Thunder Throne already has a master and is rejecting him. Startled, Fang Yi looks more carefully and notices a small gourd vine growing from the throne itself. He can't hide his amazement that such an ancient entity chose something as simple as a plant for its master. A small smile touches Fang Yi's face as he thinks about what that means. In this new age of spiritual awakening, all living things, even something as ordinary as a flower or a blade of grass, can receive incredible opportunities and rise far beyond what they once were. Just then, the red spirit flower pokes out from Fang Yi's coat and asks in confusion who is calling for it, like it suddenly heard a voice meant only for its kind. Fang Yi lifts the red flower toward the floating gourd vine and quickly pieces it together. The vine must have sensed the flower and started speaking to it directly. The glowing purple gourd sways happily in the air, moving with bright, lively energy, clearly greeting the red spirit flower with simple excitement. Flower then translates the vine's message for Fang Yi. According to it, the vine is saying hello and wants to be friends, because they are the first beings like itself it has ever met. Fang Yi is amused and a little puzzled at being counted as part of a plant's circle of kin. Still, he quickly understands why the gourd vine feels drawn to him. It probably likes him because he just absorbed the same thunder energy that empowers the throne. The red flower explains that the vine can't leave yet. It has absorbed a huge amount of energy and now needs to enter a deep sleep so it can digest and refine that power properly. Hearing that, Fang Yi realizes the vine has stumbled into an extraordinary opportunity. Once it fully digests the Thunder Throne's immense power, it will likely evolve at an astonishing pace, just like his own spirit flower once did. With an easy, friendly smile, Fang Yi reaches out his hand toward the glowing vine, offering it a handshake as if greeting an equal. Fang Yi accepts that he arrived too late to claim the throne for himself, but he has no intention of taking it by force. In his eyes, building a friendship with its chosen master is the better choice, especially since fighting over it would cost far too much for too little reward. As he watches the vine gently brush against his flower in a playful, harmless way, Fang Yi notes that despite controlling such powerful thunder energy, its nature is mild and friendly. That puts him at ease, because if it's willing to communicate, then it's far less likely to become a danger to humanity. Even so, Fang Yi's expression slowly turns serious. He immediately understands this throne can't be the only one. And the moment he imagines other thrones awakening across the world, securing one of them becomes a top priority in his mind. He also sees the danger right away. If a throne can choose a plant, then it could just as easily choose a vicious monster. And the moment he pictures some lightning-born beast attacking a city after receiving that kind of blessing, Fang Yi knows humanity's survival would become far more difficult. Rising to his feet, he decides he has to report the existence of these thrones to the Spirit Association and the military so they can begin monitoring them as soon as possible. At the same time, another thought crosses his mind. Can one person claim more than one throne? Before he can think any further, the red flower suddenly interrupts and passes along another message from the vine, telling him to head west. Fang Yi lowers his gaze, surprised. The flower explains that the Thunder Throne has sensed another throne descending somewhere to the west, and this one is a wood throne. A confident smile appears on Fang Yi's face at once, as the thought of chasing down another throne stirs his fighting spirit all over again. But just before he can move, the green vine gently curls around his ankle and stops him, like it's asking him not to rush off just yet. Fang Yi looks down in confusion, and the red flower quickly explains that the vine wants him to stay a little longer and practice his new thunder skill here first. The vine explains that this place is saturated with exceptionally pure thunder energy, and training here right now would bring Fang Yi enormous benefits. Touched by that gesture, Fang Yi smiles and agrees, deciding it would be rude to turn down such sincere kindness from a new friend. He sits down to meditate, and slowly rises a little off the ground, wrapped in rippling purple lightning. As he begins training, Fang Yi feels a quiet sense of gratitude, knowing the vine is treating him like a real friend by sharing such a rich spiritual treasure with him. Fang Yi fully activates his new skill, Thunder Divine Limit, and the moment it begins, a vast storm of purple lightning starts spinning around him like a living vortex. Wanting to test exactly where his new limits are, Fang Yi thrusts out his power and fires a massive blast of thunder energy straight into the dark sky above. Intent on seeing just how far this force can raise his strength, he keeps pushing harder, and the purple lightning around him crackles, spreads, and expands with frightening intensity. In the middle of that violent storm, Fang Yi's eyes begin to glow as he activates his golden sun breathing technique at the same time, stacking one terrifying power on top of another. Triggered by the surge of his energy, a giant pillar of golden thunder suddenly drops from the clouds and crashes into the forest, swallowing the entire area in a massive explosion of light. Sweat beads across Fang Yi's body under the overwhelming pressure, and even he is struck by how terrifying the thunder's force truly is. He can feel the lightning pouring into his bones and being rapidly absorbed and refined by the golden aura inside him. To his surprise, those two overwhelming powers don't clash at all. Instead, they merge in perfect harmony, making his whole body burn with heat, while his soul feels like it's stepping into a completely new realm. Then, all at once, something changes, and it catches his eye hard enough to make him look up in complete surprise. High above him in the pale dawn sky, a giant blue image of a meditating god appears, solemn and majestic beyond words. The system immediately informs him that his golden sun breathing technique has broken past its limits and fully evolved. Fang Yi lowers his gaze to his own hand, quietly staring at the radiant golden energy now wrapped around him after his skill's evolution. The system identifies the evolved technique as the divine sun swallowing heaven technique. It explains that Fang Yi now functions like a living sun, giving him a far greater ability to absorb, process, and refine the spiritual energy of the world around him. The moment he activated the skill, the spiritual energy around him thickened instantly, condensing into dense streams of golden light that drifted down through the forest like radiant rain, turning the whole woodland into a shining sea of gold. Suspended high in the air with both arms spread wide, Fang Yi gave himself over to the sensation. Pure spiritual power poured up from the mountains and the forest below, rushing toward him in endless waves and washing over his body like a warm, living storm. Then, all at once, his expression shifted. A flash of shock crossed his face as he sensed an unexpected change taking place deep inside his body. Bathed in the glow of a giant fiery golden image of himself, Fang Yi quickly understood what was happening. That overwhelming flood of energy had forcefully pushed him right to the threshold of the two-star Jingang realm. The system immediately confirmed it. It explained that his extreme yang attribute was merging with the newly awakened void thunder, cleansing and tempering his veins from within and officially triggering his breakthrough into the two-star Jingang realm. A confident smile slowly spread across Fang Yi's face. Golden light burned in his eyes as he stood there, genuinely struck by how quickly his strength had risen in such a short span of time. Wrapped inside a roaring vortex of golden lightning, Fang Yi kept drawing in the violent power around him, absorbing it into himself, while the storm cracked and churned with terrifying force. Before long, his eyes began glowing with a brilliant yellow light, sharp and blazing, as raw power surged through every part of his body and made the air around him tremble. At that moment, a towering golden silhouette of Fang Yi rose up behind him like a divine shadow, majestic and overwhelming, making it clear that his breakthrough into the two-star Jingang realm had succeeded. After that, he drifted back down and landed lightly in the golden forest below, where sunlight poured through the trees in dazzling sheets. Standing there among the glowing leaves, he quietly took in the reality of his new realm. Taking a slow, deep breath, Fang Yi began reflecting on the cultivation path of pioneers. He understood that while they could absorb spiritual energy from nature itself, not all of that power could be used the moment it entered the body. In his mind, he traced the complicated circulation process needed to refine that energy properly. Only superior cultivation methods could push that conversion rate to a truly high level. That was why, even with the world's spiritual energy growing richer and richer, humanity's current peak still remained stuck at the three-star Jingang realm. Refining that power was simply too difficult. Thinking about that only made his own breakthrough feel even more remarkable. But before long, his thoughts drifted away from his progress and returned to the imposing dark throne he had discovered earlier. His eyes grew serious as the realization settled in. The era of accelerated spiritual recovery had clearly arrived far sooner than humanity ever expected. Just as he was lost in thought, something below caught his attention. Looking down, he noticed his sentient red spirit flower swaying insistently, clearly trying to get him to focus. Through the flower, the sentient gourd vine passed along a message. First, it congratulated him, then explained that the throne also needed to begin its own cultivation now that he had broken through. It gently urged him to leave soon as well, since it was deeply afraid of being discovered by other humans. After thinking for a moment, Fang Yi agreed. He knew his breakthrough had caused an enormous disturbance, one that wouldn't stay hidden for long. He understood he needed to report the throne to the Spirit Association and the military, but he also worried that if word spread carelessly, the harmless gourd vine would become prey for greedy people. He knew all too well that the sheer value of a throne would ignite fierce struggles the moment its existence became public. dragging pioneers into ruthless competition. Still another thought rose in him, and his expression hardened with quiet anger. Who exactly had decided, with that much arrogance, that beings this powerful must automatically belong to mankind? Turning back toward the glowing vine and his spirit flower, Fang Yi spoke in a steady, reassuring voice and promised his new friend that he would never let humans plunder its throne. Since the vine still couldn't leave this place, the two of them could only prepare to part for now. With an easy two-finger salute, Fang Yi said goodbye to his new ally. And before leaving, he gave the vine a name filled with respect and recognition: Lord of Thunder. At the Star God Combat Zone, a heavily fortified military outpost was built directly into the side of a steep cliff, its cold steel defenses and harsh lines giving it the imposing presence of a battlefield fortress. Inside the outpost, Elder Wu spoke first. Headquarters, he said, had detected two massive spiritual energy fluctuations in Chuanxi City, and both were comparable to the level of the three-star Jingyang realm. Then he turned to the matter of the sealer and asked what report had been sent back. Jialin calmly delivered the details, revealing that Fang Yi had already broken through to the two-star Jingyang realm. She also passed along his warning about an S-class spiritual energy phenomenon known as a throne, adding that Fang Yi had formally requested a military investigation into it. Elder Wu listened to the whole report in stoic silence, his expression barely moving. Seeing almost no reaction from him, Jialin couldn't help asking if he truly felt no surprise at how serious things had become. Elder Wu answered in an even unhurried tone that the accelerated resurgence of spiritual energy was already a known reality. The appearance of high-tier opportunities like the throne, he said, was one of the possibilities their nation had anticipated for some time. Jialin then remarked that Elder Wu had remained at the half-step Jingyang realm for a very long time, and asked whether he was finally close to advancing. Elder Wu confirmed it plainly, noting that as abnormal activity across the world intensified, many pioneers were entering periods of breakthrough, and now, he admitted, he could finally feel signs of his own advancement as well. Jialin's eyes widened slightly, clearly caught off guard by how calmly and directly he confirmed it. Looking over the entire base with a solemn expression, Elder Wu reflected that times like these would bring both great opportunities and equally great dangers. He reminded Jialin that before they were pioneers, they were soldiers, and their duty was to face those dangers head-on and secure the nation's safety, even if it cost them their lives. As he spoke, he seemed to picture a united force made up of the nation's strongest pioneers, including Fang Yi and Su Qingying. In a firm voice, Elder Wu declared that their country had to seize this historic opportunity, and that even an old veteran like him would ride this rising wave of power. Clenching his fist tightly, he stated their objective with absolute clarity. They had to make sure the sealer obtained a throne, and that their other loyal pioneers secured as many thrones as possible. With unquestionable authority, Elder Wu issued a direct order to fully coordinate with Fang Yi and the Spirit Association and maintain total unity. Any independent pioneers or rogue factions driven by selfish ambition, he said, would be forced to stand down under the combined pressure of both the military and the association. At Spirit Association headquarters, Gu Yuro stood before a monitor displaying the purple throne. Facing the command center, she announced that they had already received the sealer's intelligence and were launching a nationwide investigation to search for possible thrones and monitor abnormal spiritual energy fluctuations. Her face was grave, her voice steady as she ordered all city team captains to mobilize at once. But under that composed exterior, Gu Yuro couldn't stop worrying about how terrifyingly fast the crisis was escalating and whether humanity could truly survive this turning point. At the Taishi Spirit Association, the local superior received a phone call that left him stunned. His face changed on the spot as he reacted in disbelief to the news that Fang Yi had already advanced into the two-star Jingyang realm. Sweat began forming on his forehead as he quickly assured the caller that the Taishi branch would keep its jurisdiction fully stable and under control, allowing Fang Yi to act freely in Chuanxi without worrying about trouble behind him. After lowering the phone, the superior turned to Su Qingying and confirmed Fang Yi's breakthrough. Su Qingying smiled with obvious pride and said that Fang Yi was now the second strongest pioneer in the entire nation, surpassed only by Elder Wu. She added that even Taishi City itself was benefiting from the prestige attached to his name. But then she rubbed her head with an embarrassed look and admitted that after reaching the half-step Jingyang realm herself, she had gotten a little too arrogant and completely failed to anticipate the enormous worldwide spiritual energy surge Fang Yi ended up triggering. The superior's expression soon turned heavy. He feared that if Taishi were hit by another catastrophic spiritual anomaly, maybe even worse than the last one, the city might not survive at all. No matter what, he said. They had to protect Taishi and make sure they did not become a burden to Fang Yi. 10 hours later, an emergency meeting was convened at the Chuanxi Spirit Association, bringing together all pioneer captains from the surrounding cities in an atmosphere thick with urgency and tension. Gu Yuro stood at the head of the conference table, with a projection of the throne displayed before everyone. She reported that based on the intelligence Fang Yi had provided, headquarters had already detected more than 20 similar spiritual energy anomalies around the world, though they still couldn't confirm whether every single one was truly a throne. Then a map of the nation appeared on the screen, clearly marking 7 confirmed locations within their borders that were showing similarly dangerous energy signatures. Song Yiming, the captain of Fengshi who had recently stepped into the first-level Jinggang realm, leaned back in his seat with his boots openly resting on the conference table. Grinning broadly, he pointed out the obvious in a provocative tone. There were only 7 possible thrones, but far more captains gathered in the room. Still smiling, Song Yiming directly asked how the association planned to divide such scarce and coveted resources among so many ambitious people. Across from him, Wang Lan, the captain of Haishi who had recently reached the half-step Jinggang realm, calmly prepared tea as if the tense mood meant nothing at all. Without the slightest shift in expression, he coolly reprimanded Song Yiming and told him to take his feet off the table during the meeting. That rebuke instantly set Song Yiming off. Being corrected by someone from a lower realm felt like a direct insult, and he shot Wang Lan a fierce glare, openly demanding to know what gave him the right to speak that way. In the next moment, Song Yiming released a burst of wind energy across the table, sharp and oppressive, trying to intimidate Wang Lan while mocking him for daring to covet a throne too. Wang Lan didn't even blink. He quietly sent a spark of lightning energy into his teacup, stabilizing it against the violent gale, then calmly replied that everyone in the room wanted a throne, which made Song Yiming's little display completely pointless. Around the table, the other captains watched the confrontation in silence, saying nothing as the pressure in the room grew heavier and heavier. As the tension kept rising, Chen Ruo, the captain of UXI, remained seated in complete silence, watching the conflict with a cold, unreadable gaze, as if he were weighing every single person in the room. Leaning forward with a nasty grin, Song Yiming kept pressing Wang Lan, his voice dripping with contempt. He mocked the captain of Haishi without holding back, sneering that someone with Wang Lan's attributes had no business dreaming about a throne, and even ridiculed Haishi itself for ever choosing him as its leader. At that point, Wang Lan's patience finally gave out. A cold look settled in his eyes as water and spiritual energy gathered in his palm, twisting into a dense vortex that made it clear he was done tolerating the disrespect, for the clash could spill into open violence. Gu Yuro slammed both hands onto the table with a sharp crack that silenced the room. Furious, she ordered both captains to sit down immediately and banned any fighting during the conference. But in the very next instant, an overwhelming aura suddenly crashed down over the entire room. Gu Yuro, Wang Lan, and Song Yiming all froze where they stood. Shock flashed across their faces as that pressure descended like a mountain, so heavy and oppressive that even breathing suddenly felt difficult. Song Yiming was slammed hard back into his chair, pinned in place by massive phantom-like hands of dark purple energy. The crushing force locked him down so completely that terror flooded his face, and all he could do was gasp under that overwhelming presence. Cold sweat streamed down Song Yiming's face as his thoughts spun out of control. In frantic disbelief, he wondered if Elder Wu from the Star God Combat Zone had personally shown up to suppress the conflict. Then Fang Yi stepped through the doorway, golden energy crackling around his body like living fire. The moment the captains felt the terrifying scale of that power, their hearts sank, because it was frighteningly close to the peak of the 3-star Jinggang realm. Song Yiming started trembling uncontrollably. As he felt that suffocating pressure more clearly, fear mixed with confusion when he realized this monstrous presence didn't belong to Elder Wu at all. Fang Yi walked calmly into the room with a polite smile on his face, like he had stepped into an ordinary gathering, instead of a conference hall on the verge of chaos. He casually greeted the captains, his tone mild, but impossible to ignore. As he made his way toward the table, Fang Yi apologized in an easy voice for being late. Gu Yuro straightened at once and formally acknowledged him, announcing to everyone present that the sealer had arrived. Song Yiming shrank deeper into his seat, stealing nervous glances at Fang Yi from the corner of his eye. Every instinct in his body was screaming for him to back down, and only now did he finally understand that this calm, ordinary-looking young man was the legendary pioneer everyone had been talking about. Then in the next instant, Fang Yi's polite expression vanished completely, as if all the warmth had been wiped from his face at once. His gaze locked onto Song Yiming with chilling force, and he coldly asked what exactly had been going on in the room before he walked in, terrified by Fang Yi's presence. Song Yiming instantly lost all the arrogance he had shown just moments earlier. He stammered that nothing was wrong, insisting they had only been having a normal discussion. Fang Yi said nothing. He just stared at Song Yiming in silence, those piercing red eyes fixed on him like blades, making the pressure in the room even harder to bear. Still pinned under the purple energy claw, Song Yiming was overwhelmed with disbelief. He couldn't understand how his first-level Jinggang realm power had been completely paralyzed, like it meant absolutely nothing in front of Fang Yi. Only after letting the pressure ease did Fang Yi pull out a chair and sit at the table. His tone turned calm again as he greeted Wang Lan and Chen Ruo. casually remarking that it had been quite a while since they last met. Wang Lan immediately responded with respect, welcoming Lord Sealer in a steady voice. He explained that they had only been discussing the matter of the newly discovered throne. Leaning back slightly, Fang Yi said he had come specifically to share what he had learned. As a member of the Spirit Association, he confirmed that the Chuanqi Mountain Anomaly was a thunder attribute throne, a phenomenon with truly world-shaking power. Then he revealed the most important detail of all. The master of the Thunder Throne was not human, but a sentient gourd vine that had already awakened its own consciousness. That statement instantly threw the pioneer captains into an uproar. Several of them argued in outrage that leaving such divine power in the hands of a mere plant was a ridiculous waste, and that a capable human should be the one to take it instead. Song Yiming eagerly jumped in, slamming both hands onto the table with excitement burning across his face. He insisted they had to seize the throne by force, arguing that their nation would become a laughingstock if something as absurd as a plant were allowed to control it. Fang Yi's expression hardened immediately, and every trace of warmth disappeared from his face as he coldly declared that he would never allow that to happen. Looking around the room, Fang Yi addressed every captain present and made it clear that this was the real reason he had come. He wanted his position understood without even the slightest room for misunderstanding. In a calm but unmistakably dangerous voice, he warned them that if anyone tried to snatch the Thunder Throne, then he, as the sealer, would personally take it back with his own hands. The warning was so direct and so serious that the entire room dropped into stunned silence. No one dared speak, and more than one captain sat rigid in their seat, sweating under the weight of Fang Yi's words. Just then, a bandaged arm slowly rose into the air, cutting through the heavy silence hanging over the conference room. It was Chen Ruo. Calmly raising her hand, she broke the tension by saying she agreed with Fang Yi's decision, her voice steady and without a trace of hesitation. Gu Yuro followed immediately, warning the captains not to underestimate plants favored by spiritual energy. She revealed that even before the meeting began, the mountain region surrounding the throne had already turned into a deadly purgatory, packed with raging lightning that made getting close nearly impossible. After that, Wang Lan raised his hand as well and openly voiced his agreement with Fang Yi, making his stance clear without wavering for a second. Seeing the room turn against him, Song Yiming could only grit his teeth and give in for the moment. In a bitter tone, he muttered that they should just focus on finding new thrones that hadn't already been claimed. Gu Yuro quietly let out a breath of relief. Deep down, she had to admit that Fang Yi's intimidating presence had been incredibly useful in forcing the room back under control. At the same time, she couldn't help thinking about how difficult it had become for the Spirit Association to keep these top-tier pioneers in line. As their strength kept rising, handling them was becoming more and more dangerous. Gu Yuro then turned toward the map and started assigning search zones, dividing the captains across 4 regions based on the abnormal energy fluctuations detected there. She made one thing especially clear: the association would not interfere in fair competition, but anyone who found a throne and tried to hide it would be directly violating the rules. Right at that moment, a panicked staff member burst through the doors and interrupted the meeting, breathless as he shouted that the Lord of Thunder had already evolved. The staffer hurriedly explained that their drones could no longer get anywhere near the mountain. On top of that, the entity's power readings were still climbing fast, far beyond what anyone had expected. Then he delivered the most alarming detail of all. The plant's power had already reached the level of the 3-star Jingang realm. Fear spread through the captains at once, because they instantly understood that an entity like that could dominate the entire nation if left unchecked. Unlike the rest of the room, which had fallen into alarm, Fang Yi stayed calm and composed. To him, that kind of rapid growth wasn't surprising at all, considering the Thunder Throne carried immense ancient power from the start. When he noticed the forecast calling for severe thunderstorms, Fang Yi quietly decided he should head back to the mountain himself and check on the progress of his plant friend. The decision came naturally, like he had already made it in his heart. Gu Yuro brought the meeting to a close. As the captains rose from their seats with determination in their eyes, she wished them luck in securing thrones of their own in the dangerous days ahead. After the meeting, just as Fang Yi was about to leave, Gu Yuro called out and stopped him. She told him headquarters had sent a message asking him to remain in Chuanqi City for the time being. Fang Yi paused and turned back. Gu Yuro explained that headquarters feared rogue pioneers might try to attack the Thunder Throne, and she added that even though the Dark Intelligence incident appeared to be over on the surface, they still weren't willing to let their guard down. Hearing that, Fang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly and asked whether the association suspected the shadow monster had actually survived. Adjusting her glasses, Gu Yuro confirmed that his suspicion matched their own concerns. She explained that both the throne and that shadow creature were products of the world's rapidly accelerating spiritual recovery. While the association could keep monitoring the ancient powers surrounding the throne, what truly worried them was the possibility that fragments of the Dark Intelligence were still hiding somewhere out there. Since Fang Yi had only weakened and trapped it in Chuanqi, it could still grow into a catastrophic threat again if it recovered. Glancing down at his phone, Fang Yi swiped past his aunt's contact for a moment, then locked the screen again. Quietly, he decided that his planned visit to see family would have to wait. He agreed with Gu Yuro's caution, admitting that it was better to prepare for the worst than get caught off guard. He said he had already been thinking along the same lines and confirmed that he would stay in the city for now. Later, Fang Yi returned to the restricted mountain zone and calmly walked straight into the forbidden area. Violent purple lightning crashed all around him in wild streaks, yet he remained completely unfazed, as if the storm itself couldn't threaten him at all. Feeling that fierce power rolling through the area, he smiled instead of backing away, taking the raging storm almost like a form of welcome. He even decided on the spot to use that thunder energy to further strengthen his cultivation skills. As he moved through the storm-lit mountain and approached the glowing Thunder Throne, a voice suddenly rang out. With a hint of amazement, it remarked that Fang Yi's cultivation speed had already surpassed even its own. Now fully intertwined with the throne itself, the sentient gourd vine softly thanked Fang Yi for everything he had done. In the middle of that stormy air, its voice carried a warmth that felt surprisingly sincere. Fang Yi blinked, a little caught off guard, wondering what exactly he had done to earn that thanks. But when he looked more carefully at the Lord of Thunder, he quickly understood. This being had already developed intelligence nearly on par with a human, which made perfect sense for something standing at the very peak of cultivation. The vine explained that the throne's own consciousness had already told it everything that happened at the meeting, including how Fang Yi had protected them from greedy hands. Wanting to return that favor, it offered him spiritual energy without hesitation, though it also admitted honestly that it had been afraid he might never come back. The second it said that the sentient red spirit flower suddenly popped out from Fang Yi's clothes, it swayed excitedly in front of him, obviously hoping to get a share of that rich spiritual energy too. A soft golden flame flickered in Fang Yi's hand as he smiled at the sight. In a relaxed voice, he admitted that he had already planned to include the little spirit plant in this round of cultivation from the start. Taking the offer, Fang Yi sat down cross-legged right away and slipped into meditation. Beside him, the red spirit flower settled down as well, happily soaking in the throne's dense aura like a child basking in sunlight. In response, the gourd vine began releasing its power for real. Waves of purple lightning and condensed spiritual energy surged out at once, rushing toward Fang Yi and the spirit flower with violent, crackling force. Inside that swirling storm of power, the red spirit flower spun through the currents with pure delight. It absorbed the fierce energy far more easily than expected, using that crushing spiritual pressure to fuel its rapid growth. Wrapped in lightning and blazing golden light, Fang Yi sharpened his focus completely. He intentionally used the overwhelming pressure around him to force his red fire blade technique toward the next level. As power surged through his body and lit up his glowing eyes, Fang Yi gave his weapon a silent command. Above him, a fiery golden blade began to take shape, vast and radiant, like a heavenly weapon forming in midair. Then that massive sword came crashing down. It burned with blinding heat and overwhelming pressure as it slammed straight into the storm, colliding head-on with thunder and lightning in a spectacular clash. At that moment, a notification from the system appeared, reporting that an enormous amount of thunder power had been detected in the surrounding environment. As the blade kept drawing in the wild lightning pouring into it, the system confirmed that the red fire blade technique had finally reached the point where a true breakthrough was possible. Keeping his mind steady, Fang Yi refined that chaotic power wave after wave, pulling order out of violence. At the same time, the system announced that his blade technique had entered the process of evolution. He stayed deep in meditation, while columns of golden fire and blue lightning rose around him like twin tempests. The skill kept climbing higher and higher until it was pushed all the way to its limit. Then Fang Yi's eyes snapped open, burning with fierce red light. At that exact instant, the system confirmed that the red fire blade technique had finally evolved. Gripping his newly upgraded sword, Fang Yi swung with devastating force. The technique had changed completely. It was no longer just fire, but a terrifying fusion of flame power and thunder. That strike erupted in a monstrous blast of fire and lightning, roaring across the mountain and ripping through the ground in one terrifying sweep. Earth, stone, and scorched debris were wiped out under the sheer violence of his new strength. The system then informed Fang Yi that heavenly thunder had successfully tempered his blade technique, broken through its former limits, and evolved it into a fully fused thunder fire attribute skill. As Fang Yi lifted the weapon and felt its transformed power humming through his hand, the system gave its final confirmation. The blade's enhancement was now completely finished. Force released by that breakthrough triggered a huge and dazzling eruption of fire and lightning at the mountain peak. It lit up the night sky so brightly that it looked as if the mountain itself had awakened. Watching from afar, Wang Lan and Chen Ruo instantly recognized that fiery display. Both of them stared toward the restricted area of the Thunder Throne, wondering what exactly Fang Yi was doing inside that forbidden zone, not far away. The already uneasy Song Yiming narrowed his eyes and suspected that Fang Yi had gone back on his word and returned to seize the throne for himself. But his subordinate quickly reminded him that Fang Yi had never treated that entity like prey. He treated it like a friend. Back at the Spirit Association, red warning alarms started blaring through the building. Staff members hurried in with reports that the energy concentration inside the restricted zone had risen past observable limits, forcing them to withdraw every surveillance drone they had sent in. The branch leader stood there, watching the distant glow with a heavy look on his face. The scene clearly worried him, and he could not help wondering whether Fang Yi was already locked in a brutal fight with the throne itself. Back on the mountain, Fang Yi tightened his grip on his newly evolved sword. The blade shone with such intense brilliance that it was almost hard to look at, as if it had been reborn in the very heart of the storm. With his eyes still glowing red, Fang Yi smiled in open satisfaction. The sword in his hand felt as though it had been reforged by a master smith, tempered and perfected by the overwhelming force he had just endured. And Fang Yi was not the only one benefiting from the dense spiritual energy filling the area. His sentient red spirit flower was pushed into a new stage of evolution as well, growing smarter while further strengthening its already unusual attributes. Thrilled by the surge of power flowing through it, the now much larger flower playfully wrapped itself around the glowing structure of the throne. Surrounded by drifting flames and crackling light, it moved with pure childlike excitement. The flower quickly conveyed its delight to Fang Yi, and after sensing that joy, he decided it was time for them to move fast and start searching for the next throne. Just then, the sentient gourd vine floated down and hovered above him, clearly trying to stop him for a moment before he left. The vine spoke to Fang Yi warmly, sincerely congratulating its friend for achieving such a powerful breakthrough in so little time. Then it told him about a premonition it had received during cultivation. Very soon another throne would descend, and the aura of that new entity shared a deep connection with his spirit flower, one that felt opposite in nature yet strangely complementary at the same time. The moment he heard that mix of opposition and complement, Fang Yi quickly understood what it meant. In his view, the incoming entity had to be a wood attribute throne. The glowing gourd vine immediately confirmed his guess and told him that the new throne was already descending somewhere in the distance, even now. Then the vine sent a wave of green spiritual energy toward Fang Yi, offering to share the general location it had sensed through the psychic link between them. Fang Yi closed his eyes and focused, quietly opening his mind and accepting the vine's sensory transmission without any resistance. A confident smirk slowly appeared on his face. Then he opened his eyes again, already sure that he had grasped the exact coordinates. The scene shifted to a vast neon-lit metropolis at night, which Fang Yi immediately recognized as Yuan City. He noted that Yuan City was an autonomous municipality about a 2-hour drive from Chuanxi City. Across the country, it was famous for its extreme luxury, extravagant lifestyle, and dazzling reputation. But beneath all that glamour, the city had another face, one far uglier and far more dangerous. Hidden under the glitter was a chaotic and brutal underworld. The city was notorious for the ruthlessness of its locals, and for years it had held the grim distinction of having the highest crime rate in the nation. When Fang Yi arrived downtown, he walked calmly through the crowded streets beneath the dim neon glow. Around him, the whole city pulsed with noise, shadows, and restless energy. As he moved forward, Fang Yi recalled the intelligence reports from the Spirit Association. Their efforts to establish a local branch here had been stalled again and again, mainly because the city remained tightly controlled by deeply entrenched local gangs. Looking around at the rough-looking pioneers hanging beneath the flashing signs, Fang Yi reflected that none of the awakened people in this city had any interest in joining official authority. Because of that, Yuan City had remained a lawless place, with no proper Spirit Association branch and no captain assigned to keep order. Then, without warning, Fang Yi noticed the atmosphere around him shift. It was subtle, but unmistakable, like something powerful had just stirred in the darkness. His sentient red spirit flower immediately slipped out from his coat and tugged urgently at his sleeve, trying to point him in the right direction. Fang Yi quickly confirmed the reaction, realizing that both of them could clearly sense the new energy source rising from the west. To the west, at the foot of a dark-looming mountain, stood a massive private mansion blazing with extravagant lights. Even from a distance, its scale and luxury were impossible to miss. Inside the estate walls, a lavish pool party was in full swing beneath the night sky. Music, laughter, and money filled the air as the local elite indulged themselves in shameless luxury. A bodyguard in sunglasses stepped over to the host and leaned in to quietly report some news. The host immediately raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued by the word that other pioneers had appeared nearby. That host was Zhang Gensheng, the notorious kingpin of Yuan City. He let out an arrogant laugh and threw open his jacket as he boasted that in his territory, no one had the right to stir up trouble without his permission. His arrogant laugh barely lasted another second before a blinding burst of green light exploded from the mountain right behind his estate. The flash tore through the night like a second sunrise, and everyone at the party instinctively turned in shock. A colossal sphere of pure green energy, the descending wood throne, slammed into the mountaintop with overwhelming force. The impact sent a devastating shockwave ripping across the area and made the entire mountainside tremble. That collision hit the mansion almost immediately. Glass shattered, Debris flew everywhere, and Zhang Gensheng stood there frozen for a beat, while terrified screams broke out and the luxury party collapsed into chaos. Then Zhang Gensheng snapped out of it, his face twisting with rage. With his bodyguard right beside him, he stormed toward the mountain, cursing whoever had dared stir up trouble on what he viewed as his property. 2 minutes later, Zhang Gensheng and his bodyguard were already climbing the forested mountain. Thick green spiritual energy still swirled across the slope, turning the dark woods into something eerie and unnatural. Before they could get much farther, Fang Yi appeared and calmly stepped into their path. Standing there in that strange green glow, like he had been waiting for them all along, he told them evenly that the real source of the disturbance was just ahead. The bodyguard instantly flew into a rage at the sight of an outsider blocking the way. He lunged through the air at Fang Yi and shouted furiously, demanding to know who dared trespass on young Master Zhang's so-called private property. As the heavy punch came straight for his face, Fang Yi let out a dismissive scoff. To him, hearing someone talk about private territory in a place like this was not just ridiculous, it was laughable. Without even pulling his other hand out of his pocket, Fang Yi casually raised one arm and caught the bodyguard's fist in midair. The man's full momentum died right there, and the effortless stop left him completely stunned, his eyes glowing red in the dark. Fang Yi looked at them coldly and spoke as if correcting a pair of children. He told them this mountain was national land, property of all the people of Yuan City, and declared that from this moment on, the area was under the strict jurisdiction of the Yuan City Spirit Association. The next second, Fang Yi released a burst of fiery power from his palm and blasted the bodyguard away with ease. As the man went flying, Fang Yi coldly mocked the absurd idea that they could treat public land as their own private property. Meanwhile, deeper in the forest, Zhang Gensheng was already facing the newly descended wood throne. He fought violently against the dark green vines, the sentient entity used to drive him back, struggling in open frustration as they wrapped around him and lashed through the air, refusing to accept being rejected. The arrogant kingpin shouted that the throne had no right to resist him. In his mind, the moment it landed in his territory, it should have submitted to him automatically, forcing his way through the thick vines with brute aura alone. Zhang Gensheng stubbornly insisted that the seat of power belonged to him. He even threatened to destroy the ancient relic outright if it kept refusing to acknowledge him. Watching that pathetic struggle from the side, Fang Yi let out a faint, amused scoff. The whole scene was so desperate and ugly that he did not even bother hiding his contempt. Startled by the sound, Zhang Gensheng spun around immediately, fury flashing across his face. He shouted into the darkness and demanded to know who was standing there laughing at him. Fang Yi walked right past the local boss as casually as if the man were not even there. In a calm voice, he explained that high-tier treasures had minds of their own and chose their own masters, then bluntly told Zhang Gensheng that he simply lacked the qualifications to command the wood attribute. Those words hit Zhang Gensheng right at the core. He stood there fuming in disbelief while Fang Yi calmly moved toward the throne, stepping into that chaotic mass of swirling green energy without the slightest hesitation. Zhang Gensheng could not swallow that humiliation. Pride wounded and murder in his eyes, he finally snapped, lunging at Fang Yi's exposed back while screaming that he would kill him. But in the very next instant, the kingpin stopped dead. His body froze so suddenly it almost looked unnatural, and his eyes widened in pure terror. Without even turning around, Fang Yi summoned his massive sentient red spirit flower and had it silently block the attacker's path. The moment Zhang Gensheng found himself facing that giant imposing spirit plant, his whole body started trembling, and fear locked him in place. Fang Yi only glanced back slightly and casually remarked that the gang boss somehow looked even weaker than his own bodyguard. The tone was light, but the contempt behind it was impossible to miss. With a faintly mocking smirk, Fang Yi dismissed the notorious kingpin of Yuan City as nothing but a complete letdown. For someone with such a fearsome name, Zhang Gensheng turned out to be pitifully unimpressive. Leaving the terrified boss behind without another glance, Fang Yi stepped forward alone and stopped in front of the colossal wood throne. Wrapped in crackling green energy, he quietly prepared to make contact, standing face to face with that churning green power. Fang Yi watched in silence as the system issued a notification. It announced that the ancient relic was now in the process of matching with a master. A moment later, the system confirmed the result without hesitation. Fang Yi's sentient red spirit flower had been recognized as the newly chosen master of the wood throne. At once, a massive surge of green energy burst from the mountain peak. The power exploded outward with such force that the whole summit seemed to light up like a living beacon. That energy quickly gathered into a towering pillar of brilliant green light and shot straight into the night sky. It was so bright and so enormous that even distant Chuanxi City could see it clearly. At the Spirit Association headquarters, Gu Yuro and Wang Lan both saw the sudden spike in energy. Gu Yuro immediately realized the wood throne had already chosen a new master, and her heart tightened at the thought that if some lawless pioneer from Yuan City had gotten it first, the consequences could be extremely hard to control. Anxiety rising fast, Gu Yuro did not waste a second. She immediately called Fang Yi, hoping to confirm what had happened before the situation spiraled any further. Fang Yi answered in a calm voice, sounding far more relaxed than anyone on the other end of the line. He noted that the pioneers in Chuanxi City must have already seen the massive energy wave, then told Gu Yuro that the wood throne had indeed finished choosing its master. Caught off guard by how calmly he said it, Gu Yuro asked in obvious shock whether Fang Yi himself had taken the throne, standing before his giant sentient red spirit flower. Fang Yi explained that the new master was not a human at all, but his spirit plant. He added that he himself controlled the desolate attribute and treated the flower as his pet, which only made the whole situation sound even more unbelievable. That answer left Gu Yuro completely speechless. For a moment she could not get a single word out as the absurdity and importance of that news hit her all at once. Then Fang Yi casually added one more detail, as if it were nothing worth dwelling on. He told her that he had already defeated Yuan City's notorious boss, Zhang Gensheng, who was now lying unconscious at his feet. He advised the Spirit Association to move into Yuan City immediately and take advantage of the opening. As for Zhang Gensheng's gang and the mess left behind, Fang Yi said that cleanup could be handed over to the association. After ending the call, Fang Yi turned back to his spirit flower with a smile and offered his congratulations. But he also understood that the flower needed to remain on the mountain and keep absorbing the throne's power, which meant the two of them had to part for now. As he watched the flower settle onto the wood throne, Fang Yi suddenly felt like a parent dropping a child off at school for the first time. The sentient flower then asked him, with obvious reluctance, when it would be able to return to his side. Fang Yi smiled gently and told it to focus on cultivating hard and making good use of the power it had been given. Based on his judgment, he figured they would meet again once the flower successfully reached the Jinggang realm. The next day, Fang Yi's cousin, Lin Yiyi, arrived in Chuanxi City after being transferred over by the Taishi Spirit Association. She stepped in just as news of the recent events was still spreading across the region. Walking through the neon-lit streets, Lin Yiyi thought about how the news of her cousin's spirit flower becoming the master of the wood throne had already spread through the pioneer community. What amazed her even more was how casually Fang Yi had revealed his rare desolate attribute to the public, as if it were no big deal at all. Her mind drifted back to a recent meeting where the Spirit Association had asked her to take over as Yuan City's new captain. Even with promises of full support, the promotion had come so suddenly and carried so much weight that she could not help hesitating. Letting out a long, heavy sigh, Lin Yi tried to steady herself and clear her thoughts as she kept walking beneath the city lights, rubbing her temples. She decided that before making any final decision, she needed to see things for herself and judge whether she was truly ready for that kind of responsibility. For now, she pushed work to the side and decided to visit her mother instead, assuming she was still living a quiet, peaceful life in Chuanxi City. Without any warning, a violent tremor suddenly shook the streets under her feet. The jolt startled Lin Yiyi and instantly sent the nearby pedestrians into a panic. Chaos broke out around her as people screamed about an earthquake and ran toward whatever looked safe. But the moment Lin Yiyi sensed the wild surge of spiritual energy in the air, she realized this was not a natural disaster at all. It was a dangerous spiritual anomaly. At the Chuanxi Spirit Association, red alarms flashed throughout the building while staff rushed around in confusion. Gu Yuro and her team could not understand how an anomaly on this scale had formed without triggering any of their early warning systems. A panicked staff member rushed in with a report, saying that a massive spike of spiritual energy had erupted inside the restricted mountain zone. According to him, the sudden surge had driven the wild beasts in the mountains into violent mutation. Soon after that, a terrifying horde of mutated beasts came pouring out of the forest and charged straight toward the Chuanxi urban district. Among them were giant armored flying creatures and enormous predators covered in savage spikes, each one looking like something out of a nightmare. The monsters flooded into the city streets, smashing through buildings and tearing apart everything in their path. All around them, terrified civilians screamed for their lives as the urban district descended into chaos. Caught right in the middle of the chaos, Lin Yi reacted on pure instinct. She twisted aside just in time, narrowly avoiding a savage strike from a huge beast covered in staring eyes, its attack ripping through the space where she had been standing a heartbeat earlier. As she weaved desperately between the rampaging monsters, Lin Yi kept trying to call her mother again and again, only to find the signal completely dead. Then a shadowy beast silently rose up behind her, and her heart sank. In that instant she realized with chilling clarity that her mother was in serious danger. The monster lunged with violent force, jaws wide open, and glowing eyes locked onto her like a predator that had already chosen its prey. Lin Yi whipped her head around, and the moment she saw the beast almost on top of her, her eyes flew wide. It was too fast, too close, and for one brief second there was nowhere to dodge. But just before it could reach her, a blinding arc of purple energy slammed down and split the monster cleanly in half. The familiar spiritual power hit her immediately, and she recognized it at once. Fang Yi stepped out through the dust and debris, calm even in the middle of disaster, and said that Chuanchi City had already fallen into a mutation outbreak. Relief hit Lin Yi so hard it almost made her collapse. She ran straight to him in panic, begging him to help find her mother since the phone lines were already down. Elsewhere in the ruined Chuanchi urban district, inside a shattered supermarket, a small trembling voice weakly called out for a father through the dim, broken silence. Not far away, under a collapsed metal shelf, a man lay completely still. A moment later, that same small voice cried out again, this time desperately calling for a mother. Terrified little boy stood there alone among spilled groceries, torn packaging, and flickering lights overhead. Pale with fear, he looked around helplessly, wondering where his parents had gone. The horror around him was too much. The boy trembled from head to toe, while tears streamed down his face. At last, unable to hold it in any longer, he dropped to his knees and burst into loud sobs, his cries echoing through the wrecked supermarket. Suddenly, a woman rushed over and gently covered his mouth before the sound could carry any farther. It was Fang Yi's aunt, Lin Yi's mother. And as she pulled him close, she whispered that crying that loudly would draw the beasts wandering nearby. The boy looked up at her with wide, tear-filled eyes, still shaking badly as he whispered that he missed his parents and did not know where they had gone. Trying to calm him, Fang Yi's aunt forced a warm smile and reached into the scattered goods beside her. From the mess, she pulled out a bright yellow packet of a popular snack. The boy's eyes lit up right away. Kneeling beside him, she softly promised that if he stayed quiet and waited bravely for rescuers to come, he could have the snack as a reward for being strong. The boy sniffled, managed a tiny smile, and reached for the treat, his attention briefly pulled away from the terror around him. But just behind Fang Yi's aunt, a shadow wolf with glowing red eyes silently stepped into the aisle. The wolf let out a low growl and bared a mouthful of sharp teeth, its crimson eyes fixed on the two of them like it had already decided how this hunt would end. The instant the beast charged, Fang Yi's aunt sensed the danger behind her. Without hesitation, she scooped the little boy into her arms and sprinted down the aisle as fast as she could. But in her frantic rush, her foot caught on a discarded bottle buried in the debris. She crashed hard to the floor and instinctively curled around the little boy, shielding him completely with her own body. The wolf beast sprang forward at once, claws extended, lunging in for the kill with savage speed. Bracing for the worst, Fang Yi's aunt squeezed her eyes shut and prepared to give up her own life if that was what it took to protect the child in her arms. Just before those claws could touch her, a brilliant streak of golden energy tore through the darkness and cut the beast cleanly in two. Blood and shadow flew apart before the attack had even fully landed. Fang Yi arrived at the last possible moment, stepping forward with his flaming sword in hand and placing himself in front of his aunt like an immovable wall. Glancing back over his shoulder, Fang Yi calmly asked if they were hurt, his voice steady even with danger still hanging over the ruined store. Then his expression shifted when something familiar caught his eye. He looked down and saw the terrified little boy in his aunt's arms, still clutching that yellow snack packet tightly. The sight of that small treat stirred up a sudden wave of nostalgia in him, strong enough to drown out the chaos around him for a moment. He remembered a painful scene from his childhood, standing in front of a gravestone and crying while his aunt quietly stayed beside him through it all. In that memory, she gently stroked his head and handed him that exact same snack, using something simple and warm to comfort him when words could not. Back in the present, his aunt slowly looked up at him in disbelief. Then her eyes widened with overwhelming relief as she finally realized the one who had saved them was her nephew. Fang Yi's expression softened and he quietly asked his aunt about the child she had just risked her life to protect, smiling despite everything she had just been through. She explained that the boy had gotten separated from his parents during the chaos in the supermarket. No matter what, she said, she could not just leave a child like that behind for the monsters. That tender moment was suddenly cut off by a familiar voice calling out for her mother. Fang Yi's aunt turned in surprise just as Lin Yi rushed into the ruined supermarket. With tears already spilling down her face, Lin Yi threw herself straight into her mother's arms and choked out that she had been terrified something happened to her. Smiling gently, her mother stroked Lin Yi's hair again and again, soothing her in a soft voice, and assuring her that she was safe now. Fang Yi stood quietly off to the side and watched the reunion between his aunt and his cousin, a faint warm smile appearing on his face, even in the middle of this disaster. Then his attention shifted. When he felt a small hand lightly tug at his sleeve, Fang Yi lowered his gaze, a little surprised, wondering what the child wanted from him. The little boy looked up at him with bright, hopeful eyes and called him a superhero. Then, holding out his yellow snack with all the courage he could gather, he offered it as a reward and asked if the hero could take him home. Clearly moved, Fang Yi knelt down with a warm smile and accepted the snack. He told the boy to make a wish on it and promised that somehow, some way, it would help him find his family again. But then an alert suddenly flashed through Fang Yi's mind. The warmth vanished from his face in an instant, replaced by a deadly glare as he sensed a massive spiritual presence closing in fast, shouting for everyone to get back immediately. Fang Yi grabbed the little boy and leaped away just as a giant claw smashed through the building, sending chunks of heavy debris crashing down all around them. The ceiling came down in a thunderous crash, ripping the ruined supermarket wide open and exposing the wreckage to the cold night air outside. Staring up through the dust with glowing red eyes, Fang Yi felt the overwhelming aura of the new enemy pressing down over the shattered store. As the smoke slowly cleared, a towering, heavily muscled monster came into view, wild mane, glowing red eyes, and massive prayer beads hanging from its body. Fang Yi's face turned grim. This was no ordinary monster. It was the Beast King leading the mutated horde. At once, Fang Yi released a powerful surge of golden energy and formed a barrier around his aunt, Lin Yi, and the little boy, shielding them from the danger closing in. Because his own spiritual energy was by far the strongest one there, Fang Yi understood that he would become the anomaly's main target. That gave the others a much better chance to escape and greatly lowered the risk to them. He told Lin Yi to take the other two and run immediately because he could not fight at full strength while protecting them at the same time. Lin Yi understood right away and quickly agreed. As they got ready to flee, the colossal Beast King towered above Fang Yi and unleashed a deafening roar that shook the ruined building and the streets beyond. Locking his eyes on the monster, Fang Yi sensed that it carried both thunder and wood attributes. The match felt far too exact, since those were the same attributes as the two thrones that had only recently descended. The Beast King moved first, slamming its enormous fists into the ground with brutal force. Fang Yi reacted instantly, springing backward and narrowly avoiding the devastating blow. As Fang Yi raised his glowing golden sword and steadied his breathing, he felt the Beast King's violent aura surging like a storm. In that instant, he realized the creature had already been tainted by a dark attribute, twisting its power into something far more dangerous. Fang Yi's blazing slash ripped through the air and struck true, carving a searing wound beside the monster's blood-red eye. The burn flared against its flesh, lighting up the beast's furious face with fire. Even after taking that hit, the enormous Beast King showed no fear at all. Instead, it lowered its body, loaded power into its massive frame, and prepared to launch another brutal attack with terrifying momentum. The monster lunged straight at Fang Yi with its jaws wide open, fangs flashing like blades. Fang Yi stayed calm under the pressure, then lightly kicked off the ground and slipped backward with practiced ease. Still suspended in midair, Fang Yi twisted his body and brought his flaming sword down with overwhelming force. Fire streamed behind the blade like a burning comet, fierce and unstoppable. The strike landed with explosive power and forced the giant beast to stagger backward. That blow finally opened up a clear gap between them, giving Fang Yi one brief but crucial moment of space. At the front of the retreat, Lin Yi ran while projecting a protective green shield around them. Her mother stayed right behind her, clutching the little boy tightly as they pushed ahead in panic and desperation. Their escape came to a sudden stop when another massive shadowy beast emerged right in front of them. Its glowing blue eyes shone through the darkness, blocking the path like a living wall. Lin Yi froze for a second, horror spreading across her face. Only then did the full nightmare hit her. They were not facing one Beast King, but two. The second Beast King towered over them, its glowing blue eyes cold and menacing, its aura so heavy it was hard to breathe. Lin Yi immediately raised her green shield higher and planted herself in front of her mother and the terrified boy. Knowing there was no time to hesitate, Lin Yi forced herself to stay steady and reassured her mother in a low, urgent voice. At the same time, she began gathering her power, her expression tightening with resolve. To keep her family safe, Lin Yi suddenly broke away from the civilians and rushed straight toward the towering monster instead. By throwing herself into danger, she deliberately pulled the Beast King's deadly attention away from them. The Beast King reacted at once, opening its massive jaws until they looked wide enough to swallow her whole. Deep in its mouth, a dense, swirling sphere of greenwood attribute energy began to gather and compress. A devastating beam erupted from the monster's jaws with violent force. Lin Yi met it head-on, her own green aura blazing as it slammed into the beast's overwhelming breath attack in a brutal clash of power. Driven to the edge of her limits, Lin Yi strained against the crushing force of that beam. Every second felt heavier than the last as the pressure threatened to break through her defense. Fear gripped her chest, and the strain burned through her body, but Lin Yi still refused to give ground. Behind her, her mother and the little boy huddled in terror, leaving her no room to retreat. Her mind raced as she judged the situation with painful clarity. Since both she and the monster were using wood attribute energy, she had no elemental advantage at all. And if her shield broke even for a moment, her mother and the child would die instantly. Faced with that cruel reality, Lin Yi made a desperate choice. She resolved to offer up her spiritually rich body to the beast, believing it would gain nothing from devouring ordinary humans, and hoped to trade her own life for theirs. Inside the chaotic control room of the Chuanxi City Spirit Association, staff crowded around holographic tables while alarms kept flashing. Watching the battlefield data deteriorate by the second, They were horrified to confirm that an S-class disaster had truly been born. On the tactical map, 2 huge anomaly king signals burned inside the city limits like warning beacons. Nearby monitors showed hostile energy levels spiking fast while local pioneers threw themselves into danger to cover the evacuation of civilians. Out in the burning streets, cloaked pioneers fought the invasion from the air through smoke and flame. A frantic field pioneer reported that endless waves of mutated beasts were pouring out of the restricted mountain zone and threatening to wipe Chuanxi City off the map. Desperate, the pioneer pleaded with headquarters for immediate reinforcements and for the crisis to be raised to a higher disaster level. Even in the middle of that panic, he suddenly remembered the warning once given by the sealer. He turned toward the distant mountains, where a colossal pillar of purple lightning was piercing the storm clouds. In that moment, he realized the terrifying surge of energy was coming from the exact territory where the Thunder Throne had descended. Elsewhere, Fang Yi easily suppressed another beast and pinned its massive snout to the ground without much effort. As he wondered whether it had fled from the restricted mountain, he recognized the intelligent gourd vine's involvement in the situation. Before he could get a clear answer, a vortex of crackling purple lightning suddenly twisted across the sky above him. Fang Yi looked up and began to suspect that his plant friend, the new master of the Thunder Throne, might have accidentally triggered the beast stampede. He quickly ran through the implications and felt the whole problem getting heavier. If claiming a throne could cause this much destruction, then every pioneer who approached one would be facing extreme danger, which completely clashed with his system's claim that thrones were beneficial, leaving him wondering what hidden issue had been overlooked. The second Beast King raised its enormous claw high into the air, murderous intent rolling off it like a wave. It was clearly preparing a killing blow meant to crush Lin Yiyi where she stood. Lin Yiyi gritted her teeth and poured even more power into her green barrier, forcing it to thicken and harden against the descending strike. Even now, she refused to let the monster devour her without a fight. She stole a quick glance over her shoulder and felt a flicker of relief. Her mother was crouched behind the barrier, using her own body to shield the boy from the falling rocky debris. The frustrated monster let out a furious roar that shook the air around them. Even so, Lin Yiyi did not move an inch, her green aura burning brighter and brighter as it rose against the beast's savage pressure, gathering every last bit of strength she had left. Her eyes shining with fierce light. Lin Yiyi declared that the beast would have to step over her corpse before it could touch her family. In that moment, she fully committed to a fight to the death. Then, without warning, a surge of purple lightning ripped open the darkened sky. The desperate battle was cut off in an instant by a force so overwhelming that everything seemed to pause beneath it. A colossal pillar of thunder crashed down from the heavens in blinding light. And from inside that descending brilliance, the glowing form of the sentient gourd vine slowly emerged, majestic and impossible to ignore. Not far away, 2 members of the Spirit Association looked up and froze in absolute shock. The moment they felt that overwhelming energy, they understood right away that the Lord of Thunder Throne had arrived on the battlefield. They could only stare in awe as the massive radiant purple vine unfolded above the city. Its presence dwarfed everything below, making the entire battlefield feel small beneath its power. Fang Yi lifted his gaze to the sky and went silent. For a brief moment, even he could only stand there and take in the unbelievable sight above him. But instead of attacking under that terrifying pressure, the ferocious Beast Kings suddenly faltered. Their bodies shrank back as they whimpered, completely overwhelmed and intimidated by the presence hanging over them. Watching the Beast Kings tremble before the giant vine, Fang Yi finally put the truth together. The beasts had never been following the throne's orders at all. They had only absorbed its leftover energy, mutated because of it, and now stood frozen before the true master of that power. From that, Fang Yi reached a clear conclusion. Neither the throne itself nor the sentient gourd vine had intentionally caused the beast stampede that threw the city into chaos. Huge glowing purple gourds hung from the ancient vine's branches, each one pulsing with dense and astonishing spiritual power. Their light washed over the battlefield with an eerie but magnificent glow. Without warning, one of the gourds split open and released a swirling stream of green energy. The current lashed through the air like a living ribbon and coiled tightly around the raging Beast Kings. That mystical energy began purifying the corrupted monsters the moment it touched them. In an unbelievable transformation, the terrifying Beast Kings lost all their menace and turned into harmless fluffy creatures. A softly glowing gourd lowered itself in front of Fang Yi, as if approaching him with care. Through their psychic connection, the sentient gourd vine apologized for causing such a disaster, explaining that it had only just completed its breakthrough and wanted to leave the mountain. While dangling the newly transformed helpless little animals in front of Fang Yi, the vine gently asked for mercy on their behalf. Instead of killing them, it wanted permission to take them back into the mountain and keep them as pets. Back inside the Spirit Association control room, the staff stared at the satellite feed in open disbelief. They were stunned to see the Lord of Thunder apologizing to Fang Yi, confirming that the entire disaster had been nothing more than an accident. One of the monitoring staff broke into a nervous sweat as he marveled at the throne's terrifying power, which let a mere plant purify S-class anomalies with ridiculous ease. Standing behind him, a younger staff member could only stare enviously and mutter that he wished he could be chosen by a throne too. At last, the officials arrived at a deeply shocking realization. Seeing an existence as powerful as the Lord of Thunder act so respectfully toward Fang Yi, they understood that the Spirit Association had to completely reassess the sealer's true strength and status. At the Chuanqi Spirit Association headquarters, the conversation quickly turned to just how fast the world was changing. Inside, the branch leader told Fang Yi, Lin Yi, and Fang Yi's aunt that the peaceful days they once knew were over. Even so, he promised that the combat zones and the Spirit Association would do everything they could to protect the people. Hearing that, Fang Yi's aunt could not hide her worry and asked whether humanity was really heading toward extinction. Branch leader gently reassures her and says things have not reached that point yet. He brings up Fang Yi's incredible record as the sealer, explaining that even S-class anomaly kings are afraid of him. Then he turns to Lin Yi and praises her as one of the core pioneers, even mentioning that Yuan City wants to bring her in as a captain. Sitting close beside her daughter, the aunt quietly says that in a world this dangerous praise like that does not really make her feel any better. She says the only thing she truly cares about is whether these two young people are hurt, exhausted, or pushing themselves too far. More than anything, she fears the day they might throw their lives away. Branch leader softly tells her not to think that far ahead. Fang Yi then shifts the conversation and asks about Jiang Lu and the others, pointing out that they were nowhere to be seen during the recent beast mutation crisis. Looking a little fed up, the branch leader explains that he had them sent to the hospital, but they slipped out overnight. He says Jiang Lu in particular had been restless, desperate to keep training because he could not accept how powerless he had felt. All of a sudden, a panicked man and woman rush into the room, frantically calling out for Zhao Hao. The little boy lights up the instant he sees them and happily cries out that they are his parents. His mother immediately pulls him into her arms, tears streaming down her face. Then, after recognizing Fang Yi's aunt and the others, she thanks them again and again for saving her son. The father bows deeply to Fang Yi and his aunt, saying that even though they are just ordinary people, they will come running the moment they are ever needed. Fang Yi's aunt quickly shakes her head and humbly says they only did what anyone should have done. Not long after, the family leaves the building in high spirits, with the boy happily riding on his father's shoulders. As he watches them go, Fang Yi turns to his aunt and suggests that she move back to Taishi City with him and Lin Yi. Soon after that, a plane cuts across the sky, carrying Fang Yi, Lin Yi, and his aunt back to Taishi City. When they arrive, a crowd is already gathered outside a large modern villa, holding up a red banner to welcome the sealer home. Among the people waiting there is Su Jingying, who warmly greets Fang Yi as he returns with his family. Once inside, Fang Yi's aunt looks around the enormous living room in disbelief, stunned by how spacious and luxurious it is. With a playful smile, Lin Yi covers her mother's eyes, clearly setting up some kind of surprise. Fang Yi grins and asks his aunt to guess what they prepared for her. Still smiling, Fang Yi pulls out a property deed and reveals the truth. He tells her they bought this villa for her, so she can live safely near his home, and the family can see each other whenever they want. His aunt is left speechless by the gift, but Fang Yi keeps going. He explains that they also bought her a replacement home in Chuanqi City, so she will still be comfortable even if Lin Yi accepts the transfer to Yuan City. Deeply moved, the aunt says she could not be prouder of them. But as the moment settles, she notices the troubled look on her daughter's face and points out that Yi is clearly carrying something heavy in her heart. Fang Yi says his cousin is still struggling over whether to relocate to Yuan City. Yi admits that she still has not made up her mind about the Spirit Association's promotion offer. Yi explains why she is hesitating. She suspects the officials in Yuan City are less interested in her ability and more interested in using her connection to Fang Yi. On top of that, she knows cleaning up a corrupt city will be an enormous burden, and she cannot keep depending on Fang Yi forever. Her mother encourages her to go for it, reminding Yi that she has never been the type to hold back. Then, with a teasing smile, she brings up the time Yi used a fake cram school excuse just to go find Fang Yi. Yi freezes on the spot, realizing her mother had seen through that lie all along. With her mother's support behind her, Yi finally smiles and steadies herself. She admits that it is time for her to grow up and take on the challenge waiting for her in Yuan City. That warm family moment is suddenly broken by the ringing of a smartphone. Fang Yi picks up the call and hears Zhao Lan on the other end. He asks if the combat zone has found anything new, and she tells him Elder Wu has discovered a mysterious new territory and wants Fang Yi to join the expedition. Elsewhere, deep inside an underground black market, a hopeless group huddles in the shadows of a dark alley. A purple-haired woman looks toward a man with a cigarette and asks if there is really no way for them to return to Yuan City. The man snaps back without hesitation and says their exile is real. Thinking back to the fall of their boss, Zhang Gensheng, He realizes the Zhang family gang has completely lost both its territory and its influence. Then a strange, ominous laugh suddenly echoes through the alley. Everyone turns at once and sees a cloaked figure slowly walking toward them out of the darkness. The masked stranger gives a faint smirk and tells the Zhang family members not to be nervous. He says their goals happen to line up, then offers them a deal that feels anything but harmless. At the Star God combat zone, Fang Yi walks up to the towering metal gates of the military facility. But just then, his instincts flare. Sensing danger in an instant, he turns sharply toward the incoming ambush. Elder Wu comes charging straight at him and throws a heavy punch. Fang Yi stays perfectly calm and catches it with one hand, blocking the blow so cleanly that a massive shockwave erupts around them. Without even blinking, Fang Yi asks what that was supposed to mean. Elder Wu bursts out laughing, then apologizes and says his old comrades simply refused to believe the rumors about a young man this talented. Elder Wu then looks back at the group of men in advanced combat armor behind him, and proudly says that little demonstration should be enough to prove just how absurd Fang Yi's strength really is. One of the veterans laughs and points out that Elder Wu had actually been forced a step backward by Fang Yi's block. Another jokingly says the younger generation has already surpassed them, and that Elder Wu might as well retire now. As Fang Yi looks over the relaxed, laughing veterans, he suddenly realizes something shocking. Every single one of them is carrying the overwhelming power of the two-star Jingang realm. Elder Wu then turns back to Fang Yi and asks if he still remembers the extreme dark zone they had talked about before. He explains that far beyond their world, much deadlier domains have existed for a long time, and those places are deeply connected to the global return of spiritual energy. Then Elder Wu reveals a military secret. He says the nation's strongest fighters were missing during the recent monster outbreaks because they had been deployed to those domains. According to him, those places are the real front line, where humanity had already been fighting a hidden war long before the public even knew spiritual energy existed. Fang Yi recalls the intelligence he got from Jialan and remarks that these domains are like unstable time rifts. They are packed with chaotic forces, along with a dark attribute that constantly gives rise to horrifying monsters. Elder Wu confirms it and warns him that these classified domains have become especially active lately, with new rifts continuing to open across space. But with that danger comes an enormous opportunity. Elder Wu explains that entering these domains is the only way to build higher-level cultivation paths, allowing pioneers to advance into the ghost acts and creation stages. As he listens, Fang Yi begins to understand how far ahead the government had been thinking. He realizes this is why the nation had been restricting polluted zones long before spiritual energy fully awakened. Looking at the veterans in front of him, Fang Yi is struck by the weight they have been carrying all this time. To quietly step into those hellish places and protect the nation from the shadows takes a level of resolve most people could never imagine. And judging by how solid their two-star Jingang cultivation is, he realizes the true military strength of the Star God combat zone is far greater than it appears on the surface. Elder Wu's face turns serious as he brings everyone back to the mission at hand. Then he reveals their destination. They are heading into the most dangerous zone of all, a monster-ridden cavern known as the Tomb Cluster. As Fang Yi stands there with Elder Wu and the veteran fighters, then another figure slowly steps out from the shadows inside the base. Elder Wu turns to Fang Yi and introduces the man beside them. It's Zhang Tian, an elder from the Star God combat zone. Zhang Tian gives a cold, dismissive snort, then turns his back and starts walking away without saying a thing. Elder Wu lowers his voice and quietly tells Fang Yi that old Zhang has always been stubborn and never easy to deal with. Even so, Elder Wu says that when it comes to pure combat strength, Zhang Tian ranks in the top 3 out of their entire group. He goes on to explain that they brought Zhang Tian along as extra protection because his loyalty is beyond question. Fang Yi stays composed and says he has nothing but respect for veterans who fight for their country. As for a difficult personality, that just comes with the man. Trying to smooth things over, Elder Wu calls out to Zhang Tian again. This time, he introduces Fang Yi properly as the captain of the Tai Chi Spirit Association, codenamed the Sealer. He also mentions that Fang Yi recently dealt with an S-class disaster entirely on his own. The second Zhang Tian hears that, he stops mid-step and looks back. His interest finally stirred. Now that everyone has gathered, Elder Wu announces that it's time to open the path into the mysterious domain. The team heads toward a massive blue vortex suspended in the sky. This is the door of the void, the gateway leading into that unknown realm. Fang Yi studies it in silence for a moment and notes that, on the surface, it looks surprisingly ordinary for something hiding such terrifying power inside. As Elder Wu leads them closer, Fang Yi notices a spiritual seal placed on the gateway. Right away, he understands what that means. Someone repaired this rift in the past. The moment his hand touches the swirling blue current, Fang Yi feels just how unstable the area really is, and quietly reminds himself not to let his guard down. But what surprises him even more is the sheer density of the power pouring out of the vortex. The energy is far stronger than he expected. A powerful force suddenly pulls the entire group upward and into the giant blue tunnel. As they drift through it, Fang Yi watches the strange images flickering around them and wonders if they're only a side effect of the overwhelming energy. But almost immediately, he senses something much deeper. Out in the void, he catches flashes of twisted space and ghostly shapes that look like giant whales. Their aura feels completely alien, like beings that were never meant to exist in this universe. As they pass by clusters of green energy vines, Elder Wu warns everyone not to get close and not to stare too long. The power inside those things is so violent, it could erase them in an instant. Fang Yi can feel the chaotic mix of elemental force and void energy pressing in from every direction. He knows even the slightest contact would be enough to destroy both body and soul. And because these dangers are made from pure elemental power instead of living beings, his death seal is useless against them. Looking out at the shattered reflections of countless worlds hanging in the void, Fang Yi finally understands just how massive this threat really is. If a rift on this scale ever broke loose, their world would be facing a disaster big enough to wipe out the planet. At last, the tunnel opens into a dark, empty stretch of space. Elder Wu's face hardens as he says they've arrived. The group comes to a stop in front of a massive black tear floating inside the blue energy. Elder Wu tells everyone to get ready. Wrapped in bright blue light, Elder Wu tells the team to release their power and keep themselves suspended before crossing into the dangerous domain ahead. The moment they come out of the portal, the team finds itself floating inside a dark, eerie cavern known as the Tomb Cluster. Right away, they feel a heavy aura of death hanging all around them. Below them, a thick pool of green energy begins to bubble, as if something underneath is about to rise. The instant he sees it, Elder Wu orders everyone into battle formation and says they need to finish this fast. Then without any warning, a massive pillar of dark green energy erupts from deep within the cave. That violent energy quickly starts taking form, turning into a terrifying shadow monster with glowing green eyes. Its sudden appearance leaves the whole team frozen in shock. Elder Wu and Zhang Tian don't hesitate for even a moment. The two of them charge straight at the giant creature. The shadow monster reacts instantly, raising its hand and firing a deadly beam of dark green energy. Elder Wu and Zhang Tian answer with golden power of their own, combining their strength to create a Jinggang realm barrier and block the blast together. But the monster's attack is far too overwhelming. The beam smashes through their defense on contact and sends both men flying backward, blood spilling from their mouths. The other veterans can only stare in disbelief, horrified that their two strongest fighters were crushed so easily. Realizing how serious this is, Fang Yi says they're in critical danger, and that everyone needs to strike the creature together. As the veterans rush forward to catch Elder Wu and Zhang Tian, they quickly notice something else. The monster's dark energy is suppressing a pioneer's spiritual power. One of the veterans points out that the suppression is so intense, Elder Wu and Zhang Tian couldn't even bring out a tenth of their true strength. Fang Yi, however, stays calm. Golden light bursts around him as he summons his sword and says he'll test the creature himself. Fang Yi shoots into the air and coats his blade in golden flames, readying a powerful dragon slash. His burning sword slams into the giant shadow monster, and the impact triggers a massive explosion where the two forces collide. When the smoke finally clears, Fang Yi is still hovering in the air, though it's obvious some of his energy has been drained away. He calmly remarks that the cave's dark energy weakened him badly. Otherwise, that single strike would have been enough to kill the creature. Watching from below, the veterans are completely stunned. One of them says Fang Yi nearly destroyed the giant monster by himself, proving his reputation is no exaggeration. Zhang Tian watches in silence, then repeats Fang Yi's codename, the Sealer. But this time, there's real respect in his voice. Elder Wu then adds that if the veterans knew what that title truly meant, they'd be even more shaken. Ignoring the pressure that's weakening everyone else, Fang Yi sharpens his focus. Dark energy surges out of him, forming massive shadow claws around his body as he activates his Twilight Fire domain. With a single swift motion, Fang Yi sends those giant shadow claws hurtling straight toward the green monster. His system confirms that the domain has opened successfully, and the dark claws immediately start ripping into the creature's raging energy. The system detects the dense dark energy, but it also tells Fang Yi that his special technique allows him to resist the weakening effect. As the monster lets out a howl of pain, the system locks onto it as a target, siphoning away its strength and cutting its dark power in half. Hovering above the weakened beast, Fang Yi's sword flares to life again. It spins in the air, wrapped in a deadly fusion of golden fire and dark twilight energy. With his eyes cold and steady, Fang Yi lines up the final strike and gives a single calm command, "Kill it!" Then he swings, sending a blazing arc of fire straight at the monster. The moment the strike connects, a blinding surge of power explodes outward. Fang Yi doesn't flinch. His eyes burn with a chilling red glow. Then a huge wave of golden energy bursts from his body and sweeps out in every direction. That brilliant light tears through the battlefield and burns away the last traces of the monster's dark presence. Off to the side, Zhang Tian can only stare, completely thrown by the sheer power unfolding in front of him. Beside him, Elder Wu watches closely and realizes what Fang Yi is doing. He's using an overwhelming yang attribute to force back the dark energy in the area. At the same time, Far away in Yuan City, the sentient gourd vine at the wood attribute throne suddenly begins glowing with a vivid green light among the jagged mountain rocks. The sentient red spirit flower lights up too, as if it can feel that its master needs help. Answering that call, a massive beam of condensed green energy violently erupts from the mountain peak, where the sentient gourd vine is rooted. Back on the battlefield, wild golden energy crackles around Fang Yi as he keeps pressing forward with the attack. But even after taking that much punishment, the dark giant, the master of the throne and wielder of death power, still refuses to go down. It's far tougher than expected. Seeing that the dark giant is still standing, Elder Wu tells Zhang Tian that Fang Yi needs support. Zhang Tian grunts in agreement, and the elders of the combat zone rush in together. Zhang Tian, Elder Wu, and the other two armored elders immediately gather their strength, each one raising a hand glowing with a different elemental force. Then all four elders fire at once, launching powerful multicolored beams down into the battlefield. Those streams of power slam into Fang Yi's back, feeding straight into him as he pushes his own golden energy to the limit. The combined attack detonates in a massive flash of golden light that swallows the entire area whole. The blast kicks out a violent shockwave, forcing Elder Wu, Zhang Tian, and the others to shield themselves as they're driven backward. When the smoke and raging energy finally begin to thin out, the entire landscape has changed. The elders look down and realize the explosion has exposed what this place really is. Deep inside the newly split chasm lies a vast, gloomy burial ground filled with countless tombstones. Fang Yi walks back toward the group and politely thanks the seniors for stepping in when they did. He admits that without their help, bringing down the dark giant would not have gone nearly as smoothly. He also admits that he underestimated the enemy earlier, then asks if anyone was injured in the blast that came after. Caught off guard by Fang Yi's humility, Zhang Tian awkwardly apologizes for how hostile he was before and sincerely thanks Fang Yi for saving his life. Elder Wu smirks at the sight and jokes that Zhang Tian must be possessed because the old stubborn mule actually managed to say thank you for once. But that brief moment of relief vanishes instantly when the ground suddenly splits apart and skeletal hands glowing with eerie green light burst out of the earth. A horrifying swarm of glowing green skeletons crawls up from the newly exposed graves and starts closing in on Fang Yi and the stunned elders. Still calm, Fang Yi asks Elder Wu if he remembers the mutated natural disaster in Moon City. Elder Wu grimly says yes, then suddenly realizes with horror that they're staring at that same nightmare all over again. The moment Zhang Tian sees the undead, disgust flashes across his face. He steps forward without hesitation, yellow energy gathering in his hands as he declares that he'll make the first move. A second later, he unleashes a barrage of explosive energy blasts into the advancing skeleton army. Not about to stand there and watch, Elder Wu and another elder from the combat zone charge in right beside him. Zhang Tian shoots high into the air and forms an energy sphere crackling with fierce yellow lightning, then boldly claims a section of the battlefield as his. Then he drives that destructive power straight down into the skeletons below. The combat zone elders meet the undead head-on, carving through the horde with heavy energy, slashes and sharp piercing beams. In the middle of all that chaos, Fang Yi's glowing red eye narrows. Something has already pulled his attention away from the battle in front of him. Then the system suddenly warns him that a strong dark attribute fluctuation has appeared nearby and tells him to touch the source so it can compile a new technique. After warning the elders about the dark energy, Fang Yi immediately heads straight for it. As the others follow his movement, Elder Wu notices a huge shape looming through the murky distance and asks what it is, while another elder wonders if they're just looking at an illusion. Elder Wu quickly shuts that down, pointing out that the giant stone tablet is actively releasing dark energy, though he has no idea why it suddenly appeared. Fang Yi concludes that it must be a physical manifestation of the area's dark power and decides to get closer. Ignoring Zhang Tian's warning shout, Fang Yi launches himself straight toward the towering monolith. Wrapped in his golden protective aura, he cuts through the dark mist and heads right for the target. He soon reaches the enormous, weathered face of the stone tablet, its surface wrapped in swirling shadows that feel deeply ominous. The moment Fang Yi places his hand against the cold stone, dark red energy reacts immediately and coils around his fingers. The system confirms that a dark attribute technique is now being compiled automatically. The process finishes, and Fang Yi obtains the Great Hell Saber method. The system explains that with a single slash, the technique can summon undead from the burial grounds to fight for him for 3 minutes, and their strength will scale directly with his own. Fang Yi quickly runs through the dark attribute techniques he already has. There's the boundless dark realm which traps enemies and wears them down over time, and the hellish evil scene, a dangerous move that only works by triggering his own death to call out spirits. He also realizes that his illusion-based eye technique works best against enemies with high intelligence, which makes it far less useful against a mindless skeleton horde. As a blade of red energy forms in his hand, Fang Yi feels the overwhelming power of this ancient burial ground, and instantly understands that the undead here are much stronger than the ones they faced in Moon City. He realizes right away just how absurd this new saber technique really is. it can not only command those terrifying entities, but their strength can keep rising along with his own, with no clear limit in sight. While Feng Yi is still turning over this new power in his mind, the elders from the combat zone gather around the enormous stone tablet. The moment they realize it's made of condensed dark energy, they immediately decide to take a piece back for the research institute. Zhang Tian, in particular, is fired up. He's convinced that if they can study this thing, it could change the future. But as he starts gathering energy into his hand to strike the stone, Feng Yi notices what they're doing and begins to feel uneasy. Zhang Tan drives a heavy punch into the monolith while Elder Wu watches with hope, thinking they may have finally found a solid sample of dark energy never seen before, one that could push their research forward and help them deal with dark attribute threats in the future. But the instant that punch lands, the entire cavern jerks with a violent tremor, and everything freezes for a beat. Elder Wu's face changes at once. Realizing they've made a terrible mistake, he shouts that the stone tablet should never have been touched. Cracks race across the giant structure, and before long, huge slabs of the dark stone start breaking loose and crashing down. Seeing the collapse begin, the elders yell for everyone to fall back and scramble out of the way as massive chunks of stone come raining down. Right in the middle of that collapse, Feng Yi suddenly feels a horrifying surge of spiritual energy spreading through the entire area. And in that moment, it clicks. He finally realizes the true and disastrous source behind the Black Sea anomaly. From the shattered remains of the tablet, a monstrous tsunami of red and black malevolent energy bursts upward. Without meaning to, the group has released an ancient dark tide from beyond this world, and its destructive force is beyond anything they've seen before. That enormous wave of dark red and black power, the dark tide, erupts straight out of the ruins. The second Zhang Tian sees it. He shouts out the first rule of exploration. If you encounter the dark tide, retreat immediately. Dark energy quickly twists itself into terrifying shadow beasts that flood the area. The elders of the combat zone immediately begin pulling back, cutting their way through the swarm as they retreat. In the middle of the chaos, Elder Wu turns and shouts for the sealer to wait, but Feng Yi doesn't move. He remains standing there, right in front of that towering wave of destruction. As the red energy rushes closer, Elder Wu desperately yells at Feng Yi, demanding to know what he's doing and ordering him to get back. Feng Yi ignores every warning and keeps staring into the tide with his glowing red eye. Then he hears it. A strange voice is calling to him from somewhere inside that dark energy. Curious, Feng Yi slowly reaches his hand toward the swirling red mass, determined to see what's hidden inside. As he faces that otherworldly power head-on, he quietly prepares himself for death. Then, without warning, a massive burst of red light explodes outward and swallows Feng Yi whole. Elder Wu and Zhang Tian can only watch in horror, shouting his name as the blast consumes him, unable to accept what just happened. Zhang Tian lunges toward the deadly wave, trying to save him, but Elder Wu instantly creates a glowing energy hand to stop him, shouting that Feng Yi cannot be saved and that rushing in now would only throw his life away too. Zhang Tian snaps back in fury, saying Feng Yi is the future of the nation. He blames himself and the other elders, insisting he would trade his own life without hesitation for those young pioneers. In obvious pain, Elder Wu says Feng Yi is most likely already gone. He warns that if they lose even more people here, the nation's future will be finished. Taking responsibility for bringing Feng Yi here, Elder Wu orders the remaining elders to retreat and stay alive. But just as the elders are about to run, a massive pillar of golden energy suddenly erupts from inside the dark tide. They all turn back in shock. The moment they recognize Feng Yi's signature golden power, a flicker of hope returns. Meanwhile, deep inside the abyss, Feng Yi calmly drops through a twisting tunnel of red and gold energy. The blast didn't harm him at all. And even stranger, there isn't a single monster anywhere inside the heart of the dark tide. As he drifts deeper into that dark red void, Feng Yi follows his instincts. Even though the voice has gone silent, he can still feel that if he keeps moving forward, he'll eventually reach whatever called out to him. Wanting answers, he tries to contact his system and have it analyze this strange place around him. Wrapped in a golden aura, he continues descending farther and farther into the endless abyss. He can tell his defenses are holding perfectly. The dark energy around him can't touch him at all. Then a strange voice suddenly echoes through the red emptiness and speaks directly to him. Startled, Feng Yi stops descending at once. His system interface flickers wildly under the pressure of that overwhelming power before finally stabilizing again. The system tells him that the ancient energy is interfering with its functions, but it still managed to detect the source, and the coordinates are straight ahead. Following the glowing blue prompt from his system, Feng Yi moves through the dark mist. At the same time, he wonders if this ancient power might be another world-changing artifact like the thrones. As he speeds up, the pressure in the air grows heavier and heavier, making it clear that he's getting close to the unknown source. The moment he finally sees where he's headed, his eyes narrow. He comes to a stop in front of a massive black vortex crackling with red lightning, and the crushing pressure pouring from it is so intense that even the space around him feels suffocating. From the center of that vortex, a hollow suit of demonic armor slowly emerges, covered in spikes and faintly glowing red from within. Fang Yi studies it and realizes that every single scale on that armor carries terrifying destructive power. A red warning flashes across Fang Yi's system, confirming that this mysterious armor is the true source of the catastrophic dark tide. Without hesitating, Fang Yi reaches out, ready to suppress the artifact, but the armor reacts instantly. Its chest splits open, revealing a jagged mouth made of glowing red energy. Fang Yi is forced to pull back as a massive burst of dark power erupts from inside it. Even he is left stunned, realizing this relic carries far more energy than any of the thrones he had encountered before. Caught off guard by the armor's sudden attack, Fang Yi hurriedly throws up a golden energy barrier to shield himself. As the dark power slams against his shield and keeps grinding forward, Fang Yi starts to strain under the pressure. He's shocked to discover that the armor's killing intent is strong enough to weaken his protective yang attribute, even though that power should naturally suppress dark energy. But instead of backing off, that resistance only makes Fang Yi want the artifact even more. He releases a burst of golden energy to force the pressure back, then activates his boundless dark realm, enclosing himself inside a giant sphere of dark purple power. Fang Yi pulls out his blade and unleashes the great Hell Saber. In an instant, the attack tears open the abyss and summons an entire legion of glowing red undead, each one radiating a vicious, ghostly presence. With a single command from Fang Yi, that shadowy army dives from above and rushes the floating demonic armor in a perfectly timed assault. Fang Yi keeps his eyes fixed on the clash, but the confidence on his face quickly starts to crack when the armor strikes back. A violent burst of razor-sharp red tendrils erupts from the armor and tears through the spectral army like it's nothing, wiping them out in seconds. Watching his strongest move get crushed that easily, Fang Yi finally admits how terrifying this thing really is. Its dark aura is on a completely different level from his own, so overwhelming that it can shut his techniques down by force. The demonic armor follows up at once, unleashing a lightning-fast storm of red energy slashes that blasts Fang Yi backward. Even after seeing that kind of power, Fang Yi still refuses to give in. He fixes his eyes on it and declares that this battle will decide which one of them ends up subduing the other. The entity speaks again, trying to lure Fang Yi into giving in and becoming the same as it. At the same time, dark energy creeps across his face and forms a jagged mask, making him realize it's trying to corrupt his mind and take over his body. Fighting to stay in control, Fang Yi activates his Divine Sun Swallowing Heaven technique, using it to clear his mind and keep himself from slipping under. Fang Yi grits his teeth and roars that the entity has underestimated him. In the very next second, a huge surge of blue energy explodes out from his body. Pushed all the way to the brink, he orders his system to release every power and technique he has at the same time. The system immediately sounds a critical alert. It reports that although Fang Yi is only at the 2-star Jingang realm, his true combat potential can't even be measured. But the system also warns him about the cost. If he forces all that power out at once, his body will almost certainly collapse, with a 99% chance of total destruction. Even so, Fang Yi stares into the darkness without flinching, ready to risk everything. Forced all the way to the brink, Fang Yi has no room left to retreat. With everything on the line, he throws himself into one final, desperate attempt to suppress the demonic entity before it completely overwhelms him. Golden light and dark crimson power crash violently around him, tearing through the space like two storms colliding. In the middle of that chaos, Fang Yi grits his teeth and orders the system to draw out every power he has, staking his life on a single vow. Either he wins here, or he dies here. The system answers Fang Yi's command without hesitation. In the very next instant, every cultivation method he has mastered begins activating at once, surging through his body in a terrifying flood of power. But forcing so many opposing energies to run through him at the same time comes with a crushing price. The pressure inside Fang Yi's body becomes almost unbearable, as if every meridian and bone is being pulled in different directions. Fang Yi grabs his head with both hands, his face twisted in raw agony. The raging power inside him threatens to rip his body apart from the inside, and he can only struggle desperately to keep even the last thread of his sanity intact. At last, the burden becomes too much. Fang Yi's eyes lose focus, turning completely blank, and in the next moment, a catastrophic burst of red energy erupts from his body like a violent explosion tearing through the abyss. The system instantly detects the fatal overload consuming Fang Yi's body. With his life hanging by a thread, it triggers its emergency failsafe and activates the Death Seal technique. One after another, elemental forces surge around his lifeless body. Lightning flashes, a protective aura wraps over him, and dark chains coil into place, dragging him back from the edge of death and confirming that Fang Yi has somehow survived. Deep within the abyss, Fang Yi drifts silently through the darkness until his eyes suddenly snap open, glowing a fierce red. At that moment, the system declares that the ancient artifact has been defeated by the combined force of his cultivation methods. The system then confirms the impossible. The ancient entity has yielded. It no longer resists Fang Yi, and from this moment forward, It acknowledges him as its new master. The thick, dark energy swirling around Fang Yi begins to gather and compress, layer by layer. It wraps around his body, shaping itself into a sinister suit of armor covered in sharp, menacing spikes. Only then does the system reveal the artifact's true identity. This terrifying power is none other than the ancient god-demon armor, suspended in the abyss with the armor now covering him. Fang Yi gives off an oppressive dark aura. As the energy settles around him, the system grants him a brand new ability born from this ancient power. The ability is a secret technique known as Dark Torrent. It shares the same origin as the ancient god-demon armor, and the moment it enters Fang Yi's mind, he masters it instantly, as if it had always belonged to him. To test the strength now coursing through him, Fang Yi slowly clenches his armored fist. The simple motion unleashes a massive shockwave of dark energy, rippling outward through the abyss with terrifying force. As Fang Yi watches the power gather and move around his hand, something about it feels strangely familiar. Dark veins pulse across his face, and with a sudden jolt of realization, he understands that he may now be able to command the dark tide itself. With this new mastery, Fang Yi no longer sinks into the chaotic dark tide. He walks across it. Even more shocking, the destructive energy obeys his will, retreating the moment he commands it to pull back. Fang Yi thinks back to the way his old dark attribute used to feel. Back then, every time he used dark energy, it drained his stamina and spiritual power constantly, making it as much a burden as a weapon. Now the dark attribute responds to him, almost like a loyal pet waiting for orders. As the energy coils and swirls in his palm, Fang Yi looks at it with confidence and declares that it will never hold him back again. After lingering in the abyss long enough, Fang Yi decides it is finally time to return. With a calm, almost effortless snap of his fingers, he prepares to leave that dark place behind. As he departs, one thought crosses Fang Yi's mind. He has no idea how much time has passed outside, and he suspects that his sudden disappearance may have already thrown the world beyond the abyss into complete chaos. At the Jie Kingdom Spirit Association headquarters, Ye Xiao slams both fists down onto his desk in a fury. Beside him, Gu Yuru remains quiet, watching the president's anger build without saying a word. President Ye Xiao angrily scolds the elders from the combat zone, his voice sharp with blame. They took Fang Yi, the entomber, with them on the expedition, yet they failed to bring him back alive. Ye Xiao condemns them for being unable to protect even one junior pioneer, despite their many years of cultivation and all the nation's finest resources supporting them. Under that accusation, Elder Wu lowers his head in silent shame. The president questions whether they are even worthy of their positions. After relying on Fang Yi to escape with their lives, how could they possibly face the Xia Kingdom now that he was the one left behind? Outside the office, Galen hears every word clearly. After standing there and listening for long enough, she finally decides she can no longer remain silent. Galen strides directly into the office, cutting into President Ye Xiao's furious reprimand with her own perspective. Nearby, Elder Wu and Elder Zheng sit with heavy expressions, looking as if the weight of failure has drained them completely. In Galan's eyes, Fang Yi was powerful enough to escape if he truly wanted to. She believes he chose to stay behind because he must have discovered something extremely important within the abyss. President Ye Xiao does not respond right away. He simply listens in silence, his expression tense as Galan's words hang heavily in the room. Galen then fiercely defends the veterans before him. She reminds Ye Xiao that these people have been fighting on the front lines to protect the Jie Kingdom since even before the spiritual energy awakening. She speaks of the countless battles they survived and the comrades they buried along the way. Fang Yi may be a genius rarely seen in a generation, but Galen reminds Ye Xiao of the despair Elder Wu and the others felt when Fang Yi vanished into the void. Galen insists that if there had been even the slightest chance, Elder Wu and the others would have gladly traded their own lives to bring that young pioneer back safely. But President Ye Xiao remains unconvinced. He snaps back that Fang Yi is the core of the crucial captain plan, then asks whether Galen can truly guarantee his survival when even their predecessors could never escape the dark tide. Overcome with frustration, Ye Xiao shouts that Fang Yi's value to the Jia Kingdom is greater than theirs. Gu Yuru quickly tries to calm him down, but Galen refuses to back away and challenges the idea that falling into the dark tide automatically means death. Galen fixes him with a fierce glare, pressing him on his own logic. If Fang Yi is already dead, then why should one missing pioneer outweigh the entire surviving Star God combat zone? She asks him bluntly whether by doubting Fang Yi and dismissing the combat zone, he truly believes the Spirit Association alone could protect the Xia Kingdom without the strength of their military forces. Realizing Galen has pushed too far, Elder Wu suddenly shouts her name. His voice cuts through the room as he orders her to stop and stand down immediately. The sharp tension in the office finally begins to break. President Ye Xiao lets out a long sigh, the anger fading from his face, and admits that his earlier words were spoken out of frustration. In the end, he concedes that Galen is right. Now visibly exhausted, Yi Xiao turns to the real problem before them and asks how they should handle the crisis. If news of Fang Yi's disappearance spreads, he fears it will ignite panic across the entire nation and give their enemies the courage to strike. To keep the Jia kingdom from falling into chaos, they decide to seal off all information about Fang Yi's disappearance. The matter is classified at the highest possible security level, leaving no room for rumors to escape. 1 week later, inside the Fang family villa, Lin Yi is growing more anxious by the day. The quiet around the house only makes her unease feel heavier. Her cousin, Fang Yi, still has not returned from the mysterious domain. Every passing moment makes his absence feel less ordinary and far more troubling. When Lin Yi hears movement at the door, hope flashes across her face, and she immediately calls out for her cousin. But when the door opens, it is not Fang Yi at all, it is only her mother. Her mother notices how long Fang Yi has been gone and points out that his silence has dragged on for quite a while. She gently suggests that Lin Yi should try calling him. Lin Yi explains that this situation is different from before. The place Fang Yi went is far too dangerous, and worse, there is no signal there, so a normal phone call would never reach him. Her mother agrees that even with those circumstances, this still feels unusual. For Fang Yi to remain completely out of contact for such a long time is not something they can easily brush aside. And her mother asks about Lin Yi's assignment as Tai City's new captain. Lin Yi explains that she had been waiting for Fang Yi to come back so they could do a trial run together, but with him missing, the association has suddenly gone quiet as well. That silence only makes Lin Yi's worry deepen. This has never happened before. Fang Yi always returned quickly in the past, yet this time Captain Su knows nothing, and Galan has not replied to a single one of her messages. Unable to sit around and wait any longer, Lin Yi abruptly tells her startled mother that she is going out. Her decision comes so suddenly that her mother barely has time to react. Lin Yi races through the pouring rain, her thoughts spiraling faster with every step. If something really has happened to her cousin, then the entire Jia kingdom could be thrown into turmoil, and the captain plan itself may collapse along with him. Lin Yi tried to calm the uneasiness in her chest, quietly telling herself that someone as powerful as Fang Yi couldn't possibly be in real danger. After all, the city was still standing. The streets hadn't fallen into panic, and everything around her looked strangely peaceful for the moment. But that fragile comfort shattered in an instant. High above the towering skyscrapers, the storm clouds suddenly lit up as huge, unstable arcs of purple lightning ripped across the sky, twisting wildly like something had torn open the heavens. Lin Yi froze where she stood, her eyes widening in disbelief. Around her, pedestrians began screaming and scattering in every direction as a blazing meteor-like object tore downward through the storm, heading straight for Tai City. The impact erupted with a blinding flash, forcing Lin Yi to raise her arms and shield her face from the violent burst of light. But in that same moment, she felt the familiar pressure in the air and immediately understood what it was. Another ancient throne had descended. A gigantic column of blue energy surged upward from the impact point, bathing the entire skyline in an eerie glow and making the rain-soaked city look as if it had been swallowed by a supernatural beacon. From a nearby high point, several captains stood watching the scene unfold from a distance. Their silhouettes remained still against the storm as they stared toward the massive blue pillar rising over the city. The moment the artifact descended, it didn't just draw the attention of the defenders. Deep within the city's darker corners, sinister figures began to stir, their red eyes glowing from the shadows as cruel smiles spread across their faces. To them, the new throne wasn't just a mystery. It was a chance to spill blood and seize power. Meanwhile, inside that chaotic blue void, Fang Yi continued drifting through the strange space, leaping from one piece of floating debris to the next. A dark red aura now wrapped around his body, flickering like living flame, but the endless domain around him still felt like a maze with no exit. No matter how far he moved, he couldn't lock onto the coordinates that would return him to reality, and the frustration in his chest only grew heavier. He lowered his gaze toward the shadows stretching beneath him, knowing it was actually the subdued ancient god demon armor. With a sharp look, Fang Yi asked whether even it was having trouble finding a way out of this place, but the system gave him nothing in response. Just like before, it remained completely silent, without even the faintest signal to guide him or explain what had gone wrong. Fang Yi frowned as he considered the possibilities. Maybe dragging the ancient god-demon armor out of this mysterious domain had triggered some unexpected butterfly effect. Or worse, perhaps something unseen was deliberately keeping both of them trapped here. At that moment, the dark aura around him suddenly reacted, flickering with a strange pulse. Fang Yi immediately questioned it, but the shadowy figure quickly shook its head, almost anxiously denying that it had caused the situation. Fang Yi's eyes narrowed as another question came to mind. He asked why the entity had suddenly lost the ability to speak, especially when it had clearly used a human voice before to lure him into the dark tide. The shadow only trembled in place, its form wavering nervously as if it understood the question but had no way to answer. No words came from it, only that uneasy silence. Fang Yi let out a low sigh and chose not to press the matter any further. Whatever had happened to the armor's voice could wait. Their only real priority now was finding a path back out. Just then, the red glow in Fang Yi's eyes sharpened. His expression changed as he finally sensed something faint beyond the surrounding chaos. A thin connection leading back toward the outside world. Back in reality, the storm over Tai City split apart as a massive beam of blue energy tore down from the sky. It slammed into the city with overwhelming force, marking the arrival of a mysterious new throne. As the heavy rain poured down and terrified pedestrians ran through the streets, Lin Yi pushed forward against the chaos, sprinting straight toward the place where the energy had fallen. She understood exactly how dangerous this timing was. With Fang Yi missing, the sudden appearance of a throne could throw the entire city into disorder. So even knowing the risks, Lin Yi decided she had to investigate the situation herself. Her shoes splashed across the wet pavement as she raced through the rain. But before she could get much farther, her instincts suddenly flared, warning her that someone was waiting to strike. A sinister man carrying a knife stepped into the road ahead of her, blocking her path with a smug grin. He called her Miss Lin with unsettling confidence, and Lin Yi immediately stopped, shifting into a defensive stance as she demanded to know who he was. More armed thugs emerged from the curtain of rain, one after another, cutting off the routes around her. Lin Yi glanced across them and mocked their recklessness, calling them fools for daring to wander into Tai City during such a chaotic moment. Her eyes hardened as she demanded to know what they wanted, but before they could answer, she struck first, releasing a fierce shockwave of green spiritual energy that blasted outward and violently forced back the attackers closing in on her. Without wasting a single movement, Lin Yi guided that energy into thick, twisting vines. The vines shot forward and coiled tightly around one of the older thugs, pinning him before he could react. She followed instantly with a powerful kick to his chest, driving the air out of him as she demanded answers from the stunned man trapped in her vines. The man was sent crashing down hard onto the rain-slick pavement, his body skidding against the wet ground from the force of the blow. After seeing their first attempt fall apart so quickly, another thug reacted at once. He raised a whistle to his mouth and blew a sharp signal, calling for reinforcements without hesitation. Almost immediately, the surrounding area erupted with movement. More enemies appeared from the shadows, from narrow side streets, and even from the rooftops above, all carrying different weapons as they closed in and completely surrounded Lin Yi. At the center of the ambush, the leader stepped forward, wearing a red bandana. With an arrogant tilt of his head, he raised his massive sword and pointed it directly at her. He sneered at Lin Yi, dismissing her as nothing more than a little girl borrowing fame from the Entombre's reputation. Then, without any hesitation, he ordered all of his men to rush her together. Green light began to burn in Lin Yi's eyes as she glared back at them. Instead of backing down, she asked if they were seriously looking down on her, then declared that this was the perfect chance to test the multi-target combat training she had been working on lately. The next second, she pushed her spiritual energy outward, sending a storm of sharp, whip-like green vines whipping through the rain in every direction. Those vines struck fast, catching several attackers in midair and yanking them off balance. At the same time, Lin Yi kept moving in close combat, landing quick kicks on anyone who managed to break through and get near her. With a sharp motion, she commanded the vines to tighten. The captured enemies were squeezed harder in their bindings, leaving them trapped and struggling helplessly in the air. The older thug twisted against the vines, cursing through gritted teeth as panic finally entered his face. Only then did he realize that Lin Yi's unique wood attribute wasn't just restraining their bodies, it was actively suppressing their spiritual energy. Now fully controlling the pace of the fight, Lin Yi drew the bound thugs together, gathering them into one tangled cluster with her vines. Then with one powerful sweep, she hurled the entire group through the rain-soaked air. As they went flying, she fiercely told them to get lost, her voice cutting through the storm. But before she could relax, a sharp projectile made of dark purple energy suddenly tore through the rain, slicing straight toward her with deadly speed. Lin Yi's expression changed the moment she sensed it. This wasn't ordinary fire. It was a flame ability mixed with a corrosive dark attribute. Normal fire would have trouble burning through her strengthened vines, but this dark flame was on a completely different level of danger. She tried to move out of the way, twisting her body to dodge the incoming strike. But the dark energy still grazed past her, cutting sharply into her arm. Lin Yi gasped from the sudden pain, her eyes widening as fresh blood spilled from the wound and mixed with the rain running down her skin. The moment they saw her injured, the bandana-wearing leader and the remaining thugs seized the opportunity. They lunged in from every direction at once, raising their weapons to finish her off. Just before their blades could reach her, Lin Yi released a surge of green light and summoned a glowing barrier around her body. The barrier exploded outward with intense force, violently repelling every attacker and sending them flying back across the wet street. Standing inside the glow, Lin Yi mocked them coldly, saying that even 9 grown men still couldn't take down a single student. The leader landed and steadied himself against the slippery pavement, Instead of looking furious, a calculating gleam appeared in his eyes as he carefully studied the situation. He realized that even after Lin Yiyi had been pushed into a deadly position, Fang Yi still hadn't appeared to save her. That was enough for him to confidently conclude that Fang Yi truly was no longer in the city. Now that his real objective had been achieved, the leader immediately ordered his men to retreat. One by one, the thugs leaped away into the storm and vanished through the rain. Left alone in the street, Lin Yiyi caught her breath and suddenly understood that she had walked straight into their trap. Frustration surged through her, and she slammed her fist hard against a nearby wall. By defending herself so desperately, she had accidentally confirmed the very thing their hidden enemies wanted to know. Fang Yi was absent. Lin Yiyi cursed herself for being careless. Now that the enemy knew the truth, they would definitely come back even more prepared next time. And she realized she urgently needed a plan before the situation spiraled out of control. Before she could sort through her racing thoughts, the stormy sky lit up again. In the distance, a massive pillar of golden light pierced down through the clouds and struck somewhere within the city. The moment Lin Yiyi understood what that strange light was trying to tell her, her expression changed completely. Her eyes widened, not with fear this time, but with a firm, unshakable resolve, as if she had already decided what she had to do next. Without wasting even a second, Lin Yiyi quickly took out her phone, her fingers moving with urgent precision through the rain and tension. She immediately placed a call, asking to be connected to Captain Su as fast as possible. At that same moment, Captain Su was standing watch beneath the pouring rain, guarding the barricaded area around the newly descended throne. With the restricted zone tense and heavily sealed off around her, she answered Lin Yi's call and quickly asked whether Yi had been ambushed. Lin Yi answered that she had managed to drive the attackers away for now, but her tone remained grave, because she knew the danger had only been pushed back temporarily. In truth, every enemy moving in the shadows had the same target, the throne. Lin Yi then explained in a low, serious voice that their enemies had already reached a terrifying conclusion. To them, Tai City had become a city without real protection the moment the entomber disappeared. As the meaning behind those words sank in, Captain Su stood frozen in the rain, unable to respond right away, struck silent by the weight of what Yi had just said. Captain Su slowly turned her gaze toward the restricted forest, her face tightening with shock as the rain streamed down around her. On the other end of the call, Lin Yi's voice became steadier, and what she said next carried the force of a decision she could no longer turn away from. The young pioneer declared that she would personally approach the artifact and force it to recognize her as its new master. Her words were bold, almost reckless, but behind them was the desperation of someone willing to take the most dangerous path, if it meant protecting the city. When Lin Yi arrived at the restricted site, the storm was still beating down heavily around her. Facing the dangerous aura ahead, she said with firm determination that she had no other choice left if she wanted to protect Tai City. The instant Captain Su saw what Lin Yi intended to do, she rushed forward and pulled her into a tight embrace beneath the cold rain. Holding her close, Captain Su scolded her for being foolish, her voice filled with fear and anger. She warned Yi that this newly descended artifact carried the metal attribute, and that meant its power was unimaginably sharp, far more lethal than the anomalies they had faced before, perhaps 100 times more dangerous. Captain Su reminded Lin Yi that her own wood attribute offered almost no protection against metal. Trying to confront that kind of power head-on was no different from walking straight toward death. Her eyes filled with tears as she begged Yi not to sacrifice herself, pleading with her not to throw her life away on what could only be called a suicide mission. But their emotional moment was suddenly shattered when a guard came rushing toward them in a panic. His face was pale, his breath uneven, and the urgency in his voice made it clear that something terrible had just happened. The guard reported that large numbers of underground groups and neutral factions were now rapidly closing in on the area. And as if that were not already bad enough, even registered pioneers had begun flooding into Tai City, turning the situation into a crisis from every direction at once. Meanwhile, in the darker corners of Tai City, a massive crowd of rogue pioneers and mutants began to gather like a storm waiting to break. Fueled by rumors that the entomber was dead, they no longer feared the military or the Spirit Association's authority. In their eyes, the city had become a lawless battleground, a brutal free-for-all where only strength mattered. Blinded by greed, they prepared to charge the restricted zone, convinced that whoever seized the throne would rise to become the new absolute ruler of Jaya. At the same time, far away from the chaos in Tai City, a rescue team moved through a swirling portal and entered the mysterious domain. Their mission was clear. They had to locate the exact place where Fang Yi had disappeared. Elder Wu and Yi Xiao stepped out into a vast, bright white desert beneath an unusually clear sky. The endless pale sand stretched before them, making the entire domain feel strange, empty, and almost unreal. Elder Wu confirmed that this was indeed the place where the dark tide had swallowed the entomber. Yet, as he looked around at the transformed landscape, confusion spread across his face. because the environment before him was completely different from what he remembered. He could not understand how the oppressive dark energy that once filled this place, along with the ancient tombstones that had carried such a terrifying presence, had vanished so cleanly, leaving not even a trace behind. Then, without warning, the sky above them split open, a terrifying surge of dark energy burst out from the crack, rolling across the air like a black tidal wave, and the entire rescue team stared upward in stunned awe at the overwhelming force pouring down before them. From within that dark rift, Fang Yi suddenly dropped down and landed on the white sand. His arrival was abrupt and powerful, sending a silent shock through the strange desert around him. Fang Yi himself looked surprised to find that he had landed in this place. He had only been following the energy signature of the newly descended throne, using that trace as a guide to return to reality, and had not expected it to lead him here first. When Elder Wu and Ye Xiao saw the golden aura radiating around him, their eyes widened in recognition. It was Fang Yi, alive. But what shocked them even more was the spiritual power surging from his body, a power that had grown so tremendously that it now seemed to surpass Elder Wu's own strength by an almost unbelievable margin. Elder Wu felt the pressure of Fang Yi's aura pressing through the air and immediately realized that this young pioneer had undergone a staggering transformation. The force around him had already gone far beyond the third level of the Jinggang realm. When Fang Yi heard someone call his name, he slowly turned his head toward the voice. His glowing red eyes settled on the figures approaching from above, and he recognized the combat zone elders as they descended toward him through the air. Ye Xiao stepped forward first, his expression warm and relieved. Reaching out, he grasped Fang Yi's hand in a firm greeting, as though finally seeing him alive had lifted a heavy burden from his chest. He introduced himself as Ye Xiao, the president of the Xia Nation Spirit Association, and then spoke with unmistakable sincerity. He told Fang Yi that they had come all this way to bring the entomber home. Fang Yi accepted the greeting calmly, but his thoughts moved quietly behind his expression. Since he had never heard of Ye Xiao before, he naturally assumed that this man must have been appointed to his position during the time he was missing. Ye Xiao observed that the newly descended throne might be the reason behind the strange spatial disturbances. Fang Yi then explained that he had been trapped inside the domain, wandering aimlessly without any way to locate Earth's coordinates, until he happened to run into their rescue group. A sudden sense of urgency seized Fang Yi, and he immediately asked to return to Tai City without delay. Elder Wu and the veteran pioneers agreed at once, their faces filled with eagerness, proud that they could personally assist such a powerful young pioneer. They wasted no time. The group began channeling their spiritual energy together, and a massive blue portal quickly opened before them, swirling with light as the path back home took shape. As Fang Yi stepped into the portal and crossed back toward reality, a heavy feeling of dread suddenly washed over him. An ominous premonition struck his heart, making him fear that his cousin, Lin Yi, was in deadly danger, and all he could do was desperately hope that this terrible feeling was only his imagination. Inside the swirling blue void, the group flew forward at high speed, surrounded by twisting streams of light. Elder Wu kept his face composed, forcing himself to hold back the questions pressing in his mind. Even so, Elder Wu could not stop wondering silently how Fang Yi had survived the catastrophic dark tide, and even more unbelievable, how had he emerged from it with such an enormous breakthrough in cultivation? Far away from the portal, Tai City had already fallen into complete chaos. Heavy rain poured down over the city, soaking everything as smoke drifted through the broken streets. Across those ruined roads, the defending pioneers fought with everything they had, desperately trying to hold back the overwhelming wave of hostile invaders flooding into the city. At the front of the battle, the Spirit Association's lead official raised a golden shield, just in time to block the strike of a cloaked rogue. As the attacker sneered and mocked their stubborn resistance, the official's expression turned grim. He could clearly see how arrogant these underground factions had become, trying to tear down order itself just so they could seize power for themselves. With a fierce motion, the lead official unleashed a blazing golden shockwave that blasted the attackers away. He immediately ordered his people to counterattack. But in the middle of the fight, a frantic report came through. The defensive perimeter around the newly descended throne had been breached. Understanding how serious the situation had become, the official ordered his subordinates to reinforce the squads defending the throne's front line. Declaring that he would hold this position by himself, he raised his power again and fired a barrage of golden flames, intercepting the assassins as they leapt toward him. When one of his subordinates hesitated, unwilling to leave him behind, the official snapped out a stern order and told them to obey. Then, touching his earpiece, his expression hardened, not only with resolve, but with a renewed glimmer of hope. He revealed that there was crucial news. If they could survive this wave of attacks, victory would be guaranteed. Elsewhere in the rain-drenched streets, two defending pioneers were struggling to hold their ground against the enemy forces. Just then, Wang Lan and Song Yiming appeared through the downpour, and the exhausted defenders looked toward them with hope, asking whether headquarters had finally sent reinforcements. Song Yiming calmly explained that every pioneer had their eyes on Tai City's now vulnerable resources. Wang Lan, however, wore a faint smile as he said that they had come for a different reason. They were here to repay a favor. Without another word, Song Yiming drove his fist forward, unleashing a blazing punch that exploded into the attackers. Fire roared through the street, swallowing the enemy forces in a devastating blast. Watching the enemies collapse under the attack, they laughed at how weak the invaders truly were. They mocked them for fighting so desperately over the entomber, a man they all believed was already dead. Song Yiming then declared that a weak and disorganized mob like this had no right to even dream of taking the immense power of the newly descended throne for themselves. When the opposing pioneers arrogantly shouted that the metal-attributed throne belonged to them, Wang Lan answered with action instead of words. He released his water abilities in a violent strike, and in an instant, the enemies were frozen solid, their bodies transformed into rigid ice sculptures. The invasion soon reached Fang Yi's private villa. A group of armed thugs gathered outside, quickly realizing that they had found the entomber's home. One scarred thug laughed with greedy excitement, already imagining Fang Yi's possessions as his own, and then his expression turned even more unsettling as he mentioned the two defenseless women inside. But before the thugs could break through the doors, a haunting melody suddenly drifted through the rain. Nearby, a pioneer lifted a glowing green flute and began to play, sending out waves of magical sound. The power struck the invaders at once, forcing them to scream and dance uncontrollably, their faces twisted with shock at such terrifying mind control. The one who had intervened was Moon City pioneer Captain Chen Ruo. Standing calmly on a nearby rock, she looked down at the struggling thugs with cold, unreadable eyes. As she watched them writhe helplessly under the melody's control, Chen Ruo thought back to her mother's teaching. People who were weak yet still driven by endless greed were, in their own way, truly terrifying. At the foot of the restricted mountain, a massive burst of blue energy suddenly erupted upward into the stormy sky. The brilliant surge cut through the rain and instantly drew the attention of countless rogue pioneers swarming nearby. Above the gathered crowd, an invader wrapped in roaring flames floated in the air. He laughed wildly into the storm, his confidence overflowing as he declared that the throne was already his. A blinding column of fierce blue light suddenly crashes down into the restricted zone, tearing through the air like a divine judgment from above. The moment it lands, a brutal shockwave bursts outward, slamming into the approaching invaders and forcing them back before they can take another step. The rogues stare in stunned horror, instantly recognizing the suffocating pressure pressing down on them. It is the raw, overwhelming might of the metal attribute throne. The invaders quickly realize that this artifact is not merely resisting them. It is powerful enough to push back even their strongest fighters. That can only mean one thing. Someone from Tai City has already made contact with the throne. Rage spreads through the bloodthirsty crowd, and with murderous eyes fixed on the city below, they decide to wipe out the Spirit Association and slaughter anyone connected to the entomber, believing that only then can they fully seize Tai City for themselves. Then, cutting clean through the chaos and the roar of battle, Fang Yi's calm voice suddenly rings out, asking who has been calling his name before the mob can even react. He appears behind them without warning, his figure wrapped in a terrifying aura of dark red energy that coils around him like a living storm. The entire group of invaders goes rigid on the spot, their faces draining of color as fear overtakes them completely. Their voices tremble, barely able to form the words as they stammer out the title of the man they were certain had already died. The entomber. Fang Yi raises his hand, and from a swirling dark red portal, his massive sword slowly emerges into his grasp. As he activates the Great Hell Saber technique he has only just obtained, the air around him turns heavy and murderous. The terrified invaders can do nothing but watch, frozen in place, as an overwhelming killing intent gathers around his body like a storm about to break. With no hesitation at all, Fang Yi grips the massive blade and swings it once across the battlefield. In that single motion, a colossal slash of blazing fire tears forward, carving through everything in its path with terrifying force. The moment the strike lands, the battlefield erupts into a towering explosion of flames and dark energy, swallowing the rogue pioneers before they can even scream. In an instant, the entire horde is obliterated, leaving behind nothing but scorched ground, rolling heat, and fierce flames crackling in the aftermath. As the raging fire slowly begins to settle, Fang Yi turns his gaze toward the restricted mountain peak in the distance. Feeling the familiar spiritual fluctuations coming from that direction, his expression sharpens. His earlier premonition was right. His cousin, Lin Yiyi, is on that peak, and she is trying to claim the dangerous new throne. High above, at the summit of the mountain, Lin Yiyi is suspended within a glowing green sphere of energy. In front of her stands the intimidating metal attribute throne, radiating a pressure so powerful that the entire peak seems to tremble beneath it. Even so, Lin Yiyi has already stepped into the throne's domain with no sign of backing down. Her resolve is absolute. and she is prepared to risk her life. Shencher sacrifice everything, if that is what it takes to protect Tai City. Down below, Captain Su is struggling with everything she has to maintain the protective barrier surrounding Lin Yi. Sweat runs down her face, her body visibly strained under the pressure. Yet she refuses to let the defense collapse. Even if she has to burn through her own life force, she is determined to shield Yi until her spiritual power is completely drained, silently begging the young pioneer to succeed. All of a sudden, Fang Yi pierces straight through the green barrier, breaking into the protected space and throwing the defensive formation into disorder. Captain Su immediately shouts in alarm, her eyes widening as she desperately tries to understand who could have slipped past their perimeter so easily. A sudden breach sends a violent backlash surging through the barrier and straight into Captain Su. Her body jerks under the impact, and in the next instant, she coughs up a mouthful of blood. As Captain Su's strength gives out and she begins to collapse, her blonde guard quickly catches her before she hits the ground. But when the guard looks up and sees the figure who has entered, shock floods her face, and she stammers out the entomber's title in complete disbelief. Fang Yi looks at Captain Su and greets her with a calmness that feels almost impossible in the middle of the chaos. Captain Su stares back at him, stunned beyond words, her expression caught between absolute disbelief and overwhelming relief as she realizes that Tai City's greatest protector has finally returned. Seeing that the broken barrier has left his cousin exposed and vulnerable, Fang Yi acts immediately. He stretches out his hand, and swirling red energy flows from him, reaching toward Lin Yi as she falls, catching her gently in midair before the dangerous forces around the peak can swallow her. Fang Yi's immense power spreads around Lin Yi, forming a huge glowing sphere of protective energy that completely surrounds her. Within that shield, she is sealed away from the chaotic elements raging around the mountain peak and from the deadly pressure of the metal attributed throne looming above her.
High above the ruined chaos of Tai City, the entomber hung in the air, his gaze locked on the flames and explosions tearing through the streets below. His eyes burned a furious red, and every blast lighting up the city only made the rage on his face grow colder. As he stared down at the invading forces flooding through Tai City, one thought immediately crossed the entomber's mind. Were these people really so bold that they had come all this way just to seize the newly descended metal throne? Behind him, Su Qinying quietly corrected that assumption. Her voice made it clear that things were not quite that simple. When the metal throne first appeared, the entomber's name alone had been enough to frighten away most enemies. But the moment rumors began spreading that the entomber had died, the invaders stopped holding back. They came after the artifact, the Tai City Spirit Association, and even his family all at once. Su Qinying explained that Yi had only tried to claim the metal throne because she had been cornered, desperate to protect the city from an attack closing in from every side. The instant those words reached him, the entomber's expression darkened completely. His aura exploded outward, surging up around him like a blazing pillar of flame that seemed ready to burn the sky itself. Without wasting another second, the entomber spread his senses across every corner of Tai City. One by one, every hostile presence was locked into his awareness, and in that suffocating silence, he made a cold vow that not a single enemy would be allowed to escape. Then his overwhelming power descended over the city. The invading forces, who had been rampaging without fear just moments earlier, suddenly froze in place as terror gripped them from head to toe. Su Qinying watched the terrifying pressure roll out from him, and cold sweat immediately formed on her skin. For one brief instant as she stared at the entomber's back, it felt as though the man before her had stepped beyond anything human. At that moment, the entomber suddenly sensed several familiar auras entering the battlefield. Through the chaos below, presences he recognized began moving against the invaders. In the flooded streets, he caught sight of Zhang Lu, Ji Ruoyan, and a group of allied pioneers clashing with the enemy forces. Seeing them fight their way through the disaster brought him a moment of relief, because with reinforcements now defending Tai City, the situation on the ground could still be turned around. But that small relief shattered almost instantly when Yi Yi's agonized cry cut through the battlefield. Her voice carried pain so sharp that the entomber's attention snapped away from everything else. He turned and saw Yi coughing up blood, her body trembling as she struggled under the crushing force of the metal throne. The artifact's power pressed down on her relentlessly, leaving her barely able to endure it. Seeing her suffer like that, the entomber could not bring himself to blame her for acting recklessly. His sudden disappearance, the arrival of the metal throne, and the enemies attacking from every direction had left her with no choice but to stand up for the city. Memories of their childhood flashed through his mind, making the sight before him even harder to bear. No matter what it took, he had to save her. further because if Yi died here, he knew he would never forgive himself. Knowing there was no time left to hesitate, the Entomber launched himself forward, his body shot through the air straight toward the blinding blue glow surrounding the metal throne. He slammed directly into the massive sphere of raw power, forcing his way against the violent pressure. With fierce confidence in his voice, he declared that a mere single elemental attribute would never be enough to block his path. The pressure tore into him and left visible damage across his body, but his expression did not waver. Instead, his eyes burned brighter, filled with a determination that refused to bend. Before pushing any farther, the Entomber warned Su Qingying to protect herself. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he charged straight into the deadly domain of the artifact. The Entomber forced himself deeper into the raging energy, pushing his body beyond its limits with every step forward. Su Qingying could only stare in shock, stunned by how fearlessly he was throwing himself against a power that should have crushed anyone else. As the metal throne's force continued tearing at him, the Entomber's system activated a healing technique to keep him alive. A surge of green light wrapped around his body, drawing vitality from the surroundings and rapidly repairing his injuries almost as quickly as they appeared. Covered in that restorative glow, the Entomber let out a faint smirk. He realized this was the perfect moment to use the life-giving technique, because against the brutal assault of the metal throne, it was exactly the kind of counter that could let him survive. His forced entry triggered a violent reaction from the artifact. A colossal eruption burst outward, sending a blinding blue pillar of energy shooting straight up through the storm clouds. Far from the center of the blast, Zhang Lu and the other defenders looked toward the sky in awe. The metal throne's energy was fluctuating wildly, and the sheer force of it felt as though it was trying to pierce the heavens. Down in the flooded streets, the Association Superior also noticed the sudden spike in energy. Recognizing that unique signature, he immediately understood that the critical moment had arrived, and he ordered his men to carry out their strategic plan without the slightest delay. Back at the heart of the disaster, the Entomber endured the storm of blue energy around him. Step by step, he pushed through the raging force until he stood directly before the glowing metal throne. With a mocking calmness, the Entomber offered a casual apology for interrupting. Then he reached out and placed his hand firmly on the artifact itself. The system immediately detected the dense metal attribute within the throne and began compiling a new technique. In only a few seconds, the Entomber's dark energy swallowed the artifact's essence, and the system confirmed that the extraction had succeeded. From that power, the Entomber obtained a metal attribute technique capable of multiplying his attack strength, allowing him to strike 3 tiers above his current level. The drawback was dangerous, leaving him vulnerable to metal attacks during the cooldown, but he also gained the ability to grant an object or person a metal physique and enhance their strength. With the core power now extracted, he looked down at the glowing diamond-shaped construct resting in his hands. Without any hesitation, the Entomber chose Yi as the target for his new implantation skill. He guided the radiant golden energy toward her, letting it move gently but decisively in her direction. The core sank into Yi's chest, its light spreading through her body as the metal attribute began fusing with her. The dangerous power that had nearly crushed her now started flowing into her in a controlled form. As the light surrounded her, the pain twisted across Yi's face slowly faded away. Her body relaxed, her breathing steadied, and she slipped into a peaceful sleep while the metal throne's power safely shielded her. At the same time, a group of rogue pioneers broke into the Tai City Spirit Association base. Their leader, a metal attribute invader named Li Mingxuan, stood on top of the rubble, sneering at the ruined defenses and demanding that the local captain come out. Li Mingxuan laughed loudly, mocking the fact that Tai City's captain was already missing. To him, the entire city looked pathetic and fragile now that the Entomber was no longer there to protect it. Inside the wrecked lab, Li Mingxuan grabbed a terrified researcher by the throat and lifted him off the ground. He sneered in the man's face, asking where the association members had gone and mocking them for losing their courage just because the Entomber was believed to be dead. The researcher trembled in his grip, his face pale with fear. In a shaky voice, he asked if the invaders had come for the spirit crystals. Before Li Mingxuan could press him much further, the researcher quickly gave in. He pointed them towards safe number 3, surrendering the information as if he had no strength left to resist. Li Mingxuan was surprised by how fast the man broke, and he asked if the researcher was not afraid of being punished by the association. The researcher cried that keeping quiet would only get him beaten, and that the invaders would find the crystals sooner or later anyway. Satisfied with the answer, Li Mingxuan threw him down without concern. His thugs rushed to the vault and cracked it open, revealing a massive stash of glowing blue spirit crystals packed inside. The moment Li Mingxuan saw the treasure, Greed flashed across his face. Still, he looked back at the cowering researcher and warned him not to try anything clever. Then Li Mingxuan ordered his men to take every last crystal from the vault. He made it clear that not even a single piece of that treasure was to be left behind for Tai City. But behind Li Mingxuan's back, the researcher's frightened expression quietly disappeared. His eyes turned cold as he silently looked at the greedy thieves, seeing them as nothing more than ignorant fools walking straight into a trap. Li Mingxuan casually settled onto a couch, already acting as though the ruined lab belonged to him. He planned to turn it into their permanent base, while his subordinates crowded around to flatter him, claiming the metal throne rightfully belonged to him and urging him to teach Tai City's pioneers a brutal lesson. Li Mingxuan laughed at their praise, saying that ancient artifacts only bowed to those truly worthy of them. He confidently pointed out that the Entomber's relatives still had not conquered the metal throne, which in his eyes proved the artifact had already rejected her. One of the thugs added that the rumors said the pioneer was only a young girl. The men burst into mocking laughter and began planning to ambush her later, completely unaware that a swirling dark void had silently opened on the ceiling above them. Their laughter suddenly died down when Li Mingxuan heard an odd dripping sound. The strange noise echoed faintly through the room, cutting through the smug atmosphere. Confused, Li Mingxuan glanced around the ruined lab, his brows tightening. For a moment, he wondered if the damaged ceiling had started leaking. Then he looked up, and his expression changed instantly. From the darkness above, sharp tendrils of black energy came raining down toward them. The dark liquid pierced through Li Mingxuan's men before they could react. Screams erupted across the room as the highly corrosive energy burned into their bodies, consuming them alive in terrifying agony. From within the swirling shadows, the Entomber calmly stepped down into the ruined lab. His arrival was quiet, but the pressure he carried instantly swallowed the room. The moment Li Mingxuan recognized the legendary pioneer standing before him, all of his arrogance vanished. His eyes widened in absolute terror, and his body froze as fear overwhelmed him completely. His voice trembled as the words slipped out in broken fragments, unable to believe what stood before him. He stammered again and again that the Entomber coming back should have been impossible. Li Mingxuan refused to let that reality sink in. Rage and disbelief twisted across his face as he forced his power into one hand, wrapping his fist in a bright blue glow. Then, with a violent burst of speed, he charged straight ahead, roaring in denial and demanding to know who had the nerve to stand against him. But the Entomber did not retreat even half a step. Just as Li Mingxuan came rushing in, the Entomber lifted his hand and caught him directly by the face, stopping the attack as if it had no weight at all. Then he leaned in close, raised one finger to his lips, and silently warned the invader to shut his mouth. With Li Mingxuan frozen in his grip, the Entomber stared him down through those sharp, blood-red eyes. His expression stayed cold and unmoved as he delivered the judgment reserved for anyone who dared to trespass into Tai City: death. Fang Yi's voice dropped cold as ice as he looked down on the intruders, and with no hesitation at all, he handed down Taishi City's absolute law. Anyone who dared trespass here would pay for it with death. Before Li Mingxuan could even steady his breath, Fang Yi struck him with brutal force, the blow crashing into him so violently that the terrified man was sent sprawling hard onto the ground. Fang Yi stepped over the fallen leader like a shadow of judgment, and as he towered above Li Mingxuan, a radiant golden sword slowly formed in his hand, blazing with overwhelming power. Li Mingxuan stared up at him, sweat pouring down his face as fear twisted his expression. His voice shook uncontrollably as he stammered out the sealer's title, unable to accept that the man he believed was dead was standing right in front of him. Fang Yi's eyes burned with a dangerous red glow, and without the slightest trace of pity on his face, he coldly cast Li Mingxuan aside, as though the man was already nothing more than ash. In the next instant, a roaring eruption of golden fire swallowed Li Mingxuan whole, drowning out his screams as the invading leader was burned alive beneath Fang Yi's merciless flames. As the last embers drifted through the air around him, Fang Yi turned his calm gaze toward the remaining thugs and said that he could understand people fighting over a newly appeared throne. But the moment his eyes sharpened, the air around him turned suffocating. What truly enraged him was that these fools had actually dared to carve up Taishi City as if it belonged to them. Fang Yi began walking toward them step by step, and each footfall seemed to crush their courage. Then his voice grew even colder as he reminded them that they had even stretched their hands toward his family. His glare carried killing intent so heavy it made the room feel frozen in place, and Fang Yi delivered the final verdict without emotion. Not one of them would leave this place alive. With a violent surge of power, Fang Yi released a blazing fire dragon that tore through the room, its flames sweeping over the invaders in an instant and erasing them before they could even scream. Outside, the streets of Taishi City were still flooded beneath the storm, and Jiang Lu stood with his allied pioneers surrounded on every side by hostile forces. Then, from the direction of the Spirit Association building, a colossal explosion of fire erupted into the sky, the golden blaze tearing through the storm clouds and lighting up the entire city. The enemy thugs froze where they stood, their faces draining of color as horror spread through their ranks. At that moment, they finally understood that the sealer had truly returned. Panic surged through the invaders when Li Mingxuan's aura vanished completely. Realizing they had been fooled by false rumors, they cursed themselves for ever believing the sealer was dead and for daring to step into Taishi City. The second Jiang Lu saw their morale collapse, he burst into a triumphant laugh. He mocked them for being brave enough to attack Taishi City, but too cowardly to face the consequences, then charged straight into the fight just as the thugs shouted for a desperate retreat. The invaders broke formation at once, scattering in every direction like frightened animals, because every one of them knew that crossing paths with the sealer meant there was no road left except death. Seeing the perfect chance to crush them, the Spirit Association's lead official raised his voice and ordered his forces to pursue. He made it clear that not a single invader could be allowed to escape, regroup, and threaten the city again. Before the fleeing rogues could get far, a vast wave of fire swept across the streets, crashing through their escape route and burning through them with terrifying speed. Captain Chen Ruo watched the flames descend from above, and the moment he felt that overwhelming pressure, recognition flashed across his face. This devastating power was far too familiar. Wang Lan and Song Yiming stood stunned as they watched the destruction unfold. When they saw even powerful Jingang realm pioneers being wiped out in a heartbeat, they both knew that only the sealer could release an attack this horrifying. Su Qingyin gazed across the battered city with renewed confidence and calmly declared that no enemy would dare come near them now. With the tide of power completely reversed, she immediately ordered her subordinates to gather every metal attribute, spirit crystal available from the association. The remaining thugs fled in a frenzy through the nearby forest, branches whipping past them as fear drove them forward. But their terror only deepened when they realized heavily armed military reinforcements had already begun hunting them down. President Ye Xiao arrived with Elder Wu, Gu Yuru, and the military forces at his side. Without wasting a moment, Ye Xiao ordered his troops to capture every last invader, so the sealer could personally decide what fate awaited them. Cornered, exhausted, and completely broken, the surviving rogue pioneers dropped to their knees and begged for mercy. They swore that if their lives were spared, they would join the Spirit Association and devote themselves to protecting the SCA nation. Gyuru looked down at the kneeling men with cold disgust written across her face. To her, they were nothing but pathetic opportunists, not truly repentant at all, only trembling because death had finally reached their door. Just then, Gyuru's attention snapped upward when one of the allied pioneers shouted out in alarm and excitement that the sealer had arrived. A towering pillar of fire suddenly crashed into the street in front of them, roaring upward as heat and golden light spread across the battlefield. From within those raging flames, Fang Yi stepped out with his fiery sword in hand, his expression cold and unreadable as he asked whether these were the remaining invaders. The moment they faced Fang Yi's overwhelming presence, the trapped rogues nearly lost the last of their courage. With death pressing down on them, they desperately wondered if fighting to the bitter end might still give them even the smallest chance to escape. But fear had already locked their bodies in place, and none of them could move. In complete desperation, one of the thugs screamed that this was unfair, cursing Taishi City and blaming their coming deaths on the false rumors about the sealer. Fang Yi did not bother answering their pitiful excuses. He simply raised one hand and a terrifying mass of fiery energy began gathering above him. Gyu Yuru watched in shock as that power swelled larger and larger. The raw spiritual energy pouring from Fang Yi felt strong enough to flatten the entire city. And what stunned her most was that he possessed this level of strength even without claiming the new throne. Then Fang Yi brought his hand down with ruthless calm, and a colossal wave of fire crashed forward, instantly engulfing the remaining invaders and reducing them to ash. As the flames faded, Gu Yuru stared at the aftermath and realized that Fang Yi's strength had already surpassed even Elder Wu's. Elder Wu had become a legend for saving a city alone. Yet, if Fang Yi had not carefully restrained his attack, these flames would have destroyed everything in their path. Yi Xiao could only marvel at what he had just witnessed. The invaders who had nearly overwhelmed their entire force had been wiped out by Fang Yi with effortless precision, and despite the scale of the attack, not a single ally had been harmed. A smile appeared on Ye Xiao's face as he said that every pioneer in the Xi'an nation watching this scene was probably just as shocked as they were. As Fang Yi walked out from the last flickers of flame, Ye Xiao understood that everyone had finally seen the truth clearly. The distance between ordinary pioneers and the sealer was impossibly vast. Fang Yi's ruthless display had saved Taishi City and crushed the possibility of future rebellions in one stroke. Fear was needed to restore order because showing mercy to these invaders would have insulted everyone who died protecting the country. Then Fang Yi approached the group and apologized for arriving late. He thanked Ye Xiao and the others for defending Taishi City in his absence, but his expression quickly turned serious as he asked them for help with one final urgent matter. Fang Yi explained that his cousin Lin Yi had tried to subdue the metal attribute throne alone in order to protect the city. He had already infused her with protective spiritual energy when he arrived, but he could still sense that her condition was worsening at a frightening speed. Inside the metal attribute throne's spatial domain, Lin Yi pushed her energy to the absolute limit, desperately trying to force the glowing artifact to submit. But the sentient throne only mocked her, calling her a foolish human and refusing to accept someone it considered weak trash as its master. The throne demanded a stronger master, its voice filled with arrogance and fury. Then it violently ordered Lin Yi to get lost and released a massive blast of blue energy straight toward her. Lin Yi reacted as quickly as she could, crossing both arms in front of her body to brace herself against the incoming strike. The impact slammed into her with crushing force, sending her flying backward as blood burst from her mouth. Even covered in sweat and badly injured, Lin Yi forced herself to glare fiercely at the throne, refusing to let that arrogant artifact look down on her. The artifact finally lost its patience and declared that she would die at its feet, leaving her corpse forever groveling inside its domain. But before the throne could deliver the final blow, a warm golden energy suddenly wrapped around Lin Yi's battered body. That protective aura caught her in midair, holding her steady as it shielded her from the crushing pressure of the artifact's deadly power. Lin Yi's face instantly brightened with relief as she felt that familiar power surrounding her, and in that moment she knew her cousin had finally returned. The moment the artifact felt the spiritual energy pouring from Fang Yi, everything about its attitude changed in an instant. That power was far too pure, far too overwhelming, and far beyond anything it had expected. The awe in its reaction was impossible to hide, and without hesitation, it completely abandoned its earlier stance, openly declaring that this newly arrived Fang Yi was the one truly worthy to become its king.
The sentient metal throne burst into a triumphant, echoing laugh, its voice rolling through the space like clashing steel. In front of it, Lin Yi hovered silently inside the golden sphere protecting her, while the ancient artifact declared that, at long last, it had found someone worthy enough to inherit its terrifying power. Unable to contain its excitement, the ancient artifact fixed its attention on Lin Yi and announced that it wanted to see her true limits for itself. If she really had the potential it sensed in her, then it would personally put that strength to the test. The moment the throne descended, an enormous shockwave exploded outward, slamming through Taishi City with crushing force. Streets trembled, buildings shuddered, and the pressure from the artifact swept across the city like an invisible tidal wave. From the direction of the back mountain, a gigantic dome of blue energy suddenly expanded into the sky. The ground beneath Taishi City shook violently, and terrified citizens stumbled through the streets, screaming in panic as they thought an earthquake had struck. Sensing just how dangerous the situation had become, Jiolin reacted without hesitation. She immediately gathered her power, lifted her hands and began projecting a defensive barrier to shield the city from the spreading impact. As the metal throne's energy surged against her defenses, Jiolin quickly realized how savage and unstable that power truly was. If they failed to contain it here, the violent backlash would not merely damage Taishi City. It could rip the entire place apart. Gritting her teeth against the pressure, Jiolin called out to the other defenders around her. Gu Yuru, Song Yiming, Wang Lan, and the rest quickly gathered their strength, knowing this was no longer something one person could handle alone. Together, they poured everything they had into stabilizing the shield, their bodies straining as the barrier shook under the throne's force. Jiaolan urged them to hold nothing back, warning that every bit of power they added could mean less destruction reaching the city below. Near the outer edge of the throne's expanding barrier, Elder Wu and President Ye Xiao stood watching the storm of energy twist and churn before them. The longer they looked at it, the heavier their expressions became. The destructive force pouring out of the artifact was far beyond what either of them had expected. Seeing the chaos unfold, they could not help worrying that Lin Yi's attempt to claim the metal throne was already slipping toward failure. Ye Xiao turned sharply toward Fang Yi, his face tense with alarm. He warned him that if those violent energy spikes continued to erupt, then both his cousin and the entire city would be dragged into disaster. Fang Yi narrowed his eyes and looked toward Lin Yiyi, who was still floating far off in the distance. A frown slowly formed on his face, not from fear, but from confusion over what he was seeing. He knew that taming the throne ultimately depended on Lin Yiyi herself, and he could not take that trial in her place. But the metal core he had given her should never have triggered such a violent reaction, especially when her condition, at least from what he could tell, did not seem bad at all. Then, without the slightest warning, a playful and amused voice drifted out from the dark red energy twisting inside Fang Yi's shadow. The sound seemed to rise from the darkness itself, calm and entertained by the chaos around them. The ancient god-demon armor spoke from within that crimson shadow, revealing the truth behind the throne's strange behavior. According to it, the metal throne was not actually testing Lin Yiyi at all. Instead, the artifact had been creating all this commotion because it wanted Fang Yi to notice it. The metal throne had already set its sights on him and had chosen him as the master it truly wanted. Fang Yi's expression shifted with surprise the moment he heard that. He immediately understood the problem. The throne's own desire to choose him was interfering with his original plan for Lin Yiyi to become its master. Realizing that he could not simply stand back anymore, Fang Yi turned his attention to the demonic armor and asked for its help. The ancient entity, clearly pleased by the chance to act, agreed without the slightest hesitation. Fang Yi seized the opportunity and summoned the ancient god-demon armor around himself. Jagged dark metal spread over his body piece by piece, while glowing red energy flared through the gaps like burning veins. A confident smirk tugged at Fang Yi's mouth as the armor settled into place. To him, this was not just a rescue attempt, it was also the perfect chance to see whether the legendary armor could withstand the metal throne's overwhelming power. He told Elder Wu and the others to stay back, saying he needed to test something for himself. Then, without showing any fear, Fang Yi stepped forward and calmly walked toward the swirling blue barrier surrounding the metal throne. Before entering that raging field of energy, Fang Yi looked back and warned his companions not to move from where they were. Even if something unexpected happened inside, he told them not to recklessly charge in after him. Outside the barrier, President Ye Xiao stared in absolute shock. The moment Fang Yi stepped into the metal throne's violent energy, the wild pressure suddenly settled down, as if the artifact itself had recognized the person it had truly been waiting for. Fang Yi landed safely within the artifact's inner space, and quickly took in his surroundings. All around him was the core domain of the metal throne, filled with its strange, overwhelming presence. He was a little surprised that a living person with a physical body could actually enter this kind of space. But before he had much time to think about it, his eyes locked onto Lin Yiyi, who was struggling desperately beneath the crushing pressure of the throne. Fang Yi rushed in immediately, wasting no time at all. As attacks shot toward Lin Yi in rapid succession, the armor around him absorbed and blocked them with ease, shielding her from the throne's assault. He raised his voice and called out to the sentient throne directly. The artifact answered with eager excitement, saying that it had been waiting for the chance to speak with him properly. Floating in the middle of that chaotic space, Lin Yi stared at Fang Yi in disbelief. Shocked and confused, she called out to her cousin, asking how he had possibly managed to get inside the barrier. The throne did not pay any attention to her question. Its focus remained locked on Fang Yi, fascinated by the dense spiritual energy within him and the ancient noble aura surrounding his body. The artifact proudly declared that its instincts had been right to choose Fang Yi. But just as it boasted, Lin Yiyi suddenly shouted out in alarm, desperately warning Fang Yi to be careful. In an instant, massive spheres of pure energy appeared around Fang Yi, surrounding him from every direction. Yet instead of launching an attack, the throne began proposing an alliance, insisting that humanity desperately needed a weapon as powerful as itself. The throne's energy wrapped tightly around Fang Yi like chains made of light. With almost feverish enthusiasm, it promised that if he accepted it, it would make him the absolute ruler of their world, the vast universe beyond it, and even realms he had never imagined existed. The artifact went even further, declaring that together they could reshape the laws of reality itself and place Fang Yi above all others, as the one true king. But faced with such an enormous temptation, Fang Yi merely smiled. Without even taking a moment to consider it, Fang Yi rejected the offer outright. Then, with effortless force, he shattered the energy binding him, leaving the proud sentient artifact completely stunned by his refusal. Fang Yi calmly told the metal throne that he had no interest whatsoever in claiming it for himself. He also pointed out that there was a serious problem with all those grand promises it had just made. Since several other ancient thrones already existed on Earth, Fang Yi remarked that the metal throne had no real way to prove it was the strongest among them. Its confidence alone was not enough to make that claim convincing. Then, as casually as if he were asking about something ordinary, Fang Yi wondered whether the ancient artifacts had some kind of ranking system. The question struck the throne like an insult, making it stammer in anger as it demanded to know whether Fang Yi truly dared to doubt its power. Fang Yi did not rise to its anger. Instead, he simply pointed toward Lin Yiyi and laid out a deal for the metal throne to consider. If the throne wanted to prove its strength and cooperate with him, then it would first have to accept his cousin as its master. Only by acknowledging Lin Yiyi could it even begin to earn a place beside him. Fang Yi explained that the Wood Throne and Thunder Throne had already shown far more wisdom. Unlike the Metal Throne, they had chosen to form useful partnerships with him and the people around him. With a faint smirk, Fang Yi reminded the throne that it could not force him into a pact no matter how powerful it was. If it truly wanted to fulfill its purpose, then it needed to stop clinging to impossible standards and seriously think over the offer in front of it. When the Metal Throne suddenly went quiet, Fang Yi felt a flicker of disappointment. The artifact's silence was not exactly the reaction he had been expecting. After all, the Metal Throne was famous for being violent and aggressive. Fang Yi had almost hoped it would lose its temper and attack, giving him the perfect chance to test his new armor in a real fight. Leaving the silent artifact behind, Fang Yi turned and walked over to Lin Yiyi. He told her that Taishi City no longer needed her to sacrifice herself, and if she wanted to leave, he would personally escort her out of this dangerous place. The crushing weight of duty finally lifted from her shoulders. Fang Yi looked at her seriously and asked the question that truly mattered. Did she still want the Metal Throne? And did she have the willpower to tame it with her own strength? Lin Yiyi met Fang Yi's gaze without looking away. Her eyes were steady, her expression firm, and there was no hesitation in her voice as she declared that she was ready to face the challenge. She thanked Fang Yi for always standing behind her and supporting her when it mattered most, but she also made it clear that her decision had already been made before he arrived to help her. Hearing that answer, Fang Yi's expression softened into a proud smile. In that moment, he could see that Lin Yiyi was no longer simply being pushed forward by duty. She had chosen this path for herself. He reminded her that in a world as dangerous as theirs, true strength was not just about ambition or pride. It was the only way to survive, protect the people closest to them, and keep their family safe from the threats waiting ahead. Filled with renewed confidence, Lin Yiyi promised that once she conquered the Metal Throne, she would finally step forward properly. From then on, she would take up her official role as the captain of Yuan City. After leaving his cousin behind to complete the rest of her trial, Feng Yi stepped back through the portal. The moment he returned to the real world, he found Elder Wu Zhaolan and President Ye Xiao waiting there, all of them clearly tense after everything that had happened. Seeing the worry on their faces, Feng Yi remained perfectly calm. He told them that the sentient Metal Throne had not rejected Lin Yiyi outright, and had instead agreed to seriously consider whether it would accept her as its master. He then reassured them that the artifact would no longer pose any danger to the city. For the time being, there was no need to panic or take drastic action. They simply had to seal off the mountain and keep it under quarantine. Feng Yi went on to explain that Yi had chosen to stay behind inside the trial space so she could finish the process properly. Because of that, he directly asked the leaders present to give her whatever support they could. President Ye Xiao accepted without the slightest hesitation. He immediately promised that every metal attribute spirit crystal held by the Spirit Association would be sent straight to Taishi City. All for the sake of helping Yi succeed. Elder Wu broke into a pleased smile and joined in just as eagerly. He guaranteed that the Star God Combat Zone would clear out its own vaults for her, and would even gather additional resources from other military bases to strengthen her training as much as possible. All around them, the pioneers and officials who had been standing nearby could no longer hold back their whispers. Their eyes kept drifting toward Feng Yi, filled with shock, admiration, and almost disbelief. To them, everything Feng Yi had done sounded almost impossible. He had survived the terrifying Dark Tide, destroyed entire waves of monsters, and even negotiated with a godlike throne as if it were nothing, only to turn around and refuse the throne for himself. Now that the city was finally out of danger, Feng Yi's expression slowly grew serious again. He looked toward Elder Wu and told him that there was still one final matter left. An extremely important task that he needed to entrust to both him and Zhang Tian.
Now that the city has finally escaped disaster, the relaxed look on Feng Yi's face slowly fades away. His eyes move toward Elder Wu, and his voice drops into a much heavier tone as he tells him that there's still one last thing left to settle, an extremely important matter that he needs both Elder Wu and Zhang Tian to help him handle. Feng Yi turns his attention to the two battle-hardened veterans, Elder Wu and Zhang Tian, and asks for their assistance in testing something new. It is an item he managed to bring back from the Dark Tide, but even Feng Yi still needs to measure just how powerful this mysterious object truly is. Not far away, Zhao Lan overhears the conversation. Her gaze quietly shifts toward Feng Yi, and as she studies the serious look on his face, she cannot help wondering what kind of request could make him speak with such rare gravity. After thinking it over for a moment, Zhao Lan begins to understand what Feng Yi is really trying to do. The elders still carry guilt over how close he came to death, and if they're allowed to exchange blows with him face to face, even in a controlled sparring match, it may finally loosen the weight that has been pressing on their hearts. At the same time, Zhao Lan remembers just how terrifying the dark attribute truly is, a power capable of devouring life force itself. That memory only deepens her curiosity, making her wonder what kind of divine artifact Fang Yi could possibly have taken from such a deadly place. Her thoughts then drift toward the rumors about mysterious domains. Those places are said to be nightmarish, beyond imagination, and any artifact that comes out of them is not even supposed to belong to their universe, often carrying strange powers far beyond ordinary understanding. Elder Wu accepts the request without even a moment of hesitation. His eyes light up and he suddenly bursts into hearty laughter, saying that he has wanted a proper spar with Fang Yi for a long time, and is actually grateful that Fang Yi is giving him this opportunity. In that same moment, Fang Yi's mind turns to his cousin Lin Ye, who is still at the restricted mountain. A faint trace of worry passes through his heart, but he chooses to believe that her connection with the Metal Throne will guide her toward the destiny that belongs to her. With confidence that Lin Ye will succeed, Fang Yi looks back at everyone around him and calmly says that it is time for them to move. Without delaying any longer, the group heads directly to the Elite Training Center in the Star God Combat Zone, a special facility designed to withstand terrifying levels of destructive force. Once they enter the facility, Elder Wu takes a careful look around the reinforced training space. Seeing the solid construction and the heavy defensive layout, he gives a satisfied nod, clearly feeling that this is the perfect place to test Fang Yi's new artifact. Fang Yi's eyes sweep across the surrounding walls, and he asks in a calm but direct voice whether this room is truly strong enough to contain a massive explosion without letting even the slightest impact leak out into the outside world. Standing inside the training room, Elder Wu answers with complete confidence. He assures Fang Yi that the facility is absolutely secure, telling him not to worry about damaging anything and not to hold back in the slightest. When Elder Wu asks how they should begin the test, Fang Yi gives the rule immediately. He will stay exactly where he is without moving even a single step, while the elders launch their attacks directly at him. The moment Fang Yi finishes speaking, a deep, dark surge of energy begins to rise around his body. Standing at the center of that ominous aura, he challenges the veterans to attack together and use every bit of strength they possess. Zhang Tian feels the pressure pouring from Fang Yi like some ancient force beginning to awaken. His expression stiffens slightly, and with a trace of unease in his voice, he asks whether Fang Yi has already activated some kind of defensive artifact. Another veteran breaks into a grin as his own energy starts gathering around him. Fang Yi's fearless attitude clearly stirs his fighting spirit, and after praising the young man's courage, he prepares himself to strike. Declaring that they will not show him any mercy, the elders launch forward at the same time. Their powers converge in midair, fusing into a single overwhelming beam of energy that tears straight toward Fang Yi. Fang Yi does not retreat, not even by half a step. A dark shield of energy suddenly erupts around him, and in the very next instant, the elders' combined attack crashes violently against the barrier. The collision detonates into a huge shockwave that bursts outward through the training room. The attackers are forced to stagger backward under the crushing pressure, yet through the rolling smoke and swirling dust, Fang Yi's silhouette remains completely unmoved as the dust slowly begins to thin. Fang Yi's figure gradually appears again. Covering his entire body is the ancient god demon armor, dark, heavy, and terrifying, while he stands in place as steady and motionless as a mountain. The elders freeze where they stand, staring at him in total disbelief. Their full-powered attack has not left even the faintest mark on the armor, and Fang Yi himself has not suffered even the slightest injury. Elder Wu swallows hard, his earlier confidence now replaced by a deep and uneasy awe. He admits that if Fang Yi were ever to stand against them as an enemy, he would be more terrifying than any disaster or beast king they had ever encountered, while Fang Yi merely says their attack was far too weak and barely felt like anything at all. At that moment, Fang Yi fully understands the true strength of the ancient armor. Forged across countless millennia, it can absorb both spiritual energy and demonic energy, making it resistant to dark attributes, while even using that power as nourishment to grow stronger. The heavy silence is finally broken when Elder Wu suddenly bursts into laughter. He declares that the test is already over, clearly convinced by Fang Yi's overwhelming strength, then turns toward Zhang Tian and urges him to admit defeat as well. With visible relief spreading across his face, Elder Wu says that he can finally put down the burden he has carried for so many years. He respectfully calls Fang Yi a true hero, someone destined to lead them toward a brighter future. As the terrifying armor slowly fades away from Fang Yi's body, Elder Wu looks at him with a much more serious expression. Then he asks directly whether Fang Yi intends to become the supreme commander of the Xie nation. Not long afterward, an official announcement echoes out from headquarters. The sealer, Fang Yi, has officially been appointed as the supreme commander of the Xie Nation combat zone. Elder Wu and Zhang Tian celebrate the news with undisguised excitement. They know that the decision has passed unanimously, meaning Fang Yi's rise is now recognized and accepted by everyone as the strongest combatant in the entire nation. Fang Yi now holds absolute authority over all armed forces. From this point forward, the future of the Xia Nation's military power rests directly in his hands. The announcement spreads like a thunderclap, shaking people everywhere. Fang Yi's ex-girlfriend Chu Qingli can barely believe how high he has risen, while others who once knew him are thrilled. His friends cheer loudly, and Major Han Li smiles as he remembers how they once joked about this tyrant becoming their new leader. Lin Yi's friend is left completely stunned by the news. She can hardly process the fact that the legendary sealer everyone is talking about is actually Lin Yi's own cousin. When Wang Liang excitedly rushes to bring the news to Ji Ruoyan, he clearly expects her to celebrate with him. Instead, she reacts with irritation, coldly ordering extra training and giving him no chance at all to enjoy the moment. Zhang Lu breaks down in tears of happiness, proudly boasting that his teacher is the greatest of them all. Gu Yuru and Captain Chen Ru also celebrate, fully believing that the sealer will continue creating miracles just like he always has. At headquarters, Wang Lan's peers finally admit that Fang Yi has proven his worth beyond any possible doubt. Su Qingying is amazed that the man she once monitored has now become the nation's pillar, while the leading official agrees that they owe everything to Fang Yi. At a public rally, a speaker raises his voice in front of the gathered crowd. He praises the sealer as a hero who has resolved countless disasters and tells every student present that Fang Yi's contributions must never be forgotten. Back at home, Fang Yi's aunt watches the news with tears shining in her eyes. A deep wave of relief washes over her as she thinks about all the hardship Fang Yi and Yi Yi have endured to finally reach this day. Meanwhile, inside the Divine Pavilion, an enraged official smashes a crystal to pieces with a furious strike. His face twists with anger as he realizes that his faction has been completely ignored in such an important appointment. While his anger continues to burn, a sinister red shadow suddenly appears before him. The strange entity mocks him in a low, tempting voice, saying that the other factions clearly intend to push the Divine Pavilion aside. The red shadow then offers him a pact, promising that he can obtain everything he desires. Still cautious, the official narrows his eyes and asks what kind of help this strange being can actually give him. Before the red shadow can answer, the sharp ring of the official's phone suddenly cuts through the tense silence in the room. The official answers the call, only to be hit by a frantic report from the other side. His expression changes in an instant as he hears that the Thunder Throne has suddenly gone berserk. The red shadow curls into a grin, looking as if everything has unfolded exactly according to plan. It tells the official that the help it promised has already arrived, then urges him to handle the crisis and show how he will use this opportunity. Over at the Chuan City Restricted Zone, a monstrous lightning storm rips across the sky. Emergency warnings blare throughout the entire area, ordering a full citywide evacuation as abnormal energy threatens to wipe out everything nearby. At the very center of the storm, the sentient Gordvine, master of the Thunder Throne, thrashes wildly chaotic. Purple lightning erupts from it in violent bursts, making the creature look as though it has been corrupted by some unseen force. At the base of the mountain, the pioneers fight desperately against the relentless lightning raining down around them. One of them collapses under the assault, and his comrade panics, admitting that the enraged Thunder Throne is overwhelming them, and that they are about to lose control. As another pioneer rushes over to heal the wounded man, he clings tightly to the last bit of hope in his heart. He remembers the rumors that the sealer can communicate with the artifact and silently prays that Fang Yi will arrive before everything completely falls apart. At that critical moment, Fang Yi arrives together with Elder Wu, Zhang Tian, and the other veterans. Their figures cut through the chaos like reinforcements appearing at the exact moment they are needed most. The defenders cry out in relief the instant they see him. Fang Yi thanks them for holding the line for so long, then steps forward and calmly tells them that he will take over from here. High above everyone's heads, the storm clouds suddenly split apart with a blinding flash. A colossal pillar of purple lightning crashes down from the sky, aimed directly at Fang Yi and all the people gathered below. The lead pioneers react purely on instinct, raising their hands with every bit of strength they have left as they try to block the devastating strike that is bearing down on them. Now, with that suffocating tension still pressing down around them, everyone steadied themselves in place, their focus locked straight ahead. Feng Yi's corrupted ally was standing before them as the next threat they could no longer avoid, and with the atmosphere growing heavier by the second, they braced their bodies and their nerves for the violent clash that was about to erupt.
Fang Yi turned to the defending pioneers, his expression serious, and recounted his long history with the Thunder Throne. He explained that its master, the sentient gourd vine, had grown tremendously through cultivation over the years and had once played a crucial role in helping them fend off a devastating mutant beast disaster. He continued, explaining that a sudden surge of spiritual energy had triggered a secondary evolution within the throne, causing it to lose control over the immense power it had newly acquired. Under the crushing force radiating from the artifact, Elder Wu let out a deep, strained groan, the weight of the energy pressing heavily against his chest. Beside him, President Yi Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief as he assessed the artifact. He declared that the Thunder Throne's raw power had now surpassed the third level of the Jinggang realm and had broken into the legendary Shenyue realm. The veteran defenders gaped, their faces frozen in shock as they watched the storm of uncontrollable energy rage before them. Yi Zhao explained the gravity of the situation. Anyone who reached the Shenyue realm would see their spiritual power shatter the limits of the mortal world. Such a being could ascend to godhood, wielding authority equal to a mysterious domain, or even a throne. He added that, with the rapid acceleration of spiritual energy recovery, reaching the Shenyue realm was now within reach. And inevitably, even higher tiers, like the star-altering Juri realm, would emerge in the future. Panic rippled through the pioneers as they realized the Xia nation had not produced a single Shenyue realm pioneer. Fear and despair clouded their thoughts as they questioned whether the rampaging Thunder Throne could even be contained. Fang Yi raised his hand calmly, urging the defenders not to succumb to panic. He sensed a flicker of the artifact's original consciousness and announced that hope was not lost. Determined, he resolved to communicate directly with the Thunder Throne. Channeling his energy, Fang Yi activated the Thunder Domain Divine Limit. A glowing spiral materialized on his forehead as he focused intensely, drawing the chaotic currents toward him. The swirling lightning abruptly froze around him, forming a massive, radiant silhouette of the gourd vine itself. The pioneers gasped as they realized Fang Yi had successfully halted the throne's assault and established contact with its sentient master. They held their breath, silently praying that the Thunder Throne's master had not entirely lost its mind, and watched, tense, to see how Fang Yi would navigate the crisis. Yi Zhao noticed the immense surge of energy radiating from Fang Yi and shouted for the others to assist, but Elder Wu grabbed his arm and stopped him just in time. He realized that Fang Yi had already forged a direct connection with the Thunder Throne, and no further intervention was needed. Fang Yi's consciousness slipped seamlessly into the throne's inner domain, entering the chaotic heart of its being. Amid the roiling currents of power, Fang Yi found the sentient gourd vine thrashing helplessly. He asked quietly but firmly whether it had lost control of its own strength. Seeing no response and witnessing its inability to even speak, Fang Yi confirmed that the artifact was completely overwhelmed. He instructed the struggling entity to follow his lead. Calmly, he urged it to sense its own spiritual energy and envision it as a serene lake, the ripples under its control. A wild burst of energy shot from the Thunder Throne, scattering lightning like a storm, but Fang Yi effortlessly dodged the attack, keeping his focus steady. He knew that if the gourd vine didn't regain control soon, it risked slipping entirely into madness. Emitting a soothing aura, Fang Yi guided the throne, encouraging the entity to calm the turbulent lake within its spiritual core. He told it to embrace the flowing energy instead of resisting it, to accept the leaked spiritual power and bend it to its will. Gradually, the frenzied currents subsided, slowly being absorbed back into the sentient gourd vine under Fang Yi's careful guidance. Fang Yi praised the artifact as its control was restored. The sentient gourd vine expressed relief, thanking him and asking if it had caused too much trouble. Fang Yi smiled warmly. He noted that the gourd vine had developed consciousness rather late, and despite its childlike behavior, it possessed a surprisingly human understanding. The artifact asked if it had been close to becoming a demon. Fang Yi patiently explained that it had only experienced a temporary surge of power that caused a loss of control, and that resisting violently would have only deepened the chaos. He warned the Gourdvine that leaning entirely on the throne's power without a grounded mind could lead to losing control. Fang Yi advised that in moments of crisis, it should never depend solely on raw strength. Outside the domain, the storm clouds began to dissipate, revealing calm skies above. Elder Wu and President Yi Xiao exchanged astonished glances. The Thunder Throne had responded to Fang Yi's guidance. Yi Xiao marveled silently at the young pioneer's ability to communicate with such chaotic energy. Zhang Tian's eyes followed Fang Yi as he floated safely downward, disbelief written across his face. He wondered aloud if this young man could even be considered fully human, marveling at the control he wielded over a throne. He reflected that Fang Yi protected the Xian nation more fiercely than all the veteran elders combined. Yet he still pondered why the young pioneer had not advanced to the next realm despite his overwhelming power. Fang Yi exhaled, a mix of relief and fatigue washing over him. Guiding the artifact had been exhausting, and he muttered to himself that teaching others was far more troublesome than cultivation itself, gaining a newfound respect for mentors. With the crisis finally behind him, Fang Yi descended gently from the sky, landing before Elder Wu, Zhang Tian, and President Yi Xiao with steady grace. A helicopter landed nearby, its blades cutting through the air and interrupting the momentary reunion. 3 cloaked figures stepped out, their presence commanding attention. The lead figure stepped forward, confirming Fang Yi's identity as the legendary sealer and introducing himself as Zheng Huiren of the Divine Pavilion. Confused, Fang Yi turned to Zhang Tian and asked who these people were. Zhang Tian dismissed them with a sneer, labeling them corrupt bureaucrats who had hoarded wealth before the spiritual awakening. He explained that the Divine Pavilion relied on its deep pockets and connections to aggressively assert influence within the Xian nation. Zheng Huiren accused Fang Yi of causing a disaster that had inflicted severe damage on both the Xian nation and Chuan City. Unfazed, Fang Yi challenged him to clarify the accusation. Fuming, the official shouted that Fang Yi had the power to communicate with the Thunder Throne, yet had intentionally delayed his intervention. Blaming Fang Yi for putting Chuan City at risk, Zheng demanded reparations. Fang Yi responded calmly, noting that the Thunder Throne had already returned to normal. Unsatisfied, Zheng bellowed that mere recovery was insufficient. He demanded a guarantee that the throne would never threaten them again. He insisted Fang Yi must command the Thunder Throne to serve the Xian nation, highlighting the military advantage such control would grant the country. Escalating his threats, Zheng demanded an immediate admission of fault. He warned that refusal would trigger severe sanctions from the Divine Pavilion across the entire combat zone. Before Fang Yi could reply, a blinding purple light suddenly bathed the area, freezing everyone in place. Zheng Huiren's eyes widened in sheer terror as he looked upward, unable to move. A colossal bolt of lightning struck him directly, the force unimaginable and unstoppable. High above, the sentient Gourdvine's voice thundered with wrath, declaring death to anyone who dared disrespect its teacher. When the purple lightning dissipated, there was no trace of the haughty official. Yi Xiao, still trembling, asked in disbelief if the man had truly been erased. He turned slowly toward Fang Yi, his eyes wide with disbelief. Did the Thunder Throne really just accept you as its master? He asked, his voice trembling with awe. Fang Yi met his gaze calmly, nodding once, firm and unshaken. With a graceful wave of his hand, Fang Yi dispelled the lingering crackling energy, bowing his head slightly in acknowledgement. That devastating strike had been more than just a display. It was payment for his teachings, a quiet sign of respect from the mighty artifact. Turning to face the stunned onlookers, Fang Yi's expression softened into a serene smile. The Thunder Throne isn't as fearsome as it seems, he said casually, his voice carrying both warmth and authority. It's kind, obedient, and bears no ill will toward most people. He paused, glancing at the group, then added lightly, and it learns faster than anyone could imagine. The sheer contradiction in his words, describing such a world-shattering force as gentle, left everyone speechless. Yi Xiao chuckled softly, though his eyes betrayed the truth he knew well. The Thunder Throne's power could obliterate continents, yet this gentle, protective behavior was reserved solely for Fang Yi. The calm exterior hid an unimaginable destructive force, one that only Fang Yi could wield safely. Zhang Tan let out a scoffing laugh, satisfied to see the scheming official finally humbled. Elder Wu stepped forward, his tone serious, informing Fang Yi that they intended to make the incident public. He emphasized that the Thunder Throne had chosen Fang Yi and obliterated his enemies to protect him, a statement that would shake the nation's perception. Fang Yi smiled, a calm glint in his eyes. In this new era, keeping secrets is impossible, he said, nodding in agreement. His words carried a quiet confidence, as if he welcomed the attention rather than fearing it. Since he was already in the spotlight, Fang Yi welcomed the publicity. Every glance and every whisper would serve as a warning. The Thunder Throne's colossal might was more than a tool. It was a statement, a signal to all who might dare oppose him. His expression darkened as he turned to Elder Wu, a shadow passing over his features. The nation's peace will not last long, he warned, the weight of his words sinking into the room like a chilling wind. A new age was dawning, the era of the thrones. Every leader, every faction, knew that possessing one of these artifacts was the only path to true power in a world rapidly reshaping itself. Elder Wu nodded grimly, his face etched with concern. Our authority can only restrain the greedy factions for so long, he admitted, voice low. No one knows when this fragile order will finally crumble. Fang Yi's curiosity sparked. Has anyone else managed to claim a throne? He asked, his gaze sharp and probing. Elder Wu confirmed that only one person had publicly announced themselves as a throne master, a rare and notable achievement. And where is this person now? Fang Yi inquired further, his tone calm, yet filled with interest. Elder Wu's reply was concise. They are in Country B. Meanwhile, along the sun-drenched coast of Country B, a massive crowd roared in ecstatic celebration. Cheers and flags waved as people hailed their alliance leader's remarkable feat, claiming the Earth throne. Overcome with pride, the leader of Country B raised both arms high, his voice booming across the sea of people. This is the ultimate sign of fortune and power for our nation, he declared, his eyes gleaming with triumph. The newly crowned master hovered effortlessly into the sky, his robe fluttering like a banner of victory. He proclaimed himself the Lord of the Earth, a title heavy with both authority and promise. I will wield this divine power to elevate our nation above all others, he shouted, his voice echoing across the waves. This rise is the will of heaven itself. Clasping his hands together, he unleashed the throne's energy with a resounding roar. Massive rocks surged violently from the ocean, spinning and crashing into the sky as if the sea itself had been torn apart. The crowd watched in awe, mouths agape, as towering stone structures erupted from the waters. The sheer magnitude of the throne's power left them trembling, a terrifying yet exhilarating spectacle. The Country B leader turned to his followers, shouting orders to record every moment. The event would broadcast their nation's strength to the world. He praised the unparalleled power that only a throne master could command, eager to imprint their dominance on every screen. Facing the camera, the pioneer leader issued a public challenge, his grin edged with arrogance. He taunted the Shia nation, daring to ask whether their strongest pioneer, the sealer, had ever laid claim to a throne. With a smug, self-satisfied smirk, the Country B leader answered his own question. He hasn't, he said, every syllable dripping with condescension. Pointing directly at the camera, he continued with venomous confidence. Without a throne, Fang Yi cannot comprehend true power. Should we ever meet, the sealer will face annihilation. The broadcast went viral in an instant. Comments flooded in from around the world, mocking Xia Nation for failing to secure a single throne. They ridiculed Fang Yi as a fraud, declaring Country B the new global superpower and dismissing Xia Nation as irrelevant. Back at the office, Su Qingying's eyes narrowed as she scrolled through the uproar. Have they already forgotten how easily Fang Yi eliminated one of their elite teams? She muttered, frustration lacing her words. The lead official frowned, scrolling through the backlash. The public announcement isn't even the worst part, he explained. They're using public opinion to make Xia Nation appear weak, simply because we lack an official throne master. Su Qingying's gaze hardened. Fang Yi's combat strength alone has always been enough to handle any internal threat, she said firmly, even without an artifact. The lead official scoffed, shaking his head. The foolish people of Country B would never believe the truth, he remarked, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. The two throne masters in the nation are, in reality, nothing more than Fang Yi's spiritual pet and his student. Meanwhile, from the Fang family villa, a blinding pillar of golden light shot straight into the sky, cutting through the clouds with brilliant intensity. Inside, Fang Yi sat in deep meditation, his body still but his energy rippling outward. Every muscle, every breath, tuned to the rhythm of his powerful cultivation technique. A familiar sensation washed over him, a stirring in his soul that signaled the approach of a monumental breakthrough. His energy resonated with an ancient, almost primal force, a dark tide guiding and shaping his strength with precision. The sheer concentration of his spiritual energy erupted into a brilliant beam of golden light, piercing through the clouds and forming a swirling vortex high above the city. Alarms blared at the monitoring center, sending staff into a state of panic. One employee gasped, reporting that the city's spiritual energy had shattered all measurable limits. As they pinpointed the source, shock spread through the room. The anomaly originated directly from Fang Yi's home, warping the sky itself with the overwhelming force of his energy. Su Qingying's voice trembled as she announced the revelation. Fang Yi is attempting to break through to the next realm. The officials froze, utterly stunned by the magnitude of the news. In the depths of his trance, Fang Yi's form floated serenely before a massive glowing moon, his breathing steady and controlled as his spiritual essence radiated with calm focus. The system confirmed it. A breakthrough to the Shunyue realm was imminent, a shift that would elevate Feng Yi's power beyond his current limits. Storm clouds spiraled menacingly around the moon as the system issued a warning. The Shunyue realm governed cold and illusion, and Feng Yi would have to endure a heavenly tribulation to succeed in his breakthrough. The once peaceful mental landscape erupted into chaos. Dark red currents swirled violently around his form, lashing out with sharp, relentless attacks. Through his spiritual vision, Feng Yi scrutinized the chaotic storm, analyzing the force battering against his barrier. He recognized the tribulation for what it was, pure dark energy. The association with the moon made perfect sense. It embodied chaos and disorder, reflecting the true nature of the realm he was entering. Feng Yi understood the essence of the Shunyue realm. Though mortals saw the moon as serene and beautiful, its power was one of madness and manipulation, twisting faith into fanatical devotion and bending minds with subtle control. A confident smile crept across his face. This breakthrough won't be easy, he admitted, anticipation and resolve shining through his calm exterior. He summoned a massive sphere of golden energy around himself, forming a protective shield as the system warned him of the tribulation's insidious attempts to corrupt his mind. Blinding slashes of dark energy collided with divine lightning, hammering against his fiery barrier with relentless force. The tribulation drew upon its amassed energy, striving to crush his defenses and overwhelm his will. Unyielding, Feng Yi let out a thunderous shout, summoning the ancient god-demon armor that surged over his form like molten darkness made flesh. A colossal wave of dark red power erupted around him, fused with the throne's energy, pushing back the storm with terrifying intensity. Feng Yi unleashed a devastating fire slash, cutting through the celestial tribulation with raw, unrelenting force. Pouring every ounce of his strength into the attack, he employed a secret technique to summon a massive flood of dark energy, engulfing the storm and asserting his dominance over the heavenly trial. The swirling black energy slowly twists and coils, greedily devouring the chaotic fury of the storm as if it were nothing more than a candle flame. With the tempest subdued, Feng Yi rises effortlessly, drifting upward toward the luminous glow of the full moon that hangs like a guardian in the night sky. A confident smile spreads across his face as he snaps his fingers, summoning the scattered remnants of the dark energy back into his body, pulling it in like a tide returning to the shore. Moments later, the system confirms his breakthrough. Feng Yi has ascended to the first level of the Shunyue realm. As the last tendrils of dark energy are absorbed into him, he savors the exhilarating surge of newfound power coursing through every fiber of his being. His senses sharpen, stretching beyond mortal limits, and a radiant clarity washes over him, as if he has become one with the divine moon itself. Now in complete harmony with the universe, Feng Yi effortlessly manipulates the boundless flow of spiritual energy, each movement seamless, each thought instantaneously translated into power. Suddenly, his expression hardens. Feng Yi pivots sharply, his eyes widening as the universe itself seems to unfold before him, revealing a sprawling galaxy shimmering in unimaginable scale. A fractured system alert abruptly interrupts his awe, warning that his newly achieved Shunyue realm remains unstable, still fragile against the vastness beyond. The system issues an urgent order. Feng Yi must immediately enter deep training to prepare himself for absorbing cosmic storms and confronting hidden threats that loom in the distant future. Confusion flashes across his face at the mention of these unknown storms. As he drifts downward from the heavens, worry etches deep lines across his features. He knows there is no time to hide. The Shi nation cannot be left vulnerable, especially with global threats swelling in the shadows, ready to strike. The system halts him with an unyielding warning. Refusal to train will freeze his growth forever, leaving him with a 99% chance of death and ensuring the complete destruction of the Shi nation. Hovering over the dense forest below, Feng Yi contemplates the grim statistics, the weight of cosmic danger pressing down on him. Slowly, he acknowledges the harsh truth. There is no alternative. He must obey. Back at the Star God Combat Zone base, Su Qingying, Elder Wu, and Jiaolon gather intense secrecy. The sealer has officially entered deep training, and the gravity of the situation hangs heavily in the air. Elder Wu's voice cuts through the tension with unwavering authority. Their duty is to maintain the nation's defenses, to manage the Shi nation without disturbing their commander during this crucial breakthrough. Suddenly, a soldier bursts into the meeting, panic written across his face. He shouts that Country B's Lord of the Earth has launched an invasion across the Xian nation's southern border. Elder Wu's eyes narrow. The enemy's advance is swifter than anticipated. He orders Jiaolon to mobilize the Spirit Association's forces immediately, activating their contingency plan. Jiaolon nods with firm resolve, launching into action without hesitation. On the southern frontier, Xian nation fighters conjure a colossal blue energy barrier, rising like a wall of water to repel the invaders. They shout warnings, marking the boundary and challenging the Lord of the Earth to halt his advance. One of the defenders calls out, incredulous, questioning if the foreign throne master intends to ignite a full-scale war. Hovering above them, the gray-haired invader laughs, pride radiating from his every movement. The Lord of the Earth justifies his assault, accusing the sealer of killing 3 country B fighters, including his own brother, claiming he seeks vengeance. Furious, the Xia defenders retort, pointing out that the country B fighters were criminals who trespassed into a restricted zone. They mock him, ridiculing the throne master for treating thieves as martyrs. Angered by their audacity, the Lord of the Earth lashes out, insulting the Xia nation's defenses. How dare ordinary guards speak to him so boldly? Swearing vengeance, he channels his power into the ground below. Massive stone spikes erupt violently, lashing upward toward the Xia fighters, jagged and unrelenting. The towering rocks tear through the coastline, forming a terrifying barrier of earth. In response, a specialized team of Xia fighters clad in green surges forward, determined to confront the threat. Their squad leader rallies his team, praising their courage and declaring it is their turn to defend the nation. Above them, the Lord of the Earth glares down, confusion flickering across his face at the unexpected resistance. The plant research team takes their positions with precise coordination, preparing to ensnare the invading throne master using experimental techniques that manipulate mutated vegetation. The squad leader channels a surge of emerald energy into the soil. From it, a massive plant bursts forth, sprouting at an alarming speed, twisting upward with raw, primal power. The towering plant transforms into monstrous, writhing vines with gaping, serrated teeth. The defenders proudly announce that their secret wood weapon is perfectly suited to counter the invaders' earth-based assault, and the vines lunge aggressively. Determined to uphold the Xia nation's honor, the defenders command the vines to coil around the stone spikes, crushing and breaking them apart. The wild, verdant tendrils snake through the air, ensnaring the Lord of the Earth, binding his arms and body with a suffocating grip. The leader of the plant research team clenches his fist in triumph, cheering as the invader struggles against the relentless greenery. Yet, even fully restrained, the Lord of the Earth remains unfazed, a sly smile playing across his lips. Laughing at their confidence, he effortlessly seizes the thick vines, bending them with ease as if they were mere threads. The squad leader's face drains of color as he watches in disbelief, the powerful vines melting and snapping against the boundless might of the invader. Recognizing the immediate danger, he urgently commands his team to deploy their ultimate defensive measure. Slamming their hands onto the ground, they conjure a lethal fog of poison, a toxic wall rising along the coast designed to annihilate any intruder. The Lord of the Earth merely sneers at the trap, dismissing the Xia defenders as insignificant insects. With a simple flick of his fingers, the monstrous, poisonous barrier disintegrates instantly, powerless against him. Cursing the shattered defenses, the squad leader refuses to yield. He shouts for his men to hold fast, to fight even at the cost of their lives, and charges headlong into the battle. Hovering above, the Lord of the Earth looks down with contempt, calling the fighters worthless. He gathers a massive sphere of fiery, dark energy above his head, the very air around it crackling with menace. Frozen with fear, the squad watches as the enormous orb blots out the sunlight, casting the battlefield into shadow. With a cold, merciless command, the Lord of the Earth hurls the devastating energy sphere toward them. The strike obliterates the entire squad in an instant, the explosion leveling the coastline in a blinding, thunderous display of destruction. Turning his dark gaze toward a nearby Xia city, the Lord of the Earth names it as his next target, mocking the nation for lacking a throne master capable of defending it. A pillar of shadowy energy surges downward, annihilating the city center in a blinding, catastrophic wave. Deep within the ruins, terrified citizens huddle together, their cries piercing the smoke-filled air as they plead for salvation. A lone local fighter steps forward, bracing against falling debris, vowing that the defenders have not abandoned them. Far away, in the stillness of his private training chamber, Fang Yi sits in deep meditation beneath the radiant moon, centering his spirit. Suddenly, a violent jolt of spiritual shock from the distant attack shatters his concentration. Blood streaks from his mouth as he coughs violently, yet he ignores the pain. Fang Yi knows instinctively that he must break off his training and intervene immediately, before it becomes too late.
Before long, disaster breaks out at the southern border of the Jie nation, and the center of the crisis is none other than Nanming City. In just a blink, the once crowded streets are thrown into absolute ruin, with flames spreading everywhere, buildings collapsing into broken shells, and terrified people running through waves of chaos. High above the devastated city, the Lord of the Earth hovers over the destruction and bursts into a cruel, arrogant laugh. With nothing more than a casual movement of his power, He rips huge chunks of roads and shattered buildings into the sky, while helpless civilians scream in terror as they are dragged upward and then sent plunging toward the ground. Just when those falling civilians are only moments away from smashing into the earth, broad waves of green energy sweep across the battlefield like a rescue net. The power catches them in midair before impact, and through the fire, smoke, and broken rubble, Elder Wu and Zhang Tian finally arrive on the scene. After the civilians are pulled out of immediate danger and guided away from the battlefield, Elder Wu wastes no time taking command. He gives the defenders clear orders. Their duty is to shield the crowd and keep every survivor alive, while he and his own team step forward to deal with the enemy directly. The Lord of the Earth only lowers his gaze toward them with naked contempt, as if the people beneath him are not worth taking seriously. Seeing that the ones standing against him are merely old veterans, he scoffs in disappointment and demands to know where the real sealer is hiding. Elder Wu does not shrink back from that pressure for even a second. Instead, he answers with steady confidence, declaring that the sealer has no reason to personally appear for an opponent like him, because these battle-tested veterans are already more than enough to take him down. Then, without the slightest warning, a sharp spike of green energy tears upward from below and shoots straight toward the invader. The Lord of the Earth reacts almost instantly, pulling a massive boulder into the attack's path and using it to block the strike head-on. He sneers down at the defenders and mocks them as weak little ants who have badly overestimated their own strength. Yet right as those insulting words leave his mouth, another powerful presence appears on the battlefield, suddenly pulling his attention away from Elder Wu's group. Through the drifting smoke and the wreckage of the ruined city, Bai Su and Zhao Lan arrive together. Taking their positions beside the others, Bai Su stands ready and makes it clear through his posture that he has come fully prepared to join this fight. Elder Wu calls out to Bai Su, and the relief in his voice is impossible to miss. He is clearly glad that Bai Su's training has finally come to an end, though he still cannot resist teasing him, saying he had almost started to think the young pioneer would stay locked away in seclusion until he turned into a fossil. When Elder Wu sees the enemy being held in place, even he cannot hide how impressed he is by the strength of the restraint. He turns toward Bai Su and asks what kind of technique he used to trap the Lord of the Earth so completely that he can barely move. Zhao Lan steps forward beside Bai Su and calmly explains how the restraint works. She says she layered her own mutation abilities on top of Bai Su's bamboo forming technique, which doubled their control over the target, but she immediately warns everyone not to drop their guard against an enemy at this level. With the Lord of the Earth bound inside a cage of sharp green growths, Zhao Lan sees a rare chance to reverse the situation. Looking at his trapped body, she suggests that they could use him as leverage and negotiate with Country B from a stronger position. But then from deep within that green casing, a low and unsettling chuckle begins to echo outward. Lord of the Earth mocks them from inside his prison, his voice dripping with contempt, even though he appears to be trapped. He asks whether this fragile little restraint is truly the full limit of their so-called Jingang realm power. Elder Wu immediately senses that the situation has shifted in a dangerous direction. His expression tightens sharply, and without waiting another moment, he shouts for the entire team to retreat at once. The green prison bursts apart as the Lord of the Earth rips through it with his bare hands. When he emerges from the shattered growths, his body has twisted into something rotten and monstrous, with decayed flesh across his frame and eerie green eyes glowing from within the wreckage. Bai Su stands rooted to the spot, unable to move as he stares at the terrifying transformation before him. The sight is so horrifying that disbelief freezes across his face. Zhao Lan quickly understands what they are looking at. The invader's body is no longer something normal or natural. He has clearly gone through some kind of forbidden body modification. Elder Wu pieces the truth together almost immediately. Country B never truly gave up its illegal biological experiments, and the Lord of the Earth standing before them is the living proof that those secret researches were continued behind the scenes. Mutated Lord of the Earth throws his head back and laughs wildly, showing no shame at all toward his twisted body. Instead of treating it as something criminal or unnatural, he proudly declares that this modified form is Country B's greatest masterpiece. Chaotic energy starts gathering around him like a violent storm, twisting through the air with suffocating pressure. He boasts that this research will allow Country B to rule the entire planet. And then he unleashes a devastating blast at the XCI defenders, while claiming that all the sacrificed test subjects should thank him for giving their deaths meaning. The overwhelming force of the strike crashes down over the defenders like a mountain, slamming them against the ground and leaving them pinned in place with almost no room to move. Zhang Tian struggles under the crushing weight and forces his own ability into motion, turning the solidifying rock around them into loose sand before it can fully trap them. Even while resisting, he is deeply shaken by the terrifying pressure behind the power of a throne. As the earth closes in around the veterans, almost as if the battlefield itself is trying to bury them alive, Zhao Lan throws herself into the fight without hesitation. She releases burst after burst of purple energy, blasting apart the rocks that are forming over Elder Wu and Zhang Tian. While smashing the stone away from them, she warns both of them not to let the dirt harden around their bodies, or they will be trapped completely. The Lord of the Earth slowly turns his head, and his glowing green eyes settle directly on Zhao Lan. His gaze locks onto her with a cold, predatory focus. Her power instantly catches his attention. He declares that her mutant attribute is perfectly suited for him to devour, and after choosing her as his first victim, he launches a barrage of sharp energy spikes straight toward her. Before those spikes can reach Zhao Lan, a roaring fire dragon tears across the battlefield with explosive force and crashes into the attack, intercepting it in midair. In the next moments, even more fire dragons surge into view one after another, cutting through the smoke-filled sky. They coil around the Lord of the Earth from every direction, trapping him inside a raging vortex of flames. Fang Yi finally enters the battlefield, stepping into the chaos with his sword held firmly in his hand. His entire stance shows that he is ready to strike with decisive force. He drives his dark red blade straight into the Lord of the Earth. And the moment the attack connects, a violent explosion erupts outward. Fire and smoke swallow the battlefield, shaking the ruined ground around them. Elder Wu and the other defenders cry out in relief the instant they recognize who has arrived. After all the danger and pressure they have endured, the sealer has finally appeared. Still stunned by Fang Yi's sudden arrival, they call out to him from the battlefield and ask why he ended his training early just to come here. Fang Yi does not waste even a breath explaining himself. He immediately orders everyone to fall back, warning the veterans that the enemy in front of them is far beyond what they can safely handle. From the crater carved out by the explosion, the Lord of the Earth calmly walks forward, laughing as if the attack barely left an impression on him. With a sneer, he says that the so-called sealer does not seem all that special after all. He breaks apart the layer of rock armor covering his body and declares that Fang Yi's flames are useless without the power of a throne behind them. In his eyes, those flames cannot truly injure him, much less seal him away. Fang Yi launches himself forward without the slightest hesitation, cutting across the battlefield and closing the distance between them in an instant. As Fang Yi studies the Lord of the Earth's grotesque, mutated body up close, his tone turns cold and mocking. He asks whether that horrifying appearance is the result of a failed breakthrough and the backlash of unstable energy. The Lord of the Earth does not bother responding to the insult. In the very next instant, the two fighters crash into each other head-on. Fang Yi unleashes a rapid storm of blade strikes, his sword flashing again and again as each slash hammers against the invaders' layered rock defenses. From a safer distance, Zhao Lan keeps her eyes fixed on the battle, and quickly notices that Fang Yi's condition does not seem right. She considers with Elder Wu whether they should step in to help, but in the end, she chooses to trust Fang Yi's command and stay back, knowing they might only become a burden if they rush in carelessly. The Lord of the Earth manages to strike Fang Yi across the back, landing a heavy blow that cuts through the rhythm of the fight. As Fang Yi feels the impact tear through him, he realizes that the invader's understanding of his power is not entirely wrong. Blood spills from Fang Yi's mouth as he coughs violently, his body clearly struggling under the strain. In that painful moment, he understands just how unstable and dangerous the energy of the Shenyue realm truly is to control. Then warning alerts flash from the system, revealing that Fang Yi's current cultivation realm is unstable. Overwhelmed by the violent backlash surging through him, Fang Yi screams in pain as red energy erupts uncontrollably from his body. Fang Yi desperately fights to suppress the chaotic aura tearing through him from within. He realizes this is the price of cutting his seclusion short because he interrupted the process midway. He cannot draw out his full post-breakthrough strength, and now his body is being forced to endure the consequences. Lord of the Earth instantly catches that moment of weakness. Without giving Fang Yi any chance to recover, he moves in while the sealer is vulnerable. He mocks Fang Yi for daring to stand on the battlefield while suffering from an energy backlash. Then, with a surge of power, he calls up two enormous stone pillars from the ground. A cruel grin spreads across the Lord of the Earth's monstrous face as he looks at Fang Yi and declares his death sentence. Then he brings his hands together with ruthless intent. Two colossal slabs of earth slam inward from both sides at terrifying speed. With a thunderous crash, they crush shut around Fang Yi, trapping him between them under overwhelming force.
At the southern border of the XEA nation, the earth that had slammed down and buried Fang Yi no longer looked like ordinary rubble. Layer after layer of massive stone plates had fused together, piling into a towering boulder that stood like a grim monument on the ruined battlefield. Zhao Lan, Elder Wu, and the few surviving pioneers could only stare at the empty battlefield in stunned silence. Their eyes stayed fixed on the place where Fang Yi had vanished, as if their minds still refused to accept what had just happened right in front of them. Bai Su stood frozen where he was, his face filled with disbelief. His voice trembled as he stammered that it was impossible because someone as legendary as the Sealer could never have been taken down so easily. Grief washed over the remaining pioneers as they gathered together, their shoulders heavy and their faces pale. Elder Wu lowered his gaze in deep regret, blaming himself for not holding the line just a little longer to protect the commander they all respected so deeply. Zhao Lan's expression twisted with guilt as she blamed herself as well. If only they had been stronger, Fang Yi would never have been forced to interrupt his meditation, and he would not have had to risk such a dangerous breakthrough in the middle of battle. Refusing to stand there helplessly, Zhang Tian and Elder Wu quickly moved into action. Together, they launched a huge signal flare into the sky, sending the tragic news blazing upward for everyone to see. Far away at headquarters, President Ye Xiao looked up through the storm-darkened sky and saw the bright signal tear through the heavy clouds. His expression instantly turned grim, because that flare meant the disaster they feared most had truly arrived. For a moment, President Ye Xiao steadied himself and forced down the weight in his chest. Then, with firm resolve, he ordered the Spirit Association to activate their absolute final backup plan. His voice carried through the room as he declared that the sealer had already sacrificed his life for the Jia nation. And because of that, there was no longer any room left to retreat. From this moment on, they had entered a true battle between life and death. President Yi Xiao commanded every single branch of the Spirit Association to stand their ground and defend their homeland until their very last breath. No matter the cost, they were to fight the Lord of the Earth all the way to the end. Su Qingying, Gu Yuru, and the officers answered without hesitation, their voices ringing out together. Each of them was ready to gamble their lives, even if it meant dying on the battlefield. Elder Wu immediately issued urgent military orders, commanding the Eastern, Southern, and Star God battle zones to merge their forces and launch a full-scale counterattack against the Lord of the Earth. At the same time, every remaining unit was ordered to mobilize and strike across Country B's entire territory, and the commanders accepted the command at once. With fierce determination burning in their eyes, Elder Wu, Zhang Tian, Ye Xiao, and Zhao Lan all made the same vow. Even if every one of them died on this battlefield, they would still make the enemy pay for the sealer, for his family, and for the entire Yangzia nation. Above the shattered city, the Lord of the Earth hovered in the air and laughed down at the defenders. To him, their desperate resistance looked like nothing more than pathetic ants struggling pointlessly, and he coldly declared that he would devour their cities one by one before charging downward to crush them all. But far below the battlefield, deep inside the dark and endless underground tomb, Fang Yi was not dead at all. He remained perfectly safe, calmly floating inside a glowing sphere of golden energy that shielded him from the crushing force around him. His system quickly detected a huge concentration of ancient earth energy around him, with the level already reaching 90%. The moment the reading appeared, the system immediately began absorbing that power. Fang Yi smiled faintly as he realized what had happened. The Lord of the Earth had probably believed this underground tomb was a perfect death trap, never imagining that it would become the ideal energy source to speed up Fang Yi's recovery. As the system continued monitoring his body, it confirmed that his unstable cultivation realm was rapidly settling down. His overall recovery rose quickly, and before long, it had already reached 50%. While meditating within that heavy power, Fang Yi began to understand something deeper. The Earth Throne and the abilities of the Divine Moon Realm were surprisingly similar, because both of them carried two very different natures within the same force. He realized that the Earth element was not limited to simple destruction. It could create and destroy at the same time, bringing absolute stability in one moment, then unleashing violent devastation in the next. The chaotic energy from his unstable Divine Moon Realm had actually drawn in the stabilizing and constructive side of the underground Earth energy. Instead of crushing him, that power had gathered around him like it was responding to his condition. Because of that, his volatile moon energy began repairing itself at an incredible speed. The painful backlash from his breakthrough was wiped away completely, leaving his body clearer and steadier than before. When the system confirmed that his recovery had reached 70%, Fang Yi quietly noted how dangerous this power truly was. If he had not already broken through to the Divine Moon Realm, this dense concentration of Earth energy would have killed him instantly instead of helping him. Then, only moments later, the system reported that his recovery had surged all the way to 90%. Fang Yi silently admired the mysterious beauty hidden within the throne's power. As he prepared himself for the final step, the system confirmed that his recovery had now reached 99%. With the unstable energy inside him finally calmed, Fang Yi slowly drew in a deep breath. His aura settled around him, quiet but powerful, as if his entire body had been reforged in the depths of the earth. Right at that moment, the system suddenly warned him of an unusual surge of high sky yang energy gathering in the atmosphere above. Fang Yi's eyes sharpened slightly, his curiosity instantly stirred by the strange movement. Back on the surface, sharp cracking sounds began to echo across the battlefield. The massive stone slabs that everyone believed had sealed Fang Yi's fate suddenly started splitting apart from the inside. The Lord of the Earth immediately felt the enormous wave of energy rising from below. His eyes widened in complete shock, and for the first time, his arrogant expression cracked. Without warning, a colossal pillar of brilliant golden energy erupted violently from the shattered stones. The explosion sent chunks of rock blasting in every direction, while the golden light pierced straight through the storm-covered sky and twisted the clouds above into a huge swirling vortex. From within that roaring column of light, Fang Yi slowly descended. His entire body was wrapped in a pure golden aura, making him look as though he had stepped out from the heart of the storm itself. Jialan stared up at him, then rubbed her eyes as if she thought she was seeing an illusion. She could hardly believe that Fang Yi had survived the throne's deadliest attack and returned from beneath the earth alive. On the ground, the surviving pioneers suddenly erupted into cheers. They shouted with everything they had, crying out that a miracle had happened and that the Yes-A nation still had hope. The Lord of the Earth sneered, refusing to accept what he was seeing. He laughed arrogantly and claimed that the sealer's survival was nothing more than temporary luck. Then he crossed his massive arms, his body radiating a terrifying pressure. He was ready to unleash his full strength and show everyone what real, absolute power looked like. With a furious roar, the Lord of the Earth triggered a massive eruption from the ground beneath him. Giant, jagged stone spikes tore upward through the battlefield, ripping the earth open as they surged toward Fang Yi, trying to crush him from every direction. The Lord of the Earth grinned wildly, his expression twisting with the excitement of someone certain of victory. The mutated Lord of the Earth then fired a rapid barrage of burning rock projectiles, each one tearing through the air with terrifying force. But Fang Yi moved effortlessly through the sky, dodging every single attack without the slightest sign of panic. Even as the attacks rushed past him, Fang Yi never looked away. His eyes stayed locked on his enemy, calm and focused, as though he had already seen through every move. Next, the Lord of the Earth raised his power again and summoned a massive boulder from above. Like a falling meteor, it came crashing down from the sky directly toward Fang Yi. Seeing this, Fang Yi looked almost amused. He muttered to himself, wondering if the invader was really just repeating the same basic move again. This time, Fang Yi did not dodge at all. Instead, he shot upward like a blazing beam of light, flying straight toward the enormous boulder falling from the sky. As he rushed upward, Fang Yi pulled his fist back, gathering strength for a massive strike. Then, with absolute confidence, he commanded the barrier to break. His fist slammed directly into the giant stone structure. In the next instant, a massive explosion burst outward and the entire boulder was completely vaporized under the force of his punch. The Lord of the Earth stared in stunned disbelief. His so-called ultimate attack had been destroyed so easily that he could barely process what had just happened. Nearby, the other pioneers burst into triumphant shouts, cheering for the sealer's overwhelming strength. They pointed out that this was what perfect control of power truly looked like, because unlike the Lord of the Earth, who only relied on borrowed strength from a throne, Fang Yi was a real genius who had climbed to the top step by step. Another pioneer excitedly added that the sealer's top-tier Yang attribute could completely suppress every other element. As the crowd began chanting for the Lord of the Earth's defeat, the furious invader clenched his fist so tightly that his rage almost seemed to pour out of him. Consumed by anger, the Lord of the Earth screamed in denial. He rejected their talk of attribute suppression and perfect control, shouting that he was the Lord of the throne and that he would never allow anyone to mock him. Furious that anyone would dare defy the authority of a throne, he raises his power without holding anything back. A violent surge of chaotic energy explodes outward from him, crashing through the air like a storm as he vows to punish every last person there and grant them a death more terrifying than anything they could possibly imagine. But Fang Yi does not flinch at all. He pays no mind to the threat raging in front of him and simply lifts his gaze toward the sky, his expression calm and steady. Then, in a quiet voice, he murmurs that the moment has finally come and that it is time for it to arrive. The Lord of the Earth, still burning with rage, freezes for a brief second at those strange words. Confusion cuts through his anger as he follows Fang Yi's gaze and looks up into the sky as well, demanding to know what the sealer is talking about. Fang Yi lowers his eyes back onto him, meeting his furious stare without the slightest fear. Then, with absolute clarity, he declares that the time has come for his own throne to descend. The very next instant, the heavens split open with an overwhelming brilliance. A blinding pillar of golden light crashes down from above, pouring over Fang Yi's entire body and wrapping him completely in its radiant glow. And in that dazzling golden radiance, a new king is born. The legendary Yang attribute throne finally descends into the world, and with its arrival, it officially recognizes Fang Yi as its one true master.
A blinding pillar of radiance suddenly tears down from the sky, crashing into the heart of the city like a second sun descending from the heavens. And within that overwhelming light, the legendary Yang attribute throne finally reveals itself. At the very center of that brilliant surge of energy, Fang Yi remains suspended in midair, his posture steady and calm, as though he has been waiting for this moment all along and is quietly welcoming the throne's power into himself. The Lord of the Earth stares upward in disbelief, his eyes widening as he realizes that a completely new supreme throne has appeared right in front of him, breaking everything he thought he understood. Elder Wu's expression turns solemn as he wonders whether this world-shaking artifact has truly chosen to stand on the sealer's side, while nearby, Jialan senses the scale of its energy and feels it stretching far beyond anything he can properly measure. The mutated Lord of the Earth lets out a furious roar, his monstrous body trembling with rage as he demands to know what kind of impossible situation is unfolding before his eyes. He screams with veins bulging across his face, refusing to accept it, shouting that there is no way any throne in existence could possess power greater than his own. Driven deeper into madness, he rages that he was the one human in a billion chosen by a throne, a being who should have already stepped beyond ordinary humanity and stood just one step away from becoming a god. Clinging to that twisted confidence, he convinces himself that this new throne is no different from the one he already mastered, and that he can force it under his control the same way. With a savage cry, he releases a violent shockwave of earth magic, the ground trembling beneath him as he insists that such a mighty power would never lower itself to choose someone like the sealer. At the same time, inside monitoring centers across the world, warning alarms begin screaming one after another as frantic researchers report that the energy readings along the Xian nation's border have shattered every previous record. The researchers quickly realize that another supreme throne is emerging, and the terrifying power radiating from it is even greater than the energy of a real star. A panicked official loses control and shouts across the room, demanding an immediate answer from the sequence department about what this impossible reading is supposed to mean. Inside the Global Throne Sequence Department, the staff are drenched in cold sweat, because they can all see it now. Their old estimates of throne strength were completely wrong, and the ranking system they trusted has been thrown into total chaos. The terrified official shouts that the appearance of this new sun god throne means the entire world ranking must be rebuilt from the ground up. The Earth and Thunder thrones, once believed to stand at the very top, will now be pushed down to at least the third sequence. Until now, every throne had been ranked by the strength and rarity of its element on Earth, which was why powerful attributes like Earth and Thunder had always been placed among the highest positions. But the arrival of the Sun God throne exposes a truth no one can ignore anymore. Only this overwhelming throne has the right to stand alone in the first sequence. Meanwhile, inside the Xian Nation Spirit Association Research Center, the director can barely hide his pride as he declares that the foreign standards were wrong from the very beginning. The energy of this new throne has surpassed the old first sequence by more than 200%, proving that every previous statistic should be discarded. A research analyst speaks with firm confidence, saying that a true first sequence power should only belong to terrifying forces on the level of pure yang or absolute darkness. A female analyst beams with excitement, realizing that the balance of power across the entire world has completely shifted, because the sealer is now the only person who controls the ultimate yang attribute. But the moment her eyes return to the live data on the screen, the joy on her face slowly freezes, and her smile fades away. Her voice begins to tremble as she stammers that the Sun God throne did not simply appear by coincidence, and it did not merely choose the sealer on its own. Elder Wu soon understands the truth as well. The sealer had not been passively waiting for a throne to accept him. Instead, he had used an active and powerful summoning to force the solar artifact into the world, and that kind of method meant complete mastery from the very start. Even the Lord of the Earth is visibly stunned, his expression twisting as he realizes what has actually happened. Still refusing to believe it, the mutated invader suddenly bursts into wild laughter, screaming that no throne could ever be purer, stronger, or more deserving of dominance than his own. A storm of earth energy gathers around his fist, thick and violent like a collapsing mountain, as he insists that the earth attribute is the most desired power of all, and that he is still the rightful king of the first sequence. Pouring every bit of his remaining strength into his body, the Lord of the Earth lunges straight toward Feng Yi, roaring that he will never allow the sealer to truly claim control over the Sun God throne. But before he can even close the distance, a blinding ray of pure solar energy cuts through the air and shoots directly toward him. The attack catches him completely off guard, and the crazed confidence on the invader's face instantly collapses into raw panic. He throws up his massive, stone-hardened arms to block the incoming strike, bracing himself against the light before trying to launch a counterattack of his own. But another beam follows immediately, burning straight through him and cleanly tearing away one of his mutated stone arms, while the rocky armor around his body cracks and bursts apart. The solar blast punches through his strongest defenses without slowing down, then erupts into a massive explosion that sweeps across the coastline like a wave of scorching light. When the smoke and dust finally begin to clear, the Lord of the Earth is no longer standing in that terrifying monstrous form. He lets out a shocked gasp, his body swaying helplessly, before he collapses backward under the weight of his defeat. Blood spills from his mouth as he coughs violently, one hand clutching his chest, while his entire body trembles in pain. Then he slowly lifts his head, only to see Elder Wu, Bai Su, and President Yi Shao standing above him, their gazes cold as they look down at his fallen figure. Zhang Ten steps forward at once and orders his forces to capture the Lord of the Earth immediately. He warns them not to kill the invader, because keeping him alive will turn him into a valuable hostage and undeniable proof of Country B's illegal experiments. News of the battle spreads through Country B at incredible speed, and crowds gather in front of public screens, staring in shock as their once-celebrated Lord of the Earth kneels in defeat. Furious citizens begin protesting, demanding an explanation from their own government. They rage that they were promised the land of the Xia nation, but instead they have been humiliated before the entire world. Now they can only question how their supposedly invincible throne master was beaten so easily. Panic quickly infects the high-ranking officials of Country B who had supported the invasion. One of them stammers in fear, realizing that since they openly challenged the Xia nation, they will be the first ones targeted for revenge now that the sealer has claimed the ultimate sun god throne. Back inside Country B's executive office, the nation's leader slams his fist hard against the desk, his face twisted with rage. He curses the sealer at the top of his lungs, screaming at his advisors for repeatedly assuring him that the young commander would become useless in this new era of thrones, then furiously demands to know how they plan to clean up this disaster. His top advisors stand frozen in place, sweat running down their faces, yet not one of them dares to speak or offer a solution. Overcome with terror, the leader of Country B suddenly begins packing in a panic, yelling that the invasion plan was their idea and that he is resigning immediately so he can escape before the Xia nation arrives. But just as he is about to flee, a hand lands firmly on his shoulder, gripping him in place and making his entire body go stiff. A scarred executive tells him to wait, his eyes cold and chilling, reminding him that as their leader, he cannot simply abandon them now. Besides, they still have one final hidden card left to play. Across the Xia nation, citizens burst into celebration in front of public screens, laughing at the defeated invader from Country B. Excited voices fill the streets as people proudly boast that the world's top pioneer has now claimed the highest-tier throne, securing their nation's absolute dominance. Wang Lan thinks back to all the critics who once claimed that the older pioneers, including the sealer himself, would be left behind by the new era. Song Yiming nods along, admitting that even he had briefly worried their legendary commander might eventually be forgotten. Zhenglu immediately scolds them with pride for ever doubting their leader, reminding everyone that the boss will always be the boss. Captain Shenruo, unable to hide his excitement, adds that the Xia nation now possesses the strongest throne master in the entire world. Su Qingying stands quietly among them, watching everything in silence as the cheers continue around her. Then the sky erupts with solar energy once again, blazing even brighter than before, and everyone realizes that the sealer is about to enter the core of the sun god throne and complete his mastery. Everyone watching can't help but wonder what kind of final trial and artifact this overwhelmingly powerful will choose for Feng Yi once he steps into its domain. The moment Feng Yi steps into the swirling golden void within the throne, his body seems to sink into another world, and his glowing red eyes slowly open in the middle of that radiant storm. He looks around at the fiery darkness surrounding him and quickly realizes that the interior of the sun god throne is nothing like its dazzling outer appearance. Inside, everything feels strange, silent, and completely unique. As Fang Yi drifts forward through the quiet black space, he studies the dark energy flowing around him and faintly senses a mysterious connection, one that feels disturbingly close to the power of the dark tide. Thinking over his own abilities, Fang Yi realizes something fascinating. The pure yang power of the sun god throne and the corrupted darkness of his ancient god demon armor should be complete opposites, yet somehow, they seem to come from the same hidden origin. A faint smile appears on Fang Yi's face as that strange realization settles in. To him, this connection is not frightening at all. It is incredibly interesting. At that moment, the legendary first sequence sun god throne descends from the heavens, its blazing golden radiance tearing straight through the violent storm above. As that enormous pillar of light crashes down, top-tier defenders like Su Qingying and Zhao Lan immediately move into position, sealing off the entire area with powerful protective barriers to guard the sealer during his transition. Su Qingying understands very well that ordinary people could never even dream of approaching an artifact this absurdly powerful. Even so, her expression remains serious, because stopping every possible outside interference is still their absolute responsibility. But Su Qingying is not the only one feeling the pressure. Zhao Lan and the nation's battle-hardened veterans all carry the same heavy, ominous feeling in their hearts, which is exactly why powerful pioneers from across the country have been called in to stand guard. In truth, countless eager volunteers had practically begged for a place on this security mission, but the higher-ups quickly rejected most of them for one simple reason. At a time like this, enthusiasm meant nothing if their loyalty could not be trusted. After all, a mission of this level demands absolute trust. With old traitors and hidden spies still lurking in the shadows, no one can risk another disaster like the chaos that once destroyed Taisher's city. And almost as if answering their worst fears, a sinister purple flash suddenly erupts in the distance, instantly sharpening the senses of both Su Qingying and Zhao Lan. The moment that hostile energy shoots straight toward the golden beam, Zhao Lan immediately understands what is happening. This is not a random attack. It is a targeted secret technique meant to disrupt the sealer's breakthrough. Zhao Lan leaps into action and quickly warns the others that these drum-like sound waves may be harmless to normal people, but for someone standing at the most critical stage of a breakthrough, they are no different from a death sentence. If those vibrations shake the sealer's focus even for a moment, the energy inside him could instantly backlash, spiral out of control, and tear him apart from the inside on the spot. Worse yet, ordinary defensive barriers are completely useless against this kind of attack. The acoustic frequency can pass straight through spiritual arrays as if the walls protecting them do not even exist. Looking out over the rain-soaked city, Zhao Lan forces herself to remain calm. With the barriers unable to block the sound waves, her only option is to locate the hidden spellcasters as fast as possible and eliminate them directly. But before Zhao Lan can even begin searching, a sudden blinding surge of light erupts nearby, catching her completely off guard. The sun god throne itself lets out a thunderous roar, and its golden energy flares wildly, as if the divine artifact has become furious over this hidden attempt to harm its newly chosen master. Meanwhile, far away inside a dark mountain cave, the true culprits finally appear. A group of cloaked traders stand around a cursed drum, beating it in a steady rhythm to send those mind-shattering waves across the distance. One operative marvels at the drum's bizarre power, even laughing in disbelief that native Xia traders would willingly work with country B just to sabotage their own homeland. But their leader immediately snaps at him to shut his mouth and keep drumming. The leader smugly boasts that this acoustic weapon is the perfect tool. They can cripple the defenders without ever facing them directly, and from his confident expression, he truly believes their hiding place can never be traced. Clenching his fist in resentment, the lead trader thinks back to how the Sealer and the Spirit Association ruined his previous schemes. Now, with his target's luck finally running out, he swears he will take back everything he lost. Believing they have already done enough to endanger the Sealer's breakthrough, the leader decides it is time to escape before reinforcements arrive, leaving the others behind to continue the operation. But the mercenaries watching him walk away have no intention of staying loyal either. One of them sneers at the native trader's stupidity and reveals that he secretly brought elite powerhouses from country to seize control of the entire plan. Before they can even enjoy their scheme, one of the mercenaries suddenly feels an overwhelming danger pressing down on them. He rushes to look outside the cave, only to see 3 blinding lights ignite across the dark sky. In the next instant, 3 colossal pillars of golden solar energy descend from the heavens like divine missiles, locking directly onto the hidden cave with terrifying precision. The hidden operatives scream in pure terror as they recognize the suffocating aura of the Sun God throne. None of them can understand how a godlike artifact could possibly have found their secret location. With death crashing down toward them, the elite experts from country desperately gather their strength, pouring their energy together to form defensive shields around the cave. But the moment they sense the true power of the incoming strike, the traitors panic completely. They scream for everyone to retreat and try to trigger their final backup plan, just as the solar beams lock onto them. A split second later, the sunbeams slam into the mountain, unleashing a blinding, cataclysmic explosion that completely vaporizes the entire peak. Zhao Lan raises her arm to shield her eyes from the shockwave, and in that terrifying moment, she finally understands the true wrath of the Sun God throne. With nothing more than a casual strike, it can pulverize a mountain into dust. Around her, the other defenders stare at the destruction with awe and dread written across their faces. Compared to this kind of divine power, humanity suddenly feels painfully small and hopelessly outmatched. But that stunned silence does not last long. Chun Ruo rushes over with urgent news. The massive energy shockwave has disrupted their restraining arrays, and during the chaos, the captive Lord of the Earth has managed to escape. Meanwhile, deep within the core of the Sun God throne, Fang Yi walks toward a brilliant orb shining like a miniature sun. As strange, bird-like cries echo through the dark space, he wonders whether his trial has finally begun. Fang Yi reaches out and touches the radiant light, immediately noticing that this trial feels completely different from his chaotic and violent struggle with the metal throne. As his body floats peacefully inside the warm glow, Fang Yi realizes there is not even a trace of hostility or danger around him. That calmness only makes him more curious about what kind of test this supreme throne has prepared. Even so, as Fang Yi continues walking deeper into the blinding golden void, he keeps his guard raised and refuses to let his attention slip. Suddenly, the legendary Fusong tree appears before him, its radiant trunk and branches glowing like a small sun standing alone in the center of the void. High above, perched among those blazing branches, a majestic three-legged golden crow throws its head back and releases a deafening cry. The moment Fang Yi sees it, he understands. This mythical bird is the true incarnation of the Sun God throne, the living embodiment of the sun's absolute essence. But instead of attacking, the colossal golden crow shows no hostility at all. It lowers its gaze toward Fang Yi with immense warmth, treating him not like an enemy, but almost like close kin. Trusting that feeling, Fang Yi steps forward without hesitation and gently raises his hand toward the magnificent sunbird. The instant they touch, the golden crow erupts into a vast vortex of solar energy, and Fang Yi begins absorbing the immense power of the throne directly into himself. Not long after, his system confirms the result. The Sun God throne has officially answered his call and recognized Fang Yi as its true master. As the system begins its confirmation process, Fang Yi's eyes blaze with dazzling golden fire, and he effortlessly channels wave after wave of endless solar energy through his body. Once the notification declares that his mastery is complete, the system immediately begins compiling a new custom technique made specifically for Fang Yi. With the compilation successfully completed, a flaming crown formed from pure solar energy appears above Fang Yi's head, permanently sealing his connection to the supreme throne. At last, the system delivers his reward, a brand new God-tier Yang attribute cultivation technique called the East Heaven Divine Crown Secret Technique, pushing Fang Yi's already monstrous power to an entirely new level. Deep within the Sun God throne, the system's voice suddenly rang out in Fang Yi's mind, granting him a brand new divine technique known as the East Heaven Divine Crown. The moment the name appeared, it was clear this power was not ordinary, and once mastered, it would cause his combat strength to rise by a terrifying amount. After glancing over the technique's brief description, the sealer's lips curled into a faint smile. He knew the system far too well by now. The shorter and simpler the explanation looked, the more absurd and overpowered the actual ability usually became once it was unleashed. But before he could fully settle his mind and digest this newly obtained power, the peaceful atmosphere inside the throne suddenly twisted. A sharp wave of hostile energy surged in from outside, cutting through the silence like a hidden blade. Meanwhile, outside the throne, two figures wrapped tightly in cloaks slipped past the layers of defense. In their hands was a strange experimental artifact shaped like an eye, and both of them were stunned to realize that this bizarre device had actually allowed them to sneak through the supreme barrier. One of the figures slowly lowered his hood, revealing Wang Lan's face beneath the shadow. In a low voice, he explained that this strange artifact was their only chance, the single key that could let them enter the throne and interrupt the breakthrough ceremony before it was too late. Song Yiming nodded with a tense expression, fully agreeing with him. Their target was the strongest fighter in the entire nation, So even the smallest slip, one wrong step or one careless breath, could instantly turn this mission into a death sentence. As the two of them continued edging forward, Song Yiming's eyes stayed sharp beneath his hood. In his heart, he could only pray that the artifact's stealth field was powerful enough to hide them from the sealer's terrifyingly sensitive perception. But in the next instant, their entire plan collapsed. A cold voice suddenly sounded from behind them, asking exactly who they thought they were hiding from. Their bodies locked up in fear as golden light spilled over the ground, and Fong Yi slowly descended right behind them like a judgment from the sun itself. The two intruders were instantly drenched in panic, but they forced stiff smiles onto their faces and tried to act calm. With trembling voices, they desperately claimed that Elder Wu had sent them over as part of a personal guard detail. Their lie did not last even a second. Fong Yi's overwhelming pressure crashed down on them, freezing their bodies in place until they could not move a finger. Only then did the horrible truth sink in. The sealer had already conquered the supreme throne at a speed far beyond anything they expected. Fong Yi looked at the pair and let out a calm, almost amused chuckle. To him, their so-called disguise was nothing more than a joke, completely transparent the moment they appeared before him. With only a casual release of his aura, invisible force swept outward from Fong Yi's body. In an instant, the cloaks wrapped around the two intruders were torn to shreds, ripping away their concealment and exposing their real identities completely. The fake Song Yiming stared at him in absolute shock, his voice breaking as he stammered in disbelief. He simply could not understand how their carefully prepared stealth setup had been seen through so easily, as if it had never existed at all. Before either of them could make another move, Fong Yi raised his hand and released a burst of blazing golden flame. The scorching blast slammed into the two saboteurs, burning through their defenses and knocking them flat onto their backs. Even the experimental eye-shaped artifact they had relied on could not withstand the heat. Under the golden fire, it was completely vaporized, leaving behind only drifting ash where their greatest trump card had been. As the smoke slowly scattered, a majestic golden figure emerged through the light. The spirit of the golden crow appeared beside the sealer, circling around him with perfect harmony, as if it had already accepted him as its true master. The divine beast leaned close and rubbed against him with surprising affection. Fong Yi smiled quietly, feeling the energy within his body finally stabilize, and at that moment, everything he needed for his breakthrough had fallen perfectly into place. High above the mountains, the enormous pillar of solar energy that had pierced the sky began to fade little by little. Its retreat signaled that the first phase of the throne's integration had finally been completed. With the timing now perfect and the surrounding energy fully under control, Fong Yi slowly drew in a deep breath. Then he closed his eyes and stepped into a deeper state of cultivation, beginning the next stage of his training. Sometime later, Song Yiming groggily came back to his senses and began shaking his partner awake. Wang Lan, still dazed and half-conscious, squinted against the overwhelming brightness and complained weakly about the blinding light around them. Their confusion vanished almost immediately when a shadow fell over them. Looking up, they saw Jalen standing there, towering above them with a calm but imposing presence. Song Yiming quickly tried to warn her that enemies had broken in, his voice still rough from waking up. But Jalen only smiled faintly and told him there was no need to worry anymore. The threat had already been dealt with. As the recovered pioneers turned their eyes toward the distance, realization slowly spread across their faces. That dazzling solar radiance flooding the area was not coming from the sky or the throne itself. It was shining directly from the sealer. Stunned by what he was seeing, Song Yiming asked whether the commander had truly succeeded. Jalen's expression filled with pride as she confirmed it. He had officially become the master of the first sequence Sun God throne. She then explained that Fong Yi was not merely resting after the integration. He was already pushing past his own limits and breaking into the next realm, while the two intruders they had encountered earlier had turned out to be enemy spies. Those spies were not ordinary infiltrators either. One was a traitor from the Xia nation, while the other was a mercenary, and both had been carrying advanced disguise equipment along with a secret artifact specifically designed to invade throne spaces. Just as her words settled, a violent shockwave of golden energy suddenly erupted from Fong Yi's body. The brilliant force swept outward like a blazing tide, marking the true beginning of his breakthrough. All around the area, the soldiers stared upward in awe before breaking into thunderous cheers. As they watched the sealer ascend into the second level of the Shenyue realm, their voices rose together, praising him as their eternal god. The pressure released by his divine moon aura became so intense that the surrounding air seemed to crack and shatter under its weight. With that overwhelming force spreading in every direction, his ascension was finally completed. Far away from the center of the phenomenon, President Yi Xiao watched everything unfold with disbelief written across his face. He could hardly comprehend how Fang Yi had stepped into the second tier so smoothly, without showing even the slightest sign of difficulty. Elder Wu nodded beside him, equally shaken by what he was witnessing. The sealer's aura was far too vast, and the cosmic phenomenon surrounding him made it obvious that this was no ordinary breakthrough. As Yi Xiao thought back to his own cultivation path, his expression became complicated. He remembered how much pain, struggle, and suffering they had endured just to barely reach a half-step into the Xinyue realm. Elder Wu also fell into memory, recalling the brutal hardships he had faced while chasing the divine realm. For people like them, that level had taken ages to approach, yet Fang Yi made one breakthrough after another look almost effortless. Within the vast cosmic space, the golden crow continued absorbing the enormous energy contained inside the lunar orb. That surging power flowed through the divine beast, preparing to drive Fang Yi toward an even greater breakthrough. With a thunderous roar, the golden crow stretched out its mighty talons and seized the moon itself. As it grasped that radiant orb, Fang Yi's power surged again, forcefully pushing him straight into the third tier of the Xinyue realm. In front of the live monitors, Su Qingying stared at the readings in stunned silence. A thought rose in her mind. Was the commander about to touch the legendary Rising Sun realm, a height no human being had ever reached before? The golden crow let out another piercing cry, its voice rolling across the sky like divine thunder. Elder Wu and President Yi Xiao stood beneath that echoing sound, unable to say a word as amazement overtook them. Then the blazing beast spread its enormous wings over Fang Yi, covering him in a shield of golden fire. Beneath that fiery protection, his power continued to soar, climbing beyond every limit humanity had ever recorded. In the dark sky above, 3 radiant suns suddenly appeared, blazing side by side with impossible brilliance. The sight created a massive celestial phenomenon unlike anything ever witnessed in human history. At the monitoring center, the analysts quickly reported the latest results. The golden crow had cried out 3 times, confirming that the sealer had crossed 3 levels in succession and had now reached a half-step into the Rising Sun realm. By this point, Fang Yi had achieved complete mastery over the Yang attribute. Even his physical body had undergone a profound transformation, evolving far beyond the normal limits of any ordinary pioneer. He was no longer simply a powerful fighter who controlled Yang energy. He had become a natural-born Yang attribute god, possessing a divine constitution that completely overturned what humans believed was possible. From this day forward, Fang Yi stood alone at the absolute peak. On the entire earth, there was no longer anyone capable of standing on equal ground with his power. Fang Yi lowered his gaze to his own hand, watching solar fire burn across his palm like living sunlight. A satisfied smile appeared on his face as he realized the Yang attribute had perfectly fused with both his bones and his bloodline. At that moment, Fang Yi understood the true meaning of his transformation. He was no longer merely borrowing or using this power from the outside. His very body had become the physical embodiment of the Yang attribute itself. With his newly awakened cosmic senses spreading outward, the sealer instantly caught a lingering trace of hostile energy. His expression turned cold as he noted that those rats still had not given up. Inside a hidden underground bunker beyond the barrier, the bandaged leader of the saboteurs was already spiraling into panic. The moment he realized the mission had failed, fear began twisting across his face. Knowing that the sealer had already absorbed the throne's power, he completely lost his composure. In a frantic rush, he activated a teleportation circle and screamed for everyone to retreat before Fang Yi found them. But his companions lunged forward and grabbed him before he could escape on his own. Furious and terrified, they refused to let him abandon them, insisting that if the mission was doomed, then they would all go down together. In the end, their argument meant absolutely nothing. Before they could even finish shouting at each other, blinding rays of solar energy pierced straight through the mountain, swallowing the bunker in divine light, and instantly wiping out every traitor inside.